Family, the ninja world is in chaos. An ordinary traveler awakens the defiant Tomato Live inventory system, bringing both the living and the dead into a global chat group. After selecting to review Obito, the group is in an uproar. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, learns of the Uchiha's annihilation and screams in rage, making the entire ninja world gossip like crazy. It's explosive. Family, the ninja world has exploded. An ordinary traveler awakens the Tomato Live inventory system, forcing a global chat with both the living and the dead gathered together. After selecting to review Obito, the group is in an uproar, and the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, finds out about the Uchiha's annihilation and immediately breaks down, while the entire ninja world is munching on the gossip from Konoha's thrilling. Let me tell you, I was completely stunned at that moment. You know what the most explosive scene was? Just a second ago, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was there saying, "Isn't it good that a few evil Uchiha died?" The next second he breaks down and yells, "What? They're all gone." The entire Pure Land space fell silent. Family, who understands? That scene was even more exciting than the new anime I was watching in 2025. Hey, don't rush. Let's rewind a bit. You must be curious about how this all happened. Hey, race the thing. I, an ordinary traveler, have been a background character in the Naruto world for over 10 years, waiting for my golden finger, but nothing happened. Just when I was about to fall asleep in the audience during the Chunin Exams, guess what? Ding! A loud sound echoed in my head. My cheat system finally arrived. Late but here, it's all about companionship, right? Goodness, this system is called the Tomato Live Inventory System. The name sounds a bit tacky, but its functions are truly extraordinary. 10 minutes later, it directly airdropped a giant black screen over the entire ninja world, like a movie theater, forcibly pulling everyone alive, dead, and even the alien Tsutsuki clan into a global chat group. Let me tell you, at that moment, the entire world froze. At the Chunin Exams venue, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, dropped his pipe with a thud, and Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, had his mouth almost stretched to his ears, as if to say, "Wow, this is a good thing." The shadows of the other four major villages immediately went on high alert, thinking Konoha had pulled some new tricks. The entire ninja world turned into a mess. But the most exciting part had to be that chat group. The oldemers in the Pure Land went crazy as soon as they logged in. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, opened with an emoticon, "Wait, what the heck is this big screen?" His brother, Tobirama, immediately followed up, filled with exasperation. "Brother, can you be serious? This thing must be a trap." Then Uchiha Madara chimed in, "What? How can I see you talking?" "I tell you." Tobirama's radar beeped, and he immediately said, "I bet this is the work of the evil Uchiha." Izuna got angry at once. "Tobirama Senju, are you crazy? You're blaming us Uchiha right off the bat." Madara remained calm, still analyzing. "I just tried, and even Susanoo can't break this screen. It's not an illusion." Now both the living and the dead were gathered together. Hiruzen Tsurutobi looked at the avatars of the two teachers on the screen and broke into a cold sweat, stammering a greeting. Hashirama foolishly asked, "Hiruzen, how's Konoha doing now?" Hiruzen replied, "Pretty good." At that moment, I was internally criticizing. "Pretty good, my foot. Your teacher's coffin board is about to collapse." Just then, an option box popped up in front of me that only I could see, allowing me to choose who to review first. O was Obito, B was Boruto, C was Itachi, D was Deidara. I thought for a moment Boruto's story is too far in the future, not useful now. Itachi and Obito, these two are heavyweight characters. The Konoha collapse plan is about to happen. I need something big that can stir things up. Decided, it's you, Uchiha Obito. I grinned this would be entertaining. Meanwhile, the chat group was already in an uproar over the Uchiha matter. Madara suddenly asked, "Hey, this kid named Sasuke looks a lot like Izuna." Sasuke's father, Fugako Uchiha, quickly popped up. "Lord Madara, that's my son." Madara casually asked, "Oh, how's our Uchiha clan doing now?" Fugako. Hashirama also added, "Madara, I didn't even notice until you mentioned it. Why are there so few Uchiha in this group?" As soon as those words came out, the entire group fell silent. All eyes, or rather all mentions, were directed at Hiruzen Tsurutobi. "Onoki, I think it's the doing of you Konoha." The fourth Raikage, what new trick is Konoha pulling now? Tobirama also felt something was off. "Monkey, what happened to the Uchiha?" Hiruzen's cold sweat had soaked through his Hokage robe, and the nearby Danzo was about to crush his cane. Just when Sasuke was about to reveal the truth, the system suddenly muted everyone and started playing a video. As the screen came on, everyone was stunned. A kind old lady was saying to a clumsy little boy, "Obito, Rin has come to pick you up." Goodness, what an opening shock. Directly reviewing Obito's childhood. Kakashi in the audience had his pupils shake. It's Obito. Rin in the Pure Land was so excited. Great, it's Obito's video. Minato also chimed in. Looks like the first review is my disciple Obito. Naruto looked confused. Who is this Obito? Is he a hero? Minato gently replied. Little one, Obito is my disciple. He sacrificed himself to protect his friends and is a hero of Konoha. Kushina also added, Yeah, little one. Can you show us a picture? I'm just curious, nothing else. At that moment, I could see these two clearly wanted a son, but didn't dare to reveal their identities, so they had to beat around the bush. Hiruzen quickly stepped in to smooth things over, saying Naruto's identity was special and inconvenient to discuss. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, the masked figure with the orange mask, who had been pretending to be a fool, froze. Nagato had already suspected him, and now he was even less convinced, coldly asking, Madara, what do you think? The masked man snorted and used Kamui to vanish. As soon as he left, Konan anxiously said to Nagato, he's definitely not Uchiha. Madara. The video continued to play, showing Obito as a child participating in a competition, confidently preparing to perform the fireball technique, but ended up just spitting out a small flame like a lighter. The whole audience burst into laughter, with only Rin clapping desperately below. Zabuza mocked. Hee, looks like he's at the bottom of the class. Sasuke couldn't help but say, Idiot Naruto, that loser on the video looks just like you. Tobirama started again. Brother, don't forget his last name is Uchiha. I bet he'll definitely become a rogue ninja. Minato quickly explained. Second Hokage, Obito has already sacrificed for the village. As soon as Tobirama heard this, his attitude did a complete 180. Oh, is that so? I apologize. You're quite good. Thumbs up. Obito, hiding in a cave, looked at the messages on the screen and felt completely lost. The chat group erupted again over this matter, with various villages exposing each other's dirty laundry, arguing about which village had more rogue ninjas. Seeing the situation, Madara immediately private messaged Obito. Nagato no longer trusts me, you need to hurry up on your side. But Obito didn't reply for a long time, leaving Madara speechless. What is this kid doing? Just when everyone was arguing fiercely, Kakashi appeared in the video. A Doton, Earth Spear technique instantly took Obito down, scoring full marks. Obito was furious, gritting his teeth. As the conversation went on, the topic returned to the troubles of Konoha. Someone mentioned Kakashi's father, Konoha White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. Inoki directly revealed, Second Hokage, you might not know, but White Fang was driven to death by your own people in Konoha. Tobirama exploded on the spot. Monkey, what's going on? Hizashi said, Teacher, I've tried my best. This statement was as good as saying nothing. Sasuke couldn't stand it any longer and was about to speak about the Uchiha clan when a guy named Uchiha Itachi directly interjected. Second Hokage, our Uchiha clan was completely wiped out by Uchiha Itachi. Tobirama initially didn't react. Oh, a few evil Uchihas died, isn't that good? Then he froze, his mind catching up. Completely. Wiped out. I tell you, in the Pure Land space, the sip of alcohol Tobirama had just taken sprayed out, and he was dumbfounded. He could dislike the Uchiha, but he could not tolerate his disciple wiping out a founding clan of Konoha. This was no longer a disagreement in political views. This was undermining the roots of Konoha. How is Sarutobi managing things? Tobirama trembled with anger. At this point, the chat group completely exploded. Uchiha Tetsuhan, Hizashi, you idiot. Uchiha Itachi, Hizashi, you are just a birth at. Hanzo the Salamander also chimed in. To be honest, Danzo really has issues. The entire ninja world was gossiping about Konoha, and Hizashi and Danzo became the targets of everyone's criticism. The video continued, showing Obito, Rin, and Kakashi's daily life at the Ninja Academy. Obito was late for helping an old lady cross the street and was ridiculed by Kakashi, with Rin stepping in to mediate. Watching the three of them playfully interact, with Rin smiling gently beside them, the scene was truly beautiful. Kakashi Obito in the chat. Obito, are you doing well over there? Obito's account coldly replied. Kakashi, mind your own business. At that moment, Danzo suddenly sent a message in the group. Teacher, let me defend myself. The next second, he retracted it. Then he sent another message. Ahem, I mistyped. Teacher, let me explain. Hizashi is too indecisive to stabilize his position as Hokage. He has done many wrong things. In the Hokage office, Hizashi looked at the message from his old buddy and was instantly petrified. The next second, he directly started a performance in the group. I tell you, that was a heartfelt plea. Teacher, I have poured my heart and soul into Konoha. All the dirty and exhausting work was done by Danzo. If you don't believe me, ask Koharu and Hamura. Goodness, the other two old folks understood immediately and jumped in. Hamura, that's right, teacher, Danzo is definitely involved in the Uchiha incident. Koharu, exactly. It's him. Let me tell you, the cooperation of these three is as if they've rehearsed it 800 times. Danzo at the root base was dumbfounded, almost dropping his phone, his head full of question marks. Wait, why is it me again? Am I the scapegoat for everything? Now the entire ninja world is having a good laugh. The second Mizukage directly sent a laughing emoji. Couldn't hold it in. Whenever something happens in Konoha, Danzo is definitely the scapegoat. Tsunade also chimed in. Does Danzo really enjoy being the big fool? The group chat was buzzing, but the big screen in the sky didn't care about that, and the scene continued. The camera switched back to the ninja school, and it was Kakashi's turn to throw kunai. He was so casual. With a wave of his hand, 3 kunai hit the target perfectly. The surrounding classmates immediately started applauding. The atmosphere team was right on cue. Beside him, Obito was so angry that he clenched his fists, glaring at Kakashi, almost ready to breathe fire. Then, the scene changed to Obito foolishly provoking Kakashi again, only to be swiftly taken down in 3 moves. The surrounding classmates were gossiping like crazy, calling him a tail-end Charlie and overestimating himself, saying there's no way he could beat the top student, and each comment was more cutting than the last. Toby had his hands in his pockets, listening to the taunts, and his gaze dimmed. Who understands, family? The crushes of adolescence and that damn self-esteem. Just when he was feeling emo, he looked up, and suddenly his eyes lit up when he saw the girl he had been thinking about, Rin. But in the next second, his heart shattered like a QR code. The girl he liked, Rin, was actually chatting and laughing with his arch-nemesis, Kakashi. Toby's hand, which was about to wave hello, froze mid-air. He gritted his teeth and stared at Kakashi's back, vowing in his heart, just wait. When I unlock my Sharingan, I'll definitely take you down. The group chat exploded again. Deidara was the first to lose patience. What is going on? What is the point of counting this loser? Umph. The Umbu from the Mist Village chimed in. Indeed, it's not worth watching. As a result, this stirred up a hornet's nest, and ninjas from various villages started to show off. The first Mizukage directly cursed. Can you watch the video properly? What you little brats, trying to act tough for? The second Suchikage was even more straightforward, tagging Inoki directly. Inoki, how Esawaviki are doing now? Inoki was confident. Don't worry, teacher. We are definitely much stronger than Konoha. Far ahead. The second Suchikage nodded in satisfaction. Yes, one must be honest. Don't learn from that old man Hiruzen. As soon as this was said, the Kazekage of Sunagakure, Gaara, burst out laughing. Speaking of which, it makes me laugh that Hiruzen actually brags in textbooks about being the strongest Hokage. Huh? His leader. The fourth Kazekage quickly coughed twice, and Gaara was so scared that he immediately retracted his message. But it was too late. Senju Tobirama directly threw out a question mark. The strongest Hokage? At that moment, something even more outrageous happened. An ID named Uzumaki Baruto, youth, suddenly popped up in the chat, saying, ISNT the strongest Hokage. The system urgently muted. Ahem. Future people are not allowed to spoil. Soon after, the youth versions of Naruto and Sasuke also appeared. Now the whole group exploded. Young Sasuke looked at the youth version of the avatar that shared his name and looked exactly like him, completely dumbfounded. What is going on? Why do you have the same name as me? The Akatsuki member Haiden was also stunned. What the hell? How can there be 2 Sasukes? Scorpion sarcastically commented, Idiot. Is it possible they are the same person? Orochimaru was excited, absolutely thrilled. My god, this screen can actually connect to the future. The future Shikamaru quickly analyzed the situation, saying that they didn't have a blackout. They could see chat information just by closing their eyes and meditating. Then, an ID named Uchiha Sarada popped up. Phew, you scared me. I thought I was under a Jinjutsu. Young Sasuke was petrified on the spot. Daughter, you're here too. As soon as this was said, all the ancestors of the Uchiha clan were blown away. Uchiha Fugaku, daughter. Uchiha Makoto was even more excited, almost crying. Wait, does this mean she is our granddaughter? At the Akatsuki base, Itachi looked at the messages on the screen, his pupils suddenly constricting. His brother's daughter. That's my niece. He stared intently at Sarada's avatar, his gaze complex enough to write an 800-word essay. As a result, the old Uchiha member's focus went awry. Uchiha Itachi tagged Sarada. Are you really one of us Uchiha? Why are you wearing glasses? Uchiha Taijima also said, I've never seen an Uchiha wearing glasses before. Sarada. Young Sasuke was still struggling. Are you really my daughter? The system quickly came out to smooth things over. Let us continue watching the video. The scene returned to the past. Toby sat in the classroom, looking out at the rain, wondering why Kakashi had been taking so many leaves lately. Rin walked over, gently tapped his shoulder, and said in a low voice, I heard. His father passed away. Obito was completely stunned. Rin also had a sad expression. Kakashi, he must be very upset. The scene shifted to Kakashi sitting alone in the park, staring blankly at the sunset. As Obito passed by and saw his lonely figure, he felt a mix of emotions. Later, he heard that Kakashi had already started taking on missions, which made Obito feel even worse. He found 2 leaf ninjas to inquire about the situation, and those 2 were gossiping, saying how difficult Kakashi was to deal with and how he was dragging everyone down. The group chat erupted in chaos, and Mei Terumi directly asked, here's the question, why did Kakashi's father commit suicide? This question pointed the finger back at the higher-ups of the Leaf Village. The first and second Hokage frantically tagged Hiruzen, demanding an explanation. Members of the Uchiha clan began to settle old scores. And Shisui directly questioned Itachi. I entrusted the future to you, and this is what you show me. Izuna quickly stepped in to maintain order. Hiruzen, feeling cornered, could only weakly reply, Teacher, I'm here, only to be shot down by Uchiha Dingjin's retort. I'll measure your code. Orochimaru watched his teacher in this embarrassing state and clicked his tongue in disapproval. Teacher, have you fallen this low? In a video, realizing that Kakashi had already run far ahead of him, Obito was completely provoked and entered his ruler mode. On a stormy night, he trained desperately in the training field, forming hand signs, unleashing fireballs, climbing trees, and doing sit-ups, pushing himself to the limit. Rin held an umbrella and watched from a corner, her heart aching, and finally couldn't hold back any longer. Obito, it's so late. As Obito looked up and saw Rin, his heart raced, and he lost control of his chakra, falling directly from the tree. Rin quickly dropped her umbrella and rushed over to help him. Obito awkwardly scratched his head and said, I slipped. Rin, concerned, asked him why he was training in such heavy rain. Obito, with a determined look, replied, I have to catch up to that guy. Kakashi. He clenched his fist and looked at Rin a bit shyly, saying, one day, I will make him admit defeat. Otherwise, how can I become Hokage? Besides, I want to protect you. Rin was amused by his determination and encouraged him. You have ambition. Keep it up, Obito. That smile instantly captivated Obito, and his cheeks turned bright red. In the group chat, Kakashi saw this scene and typed, Obito, so this is what you were thinking back then. To which Obito, the masked man, immediately retorted, Humph, useless Kakashi. What does it matter if you know? Have you protected Rin? Kakashi fell silent, only managing to type a few words, Obito, I'm sorry. Just then, something even more ridiculous happened. Naruto looked at the chat group where there was an ID called Uzumaki Boruto, youth, and then at the face that looked almost identical to his own, causing his mind to spiral in confusion. He cautiously edged the other person, you were actually my dad, right? Boo-hoo, I miss you. As soon as he said this, the entire chat group fell into a dead silence. Future Naruto, future Sasuke, and Minato were all bombarded with a series of question marks and ellipses. The Naruto from Boruto's era was busy reviewing documents when he saw his childhood message and almost spit out his drink. What the heck? My son is calling me dad? The third Hokage quickly stepped in to mediate. Ahem, let's watch the video first. The scene continued. Time flew by, and it was once again the season of cherry blossoms. Obito was running frantically, muttering to himself, oh no, and as a result, he was late again. The graduation ceremony of the Ninja Academy was already over, and only Rin was waiting for him. With her arms crossed and puffed up with anger, she scolded him, Obito, late for the entrance ceremony, late for the graduation ceremony. Why are you always like this? Obito, feeling wronged, said, I was helping an old lady on the way. Rin rolled her eyes. Your frequency of running into old ladies is way too high. Seeing Obito with his head down and silent, Rin sighed, ultimately softening her heart, and took his hand to run. She brought Obito into a room, turned on the light, and then, as if it were a big deal, took out a graduation certificate and read it out loud to him, word by word. Graduation certificate, Uchiha Obito. After finishing, she handed the certificate to Obito, tilting her head and smiling, saying, "Here you go. Congratulations on your graduation." Obito's eyes instantly turned red, and he tried his best not to let the tears fall. He solemnly accepted the certificate, holding it tightly to his chest, and choked out, "Thank you, Rin. Receiving it from you makes me happier than getting it in front of everyone." Rin looked at his silly expression and urged him to cheer up. Obito nodded while secretly glancing at Rin, feeling sweet bubbles rising in his heart. Suddenly, Obito became nervous. They would be divided into classes after becoming genin, right? Had the teacher announced the list? His heart instantly leaped to his throat, fearing he wouldn't be placed in the same group as Rin. Seeing his anxious expression, Rin deliberately teased him, sighed, and lowered her head, her face shrouded in shadows. Obito's heart skipped a beat. Could it be, we're not in the same class? "I'm sorry to inform you." Rin suddenly lifted her head, a mischievous smile curling at the corners of her mouth. "We're in the same class." Obito let out a long sigh, almost jumping up with joy. Rin, with her hands on her hips, looked proud and said, "I'll still have to take care of you from now on." "Then who is the third person?" Obito asked foolishly. "That person," Rin replied softly, and as soon as she thought of that person, her cheeks flushed bright red like a ripe apple. Obito stared at her shy appearance, momentarily stunned. He understood that Rin's shyness was not because of him, but because of the name that was about to be spoken. Kakashi. The group chat exploded. Fourth Reikage A. Damn, this is a bit of stretch. The scene shifted to the bell-stealing exercise of Team Minato. After an afternoon passed, both Obito and Rin were exhausted, lying down, while only Kakashi was still barely standing, holding a bell in his hand. Minato smiled and announced, "Everyone passes." When Obito heard that he could carry out tasks, he immediately shouted excitedly. As a result, Minato told them that at the beginning, it would just be some miscellaneous work like finding cats and dogs. Obito was stunned on the spot. Minato explained that they had to start from the basics and specifically pointed out Kakashi, saying he was experienced and advised Obito not to find it boring. Tobi couldn't handle his temper and directly challenged Kakashi. "Kakashi, let's have a match and see who completes more missions." Kakashi coolly glanced at him and replied, "Boring. I'm not interested." Tobi provoked him further. "Are you trying to avoid this?" Kakashi's gaze instantly turned cold, and the two stared at each other, the air thick with tension. In the group chat, the Uchiha clan started arguing again over Danzo and Hiruzen's issues. Shisui directly called out that Danzo had taken his eyes, demanding that the Hokage deliver justice. Tobirama was furious and ordered Hiruzen to come out and explain, but Hiruzen could only deflect, saying, "I don't know either. It's all Danzo's doing." Senju Tobirama found it amusing. The Uchiha clan is gone? I find that quite enjoyable. Meanwhile, in the scene, Team Minato began their first mission, to find a missing kitten. However, before Kakashi and Rin could find the cat, Tobi had already disappeared. Kakashi frowned, thinking, "That guy really wants to surpass me." The scene shifted. Let me tell you, Tobi has great popularity. Instead of searching like a headless chicken, he went door to door, asking the elderly on the street. What was the result? The old folks really liked him and eagerly pointed him in the right direction. Before long, Tobi not only found the cat, but also returned with a big pile of snacks given to him by the old people. Seeing this, Senju Tobirama couldn't help but praise. "From this kid, I seem to see a reflection of the past." Hiruzen chimed in. "This kid has a strong will of fire. He's a good seed." Koharu poured cold water on them. "So what?" In the end, he still died. The fourth Reikage and Inoki also mocked Konoha's will of fire as brainwashing. Minato looked at the grinning Tobi with satisfaction, saying, "Helping others is helping yourself. Tobi, this is the reward for your daily efforts." Tobi proudly winked at Kakashi, who awkwardly turned his head away. This time, he truly lost. Watching everyone praise Tobi on the screen, in the Akatsuki base, the masked Tobi's eyes grew colder. He thought to himself, "Wait for me, soon. I will create a beautiful world with Rin in it." Since Tobi completed all the village's chores in one day, Hiruzen looked at the report, smoking his pipe with a furrowed brow. Minato was still beside him, praising his students. Hiruzen glanced at them meaningfully and said, "Since that's the case, Minato has other tasks. Starting tomorrow, you three will execute a C-rank mission on your own." As soon as he said that, Tobi and Rin were extremely excited. The big shots in the group started analyzing again. Koharu said, TSK, TSK. I think Toby just said he wants to be Hokage and challenged Hiruzen. So the old man wants to use this mission to get rid of these kids. Hanzo the salamander added, spread the word. Hiruzen is doing this. Anoki said, spread the word. Hiruzen loves Danzo. Rashi chimed in, spread the word, it's all Danzo's doing. Danzo was confused. This is clearly Hiruzen's doing. Why am I being dragged into this? In the video, the three were on their way to execute the mission. Toby had his hands behind his head, smugly saying to Kakashi, how about it? You have to thank me. I freed you from the chores. Kakashi walked ahead in silence, frowning. Seeing the atmosphere was off, Rin quickly tried to mediate, saying to Kakashi, Kakashi, don't argue with him. He actually cares about you and keeps saying you've changed. When Obito heard this, his face turned red and he quickly ran over. Lin, what are you saying? Lin retorted confidently, what I said is true. Don't you always say that Kakashi is ahead of you, so you often practice alone to surpass him? Obito waved his hand anxiously and explained, I didn't say there isn't any. You just misunderstood. Kakashi, who was walking in the front, suddenly stopped upon hearing this, turned around, and gave Obito a meaningful look. That gaze was full of drama, as if it was about to say, what kind of nonsense are you up to this time? I could feel that these two were about to get into a fight again. Sure enough, Rin, that little angel, couldn't stand it anymore and stepped in as a mediator, pulling them both together, saying, come on, we're all on the same team. Shake hands and let us move on. But these two ancestors, each one was more proud than the other, simultaneously huffing and tossing their heads, refusing to look at each other. Who understands this scene, folks? It was simply like two cats having spat. Rin saw this wouldn't do, sighed, and directly forced their hands together. I tell you, Obito's face turned red in an instant. Looking at Rin's gentle smile, he probably lost his mind, with his head filled with thoughts of how cute Rin was. Just when this youthful little drama was unfolding, the live stream in the Tendo room exploded. It was like a celestial battle scene. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was going emo, saying, didn't I give you the tailed beast for the sake of peace? Why are you still fighting? As a result, a bunch of people in the comments immediately started roasting him. Zabuza said, isn't it a bit stupid for a god of ninjas? Just unify and be done with it. Madara, being more heavyweight, directly Hashirama, saying, Hashirama, I told you long ago, if we use our Susanoo to summon the giant Buddha, we could have flattened everything. Where would all these problems come from? Even his younger brother Tobirama stood by Madara, saying, big brother, you're just too naive. The funniest part was the two clowns from the Akatsuki, Deidara and Haiden, starting to hype up Kako, saying he was evenly matched with the first Hokage back in the day, but unfortunately got away from Hashirama. As for Kakuzu himself, let me tell you, he was at the Akatsuki base at that time. His face turned green with shock, feeling 1,000 horses galloping through his mind, wishing he could take these two guys down right there. These two loudmouths really didn't know when to hold their tongues. Sure enough, Madara and Hashirama directly Kakuzu on the public screen. One called him out to take a beating, and the other asked, why don't I remember you? Kakuzu was so scared he didn't dare to say a word, only shouting in the team voice chat, get lost. Watch the video first. The scene shifted, and their team, led by Minato, started heading out of the village for a mission. Obito was like he was on adrenaline, running wildly, shouting that he wanted to become Hokage through this mission. Rin complained beside him, saying it wasn't that easy to become Hokage. Kakashi was even more direct, giving him a look of disbelief, saying, haven't you heard what Teacher Minato said? With a teacher present, we want to even get the chance to fight. We'll just be a distraction. Obito was still unconvinced, asking if the teacher was really that strong. Kakashi was stunned, saying, you don't know Konoha's Yellow Flash? At this moment in the live room, Naruto was curious, asking if this Yellow Flash was really that strong. Minato himself was quite humble, saying, of course he is strong. Then Hashirama chimed in, saying, this Obito might have even hugged you when he was young. I was laughing so hard, and Tobirama immediately came out to slap him in the face, saying, big brother, are you silly? You said Obito died earlier. You didn't even see Naruto being born. Just as this was said, the atmosphere in the video suddenly became tense. Minato's expression changed. Sensing something was wrong, we're surrounded, and there were quite a few of them. The mission level was completely off. It was definitely a trap. The shadow level big shots in the live stream instantly understood. And Koharu was the first to curse. No need to look, this is Danzo's doing. Fourth Reikage, A added in madly. Danzo himself broke down, saying, "Why does everything have to be blamed on me?" Teacher Minato was incredibly calm, quickly analyzing the situation and decisively rushed in front of the three students. He said, "There are pursuers behind us. Obito and I will go back as bait, while Kakashi and Rin take the opportunity to complete the mission." When Obito heard he could fight alongside the teacher instead of that genius Kakashi, his tail was practically wagging in the air, feeling recognized. Minato specifically reminded him, "Our mission is to be bait. Don't engage the enemy head-on." But what happened? As soon as they encountered the enemy, Obito used a fire style, fireball jutsu, and burned all the shuriken flying towards him. The other ninjas from different villages in the livestream were dumbfounded, saying, "Wow, is Konoha's underachiever this fierce?" Just after Minato praised him for doing well, Obito got too excited, yelling and charging forward to take down all the enemies. Minato was behind him, anxiously shouting, "Don't be impulsive." But Obito had already started fighting, clearly outmatched. If it hadn't been for Minato's absurd speed, who instantly took down 3 blocking enemies and kicked away the ambusher, Obito would have been the first to meet his end in this episode. Just as the two had escaped danger, a whole bunch of ninjas jumped out from the woods, surrounding them completely. Now this was truly dire. On the other side, things weren't peaceful for Kakashi and Rin either. Kakashi sensed the enemy approaching and told Rin to go ahead first. As a result, one of their escort teammates was shot on the bridge and fell off the cliff. Rin panicked, saying, "Kakashi, we have to save him. It's not too late to go back and find Teacher Minato." Kakashi, however, coldly replied, "No, completing the mission is a ninja as principle. Escaping is the most important." In the live stream, Hashirama immediately exploded, saying ninjas should prioritize their comrades. Tobirama started his realist theories again, saying, "Big brother, you're too naive." Pain even jumped out to mock Hashirama as a relic of the old era, which made Madara furious, and he directly stepped in to confront him. In the scene, Kakashi and Rin, along with the remaining escort personnel, reached an open area and sighed in relief. Just then, the 2 rescued ninjas came over to thank them. What, folks? Who understands? One second they were thanking them, and the next second they pulled out knives and stabbed their last companion. This move was all about the abstract. Kakashi and Rin were stunned. It turned out these 2 were traitors. The 2 betrayers arrogantly said, "The yellow flash has been diverted. He won't arrive in time. And you 2 will die here." As soon as they moved to attack, Kakashi pushed Rin aside, telling her to go first while he held them off alone. To be fair, Kakashi really could fight. With both hands forming seals, he used Earth Style, Earth Wall, and a wall rose directly. When the 2 traitors climbed over the wall and found no one there, the next second, Kakashi drilled out from the Earth Wall, drew out his short sword, and with 2 swift moves, took down the 2 betrayers cleanly. At this moment, the live stream was filled with praises for Kakashi as a genius. But then the tone shifted, and they collectively bombarded Danzo and Hiruzen Sarutobi, saying that no matter how many geniuses Konoha had, they couldn't withstand these 2 messing things up in the village. Just then, Minato arrived at the scene with Obito. Kakashi explained the situation, and the guy who had been stabbed but wasn't dead yet trembled as he pulled out a scroll from his pocket. Minato took it, opened it, and was dumbfounded. It was empty. The guy then weakly revealed the truth. Because they suspected there was an insider, they set up a trick within a trick. The real secret letter was with one of them, and this fake one was to lure out the insider. If the letter was in the traitor's hands, he wouldn't have been attacked. As this was said, Kakashi instantly reacted. Minato asked him, "Isn't there's still one person?" Kakashi shook his head, saying he had died midway. That guy had begged them to make sure to deliver the letter, and then he breathed his last. At this point, Obito completely exploded, directly slapping Kakashi's shoulder and questioning him, "Are you really going to just watch another person die?" Kakashi stubbornly replied, "I'm just following the rules. Those who don't follow the rules are useless." Obito got furious, retorting, "But what is the result? If you hadn't abandoned your comrades, would it be like this now?" Minato tried to mediate, but Obito didn't listen at all, shaking off his hand and preparing to leave. Kakashi asked where he was going, and Obito shouted, "Do I even need to ask? Of course, I'm going to save him." Minato also said it was too dangerous. But Obito insisted, "Let me tell you, it's really getting serious." He turned to Kakashi, coldly saying, "Think about it. All 4 people we were protecting are gone. Who can prove this was an accident? The client hid the existence of the traitor, and if the village pretends not to know, then the one who has to take the blame is Master Minato." At that moment, the big shots in the live stream, including the 4th Raikage and Inoki, suddenly realized what was happening. This was clearly a trap set by Danzo. The goal was to smear Minato's reputation during the critical period of his promotion to Hokage. Wow, the entire Konoha village's chat exploded. They previously thought Danzo was a strict elder, but it turned out he was a schemer. In the video, Obito didn't care what others thought, shouted, "I can't just stand by and watch my comrades die," and rushed out alone to save him. Seeing this situation, Minato couldn't sit still anymore, sighed, and quickly led people to catch up. They split up to search downstream. On the other side, the guy who fell off the cliff had just crawled out of the water and hadn't caught his breath when he was surrounded by hundreds of enemies. Just when he was about to be shot to pieces, who arrived? Obito. A fire release. Great fireball technique, cleared the area. But there were just too many enemies. And the cliff was packed with people, throwing explosive tags down like rain, blowing up the river. At that critical moment, a sharp bird call rang out. Lightning release. Chidori. Kakashi also arrived, charging into the enemy ranks with a body full of lightning, instantly taking down a group. Rin followed closely behind, anxiously asking Obito if he was okay. The livestream was filled with praise for Obito's loyalty and righteousness, saying he was the pride of the Uchiha. But then the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Tsurutobi, came out to speak, hypocritically mourning the brave sacrifice of Obito, saying he was kind-hearted since childhood, but unfortunately harmed by Wagakure. This stirred up a hornet's nest. Inoki directly opened his mic and exposed how Konoha sent freshly graduated kids, who had just learned a shadow clone technique, to the battlefield as cannon fodder. Who understands? The entire ninja world was left dumbfounded, and the villagers of Konoha were also stunned. It turned out that the so-called Will of Fire and the so-called Hero Monument were all built on these dirty things. The high-level rhetoric of Konoha instantly became a joke. In the Pure Land, Tobirama and Hashirama looked grim, probably wishing to perform the impure world reincarnation right there to clean house. The scene returned to the battlefield, with enemies continuously pouring in. Kakashi drew the short white dagger from his back and shouted at Rin, "Rin, take him away first." Just as Rin was helping the injured person prepare to escape, that guy faltered at a critical moment, pointing at the river and shouting, "The scroll is over there." Goodness, the river water surged like a dam had broken, and the scroll shot out far away in the blink of an eye. Before we could react, a handsome enemy jumped down from the cliff, effortlessly snagging the scroll in midair, and called for a retreat with style. Kakashi, unable to tolerate this temper, shouted at Obito, "You take the people away. I'll grab the scroll." Obito panicked, "Don't do this. There are too many of them." Kakashi ignored him, rolling his eyes dismissively. "I'll prove with my actions what professionalism is." As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished in an instant. Obito looked at the situation and thought, "This won't do. We can't just give it away for free. Let's quickly gather some people." A kunai tied with an explosive tag shot up into the sky, followed by a loud bang. This was the signal for Teacher Minato to come help. When Minato saw the signal, he felt a jolt in his heart and thought, "Oh no, something big has happened." The scene cut back to Kakashi, who was surrounded by a dozen enemies, single-handedly taking on an enhanced squad. He was wielding his father's white fang short sword, looking really cool with the glint of the blade. But there were too many opponents, and they were just wearing him down with a war of attrition. Kunai were raining down from above and below, and Kakashi was about to get turned into a porcupine. Suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared. Spiraling flash, super wheel dance, third style. Who understands this, my family? I still can't remember the name of Minato's technique, but it's just so cool. He moved like he was teleporting, causing chaos wherever he went, instantly clearing out the minor enemies, landing steadily, and casually picking up the scroll on the ground. He looked at Kakashi, who was in a sorry state, shook his head, and his gaze seemed to say, "Young man, did sticking to your principles feel good? Kakashi was taken aback by the question, silently turning his head away. The mission was finally completed. On the way back, Obito was still happily laughing. Yeah, mission accomplished. Kakashi poured cold water on him. Accomplish my foot. I had a face full of question marks. What is going on? Kakashi began his detective reasoning. He said, the ninja we saved only thanked us for saving his life and didn't mention the scroll at all. And the scroll contained just a blank piece of paper. To put it plainly, our team was just a smokescreen, providing cover for the real team delivering the intel. With a big shot like Teacher Minato backing us up. It made our bait seem genuine enough. Obito was stunned. Then why are you risking your life for a fake scroll? Kakashi coolly replied, this is a mission. It's my principle. Sigh, this guy is as stubborn as a bull. That night, Teacher Minato pulled Obito aside for a heart-to-heart. He said, do you know why Kakashi is so rigid? Then he told the story of his father, the White Fang of Konoha. Let me tell you, it was tragic. His father, Tsukumo Hatake, was a legendary ninja back in the day, but during a mission, he faced a dilemma. Save the mission or save his teammates. He chose to save his teammates and abandon the mission. As a result, when he returned, the entire village, even those teammates he saved, turned against him, saying he broke the rules. In the end, they forced a hero to commit suicide. Folks, this was basically the earliest instance of online bullying in the ninja world. So now Kakashi has become a slave to the rules. He is scared and doesn't want to follow in his father's footsteps. Just as they finished talking, trouble erupted. We were walking on the water when suddenly a bunch of bamboo traps shot out from the forest, and Obito burned them all with a fireball. As a result, an enemy emerged from the mist and took Rin away in the chaos. Kakashi actually said, don't chase. We continue with the mission. I wanted to punch him at that moment. Obito did it for me, rushing up and punching him, grabbing him by the collar and shouting, do you know what you're saying? That's Rin. Kakashi remained stubborn. As ninjas, we must have the awareness to sacrifice our comrades. That's the rule. Then, let me tell you, the iconic moment of the whole story came. Obito loosened his fist, looked at Kakashi's back, and said word by word, that's right. In the ninja world, those who break the rules and ironclad principles are called trash. But those who don't cherish their comrades are even worse than trash. This was incredible. That sentence hit me hard. After saying that, Obito turned around and went to save Rin on his own. Kakashi hesitated for a moment, but couldn't hold back, and chased after him. I get it. He has all talk, but righteous in action. Just as they found the enemy's hideout, an invisible Iwagakure ninja sprang out to ambush them. He launched a fierce attack on Obito, and at the critical moment, Kakashi rushed over to block the attack. With a slash, his left eye was cut open, blood streaming down his face. When Obito saw Kakashi injured while saving him, he exploded with anger. The only thought in his mind was, I can't just talk big. Just as the enemy became invisible again, lunging at him with a kunai, a miracle happened. Tobirama's eyes, in an instant, turned blood red, with two tomo inside. Wow, the Uchiha family's legendary cheat has arrived. The first time he opened his eyes, he directly awakened the two tomo Sharingan. This talent is simply that of a chosen one. Enemies hiding in the shadows instantly appeared as if he had activated a form of X-ray vision, and he swiftly countered them, taking them down in one go. The two rushed into a cave, where Rin was bound and trapped in a Jinjutsu. After Tobirama opened his eyes, his coordination with Kakashi was seamless. One acted as the eyes, while the other acted as the blade, and they quickly took down the other enemy guard. Just after rescuing Rin, that guy wasn't completely dead yet. He lay on the ground, clapped his hands, and launched a last-ditch counterattack, using a technique that caused the entire cave to collapse. Run! Kakashi shouted. Rocks began to fall from the cave's ceiling, and Kakashi, slowed by an eye injury, was hit on the head by a small stone and stumbled, just as a massive boulder, larger than a table, was about to crush him into mush. In the nick of time, Tobirama pushed Kakashi aside and was crushed under the stone himself. My heart shattered when I saw this scene. Kakashi frantically tried to move the stone, but it was futile. Half of Tobirama's body was crushed, and he had lost all sensation. He looked at Kakashi and managed to smile. Don't waste your effort. By the way, I haven't given you your gift. To celebrate your promotion to Jonin. Kakashi was overwhelmed with emotion, pounding on the rock, blaming himself. Then Tobirama uttered the most poignant words. I'll give you my Sharingan. He instructed Rin to perform surgery to transplant his healthy eye into Kakashi's damaged left eye. I'm dying, but I can be your eye to help you see the future world. After saying this, Tobirama completely lost his breath. I tell you, at that moment, the entire live broadcast room exploded. The Uchiha clan was on the verge of tearing the roof off, shouting for the second Hokage to apologize. The Senju clan wasn't willing to be outdone either. Both sides argued like it was a market, and the noise was unbearable. But what did the family understand? On the battlefield, there was no time for arguments. The Iwagakure ninja hadn't even had a couple of sips of water when, with a loud bang, a cloud of dust erupted from the ruins. From the smoke, Kakashi emerged like a vengeful demon, stepping forward. That Iwagakure ninja was still trying to look cool, mocking Kakashi for being a crybaby. And guess what? Kakashi lifted his head, and wow, his left eye opened, transforming from a single eyelid to a two-tomo Sharingan. That gaze was so icy it could shatter. The Iwagakure ninja was stunned, completely dumbfounded, sensing the atmosphere had shifted dramatically. In the ruins, Rin remained by Tobirama's side. And with his last breath, Tobirama said, "Kakashi, I leave Rin to you." Kakashi replied with a single word, "Okay." I tell you, that one word carried more weight than 1,000 sentences. He unsheathed the short blade from his back, the white fang knife that represented his father's honor, and transformed into a streak of white light as he charged forward. His speed was exponentially faster than before. Ding! The blade was blocked, even shattering into two pieces. But Kakashi didn't rely on the knife at all. The moment he landed, his hands moved so fast they created afterimages, and with a crackle, lightning exploded in his palm. Raikiri, I tell you, these two were gambling, betting on who had the stronger life force. The Iwagakure ninja bet that Kakashi's Raikiri wouldn't hit him, while Kakashi bet that he could finish him off before he could counterattack. With a puff, the scene shifted, and the Iwagakure ninja stood stiffly in front of Rin and Tobirama's bodies, but behind him, Kakashi was half kneeling, covered in blood. Then, with a thud, that Iwagakure ninja collapsed. Dead. Kakashi won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. Just as he tried to catch his breath, he heard Tobirama urging him with a voice as faint as a mosquito. "Quick, take Rin and go. Enemy reinforcements are coming. Hurry." Tobirama used his last bit of strength to push Rin away. Kakashi quickly pulled Rin over, but when he looked up, his pupils shook in shock. What did the family understand? On the surrounding mountaintops, there was a sea of Iwagakure ninjas. They immediately used a technique to cause the entire cave to begin collapsing with a rumble. "Rin, hold on to me," Kakashi screamed. Stones fell like rain, instantly burying Tobirama completely. At that moment, I thought, this guy was too unfortunate. He finally reconciled with Kakashi. And yet he didn't even get a white send-off before he was gone. Kakashi had just run a short distance with Rin when they were surrounded by dozens of people. Isn't that despairing? Kakashi was also a tough guy. He directly shielded Rin behind him, and his hands crackled as he prepared Raikiri again, his gaze saying, "Come on, no one gets to live today." He told Rin, "Tobirama entrusted you, his favorite, to me. Even if it costs me my life, I will protect you. I am a scum who once wanted to give up on my comrades. Just when I thought these two were going to meet their end here." A flash of yellow light appeared. Bang! Minato-sensei descended from the sky. With a flick of his hand, no, with a flick of his kunai, he swiftly took down all the enemies. It turned out he had left the Flying Thunder God technique on Kakashi's specially made kunai long ago. It was a timely arrival. The screen went black, and everyone thought the story had ended there, the tale of the heroes of the Third Great Ninja War, one engraved on the memorial stone, and the other becoming the Sharingan Kakashi, which sounded quite tragic. The second Hokage, that white-haired guy, was still being stubborn, saying his analysis was correct. But then, the screen suddenly brightened again. I looked and wow, what is this place? It was eerie, and Tobirama was lying on a stone bed, half his body missing, all patched up with that sticky white stuff. Next to him stood two quirky figures, one resembling a carnivorous plant, and the other wearing a whirlpool mask, looking like abstract art. When Obito woke up, his first words were, "Where is this? How long have I been here?" The Vortex-faced Akatsuki member, Zetsu, started cracking jokes. "Don't worry, you don't have to pay rent." Beside him, Black Zetsu chimed in, "We were born from the golem. We don't need to eat or go to the bathroom, so no meal expenses." These two were just like the ox head and horse face next to the judge of the underworld, emphasizing a strange and eerie vibe. Obito was extremely disdainful, claiming he was different from them. Then Zetsu got even more excited, saying he has feelings, understands humor, and is much more advanced than Obito. The most outrageous part was when these two started discussing Obito's sleep talking right in front of him, mentioning things like Lin and idiot Kakashi, which made Obito's face turn bright red. Then Zetsu innocently raised his hand and asked Obito, I want to ask, what does it feel like to poop? I was completely taken aback. What outrageous words. Obito fell silent immediately. Later, I found out these two clowns were ordered by an old man to take care of Obito. When Obito looked over, he saw an old man sitting in a chair in the distance, looking like he was about to become a mummy, completely still, as if he were asleep. This old man was Uchiha Madara. I was shocked Madara was still alive. The entire live stream exploded. The second Hokage jumped up. I told you the evil Uchiha must have a plot. Hashirama was dumbfounded, saying he clearly stabbed Madara himself. Madara was there, speaking in a strange tone. Did you ever think about how much pain I was in when you stabbed me? Wow, the amount of information in that dialogue was overwhelming. I didn't dare to think too deeply. Madara's plan, simply put, was to execute the Eye of the Moon plan. As soon as I heard this, I thought, isn't this the legendary ultimate version of the metaverse? Forcing everyone into a VR world, focusing on cyber ascension, where anything can be realized in dreams. Obito didn't care about anything else, with only one thought in his mind. I want to get out, to find Rin, to find Kakashi. So, rehabilitation training, start. He dragged his half-damaged body, relying on his longing for Rin and Kakashi, to exercise every day in that eerie cave. At first, he couldn't even stand steadily. Then he managed to walk, and later he could run up walls and leap across roofs. It was so smooth. Just when he felt he was ready, White Zetsu suddenly popped up from the ground, anxiously shouting, "Not good. That Rin and the idiot Kakashi you mentioned are surrounded by dozens of ninjas from the Mist Village. The situation is dire." Himura became anxious upon hearing this, and he punched the wall, resulting in a crack as the new arm made of White Zetsu cells crumbled like mud. At that moment, the vortex-faced Obito said, "Put me on." In an instant, he transformed into a set of liquid battle armor that enveloped Himura. His strength surged instantly, and he smashed through the boulder blocking the door with one punch. Just as Himura was about to leave, the almost buried Madara suddenly spoke up, his voice hoarse like sandpaper. "Are you leaving? You will come back." The tone of his voice sent chills down my spine. Tobirama ignored him completely, threw on a black cloak, and rushed out while shouting, "Where are Rin and Kakashi?" The vortex face in his head acted as a navigator, its voice smug. "According to my partner's information, the situation is quite critical. They are surrounded by dozens of powerful Jonin and Umbu members. Your teacher, the one called Minato, it seems he's on another mission and can't make it." Hearing this, Obito's heart sank and his pace quickened. One image filled his mind. "Kakashi, you must keep our promise. I tell you, this promise is simply a massive flag." As he desperately rushed over, all he could think of was Rin smiling at him, when suddenly, the White Zetsu beside him started mumbling in his ear. "Obito," it said, "let's discuss something. I see you're in pretty rough shape. So how about when the fight breaks out, you take a break and let me handle it?" At that moment, Obito thought, what the heck, is this PUA on the battlefield? Obito snapped, "You don't know anything. My brother Kakashi and I, our Sharingan are a match set. A destined pair. When we combine, our fighting power will definitely surpass yours. Kakashi and I will surely protect Rin." The White Zetsu then sarcastically replied, Sure. You still have the first Hokage cells in you. With Senju and Uchiha combined, who knows what new tricks you might pull." Just as it finished speaking, Obito had just leaped onto a tree branch when a raindrop fell from the sky. He froze at that moment. Family, who understands? How could it suddenly start raining on such a fine day? I tell you, if there had been a live stream, the comments would have exploded. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, was the first to jump in as a prophet. "This must be the water release of the Mist Village. No one understands water release better than me." The fifth Mizukage, Madarumi, immediately chimed in, "Old senior, what year is your calendar from? When it comes to water play, I won't back down." Just as they were arguing, a loud rumble erupted in the distance. and a massive waterfall exploded, sending countless splashes everywhere. Obito's pupils contracted, and his heart sank. It turned out it wasn't raining. The white Zetsu immediately pointed in a direction. "Over there. My people have spotted them. Go." Obito charged forward like a madman, his speed making the scenery around him blur into shadows. Just then, his vision suddenly flickered, and a scene flashed through his mind. Rin, bloodied and looking at him in despair. What is happening? He violently shook his head, his feet moving even faster. The rain mixed with sweat, smearing his face. He pushed aside the last thicket in front of him, and then his whole body froze in place. Let me tell you, in that moment, I felt like my worldview had collapsed. Right before his eyes, his best friend Kakashi was gathering blinding lightning in his hand. That hand, that Chidori, precisely pierced through Rin's chest. Kakashi. Blood gushed from Rin's mouth, her eyes filled with despair. What was worse? Kakashi's left eye was the Sharingan that Obito had given him, broadcasting this hellish scene perfectly, frame by frame, into Obito's mind. The two young boys, in two different places, experienced the same heart-wrenching pain. Kakashi, in agony, tried to pull his hand back, but Rin's body had already gone limp. He instinctively wanted to support her, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and forcefully withdrew his hand. Blood sprayed wildly. Rin fell straight down. Kakashi, overwhelmed by the mental shock, staggered a few steps and fainted. Meanwhile, Obito stood there dumbfounded, watching everything unfold before him. The sky had turned overcast at some point, pouring rain down like a torrent. As if the heavens were mocking him. The surrounding ninjas from the Mist Village were still shouting. Damn it. He got away. We finally managed to get the three tails in. Toby's head buzzed, and he couldn't hear anything. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't accept it. Minato-sensei, where are you? Rin. He slowly raised his head, that youthful face half covered by the mask of the vortex, the other half filled with despair. In his right eye socket, the Sharingan began to spin wildly. 1 tomo, 2 tomo, 3 tomo, finally transforming into a complex and strange pattern he had never seen before. At the same time, Kakashi, lying on the ground, also had the same pattern appear in his left eye. The kaleidoscope Sharingan has awakened. Ah! A roar that didn't sound human erupted from Toby's throat. The pain and anger in that voice seemed to tear the heavens apart. The surrounding mist ninjas were all drawn to this howl. Who is that? Who cares? Just one person. Take him down. Several shurikens flew through the air. But something strange happened. Toby just stood there dazed, and the shurikens passed straight through his body, clattering against the tree behind him. Everyone was stunned. What just happened? Was that an illusion? Obito completely ignored them. He was just shouting at the sky with all his might. I want to admit it. I absolutely want to admit it. In the midst of his roar, he stomped his foot violently, and his whole body shot out like a cannonball. A mist ninja raised his knife to strike, but Obito didn't even look at him and landed a punch directly into his stomach. Strangely, several sharp wooden spikes suddenly erupted from Obito's arm, piercing right through the ninja with a squelch. But that wasn't the end. Those wooden spikes began to grow wildly inside the ninja's body, twisting and emerging from his back like skewered candied haws, piercing several other ninjas around them. Blood splattered all over Obito's face. Family, this is it. The kid has completely gone EMO, but his EMO comes with physical attacks. The remaining mist ninjas were terrified, looking at him as if he were a monster. 3 Umbu jumped down from the sky, simultaneously stabbing their knives at Obito. But what happened? The 3 knives passed right through him, as if they had stabbed the air. The 3 Umbu were still in a daze, while Obito had already jumped up. Twisting in midair, and with 3 cracks, he snapped their necks. What kind of monster is this guy? Forget him. Let's take that woman's body away first. As soon as he heard about Rin's body, Obito's expression changed instantly. He saw several ninjas rushing toward Rin, bent his legs, and with a bang, disappeared from his spot. When he reappeared, he was already in front of those ninjas. Would release, cutting technique. Countless thick branches shot out from his body, instantly turning the battlefield into a death forest. The elite Jonin and Umbu of the mist were like paper in front of him, easily pierced, torn apart, and crushed. The entire process was a one-sided massacre. The rain fell heavier, mixing with the blood on the ground, dyeing the entire world strange dark red. The screams and pleas for mercy soon disappeared. When the last enemy's head was smashed into the ground by his punch, Obito stood in the center of a sea of corpses, drenched in blood, like a demon rising from hell. He looked at his crazed and unfamiliar reflection in a puddle and suddenly laughed. I understand. He murmured, I get it. This place is hell. He stepped over body after body, over the unconscious Kakashi, and slowly walked to Rin's side. He trembled as he reached out his hand, wanting to touch her face, but his hand went right through Rin's body. At that moment, his expression completely shattered, like a child who had lost his beloved toy. He quickly withdrew his hand and tried again, and this time, he finally touched that cold skin. Madara's old words echoed in his mind. Create a world where only the victors, peace, and love exist. A world where the dead can be revived. Obito could no longer hold back. He tightly embraced Rin's cold body, burying his face deep in her neck, tears pouring out like a broken dam. Rin. He choked, his voice filled with a desperate madness. I will create a world where you exist. The scene shifted, and Obito found himself back in that dark cave. He stood before Madara, his gaze as cold as an ancient block of ice. I'm back. Madara looked at him and simply snorted, no one saw you, right? Beside them, White Zetsu answered smugly, don't worry, he took care of all the enemies. Not a single one left alive. Oh, by the way, he didn't go after Kakashi, but that kid fainted from fear and knows nothing. Are you reluctant to harm your comrades? Madara's tone carried a hint of disappointment. No, Obito replied flatly, I just don't care anymore. Whether that guy is dead or alive is no longer my concern. In the world I am about to create, there will be Kakashi and Rin. He lifted his head, staring at Madara with his Sharingan. Tell me, how can I create that world, Madara? Madara's lips finally curled into a smile. Come here. From today, you are the savior. Next came Madara's grand project presentation. He directly created an illusionary space for Obito and began to paint a grand vision. See, this is my illusionary space. As long as it's connected to the outer path's golem, I can create anything here. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and his aged face instantly transformed back to the handsome visage of his youth, just like this. I tell you, if there were a live stream at that time, all those female ninjas would have their eyes wide open, and the comments would be filled with who is this handsome guy? Madara continued his PPT presentation. My plan is simple, to enlarge this illusion and cover the entire world, using the moon as a projector, pulling everyone into this perfect dream. I call this plan Suki no Mi. I have the moon. That's too outrageous. Obito clearly hadn't recovered from the shock. This has to do with the Sage of Six Paths and the 10 Tails. Madara began his ancient tale, explaining that the so-called tailed beasts were actually split off from the 10 Tails, and the shell of the 10 Tails was the outer path's golem, sealed within the moon. Evidence? Madara tore open his shirt, and to Obito's shock, there was the face of the first Hokage on his chest. Back at the Valley of the End, I bit off a piece of his flesh and transplanted his cells into myself. It wasn't until I was near death that my Sharingan evolved into the Rinnegan. Then, I summoned the outer path's golem from the moon. After that, I used the golem as a petri dish and Hashirama cells as fertilizer to grow these white creatures. Madara pointed to the group of white Zetsu around them. Without Uchiha and Senju power, none of this would have been possible. And you happen to have both. Madara's explanation left Obito bewildered. Oh, by the way, White Zetsu interjected, Madara's true Rinnegan was secretly transplanted into a red-haired kid when he was young. That kid's name is Nagato, a descendant of the Uzumaki clan. Only he can summon the outer path golem now. Black Zetsu, the dark figure, chimed in with a hoarse voice. So, the first step is to follow Madara-sama's plan and get Nagato on our side. Madara then taught Obito a bunch of Uchiha forbidden techniques, Yin-Yang release and such, and infused his will into one of the white Zetsu to create a dual-colored version of white Zetsu. Go, Madara's voice was already very weak. He pulled out the tube from his back. Before I revive, you are Uchiha Madara. With that, Madara completely lost his breath. Obito put on his hood and black robe, turned around, and walked out of the cave. He was heading to the Rain Village to find a man named Nagato. Let me tell you, as soon as he arrived in the Rain Village, he directly approached Nagato and his two companions. Nagato immediately got furious and asked him, "Who are you?" And guess what? Obito pulled back his hood, revealing a crimson Sharingan, and in a voice that sounded like he hadn't had water in 800 years. He said, Uchiha Madara, I nearly spat out my drink. Madara? Are you serious, bro? Yuhiko next to him was dumbfounded and directly criticized, dude. You dare to call yourself Uchiha Madara? Are you a wanted criminal or an escaped patient from a mental hospital? Nagato also looked wary and asked him what he really wanted. Obito was so aloof, just spitting out 3 words, Rinnegan. He stared at Nagato and began his sales pitch. He said he was here to guide the way for the master of the Rinnegan, and that Nagato was the reincarnation of the sage of 6 paths will, awakened to save this small country that was barely surviving in the shadows. I tell you, that set of lines, one after another, about how where there is light, there is shadow, and where there is love, there is hate. It was simply like a philosophical master possessing him. I thought at that moment, this guy would be wasting his talent if he didn't go into training. In the end, he even stretched out his hand, painted a big picture, and said that as long as one follows him, they could create a perfect world with only peace and love. At that moment, the comments on the screen exploded. Deidara shouted, "Why does Yuhiko look just like our leader?" Scorpion directly told him to shut up. Jiraiya-sensei was extremely anxious, shouting desperately, "Nagato, Konan, Yuhiko, he's a fraud." Unfortunately, Yuhiko and the others couldn't hear him. However, Yuhiko was quite clear-headed. He stepped out and protected Nagato behind him, saying to Obito, "The picture you painted is too tempting, but I don't believe it. To achieve mutual understanding, it's not through your vague empty words, but by making the perpetrators shed tears just like us." When Obito heard this, he laughed directly, with a hint of disdain. Tears like flowing water? Isn't that just revenge? Don't dream. There's no such thing as mutual understanding in this world. With words that didn't resonate, Yuhiko took his people and left, throwing down a harsh remark, "Stay away from us." As Nagato was leaving, Obito was still stubbornly trying to PUA him, saying things like, "I wait here for you every day. One day you will understand." Who understands this persistence? It's just ridiculous. However, after this incident, Yuhiko and the others became even more motivated. They carried out their beliefs, protecting ordinary people everywhere, and their team grew larger and larger. One day, Nagato suggested that they needed a name. Yuhiko looked at the dawn light in the sky and slapped his thigh. "Let us call ourselves Akatsuki. We want to become the dawn that illuminates this weeping country." I tell you, at that moment, it really ignited passion. Konan and Nagato both laughed, and everyone behind them cheered. Akatsuki is established. As a result, in the comments, Danzo popped up again, sneering, "A bunch of naive kids." Koharu directly fired back. "Everyone is just having fun. How come a dog is in a rush?" I won't say who. Good heavens, Danzo was directly mocked. But he was thick-skinned, saying he was all for Konoha, and what did it matter if others insulted him? I really couldn't hold back. How could this old guy say such things with a straight face? The scene shifted, and news of a disaster came from the Akatsuki organization. Oh no, it was gossip. A little brother handed a love letter to Konan, asking her to meet on the back terrace. When Yuhiko got that note, his face turned green, muttering, "Dear Konan, from the first time I saw you." The jealousy was so thick, I could smell it through the screen. Nagato, who was watching the fun, intentionally asked him, "Aren't you going to the bathroom?" Yuhiko took the hint and hurriedly ran away. I tell you, this pure-hearted boy's reaction was just too cute. The comments exploded. Even Kakashi's dad came out to urge marriage, asking what names Kakashi's grandchildren would have, making Kakashi so awkward he had to drag Jiraiya into it. As a result, Jiraiya and Tsunade started arguing again over Ika Paradise. It was simply a grand spectacle. Yuhiko, this kid, secretly hid behind a wall watching Konan reject that guy, muttering, "With more companions, there are also more rivals." But when he turned around, Nagato was right behind him, smiling at him. "Do you like Konan?" Nagato directly broke the window paper. Yuhiko's face turned red, stubbornly saying, "Idiot, no way. But I feel that Konan likes you." Nagato's assist, I give full marks. Just then, Konan came over, directly calling them out. Yuhiko awkwardly asked what Konan's answer was. Konan smiled and said, "I told him that before the dream of Akatsuki is realized, there's no time for love." My goodness, isn't this mutual pursuit? When Yuhiko heard this, his eyes lit up, and Konan indulgently let him practice with her. Nagato watched the two of them. His eyes seemed to say how nice it would be if it could always be like this. When I saw this, my heart sank. This flag is set. The next part is bound to be painful. Sure enough, the the good times didn't last long. The reputation of the Akatsuki organization grew larger, and they investigated that many recent disasters in the villages were caused by Wagakure, so they went to confront them. What happened? They plunged into a dead end, surrounded by a large group of so-called Wagakure ninjas. You.How was still shouting, "We are here to negotiate, don't fight." But they didn't listen at all and came charging in with a flurry of attacks. To avoid killing, You.How held back, and as a result, he was stabbed in the stomach. He instinctively fought back and pierced an enemy. At that critical moment, Konan rushed over to block the blade, and the two were sent flying together. Nagato saw this scene from a distance, and his eyes instantly turned red. I tell you, that scene was just like when he witnessed his parents being killed by Konoha ninjas as a child. The childhood trauma surged back, and he completely broke down, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. With a loud bang, a huge, hideous monster burst out of the ground, slapping away all the surrounding ninjas. The scene was simply earth-shattering. You.How was terrified and quickly rushed over to tackle the rampaging Nagato to the ground, shouting for him to stop. Only then did Nagato weakly close his eyes, and the monster disappeared as well. After the three of them retreated, guess who appeared at the scene? Shimura Danzo. It turned out that these people were not from a Wagakure at all, but all disguised as ninjas from Danzo's route. He orchestrated this to sow discord and conveniently test the power of the Rinnegan. I was so angry my teeth were itching. This old fox would do anything for power. In the comments, the second Hokage Tobirama was almost furious, scolding him that he was too disappointed. Danzo even argued, saying he was deeply buried beneath Konoha for its safety. On the other side, on the treetops, Obito and Zetsu were also watching the show. Obito looked at Danzo's antics with cold eyes, his fists clenched tightly. He said quietly, "There is no peace in this world. This is reality. To escape this suffering, there is only one way. Infinite Tsukuyomi." Sigh. Now the Akatsuki organization was caught in Danzo's trap. Nagato, because of his rampage, developed a huge fear of his own power. You.How looked at the unconscious Nagato, heartbroken, and told Konan that Nagato must not use that power again. It's too dangerous. When Nagato woke up, he confessed his fears to Konan. Konan comforted him very gently, saying that now he has them, they will always help him control his power. I tell you, when Nagato looked at Konan, his face turned red. The atmosphere was simply too ambiguous. Then the scene shifted, and You.How was outside in the rain fishing alone. His lonely back was just like that of a defeated second male lead. After that, You.How made up his mind. He found Konan and told her to give all her care to Nagato in the future, saying that Nagato was the core of Akatsuki, the bridge to peace, while he just needed to be a supporting pillar for the bridge. My goodness, he was going for self-sacrifice. He opened his arms to the sky, letting the rain wash over him, saying, "This country is crying. It resembles the crying self I once was. I cannot ignore it." After saying that, he took the members of Akatsuki and resolutely prepared to negotiate with Hans. On the other side, that old Danzo had already found Hans first. He stood in the rain, drenched and pretending to be sorrowful, telling Hans that his men were killed by the Akatsuki organization. He began to frantically brainwash Hans, saying that Hans was too idealistic and too lenient towards the Akatsuki organization, which led to the tragedy. He painted Akatsuki as a group of ambitious people trying to overthrow the village, gradually leading Hans into the abyss. In the final scene, within the Akatsuki organization, a team member rushed in a panic, shouting at You.How, "Big brother, something big has happened." You.Hiko's expression stiffened as he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" The guy who came was panting and shouted, "Hans sent a messenger." I tell you, at that moment we were all present, and the atmosphere was incredibly serious. What happened next? The person introduced himself as Hans' deputy and said he had long admired the Akatsuki organization, praising us as peace ambassadors. This wasn't even the most explosive part. He directly took out a handwritten letter from Hans and handed it to You.How. You.How opened the letter, and his pupils instantly shook. We leaned over to take a look, and good heavens, the letter said that Hans wanted to meet us in person, and he acknowledged the status of the Akatsuki organization. Not only that, he also wanted to team up with us, making you.How Village the bridge for peace negotiations among the three great nations. And this job would be left to us from now on. Who understands this feeling? Family. It's like your idol, whom you've chased for 800 years, suddenly turns to you. Our group of brothers blew up right on the spot. Each one of us was so excited. It was like, for this day, how many brothers died, how much hardship we endured. And now we finally see the light of dawn. What peace in the ninja world, what universal harmony. It felt like it could be realized tomorrow. That night, everyone held a celebration banquet, and you.How was even happier to announce that the next day, he and Nagato would go to the appointment. But who would have thought? Let me tell you, this was a huge trap behind the scenes. The scene shifted, and guess who I saw? Hanzo, and that old schemer Shimura Danzo. The two of them were sitting together drinking tea. It turned out these two had colluded long ago. Hanzo was afraid of our Akatsuki growing too powerful and threatening his ruling position, while Danzo was simply a troublemaker who couldn't stand anyone doing well. What they set up was a banquet of betrayal. Their first step was to target Conan, while Conan was patrolling. She was taken down by a sneak attack and became hostage. Then even more sinister things happened. Just as our base was celebrating and our brothers were drinking to the point of being tipsy, a guy wearing a white vortex mask suddenly appeared out of thin air, standing right in front of Nagato. That guy started reciting to Nagato, saying something about how reality is cruel, that your ideals are a joke, and that pain will make you see everything clearly. Let me tell you, the pressure was overwhelming. Nagato was stunned at that moment, and then the masked man swiftly passed through Nagato's body, leaving behind the words "enjoy your pain," and disappeared, while Nagato was still unsettled. The brothers guarding the base received intel that Konoha's Umbu was gathering toward Hanzo. Well, now even a fool could tell it was a banquet of betrayal. All the brothers sobered up and rushed towards you.How, trying to warn him. But halfway there, they were blocked by that masked man. That guy claimed to be Uchiha Madara. I thought, where did this flashy guy come from? And what happened next? He didn't play around. He went straight into battle. One of our brothers, named JZ, moved at lightning speed, but when he swung his sword, it passed right through the guy's body. He was instantly stabbed in the back and felt a chilling strike. Before he died, he fought back, locking that masked man in a water prison and then filling it with concrete. How ruthless. But guess what? The guy acted like it was nothing and simply used space-time ninjutsu to escape, completely unharmed. Then, it turned into a pure massacre. That masked man extended countless branches from his arms, instantly skewering all the remaining brothers who had come to assist, leaving not a single one alive. When we next saw the scene, it was the most despairing moment. you.How and Nagato were surrounded, and that old bastard Hanzo had a knife to Conan's neck, using her as a hostage. He threw a kunai on the ground and said to Nagato, "Kill you.How, and I'll let you go." I tell you, at that moment, Nagato's hands were shaking like he had Parkinson's. That kunai felt heavier than a mountain in his hands. He looked at Conan, then at you.How, tears welling up in his eyes, unable to make the decision. Just then, you.How moved. He didn't hesitate. He took the initiative and slammed into the kunai in Nagato's hand. With a squelch, blood splattered all over Nagato's face. He said to Nagato, "You are the savior of this world. You and Conan must live on, no matter what." Then he collapsed. In that instant, I felt like the whole world fell silent. The surrounding ninjas from Yuin village and Konoha had expressions of mockery and ridicule on their faces. Conan's heart-wrenching cries became the only background sound. Then, it was Nagato's complete explosion. The Rinnegan in his eyes seemed to come alive. Hanzo's men shot countless kunai at him, but they were all deflected by an invisible force. Then he slammed his hand on the ground and performed the summoning technique, Outer Path, Getomazo. With a loud boom, an enormous monster, as big as a mountain, emerged from the ground. That thing spat out a white dragon from its mouth, and let me tell you, if you touched it, you would die. If you came near it, you'd perish, directly wiping out more than half of Hanzo's men. It sucked their souls right out. Hanzo himself was so scared he wet himself and fled in a panic using body flicker technique. But the cost was huge. Nagato's back was filled with black rods extending from the Getomazo, and he was drained to the point of being unrecognizable, his legs blown out by the explosive tags Hanzo had set earlier. When everything was over, Hanzo had fled, the brothers were dead, and you.How was also dead. The masked man appeared again. This time, Nagato completely believed his words. He said, "This cursed world has no real peace." In the end, Nagato used you.Hiko's body to create the first puppet, a brand new leader. He looked at that familiar, yet strange face. and there was no longer any light in his eyes. The leader of Akatsuki would forever be you.How. Let me tell you, just as Nagato had declared his loyalty. The chat group exploded. Kakashi and the others were still shouting, Obito, come back. But guess how Obito reacted? He didn't even acknowledge them. He coldly snorted, thinking the Eye of the Moon plan was about to succeed and who would play house with them. Just then, Madara's private message popped up, and the tone was like he was demanding a debt. Kid, hurry up and get Nagato to revive me. Make it quick. Obito almost rolled his eyes to the sky, thinking to himself, old man, just stay in the Pure Land quietly. He ignored it and walked straight out of the cave. At this moment, the system came out to stoke the flames. High energy ahead, please fasten your seatbelts. Now the group became even more lively. The third Kazekage was cursing the fourth Kazekage as an idiot. Tsunade was guessing if they were going to attack Konoha. And guess who was the most outrageous? Sarutobi Hiruzen. He actually said, impossible, Obito is a child I raised. He would never harm Konoha. Tsunade was right beside him, backing him up. That's right, that's right. I also watch him grow up. I was really speechless. You two really know how to flatter yourselves. Then, the screen shifted, and the BGM suddenly became tragic. Let me tell you, it was a human tragedy. There was chaos everywhere, villages were destroyed, bodies were everywhere. Even the dogs by the roadside were gnawing. Obito, wearing that white Zetsu mask, coldly watched all of this. In these years, he followed Black Zetsu and saw the dark side of the ninja world to the bottom. He had only one thought in his heart. This world is rotten to the core. There's no saving it. It must be formatted and restarted. Only the Eye of the Moon plan is the only way out. Naruto broke down on the spot. How could this be? Aren't ninjas supposed to protect others? Zabuza immediately gave him a lesson. Kid, don't be naive. Ninjas are tools for killing. No matter how nice you say it, it won't help. The first Hokage Hashirama became anxious. Didn't I distribute the tailed beasts properly to prevent you from fighting? Why is it still like this? Then his brother Tobirama directly shot back. Big brother, you're too naive. Madara popped up. Even if it's unified, it will still split. What do you understand? These three clowns started arguing again. At that moment, a heavyweight character showed up. A kid named Boruto Uzumaki, probably from the future, directly spoiled the future by saying it would be peaceful. Then, family, who understands, he dropped a bombshell. My dad's Hokage was bought. I just spat out. What kind of ultimate ridiculousness is this? The whole group was flooded with question marks, and Tobirama directly questioned. Hokage can be bought? The system hurriedly came out and muted Boruto. The space of Pure Land was in shock, and Hashirama asked Tobirama, did my grandnephew really buy the Hokage title? Tobirama sighed and analyzed. I guess his father is busy with work and doesn't have time to accompany him. This kid is in a rebellious phase and is deliberately blackening his father. Hashirama then sighed in relief. On the other side, our teenage Sasuke was ecstatic, asking Boruto, am I the strongest in your era? Boruto replied, yes, Master Sasuke. Sasuke went wild, laughing maniacally in the group. Itachi, did you see that? Your ending is being killed by me. Haha. Just when chaos erupted, the scene suddenly made a 180-degree turn, cutting to Minato and Kushina. Oh my, it was so sweet. The doctor told Kushina that she was pregnant, with a due date of October 10th. She ran home to tell Minato, and they were like a broken record, saying, I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a mom. They were foolishly happy. It was simply off the charts in sweetness. Hashirama in the group was laughing heartily, but then Minato suddenly said, well, to protect the village, my wife and I were killed by the Nine Tails. Hashirama. The whole place fell silent. Then the first Hokage asked the soul-searching question. Wait, can the Nine Tails even kill people? I tell you, even Kurama would be silent after hearing this. Is this the weight of being the god of shinobi? It's a total dimensional strike. The scene continued, and Minato called Kakashi over, quietly telling him, your senior sister Kushina is pregnant. The seal of the Jinchuriki will weaken. This is confidential. You need to be her bodyguard. Without hesitation, Kakashi accepted the mission. In the following days, he wore umbu clothes and secretly protected Kushina, and as he watched his teacher and senior sister happily together, the ice in his heart slowly melted. But then the people in the group reacted. How did Obito know the location and time of Kushina's delivery? There must be an insider. Kakashi was still stubborn. Impossible. The defenses of Konoha's Umbu are tight. Before he finished speaking, the video gave him a resounding slap. The scene cut to Rin's grave, where Kakashi was wiping the tombstone, talking to Rin. Minato-sensei's child will be born soon. That's great. Little did he know, Obito was hiding in the nearby bushes, watching him with cold eyes. As soon as Kakashi left, Obito emerged from the bushes and swept away the flowers Kakashi had placed, making it clear, if you can't protect the one you should protect, what use is this power? I'm sorry, teacher. Goodness. This editing and visual language directly placed the blame on Kakashi. Rashi, the big mouth, shouted, "Damn, so the insider is Kakashi." Kakashi really couldn't wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. The next moment, with a loud bang, the Nine-Tails was summoned directly to the center of Konoha by Obito. Its crimson eyes shone, and the villagers were terrified. Obito commanded, "Nine-Tails, go." That giant's pupils instantly transformed into 3 Tomo and began to wreak havoc. The third Hokage donned his battle gear and led the older generation of ninjas to confront it, while the younger ones evacuated the crowd. But the strangest part was that not a single member of the Uchiha clan showed up. The group erupted again, and Tobirama directly Uchiha Fugaku. "What are you guys doing?" Fugaku replied helplessly, "Lord Second, it's Danzo who won't let us go, saying he suspects it's our doing." Tobirama exploded in the group, directly Danzo. "You fool." Then he initiated an online dismissal, reinstating the third Hokage, but with the condition, "Monkey from now on, you're my mouthpiece. You will do whatever I say." The third Hokage didn't dare to utter a word. On the other side, at Minato's home, he handed the newborn Naruto to Kushina, his eyes filled with struggle and reluctance. He was a husband, a father, but he was also the Hokage. He slammed open the wardrobe and put on a cloak that said "Fourth Hokage." "I'll be right back." After saying that, he disappeared. Because of this scene, Naruto's lineage was completely exposed, and the villagers of Konoha began to apologize madly, while the third Hokage was left speechless by Minato and Kushina's questioning. On Hokage Rock, Minato's figure instantly appeared. The Nine-Tails noticed him and opened its mouth to unleash a tailed beast bomb. Minato clapped his hands, and a massive jutsu appeared out of nowhere, swallowing the tailed beast bomb and then exploding outside the village. That was so cool. But just when he breathed a sigh of relief, a shadow suddenly rushed out from behind. Obito. He immediately launched a killing move, Kamui, trying to suck Minato away. In the blink of an eye, swish. Flying Thunder God. Minato disappeared, and Obito grabbed nothing but tore off a piece of his cloak, gritting his teeth in anger. Minato teleported to a previously marked location, and before he could stabilize himself, Obito emerged like a ghost from the space vortex. Minato looked at him, calmly analyzing, able to freely enter and exit the Konoha barrier, and can use space-time ninjutsu. "You must be Uchiha Obito, right?" Obito's face under the mask turned green, thinking, "Teacher, take another look at me." But he still pretended to be cool. Who knows, maybe. The two of them stopped wasting words and directly started fighting. Obito threw out chains while Minato held kunai, their figures instantly intertwining. Minato's attack passed right through Obito's body, while Obito's chains only bound nothingness. And Minato used Flying Thunder God to escape. I tell you, Minato's mind works faster than a CPU. In that moment of confrontation, he immediately analyzed. This guy's intangibility is not invincible. When he attacks me, he has to become tangible himself. Victory or defeat lies in that instant. At this moment, someone in the group dug up that Obito was only 14 years old at this time. A 14-year-old challenging the Hokage. Hashirama was shocked. "Damn, this talent is even stronger than mine." Obito was smug. "Humph, the person I, Uchiha Obito, have my eye on. Can he be wrong?" In the scene, the moment of battle arrived. Minato tightly gripped his Flying Thunder God kunai and charged toward Obito simultaneously. He rushed forward and whooshed through a kunai. Obito saw this and sneered, thinking it was easy, directly going intangible to pass through. He thought he had won, with his hand almost touching Minato's forehead. Just at the moment he released his intangibility, the BGM played. Minato disappeared in a flash, and the next second, he appeared right where that kunai was, right above Obito's head. A spiraling sphere glowing blue bang. It landed solidly on his back. The ground instantly cracked like a spider web. Minato stood calmly, his blonde hair flowing, and said word by word, "This is the second stage of Flying Thunder God." I tell you, at that moment, the whole place ignited. It was so cool. Tobirama and future Boruto couldn't help but exclaim the group. This operation was too impressive. Then I tell you, these big shots in the group also erupted. The first Hokage directly exclaimed, saying Minato's looks were almost catching up to him. He was immediately retorted by his wife, Uzumaki Mito. "Where are you, handsome?" Ha 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 ha. Family, who understands, the first Hokage's family status is obvious. On the other side, as the smoke cleared, Obito looked utterly disheveled, holding his arm, which suddenly fell off like a lump of mud. Goodness, it turned out to be a prosthetic made of white Zetsu cells. Meanwhile, Minato, although he staggered for a moment, steadied himself, and with a flick of his golden hair, his gaze turned cold enough to kill. Just as Obito was about to say something fierce, saying he didn't expect to be schemed against, before he could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. Minato had already stuck to his face. Let me tell you, in that moment, Obito's pupils nearly shrank to a point. His face was full of shock. Could Flying Thunder God be played like this? Minato's hand was pressing hard on his stomach, twisting his wrist, and a black sealing technique was directly branded onto him. "This is a contract seal? You want to separate me from the Nine Tails?" Obito panicked completely. Minato coldly replied, "That's right, from now on, the Nine Tails is no longer your toy." Just at this most tense moment, the screen suddenly went black. Immediately afterward, a mechanical voice sounded, "Ding dong. Hey, time is up." I was dumbfounded at that moment. There's an interactive segment in this live stream. This system is quite the jokester. It actually let everyone score Obito from the previous video, with a full score of 10 points and passing at 6 points. It even provided scoring criteria, such as Jonin level, Kage level, Super Kage level, and even Sage of 6 Paths level. This made the group lively. The Uchiha clan members were protective. Taijima and Tetsuhira directly threw out 9 points, saying that Obito was only 14 years old, and his achievements were extraordinary. As a result, the first Hokage Hashirama directly gave him a 5, saying, "This kid has too many flaws. He's only a Kage-level goalkeeper." The fourth Raikage also gave a 7, saying Kamui is indeed annoying. Guess who was the most outrageous? The second Hokage Tobirama, who directly gave a 0. Reason? The evil Uchiha doesn't deserve a score. Who understands this? The taste of personal vendetta was almost spilling out of the screen. The system couldn't stand it anymore, warning him not to mess around, or there would be punishment. Only then did Tobirama reluctantly change it to a 6. In the end, after all the scoring, Obito's average score was stuck at 5.7, a standard peak Kage level. Then, the system started handing out rewards. Goodness, it directly rewarded Obito with another Kamui Eye. Now, they had a double Kamui, but the more explosive part was yet to come. The system directly gave Minato a chance to revive, and it was in peak condition with full health and chakra. The entire ninja world went crazy. The yellow flash has revived. Inoki was dumbfounded. The next second, on the screen, in Konoha village, Minato really came back to life, and he immediately went to find Naruto. Let me tell you, that scene was supposed to be a touching father-son reunion, right? But as soon as Minato hugged Naruto, Naruto let out a howl and punched him, crying, "Do you know how painful my life has been, idiot dad?" Ha ha ha, it was too real. If it had been Kushina who revived, Naruto would have directly jumped into her arms. Meanwhile, in the group, Tobirama had already started directing the third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. "Monkey, hurry up and step down. Let Minato take over." Danzo still wanted to grab the position, but was sent back by Tobirama with a single sentence, "Get lost." The scene returned to the battlefield. Obito had already been driven away by Minato, leaving behind harsh words, saying he could unify the world. Minato looked at his disappearing back, also covered in cold sweat, admitting that this guy was the strongest opponent he had ever seen. But the biggest trouble at the moment was the rampaging Nine Tails. The third Hokage was leading the Umbu at the front, suffering heavy casualties. Irika's parents were lost in this disaster. It was too tragic. Just as the Nine Tails was gathering tailed beast bomb, preparing to flatten Konoha, Minato descended from the sky. Standing on the Hokage rock, he clapped his hands, summoning technique. A giant toad, Gamabunta, smashed down on the Nine Tails. The whole village erupted, The fourth Hokage has arrived. Minato looked at the suppressed nine tails, his eyes filled with determination. He said to the air, Kushina, I'm sorry. Then he directly used Flying Thunder God with the nine tails and that massive tailed beast bomb, and in a flash, transported them outside the village. In the distance, a white light comparable to a nuclear explosion lit up. When the camera cut back, Minato was holding the weak Kushina standing on a treetop. Golden chakra chains erupted from Kushina, tightly binding the nine tails. She looked at Minato and said, Let's do it this way. I'll drag the nine tails down with me. Let me tell you, when I heard this, tears started flowing down my face. A mother who just gave birth was about to make such a sacrifice. But Minato, that man, really, I was crying my eyes out. He shook his head and said, No, Kushina, you don't have to die. I will use your chakra to let you see Naruto grow up in the future. He decided to use his life to activate the dead demon consuming seal, sealing half of the nine tails within himself, and the other half, along with Kushina's chakra, into Naruto. This decision was too heavy. Kushina broke down right there, screaming, For the village, for balance, does our son have to become a Jinchuriki, a sacrifice? Do you have to sacrifice yourself for me? As a result, at that moment, the group went off topic again. Hashirama and Madara started their usual bickering. Even Rashi couldn't stand it anymore, saying, You two can cut it out. The whole internet knows you two have an unusual relationship. Hashirama was very honest, directly saying, I'm laying it out. Me and Obito are good buddies. Madara instantly short-circuited, angrily calling him a good friend. Ha ha, aiming for sincerity, right? Just at this most tear-jerking moment, the nine tails suddenly attacked, and in the instant the seal loosened, a sharp claw fiercely stabbed towards the still infant Naruto. Let me tell you, in that moment, Minato and Kushina didn't even think. They directly used their bodies to block it. With a sound, the claw pierced through the bodies of the two. Blood dripped onto Naruto's face. This is the duty of a father, Minato weakly said. Kushina also smiled, with blood, then a mother should fulfill this duty even more. Life was swiftly slipping away. Minato summoned the scroll toad, entrusting the sealing key to Jiraiya. Then, he looked at Kushina and said, We don't have much time left. Let us say something to Naruto. Next came Kushina's classic last words. Let me tell you, as a grown man, I really couldn't hold it together when I saw this. Naruto, you can't be picky. You have to grow up quickly. Remember to bathe every day. Don't stay up late. Make friends. Just a few trustworthy ones will do. The 3 ninja prohibitions. Don't lend money carelessly. Drink alcohol when you're an adult. As for women, find a good girl like your mother. And be careful of Jiraiya sensei. One sentence after another. Every word was a mother's simplest love. In the end, she cried, I really don't want to part with you. Mommy loves you. Minato looked at the child in his arms and gently said, Naruto, what I want to say is the same as your nagging mother. After saying that, he used his last strength to shout, 8 trigram seal. The couple's lives ended at that moment. The whole place fell silent, and the group shifted from the previous reunion to collective mourning. As a result, the system was also ruthless, directly going black, saying, Next, let's review Obito's next period. High energy ahead, please prepare. The scene changed, heavy rain poured down. A long-haired figure wearing a tiger-striped mask appeared. He had already become the mastermind behind the Akatsuki organization. In the footage, he was secretly meeting with a young boy in the woods. That boy was Itachi Uchiha. Then came the night of the Uchiha massacre. The system cut out the process, only showing Obito rushing into the security department, followed by a sea of blood. On the other side, Itachi also put on a mask and rushed into the Uchiha clan's territory. The group exploded. Sasuke went crazy on the spot, shouting, Impossible. It was clearly Itachi who did alone. But soon, the real truth came out. The scene shifted to the 3rd Hokage's office. Itachi was half kneeling on the ground, and the 3rd Hokage looked at him with eyes full of pain and guilt. I'm sorry for what you've been through, my child. This way, Konoha avoided a civil war. Oh my gosh. It turns out that the massacre was ordered by the higher-ups of Konoha, and Itachi bore all the blame to protect the village and his brother. He became a rogue ninja, joined the Akatsuki organization, and also to monitor Obito from within to protect Konoha. In the end, Itachi stood alone outside the village, ready to leave for good. But he ran into 2 root members sent by Danzo, who said they were just going through the motions. However, these two were ruthless, showing no mercy, and immediately attacked with two knives aimed at Itachi's heart. Guess what happened? Those two knives didn't even touch Itachi. Instead, they stabbed right into their own teammate's chest. Goodness, I was just thinking these two guys were wide-eyed in shock until the end, completely clueless about what had happened. Let me tell you, Itachi was all about information gap attacks. He had already known that Danzo didn't trust him, so on the day those two root members were assigned to him, a single glance planted the seed of a genjutsu. He told those two corpses that if they ever had the intent to kill him, the genjutsu would automatically activate. Family, who understands? This cunningness was more than my year-end KPI. Itachi looked at these two with a complex expression, saying he couldn't even figure out whether he was a spy for Konoha or a spy for the Uchiha. After handling this, Itachi officially set off. On a moonless night, he was on a small boat and met his future colleague, a guy wearing an orange swirl mask who called himself Tobi. Let me tell you, Tobi spoke in a strange tone and warned Itachi that he was actually Uchiha Madara, so Itachi should treat him well in the organization. Itachi didn't even look at him, maintaining his icy demeanor. The boat arrived at a cave, and I was shocked to see Orochimaru sitting inside. As soon as Orochimaru saw Itachi, his tongue almost reached his chin, saying that Itachi was indeed one of their ninjas, the kind that sees the village and comrades as burdens. I was cringing through the screen. The way Orochimaru looked at Itachi was downright creepy. Soon after, the leader of the Akatsuki, Pain, also came out for an interview. A purple-eyed handsome guy with a face full of piercings started talking about big dreams, saying their goal was world peace. And the specific method was for Akatsuki to rule the world. Itachi nodded in understanding after listening. Then came the initiation ceremony, where Pain told Itachi to completely sever ties with Konoha. Watching Itachi pull out a kunai and carve a line on his forehead protector, that expression truly broke my heart. It wasn't just a slice on the forehead protector, it was like cutting into his own heart. After marking the forehead protector, Itachi officially became a member of Akatsuki, codenamed Taka, and was assigned a partner named Kisame. The scene shifted again, and time fast-forwarded. Over here, Naruto and his team were anxiously trying to save Sasuke, only to be stopped by the comedic Tobi. Just when they were fighting fiercely, a dark figure emerged from the ground, reporting to Tobi, "It's over, Sasuke won. Uchiha Itachi is dead." Let me tell you, the most explosive moment came. That Tobi, just a second ago, was acting all surprised and incredulous, and the next second, his voice turned low and cold as he said, "I was just kidding, just as I expected." Family, who understands? 1 second, he was a funny guy, and the next second, that killing intent made me feel a chill down my neck through the screen. Kakashi and the others were stunned, finally realizing that this guy had been playing with them all along. The scene shifted again, and Sasuke was lying in a dim cave, his wounds bandaged. Tobi, oh no, now he should be called Obito, was standing in front of him. Sasuke had just avenged his family and was in a daze. Obito wasted no time and directly said, "Let me tell you some truths about Uchiha Itachi." As he spoke, he slowly removed his mask, revealing his damaged face. He said, "I'm the last survivor of the Uchiha, and the one who knows your brother best." Just as he finished speaking, Sasuke's left eye suddenly went out of control, and a black flame Amaterasu ignited on Obito. At that moment, I realized that Itachi really wouldn't let anyone rest even after death. He left his brother with an auto-kill program that would automatically ignite flames whenever it detected Obito's Sharingan. Obito struggled to extinguish the fire and then explained to Sasuke, saying that his brother was protecting him and was afraid of Obito getting close. Even before his death, he infused his last ocular power into Sasuke's eyes. Sasuke was stunned at that moment, his lips trembling. He couldn't understand why the man he had hated for a lifetime was ultimately protecting him. Obito looked at his broken expression and said word by word, "He did this, of course, to protect you." Upon hearing this, Sasuke's entire worldview shattered into pieces. When he appeared again, he was already standing on the rocks by the sea, his eyes filled with pain and anger. He announced to his team that from today on, their team would be renamed Hawk, and the goal of the Hawk was singular: destroy Konoha. Meanwhile, a major incident occurred in the Akatsuki organization. Their leader Nagato had died. Obito went to find Konan, wanting to seize Nagato's Rinnegan. Let me tell you, Konan was truly fierce. She had anticipated that Obito would come and prepared an epic surprise. The scene was simply overwhelming. 6 trillion explosive tags exploded, blowing apart a section of the sea. Obito was immediately blown off one arm, and half of his mask shattered. Unfortunately, he still didn't get killed. Obito used a forbidden technique of the Sharingan to save his life and turn the tables, controlling the injured Conan. Conan asked him, "Do you want to know why we betrayed you and chose to believe in that person?" "Because he is light." The scene then shifted to Conan's memories. After Pain was defeated, a mysterious figure shrouded in mist, with an indistinguishable face, appeared. Conan told him that Yahiko and Nagato's dreams now rested on him. An Amage cure would stand with him. As she spoke, she transformed paper into an everlasting flower and handed it to the mysterious figure, saying, "I hope this time you can become the everlasting flower of hope." But sometimes hope doesn't really work. The scene turned directly to a life-and-death confrontation between Conan and Obito. Let me tell you, the scene was incredible. The sky was filled with paper, like a snowstorm, covering the entire sky. Conan hung in midair, her eyes as cold as ice, staring fiercely at Obito below on the sea surface. She said, "In a world without light, flowers will only wither." As soon as she finished speaking, the sea surface beneath Obito suddenly cracked open. Like Moses parting the sea, a deep chasm appeared instantly. Obito was stunned and looked down, his pupils shrinking to pinpoints. Family, who understands? The bottom of that chasm wasn't water at all. It was densely packed with explosive tags. It was endless, as numerous as the stars, making me feel claustrophobic. How many tags could that be? The fourth Kazekage over there was dumbfounded, saying, "This can't be less than 10 million tags, right? I thought you were thinking too small. This is far more than 10 million. The Akatsuki organization's accountant, Kakuzu, probably almost had a heart attack at that moment, asking through the screen, "Conan, be honest, is this money from my account?" Conan completely ignored him and coldly said to Obito, "To kill you, I prepared 6 trillion explosive tags, enough to blow you up for 10 minutes. Enjoy." 6 trillion. I went crazy. What does this even mean? The Akatsuki organization might be bankrupted by her alone. This girl was all about generating power for love, while draining the company's resources. Obito wanted to use Kimui to escape, but Conan had already calculated his next move and quickly stuck an explosive tag to him. "Go ahead and run. Let's see where you can go. If you dare to enter the Kamui space, it's like locking yourself in a microwave filled with explosives, with a 360-degree blast that leaves nothing behind." Toby could only brace himself and activate his intangibility, but it was already too late. Boom! In an instant, the entire world was filled with white light and the sound of explosions. The scene was like the sun exploding in the sea, with towering waves and steam rising like a fairyland. Conan was so exhausted that her chakra was nearly depleted. She fell from the sky and looked at the ocean turned into ruins, finally smiling, thinking to herself that this time it must be over. But let me tell you, the most outrageous part came. A cold voice sounded from behind her. "Over? Obito, this guy is actually still alive." I don't know when he appeared behind Conan, but with a black steel pipe, he pierced her through with a thud. Blood dripped down. I was stunned at that moment. How is this possible? 600 billion explosive tags. How could that not kill you? Are you cheating? Obito really did open up. He calmly explained that he used the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi, which sacrifices the light of one eye to save his own life. Wow. The Uchiha clan has so many cheats, it's like paying with your life to respawn. You can come back even after dying. Conan used her last bit of strength, trying to take Obito down with her, but it was useless. Obito was choking her, demanding to know the whereabouts of the Rinnegan. Once he got the information, he immediately went to the morgue where Nagato and Yahiko were, and without hesitation, he ripped out Nagato's Rinnegan and implanted it in his left eye. He even said that it originally belonged to him. I thought, your face is really thick. The scene shifted again, and Obito had changed into a new outfit, wearing a white mask with 2 eye holes, and his severed arm was reattached using white Zetsu cells. With the Rinnegan in his left eye and the Sharingan in his right eye, he stood there with a completely different aura. He discussed with the glasses-wearing Kabuto about their next target, capturing the Nine Tails. Meanwhile, Naruto was parkouring with Killer Bee in the forest when they suddenly stopped. Looking up, Naruto exclaimed, "Whoa, Obito and 6 people are standing across from us, looking like a boy band debuting. The pressure is off the charts." And those 6 people behind him were all former Jinchuriki, now reincarnated with Edo Tensei, their eyes identical to Obito's, one with Rinnegan and the other with Sharingan. This was basically a new version of the Six Paths of Pain, but this time it was an ultimate luxury upgrade, each with a tailed beast. Naruto, being the iron-headed kid he is, charged straight at Obito with a headbutt, but the mask was completely unaffected, and Obito taunted him. "Is that all the strength you have?" Then those six Jinchuriki started unleashing various jutsu, like lava release, water mirror, and bubble technique, throwing all sorts of ninja techniques at Naruto and Killer Bee, leaving them flustered and unable to fight back. Just when Naruto was about to be captured by Obito, let me tell you, the two coolest guys in the arena arrived. A green figure shouted Konoha Whirlwind and kicked toward them. It was Guy Sensei. Immediately after, Kakashi Sensei appeared in a flash and swiftly rescued Naruto. The two of them stood there, one striking a Wing Chun stance and the other with a murderous look in his Sharingan. Their backs were simply stunning. Obito is still putting on an act, saying, "Having two more troublesome people is useless." As a result, Kakashi Sensei silenced him with a single line, "I also have a Sharingan. Dude, did you forget how you got that eye? It belongs to someone else." The scene instantly shifted to 4 against 7. Obito was even more ruthless, directly allowing all 6 Jinchuriki to transform into their tailed beast forms, while he stood on the head of the outer path statue like a commander. He was really arrogant. As the 7 tailed beasts were about to unleash their tailed beast bombs, the scene was like having 7 nuclear warheads aimed at you. And both Kakashi and Guy were ready to fight to the death. Just then, Naruto powered up. With a bang, golden light erupted. Naruto was enveloped in golden chakra, and a flashy cloak appeared on his back, looking like a Super Saiyan. Kakashi was stunned, momentarily thinking that the 4th Hokage, Minato Sensei, had been resurrected. It turned out that Naruto had reconciled with the 9 Tails, and Kurama finally agreed to lend him his power. As the 7-tailed beast bombs comparable to nuclear bombs flew toward him, Naruto fully transformed into a gigantic golden 9-tailed fox, swatting those 7-tailed beast bombs away like baseballs. The distant mountains were completely flattened. Wow, this power is simply overwhelming. Obito was stunned, probably thinking, this script is wrong. Naruto didn't give him any reaction time and shouted, "Let's go, Kurama." Then he transformed into a streak of golden light and charged forward, delivering a series of powerful blows that knocked the 7-tailed beast to the ground. Immediately after, Naruto created a shadow clone, preparing to pull out all the black rods stuck in the bodies of the tailed beasts that were used to control them. And let me tell you, an even more amazing scene unfolded. The moment Naruto pulled out the rods, he was suddenly transported into a mysterious spiritual space, where he had a face-to-face conversation with the 7-tailed beasts. Goodness, when those big guys saw Naruto, their pupils dilated, and they were collectively dumbfounded, because they saw the shadow of Sage of 6 Paths in Naruto. It was like seeing a fellow villager, and they were all teary-eyed, instantly recognizing him. Once Naruto pulled out all the black rods, in the real world, his shiny golden 9 Tails chakra mode disappeared in an instant, indicating that his blue chakra bar was depleted, and his experience card had expired. The 8 Tails nearby was cheering wildly, saying he did a great job. But Obito was not to be underestimated. Seeing the situation, he sneered, "Oh, out of chakra. Huh? Then let's go back to the old ways." As soon as he finished speaking, the outer path golem spewed out 7 chains, trying to pull the tailed beast back. The next second, the 7-tailed beasts were sucked into the belly of the golem. And guess what? Naruto was not only unfazed, but also laughed like a fox, holding his belly, and said to Obito, "Did you think it would be the same as before?" Obito was taken aback. Naruto continued, "Just now, several big brothers told me a bunch of names at once, and I couldn't remember them all." Obito immediately became alert. "What names?" Naruto made a face at him. "I'm not telling you. He. For those in the know." This wave of taunting was off the charts. Obito looked at Naruto and the 4 of them standing together, and his face behind the mask darkened. He took a deep breath, just about to act cool, when suddenly a drop of water fell from his wrist. He was stunned. Sweat? No. He immediately looked up at the sky, and lo and behold, it was raining. He quickly tried to cover up for himself. "This is rain. How could I be sweating in front of such a character?" He spoke as if he didn't care, saying Naruto was just an after-show, but inside, he was already panicking. Something's off. This feeling is not right. What's going on? Let me tell you. He was completely on edge, with a tough mouth but a soft heart. On Tobi's side, he was still doing psychological self-construction, while Naruto directly started to mock him. You look like you were in a lot of pain. Tobi had a puzzled expression. Naruto pointed at his mask and said, anyway, you're covering your face, so I can imagine whatever expression I want on you. If you don't like it, take it off and show me. That trash talk was incredible. Guy was cheering wildly from the side. Well said, Naruto. Kakashi looked helpless. Could you tone it down a bit? This completely infuriated Tobi. He clapped his hands together, and with a bang, two big treasures appeared beside him. Those were the two artifact gourds that had previously sealed the gold and silver horns. He originally wanted to wait until he gathered the 8 tails and 9 tails before reviving the 10 tails, but he couldn't wait any longer. He directly shoved those two artifacts into the mouth of the outer path golem. Even if it was just a part, it would be enough. Wow. After the outer path golem swallowed the artifacts, it let out a heart-wrenching howl, and its body erupted from the ground, instantly transforming into a giant over 100 meters tall. Tobi stood atop it and coldly declared, "It's too late. The appointed time has come. Watch closely and feel the resurrection of the 10 tails and the beginning of the apocalypse." Goodness. It turned out that this outer path golem was just the empty shell of the 10 tails. This was a big deal. Kakashi's mind raced, and he quickly analyzed Tobi's plan. Tobi continued to spout his worldview, taunting Kakashi. A life filled with regret is perfect for you, Kakashi. He then turned to Guy and said, "It's pointless to tell you who I am when you can't even remember other people's faces." Then he began his grand speech. "My goal is infinite Tsukuyami, to create a perfect world without war. This world doesn't need heroes." Naruto exploded on the spot, pointing at him and yelling, "What nonsense are you talking about, you idiot? I have my parents, I have the pervy sage, and I want to be a hero. To become the Hokage who surpasses all predecessors. That's my dream." As soon as he finished speaking, Naruto transformed into a flash of golden light and charged forward. But Tobi waved his big fan, and with a bang, he sent Naruto's Rasengan flying. Naruto performed a backflip to steady himself, his gaze resolute. "Today, I will definitely rip off your broken mask." Tobi also took a stance. "As long as I'm here, none of you can touch the outer path golem." Now is really on. Kakashi quickly directed, "Naruto, remember, you can't hit him while he's intangible. Only when he attacks us or absorbs something at that moment is he solid." Naruto understood in an instant, splitting off a shadow clone to engage. Let me tell you, this fight scene was absolutely epic. Guy focused on close-range fierce attacks, wielding his nunchaku with dazzling skill. On Tobi's side, he seemed to be using hacks, dodging skills in various intangible ways. Guy swung a stick, and it passed right through Tobi's head. But who is Guy? The king of taijutsu. He predicted Tobi's prediction. When he missed with the stick, he stepped on it, using it for leverage to deliver a spinning kick. The two exchanged blows fiercely. Just as Guy was keeping Tobi occupied, Kakashi found an opportunity from a distance, his left eye's Sharingan glaring. Kamui. He prepared a twist off the outer path golem's head. Just as the golem's head began to deform, suddenly, Kamui stopped. Kakashi knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Tobi sneered, "You're too naive." Kakashi was dumbfounded. What happened? My Kamui was interfered with? Seeing Kakashi struggling, Naruto immediately formed a tailed beast bomb and hurled it. Tobi dodged with a flash, then used Kamui to peek out from behind a rock, almost succeeding in a sneak attack. The two were chasing each other, and Naruto was clearly at a disadvantage. At the critical moment, it was still Kakashi. He used Lightning Cutter to shatter the rock, forcing Tobi back, then seized the opportunity to use Kamui to absorb a kunai aimed at Naruto. At that moment, something miraculous happened. Naruto's fist passed through Tobi's body once again. But with a crack, a seam appeared on Tobi's mask. Kakashi saw the crack, and his pupils instantly dilated. He remembered that the shape of the crack was not made by a fist, but was clearly from that kunai just now. The kunai he absorbed into the other dimension actually hit Tobi's solid form in the other dimension. Folks, let me tell you, Kakashi's mind is truly sharp. He quickly figured it out. So it was like this. Kakashi immediately devised a new strategy. Guy would go first, pretending to give Tobi an opening, allowing him to absorb his nunchaku. Just at the moment Tobi became solid to absorb the weapon, Naruto charged in with his Rasengan. Tobi scoffed, once again becoming intangible, ready to let the Rasengan pass through him. But just as the Rasengan passed through his body, from a distance, Kakashi activated Kamui again. But this time, his target wasn't Tobi, but Naruto's Rasengan. Whoosh! The Rasengan disappeared in the real world, and the next second, it reappeared in the other dimension, slamming right into Tobi's face. With a loud bang, Tobi was sent flying, crashing to the ground in disarray. Now everyone understood. Kakashi pointed at him, speaking slowly and clearly. Your ability only has one function, which is to transfer a part of your body to the other dimension. And your other dimension is connected to my Kamui. He stared intensely at Tobi, asking the ultimate question, who? Are you really? Where did that I come from? Obito got up from the ground, sneering as he began to reveal the past, crazily provoking Kakashi. You've fallen into someone who can only talk big. It's too late to regret now. All wishes in this world cannot be realized, so I will create a world without pain. Naruto couldn't take it anymore and shouted at him. You're still here, spouting nonsense. I've said it before, I will never give up on my dream of becoming Hokage. There are too many responsibilities entrusted to me. With this roar, I tell you, the golden light on him erupted once again. Kurama shouted directly in his heart. Go for it, Naruto, take him down. In the next second, Naruto shot out like a golden cannonball. He reached out, and a huge golden claw came crashing down. Obito's pupils shrank at the sight, probably thinking, this golden, shining power again? Hey, but he's the boss. Can you hit him so easily? He swayed his body and directly phasing, like a ghost, slipped right through the golden claw, and scathed. Kakashi was dumbfounded on the side, muttering, could it be? Does anyone understand? The guess he feared the most is almost surfacing. A nearby guy slapped him on the back. Kakashi, what are you daydreaming about? Naruto is creating an opportunity for us. Obito distanced himself from Naruto and waved his hand, unleashing a torrent of shurikens, larger than people, from his Kamui space, raining down like a storm. My heart tightened. How could he dodge that? But Naruto was even more fierce, directly using the Nine-Tails chakra to create a massive fox head, which chomped down and shattered the shurikens. He then roared at Obito, I'm not alone. I have Kurama here, and a bunch of my brothers too. This somehow struck a chord with Obito, as he momentarily froze, seemingly reminded of his childhood. In that moment of distraction, Kakashi and Guy also charged in. Now it was a 3-on-1. Obito looked at them with a cold smile and said, a bunch of rabble. He jumped into the air, and the kaleidoscope in his eyes spun wildly. Immediately, countless black rods shot out from the vortex in front of him like a machine gun. Uncle Killer Bee, caught off guard, was pinned to the ground by several black rods. Unable to move, and he shouted anxiously, Naruto, be careful. This thing can seal-tail beasts. I tell you, Naruto has become really smart now. He immediately created a shadow clone to feign an attack. The real battle began, and this cooperation was incredible. Naruto's shadow clone attracted fire, while Kakashi seized the opportunity and aimed a Kamui at Obito. He intended to teleport the Rasengan that Naruto had prepared directly onto Obito. Who is Obito? He knows everything. He thought Kakashi was going to teleport the Rasengan, and immediately used his intangibility to dodge. With a bang, Naruto's shadow clone was blown up. Obito even mocked him. Heh, my speed is still faster than your Rasengan. Kakashi, you wasted your effort. Right after that, Naruto's real body sent a tailed beast bomb flying. Obito disdainfully smiled and activated his intangibility again, disappearing into his Kamui space. He thought he was safe, but as soon as he entered the Kamui space, he was shocked. Who was standing in front of him? A shadow clone of Naruto, holding a shiny Rasengan. Let me tell you, at that moment, Obito's mind completely crashed. He finally realized that Kakashi had used Kamui to teleport not a Rasengan, but Naruto's entire shadow clone. This feint was played brilliantly. Boom! The Rasengan hit Obito square in the face. With a loud bang, his iconic mask, which he had worn for so many years, shattered into several pieces and fell to the ground. I was standing nearby, completely stunned. Who understands, under that mask, was actually Uchiha Obito, the hero who had died in the battle at the Valley of the End, entrusting his Sharingan to Kakashi. Kakashi was petrified, his mouth agape enough to fit an egg. And probably his CPU was about to overheat, trembling as he said, Obito? Guy also had a face full of disbelief. The air felt like it had solidified. Obito slowly raised his head, half of his face covered in grotesque scars. His gaze as cold as ice. Call me whatever you want, Kakashi. That name means nothing to me anymore. He looked at Kakashi's expression of shock and felt a bit pleased, continuing to stab at him. Want to know why I'm still alive? The reason is simple. Because you, who are the most important to me, Rin, did nothing to save me. As soon as these words were spoken, Kakashi's defenses completely crumbled, and he swayed unsteadily. Obito didn't let up, looking up at the moon and saying, I'm not the least bit interested in this boring, soon-to-be-destroyed reality. Just as the atmosphere reached a freezing point. Suddenly, another figure appeared on the battlefield. I tell you, the aura, the pressure, it was unbelievable. Upon closer inspection, I almost knelt down. Uchiha Madara, alive. The Uchiha Madara resurrected through Edo Tensei. Naruto and the others were stunned. The legendary Madara? Madara scanned the battlefield. His gaze like he was looking at a bunch of ants, finally landing on Naruto, disdainfully saying, You are the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails? Where's your real body? Why send a shadow clone? Upon hearing this, Naruto's heart sank, and he immediately shouted, What have you done to everyone over there? Madara crossed his arms and casually replied, Oh, you mean those 5 Kage? They might already be dead. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene shifted to Tsunade, the Raikage, and the others, all bloodied and lying on the ground, their lives uncertain. I tell you, this guy came to clear the field. Focusing on a dimensional crushing attack, Madara and Obito stood together, the pressure reaching its peak. Madara was quite displeased and questioned Obito. The plan has been delayed for so long. Where's Nagato? Didn't we agree he would use his Rinne Tensei to resurrect me? Obito coldly replied. He betrayed us and used that technique to resurrect the people of Konoha. Upon hearing this, Madara snorted, It doesn't matter. It's not too late to start now. Saying this, he moved to capture the 8 tails and 9 tails. Naruto couldn't allow that, so he threw a tail beast bomb. But Madara casually lifted his giant fan with one hand, waved it lightly, and absorbed the tail beast bomb. Then he swung back. Uchiha rebound. With a loud bang, the tail beast bomb was sent back. It was simply not on the same dimension. Madara casually said, I'm going to catch the 8 tails and 9 tails. Obito, these trash are up to you. Then he disappeared. Obito then began to mercilessly target Kakashi, delivering both psychological and physical blows. He knocked Kakashi to his knees, devoid of fighting spirit, raising his shuriken to strike a lethal blow. Kakashi had given up, muttering, That's right, I'm worthless. I couldn't keep my promise to you. Just then, Naruto shouted again, Kakashi-sensei is not worthless. I will never let my comrades be killed. This shout brought Kakashi's spirit back. He stood up again, his gaze resolute. The battlefield instantly became a chaotic mess. Taking advantage of his phasing ability, Obito was untouchable, and in the confusion, he pulled Kakashi into the Kamui space. He wanted to eliminate Kakashi in his home turf. Naruto tried to save him, but as Obito phased, Naruto's attack passed right through him. But at that moment, Obito suddenly clutched his stomach, his expression pained as he staggered. The scene shifted to the Kamui space, and wow, Kakashi's punch landed squarely on Obito's abdomen. Kakashi's eyes were sharp. I've seen through your ability. As long as I calculate the moment you materialize to attack me, I can hit you too. Saying this, he threw another punch. In the real world, Obito was forcibly knocked out of the Kamui space. Just at that moment, the Outer Path Gedo statue began to rampage, transforming into the complete 10 tails. That thing was as big as a mountain, and when it slapped down, the earth shook. Amid the chaos, the main force of the Ninja Alliance finally arrived. A massive crowd surrounded the 10 tails. Naruto stood at the front, pointing at Madara and Obito, shouting, This is no longer a disorganized mob. This is the Ninja Alliance's technique. I tell you, seeing thousands of ninjas united, even Obito's gaze wavered. He had always believed this world was beyond saving, but the scene before him struck a heavy blow to his beliefs. However, war is brutal. The 10 tails shot out countless wooden spikes, and to protect Naruto and Hinata, Neji used his body to block them. And on the spot, Naruto completely broke down, his mind blank. Seizing the opportunity, Obito began to unleash a torrent of attacks. Do you see, Naruto? This is reality. You said you would protect your comrades, but what happened? Your comrades are dying right in front of you. You can do nothing. Just as Naruto was about to be pushed to the brink, Hinata, Let me tell you, Hinata slapped him. She cried to Naruto, Niji's belief, and everyone's hope. All rests on you. Your life is not just one. Naruto looked at Hinata, then at his comrades supporting each other around him, and light reignited in his eyes. He grasped Hinata's hand, stood up, and looked firmly at Obito. On the other side, the scene shifted, and Orochimaru actually used Edo Tensei to resurrect the first to fourth Hokage. On the battlefield, Naruto redistributed the Nine Tails chakra to everyone, and everyone charged towards the Ten Tails again. Meanwhile, Obito and Kakashi were engaged in their final confrontation in the Kamui space. Kakashi unleashed a Raikiri, lunging at Obito, but looking at this familiar yet unfamiliar face. His hand froze in midair. Obito sat on the ground, looking at the Raikiri pressed against his chest, and scoffed. You really can't bring yourself to do it, can you? Is it because of your guilt over Rin? Do you want me to repent and change? The corner of Obito's mouth curled into a sneer, full of mockery. Let me tell you, that expression of yours is just ridiculous. It's as if you're saying, you, Kakashi? Who are you to advise me to turn back? The old Kages in the live stream all understood. They said the power gap was too great, and Kakashi had no chance at all. But guess what? This guy Obito really doesn't play by the rules. He looked at Kakashi, who was holding Raikiri with a hand shaking like he had Parkinson's, and actually leaned his face closer. Good grief, Kakashi was so scared he stepped back, and that Raikiri in his hand felt like a hot potato. He just couldn't bring himself to strike. Looking at Obito's cowardly appearance, Kakashi directly mocked him. If you think I started this war just because of that little issue between you and Rin, then you underestimate me too much. As soon as he finished speaking, Kakashi was caught off guard by Obito's Sharingan, falling into a Genjutsu. Then, I unleashed its Tsukuyomi. Seizing the opportunity, Obito thrust his chest toward Kakashi's Raikiri. I know everything. Obito's voice drifted like a ghost. It was Rin herself who ran into your Raikiri. She chose her own death. At that time, she was turned into a Jinchuriki by the mist, and saving her was a trap. They wanted her to self-destruct in your Leaf Village. Kakashi instantly came to his senses, gasping for breath, his eyes wide like copper bells. You? How do you know that? Let me tell you, the live broadcast room was completely blown up. Senju Tobirama, that old guy, transformed into a detective. Slapping his thigh, there is only one truth. It must be Uchiha Madara who placed a curse mark in Obito's heart. Obito wants Kakashi to help him destroy the curse mark. Madara was speechless in the comments, typing a series of question marks. Wait, how do you know this? Tobirama was particularly proud. No one understands Uchiha better than me. In the footage, Obito completely ignored this, pointing at the large hole in his chest pierced by Raikiri, which was empty, not even a heart in sight. He said to Kakashi, word by word, what truly makes me despair is this world itself. Kakashi, you don't need to feel guilty. I already have nothing left in my heart, not even pain. This hole was torn open by this hellish world. After saying that, he waved his hand, casting another Genjutsu. Suddenly, the young Rin appeared beside Kakashi, along with that idiot Obito, who kept shouting he wanted to be Hokage. Look, Rin is here, and the me you idealize is here. Obito's voice was filled with temptation. Come to my world, there's everything here. And the hole in your heart can be filled in an instant. Kakashi gritted his teeth, his eyes turning red, and with a wave of his Raikiri, he shattered those two phantoms. He roared at Obito, Rin is already dead. You are still alive. Do you think you can fill the emptiness with this false thing? Those are the memories Rin protected the village with her life. Don't erase her memories. Bang! With no more words to say, the two instantly disappeared and began fighting in the Kamui space. Let me tell you, the most heartbreaking part came. As they fought, the screen began to flash back wildly. On one side, they exchanged deadly blows, each punch hitting hard. On the other, it was their childhood, with Minato-sensei smiling as he watched them spar in the training field. The same moves, the same confrontations, but the essence was completely different. In childhood, it was a match. Now it was a fight for life. Family, who understands? It felt like a knife stabbing into my heart. In the end, just as if they had agreed, one held Obito's black stick and the other raised his Raikiri. And with a thrust, they simultaneously pierced each other's bodies. The screen went black, and when it lit up again, Obito was spitting blood. And Kakashi was also clutching his arm, staggering back. This battle, I admit you won, Obito gasped, his body starting to distort. But I will not let you take the victory of the war. After saying that, he vanished. The next second, the scene shifted to Madara. Obito fell to the ground like a broken sack, looking like he was about to die. Madara sat cross-legged, glancing disdainfully, waste. After saying that, he formed a hand seal. Suddenly, countless black sticks erupted from Obito's body, causing his face to contort in pain. It turned out Madara had long left a backup plan on him, intending to force him to use the rebirth of the samsara technique to revive himself. Where can Obito go? He fought desperately. And just when he was about to give in, images of Rin, Kakashi, and his teacher Minato flashed through his mind. He suddenly clasped his hands together and let out a reluctant roar towards the sky. Just when everyone thought Madara was about to win, a divine reversal occurred. That kid Obito held on. He turned the rebirth of the soul technique around. The Ten Tails, which was supposed to be Madara's power bank, suddenly rushed into Obito's body as if it had recognized him as its master. Damn! Madara was instantly dumbfounded. His expression was like an old man looking at a smartphone. Completely bewildered. He had calculated everything, but he never expected that his pawn would turn the chessboard over and become the chess player. In the next second, Obito took off in place, entering the Sage of Six Paths mode. Let me tell you, the aura was so overwhelming that the entire screen was shaking. The four red yang formation created by the first Hokage and his three companions, which was said to be able to contain the Ten Tails, was ripped apart by the enormous energy hand behind him as easily as tearing paper. It was over. There was no stopping it now. The entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone was too scared to even breathe in the face of this power. Obito's figure flashed and appeared directly in front of the first and second Hokage. Let me tell you, it was so fast that it was practically invisible. With a bang, just one move, the Edo Tensei bodies of the first and second Hokage were directly shattered in half. Naruto and Sasuke were dumbfounded. Even Tobirama, that old man, was ruthless, pulling out a bunch of explosive tags and using the multi-shadow clone technique to unleash an infinite series of explosions. The scene was as if they were throwing them down without any regard for cost. And the result? When the smoke cleared, Obito was suspended in midair, completely unharmed. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, saw this and thought, no way, physical attacks are useless. He threw a giant shuriken and used the shadow clone technique, instantly creating thousands of shurikens that rained down like a storm. Obito simply transformed a black truth-seeking ball beside him into a shield, easily blocking it, then dove down and pierced through Hiruzen's Edo Tensei body. Everyone was dumbfounded. How could they fight now? Just then, Obito's body suddenly began to swell, like an out-of-control balloon, as if the power of the Ten Tails was too strong for him to control. Minato saw this and thought it was a good opportunity. This guy couldn't control his power. Just as he wanted to rush up for the finishing blow, Obito turned his head and locked onto Naruto and Sasuke directly. Sasuke reacted quickly and activated Susanoo to block the attack. Minato was anxious and wanted to use Flying Thunder God to save them, but when he checked, he was dumbfounded. The Flying Thunder God mark he left on Obito had been erased at some point. It was over. Just as the black truth-seeking ball was about to smash into Mai and Sasuke's heads, let me tell you, my mind was racing at that moment. Without thinking, a golden chakra hand shot out and grabbed my dad and Sasuke. My dad also reacted quickly, instantly activating Flying Thunder God, and we three disappeared in an instant. The deadly black orb just brushing past our afterimages. Goodness, my quick action made those old-timers in the observation area amazed. They were all sending comments, saying my battle IQ was high. But now was not the time to boast. Obito's condition was clearly off. He suddenly started gasping for breath. His body began to swell like a balloon, turning into a massive, amorphous mass, writhing on the ground, emphasizing emotional stability. It was quite a sight. Just looking at it made one feel like losing sanity. He seemed to want to control this power, even trying to form a truth-seeking ball to take out my dad. But when he raised his hand, with a bang, that thing went out of control and flew back towards him, almost taking out his own people. Family, who understands? He was being backfired by the power of the Ten Tails. I seemed to see images from his subconscious, a group photo of Team Minato, being torn apart by an invisible hand, first himself, then Kakashi-sensei, and finally my dad. It seemed like countless hands were tearing him apart from the inside. and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was heart-wrenching. In the end, only Rin remained in the photo, that girl. He kept murmuring Rin, Rin, feeling like he was hanging on to life by that name. Just as he was about to be completely consumed in a hallucination, Rin appeared and smiled at him. Damn, in that moment his pupils suddenly contracted, and he seemed to be energized. That mass of flesh instantly reformed, the broken bones crackling back together, and with a roar, he directly suppressed the 10 tails. As the smoke cleared, I was stunned. Obito had completed the Sage of Six Paths mode. He held a metal staff in his hand, with several black orbs floating behind him. The aura was simply several versions ahead. My dad saw that things were not right, and charged forward with a kunai. What happened? Obito didn't even raise an eyebrow. Casually blocked with his staff, and with a clang, my dad's kunai snapped in half. Then with a light wave of his hand, whoosh, my dad's arm flew off. The Edo Tensei body, just like that, was undone. My dad quickly used Flying Thunder God to flash back to my side, and before he could catch his breath, Obito's voice came floating over. You think this is over? He gestured from a distance towards us. My dad looked down, and his pupils shook. On the severed arm, a truth-seeking ball had stuck itself on without him knowing. If that thing exploded, we would all be done for. Sasuke reacted quickly, instantly activating Susanoo to protect me. Just as my dad wanted to teleport away with that thing, the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, appeared like a ghost. He grabbed the truth-seeking ball, and with a whoosh, used Flying Thunder God to appear next to Obito, even playfully patted Obito on the shoulder and said, Your thing, I'll return it to you. Then he disappeared along with Obito. In the next second, there was a loud explosion from a distant hill, creating a mushroom cloud. When Tobirama reappeared, he acted as if nothing had happened, saying that what he had just sent was a shadow clone, and he had already left a mark on Obito. I was shocked at that moment. I said, Wow, second Hokage, you can use my dad's move too? And guess what? The old man exploded on the spot. He shouted with his beard trembling, You brat. It's your dad, who can use my move. The Flying Thunder God technique was invented by me. Goodness. So now the ninja world is going to apply for patent protection. Huh? But no matter how impressive the defense was, it couldn't stop Obito from walking out of the explosion unscathed. Simple attacks were completely useless against him. Tobirama made a quick decision and said they needed to coordinate. He and my dad whispered to each other, both of them carving Flying Thunder God marks on each other. On the other side, I also made arrangements with Sasuke. I formed a spiral shuriken, and he added Amaterasu's black flames, creating a scorching light wheel of swift winds, with a name as cheesy as it gets. But the power was explosive. We threw this technique out, and Tobirama and my dad prepared to play tricks from behind. Obito saw this and thought it was a pincer attack, focusing all his attention on Tobirama. In that instant, Tobirama activated the instantaneous exchange technique. He and my dad's positions switched instantly, and then he switched Obito's position with my dad's. A dazzling series of operations resulted in Obito being hit squarely in the face by our black flame spiral shuriken. Boom! He was blown away, crashing into the mountain. We all thought this would finally work, right? But what happened? The black flames burned for a long time, with no effect at all. Obito stood up from a pit, brushed off the dust, completely unharmed. Those black orbs behind him were simply an invincible defense. At this moment, Tobirama suddenly noticed something was off. He pointed at my dad's severed arm and said, Fourth Hokage, why hasn't your hand recovered yet? Only then did we realize that Edo Tensei was supposed to be able to regenerate infinitely. Tobirama's expression darkened as he said, I understand he is using Yin-Yang release, which can nullify all ninjutsu, including Edo Tensei. Your arm probably won't grow back. Damn, this means that for us reanimated from the impurities of the earth, getting hit by him is equivalent to truly dying. Tobirama instantly figured it out. The only thing that can harm him is Senjutsu. Obito floated in the sky, starting to wildly PUA my dad, saying he was a failed Hokage who couldn't even protect his students, didn't even know that Rin had died, and didn't recognize himself appearing in front of him. My dad's head dropped, filled with guilt. I was furious at the time. How could I tolerate this? I immediately activated Sage Mode, condensed a Rasengan, and shouted at Obito, You, who didn't become Hokage, have no right to belittle my dad, who has become Hokage. Tobirama understood and quickly grabbed me, whoosh, and with another Flying Thunder God, sent me directly behind Obito. Bang! The Rasengan infused with sage power hit him squarely on the back. Obito let out a cry of pain, and I smashed him from the sky straight into the ground. It worked. Only sage techniques could deal with him. But after all, he was the Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, and this little injury was quickly healed. He crawled out of the pit, seemingly aware of his weakness. This time he stopped pretending and revealed his true cards, slamming both hands on the ground, causing a world-destroying divine tree to burst forth. Then he formed hand signs, and a 6 red yang formation appeared, instantly trapping the entire ninja allied forces inside the red barrier. For super huge tailed beast balls began to condense on the divine tree. He was planning to take us all out in one go. Now we were truly out of options. We couldn't escape the barrier, and we couldn't dodge the tailed beast balls outside. Just when everyone was in despair, I said to my dad, "Dad, I have an idea. Fist bump with me." When our fists met, half of the 9 tails inside me connected with the other half inside my dad. In the next second, golden chakra erupted from me, instantly covering everyone present. Everyone was cloaked in a layer of 9 tails chakra. Obito looked down from the sky and mocked that it was useless. He urged the tailed beast balls to crash down. But at that moment, my dad activated Flying Thunder God. Using the chakra I distributed to everyone as a coordinate, my dad, alone, teleported the entire ninja allied forces. Tens of thousands of people, all at once out of the barrier. Boom! Behind us, the entire interior of the barrier exploded into a hell on earth. And we all survived. Tobirama was stunned, saying my dad had saved the ninja world for the second time. I explained the principle, and Tobirama listened with appreciation, then added a few more words. I casually said, "Second Hokage, you really understand shadow clone technique." As a result, he blew up again. That was also invented by me. All right, it's all your invention. You're the best, okay? I didn't have time to argue with him. Looking at Obito in the distance, I activated 9 tails mode and wanted to rush up. Tobirama grabbed me urgently. "Have you forgotten? Other than sage techniques, nothing else works on him. Are you stupid?" I paused. Indeed, just having power without hitting the weakness was pointless. But the next second, I felt completely numb. Just as Minato and Naruto were rubbing that giant-tailed beast ball, ready to hit the opponent hard, the entire ground suddenly began to shake violently. Good heavens, as the smoke cleared, the 10 tails giant, like an alien mother body, suddenly bulged out a massive, horrifying flesh ball from its back. That guy Obito tilted his head, waved his hand, and directly withdrew the 4 red suns formation that covered the battlefield. I was wondering what he was up to. The next second, that thing, the god tree, started going crazy. Countless huge roots exploded from the ground like they were on steroids, directly stabbing towards our ninja alliance. The scene was unbelievable. Anyone touched by those roots, whether you were a Jonin or a Genin, was instantly drained and turned into a skeleton. Family, who understands? 1 second, they were living comrades. The next second, they were dried-up specimens. This was scarier than pulling cards and sinking ships. What's worse, that kid Naruto was tied up tightly by several huge branches. Aunt Kushina was almost going crazy in the live stream. Just at that critical moment, that damn system popped up again with some prize guessing game, asking who would go save Naruto. Let me tell you, the first Hokage Hashirama is really a character. Without thinking, he said it was the 3rd Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi. His brother Tobirama was almost dying of worry, saying, "Big brother, can you think a little?" And guess what? The system chimed and congratulated Hashirama for answering correctly. Reward: significant chakra boost. I was stunned. "Big brother, you're a deity with a blue bar longer than the Pacific Ocean. What do you need this for?" As a result, he immediately gave it to Kakashi, who had been struggling with low chakra. Goodness, Kakashi finally upgraded from a 50 to 50 to a 90 to 10. Guy was yelling next to him, wanting to fight him again, and Kakashi was probably overwhelmed. In the footage, the 3rd Hokage didn't disappoint. He swung his staff and smashed the branches, picked up Naruto, and jumped out. Then, Tobirama used Flying Thunder God to teleport several Hokage and Naruto away. On the battlefield, only a bunch of drained ninjas and a despairing alliance were left. Obito floated in the sky like a god, looking down at us ants, starting his brainwashing speech. "Just lie down. Don't resist. As long as you surrender, I'll take you to a pain-free dream, focused on eternal happiness." You can't deny, his rhetoric was somewhat effective, many in the alliance were swayed. After all, who isn't afraid of death? The first Hokage was jumping up and down in the live stream, desperately shouting, "Don't believe his nonsense. What is the difference from dying?" But people's hearts were scattered, and it was hard to lead the team. As everyone seemed ready to give up, Naruto was on the verge of tears. Just at that moment of utmost despair, a purple light tore through the night sky. With a swoosh, it split a giant branch of the god tree in half. It was Sasuke. Oh my, this guy descended from the sky in Susanoo, looking so cool. He looked at Naruto and said, "You're not really planning to give up, are you? Then I'll take matters into my own hands." When Naruto saw Sasuke arrive, he instantly pumped up like he was on adrenaline and activated his Nine-Tails mode. The two of them standing there became the focal point of the entire battlefield. And it got even better. Ino from the Yamanaka clan opened a broadcast for everyone, using the mind-body switch technique to livestream Naruto's memories from childhood to everyone present. In that moment, the entire battlefield fell silent. Everyone saw the little boy who was treated as a monster by the whole village, sitting alone on a swing. They saw him watching other kids being picked up by their parents, while he was all alone, feeling lonely. Family, who understands? That feeling of loneliness, where the whole world is against you, instantly hit everyone's heart. It turned out that this guy, who always laughed and seemed like a little son, had such a miserable childhood. He didn't give up. What right do we adults have to say give up? Naruto's choked yet determined voice echoed in everyone's minds. I don't want to regret anymore. I don't want to regret for things I didn't do back then. This time, the morale of the entire Ninja Alliance soared. Everyone's eyes reignited with flames. Obito watched this scene from above, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He probably didn't expect that the atmosphere of despair he meticulously planned would be shattered by Naruto's childhood memory. Naruto and Sasuke exchanged a glance and charged forward. Sasuke, being ruthless, directly covered the Sage Art seal of Go onto Susanoo. Wow, Susanoo instantly received a Sage Art skin, boosting its combat power. Enough with the nonsense. You have no future. Obito was also fired up, gripping the staff, transformed from the truth-seeking orb, and charged forward. Both sides exchanged long-range attacks, and with a loud explosion, smoke filled the air. Obito stood unscathed in the sky, looking quite pretentious. However, while he spoke fiercely, his actions grew increasingly hesitant. While fighting against Naruto and Sasuke, he glanced at the revived allied forces below, his wavering gaze barely concealed. Kakashi even noticed it in the Kamui space. This guy talks tough but is soft-hearted. He can't bring himself to deal a fatal blow. Sure enough, he sees an opportunity and bound Naruto and Sasuke tightly with the truth-seeking orb. My heart was in my throat, thinking he was going to kill them. But instead of killing them, he slammed them down from thousands of meters in the air, creating a pit without actually going for a lethal strike. The live chat exploded, and Deidara directly spat. This is a bigger letdown than the Pacific Ocean. Obito watched Naruto struggle to get up from the pit and began his ultimate PUA. Why do you stand up? For your comrades? They will betray you sooner or later. For the world? This world will only bring you pain. Look at you. What's the difference between you and me? His series of questions, each hitting hard, were meant to drag Naruto down with him and make him despair about this world. In a few minutes, the Eye of the Moon plan will be complete. Everything you do is meaningless. Why keep fighting? Obito almost shouted. Naruto wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze was more determined than ever as he said word by word. Because I keep my promises. This is my ninja way. I tell you. Just that one sentence silenced Obito. He looked at Naruto in front of him, as if he saw the version of himself from years ago who also wanted to become Hokage. Next move, take him out. Sasuke shouted. In the next second, the golden Nine-Tails and the purple Susanoo merged together. A massive Nine-Tails giant clad in purple armor rose up, exuding an oppressive aura that seemed ready to burst out of the screen. Obito was also anxious, transforming the truth-seeking orb into the legendary spear of the Sage of Six Paths that created the world, pointing at the red moon in the sky, and shouted, "Do you see that? This is the dream that can fill the void of the world. You have no chance of winning. Mao will erase this world." He was there frantically explaining how powerful his weapon was, but Naruto and Sasuke completely ignored his rambling and directly gathered the tailed beast bomb to launch it at him. With anger filling him, he charged forward with his sword. But at the moment the sword was about to clash with the knife, a scene suddenly flashed through his mind. a future he had never experienced yet deeply longed for. In that vision, he was not struck by a boulder, did not encounter the beast. He overcame numerous difficulties, gained everyone's recognition, and in the end, he became the Hokage. On Hokage Rock, his statue was carved. Why am I seeing this? In that moment of daze, he lost. Boom! The giant purple blade of the beast cleaved through his divine sword, shattered his shield, and ultimately slashed through his body. A massive amount of tailed beast chakra erupted from him. 1 tail, 2 tails, 3 tails. All the tailed beasts began to break free from his control. Now's the time. The tug of war begins. Kurama roared. Naruto immediately established a connection with the tailed beasts, stretching out 9 chakra tails to grip those beasts tightly. But it wasn't enough just relying on him. Everyone, grab my chakra, Minato shouted, sharing his 9 tails chakra with everyone. In the next moment, I saw the most exhilarating scene of my life. Everyone in the ninja allied forces donned a golden chakra cloak, descending from the sky, grasping the chakra chains that Naruto had distributed. Kiba, Shikamaru, Sakura. Everyone was here. 1, 2, pull. With Naruto's command, thousands of ninjas pulled together with all their might. Obito was completely stunned. He looked at the densely packed, united ninja alliance behind Naruto and instinctively turned to look behind him, only to find it empty. In that moment, his worldview completely collapsed. Through the connection of chakra, Naruto also saw Obito's entire life. That boy who was as lonely as he was, as eager for recognition, but ultimately took a different path. Naruto's voice resonated directly in his heart. You say you're a nobody, but deep down, you also want to become Hokage, right? Shut up. Don't pry into my heart. Obito roared in anger. It's useless to hide. You were once a leaf ninja. You're Uchiha Obito. At this point, what does that name even mean? It means a lot. Naruto pointed at him, his gaze sharp as a knife. I've said it before, I will definitely unveil your mask. Naruto continued, we are really alike. Both have lost the most important people, both fear loneliness. But look at you now, against everyone, spouting nonsense that even you don't believe. Do you think the person who cared about you the most would recognize your current dream? Lin. This name struck Obito like a lightning bolt, hitting the softest part of him. His mind was filled with memories of being with Lin as a child. That boy who vowed to become Hokage. To have Lin always watch over him. You don't actually want to prove that you are right. Naruto's voice pierced his soul. You were just running away. Because you were so much like me. That's why you were so angry. You want to see me despairing over this world to prove that your choice back then was not wrong. Obito was completely speechless. He had been seen through by Naruto. Stripped bare. He was neither a savior nor the second sage of 6 paths. He was just Uchiha Obito, who failed to keep his promise. In a live broadcast, the real Obito watched everything, tears streaming down his face. He took off the mask from his face, his eyes filled with regret and determination. Meanwhile, the version of him in the video was still arguing with Naruto. I'm telling you, the masked Obito sighed and began his twisted reasoning. If there were a broad road to peace, who would choose a narrow bridge? Sometimes, you have to step over the corpses of your comrades. His implication was that sacrifice was necessary for peace. That really set Naruto off. He pointed at him and shouted, "You're full of crap. The goal of the Hokage is peace, but a true Hokage must lead everyone down the hardest path. Advancing by stepping over the bodies of comrades? That's not being a Hokage. That's being a bastard." Naruto's words were like a divine revelation, a series of blows that left Obito silent. He stepped forward, his aura fully unleashed. You say you want to let go of the past, but when you became the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, you were almost consumed by the Ten Tails consciousness. Who pulled you back? Wasn't it your lingering thoughts of Kakashi-sensei, Rin, and the 4th Hokage? These words stabbed into Obito's heart like knives. Naruto walked around him like a judge. You haven't let go at all. The reason you can suppress the Ten Tails is that you are still clinging to the past. You are still Uchiha Obito. Then, Naruto made an ultimate invitation. Stop pretending. Stop running away. You should come over to our side, as Uchiha Obito, as a Konoha ninja, and properly atone for your sins. What was most striking was the last sentence. Naruto mimicked Rin's tone and said, if you were still alive. Rin would see you like this, all mixed up and confused, and she would definitely say, I've always been watching you. Stop pretending to be strong. After saying that, Naruto dramatically extended his hand. Come on, you bastard. At that moment, Obito completely broke down. He saw an illusion of his younger self, holding Rin's hand, shouting at the present him. The person Rin wants to protect is Uchiha Obito. Then, that small figure rushed over and grabbed his current hand. The scene shifted, and in reality, it was Naruto who tightly held his hand. Almost simultaneously, on the real battlefield, the Ninja Alliance's tug-of-war match reached its climax. Everyone, regardless of past grievances, united as one, veins bulging, desperately pulling out chakra. With a loud pop, the nine-tailed beasts were all pulled out from Obito's body. Obito's white sage of six paths shell was falling off like paint peeling. He looked like a kite with a broken string, falling straight down from the sky and crashing to the ground with a thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Lying in the pit, he gazed at the moon above and surprisingly smiled. I didn't expect I lost. That kid Sasuke, with his killing intent the strongest, saw that Obito had lost his fighting ability and charged in with his sword. Kill him. But Kakashi was even faster. He instantly appeared to block Obito. Wait, let me. I was once his friend. Let me send him off. I'll clean up the mess. Just as Kakashi's kunai was about to stab down, a flash of yellow light, Minato Namikaze appeared with a flying thunder god technique to block the attack. Kakashi stopped. Teacher Minato was heartbroken, looking at his two useless disciples. I also saw his inner thoughts. Naruto had already scolded him awake. This matter should have been handled by you, his friend. You two should talk. After saying that, he sent Naruto and Sasuke to deal with Madara. On the battlefield, only the three of them, teacher and students, remained, and the atmosphere was incredibly complex. Obito lay on the ground, starting to emo. Teacher, I'm sorry Rin, she was my only light. Without the light, my world has become hell. I can't see anything. Kakashi crouched down, his voice heavy. Haven T, I felt the same. You're gone, Rin-s gone. And Teacher Minato is gone. I also feel the world is hell. But you gave me the Sharingan. You left your words behind. It's because of these that I've worked hard to see this world clearly. Obito was unconvinced. Why do you think Naruto will definitely succeed? Kakashi's response was remarkable. Because he won't give up. He moves forward steadfastly, and this spirit will attract countless people to help him. When he encounters obstacles, we will all help him. And you, Obito, you chose to stand alone. That's your biggest difference. Kakashi pointed into the distance, where Naruto was forming an enormous spiral shuriken. Its light illuminating the entire dim battlefield. You see, Kakashi said, as long as there are reliable companions gathered together, hope can indeed become a tangible entity. This statement completely swayed Obito. He looked at the light, as if he saw the version of himself he wanted to become but couldn't. He weakly smiled, thinking, Naruto, you must become Hokage for me. Then, he silently began to weave hand signs. Kakashi and Minato were shocked when they saw the gesture. Outer Path, Samsara Technique. Obito was going to use his life as a price to resurrect all those who died in the war. He wanted to atone. Nagato had also betrayed me like this back then. Now I seem to understand. Obito murmured, I didn't lose to Naruto. I lost to the will inherited from Jiraiya-sensei. However, who understands the family? Just as his technique was about to be completed, a reversal occurred. The ground beside him suddenly cracked open, and a black arm drilled out, executing a black tiger heart extraction, piercing through Obito's abdomen. That thing was Kagaya's black Zetsu. It was like a slime, instantly covering half of Obito's body, seizing control of it. Goodness, this operation was all about making a garment for others. Black Zetsu forcibly controlled Obito, changing the target of the Samsara technique. To Uchiha Madara, a change of target. On the battlefield, Madara, who was originally being overwhelmed by Hashirama, suddenly smiled eerily. The next moment, his Edo Tensei body shattered like ceramic, and, as the dust settled, a living flesh and blood, peak Uchiha Madara was revived in full health. He felt his warm blood and excitedly clenched his fist. Now this is called a fight. Just after being revived, Sasuke's Amaterasu black flames came burning in. Madara couldn't even be bothered to open his eyes. He simply used his Rinnegan to absorb all the flames and casually absorbed the sage chakra from the face on Hashirama's chest. Sasuke, being as stubborn as ever, charged in with his sword. You relic of the old era, go back to the Pure Land. Madara moved like a ghost, easily dodging and grasping Sasuke's sword, allowing the blade to pierce through his palm, blood flowing without a care. Instead, he looked with great interest into Sasuke's eyes. Oh, your Manjiki Sharingan is indeed fast. Little brat, since we're both Uchiha, how about teaming up? Don't get me wrong, Sasuke coldly replied. You're already dead. On the other side, Black Zetsu had completely taken control of Obito's body and said to Minato and Kakashi, this waste didn't follow Lord Madara's plan, but it doesn't matter. Before he dies, I'll use his body to have some fun with you. It controlled Obito to stand up, preparing to retrieve that Rinnegan. But then, the battlefield exploded. Let me tell you, the revived Madara was incredibly fierce. He opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames that completely stunned Naruto, who had rushed over to assist. By the time the smoke cleared, he was gone. Hashirama immediately felt something was off and shouted, he's going for the tailed beasts. The next moment, Madara had already appeared in front of the Ninja Alliance and the nine-tailed beasts, the holes in his body from the sand visibly healing. He closed his eyes, exuding arrogance. All right, beasts, it's time to deal with you. I thought to myself, dude, you haven't even put your eyes back in yet, and you're acting all high and mighty? But then, the slap in the face came too quickly. Gaara's hand, like a Gatling gun, turned him into a sieve. Having no effect, he casually summoned a Susanoo and pressed down the large-tailed beasts like they were little chicks. The scene shifted back to Obito. Black Zetsu controlled his body, and an outer path golem emerged from his shoulder, ready to fight. Minato, having lost an arm, looked at Kakashi with a gaze that seemed to ask, brother, can you still hold on? Without saying a word, Kakashi used Kamui to try to absorb the outer path golem. What happened? He absorbed nothing. That thing poofed into smoke and directly appeared behind Madara. Madara glanced at the golem's severed right arm, still commenting, oh, it seems there's also a good eye over there. Then he started to show off, saying the little house was ready, just needed to stuff you beasts inside. Naruto looked at Madara and suddenly realized, his pupils shaking. He remembered Madara's previous meaningful smile. You used Obito to activate the Samsara technique. That's right, but Obito's willpower is incredibly strong. He actually managed to wrest back a bit of control over his body under Black Zetsu's control. In that instant, he tried to claw out his Rinnegan. But Black Zetsu, being the old sly fox it is, quickly suppressed him again. You dying waste? What are you struggling for? Black Zetsu's voice was hoarse and unpleasant. That eye originally belongs to Lord Madara. Who do you think you are? Obito is also tough, relying on his last bit of strength to shout, my right eye is hidden away. This left eye, I will let Kakashi destroy it right now. Black Zetsu laughed directly, showing disdain. Don't dream. White Zetsu already found your right eye and handed it over to Lord Madara. If it weren't for me being attached to you, you'd be done for. Then get lost. Wait until I die and you can take the eye. Obito is also stubborn. If I leave, won't those two just take me out in an instant? Black Zetsu pointed to Minato and Kakashi, who were watching from a distance. I'm telling you, this situation is deadlocked. Cutting back to Madara's side, he could no longer wait and urged, where's the left eye? Why hasn't it arrived yet? White Zetsu was fanning the flames nearby. You're covered in blood too. Madara didn't even raise an eyebrow. Fighting with Hashirama, it's inevitable that it's not elegant enough. Watch closely. Just a few seconds will be enough. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed, and he directly stood atop the outer path golem, not even opening his eyes. He let out a low roar. Rinne Tensei. Edge hell. I tell you, in that moment, I was dumbfounded. All the tailed beasts, all 9 of them. It was as if they were hit on the head by an invisible hammer, one after another. They fell like dominoes. The entire venue fell silent. Who understands? This power was about to break the dimensional wall. Behave a bit. Now I'll put collars on you. Madara clapped his hands, and the outer path golem's mouth spewed out a large number of chains, instantly binding all 9 tailed beasts, forcibly pulling out the 8 tails and 9 tails. Naruto didn't even have time to release the 9 tails mode. Naruto lost the 9 tails and fainted on the spot. Gaara quickly hugged him and ran. Sasuke's side was also grim. He rushed over with the jutsu given by Hashirama, wanted to launch a sneak attack, but guess what happened? With a bang, it was like hitting a glass wall. He was frozen in midair. Madara didn't even look at him, casually picked up a knife from the ground, and while saying some nonsense about sacrifice for protection, he plunged a knife into Sasuke's heart. I was stunned at that moment. Did the second pillar just disappear? The main character group lost one member? On the other side of the battlefield, Sakura was desperately trying to revive Naruto, but his heartbeat was getting weaker. Minato-sensei was completely anxious. He still had half of the nine tails in him. He had to save his son. He shouted at Kakashi, "Cover me," just as Minato was forming hand signs with one hand, preparing to transfer the nine tails to Naruto. I tell you, the most sinister old six appeared. Black Zetsu. This guy had already burrowed underground at some point. The one who was confronting Kakashi and the others from a distance was just a shell. He suddenly emerged from under Minato's feet, opened his mouth, and swallowed the life-saving nine tails chakra in one bite. Goodness, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Turning to look at Madara, it was even more heavyweight. He had absorbed all the tail beasts into his body and directly transformed into the Sage of Six Paths mode. White robe, black staff, with the truth-seeking balls floating behind him, this overwhelming wealth finally belonged to him. Black Zetsu also floated away, thinking that with Madara protecting him, he could leave Obito's body. But just as he took a step, he was forcibly pulled back. Obito, it was Obito again. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring from his forehead, and stubbornly used his willpower to lock Black Zetsu back inside him. Madara, I ask you, Obito lifted his head, staring hard at Madara. What do I mean to you? Madara smiled. You are me. Anyone who denies this world and wishes to realize the infinite Tsukuyomi is me. He began to wildly PUA, saying things like chakra is the power that connects hearts, but hearts cannot communicate. This world is hell. Only I can create a perfect world. A whole set, trying to completely brainwash Obito. Come on, Obito, you can still be the savior. Madara extended his hand to him. Obito seems to have really been persuaded, slowly walking towards him. Kakashi and Gaara sensed something was off and immediately took action. Gaara erected a sand wall. Kakashi aimed his Kamui at Obito's head, and Minato-sensei instantly entered Sage mode, launching a Rasengan right at Madara. What was the result? In an instant, Madara defeated them as if they were flies. With a wave of his staff, Minato's arm was broken, and he was sent flying, knocking Kakashi and Gaara over in the process. It's over. This time it's really over. Everyone watched in despair as Obito approached Madara. A satisfied smile appeared on Madara's face as he extended his hand. Obito also reached out, and just as their hands were about to clasp together, let me tell you, it's all about the ultimate counterattack. Obito's expression suddenly changed, and his palm pierced through Madara's chest in an instant. The music started playing. You bastard! Madara and Black Zetsu shouted in unison. Obito didn't even look at them. His mind was filled with Naruto's words and Rin's smiling face. The current me, he clenched his fists, starting to extract the tailed beast chakra from Madara's body. Is the Obito Uchiha who once aimed to be Hokage? This is so cool. Madara attempted to counterattack, reaching for Obito's Rinnegan, but his hand went straight through. Obito used his Kamui with his right eye to become intangible. Madara could only retreat, watching helplessly as Obito began to forcibly pull the tailed beast chakra from his body. The two were engaged in a tug-of-war, but instead of a rope, they were pulling on the essence of power. Too weak, Madara mocked. You can only pull out a little bit. Obito knew time was running out and shouted at Kakashi, Kakashi, bring Naruto over here. He needs to use Kamui to return the nine tails to Naruto in the alternate dimension. Both Kamui were activated simultaneously. Of course, Madara couldn't let him succeed, and several truth-seeking orbs came flying at them like missiles. He calculated that Obito had to materialize during the teleportation. With a loud bang, the entire ground shook. As the smoke cleared, Obito was seen half kneeling on the ground, having endured the impact. Let me tell you, Madara was completely stunned, probably wondering to himself, how can this guy take such a beating? And guess what happened next? Kakashi jumped out directly from the Kamui space and stood firmly beside Obito. Goodness, that scene. Who understands it? The last time these two fought side by side must date back to the mythological era, right? Kakashi then had a look of relief and said, Obito, I've set Naruto in. Now all you have to do is go in too, and he'll be saved. Obito swayed and stood up, wearing a long-lost, relieved smile as he looked at Kakashi and said, You, still the same as before, so self-righteous. TSK. Hearing this made me feel like I was back in their childhood. In the next second, Obito's expression hardened, and he directly entered battle mode. Kakashi, I'll take the lead this time, you cover me. Kakashi was also sweating, after all. They were facing Madara, but he still put on a brave front. All right, this is a long-awaited duo. Don't mess it up. Madara saw everything clearly from the opposite side. He wasn't a fool and quickly analyzed that these two were definitely planning a diversion. One would create a distraction while the other would take the opportunity to use Kamui. Madara was well aware that his attack speed was faster than the teleportation speed of Kamui, so as long as he held them off, it was only a matter of time before he wore them down. However, he didn't expect that Obito and Kakashi wouldn't play by the rules at all. Just as Madara was about to implement his strategy and attack them simultaneously, the two exchange a glance, their synergy peaking. Kamui, two people, two eyes, activated at the same time. I thought at that moment, with these two eyes coming together, did they have some hidden function? Sure enough, when the two Kamuis overlapped, the teleportation speed doubled, and in an instant, before Madara's attack could reach them, Obito had already vanished, sucked into the Kamui space. Madara's pupils shook in shock, probably thinking, what the hell? There's this kind of operation? On the other side, in the Kamui space, Sakura was nervously guarding Naruto. When she saw Obito suddenly appear, she almost swung a punch at him. Obito waved his hand weakly and said, "Don't be nervous. I'm here to save Naruto." He walked to Naruto's side and transferred the last of the tailed beast chakra to him, looking at Naruto's face, filled with the shadow of his own past. Just then, on the battlefield outside, Guy, using the 8th gate, charged in like a green lightning bolt, kicking Madara's truth-seeking orb away and saving Kakashi. Then, let me tell you, the scene where Guy opened the 8th gate and took on Madara was explosive. Let's fast forward to the even more thrilling parts. In short, after an epic battle, while Madara was severely injured, he still obtained the double Rinnegan and activated Infinite Tsukuyomi. The entire world was instantly enveloped in a white light, and everyone was wrapped in the branches of the divine tree, falling into a beautiful dream as if they were under a paralysis technique. Only Naruto, Sasuke, and the others managed to escape thanks to Susanoo. Just when Madara thought he had won and was ready to deliver a victory speech about cutting the ties of causality and being the savior, the dramatic scene unfolded. With a sudden thrust, a dark hand unexpectedly pierced Madara's heart from behind. Who did it? Black Zetsu, the little black thing that Madara had always thought was a product of his will. Madara was completely stunned. He wanted to move, but found his body completely out of control. Black Zetsu's sinister voice echoed in his ears. "You're wrong, Madara. You're not a savior. You think you're playing chess. Wrong. You're just a piece, and a piece of my mother Kagaya. What the hell? I created you." Madara could hardly believe it. "You're mistaken." Black Zetsu sneered. "My will is Kagaya's will. Did you think the Uchiha stone tablet said something about the path to peace? Laughable. I've changed that long ago." Wow. The official had personally come to modify the settings. Madara finally realized that throughout his life, he had been completely manipulated. Rin's death, his darkening. All his plans were part of the script Black Zetsu tailored for the resurrection of his mother, Kagaya Otsutsuki. Madara was playing the role of a nurturing antagonist, only to discover he was the one being nurtured. I watched as all the chakra in the world crazily rushed into Madara's body. He swelled up like a balloon, howling in pain. Just before his consciousness faded, he muttered, "Hashirama, where did I go wrong?" The next second, bang, Madara's body completely exploded, and a woman with flowing white hair and a Rinnegan on her forehead appeared. Kagaya Otsutsuki, the final boss, had officially arrived. When we regained our senses, we found ourselves dragged by Kagaya to an icy, desolate place. Sasuke was teleported to some corner. Naruto's main body was engaged in a fierce battle with Kagaya. And all that was left on our side were Kakashi, Sakura, a shadow clone of Naruto, and Obito, who was abandoned by Black Zetsu and lying on the ground, barely alive. The Naruto clone hurried over and used the power of Yang release to pull Obito back from the brink of death. Obito opened his eyes, still a bit dazed. "Where is this? Didn't I already die?" Naruto explained the situation to him, and Obito fell silent. He struggled to stand up, his eyes no longer confused but filled with determination. "Stop talking, take me to the enemy." Although he didn't know the specifics, he understood that if they didn't take down this Kagaya, the world was doomed, right? Kakashi looked at him and sighed. We were already prepared to die in battle. Tobi ran ahead, knowing that to seal Kagaya, he had to find Sasuke and get Naruto and Sasuke to work together. This was their last chance, and also his, Uchiha Tobi's, final path to redemption. But the first step of this path was stuck. Where is everyone? Where is Sasuke? I tell you, Naruto's clone was anxious at that moment, saying that just a moment ago, he could clearly sense Sasuke's chakra. And then, whoosh, it disappeared from the radar. Good grief. It had to be Toby. His mind worked quickly. He looked up at Kagaya in the sky, his eyes cold, and immediately realized, don't panic. That old lady is using space ninjutsu, just like me. She probably threw Sasuke into some corner of another space. Kakashi quickly asked, can we get in? Obito nodded. Analyzing it clearly, theoretically, it could work. When she connects to that space again, I can forcibly sneak in using Kamui and create a resonance to open a door. But the problem is, first, I'm not sure if Sasuke is inside. Second, this thing consumes a huge amount of chakra, like playing an online game across servers, with high latency and heavy mana costs. If I run out of chakra inside, then we'll be wiped out instantly, and that would be the end of it. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere became tense. But there was no time to hesitate. Obito made the decision right away. He took Sakura and one of Naruto's shadow clones, forming a suicide squad from another world, ready to set off. Before they left, he looked at Naruto, his expression incredibly complex. Naruto also looked grateful, saying, Obito, you're willing to help me and even go to save Sasuke. Before he could finish, Obito interrupted him. Don't thank me. I can't bear that. Obito looked up at Kagaya, his expression extremely serious. You're no longer wearing a mask. You've become a real man. He paused, surprisingly smiled, and repeated Naruto's passionate words from back then. The Hokage must endure pain and walk ahead of everyone. There are no shortcuts to becoming Hokage. Once you become one, there's no turning back. Let me tell you, at that moment, Obito seemed to see the version of himself from back then who wanted to be Hokage. He softly said, I once had the same dream as you. Now my time is running out, but at least let me lead the way for you in the end. Just as the atmosphere was right on their side, Kagaya wouldn't wait. She spotted us in the corner, but didn't take us seriously, charging straight at Naruto's main body. Naruto, however, stood firm, gathering the chakra of the five tails, and smashed the ice beneath him with a punch, colliding fiercely with Kagaya's outstretched purple hand. Immediately, seeing that this kid was tough to deal with, Kagaya unleashed a powerful attack, the 80 Gods Air Strike. Countless fists rained down like a storm, and Naruto's shadow clones were instantly cleared out in large numbers. In the smoke, Naruto's main body, along with countless clones, charged again, forcing Kagaya to retreat step by step. With no other choice, she opened a black hole beside her to prepare for escape. The opportunity came. Just as she opened the door, Obito's Kamui activated simultaneously. In the next second, the scene before us changed. A gray-green sky appeared. This was Kagaya's initial sphere, connecting to all her alternate dimensions. Black Zetsu's sinister voice rang out, dripping with sarcasm. Oh, you really came in? Looks like the clone's chakra won't last long. He immediately reported to Kagaya, Mom, this kid came in, hurry up and kill him. He'll use the resonance of yin-yang release to find Sasuke. He can't be left alive. Kagaya had originally wanted to absorb Naruto's chakra, but Black Zetsu was right. She shouldn't lose big over a small gain. She nodded, raised her hand, and unleashed a technique called bone killing, a bone spike piercing through Naruto's clone in an instant. That clone was instantly petrified and shattered into pieces. Just as Kagaya and Black Zetsu left, Obito and Sakura appeared in this space. Obito gasped for breath and said, Thanks to Naruto being the bait, we were able to sneak into my Kamui space. Now it's up to us, Sakura. Let me tell you, the next part was like opening a blind box, and it was a deadly one at that. Sakura placed her hand on Obito, and the chakra of the 100 Healings technique surged into him like a supercharged battery, wildly pouring in. Obito's eyes almost bled, and he roared as he activated Kamui, beginning to forcibly tear open a door to another space. The first door opened. Inside was a hell of rolling magma, and Sasuke wasn't there. Close it. Keep going. Obito covered his eyes, crying out in pain. The second door opened. Inside was a sea of sulfuric acid that could corrode everything. Still no Sasuke. Moreover, the acid gushed out like a fountain, and to protect Obito, Sakura's back was corroded over a large area, causing her face to turn pale with pain. But she didn't utter a word. Obito let her rest and heal first, but Sakura pressed him down. There's no time. Our chakra is limited. Naruto is out there alone holding off the final boss. We have to hurry. Who understands what family means? This is the true female warrior. Obito looked at her determined eyes and was also inspired, gritting his teeth to continue opening the next one. Finally, when the next space was torn open, it was filled with yellow sand. And in that desert, there was a solitary figure walking, Sasuke. Sasuke, come here, Sakura shouted with all her might. But the space door was like a broken net. The signal was extremely poor, and it was rapidly shrinking. Just as it was about to close, Sasuke was at his limit. With a glare from his Rinnegan, he activated the heavenly hand power, whoosh. He directly exchanged positions with a small rock next to us, instantly appearing in front of us. Sakura's chakra was exhausted, and her legs went weak, about to fall, just in time to be caught by Sasuke, who had been teleported over. The person was saved, but Obito had reached his limit, kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath, feeling life slipping away. Just as his consciousness was about to fade, his mind was filled with Rin Shadow, the girl who always encouraged him and watched over him. He remembered his vow to become Hokage and to create a world where Rin existed. No, I can't fall yet. Obito suddenly opened his eyes wide. Struggling to stand up, I still have things to do. He hadn't finished yet. He pulled Sasuke and Sakura close, using the last bit of his strength to activate Kamui again. A whirlwind of chaos, and we returned to the snowy world. Kaguya saw Sasuke, her eyes nearly popping out. How is this possible? This guy is still alive? The Naruto, Sasuke, Sakura trio assembled again. Naruto gave Obito and Sakura a thumbs up. Thanks. It turns out the one who was just captured by Kaguya was a shadow clone. His battle IQ is off the charts. Kaguya looked at them. All right, the whole gang is here. Huh? She couldn't be bothered to play anymore. Glaring with her Rinne Sharingan, she directly switched worlds. Bang! The snowy world beneath our feet instantly disappeared, replaced by a space with terrifying gravity. Let me tell you, it felt like suddenly being crushed by 10,000 mountains. Naruto and Sasuke were pressed hard to the ground, unable to move at all. Kaguya was also affected, but she still barely raised her hand, conjuring 2 deadly bone spikes, aiming at the immobile Naruto and Sasuke. This is it. We're really done for. Just at this critical moment, Kakashi and Obito, these 2 old partners, exchanged glances. And without thinking, they rushed forward with all their might under the terrifying gravity, ready to use their bodies as shields. But it was too late. Just as the bone spikes were about to impale Naruto and Sasuke like a candied hawthorn, Obito at the last moment used the last bit of his eye power to activate Kamui. But he didn't save himself. He pulled the bone spike aimed at Kakashi into the different space. With a whoosh, the other bone spike pierced through his own chest. Kakashi, you were too much of a hindrance. Obito turned his head with difficulty, looking at the shocked Kakashi, forcing a bitter smile at the corners of his mouth. This time, I'll leave you here. Kakashi was completely devastated. Obito, why didn't we agree to do this together? Don't say anything. Watch out for the enemy. The gravity disappeared, and Obito's body began to crumble like sand. He looked at Kakashi, silently thinking, you still have to uphold the new era. It's too early to die now. Naruto rushed over, desperately trying to use the power of the sun to save Obito. But Black Zetsu was still there mocking. Don't waste your effort. He's just garbage hated by both sides, destined to die alone. Shut up. Naruto's eyes turned red. Obito stopped him, smiling faintly. Naruto, yes, right. But I don't know why. Right now. I'm very happy. He looked at Naruto as if he saw his younger self, foolish yet fearless. When I was a child, I imagined countless times what it would be like to become Hokage. Thank you for letting me experience that feeling again. You must become Hokage. He recalled his childhood fantasies, Kakashi handing over the Hokage position to him, and he lived up to everyone's expectations, becoming Hokage and protecting all his comrades. The scene shifted to him walking down the street with Kakashi, countless civilians waving and greeting him. He waved back, nodding politely. Soon, he encountered Minato's child, who looked at him with admiration. Thanks to you, the village is peaceful. Kakashi looked at Obito and chuckled softly. It's not just because of me, but also everyone supporting the village. I hope one day I can chat with Rin. The 2 moved from darkness into light. Back to reality. In my memories, there are the village, my comrades, and the Hokage I wanted to be. Although it's late. But as a child, just imagining these things filled the emptiness in my heart. Maybe it's because I'm about to die that I'm recalling all this. Obito's tone softened. He thought of many childhood memories. People say that you can see the true faces of those around you just before you die. In his memories, Rin always took care of him gently, mentioning him every time. So I decided to watch over you closely, Obito. Didn't you say that saving you means saving the world? Rin looked at his younger self tenderly. Obito pressed his lips tightly, holding back tears. Because I'm watching you means you can't hide anything from me. Go for it, Obito. Rin smiled and clapped. Let me see you become Hokage and save the world. That's what we promised. Come with me. Rin gently took the hand of his younger self. Obito's body began to crumble like sand, his life gradually fading away. Naruto, from now on, you may face more difficulties. Obito's voice was hoarse. But even so, you must stick to your ninja way. You once said, to speak your mind and keep your promises. That's my ninja way, right? Obito smiled gently. Naruto's eyes turned red, nodding in response, unable to speak. Kakashi stood nearby, looking at Obito with a reluctant expression. Naruto, you. Obito hesitated, his eyes filled with tenderness. He turned to look at Naruto, as if he were gazing at his former self. You must become Hokage. With a soft sound, Obito turned to ashes, dissipating into the ground. Ah, I will. Naruto gritted his teeth, tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, a warm scene appeared. Rin held the boy's hand, and the two smiled as they walked toward the distant hill, where a cluster of red spider lilies danced in the wind. The people in the chat group witnessed this scene and expressed their emotions. Kuratsuchi, good night, Obito. Deidara, good night, Obito. Anoki-san, I'm getting old. I can't bear to see this. Uzumaki Naruto, thank you, Uncle Obito. I will definitely become Hokage. Nohara Rin, I'm crying. Wa, 4th Kazekage Raza, not touching at all. Wearing sunglasses, 3rd Kazekage. Take off your sunglasses. 4th Kazekage Raza. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I can't believe it ended this way, sigh. System, there's still a little bit left. After it's finished, Obito will have completed his recount. My guy. System, can you count me next? Shinobi from Mist. What do you have to recount? 3rd Reikage, A. 1. If we're counting, count me. The footage on the video continued. Naruto stared at the ashes of Obito, his gaze growing more resolute. He made a silent vow to become Hokage. At this moment, Kaguya and Sasuke were in a standoff. Oomph. Black Zetsu glanced below, watching Obito turn to ashes. Sneering, that insect-like waste has finally died. Although he was just a waste, his vitality was surprisingly strong. Ha ha ha. Black Zetsu laughed until he nearly cried. Hearing Black Zetsu's mockery, Naruto raised his head with a cold gaze. Don't mock Obito, he shouted angrily. Naruto, if you continue to oppose us, your fate will be the same as that waste. Black Zetsu said coldly. Facing Black Zetsu's provocation, Naruto's gaze grew colder. Obito indeed committed many mistakes. That's undeniable. But he just used his life to protect himself and even realized the mistakes he had let go of. Just for that, Black Zetsu has no right to mock Obito. Not to mention that Obito was still worried about him at the end. That line, Naruto, you must become Hokage, kept echoing in Naruto's mind. Obito, who aimed to become Hokage, in my view. Naruto's figure flickered, instantly cutting off Kaguya's arm, is the coolest. How is that possible? Black Zetsu fell from the sky, looking at Naruto in terror. The scene shifted to a warm space. Obito opened his eyes to see Rin looking at him gently. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Rin said softly. Is that so? Sorry for making you wait. Obito's tone was complicated. You must have taken many detours along the way. Rin looked at Obito tenderly. Yes. A lot happened before I got here. Obito's voice choked a bit. Rin still gently extended her finger, just like before. Rin, Obito instinctively avoided Rin's gaze about our promise. Don't say that, Obito, you've tried very hard. Rin shook her head, grabbing Obito's hand hidden behind his back. I've seen all your efforts. Hearing Rin's words, Obito's eyes became moist. Let us go, Rin said with a smile. Uzumaki Kushina. Wa, Rin is really a little angel. Kuratsuchi. That Black Zetsu in the video is so disgusting. Can we delete him? Killer Bee. Oh yeah, I think so too. Second Mizuki Jigura. It's a very touching story. Anoki, speaking of which, this video should be about to finish, right? System, there's just a little bit left. Let us show it to everyone. The footage on the video continued. Impossible. Black Zetsu fell to the ground. Just as he was about to get up, he was struck by 2 black rods thrown by Naruto. I can't move, damn it. Black Zetsu said fiercely. I clearly have limited abilities, yet I'm still left behind. Kakashi looked at the ashes of Obito, his expression complex. Why Obito? Kakashi's mind echoed with Obito's words before his death. What am I even doing? Kakashi tightly closed his eyes, holding back tears. The scene shifted. A warm image appeared. Obito looked at Rin, with tears streaming down his face. He reached out, wiping away the tears from the corners of his eyes. I really can't help it. You saw me making a fool of myself as soon as I arrived. Are you feeling calmer now? Rin stood up, smiling gently, and then pulled Obito up. Let's go, Obito. Rin wanted to hold Obito's hand, but he stopped. Rin, can you wait for me a moment? Obito said shyly. Obito? Rin said with some curiosity. Before going to that world, wait for me a moment. I need to go somewhere. Obito's gaze was gentle. Seriously, who are you trying to help this time? Rin complained. This time I plan to help Kakashi. Obito sighed softly. Finally, I can spend some time alone with Rin. If he comes over immediately, wouldn't that ruin everything? Obito smiled gently. Besides, he's so busy. He couldn't help at all, just standing there like a scarecrow in the field. It's really frustrating to watch. Obito frowned tightly. Even though a lot has happened, your relationship is still good. Rin smiled gently. Not at all. That guy and I are like fire and water. Obito crossed his arms, saying proudly, Can you go right away? Rin chuckled, her voice pleasant. Of course I can. Chakra is the power that connects the 2 worlds. Obito nodded, opened his eyes, revealing his Sharingan. I'm going to find Kakashi. I'll be waiting here for you, Obito. I'll always be watching you. Rin said gently. Sorry, Rin, I'll be right back. Obito's body was engulfed by a vortex. Senju Tobirama. Is Obito planning to pass on the Manjiki ability to Kakashi? Hatake Kakashi, Obito, Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi, the future me just feels sorry for you, don't misunderstand. Hatake Kakashi, thank you, Obito. Uchiha Obito, useless Kakashi, I don't need your thanks. Might Guy, boohoo Kakashi, will love disappear? Tensai, Guy-sensei, please be normal. Hyuga Niji, he's like this almost every day. Tintin, just get used to it. Rock Lee, as expected of Guy-sensei, boohoo. The video continues. From Obito's ashes, an immense amount of chakra suddenly surged, which then flowed into Kakashi's body. The scene shifted. Obito emerged from the vortex, showing a confident smile to Kakashi. At this moment, they both looked like their childhood selves. Obito? Kakashi was taken aback. Before going to another world, I came to remind you, don't come here. Idiot. Obito looked at Kakashi and chuckled. To celebrate your promotion to Jonin, I've given you this eye. If I take it back, I want to be able to sleep well. Obito put one hand on his hip, teasing Kakashi. Kakashi sighed and put his hands on his hips too. Obito, you. But don't worry, useless Kakashi, I want to wake up in this world either. Obito looked at Kakashi gently. Let us not talk about that for now. I just told Naruto to become Hokage, but I meant the 7th Hokage. Obito hesitated. Kakashi was stunned again. Kakashi, you must become the 6th Hokage. Although you haven't taken office yet, here's a gift for you. Obito's eyes were full of warmth. Although it has a time limit, at least it can be used. You understand? Obito winked. After all, you haven't forgotten your reputation outside, have you? Obito looked at Kakashi curiously. Kakashi sighed, and when he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the real world. Don't let down. The name is Sharingan Kakashi. At this time, Kaguya was battling Sasuke, who was still no match for her, and Naruto joined the fight. Kaguya looked at the colorful, tailed beast shuriken flying from afar, gritting her teeth. As the smoke cleared, Kaguya was covered in wounds, her hair wildly grown, and her mangled arm quickly condensed the chakra for various tailed beasts. Could it be that, mother? Now, Black Zetsu's pupils constricted. The chat group members stared dumbfounded at Kaguya's transformation. Kaguya quickly turned into a giant white rabbit. Various organs pieced together in a sphere. This isn't the original form, not the Ten Tails transformation under Mother's will. It's the tailed beast responding to Naruto's previous attack, on the verge of separation, not yet stabilized. Black Zetsu cautiously looked up at the sky. After Kaguya changed form, her speed increased and her strength grew. just as Sakura was about to be captured. A blue giant hand decisively saved Sakura. "Great job, Sasuke!" Naruto exclaimed. "Susanoo, whose is it?" Sasuke was stunned. "No, isn't it yours?" Naruto looked at Sasuke in surprise. What on earth happened? Black Zetsu was also confused. At this moment, the video music became stirring. "Obito, thank you." Kakashi piloted a blue Gundam, focusing on Kaguya in the distance. This is impossible." Sasuke looked at Kakashi in shock. "There's nothing impossible. The teacher is a famous copy ninja." Sharingan Kakashi. Naruto chuckled. "But he no longer has the Sharingan. Although I don't understand what happened, but I was saved." Sakura patted her chest, relieved. "Obito, you watch too. This time, I will protect them well. I will guard this world for you." Kakashi stared intently at Kaguya in the distance. The video ended here. System ding. Obito's review is over. Please rate. 1. 3 points. Ordinary ninja, no glorious deeds. 4. 6 points. Glorious deeds, worth singing praises. 7. 10 points. Impactful world change, can be recorded in ninja history. System. Full score of 10 points. How many points would you give for Obito's life? Senju Tobirama. 0 points. I refuse to give points to the evil Uchiha. System. Do not score recklessly. You have made a mistake for the second time. Punishment for Senju Tobirama. Ban on using water release ninjutsu. Senju Tobirama. Uchiha Zuna. Ha ha ha. Well punished. Uchiha Shisui. Full score of 10 points. I give Obito 8 points. Although he initially went astray and almost destroyed the world, he eventually realized his mistake and returned to the right path. Uzumaki Naruto. I give 10 points. Thank you very much, Uncle Obito, for saving me. Hatake Kakashi. Although it was a winding road, he returned to the right path in the end. I give 9 points. Nohara Rin. Obito saved the ninja world. I give 10 points. Jiraiya. Haha. I give 7 points. It's never too late to awaken. Uzumaki Nagato. Obito had a good original intention, but was deceived by Madara. He helped Naruto many times afterward, and everyone persevered because of him. I give 9 points. At this moment, the chat group members were giving their scores, most between 7 and 9 points. After all, Obito brought great destruction to the ninja world, but also achieved remarkable feats. Such a hero should be recorded in the history of the ninja world. The scores were rapidly climbing, and soon, Obito's overall score reached a high of 9 points. System. Calculating the impact of Obito on the ninja world. Calculation successful. Reward Obito 300 million tomato coins. Can be used to purchase items in the system mall. Namake's Minato. Obito, what are your plans next? In the Hokage office, Obito looked at the newly added 300 million tomato coins in his system mall, his expression complex and silent. Teacher, I plan to revive everyone who died because of me. Is that so? You're still as kind as before, Obito. Minato smiled at his disciple. Uchiha Obito. System. The revival item costs 5 million tomato coins. Right? System, yes. Uchiha Obito. I plan to buy them all. System. Are you sure? Don't you want to use these tomato coins to enhance your own strength? Uchiha Obito. No need. I trust Naruto. System. All right, here you go. In the Hokage office, Obito quietly muttered, "This is the system backpack." Then, he opened the system space. Inside the backpack, 60 revival items lay quietly. Just input the name of the person to be revived, and they can be completely resurrected. Who do you plan to revive, Obito? Kakashi silently watched Obito. Let's revive Rin first. Obito shook his head and entered the name of Nohara Rin on the revival item. Soon, within the borders of Konoha, a golden light flashed, and after the light dissipated, Nohara Rin's figure appeared. Strange, did Obito revive me? Rin looked at her palm in disbelief. Uchiha Obito, Teacher Minato. Namake's Minato. I found Rin. Uchiha Obito, Uchiha clan, the revival items are limited. There are still 59 spots left. Who wants to be revived? Type 1. Uchiha Zuna. 11111. Uchiha Taijima. Ahem. 1111. Uchiha Taika. Damn, Obito, don't revive those two. They're Madara's family. Uchiha Obito. I know. Uchiha Inaho. Brother Obito, revive me. Uchiha clan's ancestral land. A large number of guards and clan members began to be revived. Due to the limited number of revival items, only 59 people were revived. But fortunately, these 59 people were all important combat powers of the Uchiha clan. Sasuke, how have you been lately? Makoto looked at her son with tears in her eyes. Mom, don't worry. I will definitely kill Itachi and avenge you. Sasuke tightly hugged his mother, sobbing. Silly child. We've all been revived. What revenge are you talking about? Fugaku glared at Sasuke. Uchiha Itachi, Mom and Dad. Uchiha Makoto. Itachi, we've been revived. When are you planning to return to Konoha? Uchiha Fugaku, dinner is ready. Are you coming back for dinner tonight? Uchiha Itachi. Pain Namikaze Minato. Can I return to Konoha? Uzumaki Nagato. Itachi, if you want to see your family. Then return to Konoha. We are now an official organization. Namikaze Minato. Itachi, I have canceled your rogue ninja status. You are welcome to return to Konoha village anytime. Uchiha Itachi. Kisame Hashigaki. Itachi, remember to come back and visit me often. Uchiha Itachi, I will. System. Alright, now randomly selecting the next inventory target. Uzumaki Naruto will be my inventory this time. Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot Naruto. What do you have to inventory? If there's an inventory, it should be me. Uzumaki Naruto. Damn Sasuke. System. Ahem. Selection successful. Uchiha Shisui. Could it be that it's me? Hiss Anoki. Could it be me? System. The inventory target is my guy. Konoha villagers. What is there to inventory about this idiot? Mist village ninjas. 1. Let us change the inventory. System. Once selected, it cannot be changed. At this moment, the originally dark screen suddenly burst into color. In the bustling ninja school, a father and son in peculiar attire were staring at the enrollment list. Not there, not there. Young Mike Guy, sitting on his father's shoulders, looked at the list of those who passed the entrance test, his eyes gradually revealing disappointment. The people around were excited to see their names on the list. Parents were praising their children one after another. Only Mike Guy's eyes began to redden. Guy, look carefully. Mike Dewey said with a serious face. Not there, Dad. My name isn't on this list. Young Mike Guy's eyes brimmed with tears. It can't be. Keep looking, son. You've already tried your best. Your efforts will surely be rewarded. Mike Dewey said firmly. In the future, on that tear-stained road, you will definitely find your name. Mike Dewey encouraged. Inspired by his father's words, Mike Guy wiped away his tears and continued searching. The two completely ignored the mocking gazes of those around them, only focused on the list. Hearing the villagers' taunts and seeing the names of his rivals on the list, Mike Guy felt even more heartbroken. I'm sorry, Dad. Young Mike Guy looked utterly desperate. Don't give up, Guy. Don't look away. You will definitely find it. For sure. Mike Dewey interrupted his child's disappointment and continued to encourage him. Deidara. Is this the Jonin of Konoha? Hanzo of the Salamander. I don't quite understand. What is the significance of inventorying this person? Fourth Kazekage Raza. 1. Inventorying Obito is understandable. After all, his later combat power is astonishing. But this Mike Guy, hard to evaluate. Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish. Are you belittling him? Nohara Shinpachi. You have no idea about the terror of the 8 gates. Black Horea. Might Dewey open the 8 gates back then? That power, I still remember vividly. Akatsuki. If Might Dewey is that strong, then his son must be even better. Tikai Yamanaka. Indeed. Second Mizukage Terame. The 8 gates are truly miraculous. Pure Land Space. The 7 ninja swordsmen looked solemnly at the video on the screen. After all, the aftermath of Might Dewey's 8 gates power was still fresh in their memories. As for his son, he must be even stronger. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Could it be that you are overthinking it? This Might Guy, in my opinion, has at most shadow level strength. Third Kazekage. Can you say less? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Uchiha Makoto. By the way, system. Can he now cross time and space? System. Not yet. Wait until I finish inventorying this video. Uchiha Makoto. Sarada. How have you been? Uchiha Sarada. Grandma. I've been doing well. Uchiha Makoto. Oh, it's getting cold lately. Make sure to wear more clothes. Sakura Uchiha. Okay. The video continues to play. The sun in the sky gradually transforms into the evening glow. Students enter the school with laughter and joy, and then happily return home. On the playground, a unique figure is running. Kai has a long piece of white paper hanging behind him, desperately sprinting around the playground. The video displays the content written on the white paper. Anoki. running 500 laps around the playground? This. Mizukichi Terumi Mei, running 500 laps to make up for missing school? That's a bit exaggerated. Hashirama Senju. Monkey, when did you establish such a rule? Hiruzen Saratobi. Teacher, I didn't establish such a rule. Hashirama Senju. I see. This guy named Might Die is quite clever. Might Die. Thank you, second Hokage. The video continues to play. Isn't he the one who caused a scene after failing the exam? On the way home from school, several students stare at Might Guy in the distance, looking puzzled. Might Guy grits his teeth and runs desperately, sweat pouring down like rain. To support my dad, I must self-discipline, and I can definitely do it. Guy's steps begin to falter, but he continues to push forward. What's self-discipline? Nonsense. It's just him talking to himself about some constraints. Two students look at Might Guy disdainfully. I know him. He is Might Guy. He can't do ninjutsu or jinjutsu. And besides moving his body, he has no performance. Ebisu pushes up his sunglasses. But there's no need to exhaust yourself like this. Kakashi Itachi, chewing on a toothpick, says coldly. Might Guy stumbles more and more. Come on, Guy. But you're wrong. Might Guy hides behind a wall, watching his son with determination. Eventually, Guy collapses from exhaustion, followed by waves of ridicule from his peers. The mocking voices continuously reach Might Guy's ears. On the rooftop of the ninja school, Hiruzen watches Might Guy below through the window, his expression complex. Soon after, Might Guy faints on the ground. The scene shifts, and after waking up, Might Guy is punched by his father for not completing his task. Guy, you idiot. I'm sorry, Dad. I'm already 5 years old, but I can't even run 500 laps. Might Guy weakly falls to the ground, tears streaming down his face. Don't apologize. I'm not scolding you for that. Don't apologize for your efforts. That would be disrespectful to your hard work, Guy. Might Guy shakes his head, looking firmly at his son. Then, why did you hit me, father? Might Guy asks in confusion. You misunderstood the meaning of self-discipline. Running 500 laps to get into school is not self-discipline. Might Guy looks seriously at his son. This is just your one-sided wish, no different from praying to gods. Listening to his father's scolding, Might Guy is stunned. Listen to me, Guy. Self-discipline is about deliberately setting limits for yourself when facing challenges, pushing yourself to the brink. Establish rules that belong only to you. Might Guy looks at his son with dissatisfaction. Guy listens to his father's explanation, nodding in confusion. It is precisely because of this limit that you will face challenges seriously. Once you fail, through practicing the rules, strictly training yourself, and continuously improving, that is self-discipline. Might Guy says firmly, I'm sorry, Dad. Might Guy lowers his head in shame. But your efforts are not wrong. Even if you only completed half, you still tried. For your efforts, I reward you with a hug. Might Guy looks joyfully at his son and hugs him tightly. Dad, Guy, Anoki, this father and son are really interesting. Orochimaru, I'm curious. Is the 8 gates technique really that exaggerated? Second Mizukichi, not to mention, running so many laps at just 5 years old is already impressive. Shinobi from a mist village, but that's about it. The video continues to play. The surrounding parents look disdainfully at the father and son. Isn't he just abusing his son? So disgusting. Why are they wearing tight clothes? So ugly. The surrounding mockery also reaches Might Guy's ears. He instinctively shrinks into his father's embrace. But his father just pats his back, showing a gentle smile. Thank you very much for your support and recognition. Might Guy give a thumbs up to those mocking them in the distance. As everyone sees Might Guy's demeanor, they instantly disappear from the spot. Dad, that's not support. Might Guy tugs at his father's sleeve, choking back tears. That's called encouragement. Might Guy shows a confident smile. I failed to get into ninja school because I can't do ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Might Guy says with low self-esteem. Listen to me, Guy. Your youth has just begun. Youth should not retreat, just like me. Might Guy raises his thumb, full of enthusiasm. You're not good at ninjutsu and jinjutsu, but to me, that's actually something to be happy about. Might Guy pats his son's shoulder. Might Guy is stunned, looking at his father in complete disbelief. Because knowing your shortcomings allows your strengths to shine. Your taijutsu is already starting to shine. I'm very happy to discover your strengths at such a young age. Might Guy says confidently. Seeing his father praise him, Guy feels warmth in his heart, but soon becomes curious. Dad, you're also just putting on a brave face, right? Shortcomings can also become strengths. Nagging means being considerate. Chatter means being lively. Stubbornness means focus, and a willful person is like. Might Dai interrupts his child's words and speaks to himself. What about people with thick hair? Might Dai looks at his father. Well, that's also true. Might Dai hesitates, unable to think of anything else. Terumi Mei, this father and son are quite interesting. Kuratsuchi, I'm a bit looking forward to Guy's performance in the future. Rhea, I have a feeling this guy will be terrifyingly strong in the future. Shinobi from the Mist Village. Could it be that you're overthinking it? Rhea, shut up. What does a lower ninja know? The video continues to play. Hey, Might Dai, are you playing training games with your son again? A few recently off-duty leaf ninjas look at Might Dai with mockery. A perennial lower ninja, you really have it tough. As soon as the words fell, the two burst into laughter. Oh, thank you for your support. Might Dai gives a thumbs up, looking at the gradually disappearing mockers. He is unfazed by the ridicule. Might Dai stares at those two in the distance, deeply remembering their faces. One day after school, Might Dai finds the two of them. Really, you're already this old and still pretending to be young. How ridiculous. That Konoha ninja wanted to continue mocking, but unexpectedly, a stone hit the back of his head. Hey, isn't that the kid from the Dai family? What do you want? The two looked angrily at Might Dai. You're not allowed to mock my father. Might Dai retorted firmly. P.S. Just an idiot. Am I wrong to speak the truth? The Konoha Chunin looked at Might Dai with disdain. Dare to speak ill of my father, and I'll hit you 5 times. That's the rule I set for myself. Might Dai rushed over angrily, but at just 5 years old, he was quickly restrained by the two. Your rules are really interesting. Then listen well, your dad can't do ninjutsu, jinjutsu, or taijutsu. P.S. Just a waste. Everyone says he.s. not even a genin. He should be called a comedian. Ha ha ha. Just a funny guy who only knows how to play with youth jokes. Laughter erupted around them. You said a couple of bad things about him, so I'll hit you 10 times. Might Dai said angrily. Then let us double it and hit you 20 times. The Konoha Chunin angrily knocked Might Dai to the ground. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Is this how Konoha treats its own people? Anoki, Konoha is really ridiculous. Might Dai made the 7 ninja swordsmen collapse on the battlefield. Yet in his own village, he is not appreciated. Senju Tobirama. Monkey, what is going on? Saratobi Hiruzen. Teacher. I'm not sure either. Might Dai. Kai. Don't pay attention to those mockers. Believe in yourself. Might Dai. I understand, father. The scene in the video continued. Might Dai endured kicks, lying on the ground, gritting his teeth. Bastard. Bastard. The two Chunin sneered, looking at Might Dai with disdain. Kakashi saw this scene from a distance, rushed over, and kicked the two Chunin away, then punched and kicked them, instantly knocking them to the ground. Might Dai stared blankly at Kakashi until he stood in front of him. Your dad is being talked about like this, and you can't do anything. Kakashi looked coldly at Might Dai, then walked away. Might Dai watched Kakashi follow his father's figure, his eyes getting moist. Yeah, he doesn't even have the strength to resist. Kai looked at Kakashi's back in the distance, his eyes becoming complicated. The scene shifted to the hospital. Kai, why did you do that? Might Dai looked at his son in confusion. Dad, why can you still be so optimistic? Might Dai sighed lightly, covered in bandages. When will youth end? Might Dai looked coldly at his confused father. Youth 1T retreat, so it will never end. Might Dai shook his head. So it 1T end when dad dies? Might Dai asked angrily. What are you talking about, Kai? That would be the peak of youth. Might Dai waved his fist, looking confidently at his son. Dad, your thoughts are too abnormal. What youth is there when you die? Might Dai frowned tightly, tears streaming down. Who can guarantee that believing in youth will allow you to defeat the strong? Kai clutched the blanket tightly, his voice choked, like today, me. Might Dai looked at his son's disappointed expression, his eyes complicated. He slowly walked over to his son and patted his head. True victory is to protect the most important things, Might Dai said gently. Hearing his father's answer, Might Dai hesitated. I just... Might Dai choked, wanting to protect the youth his father spoke of. Might Dai looked at his son's sad appearance, tears also falling. How could he not understand his son's feelings? The villagers all mocked him, saying he was an idiot, couldn't do ninjutsu or jinjutsu. Was useless. The only thing he had was this trivial taijutsu. But is it really useful? Even Might Dai felt a little shaken. Uzumaki Naruto. Come on, bushy brows. Might Dai. Yes, thank you very much. Might Dai boo-hoo, this is youth. From now on, I'm going to run 5,000 laps around Konoha, a mist village Genin. I really can't stand it. I don't understand what's the point of counting these two idiots. The 7 ninja swordsmen, you still dare to scold? The scene in the video continued. The two fathers and sons were in tears, tightly embracing each other, the scene revealing a hint of desolation. The camera switched to a beautiful sunset scene. Hiruzen was smoking, nodding in agreement to Might Guy's enrollment request. Deciding the fate of others is something I can never get used to, no matter how many times. Hiruzen sighed lightly, then was attracted by a piece of white paper floating down from the sky. The white paper read, "Run 500 laps around the playground to make up for the enrollment." The scene switched again, showing a warm scene. Might Guy finally achieved his wish, stepping into the classroom and tightly embracing his father. That strange father and son are back again. If this continues, I'll have to call the police. 2 passers-by whispered to each other, looking at them with disdain. Might Guy sensed his son's inferiority and turned to give a thumbs up to the 2 mockers. My son's efforts have been rewarded. Thank you very much for your support. Might Guy saw his father like this and also overcame his inner inferiority, giving a thumbs up to the 2. Enrollment successful. Thank you both for your support. The 2 also gave a thumbs up, watching the 2 leave. While the 2 quickly fled, the scene changed to the Ninja Academy. Might Guy sat in his seat, watching the others perform ninjutsu below, filled with envy. He also wanted to perform these ninjutsu, but he had little chakra and couldn't learn no matter how hard he tried. Dad, there really are geniuses in this world. Might Guy looked at Kakashi performing the shadow clone jutsu, feeling inferior. Next, Might Guy. The teacher called his name, the voice entering Kai's ears. Come up, Might Guy. Yes. Might Guy was sweating profusely, extremely nervous, his body trembling. He walked up to the podium, lowering his head in inferiority under the mocking gazes of the crowd. Come on, perform the shadow clone jutsu. Okay. Might Guy gritted his teeth. That idiot can't even perform ninjutsu. Look, he's about to pee his pants from fear. Hurry up. Don't waste our time. The people in their seats looked dissatisfied, urging Might Guy on. Shadow. Clone jutsu. Might Guy stuttered nervously under the mocking gazes. Smoke filled the air, and only clothes fell, with no clones appearing. So disgusting. The clothes he wore were so ugly. The crowd laughed at Might Guy. Might Guy cried tears of inferiority, his eyes moist. 4th Kazekage Raza. Mocking one's companions. This is the will of fire of Konoha, thumbs up. Mizukage Terumi Mei. This is how Konoha is. Everyone just needs to serve Konoha. While Hiruzen has to think about a lot more. Shimura Danzo. Humph, teacher, you saw it too, right? Hiruzen can't manage the village at all. You should have let me be Hokage back then. Senju Tobirama. Enough. I am very disappointed in both of you. Senju Hashirama. The 4th Hokage. You're quite impressive. Namikaze Minato. Thank you for the praise, 1st Hokage-sama. The video continues. The scene shifts to Might Guy standing on the playground, swinging his fists. Just like Dad said, I have my strengths that shine. That's right, my taijutsu is already shining. I don't need to care about those who mock me in class. I am who I am. With my dad's self-discipline methods, I will work hard. Might Guy encourages himself, then starts running laps around the playground as usual. If I can't finish 500 laps, I'll walk 500 laps on my hands. If I can't finish that, I'll do 500 push-ups. Sweat pours down Might Guy's forehead. Anoki, to achieve this level at just 5 years old, isn't that a bit too much? Kurizetsu, I have a feeling. This guy might be stronger than his dad. The onlookers are all surprised by Might Guy's training spirit. If I can't finish the push-ups, I'll do 500 on my fingers. The sunlight quietly falls from the sky, and the sunset quickly dyes the sky red, making it particularly warm. After a day of training, Might Guy collapses to the ground, surrounded by kids laughing at him. You couldn't do it at all. I didn't expect your taijutsu to be lacking too. Might Guy lies on the ground, sensing Kakashi walking by, and he feels motivated again. He decides he must surpass Kakashi. To this end, Might Guy trains every day, constantly doing various taijutsu exercises. Dad said that hard work will definitely pay off. In the back mountains of Konoha, Guy sees Kakashi training as well and feels a bit inferior, not daring to approach. Soon, Might Due furrows his brow. He understands his child's feelings too. The scene shifts, and Might Due looks at his son seriously and give him a punch. Idiot, that kid is undoubtedly a lifelong rival for you. If that's the case, Why don't you challenge him? But he's a genius. I definitely can't beat him. Might Guy covers his face and lowers his head in self-doubt. This is not a problem at all. Dad will go with you. Let's go find that kid named Kakashi. Might Dewey says seriously. Wait, but I want to do it my own way. Might Guy makes an excuse. Oh, your own way? Run 500 laps around the playground. And if you can't do it, challenge Kakashi. Well said, Guy, that's my son. The two give a thumbs up to the crowd that mock them. Kuratsuchi, PFF. Ha ha, this father-son duo is too interesting. Deidara, this is a bit too foolish, isn't it? Uchiha Madara, such idiots, to put it bluntly. It's just fake effort. Doing these meaningless exercises, how could they possibly defeat a genius? Uchiha Izuna, brother is right. Uchiha Itachi, my guy is only 5 years old, and with this perseverance, he has already surpassed many in the ninja world. Uchiha Obito, the previous video already shows that Might Guy's efforts are paying off. Might Guy, that's right, my youth will never end. The video continues. Day after day, year after year, Might Guy keeps training, but soon he notices something unusual. He used to be exhausted after 496 laps, but now he can keep going and doesn't feel as bad anymore. Might Guy takes a deep breath and continues to speed up. 500 laps. Might Guy finishes 500 laps, a joyful expression on his face. Great, I finally don't have to challenge Kakashi. The scene shifts to if he can't finish 500 laps, he must challenge Kakashi. Might Guy continuously takes Kakashi as his target and trains tirelessly. Hatake Kakashi, Guy, I didn't expect you had such thoughts back then. In the Hokage office, Kakashi is reminiscing with Minato-sensei. Watching the video, surprise flickers in his eyes. Bang! The door is kicked open by Might Guy. Ha ha ha! Kakashi, seeing the video of me, can you feel my passionate youth? Let us spar together. Might Guy excitedly waves his nunchaku at Kakashi. Ahem, Guy, I actually have something urgent to attend to. How about we do it another day? Kakashi sighs lightly, unable to muster any energy. Nohara Rin, Obito. How about we go check on Kakashi? What do you think? Uchiha Obito. Why bother with that useless guy? Let's keep shopping. Hatake Kakashi, Obito. Can you stop calling me useless? It makes me feel bad. Uchiha Obito. Then just feel bad, useless Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Hatake Kakashi. Hitting is affection, scolding is love. Kuratsuchi. Indeed, when you spend a long time with someone you like, you end up teasing each other. Uzumaki Kushina. Exactly. Nohara Rin. Uzumaki Mito. Ahem. Obito has always liked Rin. Namikaze Minato. Haha. Kakashi. Your relationship with Obito is still so good. Hatake Kakashi. Yeah. Obito said he always liked me, but now that Rin is revived, he abandoned me. Boo-hoo. Nohara Rin. Uchiha Obito. Rin, don't listen to that useless Kakashi. He's just jealous of me. Rin, listen to me. My orientation is normal. Nohara Rin. I believe you, Obito. Uchiha Obito. Hatake Kakashi. Useless. Did you see that? Your whole life. Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Sakumo. Hatake Kakashi. You're already 30. It's time to find a partner. Learn from Obito. Look at you. Sigh. The video continues. Might Guy keeps training, and his efforts astonish those around him. The ninja school no longer mocks Might Guy. Instead, they are amazed by his efforts. It seems he really did it. Ebisu pushes up his sunglasses and says, that guy is not simple. Nara Shikamaru chews on a toothpick, his eyes filled with surprise. At some point, Might Guy's efforts have also inspired Kakashi. He stops and quietly watches Might Guy. The scene shifts to the forest. Birds chirp continuously, and the atmosphere feels particularly warm. I see. You still haven't had a showdown with Kakashi? Might Dewey says in surprise while cutting his son's hair. However, since it's a rule you set for yourself, there's nothing to be done. If there's blame, it can only be directed at how obvious your strengths are. Uzumaki Kushina. I understand the reasoning. But why cut the watermelon head? Nara Shikamaru. The watermelon head really doesn't look good at all. Hyuganiji, +1. Rock Lee, you all don't understand. This is what youth is all about. Hidden Mist Village Chunin. Can we skip this? What's there to discuss about Might Guy? He can't possibly be planning to kick the Sage of Six Paths, right? Second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Mangetsu. Hard to say, after all. I've hardly seen the legendary 8 Gates of Death. The summary is about the life of a character, not a single video, so it might be quite long. Uchiha Madara. In my opinion, the 8 Gates of Death isn't that impressive, just like withered leaves. My guy, you're wrong. It's precisely because of this that it's called youth. Uchiha Madara. Nonsensical. This challenge involves running up and down the mountain 500 times. Guy runs toward the woods, but soon feels something unusual on his head. It seems like sweat is dripping down. So cool. My guy looks up. At the top of the cliff, Kakashi is climbing with one hand behind his back, gripping the rocks tightly, looking like he might fall. Kakashi grits his teeth and persists, his sweat continuously dripping onto my guy's face. If geniuses work this hard, how could I possibly win against him? My guy falls into deep thought. Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost. Compared to talent, effort is the most important thing. Uchiha Sasuke. If effort alone suffices, then what is the significance of genius's existence? Fourth Kazekage Raza. All right, here we go again with this old topic, and the arguments are starting again. Noki. Both effort and talent are very important. Uchiha Obito, indeed. Anyway, I awakened my Sharingan at around a dozen years old. Uchiha Shisui. I think I awakened my Sharingan at 14. Compared to Uncle Obito, I'm really ashamed. Uchiha Itachi. I awakened my Sharingan at 12. Indra. Not bad. All 3 of you have talent. Uchiha Sasuke. Can we change the topic? Ashura. Logically speaking, your whole family shouldn't have died just because of a single Tomo. Uchiha Sasuke. Young, maybe my psychological endurance is just stronger. The video continues. Motivated by Kakashi. My guy works even harder. But when it comes to effort, I absolutely do not want to lose to Kakashi. Guy grits his teeth, sweat dripping continuously. My Due hides in the shadows, quietly observing his son, his eyes full of pride. Day after day, my Due approaches his dejected son and gently pats his shoulder. Is that kid Kakashi? Yeah, Dad was wrong. Whether it's wishing or praying to the gods, there's nothing wrong with that. You care about his performance, don't you? My Due squats down to meet his son's gaze. If I can run 5,000 laps around the playground, I will challenge Kakashi. My guy's eyes become resolute. Well said, son. My Due hugs Guy. The scene shifts to the back playground of the ninja school, where Might Guy is running with all his might, his father closely following, cheering him on. Go, my son. The road of youth is straight ahead of you. Might Due encourages his son. Hang in there. 345. 500 laps. Guy, you're still far from it. Might Due continues to encourage. 1,507 laps. My guy keeps running. Youth is still chasing after you. Might Due continuously inspires his son. Noki, not bad. This father is doing well, always encouraging his son. Hidden Mist Village Chunin. By the way, this video is so boring. The video continues. My guy feels the surroundings darkening, but there is always a familiar figure ahead, Kakashi. I want to have a match with you. Looking at Kakashi ahead, Might Guy grits his teeth and rushes forward. Finally, he finishes 5,000 laps. The scene shifts, and Kakashi and Might Guy begin to spar with a loud bang. The two exchange fists and kicks, leaving only after images in the air. In terms of taijutsu, I will never lose to you. Might Guy keeps throwing punches. So heavy. Kakashi blocks the blow with both hands. Leaf Hurricane. Might Guy kicks a rock behind Kakashi. The rock instantly shatters. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn. Are the genin from the Leaf Village this strong? Second Mizukichi. Ghost Lantern Man Getsu. Just from that one kick, he has already reached the level of a Chunin. Right? Saratobi Hiruzen. This kid Might Guy is great. I've watched you grow up. Mizukichi Terumi Mei. 666. Everyone has grown up under your watch. The video continues. Guy, congratulations on graduating from the ninja school. But you cannot stop here. Might Due looks proudly at his son. Of course, even if I remain the tail end of youth until death, I don't care. I am willing to stay in this campus called youth for a lifetime. Thank you for your support. The two give a thumbs up to the passers-by simultaneously. The scene shifts, and it is now deep into the night. Might Due glances at his sleeping son, then closes the door and hurriedly runs into the deep mountains. Might Guy opens his eyes. He hasn't fallen asleep, just filled with confusion. Why does Dad run into the deep mountains every night? Soon, Might Guy has his own team. The scene shifts to the west gate of Konoha Village. Akimichi CHG is looking at his team members, beginning to explain, I'm sorry. I will never make the same mistake again. Just as CHG is speaking, a familiar voice interrupts him. The three look over to see Might Guy's father looking respectfully at a Konoha ninja, almost kneeling in supplication. You say this every time, yet you keep making the same mistakes. I can only kick you out of the team. The Konoha ninja looks displeased at Might Dewey. Why yes, I'm sorry. Pleading will not help. Your words have lost credibility. With no choice, Might Dewey can only kneel on the ground. Please forgive me just this once. No matter the task, I will work harder than ever to complete it. Please, give me another chance. Might Guy watches his father's wretched figure in the distance, feeling equally pained. Dewey also notices his child, but so what? He has to complete more tasks, earn more money, and take good care of his son, while also fixing the flaws of the 8 Gates of Death. Uzumaki Naruto, Uncle Dewey. This is too pathetic. Namake's Minato. Naruto shouldn't say that. Everyone is struggling for a living. Might Dewey, 4th Hokage. Namake's Minato. Sorry, my son just spoke rudely. Naruto, apologize quickly. Naruto Uzumaki, I'm sorry. Uncle Dai. The video continues to play. As the sun sets, 2 boys sit by the lake, gazing at the water. Might Guy angrily throws stones into the lake. He did something so embarrassing, it doesn't fit the definition of youth. But he raised you like this. Kakashi says meaningfully, I think your father is the coolest ninja I've ever seen. The scene shifts to a quiet night, where Might Guy goes to find his father. Guy, you're already a mature ninja. The last thing I can do for you is... Might Guy looks seriously at his son. Listen, you need to pay close attention, Guy. Might Guy takes his son deep into the woods. The dark clouds in the sky seem to be parted by an invisible hand, and moonlight shines down on Might Guy. Might Guy bends his legs, enduring something with great effort, then lets out a roar as intense chakra bursts forth from him. A large amount of green light gathers around him. Dad, what is this? The 8 Gates, one of the forbidden techniques. Might Guy answers softly. Dad, where did you learn such a powerful technique? Might Guy asks in surprise. I practiced every day, and as a genin, it took me 20 years to master this technique, Might Guy says with a cautious gaze. This is the only technique I can pass on to you, and it's the most special one for you. You are already an excellent ninja, but when using this technique, you must meet a strict condition. That is self-restraint. At this moment, the music reaches a climax, as if a mighty eagle is crying out. Might Guy opens the 8 Gates, and the fierce wind-generated blows across Might Guy's face. Self-restraint. Might Guy's eyes widen. Kage Mizukage Meitoromi. Is this the forbidden technique, the 8 Gates? Anoki, I'm quite curious. What is the legendary 8 Gates really like? Tsunade, this is really reckless. Will this forbidden technique really not cause any problems? Konoha Genin, Brother Dai, I apologize for my previous actions. I didn't expect you to be so fierce. The next scene is Might Guy versus Madara. The video continues to play. Amidst the smoke of battle, the grown-up Might Guy locks his gaze on Madara in the sky. At this moment, the music suddenly becomes tense. Might Guy takes a deep breath because he knows that only he can go to the battlefield now. Minato has lost both arms, and Naruto and Sasuke's fates are uncertain. He can only delay. 4th Kazekage Raza. Nice, this video is finally heating up. Mishikashimai Tirumi. Isn't this a previous clip? 3rd Kazekage. The previous video cut out the confrontation between Might Guy and Uchiha Madara. Honestly, I'm very curious about the outcome of this battle. Anoki, regardless of victory or defeat, it's rare to witness the legendary 8 Gates in person. Uchiha Madara. I want to see what kind of power this legendary 8 Gates has. The video continues. Might Guy runs forward with great effort, pressing his thumb against his chest. Chakra is gathering towards his heart. Madara watches Might Guy sprinting, his expression becoming serious. Dad, Might Guy accelerates forward. The 8th Gate, the Death Gate. Might Guy looks at Uchiha Madara, lost in memories. They say that when a person is about to die, they will reflect on their life. Oh no, I'm surrounded. There's no way to escape now. Young Might Guy looks coldly at the distant 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. Aren't those the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist? Beside him, Ebisu sweats coldly. Even the kids from other villages know about us. Kisame Hashigaki sneers. Looks like we've made a name for ourselves. Just right. My blade has a small chip. I need to make it taste some blood to regenerate the iron. Kisame mockingly eyes the Konoha ninja, just when everyone is feeling hopeless. A green shadow flashes through the distant woods. What to do? We can't take them on with just us few. Kakashi's forehead is tightly furrowed. At this moment, a green figure suddenly drops from the sky, accompanied by a violent whirlwind, stirring up large patches of grass. Finally caught up, Might Guy stands in front of the three, smiling lightly. Dad! Might Guy looks at his father in surprise. What are you doing here as a genin? Don't say anything, run quickly, I'll buy some time. Might Guy urges anxiously. If we run, what about you? The opponent is a jonin, and also the 7 ninja swordsman. How can you handle it alone, Dad? Might Guy looks worried. Don't worry. I have the death gate of the 8 gates. Might Guy shakes his head. But that technique. Cold sweat breaks out on Might Guy's forehead. Remember self-restraint? Now is the time. At that moment, his father gave him a thumbs up with his back turned. That confident gaze is unforgettable for Might Guy. Guy, now is the time for you to protect your companions. Go for it. I understand, Father. I will protect everything I cherish with my life. 8 gates, open. Might Guy's body ignites instantly. Chakra is surging wildly throughout his body. The onlookers in the distance are shocked, as are the people in the chat group. After all, this chakra aura, even through the screen, is suffocating. At this moment, Uchiha Madara in the sky watches Might Guy below, his brow furrowed. Red steam. Is this the blood steam when the 8 gates are fully opened? Uchiha Madara's expression quickly turns to disdain. But it seems it's nothing impressive. Just like withered leaves falling in autumn. You're not wrong, but I will not wither away like that. Might Guy declares firmly. I will become the nutrients for new green leaves. When the green leaves sprout, spring arrives. That is the peak of youth, the most fiery moment. Might Guy instantly disappears from his original position and appears in front of Uchiha Madara. Madara looks at Might Guy, his pupils constricting. Yes, Madara quickly dodges Might Guy's incoming punch. Ichiashi. Might Guy adjusts his stance and throws another punch. His fist hitting the air and generating a strong airflow that rushes toward Uchiha Madara. Madara grips his staff tightly, gritting his teeth to resist this powerful airflow. The two sides are locked in a stalemate in midair. Might Guy grits his teeth, gradually increasing his strength. Bang! The powerful airflow directly knocks Uchiha Madara from the sky to the ground, the wind generated by the airflow stirring up surrounding dust. Uchiha Madara grits his teeth, feeling a sharp pain in his chest. Niasi. Just as Might Guy is about to throw another punch, a crack sound is heard, and the bones in his arm begin to shatter, forcing him to stop. Anoki. As expected, the 8 gates does have some flaws. Second Mizukage, Kagaya. Hey, even if there are flaws, it's still terrifying. Black Zetsu. I remember now. I remember that red shadow from that day. Kisame. This is too terrifying. The video continues to play. So that's how it is, Father, this really hurts. Might Guy slowly descends from the air. At this moment, he finally understands how his father felt when he opened the 8 gates. However, I have already gotten used to it. Next, it's going to be a series of punches. I will not give that guy Madara any openings. Might Guy thinks about his strategy. The scene shifts to the depths of the ground, where the air currents generated by Might Guy's recent strike have pierced through the entire surface, leaving everything around dark and bottomless. Uchiha Madara lies on the ground, looking disheveled. A martial arts technique that creates shockwaves in the air. An air cannon. Crack. A piece of the forehead protector on Uchiha Madara's head shatters. Sweat beads on Madara's forehead. Evidently, Might Guy's recent strike was incredibly powerful. If he gets hit a few more times, his body might not be able to take it. From now on, I must avoid being hit by these punches at all costs. Madara slowly stands up and quickly ascends from the abyss to the high sky. It's rare to battle against the 8 gates. Since I have this rare opportunity, I'll be your opponent. Uchiha Madara rises into the sky, his eyes filled with excitement as he stares at Might Guy. Seeing Uchiha Madara in the sky, Might Guy clenches his teeth and steps in the air. Rising into the sky, he's actually chasing from the air. A bead of cold sweat appears on Uchiha Madara's forehead as he quickly ascends. But Might Guy relentlessly pursues him. The scene shifts again as Minato observes the two in the sky evenly matched and begins to formulate a plan. Hearing Minato's plan, everyone nods in agreement. Might Guy sees that Uchiha Madara remains unmoving and quickly circles around him, increasing his speed. In the high sky, only a red afterimage is left, darting past like lightning. Soon, Might Guy gathers a large amount of air currents into a circle surrounding Uchiha Madara. Madara coldly gazes at Might Guy and then stops. An air bullet swiftly rushes towards him. First step, Might Guy throws a punch. As expected, it's quick. Uchiha Madara's pupils contract as he quickly mobilizes the truth-seeking balls, forming a shield to block the air currents. However, the residual force of the air currents does not diminish and penetrates the shield. But soon Madara is stunned, because he sees that familiar figure behind him. My guy. Wasn't he just in front? How did he suddenly appear behind me? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, this speed is too fast. Kuratsuchi. I can't imagine how much sweat Might Guy must have shed. The video continues to play. Might Guy swiftly circles behind Madara, gritting his teeth, and throws another punch. Second step. The powerful air current strikes Uchiha Madara's face, causing his cheek to cave in from the blow. Immediately after, Might Guy keeps adjusting his position. Third step. Fourth step. 2 consecutive attacks come from different directions, hitting Uchiha Madara. Madara falls awkwardly onto the truth-seeking balls, pain radiating throughout his body, as if his internal organs have shifted. Damn it, I can't move. The intense air current suppress Madara, rendering him immobile. In the distance, a red afterimage rushes in. Madara grits his teeth and quickly mobilizes the truth-seeking balls. The truth-seeking balls gather into a sphere, and at the same time, Madara throws 4 truth-seeking balls, striking directly at Might Guy. Might Guy moves too fast, and his brain cannot react in time, unable to adjust his position in the air. At the critical moment, a kunai inscribed with flying thunder god flies in front of him. Minato then appears, blocking the truth-seeking balls with his body, giving Might Guy a determined look. At this moment, Gari uses sand to lift Kakashi. Kakashi, from the high ground, aims at Uchiha Madara's truth-seeking balls. Kamui. A whirlpool distorts, tearing apart the truth-seeking balls. Madara's weakness is exposed before Might Guy's eyes. Might Guy grits his teeth, gathering all that he has learned, and throws a punch. This punch lands heavily on Madara's back. Crack, crack. The truth-seeking balls cannot bear Madara's weight, and he is sent flying into the air by Might Guy. With a splat, Madara spits out a mouthful of blood. Guy continues to drag Madara's body down toward the ground, causing the earth to shake violently. Smoke rises. A deep pit appears hundreds of kilometers away. The smoke gradually dissipates. Might Guy gasps for air, feeling his lifespan is almost up. He frowns, staring at the thick smoke in the distance. That guy, he probably isn't dead yet. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, this is too strong. Uzumaki Boruto. He seems even stronger than my dad. Third Kazekage Raza. Is this the pinnacle of taijutsu? Hidden Mist Village Umbu. A genius among geniuses, directly confronting 6 paths Madara. Mizukage Terumi Mei, what genius. Just the persistence of a little man. Jiraiya. This is the importance of hard work. Might Away. Ha ha ha. My son is amazing. Go for it, this is youth. Might Guy. I originally intended to leave the death gate of the 8 gates for Kakashi. What a shame. Sigh. Hatake Kakashi. Haha. Guy. That joke is not funny at all. Uchiha Madara. Might Guy, your taijutsu is strong. But is that all you have? If that's all, then it's not enough. Might Guy. Evil Madara. It's not over yet. The video continues to play. In the midst of the intense smoke, Madara lies awkwardly on the ground, then stumbles to his feet. He wipes the blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with excitement. This feeling of excitement, it's the first time since Hashirama Senju. Can you come again? Do you have any other skills? Madara turns his head, excitedly looking at Might Guy hundreds of meters away. The surrounding smoke has not yet dissipated, swirling like clouds in the sky, continually churning on the ground. The ground around is in ruins, pockmarked and filled with holes. Do you have any other abilities? Make me a little happier. In the distance, Uchiha Madara's teasing voice comes. Upon hearing this, Might Guy beads with sweat on his forehead. That guy actually withstood the continuous attacks. Might Guy's expression turns cautious. He feels his lifespan is almost up. The sound of his heartbeat gradually weakens. A drop of sweat falls to the ground. Might Guy seems to see his father, smiling at him and giving him a thumbs up. Hey, can you keep dancing? Uchiha Madara's voice interrupts Might Guy's thoughts again. Don't you have any other moves? A hint of disappointment flickers in Madara's eyes. Just continue trying to amuse me. At this moment, the audience watching the video grows tense. Hido, it's over. Might Guy can't possibly defeat Uchiha Madara. Anoki, there's nothing we can do. After all, Uchiha Madara has already become a sage of 6 paths, while Might Guy is just a mortal body. Black hole Leia. Damn, I feel so pumped up. That red afterimage from back then is still fresh in my memory. Senju Hashirama. Voodoo. Who do you think will win between the two next? Senju Tobirama. Hard to say, brother. It all depends on whether my guy has any tricks left. Might Dewey. Son, do you remember what I told you back then? Now is the time to. Might Guy. The moment to protect those important to me with my life. Father, I always remember. The video continues to play. Might Guy's stamina is nearly exhausted, his pupils gradually losing focus. In his sight, a familiar figure appears. It's his father, who has also opened the 8 gates, just like when he protected him and his friends against the 7 ninja swordsmen in his childhood. Time has flown by, and now it's his turn to protect his companions. Might Guy supports himself with one hand on a rock, gasping for breath. Has even the evening elephant become useless? He murmurs, "That's right, keep dancing." Uchiha Madara's excited voice comes through. "I can only use Night Guy now." Might Guy furrows his brows. He suddenly stomps down hard, cracks appearing on the ground, his hands gripping the earth tightly. Sweat drips continuously from his cheeks. At this moment, Madara is also extremely excited. He senses Might Guy's heart starting to beat violently. It seems that his next move will be the final blow. Uchiha Madara's eyes are filled with anticipation. Out of respect for a strong opponent, he decides to take this hit head-on. Gather. Might Guy roars, and the ground instantly cracks open. This move of his is not the evening elephant. Rock Lee braces against the strong wind from afar, his pupils constricting. Could there be a move stronger than the evening elephant? Gaara is stunned. Kakashi stares at the distant red steam, his thoughts drifting back to his childhood. As a child, he looked down on Might Guy from the bottom of his heart, but he was always reprimanded by his father. His father's words still resonate in his mind. Might Guy, boo-hoo Kakashi. Did you always look at me with that kind of expression back then? Hatake Kakashi, ahem. That was when we were kids. I wouldn't do that now. Anoki, why not? Mizukage Terame. Are you scared he'll kick you? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Are you afraid of his 8 gates? Hatake Kakashi, stop talking nonsense. My relationship with Guy is great. I can't afford to eat tonight, so it's a bit rushed. Please forgive me, Deidara, by the way. What move is Might Guy going to use next? Might Guy. The next move is my own creation. Originally, I wanted to save it for Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, ahem. You can save it for Madara. Uchiha Obito. Humph, worthless Kakashi. Warm memories emerge. Inside the ninja school. Kakashi has his hands in his pockets, impatiently urging, "Come on, Dad, hurry up." Hatake Tsukumo chuckles in response. What's the rush? The school won't run away. It takes some time to complete the enrollment procedures. The two walk side by side, and soon they see Might Guy and his father in the distance. Hatake Tsukumo politely speaks. "Ah, nice to meet you. My son will need your care at school from now on." Kakashi helplessly tugs at his father's sleeve, "Dad." Hatake Tsukumo continues, "Please get along with him." Might Dewey shakes his head. "No, that's probably not possible." Hatake Tsukumo asks in surprise, "Why? Is this what it's like to have a monstrous parent?" As he speaks, a bead of cold sweat trickles down his forehead, and he pretends to step back dramatically. Kakashi helplessly says, "No, Dad, you're mistaken. This guy didn't even get into the ninja school." Hatake Tsukumo looks apologetic. "I'm really sorry, since we were at the school gate. I made an assumption." Might Dewey stands confidently with his hands on his hips, laughing. "Huh, that's right." Kakashi looks disdainfully at the two fathers and sons in front of him. Is this funny? Hatake Tsukumo scolds his son. "Kakashi, that's very rude." Kakashi retorts, "You're ruder, Dad." Speaking of which, this guy desperately wants to get into the ninja school, but can't use ninjutsu. How can you think? At this point, he stops. Kakashi shakes his head. "Forget it. If we don't hurry, we'll be late, Dad." Hatake Tsukumo apologizes. "Then I'll take my leave." Might Guy isn't self-conscious. Instead, he smirks at Kakashi. "You're Hatake Kakashi, right?" Kakashi turns back curiously, only to see Might Guy giving him a thumbs up. "Thanks for your support." Kakashi is stunned, his face showing a look of disdain. Tsukumo, however, looks at the two fathers and sons with curiosity, his eyes meaningful. Watching Might Guy and his father walk further away, Hatake Tsukumo seriously looks at Kakashi. "Kakashi, even if you get into the ninja school, don't be arrogant. At this rate, that kid will be stronger than you." As he speaks, he recalls Might Guy's earlier moves and chuckles softly. Kakashi looks disdainful. "Him? Hatake Kakashi squats down to meet his son's gaze at eye level, his expression gentle. The makeup list hasn't been announced yet, right? The school isn't stupid. Go ask for his name and remember it well. Seeing his son's disdainful expression, Hatake Kakashi smiles and pats Kakashi's head. He will be a good rival. Hearing his father say this, Kakashi becomes curious. He shouts, "Hey, you over there?" Might Guy curiously turns around, and Kakashi awkwardly asks, "What's your name?" Might Guy confidently replies, "Might Guy, I will become a stronger man than anyone else." Upon hearing this, Kakashi breaks out in a cold sweat on his forehead. The scene shifts, and the memories are swallowed by the distant whirlwind. At this moment, rhythmic music plays, stirring the emotions of everyone present. Father, you were right. Guy will indeed become an outstanding ninja. In the distance, a streak of blood-red steam gathers into a gigantic dragon. Everyone watching the video is stunned. The intense blood-red steam is fearsome even through the screen. Uchiha Madara senses the overwhelming killing intent coming from afar, and his eyes gradually sparkle with excitement. He waves his hand, acknowledging this chakra. In terms of physical techniques, no one who has fought with me is better than you. I, Madara, will call you the strongest. Might Guy grits his teeth and charges forward rapidly. The surrounding winds and rocks along the way seem to retreat in his eyes, like scenes from movie. Everything obstructing him along the way is evaporated by his blood-red steam. Watching the dragon's head rushing toward him, Uchiha Madara grips the six paths staff tightly. The dragon's head roars. What incredible speed! Madara grits his teeth, watching the staff in his hand bend, his pupils constricting sharply. Is even space being distorted? Might Guy kicked towards Uchiha Madara. This strike condensed all the skills he had learned in his lifetime. Bang! Uchiha Madara felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, blood spewing from his mouth. Crack, crack. The sound of two bones breaking echoed. At this moment, the violent aftershock blew all the spectators away. Might Guy continued to kick Uchiha Madara's body, sending him flying towards the distant god tree. A vast area of the ground, thousands of kilometers wide, was left in ruins. The surroundings were in disarray. All the brutal scenes vividly demonstrated the terror of Might Guy's strike. How difficult can one person's perseverance be? Everyone present could answer this question. It is hard to imagine how many years it took to reach Might Guy's level. This kind of perseverance is something others simply cannot match. Inoki, damn. That's incredible. Iwagakure. Inoki stared intently at the video, unable to hold back an exclamation. After all, the scene was too shocking. It should be noted that Might Guy is just a mere mortal. Mizukage Terumi Mei. This is too terrifying. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Definitely very strong. Umbu of Kirigakure. Damn, brother Guy, I was wrong before. Please forgive me. Shinobi of Kirigakure. Father Guy, please forgive me. In Kirigakure. Previously, many people had made extreme remarks about Might Guy out of contempt, and now they were all slapping themselves in the face. They actually insulted such a strong person. Commoners of Konoha. I'm sorry, brother Dai. Commoner A of Konoha. Brother Guy, brother Dai. I apologize for not recognizing your greatness. Senju Tobirama. Putting everything else aside, reaching this level requires enduring unbearable pain. Uchiha Itachi. Very impressive. The video continued. The smoke gradually dissipated, and at this moment, Might Guy lay on the ground like a burnt-out coal, completely still. In contrast, Uchiha Madara. Half of his body had been rendered useless. He gasped for breath. You almost killed me. Uchiha Madara fixed his gaze on the distant Might Guy, excitement flickering in his eyes. A gust of wind blew. Might Guy's right foot seemed to disintegrate into ashes. Although you are now a flickering candle in the wind, you have pleased me. As a token of gratitude, before you turn to ashes, Uchiha Madara sneered. Let me be the one to end you. He quickly activated the truth-seeking orbs, compressing them to the limit, and charged towards the fallen Might Guy. Just as the truth-seeking orb was about to smash into Might Guy, Naruto appeared in an instant, kicking the truth-seeking orb away. The truth-seeking orb was kicked away. Uchiha Madara was stunned. Naruto's eyes were cold as he stared at Madara. But now is not the time for grudges. Thank you, Sensei, for saving me. Naruto infused Yang release chakra into Might Guy's chest. Soon, Might Guy's heart began to beat rhythmically again. Naruto clenched his fists, looking at Might Guy, anger surging in his heart. Chapter 217, during the reversal period. Those who dislike the beginning can skip ahead. Might Guy. Thank you, Naruto, for saving me. Do you want to sweat it out with me? Uzumaki Naruto. I'll pass. Anoki. Wait. Did Naruto just kick away the truth-seeking orb? Otsutsuki Shurin. It seems Naruto has also mastered the power of Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I'm curious. How did both Naruto and Sasuke, mere mortals, suddenly become like the Sage of Six Paths? Uchiha Obito. Could it be that someone is secretly assisting them? Otsutsuki Kinshiki. But the problem is, who would be so bored as to help them? Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Anyway, it's definitely not me. Uzumaki Boruto. By the way, system. Has my guy's review ended? System. Yes, the review is complete. Currently calculating my guy's rewards. Rewarding my guy with the 8 gates of death without side effects. Additionally, rewarding my guy with 100 million tomato coins. Anoki. Damn. The 8 gates of death without side effects? You can't be serious. Kuratsuchi. Does that mean, after my guy opens the 8 gates, he can open them again? My guy. Haha, this is youth. Kakashi, prepare yourself. 8 gates open. Hatake Kakashi. Don't come near me. Hatake Sakumo. In Konoha. After receiving the rewards, my guy was extremely excited. His first thought was to challenge his dear friend Kakashi to a duel. However, for some reason, Kakashi was always avoiding him. Helpless, my guy could only continue training as usual. Mizukichi Terumi Mei. By the way, system, who are you planning to review next? Currently extracting the review character. Extraction successful. Current review character. Uzumaki Boruto. Uzumaki Naruto. you.How. Reviewing my son? What is so great about my son to review? In Konoha during the Boruto era, Naruto was sitting in his office handling work when he suddenly glanced at the messages from the chat group, his pupils contracting sharply. Hey, this can't be a mistake. Naruto frowned tightly, secretly worried about his son. He did not want a child to be reviewed. If he appeared in this review video, it would surely mean that the future path would be fraught with difficulties. Moreover, Sasuke had been reporting information about the Otsutsuki clan to him recently. Uzumaki Boruto. Hey, idiot father, are you looking down on me? Uzumaki Naruto. Young Boruto, quiet down. Now is not the time for you to make noise. Uchiha Sasuke. Young Naruto. Have you seen the clues about the Otsutsuki clan? Uzumaki Naruto. you.How. Anoki. Why do I feel like the next part is going to be high energy throughout? Kuratsuchi. +1. I have that feeling too. At this moment, on the pitch-black screen, a boy's voice suddenly came through. The boy's voice was not loud, but it instantly captured everyone's attention. The era of ninjas is about to end. With a crack, cold weapons clashed together, and amid the violent collision, intense sparks flew. At this moment, the screen suddenly showed an image. 2 figures stood on the Hokage rock, which had become severely damaged, with holes everywhere. One of the boys, blind in one eye, knelt on the ground with a knife in both hands. You really have some skills, Kawaki. Boruto's eyes were cold as he gazed into the distance. I'll send you to Lord Seventh as well, Boruto. Kawaki stared coldly at Boruto. Is this the only way? Boruto sighed softly. That's right, the era of ninjas has indeed ended. Kawaki said disdainfully, activating the curse mark on his body. The scene shifts, and Konoha village is in ruins. The Hokage building, which represents the image of Konoha village, lies shattered on the ground. The entire battlefield is filled with smoke. A boy with one eye blind hears Kawaki's words and gives a self-deprecating smile. Even so, he takes a deep breath and looks up at the blue sky above. It seems that even the high sky has been affected by the smoke. Everything appears so chaotic. The wind keeps sweeping past. Boruto ties his forehead protector around his head, and a closer look reveals that his clothes are clearly ill-fitting. They can be said to be children's clothes, awkwardly put on Boruto. I'm still a ninja. Boruto looks firmly at Kawaki in the distance. At the same time, something changes in him. The cursed seal covers his whole body. The two collide with each other, and the sound of intense metal clashing keeps ringing out. The story traces back several years. Boruto's narration begins, and soon the scene of the recently defeated Konoha village turns into one of prosperity. Following that, an OP appears on the screen. The rhythm of the music is fast, proclaiming the rebirth of life, as if the boy is expressing his grievances to fate. Killer Bee. Oh yeah, this music is nice. Hashirama Senju. Wait, why does the Konoha village in the video look like that? Tobirama Senju. Kawaki, did you do this, you brat? Speak up. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Hiruzen Sarutobi, first Hokage, calm down. Hashirama Senju, I can't calm down. Madara Uchiha, humph, you brat. On what grounds do you say the age of ninjas is over? I'll give you another chance to rephrase that. Kawaki, Boruto Uzumaki, is that me when I grow up in the video? Sarada Uchiha, Boruto, what's up with your eyes? Itachi Uchiha, is this a bloodline limit? Kinshiki Tsutsuki, Rinnegan? Doesn't look like it. The footage in the video continues. Indeed, ninjas. Boruto's narration echoes. In a room, a boy lies on the bed, his gaze gradually becoming determined. However, at that time, I didn't take ninjas to heart. The narration carries a hint of sadness. The boy in the footage flips through a photo album, his eyes filled with anger. In the album, his father is accompanying his younger self. The strongest ninja in the village is the Hokage. Slightly regrettably, this is not the story of the boy wanting to become Hokage. That is the story of my father. Boruto's narration comes again. The boy in the footage walks down from upstairs to the entrance. Looking at his father's shoes at the entrance, Boruto's eyes are filled with joy, as it means his father is still home. Boruto excitedly walks into his father's room, ignoring the please knock before entering sign hanging on the door. This is a story that belongs solely to me, but as the son of the Hokage, my story is always connected to my father. I want to become a ninja who realizes dreams to become Hokage. The boy in the video excitedly pushes open the door, happily calling out his father's name. But his father turns back, shaking his head apologetically, continuing to focus on his paperwork. Boruto watches this scene, his open mouth slowly closing, his expression stiffening. So, my story began from when my father stopped paying attention to me, turning into a turbulent childhood. The narration of Boruto after growing up continues. The boy in the video angrily walks down from upstairs, puts on his shoes, and exits the room. He turns to look at the tall Hokage rock in the distance. His expression complex. Once again, let me state, this is my story, but the initial part is a story shared with my father. Boruto runs forward with all his might, the surrounding trees rapidly retreating like a movie scene. Next, the lotus leaves begin to summarize the plot of Boruto. It's safe for those who haven't seen it. The entire plot is high energy. The summarized content is all from the manga plot, not the anime plot. Please rest assured, regarding the quality of the anime, it is mainly due to its difficulty in keeping up with a manga's update pace, thus having to include original plots. This practice has led to a decline in the reputation of the Boruto anime. However, it is worth mentioning that the original manga plot is not bad. Naruto Uzumaki, young Boruto, I'm sorry. Dad might have overlooked your feelings because of work. Boruto Uzumaki, idiot father, I don't need your concern. Sasuke Uchiha, young Boruto, don't say that about your father. You know he didn't have it easy when he was young. He has put in a lot of effort along the way. Boruto Uzumaki, Hashirama Senju, wait, I'm getting a headache. Why does the Konoha village at the beginning of the video look like that? Tobirama Senju, big brother, calm down first. This should be something that happens in the future, unrelated to the current Konoha village. Kabuto Yakushi, I didn't expect the future world to turn out like this. It's really interesting. Third Reikage, that Kawaki brat, his aura is really evil. The footage in the video continues. Boruto slowly forms hand seals with both hands and shouts, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bang bang. Two clouds of smoke rise beside Boruto. Then, Boruto gazes warily at the bear, his expression becoming cautious. This area has been destroyed, so I'll be your opponent, you stupid bear. Boruto points to his chest and says fearlessly. Sarada jumps to Boruto's side, gently reminding him, don't be careless, it looks cute, but it's actually a fierce bear. Boruto scoffs, it's easy to deal with. It's just a stupid bear. Sarada rolls her eyes and retorts, a bear is still a bear, you idiot Boruto. Mitsuki stares intently at the bear in the distance and cautiously says, that doesn't matter now. The most important thing is to drive this bear over to Konohamaru-sensei. Konohamaru Sarutobi. Those three, just call me teacher. Moegi, I didn't expect Konohamaru to become a teacher. Udon, that's incredible. Kuratsuchi, the bear is so cute, why bully the bear? Kushina Uzumaki, hee, as expected of my grandson, he looks so cute. Minato Namikaze, Upon closer inspection, he looks like Naruto, especially those eyes. Hinata Hyuga. The footage in the video continues. In the distance, the bear lets out a roar and rushes towards Boruto. Mitsuki decisively leaps up, jumping high into the air, his outstretched arms like a spirit snake, quickly wrapping around the bear's legs. Boruto punches and kicks, ultimately knocking the bear to the ground, rendering it unconscious. The bear stumbles a few steps before quickly retreating. You see, that was easy, right? Boruto teases Sarada. Sarada huffs. Humph. Mitsuki smiles and says, as expected of the son of the 7th Hokage, the grandson of the 4th Hokage, Boruto, will you become Hokage one day? Hearing what Suiwa said, Sarada showed her dissatisfaction. I'm the one who wants to become Hokage. Senju Tobirama. Evil Uchiha. You will never become Hokage. Uchiha Sarada. Yakushi Kabuto. The boy named Suiwa in the video looks a bit like Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru. Hissed. Kabuto, why do you say that? Yakushi Kabuto. It's just a feeling. Senju Tsunade. Orochimaru. Which young girl have you harmed this time? Jiraiya. I thought Orochimaru has lost that now. Orochimaru. Humph. As long as I want to leave, the road is right beneath my feet. 10-10. Speaking of which, bears are so cute. Why do we have to fight them? The video continued with Konohamaru slowly walking over, looking at the bear in the distance. And then a scroll popped out from the scientific ninja tool. Konohamaru grabbed the scroll with one hand and slammed it down on the ground. Shadow Binding Jutsu. Soon, a series of shadows quickly bound the bear in the distance from under Konohamaru's feet. Nara Shikaku, wait. Isn't this a secret technique of our Nara clan? Nara Shikamaru. It should be that thing on his wrist. Orochimaru. What is this? Yakushi Kabuto. Scientific ninja tools? They look interesting. But what's the principle? Senju Tobirama. Humph. As long as I am here, the evil Uchiha will never become Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke. Young my daughter wants to become Hokage. Do you have any objections? Senju Tobirama. Humph. Evil Uchiha. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. Ododo, calm down. Senju Tobirama. I can't calm down. The video continued. The bear was bound by 3 people and was then subdued in the village, completing the villagers' request. Sarada was a bit curious and looked at Konohamaru. Konohamaru-sensei, that jutsu just now was a secret technique of the Nara clan, right? Ah, you mean that? Konohamaru revealed the technological device on his wrist. Boruto instantly became interested. So cool. Could it be the legendary new ninja tool? Suiwa looked curiously at Konohamaru. I didn't expect you to be so well-informed. This is an experimental product from the science class. You can activate the corresponding secret technique with this small scroll. After Konohamaru finished speaking, he immediately demonstrated the power of the scientific ninja tool. Everyone in the chat group fell silent at that moment. 4th Reikage, you can activate ninjutsu without hand signs? That's amazing. Killer Bee, this is scientific ninja tools. Oh yeah, so cool. Anoki, I can't believe it. Is this the technology of the future? You can actually activate ninjutsu without hand signs. Mizukage Terumi Mei, if this technology is widely applied in war, the consequences would be unimaginable. 2nd Mizukage Yagura, the power of this ninjutsu has reached the Jainin level, and the key is that it doesn't require hand signs. Truly impressive. Senju Tobirama, who is the creator of this scientific ninja tool. I'm very interested. Orochimaru, I'm also very interested. The video continued. At my Rasengan too, Konohamaru gathered a Rasengan and quickly stuffed it into the scroll. Soon, the scroll shrank into a small capsule. And then like this. It could be launched. Konohamaru placed the capsule into the scientific device. He raised his arm high, aiming at the distant woods. Bang! The Rasengan cut through the air, piercing through trees along the way, quickly flying into the distance. Teacher, can anyone use this thing? Sarada looked excitedly at Konohamaru. Yes, because its principle is unrelated to chakra. Even if you are not a ninja, Konohamaru confidently said with his hands on his hips, but was interrupted by Boruto. Konohamaru-sensei, look behind you. Boruto hesitated to speak. The 4 turned around to see that the place where the Rasengan had just hit was a regular house that had been smashed to pieces. Because it is unrelated to my own chakra, there were indeed some issues with the aim, Konohamaru added. Then, everyone fell into silence. Saratobi Hiruzen, Konohamaru. You've grown up but still look like this. Saratobi Kinohamaru, young cough cough. The video continued. The next scene explained the development situation of each major ninja village afterwards. Everyone lived together. Naruto then appeared on the TV station, accepting an interview from reporters. In response to the interview, Naruto spoke eloquently. It is precisely because of the precious sacrifices of our predecessors that the world has achieved peace. Everyone is committed to passing this history on to the younger generation. Regarding this Chunin exam jointly hosted by the 5 ninja villages, Hokage-sama, do you have any advice for the participating genin? The reporter smiled at Naruto. There are 3 important points: teamwork, perseverance, and... Naruto raised 3 fingers. Suddenly forgot his words, awkwardly patted his head. Oh, it's 2 things. In any case, everyone, just do your best. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama, for such a wonderful comment. This is today's live broadcast for you. The reporter broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. Jiraiya. Naruto. How come you still haven't changed your natural airhead look? Uzumaki Naruto. Cough cough. Uchiha Obito. Naruto. It seems you successfully became Hokage. Unlike some idiot wearing a mask who couldn't even become Hokage. Hatake Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi. Boruto. Right. Namake's Minato. Obito and Kakashi's relationship is still so good. The video continued. The scene switched to the Hokage office. Dad, this shouldn't be a shadow clone, right? Boruto looked at his father lazily. This is the Hokage office. How could it be a shadow clone? Also, don't call me Dad. Call me Hokage-sama or 7th Hokage. Naruto stared seriously at his son. Fine. This mission is very simple. I can complete it alone. Boruto disdainfully shrugged. As a ninja, the most important thing is teamwork and perseverance. Training requires 3 people to work together. Naruto propped his chin with both hands, looking helplessly at his son. Even if I don't train, I can instantly use shadow clones to create 3 people. Wind release, lightning release, and recently water release too. Boruto looked disdainful. Seeing his son like this, Naruto's expression turned disappointed. Konohamaru, I'm here. The nervous Konohamaru looked at Naruto. How did you educate him? Naruto sternly questioned Konohamaru. This has nothing to do with the teacher, idiot. Boruto angrily said. The most important thing as a ninja is... Naruto was about to continue when Boruto interrupted him. More than this. Bang. Boruto slammed the table. Today is an important day for you as a dad. You know, if you forget my sister's birthday, I will never forgive you. Boruto glared angrily at Naruto. Naruto fell silent. In the Hokage office, there was a dead silence. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Excuse me. Feng Zhu, holding a document, broke the silence apologetically. It's Feng Zhu. Naruto nodded. As the class leader of the science class, he wanted to ask the 7th Hokage for a favor. What is it? Can we use scientific ninja tools in the Chunin exams? Feng Zhu lifted Konohamaru's wrist, revealing the scientific device. Naruto looked at the device and fell silent. This way, the genin wouldn't have to endure harsh training, and they could also expand their ninjutsu range, making it a spectacular performance. Feng Zhu patted Boruto's shoulder. No, Naruto said coldly. Feng Zhu's joyful expression instantly stiffened. The Chunin exams are not a performance. They are an examination to train ninjas. Naruto looked seriously at Feng Zhu. I see. I understand. Sorry to disturb you. Feng Zhu adjusted his glasses and secretly glanced at Boruto as he left. Boruto understood the implication. Times are different now. Those who can't keep up are remnants of past. Boruto looked disdainfully at Naruto and ran out of the Hokage's office. Konohamaru wanted to stop him, but was called by Naruto. He had intended to give him the Chunin exam application. Konohamaru sighed helplessly. Vortex Naruto, young, how could technology possibly compare to ninjas? Orochimaru, Naruto-kun, you're underestimating the power of technology. Vortex Boruto, stupid dad. This era is completely different from yours. Namake's Minato, it seems Boruto's relationship with Naruto isn't very good. Inoki, be a bit more confident. Drop the a bit. 4th Kazekage Raza, well, it's understandable. As Hokage, Naruto is usually busy with work and doesn't have time to care for Boruto. Gaara, shut up. Raza, the video continued. Please take this. Feng Zhu handed the scientific ninja tool to Boruto. Thank you for everything, uncle. Boruto nodded with a smile. Please take care of the next software release as well. Don't worry. By the way, are you participating in the Chunin Exams? Fangzhu looked at Boruto with a big smile. I'm not planning to participate. Boruto hesitated. Is that so? What a pity. Everyone wants to see your strength, especially your father. Fangzhu adjusted his glasses, the reflection glinting, his tone meaningful. Upon hearing father, Boruto's pupils contracted sharply, and he fell silent. Fangzhu's lips curled into a slight smile. The scene switched, briefly introducing the new generation's 12 young talents. The viewers of the video began to comment. Narashikaku. Is that my grandson in the video? Yamanaka Inoichi. And my grandson too. Yamanaka Ino, wait. Could it be that I'm with Sasuke's child? Haruno Sakura. Ino, don't even think about it. Sasuke-kun is mine. Yamanaka Ino, wide forehead, is fantasizing again. Fourth Kazekage Raza. So this is the new generation. They all seem to be doing well. Orochimaru. TSK. After all, they grew up in a peaceful era. Namake's Minato. Haha. Boruto in the video seems to care about his father. Vortex Boruto. How could I possibly care about that stupid father? Vortex Naruto. Hey, stupid son, how are you talking to me? Vortex Boruto. Mitsuki. Boruto's personality is a bit rebellious. The video continued. Inside a McDonald's, Boruto, Shikadai, and Inogen were engrossed in a game. Just then, a piece of white paper was handed to Boruto. You're so into the game. Mitsuki said softly, a smile in his eyes, quietly watching Boruto. What's up, Mitsuki? Didn't Boruto say he didn't want to participate? Sarada adjusted her glasses, looking displeased at Boruto. Teacher Kinoamaru asked me to. The Chunin exam is basically a three-man team. If you don't participate, we can't either. So what does that have to do with me? Boruto lowered his head, his gaze complicated. Just then, he felt his collar being tugged by a strange force. Becoming Hokage is my dream. Are you going to hinder my dream? Sarada looked anxiously at Boruto, frustrated. Boruto remained silent. I don't want to, he muttered. After saying that, he pushed Sarada's hand away, his father's weak appearance flashing through his mind, instantly igniting his anger. I don't want to become Hokage. The restaurant fell silent. Everyone turned their gaze to Boruto. What? You think just because you're the Hokage's son, you can inherit the Hokage position? Sarada put her hands on her hips, looking angrily at Boruto. Uchiha Sarada. Why? Uchiha Sasuke, young daughter, don't mind this idiot. Uchiha Izuna. Evil Senju clan. Senju Hashirama. Oedodo. Could it be that you're overthinking it? The video continued. Do whatever you want. Want to be Hokage? Then you can live alone for the rest of your life. It's precisely because of Hokage that it often brings trouble to those around him. Boruto sighed lightly, his gaze downcast. Inogen and Shikadai exchanged glances, then got up to leave. See you next time, Boruto. Boruto remained silent, head down. The scene switched. The three walked down the street, starting to persuade Boruto. If we don't gather the application forms. Sarada hesitated. She looked into the distance. Boruto had his hands in his pockets, walking alone, and Sarada was stunned. Can't we talk properly since we are a team? Sarada said softly, but Boruto still ignored her. Boruto, let's show the 7th Hokage our strength, right in this exam. Sarada, exasperated, jogged over and pressed down on Boruto's shoulder. Hearing Sarada's words, Boruto's mind flashed back to Fangzhu's reminder before he left. Everyone wants to see your strength, especially your father. All right, I get it, I'll participate. Boruto rubbed the back of his head helplessly. Sarada nodded joyfully. At that moment, Fangzhu, standing high above, caught sight of the scene below, and the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. Kuratsuchi, why do I feel like this guy is a villain? Anoki, Kuratsuchi, be more confident, drop the feel part. Senju Tobirama. System. Can I exchange tomato coins for this scientific ninja tool? System. Of course, no problem. The video continued. Boruto was complaining about his father with a dissatisfied expression. During their conversation, Sasuke was mentioned. Just because your dad is Hokage, can't you understand him a bit more? Sarada, sitting on a bench, looked at Boruto helplessly. But aren't you the same? My dad said before that Uncle Sasuke is also a candidate for Hokage. Boruto said helplessly. That's just a polite remark. Mister, Sasuke can be said to be the only one who can match the 7th Hokage. That's what my parents told me, Mitsuki said with a smile in her eyes. At this moment, Sarada and Boruto suddenly stared at Mitsuki. What's wrong? Mitsuki asked. By the way, Mitsuki, who are your parents? I haven't heard of them. Orochimaru. Well, if nothing unexpected happens, this Mitsuki should be my child. Tsunade. Ah, Orochimaru, you don't even have that part anymore. Can you still have children? Jiraiya. Hiss. Orochimaru. Honestly, are you a man or a woman now? Orochimaru. Humph. Only an idiot would get hung up on that question. Kabuto. As expected of Lord Orochimaru. The video continued to play. My parents are... Mitsuki was about to speak, when a young girl's voice came from afar. Brother. The three turned their heads and saw Hinata with Himawari in the distance. Today is my birthday. Let's go home early. Hinata shouted. Okay, sorry, I'm going back now. Goodbye to you too. Boruto said with a smile, then happily ran to his sister. Boruto can actually show that kind of expression. Sarada teased, looking into the distance. Mitsuki nodded gently. The scene shifted to a luxurious mansion. Boruto pushed the door open with Himawari and saw his father. Yo, welcome home. His father looked at them with gentle eyes. You seem to understand pretty well. Boruto sighed. At this moment, the evening sun gradually set, a round moon hung high in the sky, and the sound of cicadas gradually came. The warm scene of the family interacting appeared in the video. That's it, we're ready. Boruto teased Himawari, his face full of joy. Okay, sorry to keep you waiting. The cake is here. Naruto came in with the cake, but with a bang his figure turned into smoke and disappeared. The cake also fell to the ground, leaving a lot of slime on the floor. Himawari looked a little sad. Shadow clone, huh? Boruto gritted his teeth, suddenly stood up, and slammed the table angrily. That bastard. Boruto, wait a minute. Hinata hurried over and grabbed her son's hand. What's wrong? Boruto shouted. Your dad has always been working hard for the villagers. He definitely doesn't neglect you. Hinata spoke with concern. Enough. Why is my father the Hokage? He just sits at the table all day pretending anyone can do this job. Boruto angrily shook off Hinata's hand. Being Hokage is also a very important task. Passed down through generations, is the most important existence in the village. Hinata was sweating and looked worriedly at her son. Do the children of all the previous Hokages also inherit this boring situation? Boruto spoke with anger. He looked at the photo album hanging in the room and continued. Although my grandfather was also Hokage, he was already gone when my dad was still young. Dad has never known about a happy life between father and son. Boruto's tone was unpleasant. If that's the case, it would be better if Hokage's parents were not there from the beginning. Just as Boruto was about to continue, he saw his mother shedding tears. He was suddenly stunned, not knowing how to speak. It is indeed very lonely when your dad is not there on this most important day. But you're different from your dad back then. At least you still have your dad. Hinata looked at her son with a choked voice. Boruto fell silent. I'm fine, but Himawari just. Boruto sighed lightly and went upstairs without looking back. Boruto. Hinata looked at her son's back with a worried expression. Gaara, I can understand Boruto's feelings. Third Raikage, having a father who is Hokage but busy with work and not paying attention to you is indeed quite painful. Anoki, the Boruto in the video says anyone can be Hokage. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Shimura Danzo, what do you think? Shimura Danzo. Humph. This little brat in the video is clearly a coward. He doesn't even understand the value of Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, young enough, what about my son? You don't need to comment on him. Elder Danzo. Shimura Danzo. Pretending you're not fit to be Hokage. The video continued. Boruto was about to return to his room, but found his father's door slightly ajar, leaving a narrow gap as if enticing him to go in. The scene switched to the Hokage office. Naruto collapsed on the ground in pain, muttering to himself, I didn't expect to mess up. Naruto, what's wrong? Shikamaru pushed the door open and hurried over to Naruto. Shikamaru. Naruto weakly responded. You're trying too hard. I will handle the rest. You should go rest. Shikamaru kindly helped Naruto up. The scene shifted again. Boruto pushed open his father's door, looking at his father's childhood clothes on the wardrobe, the children's drawings on the wall, and the group photo of Team 7, along with various albums. When he saw the photos of his birthday, but Naruto was missing, a hint of sadness appeared in his eyes. It's so dirty, it's all torn like this. Boruto noticed Naruto's childhood clothes on the wardrobe, tightly grasping them in his hand. Remembering Naruto's appearance, Boruto gritted his teeth in anger and threw the clothes out the window. So outdated. Boruto panted. still brooding over what had just happened. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. Boruto's eyes lit up. Could it be Dad coming back? He quickly ran down from his second floor to the first floor, opened the door, and swung a punch at the person outside, only to be caught steadily by Sasuke. A gust of wind blew by. Boruto looked at the man in a black cloak with long hair in front of him, his pupils constricting. "I'm sorry. I thought it was my dad." Boruto hurriedly apologized. "You are Naruto's son, right? What's your name?" Sasuke curiously looked at Boruto. "My name is Uzumaki Boruto. Could it be you're Sasuke?" Hinata heard the commotion and curiously walked to the entrance. "Is Naruto home?" Sasuke asked. "He might still be in the Hokage office," Hinata replied with a smile. "Is that so? Sorry to bother you." Sasuke turned and left, his cloak fluttering in the wind. "So this is Dad's rival? So cool." Boruto's eyes sparkled with joy as he gazed at Sasuke. "Uchiha Sasuke, is this what I look like when I grow up? Wait, why do I have a broken arm? Uchiha Makoto. Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaka this. Uzumaki Naruto. Why is Sasuke's arm broken? Uchiha Sasuke. I don't know either. Uzumaki Naruto, damn it. Which bastard broke Sasuke's arm? Yamanaka Ino. Speaking of which, Sasuke looks so cool like this, so mature and manly. Haruno Sakura. At one. Uzumaki Naruto. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. Sasuke's hand got broken. Orochimaru. Even if the hand is broken, it can be reattached with Hashirama cells. Kabuto. That's right. Uzumaki Naruto. Sasuke, don't worry, I will definitely avenge you. Uchiha Sasuke. I'm dead last. But thanks for your concern this time. The scene in the video continues. Sasuke turns into an alley and suddenly freezes on the street. The dim street light shines on a tattered piece of clothing. Sasuke is deeply impressed by this piece of clothing. He looks up and sees that a mansion's window is not tightly closed, and suddenly he has an answer in his heart. The scene shifts to the Hokage's office. Naruto is sorting through documents when he instinctively reaches out to catch a scroll that was thrown to him. This time it's a specialty brought from Kaguya City. Sasuke leans against the doorframe, his tone icy. "Sasuke." Naruto looks at him excitedly. The scene changes again. "So that's it. But I don't know what it says on it. I have a bad feeling." Naruto looks at the information on the scroll, his brows furrowed. "My Sharingan can't read it either." Sasuke shakes his head. "It's not the time to go back and rest. I'll have someone decipher it right away." Naruto scratches the back of his head. Also, Sasuke takes out a tattered piece of clothing from his sleeve and places it on the table. "Why is this? How did it end up with you?" Naruto is stunned. "I picked it up on the way here." Sasuke replies coldly. "Is that so? I saw your kid, and he looks just like you did back then." Sasuke teases as he looks at Naruto. Naruto gazes at the old clothing in his hands, a smile creeping onto his face. No one understands better than him how hard his childhood was. Fortunately, Boruto's conditions are different now. He is much happier than Naruto was as a child. That guy is different from the old me. Rather, he resembles the old you. No, he is also different from the old you. The clothes he wears are as clean as new. Naruto looks at the old clothing in his hands, his eyes complex. Maybe people like us are already out of touch with the times. No, even if the times are changing, the essence of a ninja remains unchanged. Sasuke sighs softly and turns to leave. "You want to say Boruto will eventually be like us?" Naruto sighs. "But that's hard to say. I'll count this discussion as a win for myself." Naruto shakes his head and jokes. At this moment, Sasuke, leaving the office, has a barely noticeable smile at the corner of his mouth. "You dead last." The scene shifts, and Sasuke walks through the streets. Suddenly, 3 shuriken are thrown at him. Hearing the sound of slicing air behind him, Sasuke pauses for a moment, then decisively disappears from the spot. He disappeared. Boruto walks out from the alley, his pupils constricting sharply. Suddenly, he feels something trip him, and he falls to the ground. Ouch! Sasuke looks at Boruto meaningfully. Boruto slowly gets up, staring excitedly at Sasuke. "You really are amazing. You're my dad's rival, right? New clothes, huh?" Sasuke ignores Boruto's words and instead examines the clothing he is wearing. The words Naruto said to him earlier float in his mind. "Please, take me as your disciple. I have someone I absolutely want to defeat." Boruto takes a deep breath, staring intently at Sasuke. A gust of wind blows, causing Sasuke's hair to flutter gently. His left eye is the eternal Manjiki Sharingan, Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, why do I feel like this Sasuke is ridiculously strong? Inoki. Indeed impressive, exuding the aura of a strong person. Fourth Reikage. And also, this kid Boruto is too clueless. Mizukage Terumi Mei. The times have changed. Boruto will live a carefree life, so it's natural for him to be a bit rebellious. Fourth Reikage. To be fair, this Boruto can be considered a genius. After all, he doesn't study every day, yet can master lightning release. Please support for love, Uchiha Sasuke. Am I really going to take on a disciple in the future? Umbu of Kirigakure. I don't understand what this review is for. There hasn't been any war in this new era. CHJR. I think so too. The scene in the video continues. You want to become my disciple? Sasuke looks at Boruto in confusion. The reflection of Naruto as a child overlaps with his current appearance. Sasuke speaks complexly. Do you know how to use the Rasengan? Huh? Boruto looks puzzled. You can't even do the Rasengan? If that's the case, then there's no talk of being a disciple. Sasuke's eyes show some disappointment. It's a small matter. I'll master it and show you right away. Boruto senses Sasuke's disappointed gaze and immediately leaves the spot. Sasuke stares at Boruto's back. In front of Boruto are tall buildings, while behind him is an old village. That guy is different from the old me. People like us may already be out of touch with the times. Sasuke recalls Naruto's words, then smiles lightly. Naruto. The earlier competition hasn't determined a winner yet. The scene shifts, dawn breaks, and Boruto excitedly finds Konohamaru-sensei. It's so noisy. What are you doing so early in the morning? Konohamaru rubs his sleepy eyes and walks out unhappily. Teacher, please teach me the Rasengan. Seeing Boruto's eager look, Konohamaru is taken aback. I have to master that ninjutsu right away. Oh, so you want to surprise the 7th Hokage with a secret technique for the Chunin Exams? Konohamaru rests his chin on his hand, looking at Boruto with admiration. Well, something like that. Boruto awkwardly scratches the back of his head. Haha, you finally look like a ninja. Konohamaru is so excited he almost tears up. Jiraiya, haste makes waste. Sigh. Boruto, the Rasengan is not that easy to master. Kakashi Hatake. That's true. The Rasengan requires a lot of chakra control. Uzumaki Boruto, I don't think it's that hard. The scene in the video continues. Konohamaru takes out a water balloon from his pocket and hands it to Boruto, then starts explaining. Boruto listens in confusion and angrily smashes the water balloon on the ground. Why start with a water balloon? Isn't there a quicker method? This is a ninjutsu your grandfather spent 3 years developing and took over half a year to master. The final difficulty is a rank. Do you think it's easy? Konohamaru gathers chakra and explodes the water balloon in his hand. Keep it up, genius. Konohamaru smiles slightly and takes out another water balloon to hand to Boruto. Boruto grits his teeth and begins to train. The sun on the distant mountain gradually sets. Bang! The water balloon in Boruto's hand burst. I did it. Great job. Now on to the next stage. Konohamaru took out a specially made rubber ball. The sun rose quickly from the mountain, and dusk vanished in an instant. After 3 days of hard training, Boruto finally learned the Rasengan. But since the learning time was too short and the foundation was not solid, his Rasengan was a bit peculiar. No way, that was quick. Konohamaru's eyes widened as he watched Boruto. Sarada was peeking at Boruto's training from a tree, her eyes also sparkling with excitement. It's done. Boruto's mouth curled up as he looked at the small whirlwind gathering in his hands. Jiraiya, you can't be serious. He learned the Rasengan in 3 days. Minato, it seems my grandson is a genius. Kinshiki, incredible, Boruto has such high talent. Naruto, it took me several months to master the Rasengan. My son did it in 3 days. Hiruzen, you can tell Boruto's future achievements won't be low. Hashirama, what are you all saying? Am I the only one who thinks Boruto's Rasengan is very small, like a bean? Tobirama, big brother, shut up if you don't understand. Don't pretend to. Hashirama, fine then. The video continued. The scene shifted to the Nanga shrine of the Uchiha clan. Boruto was rubbing his hands to create the Rasengan, but Sasuke's attention was not on the Rasengan. He was staring at Boruto's new clothes, which had become wrinkled. Falling into silence. Is there something strange? I clearly learned it. Seeing Sasuke silent for a long time, Boruto interrupted his thoughts. It really is small. Not even a substitute for the Rasengan. Sasuke looked at Boruto coldly. But Sasuke opened his mouth, then swallowed his words. Damn! Boruto gritted his teeth and angrily threw the Rasengan in his hand. The Rasengan quickly dissipated in the air, leaving no trace. Boruto looked at the ninjutsu he had worked hard to train, his eyes filled with sadness. Then he turned away in anger. Sasuke silently watched Boruto. Still as strict as ever, Dad. Sarada gracefully landed from above. Because you never understand Boruto's character, let me tell you. He is not normally like this. It's a miracle he could get to this point, you know? Sarada said, hands on her hips. He jumped to conclusions too quickly. Sasuke shook his head. What is it? Sarada looked confused. I never said he couldn't do it. I was actually thinking of taking him as my disciple. Sasuke's gaze drifted to a distant tree. In the center of the tree was a mark torn by the Rasengan. Oof. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Sasuke's lips. Naruto, Boruto's new clothes have become wrinkled. It seems I won the bet. Uchiha Sasuke, young Humph, the underdog. Did you see that? This contest is definitely mine. Uzumaki Naruto, young TCH, Boruto's clothes are clean again. Clearly, I won. Image. In the image after washing, Boruto's clothes were renewed. Uzumaki Kushina, why are you two still fixated on this bet? Uchiha Makoto, speaking of which, in the video, is Sarada being too concerned about Boruto? Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Sarada, Grandma, didn't he? I was just curious. Uchiha Itachi, awakened. Hunting time. Uzumaki Boruto, I have a bad feeling. Please support for love. Lotus is really hungry now. Can't afford to eat Deidara. Itachi, calm down. In Konoha village, at the Uchiha clan's residence, Itachi looked at the video and was instantly furious. The Sarada in the video is his niece. That evil and cunning Boruto dared to seduce Sarada. Damn, that evil blonde. Itachi wished he could kill Boruto on the spot. Itachi, calm down, perhaps they're just friends. Fugaku, with the Sharingan wide open, tried to calm his son. Of course, if you could ignore his activated Sharingan, that might be somewhat convincing. Mikoto also looked coldly at the video. Uzumaki Kushina, grandson, go for it, bring Sarada home. Uzumaki Boruto, Uchiha Itachi, awakened, hunting time. The video continued. In Konoha village's commercial street, Boruto walked down the street with an angry face. What the hell, damn it? Boruto gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to continue walking, he suddenly bumped into someone in front of him. Oh dear, young master, what happened? Shozu looked at Boruto in confusion. The scene shifted to a laboratory. Shozu listened to Boruto's story and nodded. That's really too much. If that's the case, the research here should help the young master. Shozu placed his hands behind his back and chuckled lightly. Boruto leaned on the window, excitedly looking at various experimental tools. Shozu quickly gathered a Rasengan using scientific ninja tools, and this Rasengan was even more powerful than Boruto's previous ones. Young master, wouldn't you like to pick some ninjutsu that suits you? Shozu asked. Then, he handed the scientific ninja tools to Boruto. At that moment, the evening sky gradually darkened. Boruto walked down the street and passed by a shop. Looking at his reflection in the shop's glass, he froze. When did it become so dirty? Boruto patted his clothes. Through the glass's reflection, he saw Hokage rock, and his eyes suddenly filled with anger. The scene shifted again, and Boruto quickly condensed a new Rasengan using the scientific ninja tools. Rasengan. Feeling the whirlwind gathering between Boruto's hands, Sasuke's expression became complicated. There was no chakra flow at all. Sasuke naturally knew Boruto was cheating. How is it? The shadow of Naruto from his childhood appeared on Boruto, making Sasuke somewhat stunned, and after a while, he finally reacted. He managed to practice to this extent in just one day. Sasuke asked, I'm not like my dad, especially in terms of talent. Boruto retorted dissatisfiedly. Indeed. You seem different from Naruto, though I don't want to say that. Sasuke sighed lightly, his expression turning silent. Boruto hesitated. After a while, he asked, by the way, Sasuke-sensei, how about me? Would you be willing to take me as your disciple? Sasuke walked ahead, only revealing his back. After a while, he paused, hands in pockets, and said coldly, All right, I'll accept you as my disciple. Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Boruto's eyes lit up with joy. The scene shifts, and the evening sky darkens. Two people sit silently around a campfire. Hey, tell me about my dad. Boruto breaks the silence of the night. Listening to Boruto, Sasuke lets out a soft sigh. Your dad was an annoying idiot when he was young, always shouting about wanting to be Hokage, and he was a complete underachiever. He looks up at the moonlight high in the sky. Underachiever? I don't quite understand, but what I want to know is, what were my dad's weaknesses? Boruto looks at Sasuke curiously. Weaknesses? Sasuke asks. Yes, did he have any weaknesses? Boruto nods. If I were to count them, I need more than one hand's fingers. Anyway, that guy is full of weaknesses. Sasuke shakes his head, looking at the campfire with a wry smile. Hearing Sasuke's words, Boruto is taken aback. But he overcame all those weaknesses through his own efforts and became Hokage. I think you should get to know Naruto, but not the Naruto of now, but the Naruto who has come this far, Sasuke says meaningfully. The shadows of the campfire fall on Boruto's face. He purses his lips, finding it hard to accept this answer. In his understanding, his father did not have a bad childhood. Missed ninjas Mizuki's. Your father actually had a pretty good childhood. Anoki, eating expired instant noodles and expired milk every day is a pretty decent life. Thumbs up. Third Reikage. We should also thank Danzo from Konoha. Shimura Danzo. I have devoted my heart and soul to Konoha. How could you all possibly understand? The video continues to play. As dawn breaks, people begin to gather at a village entrance in Konoha. Sarada walks over with small steps and says to Boruto, "It seems you want to bet with my dad, Boruto." Boruto leaps down from a height and replies, "Oh, it doesn't seem like a big deal." Sarada looks at Boruto curiously. "So what do you plan to do after becoming my dad's disciple?" Boruto teases, I want to ask my master about my dad's weaknesses." Sarada looks at Boruto disapprovingly. I wasn't going to say this, but before challenging the 7th Hokage, we must first become Chunin. Got it?" Boruto, with a determined look, says, "That's exactly why I want Uncle Sasuke to teach me various skills. During the Chunin exam, I will show you all what I can do. One day, I will defeat my father with my own strength." Sarada sighs lightly. It's sweet. Were you even thinking? Soon, the three of them check their exam information. The scene shifts to the hidden cloud village. At this moment, the Eight Tails is bound in chains, angrily looking up at the two Otsutsuki in front of him. He begins to gather tailed beast balls in his mouth and quickly spits them out. Faced with the sudden attack of the tailed beast ball, Kinshiki merely raises his hand dismissively, absorbing it. "I told you, I will return it to you doubled." The tailed beast ball appears in Kinshiki's palm, and the black energy sphere rapidly expands, directly engulfing the Eight Tails. Soon, the smoke clears, revealing a scene of devastation. Killer Bee's battered figure emerges from the smoke. Kinshiki retrieves 3 small black balls from Killer Bee's abdomen. "Is this all there is?" Kinshiki's partner, Momoshiki, quietly states, "Not far from here. There seems to be a larger chakra response. That must be the 9 tails we are after." Killer Bee. The person in the video is me? Oh yeah. Fourth Reikage. Bastards, you won't hurt B. Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Just inferior beings. The Umbu of the Mist Village, damn. That's a noble dog up there. Senju Hashirama. Noble dog? That's a strange title. The video continues to play. At this moment, the screen shows the new generation of Konoha's 12 young ninjas. The viewers express their sentiments. Rock Lee. Haha. It seems my future kids are also living out their youth. 1010 is that little Lee's son. He looks just like him. The video continues to play. Whoosh. For shurikens spin through the air, quickly hitting the target behind the tree. Very good. Boruto excitedly waves his arm while looking into the distance. Can it curve now? All right, let's try this next. See if you can make the shuriken go around the tree and hit that target. Sasuke points to the target on the tree with a cold tone. Ugh. How do I hit that? Boruto looks at Sasuke in confusion, but before he finishes speaking, he sees Sasuke effortlessly throw 2 shuriken. The shuriken clash in midair, and one of them hits the target behind the tree with a heavy thud. That was just one way. There are probably many other methods. You should think for yourself instead of immediately asking others how to do it, Sasuke says meaningfully. Listening to Sasuke's teachings, Boruto sighs lightly. I understand. Yamanaka Ino. Sasuke looks really handsome when he grows up. Haruno Sakura. Shut up. Ino Pig. Sasuke-kun is mine. Yamanaka Ino. The one who should shut up is you. Wide forehead. Haruno Sakura. You. What did you say? Fourth Kazekage Gaara, by the way. Were those two Otsutsuki's identities? Inoki. I don't know. The only information we have is that Momoshiki can absorb ninjutsu with one hand. The video continues to play. Boruto opens a cabinet, staring at the scientific ninja tools inside. The words of FK echo in his mind. Young master. You will definitely win the championship. No problem. In a critical moment, the scientific ninja tools will come in handy. You don't need to worry about anything. FK flattering hands the scientific ninja tools to Boruto. The scene switches. Now, let the Chunin selection exam begin. Shikamaru stands on a high platform, holding a microphone to announce. Two huge black screens unfold before everyone. Everyone, show off your training results. Shikamaru is on stage giving a speech, and his gaze inadvertently glances at his yawning son, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Seriously, do you even have any motivation? First, the first exam is a true or false question. The three must move together to the area they believe is the correct answer. Sai announces the rules. The question is, in the Ninja Strategist Capture Battle, the ninja code recorded in Volume 5 states the moon is white, the mountain is the window, the speech is honey. Is it true or false? Sai Koitlu asks. I don't understand at all. Sarada, do you know? Boruto looks at Sarada curiously. Uchiha Itachi, I didn't expect this question. Senju Tobirama. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't even be a Volume 5. Senju Hashirama. Damn, isn't that just setting us up? Senju Tobirama. Brother. There must be another reason for them to hold it like this. Just keep watching and you'll know. The video continues to play. I only know a little bit, but I only read up to Volume 4. I didn't expect there would actually be a Volume 5. Sarada adjusted her glasses. Well, there's nothing we can do then. Mitsuki chuckled lightly. Hey, think a little more about it. Boruto said helplessly. Boruto, if it were my dad, which one do you think you would choose? Sarada suddenly asked an unrelated question. If it were Uncle Sasuke, he would probably choose the wrong one. He doesn't seem straightforward. Boruto replied, picturing Sasuke in his mind. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? I want to choose a different path for my dad and become Hokage. Sarada said softly. Then choose the right answer, okay? Mitsuki chuckled lightly. That's right. Sarada nodded and quickly ran towards the correct answer. Hurry up, you two. Sarada dashed toward the black cloth with circles drawn on it. It seems everyone has already chosen their answers. The ones who chose incorrectly or failed would turn completely black and lose their qualification. Sai glanced at the crowd, his eyes meaningful. Completely black? Inogen was stunned. The correct answer is... Sai raised his hand, and a screen appeared behind him, displaying two symbols, the correct X and the wrong O. Everyone was taken aback. With a crack, the ground they were standing on suddenly broke apart. The crowd quickly fell from a height, with many unable to react in time. They fell into the black water below, their bodies turning black. I see. A person wearing a Sand Village forehead protector decisively controlled the magnet to protect his two teammates. Below is the ink pool. At that moment, cries of surprise came from below. Sarada quickly took out a rope from her pocket and threw it over Boruto's shoulder. Then Mitsuki reached out from behind to grab Sarada, while his other arm grabbed onto the top. Are you okay? Sarada looked at Boruto with concern. The people below who couldn't react fell into the ink pool, their bodies turning black, undoubtedly eliminated. That side is also wrong. Boruto's pupils constricted. I'm afraid this right or wrong choice is meaningless. It was all just nonsense guessing from the beginning, and there really is no so-called Volume 5. Sarada calmly analyzed. The ones who fail will turn black and lose their qualification for the competition. That's how it should be. Shikadai held onto his shuriken engraved on the cliff, then used a shadow to grab his two teammates. The Mist Village Nin. Damn, why is it so shady? Fourth Kazekage, Gaara, it's not that shady, right? The video continued to play. Yes, that's how it is. Before falling into the ink pool. Those of you who chose the wrong option will fall into the pool and turn black. Such a terrible person doesn't he have the qualification to become Nin. Sai lightly teased from the platform. The real choice in this experiment is between the two options when faced with a crisis. To give up or not to give up. Those who did not fall into the ink pool are the correct answers. The first test of the Nin selection ends here. Sai said softly, looking at the crowd below. Akatsuchi, This feels a bit interesting. Hyuga Niji. I see many familiar yet unfamiliar faces. Gaara. If all goes well, there should be the descendants of everyone in the video. The video continued to play. Great. Sarada cheered. We did it. Mitsuki chuckled lightly. Looking at the cheering crowd around, Boruto tightly clutched his sleeve, feeling a mix of emotions. At this moment, someone in the crowd was wearing headphones. Talking to themselves, it seems I've barely managed to break through on my own. The scene switched to the Hokage's office. Shikamaru placed a heavy document on the table, teasingly looking at Naruto. Boruto and the others passed the first test. Oh, Naruto casually nodded. What kind of expression is that? Is your family relationship not good? Shikamaru's mouth twitched. Stop nagging. Naruto sighed. Sigh. I don't have the right to criticize others. But at least it's good to say a word to him, right? Shikamaru scratched his head awkwardly. The scene switched again. Boruto lay in bed tossing and turning, staring at the scientific instruments on the table, lost in thought. At that moment, the computer made a ding-ding sound, clearly indicating that someone had sent a message. Boruto leaned closer to the computer to check. Congratulations on passing the first test. Keep it up for the next one. The sender was none other than his father. Seeing the message, Boruto smiled slightly. Using email, not even sending a shadow clone? Damn old man. Boruto complained. But inside he was very happy. Hinata. As expected, Boruto really cares about his father. Fourth Kazekage, Gaara. Kids at this age are all the same. They just want attention from others. I went through the same thing when I was young. Mizukage, Meitarumi. The future of the ninja world is really good. No was. Ino Yamanaka. It does seem that way. The video continued to play. After Naruto saw that his sent document was received, he lay back in his chair, letting out a heavy sigh. The scene shifted. In the back mountain of the Uchiha clan, Sasuke was teaching Boruto shuriken techniques. Bang, bang, bang. The shuriken collided in midair, then flew in a circle and landed on a distant tree. Damn it, I failed again. Boruto gritted his teeth. Seriously. Sasuke sighed lightly. Shuriken is Sarada's specialty. It's because Uncle Sasuke's daughter has Uchiha blood. Boruto sensed Sasuke's dissatisfaction and then turned his head defiantly. Boruto, if you say that. Sasuke formed a hand sign with one hand. Bang, bang, bang. Soon, a large amount of smoke appeared around, and identical Sasuke's surrounded Boruto, watching him. This technique is your specialty, right? Sasuke asked Boruto in front of him. Is it a technique like this? This is Dad's specialty, right? Boruto broke out in a cold sweat. Then I can't make excuses. Naruto can have thousands of shadow clones. Sasuke explained softly. I know. Boruto fell silent upon hearing Sasuke's words. Does my stupid father really have that much skill? For the second exam, I want to shock them. The scene shifted to the Chunin exam, where Boruto crossed his fingers and performed the shadow clone technique. Soon, for shadow clones appear behind him. Sure enough, 4 is still my limit. At this moment, the upper levels of the building were in ruins, and everything around was a scene of collapse. The second test is to compete for flags, protecting your own flag while attacking the enemy's position. It tests teamwork. In the video, there's a voiceover from Tion. Tion. Is this my voice? Noki, not bad. The video is finally becoming aware. Uchiha Taijima, just in time to see the strength of the new generation. Uchiha Izuna, they're probably all weak. After all, they have been living in luxury. Uchiha Taka, remove the word probably. The scenes in the video continue. A person sneaks around, trying to steal the white flag, but is caught in a shadow bind. Jagon takes the opportunity to deal with him. Akimichi CHCH steals the opponent's piece. Meanwhile, the video keeps switching, showcasing fierce battles everywhere, with everyone fighting hard. The clever tactics and teamwork make the viewers nod in agreement. Metal kicks a puppet into a distant building. The opposing Sand Ninja scoffs and turns to mock. Unaware that the flag behind Lee has been stolen by him using sand and iron. It should be reaching a conclusion. There's still one team left. Tion jokes while watching the surveillance footage. The camera shifts to an abandoned building. I'll protect the flag. You all focus on the attack. Boruto quietly says through the earpiece. Boruto, please. Sarada jumps into the building and starts communicating through the earpiece to show the 7th Hokage our strength. We must pass the second test. Okay, no problem. I didn't need you to say that, Boruto replies. Hey, those triplets over there. I'm actually a quintuplet. Boruto jokes, looking at the three similar-looking enemies in the distance. You should know which side has the advantage, right? What do you think? The opponent scoffs and immediately starts hand signs. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of shadow clones emerge from the smoke. Running Sarada hears Boruto shout and stops. Sarada, you keep going. I'll go back to support Boruto. Mitsuki shakes his head, steps on the building, stretches out his arm, and quickly disappears. Naruto Uzumaki, this. My son shouldn't be in danger, right? Fourth Raikage, hard to say, but the new generation's combat power is too behind. They don't dare to kill. Uchiha Izuna, that's true. I feel embarrassed just watching through the screen. Uchiha Taijima, indeed. The scenes in the video continue. Who has the advantage now? At this moment, the enemies rush towards Boruto. Boruto's figure turns into a large cloud of smoke and starts to disappear, while his real body is forced back to the ground, just as the enemies are about to rush towards the flag. At this critical moment, Boruto recalls his previous experiences. To earn his father's praise, Boruto decisively uses the scientific ninja tools hidden in his sleeve. Instantly, a large amount of water release gushes from Boruto's arm. Bang! This powerful water release directly pushes back the three who were trying to snatch the flag. There was clearly no water here, but his water release is so strong. One of them looks surprised. At this moment, Boruto quickly leaps from the high ground, pulls out a lightning attribute scroll from the scientific ninja tools, and throws it violently to the ground. The lightning release spreads rapidly across the water surface, instantly striking the three. I didn't expect he could also use lightning release. One of them spits out a mouthful of black air and then collapses to the ground. Senju Tobirama, although cheating is somewhat shameful. But Boruto at least has some basic tactics. Uchiha Taijima. Damn, is this technology really that powerful? If it were mass-produced in the Warring States period, I can't imagine how strong it would be. Please support with love and gifts. The main storyline is about to begin. Naruto Uzumaki, young Boruto. What do you take ninjas for? Boruto Uzumaki, I. Naruto Uzumaki, young from now on. I will revoke your qualification to be a ninja. Hinata Hyuga. Naruto. Is this really a good idea? Sasuke Uchiha. Young Naruto, are you sure about this? Boruto Uzumaki. Humph, I don't care for such useless things as being a ninja. Naruto Uzumaki, young Boruto you. Nokisai. I can tell, Naruto seems to struggle with communicating with kids. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Because his son cheated, he revoked his ninja status. This impartial look is much better than some hypocritical guys. Saratobi Hiruzen. Shimura Danzo. Humph, I solely dedicate myself to Konoha, and you guys are just spreading rumors here. The scenes in the video continue. Really capable. Sarada looks around. Everywhere are flags. Clearly, the enemies have realized her plan, thus setting up many identical pieces to disguise. Sarada decisively activates her Sharingan and carefully observes the surrounding white flags. Soon, the flags disappear one by one, leaving only one. We did it. Sarada holds that white flag and starts communicating through the earpiece. The camera shifts to the monitoring room. Incredible, they completed it without even seeing the hand signs. Truly the son of the seventh Hokage. Tion looks at the video, surprised. Now all four teams have gathered, it's over. Tion nods. In the corner, Feng Zhu hides in the shadows, adjusting his glasses. The second round also passed. Looks like they used that scientific ninja tool this time. Ah, don't worry, it's already recorded. Another man's voice comes through the earpiece. Nara Shikamaru. Is this considered secret filming? Senju Tobirama. Probably trying to promote the scientific ninja tools. Mizukage Terumi Mei. TSK. This is really dirty play. Fourth Kazekage Raza. It's just a specialty of Konoha. Fourth Raikage, isn't it the same for you, Kazekage? The Sand Village is the same. The scenes in the video continue. In the Hokage office, Naruto is pacing back and forth, anxious and worried. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound startles Naruto. I'm coming in. Shikamaru pushes the door open. Seeing Naruto, still busy. Good job. Shikamaru, with his hands in his pockets, looks at Naruto, a smile on his face. What do you mean? Naruto, typing on the keyboard, asks curiously. Don't play dumb. I'm talking about Boruto and the others. They passed the second exam. Shikamaru's lips twitch slightly. Hearing this, Naruto freezes for a moment, then hurriedly nods. Ah, really? Then I'll leave first. Shikamaru lightly sighs and turns to leave. Did you come just to tell me this little thing? Naruto asks curiously. This is a big deal. Shikamaru shakes his head. Oh, right, Shikadai and the others also passed. Maybe our sons will face off. Shikamaru jokes, then closes the Hokage office door. Sensing Shikamaru's presence disappear, Naruto sees no one around and excitedly jumps up from the sofa. Awesome. Kushina Uzumaki. Ah, son. You look so funny. Minato Namikaze. Naruto still has the same personality as when he was a child. Naruto Uzumaki, young adult to him. Boruto Uzumaki, stupid dad. The video continues. The scene shifts. How is the interpretation of the scroll progressing? Naruto looks worriedly at Sasuke. It doesn't seem to be going well. Sasuke shakes his head, his expression complex. I see. It looks like it will take quite some time. Really? Always picking up troublesome matters. Naruto looks up at the analytical structure high in the sky, frowning. Then I'll come back later. Sasuke smirks and turns his head away proudly. Sasuke. Naruto suddenly calls out. Hearing his name, Sasuke, who is walking, stops. I heard you're training with my son? Naruto asks curiously. Did Boruto tell you? Sasuke nods. No, it was Konohamaru who said it. Naruto chuckles lightly. Is that so? Sasuke shakes his head and is about to walk towards the door. Maybe as you said, the essence of a ninja doesn't change. I've always believed that. Sasuke nods with a smile and then leaves the room. The scene shifts. Boruto returns home, takes off his shoes. I'm back. At this moment, Himawari, seeing her brother successfully pass the exam, excitedly rushes over. Wait, little Kawaii just passed the second exam. It's not a big deal. Boruto feels a bit awkward with his sister's enthusiasm. Boruto, you're back. How was it? Did you get hurt? Hinata rushes over upon hearing the sound. Don't worry. Iem Mifine. Just a bit tired. I'm going back to my room. I'll one to eat dinner. Boruto shakes his head, puts down his sister, and heads upstairs to the attic. Boruto. Hinata looks at her son with concern. Bang. The door is tightly locked by Boruto. He jumps onto his bed, feeling relieved. He raises his hand and looks at the scientific ninja tool on his wrist, his expression complex. After all, this is cheating in the Chunin exam. Knock, knock, knock. A soudain urgent knocking sounds. Boruto's pupils contract, and he quickly pulls down his sleeve to cover the scientific ninja tool on his wrist. I said I want to eat dinner. Boruto says in a panic. Is there something? Click. The door is pushed open. It's Naruto who comes in. Boruto is taken aback, his eyes brighten, but he quickly hides it. Dad, how should I put this? Naruto looks at his son, stammering. A bead of cold sweat appears on his forehead. I heard you passed the second exam. Naruto smiles awkwardly. Oh, Boruto also breaks out in a cold sweat. Looking at his father holding his photo album, Boruto doesn't know how to start. At this moment, the room falls silent. Is that it? If there's nothing else, just go out. Boruto interrupts Naruto. Naruto lets out a light sigh, a bitter smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Boruto, you did well. Naruto shakes his head and puts the photo album back on the table. Having lost his father since childhood, he doesn't know how to be sincere with his son. So you came all this way just to say this? Boruto asks curiously as he sees Naruto turning to leave. This matter is very important. Naruto is somewhat anxious. Seeing his father's demeanor, Boruto feels a warm current in his heart. Yes, this matter is very important to me. By the way, also, what? Naruto raises his hand, making a fist bump gesture, looking at his son with gentle eyes. Don't lose to that guy from the Nara clan. Watching his father's fist trying to bump with him, Boruto's eyes become flustered. His scientific ninja tool is hidden in his wrist. Once they fist bump, the cheating will be exposed. Therefore, Boruto just tightly grips the sleeve of his wrist, looking somewhat nervous. Who would lose to him? Naruto looks at his son's flustered appearance, frowning slightly, but doesn't think much of it. Maybe his son is a bit nervous. I'll go watch. Do your best then. I'll leave first. Seeing his son hesitate to fist bump, Naruto feels a bit disappointed. After all, as a father, he feels somewhat of a failure. Kuratsuchi. I don't want Boruto's cheating to be exposed. 10-10. Me too if it's exposed. I wonder how Naruto will look at his son. Ino Yamanaka. Cheating in the exam is indeed shameful. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Boruto is cheating in the exam. Do you still want to excuse him? Inoki. In such an important exam, Boruto actually cheated using scientific ninja tools, and he is Naruto's son. If exposed, it could impact Naruto's Hokage career. Meitarumi. It seems reasonable. Is it possible that the purpose of the plan is to make Naruto step down? Naruto Uzumaki. I don't understand. Can you explain it clearly? Naruto Uzumaki. Why are they targeting me? Uchiha Obito. Because you're the Hokage, controlling the power of the village. They covet your power, do you understand? No matter how time changes, the ninja world remains the same. Minato Namikaze. Naruto. The video continues. Click. Naruto gently closes the door. It's such a trivial matter, couldn't he just send an email? Boruto lets out a light sigh, then tightly grabs the fabric of his chest, pulling it tightly. Stupid dad. Boruto laughs, but tears stream down his face. You idiotic father. He rolls excitedly on the bed. It's been a long time since he's been this happy. The scene shifts to the Hokage office, where Naruto gazes at his old clothes from childhood, his eyes filled with nostalgia. He looks up at the sky and chuckles. At least his son is well-fed and clothed. Much easier than he was as a child. The scene shifts again. At this moment, a huge venue is filled with a large number of spectators. The 5 Kage from different eras sit in the judge's room, watching the lively scene below. It's finally about to begin. Naruto says excitedly, I'm sure you all know that the third exam is one-on-one. Even familiar teammates can't avoid fighting. Rock Lee stands high and announces the rules to the crowd. There will be 3 rounds of matches with groups A, B, and C each deciding their winners to participate in the final battle royale. Are you all ready? Rock Lee softly asks through the microphone. At this time, subtitles on the big screen quickly rotate, and soon, 2 names appear in the center of the screen. Boruto Uzumaki versus you.How. I announce that the third exam of the Chunin selection is now starting. The 2 please step forward. Rock Lee softly says, Konoha Boruto Uzumaki. Kumogakure, you.How. The 2 announce their names. Boruto looks at you.How, who is chewing gum and looking disdainful, feeling nervous. Then, I announce the start of the first match. As soon as Rock Lee finishes speaking, the 2 instantly disappear from their spots. Kunai clashing with each other's blades. Boruto gritted his teeth. He wasn't particularly skilled in physical combat. He then decisively created some distance and threw out a few shuriken. These shuriken were techniques he learned from Uncle Sasuke. you.How watched the shuriken slicing through the air from a distance and drew the short knife from his back, deflecting them with a series of clangs. you.How swung his blade, aiming for Boruto's head, but Boruto quickly bent down to dodge. Then he swiftly pulled out a kunai and slashed at you.How. you.How swung his short knife, blocking Boruto's attack. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as the 2 locked wrists, starting a battle of strength. In a dive, you're done for, you.How said meaningfully. In a dive? Boruto looked confused. It means you will lose. you.How disdainfully threw a punch at Boruto, who quickly raised his hand to block. Just say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. Then I won't hold back in this match. you.How sneered, blowing a bubble with his gum. The bubble quickly expanded, threatening to engulf Boruto. Boruto gritted his teeth and decisively swung his kunai at the bubble gum. Bang! The bubble exploded, sending Boruto flying a short distance. It actually exploded? Boruto exclaimed in surprise. In the distance, thick smoke obscured Boruto's vision. As the smoke gradually dissipated, colorful bubble gum was revealed. you.How looked at Boruto's predicament and sneered. At this moment, Boruto cast his gaze towards his father in the audience, seeing his father's expectant eyes. The bubble gum was still closing in on Boruto. Boruto initially planned to reach into his ninja tool pouch to pull out shuriken to shatter the bubble gum, but he hesitated. He didn't believe his strength was that powerful, at least not up to Uncle Sasuke's standard. Then, he quietly took out a small scroll, covering it with his shuriken, and quickly threw it far away. The shuriken bypassed all the bubble gum and rushed towards you.How. I've made it this far. Can you hit me? you.How flipped and hit into the bubble gum. But unexpectedly, the shuriken's target was not him, but the bubble gum he was blowing. Bow! The bubble exploded, directly trapping you.How. How did he turn around? So impressive. Sarada, sitting in the audience, watched Boruto below, her pupils constricting. you.How fell to the ground, and the bubble gum he created also exploded. Sorry. But it seems like you're done for in the dive, Boruto said, slowly walking over to Makiruai. The winner is Boruto Uzumaki from the Hidden Leaf Village. Nairok announced the victory. In the audience, the crowd cheered. That kid Uruai seems to be from the Cloud Village. Fourth Kazekage Raza observed. Wasn't it already mentioned earlier? Madarumi, the Mizukage, replied. Raza, you can take a break from talking. Third Kazekage added. The video footage continued. That kid is really capable. Darui stood on the stage, gazing at Boruto below, speaking softly. Great, I'm next, Sarada said with joy on her face. The camera switched to Sarada, punching an enemy into a wall, creating a deep dent. Well done, Sakura Haruno exclaimed with delight as she watched her daughter perform exceptionally. The winner is Sarada Uchiha from the Hidden Leaf Village. Nairok announced. No doubt she is my granddaughter. Amazing, Mikoto Uchiha exclaimed. Is this little Sakura our daughter-in-law? Fugaku Uchiha questioned. I. Sakura stammered. No doubt she is our daughter-in-law. She is really beautiful. Mikoto praised. Itachi Uchiha. Sakura Haruno. Sasuke, I'll leave it to you for now on. Sasuke Uchiha. Young mom, dad, bro, don't get too excited. Don't scare the little girl. Ino Yamanaka. Wah. I didn't expect Sakura to catch Sasuke. The camera kept switching as everyone was in the heat of battle, and soon, the first round of the semifinals began. Boruto versus Ruka. In the audience, Naruto stood high up, confidently watching his son. Whenever Boruto fell into a predicament, he furrowed his brows. Use shadow clone. The camera turned again. In the arena, Boruto was entangled with Ruka's shadow binding technique using his clones. He tried to find an opportunity to attack, but Ruka was constantly protecting himself with the shadow manipulation. Boruto leaped down from the air and slapped towards Ruka. Ruka gritted his teeth and dodged. Seeing Boruto closing in, Ruka couldn't afford to be careless and decisively used the shadow technique. At a critical moment, the shadow technique successfully controlled Boruto. The hurricane he swung blew back into his own face. Luckily, it was a close call. Boruto was trapped in place, and Ruka had used the shadow technique to surround him along with his shadow clones. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shadow clones turned into smoke and disappeared, and Ruka reduced the range of his shadow binding technique. Next, let's make this simple. Just give up, Ruka said confidently, pulling out a kunai to feign a threat. In the audience, Shikamaru teased Naruto. Looks like my son has won. Naruto awkwardly smiled. The camera switched again in the arena. Boruto sneered and threw 5 scrolls from his sleeve, which sprang open upon hitting the ground. At this moment, Naruto was stunned in the audience, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. He couldn't have seen that wrong, right? In the arena, bang, bang, bang. Countless clouds of smoke filled the air. It was Boruto's shadow clones. The shadow clones surrounded Ruka, encircling him completely, and there were so many. No way. Ruka broke into a cold sweat on his forehead. Boruto looked at Ruka and chuckled. Counting is too troublesome. I surrender. Ruka glanced at the shadow clones surrounding him and sighed helplessly. In the audience, this scene felt so familiar. Sakura teased. Ino and Temari covered their mouths and laughed lightly. It's about to be our turn. Shikadai pushed his glasses and looked down. That idiot. He's doing quite well without exposing himself. The assistant controlled the camera, focusing on Boruto's face. Fourth Kazekage Raza. I'm starting to want to criticize Boruto. Cheating in an exam, and not even pretending. Fourth Reikage. Indeed, I respect Boruto as a man. But this behavior, Boruto Uzumaki, Anoki, to suddenly create so many shadow clones, any normal person would see the problem. Madarumi, it's like cheating on exam right under the teacher's nose. Kuratsuchi, what a vivid metaphor. Nara Shikamaru, In the video, Naruto is at least the Hokage. He should feel quite embarrassed that his son cheated. Boruto Uzumaki, what do you mean? Kakashi Hatake sigh. Let's see how Naruto handles this. Naruto Uzumaki, young Boruto, I know what you're thinking. You want my attention, so you chose to cheat, right? But this method is wrong. Cheating in exams is absolutely unacceptable. Therefore, I will revoke your ninja qualifications. From now on, you can no longer serve as a ninja. Boruto Uzumaki, I am sorry, dad. Obito Uchiha. Naruto, ISNT that a bit too harsh. Naruto Uzumaki. Young Uncle Obito, this is about cheating. As Hokage, I must maintain fairness. Noki, Well said. This is far better than Saratobi Hiruzen. Tobirama Senju. Naruto, you did well. I can rest easy knowing that Konoha is in your hands. The footage in the video continues. Naruto's expression becomes complicated as he realizes that his son cheated. At this moment, Rock Lee excitedly announces the results of the match. The winner is Boruto Uzumaki from Konoha. Himawari beams with joy upon hearing the results. He has advanced to the finals. Rock Lee confirms once again. What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Hinata looks at her husband with concern. Naruto wearily says, Hinata, quickly check Boruto's hands with your Byakugan. He still holds some hope for his son, not wanting Boruto to have really cheated. Although Hinata is taken aback, she complies. The scene shifts, and Sasuke hears the report from the sealing class and decides to communicate with Naruto about the matter. Unfortunately, we have to postpone the exam. The scene changes again, and Hinata activates her Byakugan to check Boruto's wrist, then shakes her head, meaning it's very clear. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression becomes even more complicated. He stands in the spectator area and instantly disappears from his spot, reappearing in the arena. What's going on? That Hokage guy. Darui looks curiously down below, probably feeling proud of his son. That's what spoiling a child is all about, Akatsuchi remarks meaningfully. As the 5 Kage, they can naturally see that Boruto cheated. But out of social courtesy, they chose not to expose it. Dad, did you see that? Boruto runs excitedly to his father upon seeing him appear beside him. Next is the finals. Boruto extends his arm for a fist bump. Naruto looks at his son, his expression growing more complicated. His hand slowly reaches out from his robe, but suddenly grips Boruto's wrist. Boruto freezes, his pupils dilating. Naruto yanks up his sleeve, revealing the scientific ninja tools inside. Boruto, what is going on? Naruto looks at his son with a complicated expression. Boruto's pupils constrict as he looks at his father, unable to speak. Using these items in a match is prohibited. Naruto grits his teeth, stating that using ninja tools instead of his own chakra goes against the purpose of the Chunin exam to cultivate ninjas. He then turns to Rock Lee. Lee, Boruto Uzumaki is disqualified. Please change the winner to Shikadai Nara. Naruto's gaze is particularly cold. In the audience, Shikamaru is stomping his feet in anger. Damn, I didn't expect him to get exposed. Hashirama Senju. Ha ha ha. This Naruto is quite impressive. Tobirama Senju. Indeed, Konoha needs someone so fair and impartial. Madarumi, the Mizukage. I wrote a lot, but I think I'll let it go. The footage in the video continues. Boruto Uzumaki has been disqualified from the exam for using prohibited ninja tools, Rock Lee announces. He really did it. Suya Akimichi frowns deeply. Sigh. This foolish son is really embarrassing the Hokage. Akatsuchi sighs lightly. The winner is changed to Shikadai Nara from Konoha. The announcement comes through the speakers. Everyone in the audience is surprised. How is this possible? Sarada looks at Boruto with disappointment. When did he get that? Mitsuki looks on curiously. Boruto. Sarada begins to worry. After all, they all understand the consequences of cheating in the exam. The scene shifts to the arena. Naruto coldly looks at his son and angrily removes the forehead protector from his head. You have lost your qualifications to be a ninja. Naruto gazes coldly at his son. What is wrong with brother? Himawari asks, looking confused. Hinata pats Himawari's head and shakes her head. Come with me. Everyone is still in the exam. Naruto grips Boruto's shoulders, his tone softening, saying they will discuss this later. Hearing later, Boruto angrily shakes off his father's hand. Later? Dad, do you really have the time for that? Boruto shakes his head, looking angrily at his father, saying if he had taught him properly. It wouldn't be like this now. Boruto looks at his father with anger, like a petulant child, but his father just silently watches him, tightly pressing his lips together. This is the first time Boruto sees such an emotion from his father. What is going on? Why does Dad have this expression? Didn't he have a happy childhood? What a pity, 7th Hokage. A mocking voice comes from behind. The two turn curiously to see Shikadai approaching. Boruto lost his qualification for the exam, which he intended to announce after his victory. Shikadai chuckles lightly, adjusting his glasses, saying everyone present must have seen Boruto's performance just now, right? He was disqualified for breaking the rules, but the scientific ninja tools we developed are genuine. Taking this opportunity, please be sure, Shikadai begins to promote the latest products. Bang! At this moment, a thick smoke suddenly erupts in the arena, shaking the ground. Two figures emerge from the smoke, one large and one small. Naruto is stunned, sensing the massive chakra from afar, instinctively shielding his son. Boruto, quickly hide behind Dad. What is happening? It seems like something has fallen. What is going on? The audience gasps, looking confused at the suddenly intruding invaders. Fourth Kazekage, Raza. Good grief. What a publicity stunt. How shameless. Third Kazekage. Can you say something useful? Tsunade Senju. Fourth Kazekage. Could you please talk less? You're a bit too chatty. Killer Bee. Speaking of which, this video is really good to watch, yay. Madarumi. The Mizukage. Could the one upstairs stop rapping? You're really terrible at it. The footage in the video continues. Watching the unexpected visitors, everyone on site becomes tense. Hey, who are you guys? This venue is currently occupied by us. Shikadai looks disdainfully at the Otsutsuki Kinshiki in front of him. Hey, don't get close to him. Naruto urgently warns Shikadai. Kinshiki remains silent, slowly raising his right palm, then suddenly slamming it down to the ground. Bang! The ground instantly cracks open, and the powerful shockwave sends everyone flying. Naruto tightly holds his child in his arms. At this moment, the audience area becomes fragmented. The five Kage also spring into action at this moment. Everything becomes tense. Having compared the manga and the movie, I must say that both production teams put in a lot of effort. Both versions have their merits and are worth watching. But I particularly recommend everyone to see the movie version, as it has a fast pace that allows for immediate immersion. In the manga, Naruto decisively strips Boruto of his qualification to become a ninja. However, in the movie, Naruto appears to be more hesitant. Fourth Raikage AI. Humph. I want to see how strong these two Otsutsuki are. The video continues to play. Hey, who are they? Darui stands on the stage, frowning. Kankuro. Gaara says softly. I understand. Kankuro sighs helplessly. With a crack, the surrounding pillars begin to break. As the stone plate in the sky is about to fall, Sakura decisively punches it, shattering the stone. At the same time, Temari waves her fan, blowing away the fragments of stone that Sakura broke. What is happening? Temari shouts anxiously. I don't know, but we need to lead everyone to safety first. Sakura shakes her head in response. That side is going to collapse too. A stone plate in a distant corner is rapidly descending. Just as the stone is about to crush the civilians, a large mound of sand gathers into a palm, supporting the stone. It's Lord Gaara. Someone shouts. Among the crowd, everyone looks at Gaara with excitement. Shin, Gaara softly calls out. Don't underestimate them. They're not opponents you can match. For now, lead everyone to safety. Gaara gently reminds his impulsive son. I understand, father. Shin nods. At this moment, the venue shows numerous cracks, and all the ninjas begin to rescue people. Everyone, come this way. Stay calm, everyone. Kuratsuchi leads the distressed civilians toward the exit. Noki, I didn't expect Kuratsuchi to become Tsuchikage in the future. Fourth Raikage AI. The fifth Raikage is actually not called AI anymore. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems that the future 5 Kage will cooperate well. The video continues to play. Naruto tightly hugs his son, frowning. What is going on? A bead of cold sweat drips down Boruto's forehead. It's too dangerous here, Boruto. Go to everyone. Naruto reassures his son. At that moment, Kinshiki appears behind Naruto. Dad, be careful. Boruto shouts anxiously, looking at the suddenly appearing intruder. Naruto doesn't have time to react and is kicked by Kinshiki. Bang! Naruto falls like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a distant wall, which breaks apart, sending up a cloud of smoke. Boruto watches Kinshiki in terror, while Kinshiki glances at him dismissively, then looks up into the distance. Are you hurt? I'll take you away. Mitsuki gently says to a little girl. I'll go check over there first. Please take care of this child. Sarada nods. But just as she turns around, a stone from the ceiling falls on her. Bang! A thick cloud of smoke fills the area. The audience area of the venue shakes violently. Sarada. Mitsuki shouts anxiously, but soon freezes. In the distance, amidst the smoke, Sasuke quickly escapes danger while holding his daughter with one arm. Mr. Sasuke, that's great. Mitsuki sighs in relief, taking the little girl away. Dad! Sarada looks at the man in front of her in surprise. Looks like she's not hurt. Sasuke lands with Sarada in his arms. a massive figure appears behind him, and Sasuke quickly dodges an axe attack while holding his daughter. Bang! The axe strikes the ground, kicking up a cloud of ash. You really hold a grudge, don't you? Sasuke glances at Kinshiki. And you still haven't settled the score for cutting off my horn. Kinshiki glares angrily at Sasuke. Not satisfied? Would a shorter one be better? Sasuke replies coldly. I'll make sure your filthy mouth can no longer spout nonsense. Kinshiki angrily charges at Sasuke with his axe. The scene shifts to chaos in the venue. Kinshiki strides forward, making cracking sounds. Boruto furrows his brow, looking at the figure in front of him. Damn. He throws a series of ninjutsu from scientific ninja tools, but Kinshiki merely smiles indifferently, raising his palm to absorb the techniques. It was absorbed. Boruto's pupils contract as he looks at the intruder in terror, retreating like a spider. Kinshiki looks down on Boruto and throws white gauze to the ground, just as he is about to take action when a cold wind blows from behind. Kinshiki quickly dodges Naruto's attack. Naruto instinctively hugs his son and leaps away. Trying to escape? Kinshiki raises his palm toward Naruto in the distance, about to launch an attack, but finds he cannot move. Unbeknownst to him, Shikamaru has used Shadow Possession Jutsu to restrain both Kinshiki and Momoshiki. The two are unable to move. That was close. A bead of sweat forms on Shikamaru's forehead. I see. Momoshiki absorbs Shikamaru's shadow technique. Shikamaru stumbles back, stunned. His ninjutsu was actually absorbed? That's good ninjutsu. I like it. Momoshiki smiles indifferently. At this moment, Sasuke lands next to Naruto, holding his daughter. Boruto, are you okay? Sarada asks worriedly. I'm fine, what about you? Boruto shakes his head. Naruto and Sasuke nervously watch the two Otsutsuki in the distance. Who are they? Naruto asks cautiously. The big one is Kinshiki, and the small one is Momoshiki. Their target is the chakra fruit, which is the tailed beast chakra inside you. Sasuke explains softly. Hey, you two are after me, right? Naruto glares angrily at the two Otsutsuki in the sky. Please don't drag everyone into this. This guy seems to know a lot. Did he break Kagaya's scroll? Momoshiki looks at Sasuke in surprise. They refine the chakra fruit into an elixir, hoping to achieve immortality. Sasuke explains. You even know about the elixir, which surprises me. Do you know how powerful this thing is? With it, one can possess true power. Momoshiki retrieves a small black ore from his palm. Just a coward relying on elixirs. That's not true power at all. Naruto says angrily. Boruto, hearing his father's words, looks terrified, as he is indeed a coward who only relies on scientific ninja tools. Mortals are after all mortals. Let me show you his power. Momoshiki sneers, swallowing several elixirs. This is the technique I obtained earlier. Momoshiki's palm begins to gather chakra, and soon, a massive black sphere covers the sky. Sarada watches the scene above, her lips trembling, kneeling on the ground. Her pupils in shock. No. Boruto is equally speechless in fear. After all, this is the first time they have seen such a massive attack. Far beyond their imagination. Is this really something a ninja can do? The black giant sphere crackles with lightning, striking the surrounding venue, instantly causing massive destruction. The venue is instantly turned to smoke and ashes. What incredible power. Sarada looks terrified. Boruto sees Sarada, beside him looking scared, gritting his teeth, and quickly summons a shadow clone to protect her behind him. Perhaps it's all my fault, but I must protect her. Boruto's forehead was drenched in cold sweat as he looked up at the spherical object in the sky, his body trembling as he tried hard to overcome his fear. What a waste of effort. Momoshiki disdainfully gathered a fireball in his palm and swiftly threw it down. The fireball landed in the back of the venue, instantly erupting into a cloud of charred smoke. Countless civilians screamed in terror, ashes covering a large area. Just as Momoshiki sneered, his expression suddenly froze. A golden yellow phantom burst out from the smoke, instantly dispersing the surrounding mist. Following that, Naruto's shadow clones appeared in every corner of the venue. A golden aura spread out. This is the seventh Hokage? Sarada looked around, her expression tense. This. Boruto looked at the dense chakra presence around him, his face filled with surprise. Dad actually has such powerful strength. Boruto gazed at his father's serious face, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is this really the carefree father he remembered? Momoshiki snorted in disdain, glancing at Naruto, and then unleashed several large-scale ninjutsu attacks in succession. However, Naruto stood firm. The powerful golden yellow phantom withstanding these attacks to protect the surrounding civilians. Hanzo the Salamander. Something's off. Naruto clearly doesn't need to take these attacks head on. Anoki. Can't you see there are many injured civilians in the venue? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is he taking these hits to protect these guys? Vortex Boruto. Dad. During Boruto's time, Boruto stared in shock at the footage on the screen, tears streaming down his face. Idiot father. Why do you have to hold on in a situation like this? Boruto sobbed. At this moment, he realized he had always misunderstood his father. It turns out the Hokage is so great. Protecting everyone's lives is that the duty of a Hokage. Kakashi Hatake, as expected of an unpredictable ninja. The footage on the screen continued. Also, count my chakra. If your real body can't hold on, it's over. Sasuke looked at the struggling Naruto and also activated his Susanoo. Thank you, Sasuke. Naruto nodded, his eyes filled with excitement. At this moment, a massive amount of purple phantoms suddenly surged from the huge fox's head. Momoshiki in the sky watched the scene below and continued to attack. His gaze gradually turned disdainful. Humph, are you just going to stand there and take hits? How foolish. At this moment, the venue was in ruins, with civilians looking at the distant hurricane and numerous ninjutsu with worried faces. However, there was still a tenacious, golden yellow phantom amidst the smoke. It's the seventh Hokage protecting us. Bang! The Susanoo began to crack. A powerful wind blew into the golden fox's head, and Boruto's shadow clone turned into smoke and dissipated, while Sarada was blown to the ground. Boruto gritted his teeth and shielded Sarada, taking the brunt of the wind for her. At this moment, although the Susanoo was slowly repairing itself, it could no longer prevent the destruction. Naruto anxiously glanced back at the injured civilians, worry filling his eyes. I wonder how long you can hold on. Momoshiki continuously mocked Naruto's foolishness, asking what good it was to protect these useless civilians. You might as well give up on them early, and you wouldn't be in this predicament. All right, next. Let's finish you off with this strike. Momoshiki swiftly threw the black sphere from the sky down. Naruto looked at the approaching attack, his gaze resolute. Sasuke, I'm counting on you for the kids. Sasuke nodded and helplessly said, I understand. At this moment, Sasuke appeared in front of Sarada and Boruto, decisively activating his Susanoo. Dad, what are you going to do? Boruto looked at Naruto in confusion. Does his father still have a trump card up his sleeve? Boruto felt a bit of anticipation. All right, Kurama, it's time. Don't let me down. Naruto clapped his hands, his eyes filled with determination. Don't be foolish. I'm ready at any time. Kurama also clapped his hands, looking confident. Here we go. At this moment, a massive golden chakra instantly spread, covering the entire venue. The nine tails, many tails, the fox's paws held high. Naruto shouted in anger, giving it his all. A tall nine tails quickly stood in midair, countless arms supporting the sphere above. Kurama opened his mouth to gather a tailed beast ball, but Naruto controlled the nine tails to swallow it, forcing himself to hold back. Naruto's expression twisted as he gasped for breath, gritting his teeth against the weight. A white light appeared at one corner of the sphere, slowly exploding. Time slowed down at this moment. Boruto felt the wind from the hurricane brushing his face. Staring at his father's towering figure in the distance, his pupils filled with shock. He felt weak all over, useless, but relying on his own strength. He had progressed bit by bit to become Hokage. You don't need to understand Naruto now. You need to recognize the journey he has taken. Sasuke's words echoed in Boruto's mind. Boruto's hair was slightly disheveled as he gazed at his tall and mighty father in the distance, his eyes filled with shock. Within that golden yellow phantom, Naruto slowly turned his head and gave his son a confident smile. Dad! Boruto shouted in despair, his face contorting in that moment. Instantly, the white light in the distance rapidly spread, covering everything around. Kuratsuchi, is this the responsibility of being a Hokage? Fourth Kazekage Raza, truly magnificent. Uchiha Sasuke, young Boruto, you saw it too. This is the duty your father bears. Uchiha Izuna, is he taking this hit to protect the surrounding civilians? Deidara, yeah, now's not the time for this. The future situation is very dangerous. The footage on the screen continued. A flash of white light passed, then gradually dissipated. Boruto blinked awake, only to see a lamp hanging in the air, the smell of disinfectant wafting around. You're awake? Sarada sighed in relief when she saw Boruto was awake. Is this the hospital? Boruto weakly sat up and curiously looked around. Everyone has been brought here. It was the 7th Hokage who protected everyone. Mitsuki nodded in response. I understand. So everyone is safe? Boruto asked weakly. Mom. A small girl's crying voice interrupted Boruto's thoughts. It's Himawari's voice. Boruto quickly climbed out of bed and walked out of the room. The corridor was filled with injured people, and he could vaguely smell blood. It's me. Can you hear me talking? Himawari looked worriedly at her mother. Mom. Boruto saw his mother lying in bed and hurried over. It's okay, Boruto. He will be saved. Sakura shook her head. What exactly happened? Boruto asked, confused. She rushed forward, trying to stop those two from taking Naruto away. Sakura used the healing jutsu with both hands to treat Hinata's wounds. Why is she doing this? Boruto's pupils contracted upon hearing this. She wants to bring Naruto back. Sakura shook her head and sighed lightly. At that moment, in the ruins, the 7th Hokage's ceremonial robe was lifted by a gust of wind and floated away. The scene shifted, and the ground buried in rubble was filled with injured people. But fortunately, no one was in life-threatening danger. Thanks to the 7th Hokage, despite the chaos, no one had died. Upon hearing Sakura's response, Boruto's expression crumbled, and he found it hard to accept. He quickly rushed out of the hospital ward. Outside the corridor, there were injured people everywhere, lying on the ground. Boruto recalled the previous scenes with anger on his face. Damn it! In his haste, Boruto tripped over a box and fell to the ground. He looked at the scientific ninja tools on his wrist, his expression breaking down. It was this thing that harmed him and everyone else. Boruto angrily threw the scientific ninja tools to the ground, stood up in despair, and walked aimlessly forward. At that moment, Sasuke watched Boruto's lost expression with a complex gaze. Sasuke picked up the scientific ninja tools that he had just thrown on the ground. The scene changed, and with a creak, Boruto pushed open the door to the Hokage's office. He instinctively thought his father was still inside handling work, but found that his father was long gone. Boruto recalled what was said earlier. So when Dad was still a kid, the Hokage grandpa wasn't even alive yet. I guess Dad was lucky. He never had to experience the joys of having parents around. Boruto walked to his father's desk, which was in disarray, piled high with coffee and leftover instant noodles. Why does my dad have to be Hokage? He just sits behind the desk all day, pointing fingers. Anyone can do that. Boruto thought of his earlier angry words. Feeling guilty, he noticed a piece of clothing on the desk that his father wore as a child, slowly grasping it in his hands. Images of his father, smiling confidently at him, floated in his mind. Boruto tightly clutched the piece of clothing. Madarumi. Boruto is starting to think about his dad. Hinata Hyuga. Boruto. Inoki. So, does Naruto just die like this in the future? Kushina Uzumaki. Impossible. Naruto is definitely still alive. Minato Namikaze. Kushina, calm down. This is about the future. The video continued to play. Looking at the album of Team 7, especially the pictures of his father as a child, Boruto's gaze became resolute. He put on the clothes he had thought were tattered and old-fashioned, walked to the floor-length mirror, and examined his current self. The boy in the mirror had complex eyes. Boruto held back tears, murmuring, I'm really pathetic. You got that right. Sasuke's voice came from outside the door. Boruto stiffly turned his head, looking at his master with a complex expression. During the exam, everyone blamed you. You were stripped of your forehead protector, and now you can't even call yourself a ninja. Plus, you made your sister cry, your mother got hurt, and your father is missing. Sasuke walked past Boruto, speaking coldly. If it weren't for your sister still loving you, and your mother worrying about you, you'd be just like your father in the past. Sasuke sighed lightly. Boruto looked at himself in the mirror, ashamed, lowering his head. Did Dad go through such pain when he was young? At times like this, how did Dad get through it? Boruto looked at Sasuke curiously. It seems you want to know more than just his weaknesses now. Sasuke said meaningfully. Then just ask him directly. Let's go save him now. Upon hearing Sasuke's answer, Boruto's heart leaped with joy. Is Dad still alive? I can feel his chakra, but whether he is safe or not is uncertain. At least he isn't dead, so we need to act quickly. Sasuke shook his head. Uncle Sasuke, why do you still care about me now? Boruto looked at his master curiously. Sasuke looked at Boruto and sighed lightly. Because you are my #1 disciple. Listen, Boruto, you actually have a lot of potential. As long as you have determination, one day you will surpass Naruto. Sasuke said coldly. I know you're trying to encourage me, but that's a bit exaggerated. Boruto laughed self-deprecatingly. You can do it, I promise. Because I'm training his son. Sasuke interrupted Boruto. Boruto was stunned. And more importantly, you are even more of a loser than Naruto. Sasuke sighed. What does being a loser mean? Boruto looked at Sasuke with a confused expression. It means not giving up. Sasuke chuckled lightly. Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke, so being a loser means this? I misunderstood you all along. Sasuke Uchiha. What an idiot. Kuratsuchi. So, does that mean everyone is going to save Naruto now? Gaara. What a pity this video doesn't show me, but I didn't expect Gaara to become Kazekage. Gaara, shut up. Rasa. The video continued to play. Upon hearing Sasuke's master's answer, Boruto's gaze became firm. Since we're going to save the Hokage, let's do our part. Darui joked. 5K. Boruto looked at everyone in surprise. Our ally has been taken. How can we just sit by and watch? This would undermine the dignity of the 5 Kage. Fuyi choked. We need to make them regret being our enemies. Kuratsuchi looked excited. That's amazing. Boruto looked joyfully at the 5 Kage in front of him. Wow, it's just like the Naruto of the past. Gaara teased Boruto. No, there's still something missing. Sasuke shook his head. At this moment, everyone looked at Sasuke curiously. Boruto looked up in surprise at Sasuke's eyes. The scene shifted to the rooftop of the Hokage building. Sasuke activated the Rinnegan's Eye technique, tearing the space in the distance and creating a black hole. We can use this black hole to reach their location, but the number of people who can be transported is limited, Sasuke explained. Considering the current combat power, this should be the best lineup. I'm counting on you for Naruto. Shikamaru expressed his gratitude to the 5 Kage. The 5 Kage jumped into the black hole, and Sasuke was about to enter as well. Boruto. Mom's voice suddenly came. Boruto turned around, confused, looking at his mom. Mom? Hinata looked at her son with worry. Boruto. Sarada, Mitsuki, and Sakura also began to worry about Boruto. Seeing this, Boruto shook his head, took out a forehead protector from his pocket, and tightly wore it on his forehead. Hinata was stunned, looking at her son. The image of Naruto as a child overlapped with the present. Sakura smiled lightly from the side, as the resemblance between the father and son was truly striking. I'm coming back soon. Boruto's eyes were firm. I'm counting on you, Boruto. Hinata looked at her son with determination, swallowing the words she hadn't finished. You're finally starting to look like a ninja. Let's go. Sasuke chuckled lightly and then entered the black hole. Sarada, Mitsuki, I'm counting on you. Boruto looked at his companions, making a fist gesture. The two of them also clenched their fists in response. Boruto turned and jumped into the black hole with a determined look in his eyes. Wait for me, Dad. 4th Kazekage Raza. Wow, this plot is heating up. 3rd Raikage A. There were 2 more people who just went into that black hole. Uchiha Itachi. Those 2 seem to be the ones developing scientific ninja tools, right? Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, what are they doing in here? Uchiha Obito. I have a bad feeling about this. I hope they don't cause trouble. Kuratsuchi. Honestly, watching this plot unfold in bed is pretty exciting. Even more thrilling than TV shows or movies. Inoki. Kuratsuchi, stop slacking off. Your training isn't over yet. Kuratsuchi. Uchiha Makoto. Boruto looks a lot like Naruto. Uchiha Fugaku, that's true. Namikaze Minato. Once we deal with these Otsutsuki, there shouldn't be any more disputes. Senju Tobirama. Hard to say. Next up is the battle against Momoshiki. There are 3 versions of the fight against Otsutsuki Momoshiki. One is the manga version, another is the original battle from the Boruto anime, and the last one is from the original movie, which emphasizes expressiveness and destructive power. System, friendly reminder, the next part is all high energy. Kuratsuchi, I'm already looking forward to it. The video continues. In a void, the sky is dark and lifeless. Naruto is bound high up on a massive divine tree, while Momoshiki absorbs the chakra of the 9 tails from his abdomen. A large amount of energy gathering in Momoshiki's hands. What a massive chakra. Momoshiki gazed at Naruto with emotion. Naruto, with unwavering will, pulled back the chakra of Kurama. TCH, what a waste of time. Momoshiki glanced dismissively at Naruto and then withdrew his hand. Sweat poured from Naruto's forehead as he breathed weakly. I'm really sorry. That's right. We ninjas are not to be trifled with. Naruto forced out a faint smile. At that moment, several figures suddenly dropped from the sky. The divine tree trapping Naruto was instantly severed. Darui swung his sword at Momoshiki, who nimbly dodged. Char also swung his twin swords, attacking Kinshiki. Damn, is that the Rinnegan of that guy in the black cloak? Momoshiki frowned. Dad! Boruto jumped down from the sky, quickly using a kunai to cut the branches controlling Naruto. Sasuke swiftly landed with Naruto. At the same time, the 5 Kage arrived, surrounding Momoshiki and Kinshiki. Don't think you can escape from us, Gaara said coldly. Don't get cocky, inferior beings. Momoshiki chuckled lightly, his palm beginning to gather laser energy. Darui and CHJ are charged forward. The battlefield was filled with smoke. Are you okay, Dad? Boruto looked at Naruto with concern. Boruto, what are you doing here? Naruto looked up at his son, noticing his tattered clothes. What happened to your clothes? A lot has happened. He has already become a ninja. Sasuke chuckled lightly, meaningfully saying, then vanished in an instant, just like seeing his shadow clone. Naruto teased. Do I look cooler now? Boruto looked down at his clothes. Yeah, much cooler than before. Naruto nodded. After recalling what just happened, Naruto understood his son's emotions. Boruto, I really apologize for earlier. Naruto shook his head, his expression complicated. Boruto hesitated, then slowly stood up. From now on, let's just be like before. Boruto interrupted Naruto. Naruto was taken aback, looking at his son's outstretched hand. But when you have time, don't just lecture me. Tell me more about your past. Boruto teased, smiling at Naruto. Naruto looked at his son fondly, grasping his hand, unsteadily getting to his feet. But it will take a long time, especially your stories, Dad. Naruto teased back. The father and son exchanged smiles, understanding each other better at that moment. Boruto had never really looked at his father before, now realizing that his father was even greater than he had imagined. Moreover, his father lost his own father at a young age, so he must also be quite flustered facing his son. All right, to protect everyone, we should set off. Naruto looked towards the distant battlefield, chuckling lightly. Protect everyone? Huh? Boruto murmured, realizing that what Dad said was true. Of course, a promise is a promise. That's my ninja way. Naruto gazed into the sky, memories flooding his mind. All right, it's time to set off. Yes, it's time to fight. The two tightly clenched their fists, their gazes resolutely fixed on the distant battlefield. Uchiha Obito. I didn't expect to be in Naruto's memories. Uchiha Itachi. There was just a moment that seemed to feature me. Anoki. I'm getting older. Watching these makes me tear up, sigh. The video continues. Sasuke wielded his blade, clashing with Kinshiki. The sound of metal clashing rang out. The surrounding trees were affected, starting to break. CHJ are charged forward, beginning to restrain Kinshiki. He's quite large, but pretty fast. CHJ are gritted his teeth, swinging his blade. You'll regret it. How dare you? An inferior being, strike at me. Kinshiki swung his large blade, angrily smashing it into the ground, the shockwave hitting CHJR's chest. You're completely unguarded. Just as Kinshiki was about to finish CHJR with a single blow. You too. At that moment, a mound of clay suddenly burst from the ground. Kuratsuchi threw a punch that sent Kinshiki flying. With a bang, a tree in the distance was struck away by Kinshiki. Kinshiki flew through the air, stabilizing his body after a moment. Then, Sasuke came at him with a single-handed grip on his sword. Chidori gathered on the blade. Kinshiki was paralyzed, and just as he landed, he was hit by numerous bone spikes. Suchikage, leave it to me. Kuratsuchi quickly formed hand seals, Doton, Waiton, Ganseki F and no Jutsu. A large amount of black liquid bound Kinshiki's body, making him unable to move. We'll hold him off. You go find the other one. Kuratsuchi anxiously shouted at Sasuke. Sasuke nodded and decisively disappeared from his spot. On the other side of the battlefield, Gaara and Darui were cooperating to entangle Momoshiki. Sorry for being late. Naruto leaped from a branch, quickly forming hand seals with one hand. Wait a moment, Dad. Boruto suddenly shouted, interrupting Naruto's actions. Naruto stopped. What's wrong, Boruto? You can't use ninjutsu on that guy. What? Naruto looked confused. Darui swung his large sword, constantly entangled with Momoshiki. The principle was simple. He could absorb others' ninjutsu and counterattack. But those ninjutsu were one-time use. Sasuke held his sword with one hand, his cloak billowing in the wind. It looked just like the scientific ninja tools. Sasuke teased Momoshiki, who had a cold look in his eyes. That makes it simple, Gaara said coldly, crossing his arms. No need for ninjutsu. I will subdue you purely with strength. Darui gripped the blade tightly. Momoshiki's information was leaked, his eyes filled with unwillingness, surrounded by enemies. I see. Naruto nodded after listening. Boruto, hiding closely beside Naruto, looked anxious. Lord Momoshiki, the trapped Kinshiki, saw his master in trouble and broke free from Kuratsuchi's restraints with brute force. Blood streaming from his body as he shed skin and broke bones to escape. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, why does it feel a bit painful? Inoki, this guy is ruthless, so loyal to his master. Momoshiki, indeed, this guy called Kinshiki is quite loyal. Momoshiki, Lord Zabuza, I am also very loyal to you. Momoshiki, Kuratsuchi, by the way. The two in the video are obviously in a difficult situation. They shouldn't be able to turn the tide, right? Tobirama Senju. Hard to say. After all, they're from the Otsutsuki clan. Perhaps they have other hidden depths. What's that supposed to mean, Tobirama? Hashirama Senju asked. Tobirama, you'll know if you keep watching. The video continued. Kinshiki manipulated his weapon, rapidly charging towards the god tree, forcing everyone back quickly. Then, he swung his sword with effort, clearing obstacles in his path. A nearly 1,000-meter tall god tree was actually cut down by half. The surface of the god tree was bare. Momoshiki coldly scanned the surrounding enemies. But soon, he froze, his gaze landing on Boruto, standing next to Naruto, a hint of surprise flashing in his pupils. Is that kid your son, Fox? Boruto looked confused upon hearing Momoshiki mention him. I see. Seems like he carries an interesting fate. Momoshiki's pupils condensed into a Byakugan form. I truly pity you, Fox. Having such powerful strength, yet unable to pass it on to the next generation. What the hell are you babbling about? Boruto glared angrily at Momoshiki. Boruto, step back, Naruto said cautiously, protecting his son. Tobirama, something's off. I feel this as foreshadowing. Hashirama, oh, Tobirama, you're overthinking it. Deidara, what is this Momoshiki guy talking about? Can someone explain? Inoki, he just seemed to be talking to Boruto, mentioning that Boruto's fate would be interesting. Fourth Kazekage Raza, isn't that redundant? Boruto's father is the Hokage. Isn't his future life bound to be enjoyable? How could it not be interesting? He doesn't have to do anything, and wealth just comes to him. Mizukichi Terumi Mei, Raza, are you a bit jealous? Kuratsuchi, but I feel Momoshiki's words have deeper meaning. Haiden, I think he knows he's going to lose and just wants to talk big. Deidara, indeed. The video continued. Let me show you the methods of our clan. Momoshiki looked disdainfully at Boruto, then raised his palm toward Kinshiki. Come on, Lord Momoshiki. It's time for you to devour my chakra. Just like our ancestors passed their power to me, Kinshiki said excitedly. That's only natural, Momoshiki sneered. And soon Kinshiki turned into a red meatball. Momoshiki held this meatball, stuffed it into his mouth, and swallowed it. He ate his own companion. Boruto was stunned. Damn it. Sasuke decisively swung his sword at Momoshiki. It's too late. Momoshiki caught Sasuke's sword with one hand, coldly responding. Sasuke had no choice but to evade. At this moment, the battlefield was shrouded in smoke, the atmosphere suddenly tense. In the distance, a new figure emerged from the smoke. Fox. Momoshiki spread his arms, his long hair flowing in the wind. You're next. Momoshiki disdainfully glanced at everyone and instantly vanished from the spot. At that moment, a strong gust of wind swept through, directly breaking the god tree. Everyone looked up, their pupils contracting sharply. In the next moment, Momoshiki appeared next to Darui and kicked him into the wall, rendering him immobile. Gaara watched as Momoshiki charged over, quickly forming hand seals, causing sand to rise. However, Momoshiki's flowing hair bound him, sending him flying to the ground. The surrounding smoke lingered. Lord Windshadow. CHJR looked worriedly at Gaara. But from the smoke behind, Momoshiki's figure gradually became clear. With a loud bang, a strike broke through the air. CHJR was kicked away. Kuratsuchi reacted and was about to attack, but her fist was easily caught by Momoshiki. Momoshiki punched Kuratsuchi in the abdomen, and after staggering a few steps, she fell into unconsciousness. In an instant, all 5 Kage were taken down. This was too terrible. Boruto stood high above, watching the scene below, his pupils contracting sharply. At this moment, Momoshiki slowly ascended, a strong sense of oppression spreading. Next is you, Fox. Momoshiki slowly turned his head, looking disdainfully at Naruto. In the next moment, he appeared in front of Naruto and decisively threw a punch. Bang! A violente explosion sounded. In the smoke, Naruto was knocked back a distance. Seeing the incoming palm, Naruto quickly extended his hands to block. The two clashed, their movements fluid. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that Naruto was holding on by sheer will. After a few exchanges, Naruto was struck in a pressure point. This is a pressure point. Naruto's pupils contracted. But that's not all. Momoshiki decisively sent Naruto flying far away, then grabbed his face. Naruto struggled with all his might. At this moment, Sasuke rushed over to assist. However, Momoshiki had already anticipated this and quickly subdued Sasuke. He then lifted Naruto and Sasuke into the air, dragging their faces along the ground before throwing them against a distant stone wall. Those watching the video felt a sense of despair. After all, Momoshiki's strength was too overwhelming. 4th Kazekage Raza. This is terrifying. This guy probably already has the power of the Sage of 6 Paths. Anoki. How are we supposed to fight this? Uchiha Obito. This is interesting. My guy. If I encounter such an opponent, I can only open the 8 gates. Uchiha Madara. Naruto and Sasuke should be fine, right? The opening used is from the movie. It feels more powerful that way. The video continued. Boruto stood high in the sky, anxiously watching his father and master. A crack sounded. Naruto took a few steps forward, while Sasuke stood beside him. The two were positioned like left and right, as if they had returned to their childhood. At this moment, a particularly intense BGM was played, igniting the passion of everyone watching the video. It felt like seeing my past self. Sasuke chuckled softly, unfastened his cloak, and tossed it to the ground. Isn't that right? Naruto smiled calmly, a burst of golden light emanating from him. Let's give him a good lesson. Sasuke. Naruto pressed his palms together, glaring angrily at the distant Momoshiki. Sasuke gripped his sword with one hand, his gaze icy. Momoshiki instantly vanished. Naruto and Sasuke also disappeared simultaneously. Bang, 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 bang. The nearly 1,000-meter-long divine tree was pierced through by the two. A distant mountain was also shattered by the shockwave of their combined punch. Momoshiki defended against their attacks with both hands, his expression cold. He resisted Naruto and Sasuke, then flipped and landed, assuming a Wing Chun stance. Naruto and Sasuke charged towards Momoshiki in quick succession. 4th Kazekage Raza. Damn, it's getting intense. My guy, this video is so intense. I'll open the 8 gates to hype everyone up. Kakashi Hatake. The music reached a boiling point, and everyone was drawn into the video. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of air being shattered echoed continuously. Sasuke swung his sword at Momoshiki, but Momoshiki swiftly knocked Sasuke away. Sasuke spun in the air, decisively extending his leg to kick back the sword. Momoshiki disdainfully knocked the sword away, his eyes playful. Naruto quickly charged at Momoshiki, then posed for a punch. Momoshiki raised his hand to block, but Naruto seized the opening, causing Momoshiki to retreat a few steps. Seeing this from high above, Sasuke swiftly kicked Momoshiki away. The two exchanged knowing smiles. Momoshiki landed far away, decisively drawing his sword and began to swing it. Naruto and Sasuke vanished from their original spots, causing the ground beneath them to collapse instantly. This is the power of the 6 paths. The spectators watching the video saw this scene, and their pupils instantly constricted. Momoshiki swung his sword at Sasuke, who defended with his own. Naruto charged in from both sides, attempting to hit Momoshiki. But Momoshiki anticipated it and dodged, then slammed his sword into the ground. Bang! A violent tremor ensued. Momoshiki soon found himself overwhelmed by the successive attacks from Naruto and Sasuke, and in the end, he drew numerous weapons, only to be caught by Sasuke's lion's barrage. Striking his chin, Momoshiki's figure rolled on the distant mountain nearly 1,000 meters away. Naruto quickly appeared in front of him, directly hitting his forehead. shattering several mountains in the distance. Sasuke swiftly coordinated with Naruto, attacking Momoshiki from both sides in the narrow gap between the mountains. Momoshiki decisively flew back into the air, landing on a distant tree. TCH. Momoshiki glared coldly at the two. At this moment, Sasuke took out a scroll from his pocket, casually tossed it, and summoned a large number of shuriken. Seeing Sasuke's action, Naruto recalled a previous scene and decisively used shadow clones to assist him. The two were perfectly in sync, requiring no verbal communication. Sasuke quickly threw the shuriken towards the distant Momoshiki. Momoshiki looked at the incoming shuriken and swiftly dodged. But Sasuke had anticipated this and pulled the thread. The shuriken in midair was guided towards Momoshiki. Momoshiki knelt on the ground, swinging his hands violently, creating a fierce wind that blew the shuriken away. A deep pit formed around him. The surrounding shuriken clattered to the ground, scattered everywhere. Just as Momoshiki was about to catch his breath, the ground suddenly made a crack sound. His pupils shrank as he saw a shuriken emerge from the ground. Momoshiki quickly leaped into the air, the shuriken grazing his body and landing behind him. However, the shuriken transformed into smoke and vanished, becoming Naruto's form. Naruto gathered a spiral shuriken in one hand and quickly threw it at Momoshiki. Momoshiki looked at the incoming jutsu with disdain. He activated his Byakugan, easily seeing through it as a transformation technique. Therefore, he pretended to be tricked, extending his palm to absorb it. Sure enough, the spiral shuriken transformed into Sasuke. As Sasuke raised his sword to strike Momoshiki, Momoshiki coldly chuckled, raising an eyebrow, swiftly controlling a chain to bind Sasuke. Just as Momoshiki was about to strike at Sasuke's head, bang! Time seemed to slow down. Sasuke decisively activated his body flicker technique, swapping positions with Momoshiki. What? Momoshiki's pupils shrank, realizing he had been tricked. His eyes were filled with rage. At this moment, Naruto, high in the air, punched Momoshiki in the face. Bang. Momoshiki was sent flying several thousand meters. As he struggled in the air, planetary devastation. Sasuke landed on the ground, forming a claw with one hand, decisively aiming at the distance, his pupils constricting. At this moment, the ground trembled violently, and numerous stones irregularly adhered to Momoshiki. Soon, Momoshiki was deeply buried in planetary devastation. Watching the enormous meteorite with a radius of 1,000 meters from a distance, the spectator's pupils suddenly constricted. The combination of manga, movie, and anime. This is probably the effect. What do you all think? Fourth Kazekage Raza, damn. Anoki, this is too strong. Umbu of the Mist Village. Is this really a ninja? The destructive power is terrifying. Third Kazekage. This Momoshiki probably hasn't been sealed yet. Nagato. It all depends on whether he can break free from this planetary devastation. The video continued. In the distance, sounds of cracking emerged from within planetary devastation. Momoshiki, furious, descended from the sky, landing on the ground and causing a violent tremor. He controlled the surrounding stones with one hand, and the stones quickly rushed towards Naruto and Sasuke. The two decisively pulled away. The stones headed straight for Sasuke, who activated his Susanoo to evade. But Momoshiki had anticipated this, heating the stones to burn. Susanoo couldn't withstand the high temperature, and Sasuke's skin was soon burned. Aga emipiaga, inferior beings. Momoshiki scoffed disdainfully, clenching his fist with one hand. Sasuke was sent flying far away by a single blow. Just then, a flash of golden light rushed towards the sky, coalescing into a massive nine tails. Naruto cautiously caught Sasuke, looking at his unconscious form, suppressing his anger. He distributed Nine Tails chakra to heal Sasuke's burns. Ah! Naruto controlled the Nine Tails to punch at Momoshiki. Momoshiki clasped his hands together, having anticipated this, and activated his Jinchuriki technique. The ground instantly erupted with numerous serpents, all lunging at Naruto. Naruto manipulated the Nine Tails to tear at the snake heads, but then felt a searing heat. A giant phoenix spread its wings and screeched, rapidly charging at Naruto. Naruto once again controlled the Nine Tails to grab the phoenix, as a tremendous shockwave resonated from a 100-meter-tall stone giant emerging from the dust in the distance. When Naruto was at a loss, a familiar sensation came from behind him. Turning around, he saw Sasuke. A smile crept onto Naruto's lips as the two understood each other's thoughts perfectly. The nine tails tore through the phoenix's wings, and the phoenix transformed into molten lava that poured down. The nine tails donned a light purple armor, and in the distance, a giant stone golem swung its massive fist towards Naruto. Naruto gripped his sword with one hand, crouching to skillfully evade it. Then, he raised his sword and swung. With a crack, a violent explosion erupted, the ground rolled, and smoke billowed up. Smoke rose thousands of meters high into the sky, and debris continuously fell from above. In the smoke, flashes of lightning and intense sparks could be faintly seen. The stone giant was split in half, and Peach was left glaring at Naruto and Sasuke with a face full of unwillingness. At this moment, the towering nine tails gradually transformed into starlight and dissipated. Naruto supported Sasuke, and the two slowly descended from a height of 1,000 meters. So amazing. Boruto looked at the scene in the sky, his pupils constricting sharply. Kuratsuchi, this scene is too exaggerated. Uchiha Obito. At this point, Naruto and Sasuke are probably stronger than Madara. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Indeed, their strength is probably greater than mine. Otsutsuki Shinjutsu. This is truly unbelievable. There's still a segment left. The last part of the story is full of high energy. Third Kazekage. The footage in the video should be over, right? Uchiha Itachi. The progress bar is still there. It seems it's not over yet. Uchiha Sarada. So impressive. No wonder it's Lord 7th. Uchiha Sasuke Young. During Boruto's time in the Hokage office, Sasuke was watching his daughter's speech, feeling a twinge of jealousy in his heart. Cough cough. Sasuke, it might be my personal charm that is too strong. Naruto patted Sasuke on the shoulder, teasing him. Dead last. Sasuke coldly snorted with pride, but his gaze was fixed on the messages in the chat group, filled with jealousy. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke, why aren't you speaking? Uchiha Sasuke. The footage on the video was still ongoing. Hokage, is it done? Darui asked weakly. No, it's not over yet. Naruto shook his head. TCH, what a hassle. Kuratsuchi clicked her tongue. Hurry up and use your big move to take him down. Don't say it so simply. CHJ responded helplessly. If he gets absorbed again, it'll be a loss. Gaara let out a sigh of relief. Indeed. Kuratsuchi nodded. Everyone seems to be okay. Naruto looked at the people behind him and sighed softly. Boruto went to a high place, seeing that everyone was safe. He also breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, Peach, who was high up in the air, frowned. Finally caught up. Shikadai shouted excitedly at Peach. How did Shikadai get here? Naruto was stunned. Looks like he sneaked in. Darui sighed helplessly. Make sure to film it well. Shikadai quickly jumped down from the high place. I know you're not dead yet. Let my scientific ninja tools give you the final blow. Shikadai looked disdainfully at Peach. Idiot. Stop it. Naruto shouted anxiously upon seeing this. After all, Peach had a hard time being damaged, and if he absorbed energy all at once, it would be all for nothing. Uncle Shikadai, don't use that. Boruto also shouted anxiously. Take this. Shikadai shot out a series of ninjutsu from his scientific ninja tools. At this moment, Peach looked at the approaching ninjutsu and sneered, raising his palm to absorb them all. The smoke in the air gradually dissipated, revealing an unharmed Peach. Why is he unscathed? Shikadai was stunned, cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Seriously, this bastard can really do this. Darui looked at Shikadai speechlessly. I've never seen someone so stupid in my life. Moreover, the people watching the video also felt speechless. Fourth Kazekage Raza. ISNT, this just pure stupidity, damn it. Anoki, sigh. Running into a pig teammate. Mizukichi Terumi Mei. How did such an idiot get in here? Second Mizukichi Kageyama. Speechless. This pig teammate is just causing trouble. Senju Hashirama. This is making me furious. Senju Tobirama. Why are you hitting me if you're angry? Senju Hashirama. Oh, sorry, I couldn't hold back. Let me rub your shoulders. Senju Tobirama. Get lost. The footage on the video was still continuing. He absorbed the chakra. Shikadai slowly turned his head, his face full of embarrassment. At this moment, his assistant behind him shook his head helplessly. In the air, Peach let out a series of cold laughs. I must thank you. Foolish people. Peach shouted. He extended his palm, and a series of ninjutsu poured out. Bang 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 bang. At this moment, the entire land was covered in blazing flames, and mountains crumbled. Thick smoke billowed, and mountain peaks continuously collapsed. Peach laughed loudly, his eyes filled with disdain. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing a devastated land. Gaara used sand to protect everyone, and seeing the offensive dissipate, he retracted the sand. Naruto and Sasuke suddenly disappeared from their spots, intending to stop Peach, but unexpectedly found themselves unable to move. This is Shikamaru's shadow binding jutsu. A huge black circle enveloped the 5 Kage, leaving everyone watching the video stunned. Nara Shikamaru, damn it. I didn't expect it to be at that moment in the video. Otsutsuki Peach. Hehe. A nice ninjutsu, to be honest. I have to thank those 2 fools in the video. Second Mizuki Kageyama. This was a match that could have been one side. Fourth Reikage, a bastard. Those 2 fools in the video, I must tear them apart. Uchiha Itachi. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, you know how to handle this, right? Uzumaki Naruto, young Mr. Itachi, I understand. I've already detained those 2 people in the video. Uchiha Sasuke, young these 2 idiots. The video footage was still ongoing. Is this a secret technique of the Nara clan? Darui's pupils constricted. 3 black rods pierced through the air, quickly stabbing into Naruto's acupoints. Naruto gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, half kneeling on the ground. I have to be careful of you. Peach sneered. Damn, this is troublesome. Naruto couldn't team move. Naruto. Sasuke looked at him with concern. That's right. If you understand, then go die. Peach raised his palm. A blazing fireball began to gather. Watching the intense light from afar, Boruto furrowed his brows. Damn it, what should I do? Boruto gritted his teeth, filled with fear. The Umbu of the Mist Village. Right now, only Boruto can save the situation. Nara Shikaku. Don't worry. As long as Boruto can interrupt Peach's ninjutsu, the shadow jutsu will disappear. Kuratsuchi. Looks like all hope rests on Boruto now. In the Hidden Mist Village, Boruto is encouraged by his father, Naruto Uzumaki. Come on, Boruto. Boruto hesitantly replies, can I really do it? Young Naruto reassures him, I believe in you. Boruto. Hinata adds, me too, big brother. Zabuza Momochi questions, is this the bond of family? Hayashi Hyuga interjects, wait. Hayashi's father, Hisashi, asks, what's wrong, clan leader? Hayashi responds in disbelief. My daughter is going to marry Naruto? Niji Hyuga comments, you just found out? Hinata remains silent. In the Leaf Village, the Hyuga clan watches a video. Young Hinata, with wide eyes and trembling voice, says, I'm going to marry Naruto-kun. Soon, her face turns beet red, and she faints, collapsing to the ground. Hinata-sama. Hisashi anxiously supports Hinata. Hisashi exclaims, Hinata-sama fainted. We need to get her to the hospital. Young Naruto watches in shock. As Boruto feels anxious, Sasuke's voice echoes in his mind, Pineapple Head. Boruto freezes at the sound. He recalls Sasuke standing on the Hokage's rooftop, coldly stating, those 2 are very dangerous. There's a reason I took you there. Although I and the 5 Kage could defeat them, if things don't go as planned. Sasuke trails off, looking at his disciple with pride. Some of us may have already been defeated. If everyone is in trouble, it's up to you to defeat him, Boruto. Only you can do it. Boruto will never forget Sasuke's determined gaze and his words. Trust your master and follow the plan. The music swells at this moment, the atmosphere heavy with tension. Now, only Boruto has hope. He must be ready to save all the Kage. Looking at the glaring light in the distance, Boruto tightens his lips. It's my turn. I have to do it. This is no time to be scared. He grits his teeth, takes a deep breath, and thinks, I must believe in my master. Now, Boruto. Sasuke shouts at his disciple. At this moment, everyone's gaze is on Boruto. Boruto gathers wind in his hands, even though it's a small gust. Rasengan? When did he learn that? Naruto watches his son in astonishment. Facing the disdainful gaze of Momoshiki, Boruto takes a deep breath and throws the Rasengan. Go. The Rasengan pierces through the wind and rushes towards Momoshiki. Momoshiki sneers at the tiny Rasengan coming his way. Humph, hiding like that won't save you. It seems you're not giving up until you hit rock bottom. He extends his hand, trying to absorb the Rasengan. But mid-air, the Rasengan, propelled by the wind, slows down and eventually vanishes into thin air. At that moment, the viewers feel a pang of anxiety. Can't he hit him? Boruto stares at the disappearing Rasengan, his gaze resolute, because he knows the unique nature of his Rasengan. It's absurd that it couldn't even touch him. Momoshiki, seeing this, raises an eyebrow and almost laughs. But don't worry, you all will end up in the same place. Bang! A loud sound strikes Momoshiki's shoulder. He falls to the ground, losing control, and the shadow binding technique dissipates. All 5 Kage regain their movements instantly. The 4th Kazekage, Raza, exclaims, "Great, we did it!" Itachi Uchiha warns, "Don't celebrate too early. The enemy isn't defeated yet." The video continues. Boruto quickly lands and runs towards his father. "When did you learn the Rasengan? Do you know how hard it is to complete it?" Naruto looks at Boruto in shock. Boruto scratches his head with a grin. "However, this Rasengan has changed due to the nature of the chakra. It will disappear." Sasuke looks proudly at his disciple. Hearing Sasuke's explanation, both Naruto and Boruto widen their eyes. Trembling. A disappearing Rasengan? Is it a technique he invented? Naruto stares at his son in disbelief. Mr. Sasuke," Boruto says incredulously, pointing at himself. "Oomph." Sasuke smiles slightly. "You're quite something." Naruto beams at his son. "Though, I don't even understand how you did it." Boruto shyly scratches his head. In any case, the result is great. Sasuke nods, looking proudly at his disciple. At this moment, Momoshiki, who had collapsed, slowly stands up, his face full of anger. "Otsutsuki Momoshiki, you seem invincible, but you can't absorb an invisible ninjutsu." Sasuke looks down on Momoshiki. "Don't be mistaken, fools. It's just a matter of living a few more minutes." Momoshiki angrily says, then takes out several black orbs from his palm and swallows them. Instantly, immense power surges through him. The crowd becomes tense. Damn it, it looks like the decisive battle is about to begin. Darui grips his blade tightly. Looking at the furious Momoshiki, Naruto chuckles softly, then gently turns to his son. "Boruto, give the Rasengan another shot." But Boruto hesitates. "But, Dad, mine is..." He bites his lip and lowers his head. "Don't worry." Naruto smiles reassuringly. Seeing his father smile, Boruto clenches his fists, his resolve firm. Soon, he struggles to form a small Rasengan. But in front of the massive Momoshiki, it seems insignificant. System, high energy ahead. At this moment, Naruto extends his palm. The tiny Rasengan emits a brilliant blue light. Boruto is stunned. Naruto gives his son a determined look, and both slowly raise the Rasengan together. Boruto's left eye changes, becoming crystalline, and he sees a phantom. The phantom shows his father as a child, with a middle-aged man with white hair behind him. Boruto can't recognize who it is. Soon, his grandmother appears in his view, joining him in forming the Rasengan. Next is Neji, his grandfather, and Sasuke's master as a child. Finally, his mother. In an instant, the originally small Rasengan becomes enormous. The surrounding wind rapidly converges. A vision appears before Boruto. Young Naruto, with a determined gaze, stands before him, surrounded by countless friends. Naruto watches the Rasengan in his hand form, lowering his palm. Looking proudly at his son, Boruto tightly held onto the heavy Rasengan on his head, his eyes filled with surprise. So heavy. "This is Dad's. How much effort did it take? How many paths did he walk to make it like this?" With tears in his eyes, Boruto looked at Naruto. Naruto, however, showed him a confident smile. Boruto nodded, his gaze particularly determined this time. He turned to stare at Momoshiki in the distance, no longer afraid of him. "This time, I'm definitely going to win." The massive hurricane continued to surge, and Boruto's eyes were exceptionally resolute. "Humph, I can create as many of those as I want." Momoshiki looked at Boruto disdainfully. "Inoki, damn, getting old, sand got in my eyes." Jiraiya, I didn't expect to be in the picture as well. Minato, this move is really too strong. I need to give it a name. How about Minato, Super Invincible Thunder Rasengan Flash Roar 4 styles. Hashirama, ha ha ha, that name is really cool. Tobirama, Obito, teacher, that name is a bit. Kakashi, ahem. The video continued to play. I don't need to say much more, there is only one chance. Sasuke appeared in front of the two, finally drawing his sword. Go! Boruto infused lightning chakra into the Rasengan, which quickly disappeared. At that moment, Momoshiki looked at Sasuke, rushing from the distance, and suddenly shot out a large number of black rods. Bang, bang, bang. The black rods hit the ground, instantly creating a massive cloud of smoke, shocking everyone. Sasuke, soared into the air, and suddenly threw his blade down. Momoshiki disdainfully turned to dodge. But soon, Sasuke and the blade he just threw swapped positions, and he tightly gripped Chidori with one hand. Just this little trick. Momoshiki was about to turn around to deal with Sasuke, but unexpectedly, the blade behind him was transformed by Boruto using the transformation jutsu. Boruto decisively threw a kunai. Sasuke condensed Chidori and quickly pierced towards Momoshiki. Momoshiki had already anticipated this, catching the flying kunai with his hand and looking at Sasuke with a cold smile. Just as he was about to absorb it with his palm, Sasuke used the heavenly hand power to swap the positions of Chidori and the kunai. The kunai pierced into Momoshiki's palm. "You bastard!" Momoshiki's face filled with anger as he sent Sasuke flying into the distance. "The rest is up to you." Boruto. Sasuke's body was embedded in the trees. At this moment, Boruto used shadow clones to continuously distract Momoshiki. Just a little trick, but too bad. Momoshiki grabbed Boruto with one hand. This isn't good to say. With a bang, Boruto turned into smoke and disappeared. From the smoke emerged several Boruto bodies. Momoshiki quickly dealt with them. In the smoke, only the last Boruto remained. This should be the real body. Momoshiki angrily pulled out a black rod, intending to strike Boruto, but Boruto had already anticipated it and dodged swiftly. At the same time, he gripped the Rasengan and swiftly struck Momoshiki's shoulder. Bang! Momoshiki, hit by the Rasengan, gritted his teeth in anger. "I'm right here." The real Boruto appeared from above, gathering an incredibly massive Rasengan in his palm. "Go, Boruto!" Watching from the sidelines, Naruto also looked relieved. Rasengan. Seeing the massive chakra so close, Momoshiki decisively condensed dark red chakra, colliding with it. The two Rasengans clashed. A strong hurricane directly lifted the surrounding earth. "It's not over yet." Boruto gritted his teeth and angrily pushed the Rasengan forward. "It's nothing special. I am Otsutsuki Momoshiki." Momoshiki, furious, increased his strength. Boruto felt the weight pressing down, his sleeves ripped, revealing his burned arm. Boruto endured the pain, quickly pushing the Rasengan forward. Soon, the Rasengan squeezed the distant dark red sphere. Boruto twisted his wrist, and a massive hurricane lifted all the ground around, turning countless trees into tiny wood chips. "I can't believe I'm actually going to fail." Momoshiki gritted his teeth, his face full of unwillingness. Fourth Kazekage Raza. "Damn, this is really intense." Tobirama. "Big brother, why are you slapping my thigh when you're bored?" Hashirama. "Ha ha ha. So intense, I couldn't help but slap your thigh." Tobirama. Third Kazekage. "By the way, this video should be over by now." Kakashi. "It feels like it's not over yet." The video continued to play. In a sea of white light. "Can you feel my presence, child of humanity?" Momoshiki's voice echoed in the white light. Soon, the white light gradually dissipated and the surrounding world fell into nothingness, a chaotic scene. Boruto opened his pure eyes, looking at Momoshiki in confusion. "So that's it. You inherited the power of the Otsutsuki, but you're too immature to see through your own fate." Momoshiki floated beside Boruto's ear, speaking meaningfully. "You bastard." Boruto frowned, unable to move. "I can clearly see your fate." Momoshiki's eyes bulged with veins, staring at Boruto with white eyes. "Remember, your blue eyes will one day take everything from you. Be prepared." Momoshiki reached out and grabbed Boruto's burned arm, speaking meaningfully. "Those who defeat gods can no longer return to being mere mortals." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Boruto looked at Momoshiki in confusion. "Just go along with your fate, child of humanity." Momoshiki shook his head, and his body turned to smoke and vanished. At this moment, the white light dissipated and the surrounding scene began to blur. When he opened his eyes again, Boruto quickly threw the Rasengan in his hand. The god tree, nearly 1,000 meters away, was blown in half by the Rasengan, with chips flying and the ground trembling. Sasuke looked at Boruto with concern. The Rasengan tore through the ground, rapidly ascending to the sky, breaking through the clouds, reaching outer space, and exploding in the vast universe. Bang! Everything ended just like that. That kid succeeded. Darui sighed. Everyone looked at Boruto in the sky with relieved expressions. The dark clouds in the sky were parted by an invisible hand, sunlight pouring down on Boruto's lonely figure. "It hurts so much." Boruto gradually got up, looking at the surrounding sunlight. "Did I succeed?" Boruto hesitated to speak. At this moment, the black rods binding Naruto turned to smoke and disappeared. Naruto placed his hands on the ground, letting out a sigh of relief. Just like you said, the essence of a ninja doesn't change. No matter how the times change. Sasuke stood with his hands on his hips, lightly sighing. You're right. Naruto nodded. Boruto is just like you. Really? So I said, the bottom of the barrel, so embarrassing. Sasuke shook his head, glancing at Naruto. Same to you. At least I'm better than you. I can still stand up. Sasuke teased, then extended his hand. Naruto took his hand and staggered to his feet. I'll consider this match a win for me. Well, yeah. But as of today, let's call the overall score a tie, Naruto said playfully. The two looked up at Boruto in the sky. The light shone on Boruto. And in this dim place, he seemed like hope that never gives up. Boruto staggered a few steps forward, the words of Mitsuki echoing in his mind. He covered his eye with one hand, then lowered it, murmuring, the son of mankind, huh? Boruto clenched his fist, looking at the only beam of light in the sky. Yes, I'm the son of Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto Uzumaki. My story is just beginning. Please support for love. A movie is finally wrapped up. Madarumi, the Mizukage. I feel like their essay knife coming next. Fourth Kazekage. Raza, you're overthinking it, May. Anoki. By the way, the Sasuke and Naruto in the video, their strength might be stronger than Uchiha Madara, right? Hanzo the Salamander. They should be about the same. Uchiha Madara. Just a couple of grains of sand. Hashirama Senju. Madara. I might not even be able to beat Naruto. Are you sure? Uchiha Madara. Shut up, you idiot. Hashirama Senju. The video continued to play. At this moment, everyone walked out of the black hole. On the distant dark horizon, a hint of dawn slowly rose, indicating that the sun was about to rise. The moment of the sunset and sunrise was so wonderful. Hinata breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the father and son safe and sound. That's great. She hugged Naruto tightly, tears streaming down her face. Naruto awkwardly nodded. Then, Hinata turned to hug her son. Thank you, Boruto. Boruto said awkwardly, Mom. Don't do that. Himawari, without any scruples, joyfully rushed into her father's arms. Sarada looked at her father walking out, her face full of joy. Sakura hugged the two from behind. Welcome back. At this moment, everyone seemed to return to the days of being together. Boruto's narration came. Due to an attack by enemies claiming to be the Otsutsuki clan, the village suffered heavy losses, and the Chunin exams were forced to be terminated. The camera began to blur, shifting to a construction site. Sasuke and his assistant worked hard moving bricks to atone for their sins. The official announcement stated that the 5 Kage worked together to resolve the incident, and the village gradually returned to peace while Dad returned to his busy days. Boruto chuckled, thinking that being Hokage is not easy. He looked at the bandages wrapped around his hands, his gaze firm. Hinata looked at her son worriedly. Do you really not need a new one? Boruto shook his head. No, this looks cool. He played with the game console in his hand, but the game screen showed failure. This time, he didn't cheat again. Mom, my jacket. Boruto stood up to take the worn-out clothing. I'm heading out. He chuckled, looking at his father sitting on a stool drinking tea. What are you doing? Dad? Oh, right. Naruto nodded and stood up. Dad, you forgot your lunch. Himawari walked over to remind him. Thanks, Himawari. Naruto took the lunch. The camera shifted, showing a photo on the wall of the 5 Kage after defeating the Otsutsuki, everyone battered but smiling joyfully. I'm off. I'm off too. The two pushed open the door and ran out. Boruto, you have a mission today too. Naruto turned to look at his son. Yes, you need to work hard too. Dad. Boruto made a fist bump gesture. Naruto also extended his fist, bumping it with Boruto's. Both father and son had bandages wrapped around their hands. The camera gradually rose, the distant sun shining brighter. The important thing is training and learning. Boruto appeared on the television screen. An assistant looked at Boruto and asked, You fought alongside the Kage and helped save us. What is the most important thing about being a ninja? Boruto nodded. Teamwork and perseverance, I guess. The scene shifted to the Hokage office, where Naruto watched footage of his son on the computer during his free time. His eyes filled with satisfaction. The assistant looked at Boruto with approval. Wow, well said. Boruto said with determination. What matters is not what you think in your head, but how you feel in your heart. I understand. Do you have anything you want to say about this Chunin exam? The assistant asked. This time, I will pass. Just watch. Boruto said excitedly, nodding his head. Then his body turned into smoke and disappeared. The live interview ended. The scene shifted to the Hokage rock. Sarada teasingly looked at the boy in front of her. I didn't expect it to be a shadow clone. I hope this one is the real one. Boruto, with his hands in his pockets, chuckled. Of course. Young Uchiha Sasuke. Sarada, stay away from that blonde kid. Uchiha Sarada. Dad, you're overthinking it. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, the two in the video are just friends. You're thinking too much. The video continued to play. Since then, you've been appearing on television and in magazines. Sumire teased Boruto. You clearly cheated. Sarada crossed her arms, dissatisfied. Boruto awkwardly twitched. I mean, haven't I apologized many times? Please forgive me. Sarada. Boruto looked at Sarada pleadingly. Indeed, you're an amazing man. Just like the grandson of the 4th Hokage and the son of the 7th. Sumire chuckled. Maybe the next Hokage. Sumire hesitated. I mean, Boruto. Sarada suddenly interrupted Sumire. Actually, you want to become. Sarada looked at Boruto, hesitating. A gust of wind blew, and Boruto's hair fluttered gently. I won't. Boruto shook his head. Hearing Boruto's words, Sarada's expression dimmed a bit. Haha, I won't become Hokage. Boruto chuckled, looking up at the sunlight in the sky. Huh? The two were taken aback. You want to become Hokage, right? So I will support you and protect you well. Boruto patted his chest, looking at Sarada. Hearing Boruto's words, Sarada's face turned rosy, shyly stepping back half a step. For me, Hokage is just a natural position. My grandpa and dad are Hokage. I don't need to walk the same path. Boruto shook his head. Sarada, blushing, looked at Boruto. Boruto looked up, staring at the distant Hidden Leaf village. I want to be a ninja like your father, Sarada. A gust of wind blew, and Boruto's gaze was exceptionally firm. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to be parted by an invisible hand, and sunlight shone on Boruto, making him appear exceptionally bright and handsome. Sarada looked at Boruto, her heart racing. I will walk out of my own path of endurance. Boruto clenched his fists, looking at the bandages on his hands, a smile creeping at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, Boruto slowly turned his head, and Sarada immediately shyly turned away. What the hell? Boruto is actually quite handsome. Sarada thought to herself. Blushing, she pouted her lips and stared intently at Boruto. Your eyes are even bluer than Lord Seven's. At this moment, two voices echoed in Boruto's mind. Looking at Sarada, who was getting closer, Boruto's pupils contracted. Remember this. Those blue eyes will eventually take everything away from you. The mocking voice of Momoshiki came. Itachi Uchiha. Awakened, it's hunting time. Fugako Uchiha. Itachi, calm down. Sasuke Uchiha. Dad, brother, why are you both activating your Manjiki? Young Sasuke Uchiha. Boruto, let me see how your training has been lately. Boruto Uzumaki, I have a bad feeling about this. Boruto Uzumaki, damn. I want to go home. Ah, damn. Niji Hyuga. Sigh. I hope Boruto doesn't get into trouble. 4th Kazekage Raza, by the way. Is this Momoshiki still alive? Kuratsuchi. This is troublesome. Kagaya Otsutsuki. This Boruto will be possessed in the future. The situation is very dangerous. Young Naruto Uzumaki. Grandpa Sage of 6 Paths, do you have any solutions? Kagaya Otsutsuki. It's difficult, I'm not sure at the moment. Otsutsuki clan, let's keep watching. The video continued to play. Thank you for waiting, it's almost time. Konohamaru leaped from the sky. Ah, Konohamaru-sensei, you're here? Sarada looked a bit surprised. Got it. Konohamaru pressed his earpiece. Listening to the mission report, nodding. Follow me. The target is nearby. Hurry up. Konohamaru jumped down from Hokage Rock. Understood. The two immediately vanished from their spot. At this moment, only Boruto remained standing on the statue of the 7th Hokage, looking somewhat lonely. Be aware. The one who defeats gods can no longer be a mere mortal. Momoshiki's teasing voice echoed in Boruto's mind. Boruto raised his palm, unwrapping the bandages, revealing a small black square in his hand. Boruto gritted his teeth, tightening his fist. Fate says I can't be immortal anymore? The camera began to blur. Sasuke stood high above, gazing at the distant Boruto, his expression complex. Just right. Fate. Curses I don't understand either. But if my path of ninjas faces obstacles, then let's see. Boruto stood on Hokage Rock, overlooking the prosperous Konoha village, his gaze resolute. I never thought about living my life as just a mortal ISNT that given. I am a ninja. Boruto's eyes became even more determined. A voiceover of Boruto in the future echoed in the video. I've said before, this is not a story about a boy wanting to become Hokage. That's my dad's story, not mine. This is a story that belongs solely to me. Boruto leaped off Hokage Rock, his eyes filled with determination. Orochimaru, hiss. Things seem to be getting interesting. Tobirama Senju. Naruto, which timeline are you in now? Has this part of the video already happened? Young Naruto Uzumaki. Not yet. This video should be about the future. Tobirama Senju. I see. System. Didn't you say you could break time and space? System. Yes, currently tallying characters. System. Tally successful. System. Due to Boruto's excellent performance in the video, he is rewarded with a 1-minute 6 paths experience card. System. Rewarding Boruto with 100 million tomato coins, currently opening up time and space. System. Opening successful. System. A payment of 5 million tomato coins is required to return to your respective timelines. Time is tight, only 3 hours. Orochimaru. Incredible, this is truly amazing. We can really traverse time and space. Kabuto Yakushi. Lord Orochimaru. During Boruto's era. Son, have you thought about how to use these tomato coins? Naruto looked seriously at his son. Shikamaru stood beside him. Boruto, see if there's anything in the shop that can enhance your strength. Shikamaru said calmly, stroking his chin. Oh, let me see. How about the spiraling sphere wavy? Boruto asked curiously. That's too expensive. It costs 100 million tomato coins. Anyway, just leave the tomato coins with me for now. Shikamaru shook his head. Hearing Shikamaru's words, both father and son looked up at him in confusion. Cough, cough. Haha, I'm just joking. Shikamaru laughed awkwardly. Son, how about you find a way to invite the Sage of Six Paths over? Naruto thought of something, frowning. Dad, is that really possible? Boruto hesitated. Boruto Uzumaki, Grandpa Sage of Six Paths, can you help me? Kagaya Otsutsuki. If I were at my peak. Perhaps I could deal with that Momoshiki. However, you can also look for others. Kagaya Otsutsuki, Boruto Uzumaki, how about me? Danzo Shimura. Young man, if you buy me a few Manjiki Sharingan, I will help you deal with those Otsutsuki. Sasuke Uchiha. Looking for you? That's ridiculous. Danzo Shimura. Evil Uchiha. You know my strength, don't you? Tobirama Senju. Enough, Danzo. Shut up. You're making me lose face. Mizukage Terumi Mei. TSK. Danzo really dares to speak. With your strength, you want to fight the Otsutsuki? Wake up. Madara Uchiha. Boruto Uzumaki, how about me? As long as you help me regain my peak, I will help you defeat that Otsutsuki alone. Naruto Uzumaki. No way. We can never revive the evil Madara Uchiha. Itachi Uchiha. Doesn't the system shop have peak cards? If you summon the strong ones from the old era, won't you be able to defeat that Momoshiki? Momoshiki Otsutsuki. Boruto Uzumaki. I'll think about it some more. Shikamaru Nara. Young Boruto. If it really doesn't work, just transfer the money to me first. You're still young. I'll help you save it. Young Naruto Uzumaki. System. Then I'll continue the tally. Kawaki. Can you give Lord Seventh a little more screen time? Boruto Uzumaki. Who are you up there? The video continued to play. In the forest. The three lightly stepped on branches, hurrying along. This is the plan. Did you all hear the operation details clearly? Konohamaru's voice came through the earpiece. Boruto hesitated. Hey, Boruto. Are you listening? You guy. Konohamaru's frustrated voice came again. Sorry, Konohamaru-sensei, I was listening. Boruto came back to his senses and said slowly. Why are you daydreaming again? You've been a bit unusual lately. Are you okay? Sarada looked at Boruto with concern. It's okay, don't worry. Boruto shook his head. So far, nothing particularly has changed. Memories of the past few weeks floated in Boruto's mind. Since then, he hadn't seen that guy again, nor encountered a technique like that immobilization again. Boruto leaned against the wall, explaining to Master Sasuke. After listening, Sasuke fell into silence. That wasn't just a simple immobilization technique. It was as if time itself had stopped. Aside from you, who had direct contact with him, and me, who saw it with the Rinnegan, it seems no one else noticed this matter. Sasuke's tone was complex. Boruto silently looked at the black diamond pattern in his hand. I'm not trying to scare you, but what happened to you is unusual. Be careful. Sasuke shook his head, looking at his disciple with concern. Next is the plot of the Boruto manga. All high energy. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, so only Sasuke knows about this. Otsutsuki Shinjutsu. It seems so. Sasuke in the video appears to have his 6th Tomo Rinnegan, which is very strong. Uzumaki Naruto. I never expected that idiot Sasuke would end up having the Rinnegan. Senju Hashirama. Will the future Sasuke have my cells? Saratobi Asuma. Hiss. Then wouldn't Sasuke be stronger than Naruto? Otsutsuki Yumura. Not necessarily. It seems Sasuke's Rinnegan can't close. The video footage continues. Especially the mark on your palm. I will investigate it myself. Once there's any anomaly, contact me immediately. Sasuke looked at Boruto, his gaze complicated. At this moment, the camera gradually blurred, and the distant forest quickly receded in Boruto's eyes. There's no use thinking too much. I should focus on the mission first. Boruto shook his head and smiled wryly. The sound of a news reporter came from the television. 3 of the robbers who attacked the wood bank are still at large. Non-combat personnel should reduce going out and be sure to pay attention to safety. The scene switched. 3 thieves, carrying backpacks, quickly moved away. Everything is going smoothly. Of course, as long as we make a move, it's a small matter. We just need to meet up with the leader. One person, wearing a rogue ninja mask, said disdainfully. Suddenly, one of the 3 on the road rose into the air out of nowhere. The remaining 2 looked back in terror, only to see Mitsuki stretching out his arm, grabbing that person in midair. What? What is that? Don't care, run. The 2 shouted in panic. You bastard. Sarada appeared in front of the 2, punching one of them away. The man fell clumsily to the ground. No choice, I guess I'll play with you. The thief pulled out a large number of shurikens from his pocket and hurled them. Sarada leaped into the air, dodging the shurikens, while simultaneously throwing her own shurikens, slicing through the air, targeting the thief's face. Sarada's figure instantly vanished. Then she delivered a series of punches that left the thief wide-eyed, crashing into a tree in the distance. Jiraiya. Hiss. This girl has terrifying strength. I see a familiar shadow in her. Tsunade. She resembles Lady Tsunade a bit. Haruno Sakura. This. Uchiha Makoto. As expected of my granddaughter. She's amazing. Uchiha Fugaku. Good strength. Uchiha Shisui. It's just the way she holds the shuriken. Doesn't it seem a bit off? Uchiha Itachi. It does seem that way. Uchiha Taijima. Hiss. Is this kid really from the Uchiha clan? Why is he wearing glasses? Senju Tobirama. I've never seen an Uchiha wearing glasses before. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama. Don't you think this is interesting? The video footage continues. The Maki thief group seems to be nothing special. It really made me happy for nothing. Sarada stood with one hand on her hip, looking casually at the 3 people lying on the ground. Although you are confident in your strength, compared to our boss, you're just a little brat. One thief looked at Sarada with a mocking expression. Oh, is he strong? I really want to see. Sarada adjusted her glasses. Soon, the ninja in the distance disappeared without a trace. Sarada blocked a punch coming from the opposite side with one hand, only to find that a blade had extended from the opponent's wrist. Sarada quickly crossed her arms. Is it poisoned? Her pupils constricted. If you want to meet our boss, I'll take you, but you'll have to wait until you become a corpse. Another thief looked at Sarada mockingly. Sarada, Mitsuki, standing high above, looked down with a worried expression. Just when it was a critical moment, Boruto arrived just in time and kicked that person away. Boruto. Sarada sighed in relief. This isn't like you, Sarada. You're being too careless. Boruto teased. Uchiha Itachi. Evil Uzumaki Boruto. You will regret it. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke. Pay more attention to this Boruto, usually. Uchiha Sasuke. Young, I understand, father. The video footage continues. I just deliberately left you a chance to show off. Because afterward, you can treat me to tea. Sarada pushed up her glasses, saying proudly, Damn it, I didn't expect to have to face 3 people. This is indeed a bit serious. The thief took out a sphere from his pocket and smashed it to the ground. Boom! The sphere emitted a large amount of smoke, and after it gradually dissipated, the thief vanished. Okay, facing 3 people, he will definitely choose to escape. So far, it's been smooth. After this, I just need to follow him to the leader. Sarada chuckled lightly. Where do you think you're running? Unexpectedly, Boruto interrupted Sarada's thoughts. Boruto rubbed his hands together, forming a Rasengan, and quickly jumped to the treetops. Boom! The Rasengan slammed directly into the thief's abdomen. Boruto, you idiot! Sarada looked speechless. Thud! The thief fell to the ground, losing consciousness. Did you even listen to the battle plan? Why are you acting recklessly as usual? Sarada complained to Boruto. Sorry, I didn't realize it was like this. I was listening, but I didn't fully understand. Boruto scratched his head awkwardly. Seriously, you said you would be the support, but you still came out to steal the spotlight. Sarada sighed lightly. Well, I have to go, otherwise I will be late for my appointment with Shikadai and the others. Boruto sighed lightly. Boruto, is it that thing again? Mitsuki looked at Boruto curiously. Yes, it's that one. It's going to sell out soon. Hey, are you even listening to me? Are you trying to run away? Sarada looked at Boruto discontentedly. Isn't it enough already, Sarada? Boruto sighed lightly. Seriously, but they did pretty well. Konohamaru stood on the treetops, looking at his 3 students with a satisfied expression. Sarutobi Konohamaru, I look a bit handsome when I grow up. Uchiha Taijima, these 3 are fighting like it's a game. It's too simplistic. Uchiha Izuna, indeed, there are too many flaws. Is this what the children of the peaceful era are like? Mitarashi Anko, I think it's pretty good. At least the kids don't have to go to the battlefield anymore. Uzumaki Boruto, young. The video continues. In the Hokage office. The interrogation results are out. Special Jonin Suke from the Scientific Ninja Tools Division was manipulated by some external mental force. Morino Ibiki reports. What did you say? Does that mean he was controlled by someone else? Naruto looks at Ibiki in surprise. Speaking of which, Uncle Suke's performance at the conference was indeed strange. Although the suggestion has been lifted and he has returned to normal, he was very impacted when he learned the truth. Shikamaru furrows his brow. It seems he might have unknowingly taken actions beneficial to the enemy. Sai strokes his chin in thought. Moreover, there seem to be signs that information about the scientific ninja tools has also been leaked. Ibiki says coldly, hands in his pockets. Is Boruto's cheating related to this? Naruto frowns. That wouldn't be the case. I think that's just a coincidence. Keisuke was making progress. No matter how strong the suggestion, controlling multiple subjects at the same time would show flaws. The enemy probably doesn't want to take too much risk. Ibiki shakes his head. Can't afford to eat anymore. Can't afford to eat anymore. Really can't afford to eat anymore. Boo-hoo. Seeking gifts. Seeking power for love. Uchiha Sasuke. Young, could there be other external enemies? Namake's Minato. It seems someone wants to frame Naruto. Senju Tobirama. Naruto. Check if there are any moles in the village. Uzumaki Naruto. Young Lord Second Hokage. I'm already looking into it. The video continues. Although we don't fully understand the actual situation, the enemy's target is likely the scientific ninja tools. Sai nods. Great. Sai and Ibiki, please continue the investigation. As for Keisuke's handling, I'll leave that to you, Shikamaru. Naruto commands succinctly. Understood, but don't let his appearance fool you. He has a talent. Just needs to be used correctly. Shikamaru takes out a cigarette pack and pulls out one. And, knock knock knock, a loud knocking is heard. And then the door is flung open. Report. Konohamaru's team has successfully captured 3 members of the Mako thief group that infiltrated the village. Sarutobi Mirai reports the mission details. Did Boruto and the others succeed? Naruto asks excitedly. They did quite well. By the way, Mirai, can I borrow a light? Shikamaru searches his pockets and finds he forgot his lighter. This is a no-smoking area, Uncle Shikamaru. Sarutobi Mirai rolls her eyes. I got it. You just said 3 people. Didn't the leader show up? Shikamaru raises an eyebrow. The body double, Shichiken Temple? Naruto's expression becomes serious. Yes, he is a wanted criminal. He can not only replicate the voices and appearances of those he kills, but also their memories. Shikamaru's gaze is cautious. It seems we need to catch him soon. Naruto sighs heavily and sits on the sofa. Leave the Mako issue to us and focus on preparing for today's meeting. Shikamaru teases Naruto. The meeting is today? Naruto looks a bit surprised. Didn't I mention it several times? The other party is the feudal lord of the land of fire. Shikamaru, with a cigarette in his mouth, looks displeased at Naruto. Sarutobi Isuma. That little guy named Saratobi Mirai in the video looks so familiar to me. Why hi Kurenai? Me too, it feels so familiar. Saratobi Hisashi. Is this Mirai also a member of the Saratobi clan? Hatake Kakashi. Asuma, could this Mirai be your daughter? Saratobi Asuma. Why hi Kakashi? Could she be my granddaughter? Nara Shikaku. Haha, she really looks like Miss Kurenai. Saratobi Mirai. Ah, I never expected to see myself in the video. The video continues. In the commercial street of Konoha village. Here are 30 Ryo. The card shop owner hands Boruto the change. Boruto casually stuffs the change into his pocket, looking nervously at the card in his hand. All right, I'm opening it. Next to him, Inogen and CHCH are equally tense. Please, let it be a good card. Boruto pulls out the card but freezes upon seeing the information on it. Damn it, I didn't T-win again. Boruto angrily throws the card into the air. Ha ha ha. CHCH laughs so hard at Boruto's expression, she's almost in tears. An SSR card of the 7th Hokage, and he says he has bad luck. Inogen grumbles nearby. But I already have 5 of them. This luck is too strange. What is the probability of this? Boruto holds his head in despair, looking somewhat pained. Ah, right. I'm the 2nd Hokage. Inogen pulls out a card, his eyes widening in surprise. Damn it. Even though I feel like I shouldn't spend too much today. I can't help it. Boruto frowns and then buys several more packs of cards. Boruto, are you planning to use all your mission rewards? This is Boruto. To go to such lengths to get that card. Whose card are you after? Hee. I've been waiting all afternoon, and now I'll show you. It's super rare. You might never see it again in your life. Boruto grins foolishly. Sarada glances at the group, laughing foolishly in the distance, looking speechless. Men are such fools, spending so much money on something they don't even know what it is. What is the fun in that? Sarada leans back in her chair, weakly complaining. The ninja card game is a popular card game modeled after famous ninjas from various generations, very popular among kids. If it's a big store, it can sell out on the day of arrival. Mitsuki looks at the lonely Sarada and softly explains. System, it's now question time. Who does Boruto most want a card of? 4th Kazekage Raza. Isn't it obvious? It must be Uchiha Sasuke's. Congratulations to 4th Kazekage Raza for answering correctly. You win a resurrection card. 4th Kazekage Raza. Great, then I choose to resurrect myself. Saratobi Hisashi. Namake's Minato. In Konoha village. Minato looks dumbfounded at the 4th Kazekage in front of him. Hiss, long time no see, Minato-kun. Orochimaru licks his lips and then removes his disguise. Is that Orochimaru? The Hokage assistant, Obito, is stunned. Orochimaru, is that powerful? He didn't even notice the disguise. Namake's Minato becomes serious. This is the territory of Konoha village. According to the law, we must arrest you. Orochimaru chuckles softly, his voice low and hoarse. Is that so? But I'm already long gone. This is just one of my clones. 3rd Kazekage, Rasha, are you dead? Why didn't you say it earlier? 4th Kazekage Rasha. I didn't expose Orochimaru before because I saw him trying to attack Konoha. But it's okay. I've now obtained a resurrection card. Gaara, idiot. 4th Kazekage Rasha. Haha, son, did you miss me? Gaara, get lost. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Rasha is really sick. Reikage, I felt something was off about that Kazekage from Konoha for a long time. Anoki, I feel the same. Jiraiya, evil Orochimaru, where are you now? Tell me quickly, I'm coming to arrest you. Orochimaru, fool, do you think you can catch me? Uchiha Obito, I can give it a try. I just happen to have a double Kimui right now. Might guy, let me join in too. I'm about to open the 8 gates and cheer everyone on. This is youth. Hatake Kakashi. Seeking gifts, seeking support for love. Orochimaru, a bunch of lunatics. Kabuto Yakushi, Lord Orochimaru. I will protect you, don't worry. The video continues. You seem to know a lot. Mitsuki, do you play too? Sarada rolled her eyes, looking surprised at Mitsuki. That's not me. Mitsuki shook his head. Soon, everyone's attention was drawn to a guy in a green jumpsuit. It's Lee, Shikadai said in surprise. What's wrong? Inogen asked in confusion. It's not another message under the pretext of training, is it? Boruto had his hands in his pockets, looking disdainful at Lee. That's right, Boruto-kun, Konohamaru-sensei, is looking for you. Metal Lee was pacing back and forth, panting heavily. Huh, yes, looking for me? Boruto raised an eyebrow. System, friendly reminder. The next Boruto uses Naruto's original jutsu. Jiraiya, Naruto's original jutsu. Could it be? Minato Namikaze. Did Naruto create a jutsu? Uchiha Obito. Go for it, Naruto. Kushina Uzumaki. What is the name of the original jutsu? Naruto Uzumaki. Uchiha Sarada. As expected of the 7th Hokage, I didn't expect him to create a jutsu at such a young age. Uchiha Sasuke. I have a bad feeling about this. The video continues. With a creak, the door was pushed open by Boruto. He walked in with his hands in his pockets, looking quite casual. Seriously, Konohamaru-sensei, you're interrupting my rest time after the mission. Boruto complained. Boruto, sorry for suddenly calling you over. Konohamaru said, pointing to a little kid sitting next to him. Let me introduce you. This is His Highness, Prince Enten of the Land of Fire, the son of a feudal lord. Boruto looked at the kid in surprise. The little guy stood up. Are you Boruto-kun? It's an honor to meet you. I'm Enten. Just call me Enten. I'm Uzumaki Boruto. You can just call me Boruto. Nice to meet you. The two shook hands. Enten carefully examined Boruto's clothes. As the son of the 7th Hokage, he is surprisingly dressed a bit shabby. Huh? Boruto was taken aback. Enten sighed lightly. But as long as you work hard for me, I won't complain too much. I heard you're quite capable. Boruto looked at the little brat in front of him, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. What the hell is this guy doing? Hey, Konohamaru-sensei. What is going on here? Haha, calm down a bit. This is also part of the mission. Boruto, for the next few days, you'll be responsible for taking care of His Highness Enten. Konohamaru looked at his student with a smile in his eyes. A bodyguard? Just this guy. Boruto looked up and down at Enten. What the hell? Why is it me? Why can't Sarada and Mitsuki do it? Boruto was a bit angry. I firmly believe that I will never get along with this guy. Konohamaru crossed his arms and teased. Ah, don't say that. It's not just anyone. It was the feudal lord of the Land of Fire who specifically requested you to be his bodyguard. In other words, it's part of his education. To let him see what a ninja is like. Konohamaru saw Boruto, still looking disdainful, leaned in close to his ear and whispered. So, what exactly does being a bodyguard entail? Boruto asked. Ahem. Anyway, it's also a good training opportunity for you. Konohamaru awkwardly coughed. This black tea has no flavor at all. Is this cheap black tea? Enten looked at Boruto with a teasing expression. Taking this opportunity, let me see the living standards of you lower-class people. I'm a bit interested. Teacher, don't talk about bodyguarding. I feel like I want to go up and beat him up right now. Boruto gritted his teeth. 4th Kazekage Rasha. This guy is a bit rude. Mizukage Terumi Mei. So, has Boruto not used Naruto's original jutsu yet? 4th Raikage. I'm starting to get curious about this so-called original jutsu. System. This move is very powerful. Even Kagaya Otsutsuki fell for it. 2nd Mizukage Kisame. Wow, that's strong. Uchiha Obito. As expected of Minato-sensei's son. This talent is truly outstanding. Kushina Uzumaki. Naruto, show us your skills. Naruto Uzumaki. The video continues. Boruto, you should learn to endure this hardship. This is a good learning opportunity for you. Konohamaru patted Boruto on the shoulder, teasing. Don't joke around, this is really annoying. Boruto had a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. Nice to meet you. Enten nodded. 4th Kazekage Rasha. So, where's Naruto's original jutsu? System, it's coming soon. Don't rush. The video continues. A luxurious villa came into view. Boruto looked around, his eyes filled with surprise. The hotel and courtyard are all booked? The feudal lord is indeed extraordinary. He looked at the little brat sitting on the sofa in surprise. Really? This is normal, right? It's not like they bought the whole place. By the way, hurry up and show me that jutsu called Shadow Clone. Enten looked at Boruto with anticipation. I really can't deal with you. Just watch, brat. Boruto slowly formed hand signs. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Bow. For shadow clones of Boruto appeared amidst the smoke. Wow. It turned into 5 people all at once. So impressive. Enten clapped his hands. Truly, real ninjas are amazing. No wonder he is the son of the Hokage. Yeah, right. Boruto nodded awkwardly. Seeing his innocent smile, this guy isn't bad at heart. Boruto looked at the little brat in front of him feeling a bit relieved. However, I heard that the current Hokage can create over 1,000 shadow clones. In comparison, yours is really quite pitiful. Tian Tong rested his chin on his hand, looking at Boruto with a teasing expression. This task might be harder than I imagined. Cold sweat broke out on Boruto's forehead as he looked at Tian Tong with a speechless expression. Next, let me see that thing. What was it called? The transformation technique. Tian Tong pointed at Boruto again. Ah, you mean the Henge no Jutsu? Boruto raised an eyebrow. Yes, that's it. I got it. Boruto's eyes lit up with excitement as he thought of something. Uzumaki Naruto, you.How. Let's not watch this anymore. Namake's Minato. Son, why do you say that? Uzumaki Kushina. 1. Could it be some secret technique that can't be revealed? Uchiha Sarada. I must learn the technique invented by the 7th Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke, young daughter. Maybe we should skip this. 4th Kazekage Raza. Everyone in the village, pay attention and observe Naruto's attack. 4th Raikage. If it's a technique created by Naruto, it must be very strong. Everyone in the village, pay attention and observe carefully. Mizukage Terumi Mei. I'm getting more and more curious. If even Kagaya can be controlled by this attack, how powerful must it be? Inoki. Everyone, study hard. Kuratsuchi, stop daydreaming. Kuratsuchi, oh, I can't afford to eat. I'm really hungry. Staying on the street tonight. 2nd Mizukage Kirigakure H. Zuki Mangetsu. I'm already looking forward to it. Saratobi Hiruzen. Little Naruto, your self-created ninjutsu isn't that technique, right? Uzumaki Naruto, you.How. Saratobi Hiruzen. Irika Yumino. The video continued. Watch this. Get ready to be amazed. Boruto looked at the little ghost in front of him with anticipation. He slowly formed hand seals with both hands and shouted, Henge. A puff of smoke appeared, making everyone watching the video become cautious. After all, this is the 7th Hokage's ultimate technique. As the smoke gradually dispersed, it revealed a lowly in a swimsuit with golden hair and alluring eyes. Next, Boruto continued, Harem Jutsu. Boruto tightly hugged Tian Tong and blew a warm breath into his ear. How about that? You're speechless with surprise, right? Boruto looked at Tian Tong's reaction with excitement. Puhahaha. However, Tian Tong's reaction was completely different from what Boruto expected. He burst into laughter, tears almost falling from his eyes. Huh. This reaction is completely different from what I expected. Cold sweat trickled down Boruto's forehead. No, although it's funny, it would be better if it were a pure type. This sexy type is something I see often at home, so I'm already tired of it. Tian Tong wiped away his tears and looked at Boruto with a teasing expression. This little brat. Boruto frowned slightly, and, as the smoke dissipated, he returned to his original form. You. Boruto looked displeased. You definitely have no friends, a person like you. Uchiha Sarada. This is the 7th Hokage's ultimate technique? Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot trailing behind. System. Yes, even Kagaya was hard controlled by this move. 4th Kazekage Raza. Hiss. Naruto is still impressive. 2nd Mizukage Kirigakure H. Zuki Mangetsu. Creating such ninjutsu at such a young age. 7th Hokage. You're amazing. Thumbs up. Inoki damn. My back is hurting. 4th Raikage. It looks really boring. What a letdown. Jiraiya. TSK. Boruto, you didn't master that technique well at all. It feels completely different from your dad's. Jiraiya. How to evaluate this? It's nothing like your dad's coolness. Uzumaki Kushina. Uchiha Makoto. What are you talking about, you wolf-eyed perverts? Namake's Minato. It seems Jiraiya's teaching is quite good. Haha. Uchiha Obito. Kushina. Calm down. Hokage office. Uzumaki Kushina's hair flew up, and the image of a blood-red little pepper appeared. She had just been revived recently. My guy, not knowing what to buy with tomato coins, decided to revive Uzumaki Kushina to fulfill the 4th Hokage's wish. Damn it, Minato-kun, I told you before. Let Jiraiya take Naruto. I completely don't trust him. That bastard. With a bang, the Hokage's desk was smashed to pieces by Kushina's punch. Minato was sweating profusely, and Obito beside him looked worried. Sigh. Jiraiya, run quickly. I just signaled you. Jiraiya, ahem, Kushina, calm down. Orochimaru. What an idiot. Senju Tsunade. Orochimaru, honestly tell me, are you male or female? Orochimaru. Gender doesn't matter to me. The video continued. Boruto, aren't you my friend? Tian Tong looked at Boruto in surprise. In every sense, your IQ is quite amusing. Look at my attitude towards you. How could you come to that conclusion? Boruto raised an eyebrow slightly. Whatever, I was just looking for a ninja of a similar age to be friends with. Tian Tong nodded. Hey, are you listening to me? Boruto rolled his eyes and asked. Speaking of friends, I've always wanted to play this with friends. Tian Tong took out a book from a nearby box. What's that? Boruto's pupils narrowed. My ninja card collection. You like these cards too, right? Tian Tong generously handed the book to Boruto. Boruto took the book and flipped through the cards inside, his eyes excited. Wow, even the event-limited Kakashi's Sharingan mode is here. Doesn't that mean you have them all? Boruto looked at Tian Tong excitedly. I only collected cards of our rank and above in one notebook. I have many others. Tian Tong said confidently. Wait a minute, does that mean? Boruto suddenly thought of something and quickly flipped through. Found it. Tian Tong leaned in to take a look, then looked up at Boruto, hesitating to speak. What's wrong, Boruto? Do you want this card? Tian Tong asked. It's not about wanting or not. I've always regarded this as a goal and kept buying it. This is the first time I've seen the real card. Boruto's eyes were determined. Then I'll get it to you? Tian Tong raised an eyebrow. Do you know how rare this is? Do you know what you're saying? It's really super rare. Boruto spoke with a stutter, looking at Tian Tong excitedly. It's okay. I have 2 of them anyway. I have all the Hokage cards except for the 7th. Tian Tong said. Really? What are you talking about? Boruto looked at Tentang in surprise. It's not difficult for me, because this card is the strongest. As long as there is. Tentang shook his head and took out a black card from his pocket. With this black card, 4th Kazekage Raza. Wow, this is the rich guy. Konoha Village CH Nin. Is this the kid brother? I admit, I'm a bit envious. 3rd Kazekage. The deposit for the black card seems to be 1 million, right? Kuratsuchi, rich people. Isn't this a credit card? This isn't something a kid can just play around with. Boruto stared at Tentang in disbelief. Tentang slumped on the sofa, as if he had been through a lot. Boruto's eyelid twitched slightly. With this, you can buy anything you like? The gift my dad gave me on my birthday. Tentang shook his head. In short, with this, it's no problem to buy not just a whole box of ninja scrolls, but the entire store. I just used it to buy a whole store. Tentang raised an eyebrow at Boruto. If you have a specific card you want, don't hesitate to say it. Boruto looked at Tentang, memories from before surfacing in his mind. He used to seem to like cheating, but now, what could he exchange for? Teach me ninjutsu. Tentang's face lit up with excitement. I also want to try being a ninja. After collecting cards, I became interested in real ninjas. They are powerful and fast. So cool. You teach me ninjutsu, and that rare card just now will be yours. This trade sounds good, right? Tentang looked at Boruto. All right, I'll teach you, but forget about the card. The things I truly want, no matter how hard it is, I want to obtain them with my own strength. Boruto looked at the books in front of him, sighed, and slammed them on the table. Tentang hesitated. Teaching you ninjutsu is for your safety. If you learn self-defense, you'll feel more at ease, right? Fine, once it's decided, let us start learning. Don't come crying later. Understand. The two nodded excitedly. Uzumaki Naruto, you.How, speaking of which, the video should be wrapping up soon, right? Uzumaki Naruto, young my son. There shouldn't be any particularly tragic encounters coming up, right? Otsutsuki SH10, hard to say. Otsutsuki Kanshiki. Your son's future is quite exciting. Fox. Uzumaki Naruto, young bastard. What do you want to say? Fukasaku. Just keep watching and you'll know the answer soon. The video continues. In the back mountains of Konoha Village, a distant target stood motionless on a branch. Tentang was panting heavily. I can't do it anymore. Boruto sighed. You can't even do this much? Tentang stared at the shuriken in his hand, looking incredulous. Can this really hit? I can't believe it. Boruto shook his head. Look, the shuriken isn't meant to be thrown. He then flicked his wrist and threw the shuriken, which hit the target with a snap. It's about the feeling of shooting it out, got it? Tentang fell silent. Boruto looked curiously at Tentang, who was slumped on the stone. You clearly have no motivation. So why do you say you want to be a ninja? Tentang shook his head. Dad always says ninjas are strong and reliable. Because of his work, he is always thinking about ninjas. So, I want to become a ninja, someone important in Dad's heart. At least this way, compared to now, Dad would pay a bit more attention to me. Right? A grim smile crept onto Ten Tiang's face. Boruto looked at Ten Tiang, his expression complicated. Hasn't he felt something similar before? Sigh. I really can't do anything about you. At least let you see my perseverance. If you have motivation, I can accompany you to the end. Boruto chuckled softly. Thank you, Boruto. Kuratsuchi. These two little ones are so cute. Mizukage Terame. Indeed, this kid isn't inherently bad. Second Mizukage Yagura. Sigh. This kid is quite pitiful. His father is so busy with work that he neglects the child's feelings. Uzumaki Boruto. I used to think that way, but now. Uchiha Sasuke. Are you planning to learn my ninja way? Uzumaki Boruto. That's right. Uchiha Sasuke. Go for it, do your best. Oh, where have they gone? What are the guards doing? Seriously. A bespectacled butler walked into the small forest, looking around as if searching for something. Soon, he spotted the young master in the distance. Young master, what are you doing here? The butler asked. Look, I can hit that target. Ten Tiang interrupted the butler. What is going on? Lord Boruto, we only asked you to be the young master's bodyguard. You're making us quite troubled. Yamato adjusted his glasses. Wait a moment, Yamato. Ten Tiang interrupted again. Young master, your behavior is too reckless. I asked Boruto for this. Don't blame him. The young master interjected. Regardless, you're the heir of the land of Fire's Daime. There's no need to do this. But I've finally made progress. Please wait a moment. But young master, the butler wanted to say something. Isn't this good? At least I've learned the technique. Isn't it more satisfying to learn how to use shuriken with my own strength than to buy rare cards with my father's money? Boruto interrupted the butler, putting his hands in his pockets and looking at Ten Tiang. Butler, the young master said. I understand, but only during the stay. Yamato shook his head. Great. The young master cheered. Second Mizukage Yagura. I thought there would be some show-off moment. Fourth Kazekage Raza. 1. First this butler looks down on Boruto, then Boruto slaps the butler's face. Kuratsuchi. The plot you guys are talking about is really glitchy. The video continues. The sun in the sky was slowly setting, approaching evening. Ten Tiang finally swung the shuriken and hit the target. Great, I hit it. He shouted excitedly. Haha, wasn't that doable? Boruto patted his head with relief. Finally hit it, but if you don't practice diligently, you'll soon miss again. Ten Tiang's tone held a hint of disappointment. Indeed, if you don't continue, your body will quickly forget. Even if you keep going, you might not be able to do it well all the time. Boruto sighed softly. Ten Tiang looked at his palm, lost in thought. But Boruto's voice came as he reached for the shuriken stuck in the target. Even so, you have to keep going. In that case, you will eventually gain something. Boruto said meaningfully. What do you mean? Ten Tiang asked, looking at his scar palm. Things that even the black card can't buy. Boruto handed the shuriken back to Ten Tiang. All right, let us take a short break. Ten Tiang smiled faintly. The scene shifts to a hotel. Ah, is it another trap? Boruto sighed lightly as the two were playing a card game, and once again, Boruto fell into a trap. Haha, Boruto is really easy to trick. Tian Tong wore a joyful smile. Is the remaining life already 0? Boruto looked at the card in surprise. The game is over, and I won again. Tian Tong pushed aside the cards, a hint of pride in his demeanor. Damn, can't there be a rule where you can hold on with sheer willpower, even once? Boruto looked dissatisfied. There's no such thing. Tian Tong chuckled lightly. Boruto flipped over a card, which happened to be the 7th Hokage. By the way, didn't you say there were no cards of the 7th Hokage? Boruto looked at Tian Tong curiously. Tian Tong nodded. This is for you. Boruto handed the card to Tian Tong. Oh, why? Is this really okay? Tian Tong looked surprised. Consider it a reward for learning shuriken. Boruto smiled lightly. That's great. Tian Tong said excitedly. Boruto looked at Tian Tong with a complicated expression. Actually, I, like you, want my father to pay more attention to me. He leaned against the sofa, gazing out the window. Tian Tong remained silent. To get his attention, I did many foolish things and things that didn't suit a ninja's identity. Boruto shook his head, his eyes complex, because everyone forgave me. I can now continue being a ninja. Boruto, Tian Tong looked at him with concern. For me, even though I'm still like this now, one day, I want to become an amazing ninja who can support the Hokage. Boruto leaned by the window, the figure of Sasuke-sensei appearing in his mind. Although it's a bit difficult. Boruto looked at Tian Tong, who was worried about him, and smiled lightly. Then, both boys couldn't help but burst into laughter. It feels really good, Boruto. Tian Tong looked at optimistic Boruto, retracting his previous disdainful attitude. Hatake Kakashi, this kid isn't bad by nature. Sarutobi Hiruzen, seeing Boruto always reminds me of Naruto. They really look alike. Uzumaki Kushina, indeed. The video continued to play. Although it was only a few short days, I was really happy. Tian Tong had his hands in his pockets, watching Boruto, who was about to leave. Me too, though it was unexpected. Boruto nodded. We'll be able to meet again, right? Tian Tong felt a bit reluctant. You're asking a question you already know the answer to, especially towards your friend. Boruto pinched Tian Tong's nose in dissatisfaction. A moment later, Tian Tong's nose slightly reddened, and he looked at Boruto with gratitude. Boruto, thank you. Tian Tong jumped into Boruto's embrace. Boruto stumbled back a few steps and gently patted his back. At that moment, behind a window high up in the air, the little guard seemed to be leaving. A wanted criminal was using binoculars to gaze at Boruto. Good, let us act tonight. A familiar voice came through the earpiece. Did you get his face? Don't worry, it just took a bit longer. The plan won't be hindered. On the other end of the phone was Butler Yamagawa. Deming can only obediently accept our demands. All right, then it's up to you, leader. Butler Yamagawa listened to the tone on the other end of the phone, a cold smile appearing on his lips. Kuratsuchi. I knew something was wrong with that butler. Yamanaka Ino. 1. I felt something was off a while ago. Haruno Sakura. That wanted criminal seemed to be able to steal others' faces, right? Uzumaki Boruto. So that means Tian Tong's butler is an imposter? Mitsuki. That's right. The video continued to play. In the Konoha village shopping street. By the way, Boruto, how did that guard mission go later? Sarada suddenly looked at Boruto with curiosity. That? Deming's son, Tian Tong at first. I thought he was just a spoiled rich kid and that it was impossible to get involved with him. But after talking, I unexpectedly found he was quite nice. And in the end, we became good friends. Boruto chuckled as he pushed open the door. Is that so? Sarada responded. Why is it all such a mess again? Sarada looked displeased at the state of the office. You all came. Watch your step. Konohamaru reminded softly. You don't mean for us to help you clean up, do you? Boruto looked at Konohamaru with his hands in his pockets, helplessly. Don't be silly. I called you to the office because there's a new mission for you, and it's a B rank. Konohamaru raised the scroll in his hand. B rank missions usually require at least a Chunin to complete, right? Sarada adjusted her glasses. Yes, but if it's you guys, I think it's fine. Konohamaru nodded. This isn't rare. The current Kazekage completed quite a few B rank missions when he was still a genin. Uncle Gaara? Boruto widened his eyes in surprise. An Umbu from the Mist Village. No way. Are you serious? Gaara completed so many B-rank missions as a genin. 4th Kazekage Raza. My son is truly impressive. My son Gaara has the potential to be Kazekage. Gaara, shut up, you useless. Karura, by the way, how is Gaara doing now? Gaara, Mom, don't worry. I'm doing very well. Mizukage Terumi Mei. To be honest, the 4th Kazekage is quite extraordinary. Anoki, that's true. The guy who was single-handedly taken down by Orochimaru is really embarrassing. 4th Kazekage Raza, but I'm revived now. The video continued to play. That was the path the Kazekage once walked. As someone who wants to become Hokage, this level of thing, of course. When it's time to take action, one should take action. Sarada adjusted her glasses, her face full of confidence. We are just genin, yet we have to execute a B-rank mission, which is a high-difficulty task that even Uncle Gaara has completed. Isn't that impressive? Boruto felt a bead of cold sweat on his forehead. But don't take it lightly. The higher the expectations, the lower the evaluation when you fail and if things go wrong. Konohamaru said meaningfully. It might even make you clean this room thoroughly. Of course, you wouldn't want that, would you? Then let me see your perseverance. Konohamaru slammed the table with one hand. No problem. The three nodded. The scene shifted to the Konoha village shopping street. A B-rank mission. Huh? Hee hee. I will definitely complete it perfectly. Boruto walked excitedly, suddenly noticing something unusual in his pocket. What is this? Boruto pulled out a card from his pocket. Looking at the information on the card, his pupils shrank. This card? Yes, it's real. This is exactly the rare card I've always wanted, but why would it? Did he do this? Boruto's mind flashed back to Tian Tong, who had jumped into his arms earlier. Because I didn't want it, he secretly stuffed it into my pocket. This little brat is quite clever. Boruto stared at the card, looked up at the sky, and then shook his head. No, even though I really want it, I can't accept it. In the dead of night, Boruto sneaked into the previous hotel, gathered his chakra, and jumped onto the balcony of the several floors above. Speaking of which, that guy dared to secretly stuff things into my pocket. After all, I'm a ninja. Being led around by him is really frustrating. I might as well make an entrance like a ninja from the balcony. Boruto sighed lightly, gripping the balcony wall and gazing at the distant windows. That guy's room is. Where did that bastard come from? A roar came from below. Boruto was startled and quickly hid. Oh no, have I been discovered? As expected, it's faster to go through the front door. They actually kidnapped Lord Tenten. If I catch him, I won't let him go. Boruto leaned against the wall, listening to the conversation below. Soon he was stunned. It turns out, there is a criminal who can change into someone else's appearance, and used this ability to kidnap Tenten. The night was cold and windy, and Boruto's eyes were determined. He was going to rescue Tenten. Mizuki's Terumi Mei. The main storyline has finally started. Now it's not boring. Hanzo the Salamander. By the way, where exactly should Boruto go to look? Fourth Reikage A. I'm very curious how this thief, who can change into someone else's appearance, does it. Is it a bloodline limit? Anoki. I have never heard of such a ninjutsu. Kakashi Hatake. To perfectly replicate someone else's appearance. That would be quite tricky. I really feel exhausted. Please help me out of love. The video continued to play. In the dead of night, Sarada was still training her shuriken techniques. At this moment, Boruto landed in front of Sarada's window and gently knocked on it. Sarada, are you there? Boruto called anxiously. Ah, Boruto? Sarada was taken aback, turned her head, looking confused. Sorry for coming to find you so late. Is it convenient now? Boruto asked. What happened? Sarada inquired. That mission, I can't go anymore. Boruto said dejectedly, his voice coming from the window. Is it something very important? Sarada's expression became complicated. Yes, Boruto replied. Can't even I tell? Sarada pushed up her glasses. That's right. The air fell into silence. After a moment, Sarada's voice came from behind the curtain. I understand. I will perfectly solve it here with Mitsuki. You also need to do your best over there. Sarada sighed helplessly. All right, this time I owe you. Boruto nodded, then stood in front of the window, leaped, and disappeared from sight. What a super big idiot that guy is. Sarada helplessly took off her glasses. The scene shifted to a room. Several thieves had kidnapped Tenten. Oh dear, young master, how do you feel at this moment? One thief asked. The black cloth on Tenten's head was pulled off, and he looked at the butler who had kidnapped him, his pupils instantly constricting. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. Wait, is this butler the mastermind behind it all? Mizuki's Terumi Mei. Are you blind? Didn't it already say that the guy who claims to be the leader can disguise himself as someone else? Gaara, idiot, can you just shut up? Fourth Reikage A. It seems that the thief has transformed into the butler's appearance. Naruto Uzumaki. Then why did they kidnap Tenten? Obito Uchiha. I'm quite curious about that too. The video continued. What? What is going on? Tenten looked around, his pupils suddenly constricting. How rude of me. Let's start with a self-introduction. The familiar butler raised his hand and pulled down a few strands of hair from his head. At this moment, the butler's body began to grow abnormally large, quickly transforming into a huge fat man. Mountain Yamakich. Tenten's pupils constricted violently. He took out a cigarette from his pocket and put it in his mouth. Seeing this, his subordinate thoughtfully lit the cigarette for him. The real Yamakich has been dead for a long time. This is the corpse clone technique, a forbidden jutsu that can devour the opponent's appearance, memories, and abilities. The huge fat man explained. By the way, life can also be devoured. My name is Shijuji. Don't be fooled by my appearance. I'm also your favorite ninja. Shijuji looked disdainfully at Tenten, then slowly squatted down. I also became that, right? The so-called ninja card? Shijuji lowered his head, looking mockingly at Tenten. No. I don't know. I've never seen it. Tenten shook his head, his face full of terror. What the hell? Even that bastard Orochimaru has it. I'm similar to him. Why don't I have it? Shijuji's eyes filled with anger as he took a deep drag from his cigarette. What? What do you want to do to me? Tenen's forehead was drenched in cold sweat. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. This fat man is making me feel a bit nauseous. Kabuto Yakushi, you are not allowed to insult Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru. It's fine, Kabuto. I'm quite interested in this guy named Shijuji in the video. Mizukichi Terumi Mei. So if he devours the opponent, can he also obtain their memories? That's quite impressive. Hashirama Senju. The most powerful part is that he can also use the opponent's forbidden jutsu. Tobirama Senju. Damn, if he devoured Tobirama, wouldn't he be able to use his forbidden jutsu? Tobirama Senju. Bro, can you just shut up? Hashirama Senju. Kushina Uzumaki. If you can't talk, just don't speak, alright? Hashirama Senju. Well, why are you two so fierce to me? Sarada Uchiha. I can't believe this is the god of ninja. Completely different from what is described in textbooks. Third Kazekage. The textbooks of Konoha village must be a joke. The third is the strongest Hokage. Anoki. 666. I wouldn't dare to claim I'm the strongest Tsuchikage. Kisame Hashigaki. Maybe others have thick skin. Is there pressure? The video continued. What we are looking for is your father. We just want him to hear our request. He can't say no. Shijuji shook his head and then picked up Tenten. After all, we need to use you as a bargaining chip. Didn't you always say you wanted to become one of those powerful ninjas in the cards? Shijuji let out a harsh laugh. Don't make me laugh too hard. You idiot. At most you can only be a bargaining chip for the daimyo. That's all you are good for. Shijuji threw Tenten to the ground. Tenten fell painfully to the ground, shuriken and a card falling from his pocket. Tenten turned to look, furrowing his brow. Memories of the previous time spent with Boruto flashed in his mind, with Boruto encouraging him. So he couldn't give up. Has the daimyo not replied yet? Shijuji squatted on a box smoking. Not yet. His subordinate shook his head. This bastard is really unpleasant. Zhang Chengxi frowned. But soon his attention was drawn to Tiantong. At some point, Tiantong had broken free from the ropes, staggered to his feet, and was gripping shurikens tightly in both hands. Staring angrily at Zhang Chengxi. Oh, Zhang Chengxi raised an eyebrow. Don't underestimate me. Tiantong glared coldly at Zhang Chengxi. What does he want to do with those toys? I'm curious. Be smart about it. It would be troublesome if you get hurt before the deal. Zhang Chengxi said disdainfully. You're not even a ninja. Tiantong roared angrily. Zhang Chengxi squinted his eyes, looking displeased at Tiantong. A scumbag like you, who would admit you're a ninja. You can't even get on the card set for the ninja scroll. Although, I'm not as strong as a ninja. Tiantong trembled as he raised the shuriken. Could that kid? Zhang Chengxi's pupils contracted. But if I do this, I can help my father. Tiantong decisively used the shuriken, trying to stab it into his own neck. In a split second, Zhang Chengxi dove down quickly and grabbed Tiantong. Stop being so self-righteous, kid. I really didn't expect you to pull this stunt. You can't waste your life like this. Zhang Chengxi's tone was cold, gripping Tiantong's head with one hand. To use the corpse clone technique, I must swallow the head while still alive. Zhang Chengxi opened his mouth, preparing to swallow Tiantong's head. Tiantong endured the pain. Just then, a gust of wind blew in. Boruto kicked Zhang Chengxi away and landed quickly. Tiantong, your determination is a bit over the top. Boruto chuckled lightly. Jiraiya, this guy is as disgusting as Orochimaru. Tenten, swallowing a person whole looks terrifying. The next scene is Boruto facing off against Zhang Chengxi. The plot is exciting. Tsunade, looking at this guy, I think of Orochimaru. Sarutobi Hiruzen, Orochimaru, you traitor. Don't let me catch you. Orochimaru, TSK. Old man, you're already old and can't move the windmill of Konoha. You know very well why I defected, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen. The video continues. Haha, you're too late. Boruto. Tiantong was overjoyed, looking at Boruto in front of him. Puffed. That guy is the Hokage's son. Zhang Chengxi wiped the blood off his cheek. Leave the rest to me. From now on, it's the ninja's job. Boruto chuckled lightly, his gaze fixed on Zhang Chengxi. The Hokage's son, Uzumaki Boruto, should have finished his escort mission. What are you doing here now? Zhang Chengxi frowned, staring at Uzumaki Boruto with dissatisfaction. What do you want to do to my friend? You fat pig unworthy of being a ninja. Boruto took out a kunai and untied the ropes binding Tiantong. Hearing Boruto's taunts, Zhang Chengxi's eyes filled with anger as he took a cigarette from one of his subordinates, put it in his mouth, and took a few hard puffs. Take that guy down. Zhang Chengxi exhaled a large cloud of smoke. At this moment, a large number of thieves appeared around them. Tiantong, you better hide well, or you'll get dragged in. Boruto's expression became serious. Boruto. Tiantong looked worriedly at Boruto. Quick hide. Don't let them escape. The thieves in the distance rushed over quickly. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Boruto crossed his fingers and quickly summoned 2 shadow clones to charge at the thieves. The 2 thieves were no match and were knocked down to the ground by Boruto's shadow clones with a single punch. You bastard. One of the bald thieves took out a dagger from his pocket and charged at Boruto. Boruto decisively took out a kunai, clashing with the bald thief's cold weapon, producing a harsh sound. Taking the opportunity, Boruto kicked the bald thief to the ground and then rushed towards Zhang Chengxi in the distance. Bastard. One of the thieves, with a toothpick in his mouth, glared angrily and swung his fist at Boruto. Boruto ducked to the ground, avoiding the punch, and then landed a straight punch to the thief's abdomen. Zhang Chengxi watched Boruto take down his subordinates from a distance, letting out a cold laugh. At this moment, only Boruto and Zhang Chengxi remained on the field. Wow, he took out 4 people just like that. Impressive, Boruto. Tiantong hid behind a wall, watching Boruto from afar, his face full of admiration. These useless guys are no challenge at all. Bringing only these weaklings isn't your style, is it? Boruto tilted his head, staring intently at Zhang Chengxi. Hee, quite the big talker, aren't you? No wonder you're the Hokage's son. Zhang Chengxi sneered, then extended his tongue to lick his own face. His abilities are indeed not bad. Tiantong, hiding behind the wall, anxiously shouted, Boruto, be careful, don't let that guy catch you. If he does, you'll be eaten. Eaten. Boruto momentarily couldn't react, and, at that moment, a massive figure appeared in front of him. Zhang Chengxi swung his fist at Boruto, who suddenly leaped up to avoid the blow. That was close. How can something so big move so fast? Boruto jumped high into the air, watching Zhang Chengxi charge at him, his eyes particularly cautious. But in the next moment, Zhang Chengxi on the ground disappeared and appeared behind Boruto. What? Such speed. Boruto turned his head, looking at the grinning Zhang Chengxi behind him, his pupils contracting sharply. With a snap, Zhang Chengxi bound Boruto with both hands. Now you can't escape. Zhang Chengxi opened his massive mouth. Damn it. Boruto struggled desperately, but it was of no use. In desperation, he could only slam his head against Zhang Chengxi's face. Ah! Zhang Chengxi's nose was broken by Boruto's head, and he covered his face in pain. Boruto hung upside down in the air and quickly kicked Zhang Chengxi down to the ground. Bang! Both figures landed simultaneously, glaring at each other. Boruto's forehead was covered in cold sweat. What on earth are you? Don't even talk about whether you're a ninja. Are you really human? Boruto looked at Zhang Chengxi in fear. Zhang Chengxi's nose, which had just been knocked crooked, instantly returned to normal. Senju Tobirama. Is he a clone? Orochimaru. Doesn't look like it. Tenten. Zhang Chengxi is so disgusting. Yamanaka Ino. Indeed, especially with that giant mouth for eating people. Third Kazekage. His speed is quite fast, considering his large size. Killer Bee. Oliquida, what a strange guy. Mizukage Terumi Mei. I don't even want to comment anymore. You up there should just shut up. Fourth Reikage. Bye, you idiot. Shut up already. The video continues. Aren't humans omnivores? It's just a different way of nurturing. Zhang Chengxi sneered, his voice cold. I originally wanted to roast you whole and season you with some salt, but once your head is gone, you're useless. First, I'll chop off your hands and feet to make you obedient. A strong killing intent flashed in Zhang Chengxi's eyes. Then let's give it a try. I'll pull out all your teeth. Boruto's body tensed, and his gaze turned cold. As soon as he finished speaking, the fat man in the distance disappeared in an instant. Boruto's pupils constricted, and he gritted his teeth to dodge Zhang Chengxi's pounce. Uchiha style, shuriken technique. Boruto pulled out a large number of shurikens from his pocket, quickly covering them with lightning chakra, and threw them at Zhang Chengxi. Wind release. Zhang Chengxi waved his hand, and a wall of wind appeared, deflecting the 3 shurikens back. The shuriken shot towards Boruto at high speed, and his pupils constricted again as he gritted his teeth and awkwardly dodged. They've all been deflected back, since that's the case. A new plan began to form in Boruto's mind. Boruto quickly gathered a small whirlwind with both hands. Taste this, Rasengan. Boruto charged forward. Zhang Chengxi gathered power with both hands, crazily absorbing the Rasengan, and soon rebounded it back. Boruto suddenly brushed past him and landed awkwardly. The Rasengan hit the wall, making a huge noise and creating a cloud of smoke. Even ninjutsu can be deflected back? Boruto marveled. Hee, wind release. Wind barrier. Any attack I can perceive will be deflected back. An invincible wind barrier. Zhang Qingxi looked down on Boruto. At this moment, Tian Tong, hiding behind the wall, looked at Boruto with worry. There's no need to learn so many techniques. Just use the opponent's techniques to defeat them. What I'm interested in is eating you. Zhang Qingxi laughed loudly, his laughter harsh. Boruto frowned tightly, pondering Zhang Qingxi's words. All perceive attacks deflected? The vanished Rasengan is useless too. Once the trajectory is seen through, it will be deflected. Only unexpected moves will work. How can I? Boruto furrowed his brow, deep in thought. I'm really looking forward to it. Eating you and returning to my youth as the son of the Hokage would be nice. Zhang Qingxi sneered. Boruto's gaze turned cold as he pulled out a smoke bomb from his bag and threw it to the ground. Bang! A large amount of smoke spread out. So it was a smoke bomb. Zhang Qingxi looked around. Yakushi Kabuto. Incredible. I didn't expect such a ninjutsu to exist. Uchiha Madara. Umph. In my opinion, it's just a pile of sand. Senja Hashirama. Madara. These are battles of the new generation. We don't need to participate. Uchiha Madara. Idiot, shut up. The video continued. However, your technique, though simple, is still quite good. Zhang Qingxi looked disdainfully, sensing Boruto's figure appearing in the smoke. Boruto quickly attacked him from behind. Zhang Qingxi decisively turned around and kicked Boruto away, bang. The kick Boruto instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. So it was a shadow clone. But I know that Uzumaki Boruto, your shadow clones can only be four at most. That means, including the original. There are 4 people. Hee, come out and die already. Zhang Qingxi began to analyze internally. At this moment, Boruto's figure appeared again in the corner. Wind release. Wind blade. Zhang Qingxi decisively swung his hand, unleashing a crescent-shaped wind blade. The crescent wind blade directly cut Boruto in half at the waist. With a bang, Boruto again turned into smoke and vanished. The second one, the smoke around began to thin, and Boruto attempted to sneak attack Zhang Qingxi, but was unexpectedly discovered. Zhang Qingxi decisively raised his palm and knocked this Boruto down to the ground. With a bang, the Boruto in front also turned into smoke. The third one is resolved. Zhang Qingxi chuckled lightly, then decisively disappeared from his spot, leaping high in the smoke to grab Boruto by the neck. You must be the original, right? Zhang Qingxi looked at him disdainfully. Boruto was lifted high and began to struggle, gathering a Rasengan in his palm. But soon, the Rasengan disappeared. Damn, I can't gather chakra at all. Boruto struggled desperately, feeling intense pain in his body. In the distance, 3 shurikens flew from the smoke. Zhang Qingxi glanced lightly, waved his left hand, and a wind wall appeared, deflecting the shurikens back. The shurikens cut through the smoke, swiftly attacking Boruto in the distance. With a bang, Boruto again turned into smoke and vanished. The fourth one. Now all shadow clones have been cleaned up, leaving only the original. Zhang Qingxi let out a burst of mocking laughter, tightening his grip on Boruto's neck. Hee, you have no way out now, right? I'll just twist off your head, and then slowly savor you once you can't move. Zhang Qingxi increased the pressure in his grip. Boruto's face turned purple, and he gradually couldn't catch his breath. I need to be careful. Otherwise, if I'm not careful, I'll kill you. Zhang Qingxi looked disdainful. But soon, he froze, hearing a cold laugh from the smoke. Then, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Boruto seized the opportunity to break free from the restraint. What happened? The onlookers watching the video were equally stunned. The smoke gradually dissipated a little. 3 shurikens were deeply embedded in Zhang Qingxi's back. How is this possible? All 4 shadow clones should have been taken care of. Could there still be a 5th one? Zhang Qingxi's pupils constricted sharply as he glanced into the distance. The smoke gradually cleared, revealing Tian Tong's appearance. It turns out, the The shurikens just now were thrown by him. You bastard. Zhang Chengxi roared angrily. I told you not to underestimate me. Tian Tong said firmly. Don't get too carried away, you little brat. Zhang Chengxi was fuming, just about to launch an attack when he felt a cold wind behind him. Tian Tong, you little brat really. Boruto half squatted on the ground, his body leaning with a large amount of wind gathering between his hands. At this moment, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. Compared to a dead fat pig like you, Tian Tong is much more like a ninja. Boruto gathered a Rasengan in both hands, lowered his center of gravity, and decisively thrust it towards Zhang Qingxi's back. Rasengan! Soon, a reluctant roar from Zhang Qingxi came from the smoke. Fourth Hokage, Raza. This kid has a strong talent for battle. Mizukage, Terumi Mei. No wonder he inherited Naruto's genes. Quite impressive. Senju Tobirama, reaching this level at 12 years old. I can't imagine what he'll be like in the future. Momochi Zabuza. I have a feeling that Boruto will definitely reach the level of a Kage in the future. The video continued. With a thud, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream, Zhang Qingxi fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of smoke. The smoke gradually cleared. Boruto and Tian Tong were both gasping for breath. We weren't discovered, right? Our teamwork. Boruto looked at the fallen Zhang Qingxi and chuckled softly. Well done, Tian Tong. Boruto jogged over and high-fived Tian Tong. I didn't expect to be involved in such an operation. Although the process was thrilling, it's great that we succeeded. Tian Tong smiled faintly. Just attracting his attention was enough. I didn't expect you to hit him. Boruto patted Tian Tong's head. But soon, Boruto's smile froze. In the distance, Zhang Qingxi staggered to his feet. What? He.'s not dead yet. Tian Tong's pupils constricted. Boruto, what should we do next? Damn, this guy. Boruto's body tensed. Just a lowly genin, yet he knows some powerful ninjutsu. Even if it's a bluff, I'll still devour you. Zhang Qingxi's lips curled into a weak smile. His body was grotesquely chubby, making one feel nauseous. If you obediently listen, you wouldn't have to suffer more. Tian Tong quickly stepped back. Boruto stood protectively in front of Tian Tong. In the dim carriage, Zhang Qingxi's heavy breathing continued. That wound, Boruto sneered, a killing intent flashing in his eyes as he quickly formed a Rasengan with one hand. As soon as he finished speaking, Boruto disappeared from his spot. You can't activate the wind barrier anymore, right? Boruto rushed towards Zhang Qingxi. Die little brat. Zhang Qingxi gritted his teeth and roared. But he was too weak to fight back. Just as Boruto was about to hit him, the Rasengan in Boruto's hand suddenly vanished, and he fell into a daze before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Zhang Qingxi was stunned, looking at Boruto in disbelief. Damn it. Boruto raised his hand, looking at the seal on his palm, his pupils wide with shock. This is, originally, just a diamond-shaped block. It now had several black scratches. An intense pain shot through his arm. Boruto, are you okay? What's wrong with you? Tian Tong, who was watching from a distance, rushed over anxiously to support Boruto. This power, I can't gather it. Boruto gritted his teeth. Pull yourself together. Boruto. Tian Tong looked worried. That seal, you're not one of them, are you? Zhang Qingxi's face turned pale upon seeing the mark in Boruto's palm. Zhang Qingxi seemed to see something extremely terrifying. Organization? What are you talking about? Boruto looked confused at Zhang Qingxi. Senju Hashirama. Could the organization be the Akatsuki? Uchiha Itachi. That seems unlikely. Hyuganiji, I hope Boruto will be okay. The video continues to play. Do you know the origin of this mark? Boruto looked at Zhang Qingxi with confusion. It seems to have nothing to do with that group. You really scared me. Zhang Qingxi finally breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Boruto's confused expression. Zhang Qingxi staggered to his feet, his cold gaze fixed on Boruto. In that case, don't blame me for being rude, just wait patiently. Tian Tong, run. Boruto shouted anxiously, seeing Zhang Qingxi approaching him. How is this possible? Boruto, get up quickly. Tian Tong shook Boruto's body, equally anxious. You all can wait to die. Zhang Qingxi opened his massive mouth, ready to swallow Boruto. Suddenly, a serpentine arm wrapped around him. Everyone present was stunned. It should be you who gets a wake-up call, pighead. See, you stepped out from the corner. Tightening the grip of her binding, her gaze icy cold. How dare you harm Boruto? Truly unforgivable. You, who are you? Zhang Qingxi looked at Siyu in confusion. At this moment, Sarada leaped down from the sky, delivering a fierce kick to Zhang Qingxi's head. Damn it! With a crack. Bone shattered. Zhang Qingxi's pupils dilated, and he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. You guys! Boruto looked at his two teammates with surprise. That's enough. We're glad we made it in time. Sarada sighed in relief. Sarada, Siyu, what are you doing here? How did the B-rank mission go? Boruto looked at the two in confusion. After reuniting with Siyu, we were heading to meet with teacher Konohamaru. But I couldn't shake off my worries. And I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Sarada sighed lightly, glancing at Siyu behind her. Siyu examined Boruto repeatedly, only relaxing after confirming he was unharmed. Boruto's ninja companions are really cool. Tian Tong looked at the two with delight. At this moment, a snake slithered out from Siyu's sleeve, licking the scars on her arm. We followed Boruto's scent. I remember the scent of my companions. Siyu looked at Boruto with affection. Senju Hashirama, this Siyu really cares about Boruto. Their relationship reminds me of Obito. Senju Hashirama, back then, Obito was also this concerned about me. Senju Tobirama, can you shut up, big brother? Stop saying things that lead to misunderstandings. Uzumaki Kushina, Mito, Uzumaki Mito, Hashirama. Honestly, what is your relationship with that Obito? Senju Hashirama, we're in a bromance, ha 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 ha. Uchiha Obito, idiot. Senju Tobirama, big brother. That is called a best friend, not a bromance. Uchiha Izuna, the cunning Senju clan, how dare you deceive my big brother? You will regret this. Senju Butsuma, the evil Uchiha clan, is distorting the truth again. Mizuki Terumi Mei, hiss, beware of friendships in Konoha. Anoki, Konoha's tricks are impressive. I admire it. The video continues. You even ditched the mission to come here. I really feel sorry for you too. Boruto half squatted on the ground, his expression complex. Then, how about treating me to a cup of milk tea? Sarada said, hands in her pockets. Then I want a cappuccino and a sandwich. See you pouted. Oomph. That is a piece of cake. Boruto chuckled, a warm feeling rising in his heart. Leave this to me, or I can even buy out the whole store. Tian Tong, standing behind Boruto, patted his chest, looking excited. Tian Tong, you guy. Boruto wanted to say something, but quickly froze, looking at the mark on his hand. The mark has returned to its original state. It neither hurts nor tingles now. What on earth just happened? Boruto thought to himself. The words Zhang Qingxi had just said echoed in his mind. You. Can't be one of them, right? Boruto stared intently at his palm, his expression becoming cautious. Why are you acting all mysterious? What is wrong? Sarada looked at Boruto with concern. No, it's nothing. Boruto shook his head, patted himself down, and stood up. You want milk tea and cappuccino, right? Then let us hurry. Boruto smiled lightly. Siyu beside him looked worried, watching Boruto. Senju Hashirama, from my years of experience, this Siyu's relationship with Boruto is definitely not simple. Karatsuchi. Mizuki Terumi Mei, is Konoha so open now? Uzumaki Boruto, what are you talking about? Siyu and I are just friends. Orochimaru. If Boruto likes Mitsuki, I can turn him into a girl. Jiraiya. Orochimaru, can you not be so perverted? Tsunade. Orochimaru, that's really twisted. Fourth Kazekage Raza. The Orochimaru upstairs is quite the heavyweight contender. Anoki, Konoha is too open-minded. Sigh. The video continues to play. Bang. Konohamaru slapped the table and said, First of all, it's commendable that you safely rescued His Highness Tensu. However, abandoning the mission without cause is also a fact, although there are reasons for it. There is no room for negotiation. You all need to be prepared to accept punishment. He stared at the three of them and sighed. Boruto looked up and fixed his gaze on Konohamaru. It's all my fault. If there is punishment, just punish me alone. Konohamaru shook his head. That's impossible. If there are violations in the team, the whole team is responsible. Don't forget this rule for the sake of your teammates. The atmosphere in the office was tense, and suddenly, with a creak, the door was pushed open. A middle-aged man resembling Tensu walked in. Tensu, the man shouted. Dad! Tensu's face lit up with surprise. Are you okay, Tensu? Are you hurt? I'm fine. I'm not hurt at all. You really scared me. The man sighed in relief. Looking at this father-son pair, everyone couldn't help but smile. Tensu's eyes locked onto his father. Dad, listen to me. I participated in the battle and even learned shuriken techniques from Boruto, and I practiced hard. From now on, I will also work hard to become a powerful ninja who can support you. Tensu's father looked at his son with a complex expression. In the sky, the sun shone down on everyone. Tensu's father gratefully looked at everyone. Thank you so much. It's great that Tensu is safe. As long as he's safe. Please be careful on your way back. Konohamaru chuckled lightly. At this moment, Boruto's voice came, Tensu. Tensu turned his head in confusion to look at Boruto. Boruto smiled and took out a card from his pocket. This card you gave me, I'm returning it to you. Tensu took the card, and Boruto chuckled. Do you remember what I said before? Tensu's eyes were determined. The things you truly desire, no matter how difficult. You must rely on your own strength to obtain, right? Yes, I'm glad you understand. Boruto nodded with a smile. Thank you, Boruto. All along. Tensu extended his arm. Boruto took his hand without hesitation. See you later. Uzumaki Himawari, brother is right. Uzumaki Naruto, young Hihi. You fell for it. Uzumaki Boruto, idiot father. Kakashi Hatake. Hihi, you two have a really good relationship. Tsukumo Hatake, Kakashi. Are you getting married? Do you have kids? Kakashi Hatake. The video continues to play. The clouds drift lazily in the sky, and Konoha looks exceptionally peaceful. Damn it, still not working. As expected, drawing that card is not that simple. Boruto bought many cards, but still didn't get what he wanted. Idiot. Aren't you giving up yet? The middle-aged boss teased Boruto. Shut up. How do you talk to a customer like that? Boruto glared at the middle-aged boss. Seriously? Are you stupid? Sarada's voice came from behind. Sarada? Boruto was a bit surprised. If you really want that card, why not just take it? Sarada shook her head helplessly. Looking at Boruto, Boruto and Mitsuki exchanged glances and smiled knowingly. Anyway, you wouldn't understand. Boruto said, idiot. Boss, please give me one of those. Sarada angrily pulled the two apart. She couldn't believe that a small card could have such a great attraction. Oh wow, how rare, 32. The middle-aged boss took out several cards from a cabinet. Sarada casually picked one. There are 10 cards in a pack, and if there's an R level or above card, that would be really lucky. Mitsuki explained gently. R level? Huh. Sarada swallowed hard and tore open the card's packaging. Don't be so nervous. Boruto also couldn't help but feel anxious. Sarada exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of both. You, why did you suddenly? Boruto froze. What she took out was the SSR-level ninja legend, Orochimaru. The Orochimaru? Sarada's pupils constricted. Amazing, this is an SSR-level card. I've never seen one before. But who is this Orochimaru guy? Boruto looked puzzled. Jiraiya. No way. Sarada actually drew Orochimaru? Tsunade. Hiss, Orochimaru. Why do you still look so young after all this time? Tsunade. And, what is her gender now? Male or female? Orochimaru. I don't care about such things. Hanzo the Salamander. I wonder if I'm in this card game. Pain. If it's me, I should be in there. Right? Deidara. Yeah, of course, boss. Anoki. Deidara. You fool. Hurry back to the village. Deidara. Shut up. I want to pursue my art. The video continues to play. This is terrible, and it doesn't look like it. Was his face really like this? Sarada showed a look of disdain. He frequently changes his appearance, but recently seems to have used that face a lot. Mitsuki explained gently. What? Mitsuki, you seem to know a lot? Sarada looked at Mitsuki in confusion. Of course, after all, he is my parent. Mitsuki smiled and nodded. Upon hearing this, Sarada was stunned, and then her pupils shrank sharply. Huh. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Holy crap, this guy is really Orochimaru's son. Jiraiya. Didn't Orochimaru already lose that ability? How can he still reproduce? Tsunade. Orochimaru. Which girl did you corrupt this time? Orochimaru. Can't you all be self-sufficient? A bunch of idiots. Anoki. Self-sufficient? Uzumaki Naruto, what does that mean? Kabuto Yakushi. You bunch of idiots. Orochimaru's thoughts are far more advanced than yours. Orochimaru. Have you ever heard of test tube babies? Saratobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru. Is this Mitsuki a product of your artificial creation? Orochimaru. That's right. The video continues to play. Mitsuki's parents, Boruto frowned, carefully examining the Orochimaru on the card. Sigh. Not drawing the card I wanted, it's really not that easy. Maybe it would have been better to accept it back then. Boruto stretched and looked up at the blue sky. The scene shifts to a mansion. Tian Tong stared at the card in his hand, the words of Boruto echoing in his mind. Although I'm only at this level now, one day. Tian Tong believed he would never forget Boruto's determined gaze for the rest of his life. He smiled slightly and gently placed the card on the table. Boruto will definitely make it. He can absolutely become a powerful ninja who supports the Hokage. Tian Tong confirmed the placement of the card. The card depicted Uchiha Sasuke, his gaze exceptionally resolute. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Will Boruto follow Sasuke's path in the future? Mizukage Terumi may. Be confident, Boruto will definitely make it. Uchiha Sasuke. It seems I have more charisma. Bottom of the class. Uzumaki Naruto. TCH, idiot Sasuke. The video continued. In the interrogation room, Ibiki Ikarashi looked coldly at the trapped Shijuji. Although I know it's futile, I still have to say, confessing honestly can spare you some suffering. Shijuji looked disdainful. Mori no Ibiki, I know you, and the one next to you is Yamanaka Sai, right? Shijuji looked smugly at the two, the fat on his face jiggling. The information I have is definitely important to Konoha. Without enough reward, I will never speak. Ibiki's eyes were filled with anger. Just about to act, when suddenly, with a creak, the door was pushed open. It was Sasuke who walked in. Upon seeing Sasuke, Shijuji's pupils instantly contracted. Sai apologetically said, Sasuke, sorry to trouble you for a moment. Sasuke shook his head and walked in front of Shijuji. What do you know about the mark on Boruto's palm? Uchiha Sasuke. Cold sweat broke out on Shijuji's forehead. You've been in the underworld for so long. You should know how I deal with scum like you. Sasuke's tone was icy. Shijuji shook his head. I don't know the specifics. I just overheard a conversation by chance. Those guys in black robes are very strange. Sasuke's gaze was cold. Where was it? How many people were there at the scene? Shijuji panicked and replied, I forgot. I just happened to encounter it in the basement of a building while stealing before. I don't even know how many people were there. Oh, right. That group seemed to call themselves the Shell Organization. Sai stroked his chin, deep in thought. Shell Organization? That's a name I haven't heard before. Shijuji frowned. I instinctively felt something was wrong and left. That place might not be important. I know a lot about Orochimaru's curse mark. But Boruto's situation is a bit special. I originally didn't care. Sasuke's expression was complicated. Mizukage Terumi may. I get it, it must have been Danzo's doing. Anoki, that makes sense. Second Mizukage Kahaku. Pass it down, it was Danzo's doing. Third Kazekage. Danzo, you are truly deserving of death. Shimura Danzo. No. Why am I being blamed for this? This is Boruto's era. What does it have to do with me? Saratobi Hiruzen. Danzo. You. Sai. Please support with love. Seeking gifts. I'll be sleeping under a bridge tonight. Uzumaki Boruto. I have a bad feeling about what's coming next. The video continued to play. Outside in the wilderness, the mountains piled up one after another. In a hidden space, several cloaked figures were silent. Did you call for me, Lord Dimensional? One person with stubble and a white mask looked curiously at the person sitting in the chair. The person in the chair slowly turned around. Hello, everyone. Shall we begin now? Orochimaru, is this the Shell Organization? Deidara, yeah. It feels like there's no class at all. Kisame Hashigaki, that's true. We are way cooler than this organization. Uzumaki Naruto, young, what is the purpose of this Shell Organization? Kawaki, Lord 7th, please continue watching. The video continued. I apologize. An emergency situation has suddenly occurred. There should already be reports that the container has disappeared. The person in the chair slowly began to speak. At this moment, the crowd in the venue fell silent. After all the effort, this is the result. It's truly speechless. One burly middle-aged man with a lot of stubble looked dissatisfied. This is no joke. A huge sum of money that could buy a country just vanished like that? Delurus said coldly. Don't be too anxious. It's expected that accidents would occur during transport. It was in a remote area of the Forest of Fire country. We just need to find and retrieve it quickly, right? A guy wearing an eye patch, looking somewhat like Ao, said angrily. You say that, but your thoughts are too naive, old man. It will lead to a failure of the operation. Gushinju's brows furrowed. What do you want to say? Young man, watch your words. Do you want to die? Victor frowned. Although the time wasted on this matter is within the expected deviation, it could have been avoided. If someone is responsible for the mistake, that's another story. The person in the chair said coldly. Delura nodded. He might be busy. The plan is still in progress. Do you think I would accept such an explanation? Victor looked dissatisfied at the person in the chair. Then let me rephrase. This matter has nothing to do with you. The person in the chair was indeed Sishian, his gaze exceptionally cold, and a killing intent radiated from him. The container is not under our management now. This is a serious issue that cannot occur. Sishian's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't worry, we just need to mobilize one person from the outer array. Just in time. The data from the new scientific ninja tools can be put to use. The intrusion by Momoshiki and the others has delayed the research quite a bit. Victor said nervously. After a moment of silence, Gushinju slowly spoke. Lord Dimensional, this realm is under my management. Leave it to me. What do you want to do? Gushinju, don't get too carried away. Victor glared angrily at Gushinju. I believe the time is ripe. Being a bit rough is unavoidable. Gushinju glanced at Ao. I agree with Gushinju's opinion. What do you all think? Everyone in the inner array? No objections at all. The crowd nodded. Then I will go meet with the outer array's proxy. No objections, old man. Gushinju looked disdainfully at Victor. Wait a minute. Without further ado, our shell's wish is that container. It is the key to realizing the only wish. No matter what, you must get it back for me. Sishian said coldly. As Sishian's words fell, the crowd gradually dissipated like data. Uzumaki Naruto, young wait, who are these guys? Uzumaki Boruto, young they're all from the Shell organization. Especially the guy sitting in the chair, he's very strong. System, ahem, cannot reveal future events. Mizukage Terumi Mei, that guy in the video. Isn't that Ao? Ao? Nara Shikamaru, youth Mizukage, what do you mean by this? Chio, TSK. Is the hidden mist village colluding with the Akatsuki to harm others? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Oh, this is getting more and more interesting. Fourth Reikage A. Mizukage. You should give everyone an explanation. Mizukage Terumi Mei. These are all personal actions of Ao, and have little to do with the hidden mist village of the Land of Water. Please be cautious when speaking. Everyone, the video continues to play. How could they treat the elderly as worthless? Those bastards. Victor angrily slammed his cane on the ground, and then wearily sat down on the sofa. Gusin, if it weren't for the illusionary communication, I would have already crushed your head. Victor said fiercely. Sounds scary, huh? A cold laugh came from behind. Victor's pupils shrank as he suddenly stood up. You, when did you arrive? Guxin took off his hood, revealing a face very similar to Jiraiya's. I was already here before the meeting, old man. You didn't even notice a murderous assassin. You really are getting old and confused. Guxin looked disdainfully at Victor, who was attempting to ambush him with scientific ninja tools. With a wave of his hand, a shuriken flew out, and Victor instantly fell to the ground. Damn, you young man. Victor frowned tightly. Too much talk. Guxin formed hand seals. In an instant, flames erupted around Victor, and it seemed as if a little person was dancing in the fire. Victor looked desperate and cried out in misery. This is the Samadhi true fire. Your proud regeneration technique won't have time to be used. Guxin sat in front of the bed, looking at the charred corpse in front of him, and laughed disdainfully. The Land of Fire's Konoha village? What a coincidence. I have a connection with that village. Guxin murmured complexly. Uzumaki Naruto, why? Do I feel like this guy is a bit like Master Jiraiya? Namikaze Minato. I feel the same way. It seems familiar. Jiraiya. Hey, what are you two talking about? How could this age be so ugly? Senju Tsunade. I really don't know what to say about you. Idiot. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is it possible that the Akatsuki has cloned Jiraiya's genes like Orochimaru? Senju Tobirama. Just as I thought, if I'm not mistaken. Guxin should be a clone of Jiraiya. Uzumaki Naruto. Youthis. How is that possible? Orochimaru. Nothing is impossible. Cloning a person is very simple. Naruto. Jiraiya. Damn. If you say that, won't my future coffin be opened by them? Uzumaki Naruto. Yutha. You don't need to worry about that. Master Jiraiya. Really? Jiraiya. It can't be. I won't even have a coffin in the future, right? Uzumaki Naruto. Youth. Namikaze Minato. Huh? Uzumaki Nagato. You are really unfilial. Master Jiraiya is dead, And you don't even know to buy a coffin? Jiraiya, sigh. It seems that Nagato is the filial one. The video continues to play. Inside the ninja school, a chattering sound surrounds the area, bustling with excitement. In the arena, everyone looks serious as they watch Boruto about to battle Naruto below. The father and son looked at each other. Boruto, don't hold back. Naruto looked at his child with a serious expression. You don't need to say it. I will do the same. Boruto nodded. In the corner, Sasuke looked at his disciple with satisfaction. Give it your all to win. Boruto created 2 shadow clones and quickly rushed towards Naruto. Facing the diving Boruto, Naruto effortlessly struck out with punches and kicks, directly turning Boruto's 2 shadow clones into smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Boruto's real body had vanished without a trace. The real body is behind you. Boruto's teasing voice came from behind. Naruto smiled slightly. Using shadow clones as bait and attacking from behind? Not bad. Shikamaru in the audience frowned slightly at this scene. If Boruto says he inherited Naruto's traits, he really has some talent. Yamashiro Aki nodded. Rasengan. Boruto gathered the Rasengan with both hands and decisively threw it. Naruto had anticipated this, casually waved his hand, and the Rasengan was dissipated into thin air. Damn, is he that strong? The audience watching the video gasped. Jiraiya, he can disperse the Rasengan with one hand. Naruto probably already has 6 paths level strength. Uchiha Madara, not bad. Otsutsuki Shin. From the previous performance, Naruto and Sasuke both possess 6 paths level strength. 4th Kazekage Raza. Konoha village is so strong. No wonder it can lead the world to peace. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Speaking of which, future enemies shouldn't be too strong. After all, Naruto and Sasuke are both 6 paths level powerhouses. Fukasaku Sage. It's hard to say. In the future I foresee, Naruto and Sasuke are not the only saviors. Uzumaki Boruto. Then, what will my strength be like in the future? Will I also become a savior? Fukasaku Sage. It's probably possible. Granny Shima. Oh no, Fukasaku Sage fell asleep again? Fukasaku Sage sighed. The video continues to play. Watching his Rasengan being dispersed by his father with one hand, Boruto's pupils suddenly shrank. What just happened? Sarada looked at the 7th Hokage in surprise. The Rasengan is quite good. It seems you've been practicing seriously. Naruto chuckled lightly. Damn, Dad is too strong. I completely have no idea what he did. Boruto gritted his teeth. Then how will you respond to this move? Boruto quickly formed hand seals with both hands, then puffed up his cheeks. Water release. Water waves. He spat out a large amount of water. Looking at the rushing water from afar, Naruto's eyes flashed with surprise. And then there's lightning release. Lightning arrow. Boruto formed hand seals again and threw out several arrows infused with lightning, which fell into the distant water flow. The water instantly boiled with electricity. This is the power of combining ninjutsu. In the audience, everyone gasped in amazement. The viewers watching the video were equally astonished. After all, Boruto is only 12 years old and already understands the reasonable combination of ninjutsu. It's really impressive. Combination ninjutsu. Looks good. Naruto nodded, slowly forming hand seals and slamming his hands on the ground. Earth release. Earth wall. A tall earthen wall surged up, blocking all the electrified water. It was actually blocked. No wonder he is the 7th Hokage. Metal Lee's pupils constricted violently. So amazing. Shikadai felt a cold sweat on his forehead. These 2 father and son are too strong. Damn. Boruto looked at his ninjutsu having no effect, gritting his teeth. At this moment, the wall in the distance was shattered by Naruto's single hand. Everyone looked at Naruto in confusion. They saw Naruto extend his palm and begin to absorb the water flow. Where did all the water go? Sarada exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. So that's how it is. The earlier Rasengan was absorbed by Lord 7th. Mitsuki nodded repeatedly. Boruto looked at Naruto, who was motionless with his palm indented into the wall, a look of confusion on his face. Why isn't Dad moving? What is he doing? The ninja would act according to the situation. Naruto's light laugh came from behind. Boruto quickly turned his head, only to see Naruto kicking him. With a bang, Boruto fell to the ground like a kite with a broken string. It's worth noting that Naruto was deliberately holding back, but even in a restrained state, his strength was still formidable. Facing his father, Boruto felt as powerless as facing a mountain. Stop. The training session ends here. Naruto said, looking at his son who had fallen to the ground, feeling relieved. Ah, even though I already knew the outcome, Lord Seventh is truly amazing. Inogen exclaimed in surprise. Indeed, it's quite difficult for Boruto to win, Shikadai nodded. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Wow. Naruto is bullying a kid. Third Raikage AI. Naruto's strength is still too overwhelming, even in a restrained state. Uchiha Itachi. This restraint is even more than mine. Uchiha Obito. Similarly more than mine. Vortex Boruto. TCH, I can't beat Dad now, but I will definitely be able to beat him in the future. Jiraiya. Your dad is already a sage of 6 paths. How are you going to beat him? Minato. Grandson, don't be discouraged. If it doesn't work, Grandpa can lend you the 9 tails to play with. Vortex Boruto. No need. I'll carve out my own ninja path with my own strength. Second Mizukage Terumi Mei. Good. That's the spirit. The video continued to play. It hurts so much. Boruto staggered to his feet, looking at his father walking towards him. At that moment, Naruto's right hand was actually missing its palm. Why is Dad's right hand gone? Boruto's pupils contracted sharply. On the distant wall, an arm was disintegrating into ashes bit by bit. So that's how it is. He left his prosthetic arm there. Sarada nodded, taking notes seriously. In summary, it's safe to say, without a doubt, that he is indeed Lord Seventh Hokage. But how is the ninjutsu absorbed? Mitsuki looked confused. One exciting match. You've gotten stronger, Boruto. Naruto smiled lightly at his son. Boruto smiled back, gratefully accepting the hand Naruto extended, and staggered to his feet again. Kawaki is about to make his appearance. Vortex Boruto, wait, I'm really curious. How did my dad absorb ninjutsu? Vortex Naruto, young up. Experts have their own tricks. The video continued. Inside the Hokage office. You bastard, don't joke around. That right hand was a scientific ninja tool, wasn't it? Boruto glared angrily at his father, fuming. Shikamaru patted Boruto's shoulder. Boruto, calm down. Wasn't it just a performance test? Naruto placed the scientific ninja tool arm on the table. This is an experimental product made by Hozu, inspired by the battle with the Otsutsuki. He chuckled lightly. Is it based on those 2 guys' designs? Boruto's mind flashed with the image of Kinshiki. Yes, this tool can absorb the opponent's ninjutsu and make it ineffective. But initially, it can't release the absorbed ninjutsu like they do. Naruto explained. This explanation is a bit despicable, isn't it? This is a scientific ninja tool. Boruto slammed the table angrily, scolding his father for using something he had warned him not to use. He shot a fierce glare at Naruto. A bead of cold sweat appeared on Naruto's forehead. Well, I thought you had grown a bit. Sasuke's voice came from behind. Boruto turned his head, looking at his master in confusion. Sasuke shook his head. The key lies in how it is used. It's not that the tool itself is bad. Sarada looked at her father in surprise. Dad. Mitsuki politely greeted Uncle. Sasuke nodded slightly. Moreover, from the battle with the Otsutsuki, we've learned even more. Naruto and Boruto fell silent. Sasuke shook his head, hesitating to speak. The crisis in this world has not yet disappeared. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Are the enemies in the future very strong? Fourth Raikage AI. Shouldn't they be? Unable to compete with this era's Naruto and Sasuke? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Hard to say. Naruto and Sasuke have limited lifespans. As they age, their strength will definitely decline, and it will then depend on the new generation. Third Kazekage. Indeed, Sai. It's common for people to grow old and their strength to gradually diminish. Sarutobi Hiruzen. I deeply understand this. The video continued. In a forest, Sarutobi Kinomaru stood on a high point, using binoculars to observe the wreckage in the distance. Is this the place? He quietly asked through his earpiece. No signs of survivors were found around the airship crash site, and they were currently investigating the entire hull. Everyone cautiously entered the airship's interior and found the facilities to be quite dilapidated. There were no survivors inside the ship either. Kinomaru shook his head and was then attracted by a black box. Found it. It looks like some kind of container. He reported to the earpiece. But static soon came through. TCH, can't connect. The long-distance communication signal is really poor. Kinomaru clicked his tongue. At that moment, a glasses-wearing Jonin walked in and asked, Kinomaru, did you find anything? Look, this container is empty. Kinomaru shook his head. What is this? The Jonin asked. Not sure, but I have a bad feeling about it. Konohamaru frowned. At that moment, a figure slowly walked out from the corner. Kuratsuchi. Who is this guy? Mizukichi Terumi Mei. Could there be an enemy? Orochimaru. Speaking of which, this airship technology looks quite advanced. I really want to take it apart and see what the internal structure is like. CHJR. Count me in. The video continued. Konohamaru examined the black container carefully, his gaze particularly cautious. What did this container once hold? What could it be? Where was this ship taking something? This must also be part of a secret operation. Konohamaru stared at the password lock on the black box, his pupils suddenly contracting. Is this a data component? And there is a connector. If I'm not mistaken, this socket. Konohamaru took a scroll from his bag. Let's try this memory scroll. Saying this, he plugged the scroll into the password lock socket. Great, I can copy it. I hope to leave behind some clues. Just as Konohamaru was lost in thought, a sudden scream came from outside the door. What happened? Konohamaru rushed out. What came into view was an injured person clutching their chest, blood pouring out. Damn it. I was careless. Hurry and escape, Konohamaru. The injured person's voice grew weaker, and then they collapsed to the ground with a thud. Hey, pull yourself together. Konohamaru anxiously shook their body. At that moment, a pair of feet appeared in his line of sight, and Konohamaru's pupils constricted sharply as he suddenly looked up. What's going on? Who is this guy? His brow furrowed, and sweat dripped down. Fourth Kazekage Raza. So, who exactly is this guy? Kuratsuchi. It seems the video ends here. Mizukichi Terumi Mei. What a tantalizing video. Senju Tobirama. Could it be something evil done by the Uchiha? Uchiha Isuna. No. You're wrong to accuse us. What has Uchiha done to you? Senju Tobirama. Based on my years of observation, the character of this guy who appears is definitely as aggressive as the Uchiha. Kawaki. I'm not aggressive, you idiot upstairs. The video continued playing. Inside the Hokage's office, the atmosphere grew tense. The world's crisis? Boruto looked up, confused. If that's the case, that thief should have a lot more. Boruto continued. An opponent with strength like a thug is considered a world crisis? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? He chuckled lightly. Of course, I'm not talking about those small fry. Sasuke shook his head, saying that a powerful, unknown existence like Otsutsuki is likely currently active somewhere in secret. Hearing the words Otsutsuki, everyone present fell silent. Does that mean it has something to do with the mark on Boruto's hand? Mitsuki raised Boruto's wrist, looking worried. Hey Mitsuki, Boruto hesitated to speak. I noticed you've been acting a bit strange lately. Is it because of this? Naruto's voice came, and I also heard Sasuke say, What? What does everyone know? Sweat trickled down Boruto's forehead. What exactly is the mark that Momoshiki placed on you? There are still many mysteries, but at least we know the organization related to it exists. Naruto shook his head, his gaze serious. Kushina, this mark on my grandson can't possibly be for possession, right? Momoshiki, that's right, you guessed it. Naruto, young, so will my son be possessed by this Momoshiki in the future? Momoshiki, as long as he is not subjected to strong emotional stimuli, theoretically, he should not be possessed. Himawari, my brother should have a good future, right? Boruto, young, don't worry, I'm doing well right now. The video continued. Organization? Boruto's expression suddenly became serious. Yes, if there is such an organization, it is likely related to the Otsutsuki. Shikamaru nodded. Indeed, they're definitely not good people. Sasuke fell silent. Are there more people like Otsutsuki? A lot of cold sweat broke out on Boruto's forehead. Boruto, you also saw the guy destroy the venue, right? Naruto suddenly spoke, interrupting Boruto's thoughts. They ruthlessly harm us humans. To protect everyone from their harm, power is essential. Naruto said seriously, glancing at the scientific prosthetic on the table. I understand, which is why ninjutsu exists, rather than relying on scientific ninja tools. Boruto replied sternly. Sometimes, absorbing ninjutsu can reduce damage to the surroundings, rather than having them cancel each other out. Kawaki pushed the door open, teasingly looking at Boruto. You guy, cunning scientist. Seeing Kawaki, Boruto's eyes burned with anger, wanting to rush over to hit him, but was stopped by Mitsuki. Haha, long time no see, young master. Kawaki waved his hand awkwardly. He is not a pseudoscientist, Boruto. This is remarkable technology and one of the Hokage's powers. Just like Sasuke, whom you admire. But it's banned in the Chunin exams because it violates the exam's purpose. The exam is to test one's own strength, not to judge right or wrong. Naruto looked seriously at his child. The most important thing is how you use it, regardless of what kind of power it is. Naruto shook his head. Complex emotions as he placed the prosthetic back in the box. What ninjas need is effort and perseverance. That is the most important. Boruto angrily retorted. Mizukage Terumi Mei. If effort and perseverance were enough, then what do we need geniuses for? Fourth Kazekage Raza. This kid is still too young. Chio, who wasn't like this when they were young. To be honest, I kinda miss my youth. Uzumaki Mito. Boruto really resembles Naruto. Senju Hashirama. I have a feeling that Boruto will definitely become very strong in the future, at least in terms of perseverance. Senju Tobirama. Brother. I think Boruto actually apprenticed to the evil Uchiha. There's a high chance he will become a rogue ninja. Uchiha Izuna. You're wrong. What if the master is Uchiha? Boruto is the Hokage's son. Saying he will become a rogue ninja is nonsense. Uchiha Taijima. +1. Would the Hokage's son be bored enough to defect from a village? Your claim is ridiculous. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama. You've gone too far with that statement. Senju Tobirama. My intuition has always been accurate. Naruto, young second Hokage, please rest assured, I will strictly educate my child and not let him go astray. Momoshiki. That useless Boruto will definitely have a hard time in the days to come. You lower beings, just wait and see. Fourth Kazekage Raza. You really are noble up there. The video continued. Isn't this quite clear? It's okay. You already have the foundation to become a genin. Naruto looked at his son's determined eyes and chuckled lightly. Boruto felt a bit angry. He didn't understand his father's words. The most important thing is how you use it. Isn't all this considered cheating? Isn't it something only villains would do? I have a task for you. Naruto chuckled, interrupting Boruto's thoughts. Deliver this prosthetic to the research facility on Red Street, and Kawaki will go with you. Naruto looked at his son with satisfaction. Boruto was taken aback. Based on the actual data from earlier, continue research and development. Escort Kawaki and transport scientific ninja tools. This is a C-rank mission. Naruto issued the order seriously. Boruto wanted to speak, but swallowed his words. Just like that, young master. I'm counting on you. Kawaki scratched the back of his head. Boruto's expression suddenly became serious. Are you kidding me? I don't want to do this kind of task. Can't it just be left to someone else? Boruto was furious and slammed the door as he left. Wait, Boruto. Sarada's hand hung helplessly in the air. Seriously, that guy. Sarada sighed helplessly. Naruto also tiredly slumped down on the sofa. Sarada, Mitsuki, you need to keep a close eye on Boruto's curse mark. In this mission, you are his watchers. Naruto looked seriously at the two. He had always been worried about the mark on his son's palm. Try not to let him out of your sight. Okay, but will he accept this mission? Sarada pushed her glasses. Sasuke, who was beside them, smiled slightly. He will accept it. Let him calm down a bit. Everyone looked up at Sasuke, confusion in their eyes. Does Sasuke understand Boruto so well? Asked Karatsuchi. Sasuke Uchiha. Boruto's personality is just like Naruto's when he was young. It's not hard to understand. Young Sasuke Uchiha. That's right indeed. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is this the friendship of Konoha? Anoki. Our version is still behind. Konoha is too passionate. Hashirama Senju. You are right. I've always had a good relationship with Obito. Tobirama Senju. Brother, please shut up. The video continued. In Konoha's commercial street, Boruto sat in a burger shop holding a cola, his eyes gradually lost in thought. It feels just like during the Chunin exams. Sarada looked at Boruto and teased. Are you here to persuade me? Boruto turned his head and asked. What should we do then? Are you planning to take on a mission? Sarada looked at Boruto curiously. Boruto turned his head again, resting his chin on one hand. Not really. I don't quite understand what Dad said. I just really dislike that scientific ninja tool. Boruto gritted his teeth while eating his burger. Sarada was silent for a moment and sighed lightly. Sigh, I can't really understand your feelings, but I'm going. After all, I was directly named by the 7th Hokage. Sarada nodded. Boruto narrowed his eyes slightly. All right, I feel the same way. I should respond to this expectation. I'm leaving. Sarada turned away proudly. Mitsuki turned his head, looking at Sarada walking away, then worriedly glanced at Boruto. You should go too, Mitsuki. Don't worry about me. Boruto said, resting his chin on his hand. I want to see how you decide. Mitsuki shook his head, gazing at Boruto gently. Kuratsuchi. These two can be a couple. Boruto Uzumaki. Orochimaru. Boruto-kun. Do you like Mitsuki? I can change his gender. Boruto Uzumaki. Let's forget about that. Orochimaru-sensei. Tsunade Senju. Hey. Orochimaru. Can you not be so perverted? Inoki. Can gender really be modified so casually? Jiraiya. Well, it seems only Orochimaru can do that in the entire ninja world. Inoki. Wow, I feel so ignorant. Third Reikage, eh? By the way, should we develop technology in the Cloud Village recently? Mabui. Don't worry, Third Reikage. We are already researching the latest technological lightning car. Third Reikage, good. Keep up the good work. You should listen to Mabui more. Fourth Reikage, I understand, father. Killer Bee. Oh yeah, let's study the latest technology. Mizukage Terumi. The Mist Village is also starting to research technology. By the way, can the people upstairs be quiet? Obito Uchiha. Is this going to lead to a new generation? Kakashi Hatake. Sigh, does that mean we are getting old? Obito Uchiha. Useless Kakashi. Kakashi Hatake. The video continued. Boruto didn't immediately understand Mitsuki's meaning. If you don't go, then I won't go either. This doesn't just refer to this matter. It's my basic principle. If you don't go, Sarada will have to carry out the mission alone. Mitsuki smiled, observing Boruto. How dare you pull this on me? Boruto rested his chin on his hand, frowning. Boruto, if Sarada becomes Hokage, you'll support her, right? Mitsuki stretched his arm and covered Boruto's face. You said you would protect her well, yet you let her do the mission alone? Mitsuki whispered in Boruto's ear, blowing a warm breath. Boruto couldn't take it anymore and pushed Mitsuki away. All right, I got it. I will take the mission seriously. Boruto said helplessly. Mitsuki nodded with a smile. Of course. I have the awareness of a ninja and won't give up on the mission just because I'm sulking. That would be too lame. Boruto chuckled lightly. Sasuke-sensei said the same thing. Mitsuki smiled slightly. The master sees through everything. There's no helping it. A mission is a mission. Boruto looked up at the white clouds in the sky, chuckling lightly. Thinking about how everyone cares about him, a warm feeling surged in his heart. Kuratsuchi. Their relationship is quite unusual. Himawari Uzumaki. Sister, why do you say that? Naruto Uzumaki. Young cough. Daughter. There's no need for us to understand this. Hinata Uzumaki. Boruto's story Kushina Uzumaki. Grandson. Grandma knows that your dad was neglectful when he was young and didn't have time to accompany you. But this direction of yours. Minato Namikaze. Boruto Uzumaki. Grandson, say something. Boruto Uzumaki. No, don't spread rumors. I have a normal relationship with Mitsuki. Inoki, you're covering your face and breathing in his ear, and you still say it's a normal relationship. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Cry from the friendship of Konoha, 666. Hashirama Senju. Haha, not bad. Boruto's enthusiasm is even above mine. Madara Uchiha. Can you shut up? The video continued. Inside the train station. People were coming and going. Please gather your luggage. The announcement echoed. Damn, there are quite a few people. Boruto looked around and frowned. There's nothing we can do. Who told us to buy hard seats? Sarada sighed lightly. But I'm really thankful that you could come, young master. We'll reach Rigon soon. Let us treat this as a relaxing trip. FSH looked at Boruto excitedly. I'm sorry, doctor, but I'm not in the mood for that right now. This is just a mission. I'm here because I have a responsibility. Let's talk when necessary. Boruto said coldly. FSH was stunned, a bead of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. What an idiot. Sarada looked at Boruto in the distance, carrying large bags, and sighed helplessly. By the way, there's really no space at all. Boruto looked around. All the seats were taken. It's not my fault you were sulking all the time. That's why we couldn't book hard seats. Sarada glared at Boruto. There seems to be a spot over there. Mitsuki glanced into the distance. Oh, great. Boruto looked excited and was about to run when Sarada pulled him back. Hey, don't run. There are a lot of people here. Sorry. Can we sit next to you? Fang Zhu greeted the person sitting in the seat. The person was an elderly man with a kind face and a bandage on his right cheek. I misidentified earlier. The one who died wasn't Qing. Just an unrelated extra. This is Lord Qing. Fang Zhu looked at the person in front of him in surprise. Dr. Fang Zhu. Qing nodded slightly. Shuaying, Mei Ming. Isn't this Qing? Fourth Hokage Luo Sha. Who was that guy who died earlier then? Tao Di, Zaibu Zhan. I always thought that guy was Qing. Tao Di, Zaibu Bai. Indeed, they really look alike. Qing, so you all misunderstood me earlier. How could I possibly join the Shell organization in the future? Nara Shikamaru, you.How. I misunderstood you earlier. I apologize. The video continued to play. Doctor, do you know this person? Boruto curiously observed the elderly man. Yes, he is one of my patients. Fang Zhu nodded gently. I was seriously injured in the previous war and ended up like this. Thanks to the doctor's help, I can live normally now, Qing said softly. Not at all. It's all thanks to your own efforts in rehabilitation training. Fang Zhu shook his head. Watching the two communicate, Boruto hugged the box with both hands. And in a moment of distraction, he almost dropped it, but caught it just in time. You're holding it so carefully. It seems you don't hate scientific ninja tools that much. Sarada teased as she looked at Boruto. Idiot, of course I hate them. But since I've accepted this mission, I need to be responsible. Boruto said angrily, looking out at the scenery outside the window. Actually, there's no need to dislike them so much. The games and computers you love are also products of science and technology. Similarly, scientific ninja tools are the same. Sarada pushed up her glasses. That's different. I've said it before, I don't need these things at all. Boruto gritted his teeth and glared at Sarada. Actually, it's not like that, young master. The development of scientific ninja tools is gradually shifting towards research focused on people's livelihoods, like prosthetic arms and legs, Fang Zhu teased. Prosthetic arms and legs. Boruto looked at the elderly man in surprise. Qing also examined Boruto closely, thinking, is this Naruto's son? He really looks like him. Shuaying, Mei Ming, so, has Qing changed like this in the future? I wonder what I will be like. Mitsuki, I probably won't change much in the future. After all, I don't gain weight. Vortex Boruto, Uchiha Sarada, ahem. Mitsuki, why are you two quiet? By the way, do you have photos of me in the future? Vortex Boruto, Teacher Redbean, maybe we should just forget it. Uchiha Sarada, right, Teacher Redbean, you should eat less sweets. It's not good for your health. Mitsuki, why are you two so flustered? The video continued to play. Ding, ding, ding. Sorry, your wrist seems a bit loose. Can I check it? Fang Zhu took a screwdriver out of his bag. Thank you very much. I might have been too careless. I can't change my old habits. Qing looked at Fang Zhu with gratitude. Indeed, ninjas are often like this, Fang Zhu said with a hint of relief in his eyes. Uncle, were you a ninja too? Boruto asked curiously, looking at Qing. Boruto, don't go too far. You need to learn to read the room, Sarada said disapprovingly as she leaned closer to Boruto. By your age, I had already been on the battlefield. Qing looked at the two who were joking around, his expression complex. After a moment, he slowly spoke. Unc, which village are you from? Boruto looked at Qing excitedly. Hey, Boruto. Sarada gently tugged at Boruto's sleeve. I am from the Mist Village. Qing's gaze became complicated. Mist Village? We went there during our school trip. It's such a nice place. Boruto nodded excitedly. Seeing Boruto's excited expression, Qing's eyes became slightly red, seemingly recalling his former comrades. A school trip. Mist Village has changed so much in my absence. Qing shook his head. Taodi, Zaibu Zhan. You're kidding. A place like Mist Village, where no one wants to go, can count as a school trip? Onoki, has Blood Mist Village changed this much in the future? Mist Village Umbu. As a local resident of Mist Village, I can't believe it. With our environment, can it still be considered a school trip? Senju Hashirama, by the way. What is a school trip? Senju Tobirama, brother. Your words are damaging the dignity of the Hokage. Vortex Mito, it seems that in the future, everyone lives well, and there won't be any wars. Uchiha Azuna, our family has to go to battle at 12, fighting everywhere. I can't imagine that the future will be this peaceful. Uchiha Taijima, damn, I want to go see the Boruto era. Vortex Naruto, youth don't worry, everyone, the future will be very peaceful. Otsutsuki Mamashiki. That's not necessarily true, just wait and see. The video continued to play. Uncle, haven't you returned to the village recently? Boruto looked at Ching curiously. I haven't been back since the war. The battlefield I was on was really terrible. I was the only survivor. Ching shook his head, his gaze turning to the window as the train slowly moved. It's truly incredible to be alive now. It's all thanks to Dr. Feng Zhu's scientific ninja tools. Upon hearing the words scientific ninja tools, Boruto's expression became complicated. Don't like scientific ninja tools, young master? Ching teased as he looked at Boruto. No, that's not it. Boruto's expression was a bit dazed. Ching looked at Boruto. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes, then suddenly snatched the screwdriver from Feng Zhu's hands. Boruto's pupils constricted. Just as he was about to react, Ching grabbed him by the neck. The screwdriver was aimed at Boruto's neck, and everyone suddenly became tense. See, now you would be dead. Ching squinted slightly, then slowly lowered the screwdriver and sat back down. If I were your enemy. The air fell into silence. Boruto swallowed hard, looking nervous. Anything depends on how it's used. It has nothing to do with whether it's good or bad. That's how I see it. Ching smiled, his eyes revealing a hint of kindness as he looked at Boruto. I understand. Boruto chuckled softly, then looked down at the box he was tightly holding. Fourth Hokage, Luo Sha. That's right. Anything depends on how it's used. Kuratsuchi. This guy named Ching seems so gentle. The video continued to play. Rigon stood up. The train's announcement sounded. We're at the station. Feng Zhu pushed up his glasses and chuckled lightly. I'll leave first and check later. Feng Zhu stood up and looked at Ching. Thank you, uncle. You often come to Konoha. See you next time. Boruto stood up and looked at the kind uncle enthusiastically. Remember to send my regards to Lord Hokage. Ching waved his hand. Watching Boruto's figure disappear, Ching's eyes gradually turned cold. The son of Hokage, Uzumaki Boruto? A pretty good young man. Guishin said coldly while sitting in the back seat of Ching. It's rare to see you from the inner circle come out like this. Ching shook his head. Well, it's a bit troublesome. The container is missing. Guishin said gloomily. I see. This is a big deal. Ching rested his chin on one hand and looked out the window. It's all toys that those old men can't understand that have turned into this. Guishin said meaningfully. What do you want from me? I'm just an old man who can't even perform the body technique. Ching sighed lightly. You're too modest, Ching. You cast an illusion on Yuan Yi Feng Zhu and extracted information about scientific ninja tools. Guishin smiled. I appreciate you. I don't have many trusted outer circle people. Thank you. Ching shook his head. I want to ask you to retrieve the container. Konoha has sent 2 jounin to search nearby. It might be a bit exaggerated. Is that okay? Ching paused for a moment before speaking. It's fine. I'll leave the cleanup to the old man later. This box contains information and weapons. Feel free to use it. Guishin turned to leave. Oh dear. Ching looked around. Guishin had already vanished, and Ching's expression was complicated. At this moment, the 3 people who walked out of the station looked at the town. Boruto seems very motivated, Mitsuki said, looking at Boruto in the distance, smiling slightly. I really didn't expect you to chat so warmly with someone you just met. Sarada glanced at Boruto. Because he's a good person, when we meet again, I want to ask him a lot of things, Boruto chuckled. In the carriage, Ching watched Boruto and the others leave, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Is it actual combat after 16 years? Okay, I take back what I said earlier. Fourth Kazekage Raza said. From now on, shouldn't we investigate the Hidden Mist Village? Noki, that's right. Uzumaki Naruto, young water shadow. Can you explain this to everyone? Mizukage Taram Mei. Ching, what's going on with you? Ching, Lord Mizukage. I'm not sure either. This was done by my future self. Senju Tobirama. Let me analyze this. This Ching is the only one who survived in the command center. Perhaps it's because the shell organization saved his life. Otherwise, why would he act as a villain? Uchiha Itachi. That makes sense, but who exactly is the container they keep mentioning? Kawaki. I'm the container they're talking about. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, where are you now? Can you come out? We'll come to rescue you in Konoha. Kawaki, I'm now. Add me as a friend for private chat. Uchiha Sasuke. Naruto. Be careful with this Kawaki. For some reason, I don't have a good feeling about this guy. Uzumaki Naruto, Sasuke, you're overthinking it. I think Kawaki is pretty good. During the era of Boruto, inside the mansion, Naruto looked at the well-behaved boy standing in front of him and smiled gently. Your name is Kawaki, right? Yes, thank you very much, 7th Hokage, for taking me in. Kawaki nodded slightly, looking exceptionally polite. In the future, I hope you can spend more time with my son, Naruto said. Hello, Kawaki, I'm Boruto. Boruto waved at the boy who was a head taller than him. Hello. Kawaki shook hands with Boruto, a hint of jealousy in his eyes. 4th Kazekage Raza. I feel that this Kawaki is a bit off. Mizukichi Terame. I feel that way too. The video continued. It's right here. We've arrived. Fangzhu chuckled softly. The Cutting Edge Technology Research Institute is smaller than I imagined. Boruto looked at the building in front of him, his eyes showing a hint of surprise. Most of the equipment extends underground. It's actually quite large inside. Fangzhu turned to Boruto and said. The group walked inside, and the door quickly opened automatically. Welcome. Thank you for coming. As soon as they entered, someone came to greet them. Soon, they walked down the corridor, curiously looking around. Boruto, what are you doing here? A familiar voice came from behind. Boruto was stunned, his pupils constricting sharply. Squad leader, Uzumaki Kushina. Is this my granddaughter-in-law? Uzumaki Mito. Kushina, isn't this topic a bit early? Uzumaki Kushina. Mito grandma. It's not early. I think this squad leader is very suitable for Boruto. Kashin, Sister Kushina, I haven't confirmed my relationship with Boruto yet. Uzumaki Kushina. It's okay. You two can confirm it now. Namikaze Minato. Dear, isn't it a bit too early to talk about this? Uzumaki Kushina. What do you know? You confessed to me when you were 12. 4th Kazekage Raza. Oh my, 12 years old. Yellow Flash. You're this. Thumbs up. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, I was almost of age when I confessed to Hinata. Dad. You're still amazing. Namikaze Minato. Haha. Back in the day, your dad confessed to your mom under the moonlight. What about you, son? Uzumaki Naruto. Young-o. You mean that? I confessed on the moon. Namikaze Minato. Otsutsuki Shuren. I have an ominous premonition. Uzumaki Boruto. I always feel like there's someone I forgot. Uchiha Hikari. The video continued. I didn't expect to see you here, squad leader. How have you been recently? Boruto curiously looked at the girl. I didn't expect it either. I was really shocked to hear that you guys came from the village. Kashin served tea to everyone, looking shy and quiet. Squad leader, you didn't participate in the Chunin exam. Do you want to join the research class? Boruto looked at Kashin curiously. Haha, she's now an indispensable talent here. Fangzhu laughed from the side. Hello, I didn't expect everyone to be here already. A beautiful young woman named Inuzuka Akita pushed the door open. After some pleasantries, Boruto saw that the task was complete and decided to leave. Are you leaving already? The task has just begun. Kashin looked at Boruto with reluctance. Boruto showed a surprised expression. Uzumaki Kushina. Not bad, but I'm having a bit of a hard time choosing now. Haruno Sakura. Sister. What do you mean by that? Kushina Uzumaki. What I mean is, which girl is more suitable to be with Boruto, Sarada, or Samaire? Minato Namikaze. Honey, you shouldn't talk about this in front of everyone. You should listen to the opinions of the young girls. What if they dislike Boruto? Kushina Uzumaki. Both of them like Boruto. As a woman, I can tell. Naruto Uzumaki, young this. Son, you can't date two girls at the same time. Boruto Uzumaki. Sasuke Uchiha. Young no way, absolutely not. My little peanut cannot be handed over to Boruto. Itachi Uchiha. That's right. Fugaku Uchiha. +1, my lovely granddaughter. Even if I die, I won't let her marry Boruto. Mikoto Uchiha. You guys don't need to be so serious, do you? 4th Kazekage Raza. I'm a bit confused. Can't you discuss this privately? Anoki. Doesn't Boruto have tomato coins? Just let him buy a time-space tunnel. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, those tomato coins are hard to come by. They should be used for critical things. Madarumi. So, you guys are just talking directly on the public screen. Naruto Uzumaki. Young ahem. Then son, go buy a time-space tunnel. The video continues. Damn, isn't there only a mission for escorting and transporting? I didn't hear anything about assisting with the testing of scientific ninja tools. Boruto sighed. Who told you to rush out of the Hokage office without hearing the whole thing? Anyway, it's a rare opportunity. It's good to play with them. Sarada adjusted her glasses. This is a request from a classmate. Don't you find it interesting? Samaire looked at Boruto gently. What Sarada just handed over to you. When to use it is up to your judgment. Please. The three people by the glass window are observing below. Sarada gave an okay gesture. Is it really okay? Are we two going against you alone? Boruto put his hands on his hips. Sure, bring it on. Sarada adjusted her glasses again. As soon as she finished speaking, Boruto instantly disappeared from his spot and quickly collided with Sarada, as if the air was torn apart. Sarada's expression immediately turned cautious. Bang, bang, bang. The two began to spar, the sound of punches deafening. Sarada seized an opportunity and tripped Boruto to the ground with a kick. Samaire extended her arm, trying to grab Sarada. Just as Sarada wanted to dodge, unexpectedly, she was caught by her right hand and right foot due to her slow reaction. Sorry, Sarada, but I won't hold back now. Boruto jumped high, clenching his fist. However, Sarada just smiled slightly and quickly threw out a scroll. The scroll instantly emitted a blinding white light. Boruto and Samaire closed their eyes tightly, and when they opened them again, they found themselves bound by Sarada. Sorry, it seems I won. Sarada chuckled lightly. The flash just now was really effective. Even my infrared sensing and hearing were completely sealed. Samaire shook her head, chuckling. It's very convenient in actual combat, but if you don't give a warning, it might end up hurting your teammates. Sarada adjusted her glasses again. TCH, what's this? Such a despicable approach. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Boruto's forehead. The three people on the windowsill watched the scene below, taking note seriously. Uchiha Taijima, indeed. If this technology were used in the Warring States period, I can't imagine how powerful it would be. Kakashi Hatake, Boruto's era, it's been so long. The era is very peaceful, and everyone hopes for no more wars. The video continues. Okay, let's move on to the next location. The people in the laboratory pressed a button, and soon, a door slowly opened. Boruto and the others stepped into the new room. Damn, I feel like a lab rat. Boruto frowned. What's the next experiment? Boruto looked up, asking with dissatisfaction. Well then, let's begin. Please turn on the switch. Inuzuka Akita turned his head and said softly. Soon, various sized holes appeared in the laboratory. What are these? Boruto looked around, just about to speak, but was stunned. He actually couldn't hear his companions' voices. What's going on? I can make sounds, but I can't hear anything. Boruto's pupils shrank, surprised. How does it feel? Is it fun? This is a device that eliminates all sounds called silence. Sound waves of specific phases collide with each other, and any sound will be eliminated. Inuzuka Akita explained softly while watching the three in the monitoring room. Using waves to control waves? Against the principle of resonance. Samaire nodded. Amazing with this device. You could easily infiltrate enemy lines. Sarada adjusted her glasses. Yes, this device can eliminate large-scale or even all sounds, but currently, there are almost no practical application scenarios. Inuzuka Akita nodded. Well then, let's move on to the next experiment. Soon, another door opened. There's more. Boruto complained, appearing somewhat dissatisfied. Kuratsuchi, speaking of all this technological research and development, doesn't it require funding? Meitarumi, is the future Hidden Leaf Village this wealthy? Fourth Kazakage Raza, awesome. Fourth Reikage, the Cloud Village must also catch up with this technological development. Darui, it's already being pushed. Anoki, everyone is competing, right? Then the Rock Village can't fall behind. The video continues to play. Just like a gecko sticking to a wall, this is a glove and socks that utilize Vanderwall's forces. A broadcast voice came through. How is it? Interesting, right? This is a manifestation of polymer adhesion. I say, are you looking down on ninjas? Walking on walls can be easily done with chakra. Boruto looked up, dissatisfied, at the people on the glass window. Samaire quickly jumped down from the wall. This is really good. You can walk on walls without consuming chakra. And it's not tiring. Plus your combat power can be more focused. Samaire turned to Boruto and explained softly. Boruto looked at the gloves, hesitated, then jumped onto the wall. The gloves firmly adhered, and Boruto easily walked on the high wall. I see. Boruto chuckled lightly. Looks like you're enjoying this, huh? Sarada teased. Hey, who are you talking about? The scene switched, and everyone began to experiment continuously. The viewers were amazed. Future technology is so powerful. Boruto operated a piece of technology and lost control while flying a high altitude, crashing into a wall. The scene switched again to a room. Boruto, are you okay? Samaire asked worriedly, sitting on the sofa. Boruto had a bruise on his face. Hang in there. Samaire took out a spray similar to paint and sprayed it on Boruto's face. The wound was quickly covered by foam. What is this? Foam? It's Dr. Suk's new work, which can accelerate natural healing. Samaire chuckled. It turns into a membrane to seal the wound. I see. Boruto nodded, looking at the two people in conversation with a complex expression. Class monitor, you trust Dr. Bangju a lot. Well, I respect him, and so does Akita's sister, said Kanjin with a sweet voice. Respect, huh? Boruto turned to look at the wall-mounted display showcasing Dr. Bangju's scientific research achievements. His expression grew even more complex. Woof woof. A dog's bark interrupted his thoughts. Wait a second, Shamaru. Inuzuka Akita ran over. A long time no see, little guy. Boruto happily picked up the approaching dog. But soon, he froze. Shamaru's leg had been replaced with a mechanical one. Your leg. Shamaru, come here. Inuzuka Akita crouched down and clapped. This was Inuzuka's ninja dog, which had lost a leg during a mission, a fatal injury for it. As long as it was alive, that was good enough, but it looked very lonely. Dr. Bangju contacted me after learning about it and said he would help create a leg to support its walking. Since then, I've become Dr. Bangju's assistant, and now it is livelier than before its injury. Inuzuka Akita patted the dog's head and let it run towards Dr. Bangju's laboratory. Watching the little dog interact friendly with Dr. Bangju, Boruto fell silent. Bringing back smiles for those who have lost their abilities and cherished possessions is the science in the doctor's heart. Inuzuka Akita adjusted his glasses. Hey, I ship Boruto and Kanjin. Uzumaki Ino said. Will Boruto like Kanjin in the future? Uzumaki Boruto said, you guys are overthinking it. We're at most just friends. Kanjin said. Uchiha Sarada said. The video continued playing. Regarding scientific ninja tools, even if you might not like them, everyone feels the same way. You have such thoughts, and so does Dr. Bangju, Inuzuka Akita said. I hope you can understand this. Boruto's eyes fell into silence. His thoughts were more traditional and could not accept that these scientific ninja tools could replace ninjas. Young master, how about this? Dr. Bangju's voice came, interrupting Boruto's thoughts. He threw a knife handle to Boruto, who caught it with one hand and examined it closely. What is this? You just need to press your thumb on this white button and pull the index finger down. This tool is a bit dangerous, so be careful, Doctor. Bangju kindly reminded while adjusting his glasses. Let me try. As soon as Boruto pressed the button, a snap sounded, and a laser blade quickly appeared from the knife handle. Boruto was startled, his pupils contracting sharply. This was a blade formed by chakra, also known as a chakra knife. Dr. Bangju explained seriously. Wow, that's amazing. Boruto looked at the chakra blade in his hand, his pupils contracting again. If that's the case, then ninjas wouldn't need to practice ninjutsu at all, right? The same operation as before could retract the blade, but because it consumed a lot of chakra, it might not be usable in real combat. Haha. Dr. Bangju seemed to guess Boruto's thoughts and said softly, so it can't be used. Boruto breathed a sigh of relief. It's still in the improvement stage. Doctor. Boruto took a deep breath and stammered. About that prosthetic, my dad lost his hand to protect the village and everyone, so please make this one cooler. Boruto's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. He realized he had been misunderstanding Dr. Bangju all along. Of course, that was to be expected. Dr. Bangju looked at the young master in front of him, smiling with satisfaction. Sorry to interrupt, Boruto, your dad is calling you. At that moment, a researcher walked into the room. Isn't this the principle of my chakra knife? Saratobi Asuma remarked. By the way, why did Naruto's hand get cut off in the future? Uchiha Sasuke said. It seems like both our hands got cut off in the future. Uzumaki Naruto said. Ahem. Uzumaki Naruto, Young said. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke, Young said. The video continued. Dad, what do you need? Boruto answered the phone. About Konohamaru, who is on a mission at the border. I couldn't reach him just now. Naruto said seriously. The same goes for Maki. Both of their situations are unclear. Naruto frowned. No way. Only the teacher should. Sarada frowned while listening to the phone conversation. You guys are closest to the scene. Can you do something? Naruto asked seriously. Of course we can. Boruto slapped the table, his eyes firm. Sarada, Mitsuki, Boruto, suspend the mission and go find Konohamaru and the others. Naruto ordered seriously. Understood. Don't push it. If the enemy is strong, wait for rescue and respond calmly. Naruto said worriedly. Don't worry, leave it to us. The call ended. I hope my grandson won't run into trouble. Saratobi Hizashi said. It's likely something happened. Let us celebrate in advance. Mizukichi Terumi Mei said. You speak too harshly, Mizukichi. Anoki said. Of course, but I like it. Fourth Kazekage Raza said. Add one, Hizashi is in trouble. We should all lend a hand. The video continued. In the Hokage's office. Don't worry, trust them once they take on a mission. They are no longer students, Shikamaru said. Looking at the gloomy Naruto. I know their strength, what I'm worried about is. Naruto sighed. Is it about the shell organization? Shikamaru frowned. It might be. If it was equipment failure, we should be able to contact them by other means now. Both are Jainin, yet they can't even communicate. Sai shook his head. An unidentified airship broke through the Fire Country's air defense network. If it hadn't crashed, it might have never been discovered, Shikamaru frowned. All countries claim ignorance, and so do the villages, Naruto said seriously. To be able to deploy the most advanced airships without being discovered. These people are our enemies, Shikamaru analyzed calmly. Kakashi, do you have any information about that shell organization? The video continued. Here you go. This is the operation manual for scientific ninja tools. Inuzuka Akita handed Boruto a piece of white paper. This is the contact method in case of an emergency. By the way, how many bottles of bubble ointment did you take? I'll give you a few more. Inuzuka Akita looked at Boruto and the others gently. No need. If we take more, our movements will become sluggish. Boruto shook his head. Sorry. It's the nature of scientists to worry unnecessarily. But Dr. Bangju will accompany you. So bringing this much should be enough. Inuzuka Akita chuckled lightly. By the way, what is Dr. Bangju doing? If he doesn't come soon, we might just leave him behind. Boruto frowned. Hey, everyone, sorry for keeping you waiting. Dr. Bangju walked out of the laboratory, now wearing a suit of armor. Originally a power suit. I modified it for combat use. I didn't expect the day to use it would come so soon. Fong pushed the glasses. It must be a scam. Boruto looked surprised. In fact, they were just untested works. By the way, once it comes to research, the doctor doesn't listen to others. So, he and Shamaru have entrusted you to take care of things, Boruto-kun. Inuzuka Akita sighed helplessly. Sigh, I hope he doesn't give up halfway. Boruto's eyes twitched slightly. Good, it seems nothing is missed. Sarada crouched down to carefully check the package before pulling up her backpack. Hee. It seems Miss Akita is very concerned about Boruto-kun. Kanketsu looked at the group playing in the distance and chuckled lightly. Boruto-kun must be quite popular, right? Kanketsu turned to look at Sarada, who had stood up. Who knows, but he is quite sociable. That much is true. Sarada sighed helplessly. What about you, Sarada? Don't you care about Boruto-kun? Kanketsu looked curiously at Sarada. What are you talking about? How could I possibly care about him? Sarada smiled. Oh, really? I actually care a lot about Boruto. Kanketsu stared at Boruto's figure in the distance. Huh? Sarada was a bit surprised. Sarada, let us go. What are you doing over there? Boruto shouted from afar, hands in pockets. Oh, I'm coming. Goodbye, class leader. I'm off. Sarada waved at the class leader. Be careful on the way, Boruto-kun and everyone. I'm counting on you. Kanketsu nodded. I understand. Goodbye, class leader. Let us chat next time. Boruto turned to greet Kanketsu. Kanketsu placed her hand on her chest, waving with her left hand, looking very cute. Before leaving, Sarada turned around and looked at Kanketsu with some concern. She didn't know why, but she always felt a bit uneasy in her heart. Fourth Kazekage Raza. What a hellish scene. Uchiha Itachi awakened. It's hunting time. Uchiha Sasuke, youth Boruto, come out. Master, let us see how your training results are. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke. Pay attention to that blonde. Uchiha Sasuke, youth I will, don't worry. Uzumaki Boruto. The video continued to play. There was no doubt. This was the scene of the incident. Boruto leaned over the edge of the cliff, watching the airship fall below. Several corpses were scattered around the airship. Things were getting a bit tricky. Boruto's expression turned serious. The bodies lying on the ground didn't look like they died from the fall, but rather seemed to be the result of a battle. Fong stared down and began to analyze. We can't see the specific situation from here. Let us go down and take a look. Boruto frowned. The group descended from the heights to the ground, surveying the surroundings. What is this? Boruto looked at the puppets scattered on the ground, his pupils shrinking. This is a puppet used by a puppeteer, Sarada explained. Was it defeated by the teacher? Unclear. We can't find any trace of the teacher. Mitsuki shook his head. Since there are puppets, the puppeteer should be nearby. Did the teacher go after him? Sarada adjusted her glasses and looked around. Oh dear, this is really a big trouble. Fong walked into the airship and carefully examined the research results inside. But soon he was stunned. He saw a black box. Could this box be? Fong's pupils contracted sharply. At the same time, the fallen puppets on the ground began to stand up. Boruto's expression immediately became cautious. What the hell are you staring at me for? Boruto gritted his teeth. The puppets sliced through the air and charged at Boruto. Boruto decisively jumped into the air, and the fight over here attracted everyone's attention. Bastard! Boruto quickly formed hand seals. Lightning release. Thunder arrow. Boruto decisively shot out an arrow charged with lightning, hitting the puppet. The puppet fell to the ground with a loud bang. Everyone be careful. There's still some moving among them. Boruto landed from the air, anxiously reminding everyone. At this moment, the puppets around began to stand up, drawing everyone's attention. Not good. We are surrounded. Fong's forehead dripped with cold sweat. Deidara. Art is an explosion. Sasori. I can't be bothered to argue with idiots. The video continued to play. Several puppets rushed toward Sarada. Sarada decisively kicked them away, then quickly formed hand seals. Fire release. Great fireball technique. A blazing fireball spewed from her mouth, instantly heating the surrounding air. Sizzle. At the same time, several puppets attempted to ambush Mitsuki. Mitsuki glanced over, quickly forming hand seals. Wind release. Breakthrough. He unleashed a wind technique, blowing the 4 puppets that charged in away into the distance. The battlefield was chaotic, with everyone fighting for themselves. The surrounding puppets fell to the ground, but quickly stood up again. What on earth are they? A bead of cold sweat formed on Boruto's forehead. It's completely ineffective. What's going on? Sarada's pupils contracted. In the distance, a puppet slowly opened its huge mouth and spat out several fireballs. The 3 of them didn't dare to be careless and quickly retreated. The puppets continuously spat out fireballs, which struck the ground with violent impacts. The surrounding air began to heat up, visibly so. Young master, everyone come over here. Fong shouted anxiously from the rock. Boruto endured the burning sensation on his body and rushed to the rock where Fong was. What the hell are those things? That's fire release. It's too unusual to be able to use it. Boruto crouched on the rock, his pupils contracted. They don't even need to form hand seals. Could it be? Sarada gasped. Exactly, just as Sarada thought. These attacking methods are all means of scientific ninja tools. Fong frowned tightly. 4th Kazekage Raza. So that means the enemy has also mastered Fong's technology? Mizuki Terumi Mei blind. Didn't the video say before that the blue-haired one controlled Fong and stole the data of the scientific ninja tools? Noki, Raza, if you don't need your eyes, you can throw them away. 4th Kazekage Raza. Uzumaki Naruto. The enemy has also mastered scientific technology? If that's the case. The video continued to play. What did you say? Boruto suspected he had misheard. These are not ordinary scientific ninja tools. They don't require the user to control them. If I'm not mistaken, they are products of scientific ninja tools themselves. Fong crouched on a rock, his brow furrowed. So that's how it is. Did Konohamaru-sensei get defeated by them? A bead of cold sweat dripped down Sarada's forehead. I found that black box inside the airship. With such direct attacks, they might be guard puppets, or perhaps Konohamaru was attacked while investigating the black box. Fong Zhu began to speculate. The enemy turned out to be scientific ninja tools. How despicable. Boruto peered through the rocks, frowning as he watched the puppets slowly approaching in the distance. What should we do next? They're getting closer to us. Leave it to me, young master. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. To deal with scientific ninja tools, we naturally have to use scientific ninja tools. Fang Zhu shook his head and then stepped out from behind the rocks. Wait a minute, doctor. What are you going to do? Boruto's pupils constricted. As Fang Zhu stepped out, the puppet in the distance opened its huge mouth and spewed out flames. Fang Zhu also raised his palm, gathering 2 black orbs in his hand, absorbing the distant fireballs one by one, feeling the shockwave from the attack. The 3 of them covered their faces. The flames were actually absorbed? Sarada's pupils contracted sharply. All the flames were absorbed into the 2 black orbs held by Fang Zhu. The puppet in the distance emitted a large amount of white steam from its mouth, as if it had received a stop command and stood still. Phew! Everything went smoothly. Fang Zhu pushed up his glasses, breathing a sigh of relief. What's going on? Boruto stood up, looking curiously at the unmoving puppet in the distance. This is an overheating reaction caused by excessive use of ninjutsu. In short, the machine cannot operate due to overheating. Fang Zhu chuckled softly. I see. Under normal circumstances, a victory would have been determined before such intense attacks. So they didn't create a device capable of continuous heat resistance. Mitsuki looked at the unmoving puppet in the distance and chuckled lightly. Exactly. Fang Zhu nodded. Uchiha Madara. Is the ninja world going to be like this in the future? It really is like children playing house. Uchiha Taijima. 1. It feels like the enemies during the Boruto era are so weak. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Still, don't underestimate those Otsutsuki. Uchiha Madara. They're all just a bunch of gravel. Senja Hashirama. Madara. What if there are people much stronger than you in the future? Uchiha Madara. Hashirama, shut up. The video on the screen continued. Anyway, we finally managed to help a lot. Sweat covered Boruto's cheeks. Even so, those ninja tools might still be able to move again. There should be components that store chakra energy. We need to hurry and take them out. Fang Zhu said anxiously. Time was slipping away. With a crunch, Boruto extended his foot and crushed the core part of the puppet. Okay, that should be all destroyed, right? Boruto looked up at Fang Zhu. I never expected to fight against scientific ninja tools. I thought scientific ninja tools were unique to Konoha. Sarada looked down at the surrounding puppets. Her eyes filled with surprise. Fang Zhu glanced at Sarada, his expression complex. He recalled Ibiki's earlier words. This is a secret, Fang Zhu. It seems you have been under someone's illusionary mental control, during which a lot of information about scientific ninja tools was leaked. Boruto also noticed Fang Zhu's gaze. The air fell into silence. Woof woof. A dog bark sounded. Everyone turned to see Shamaru holding a kunai in its mouth. That was Konohamaru's kunai. Well done, Shamaru. You brought back the teacher's kunai. Sarada's eyes widened in surprise. The scene shifted, and everyone lightly tapped the branches with their toes, moving quickly forward. Time was of the essence. Moving straight toward the scent, Boruto whispered, Great, it seems Konohamaru has successfully escaped from those devices. The scientific equipment behind Fang Zhu was releasing gas, slowly rising into the sky. Saratobi Konohamaru, young I knew I wouldn't be in trouble. Umbu from the hidden mist village, let this guy carry it. Saratobi Konohamaru, young I'm not just carrying it. It's all based on strength, okay? I learned the spiral movement. Uzumaki Naruto, young what kind of nonsense is that? Anyway, as long as Konohamaru is safe, that's great. Saratobi Konohamaru, young yeah, Naruto, you should pay more attention. Fang Zhu, Boruto era in the video, I was controlled by that Byakugan user, which led to a lot of scientific data being leaked. Yamanaka Ino, young it seems that way. The video continued. Inside a cave, 2 injured individuals were supporting each other. Cheer up, it's nothing serious. You didn't injure your internal organs. It won't be fatal, just hold on. Konohamaru supported the injured person, his face full of worry. But soon, Konohamaru heard movement outside the cave and instantly became cautious. He decisively took out his kunai and looked toward the cave entrance. He saw a familiar figure walking towards the cave. Teacher, are you okay? We came to save you. Boruto sighed. Boruto? Konohamaru felt a surge of joy in his heart. What on earth is going on with that airship and those puppets? Those puppets are all scientific ninja tools. Fang Zhu squatted on the ground, looking at the 2 injured ninjas. Although he didn't want to admit it, the enemy's technological level was indeed far ahead of theirs. Doctor, did you see that black container inside the airship? Cold sweat dripped from Konohamaru's forehead. Yes. The key to this incident is probably in the items inside the container. Fangzhu nodded. I checked, and the container is empty. But I extracted intelligence from the data unit. You could take it back and analyze it. Konohamaru took out a scroll from his pocket. I'm very interested in this topic. A strange voice came from outside the cave. Everyone's pupils constricted as they saw the Byakugan user standing outside the cave, looking at them with a mocking gaze. Can you elaborate? Ao's gaze was cold. Mizukichi Terumi Mei. What do you want, Ao? Ao. Mizukichi, I don't know. That was the future me in the video. Mishikaja Terumi Mei. Fourth Kazakage Raza. Anyway, Mizukichi, let us first lock this guy up. Anoki. Yes, I agree. Fourth Reikage A. Agreed. The video an uncle from the Hidden Mist Village? Boruto's pupils were filled with confusion. Are you Lord Ao? Cold sweat trickled down Konohamaru's forehead. I didn't expect someone would recognize me. Ao chuckled softly. The capable assistant of the fifth Mizukichi, the Byakugan killer Ao. You were once recorded in golden letters in the Konoha wanted list. How could I possibly forget you? Konohamaru's eyes were filled with caution. Byakugan killer. Oh? Boruto felt cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Mister. Oh? Fangzhu sensed that something was wrong, and his expression became cautious. I heard you have retired. What brings you to this remote place? Konohamaru began to form hand seals. Excuse me. I'm the one asking you. Sarutobi Konohamaru. Where's the item wrapped in the box? Ao took out a machine gun from his pocket and then pressed a button. Is that a scientific ninja tool? Boruto's pupils contracted. I don't understand what you're saying, and as a ninja on a mission, I can't reveal any information about the task. Konohamaru shielded his student. Not to mention you, who is no longer a ninja. Ao closed his eyes and chuckled lightly, then slowly opened them. All right, then let's keep silent, forever. Ao aimed the Gatling gun in his hands at the crowd in the distance. Please stop. We have no reason to fight each other. Konohamaru gritted his teeth. However, Ao completely ignored him and pressed the trigger of the machine gun, rat-a-tat-a-tat. The machine gun emitted a blinding red light, and the temperature around them rose sharply. Everyone, quickly find cover and hide behind the rocks. Konohamaru shouted anxiously. Boruto leaped clumsily. At this moment, the entire cave was filled with thick smoke, and endless gunpowder filled the air. Ao held the Gatling gun with both hands and swept it toward the distance. The power looking exceptionally fierce, just like the fire techniques of puppets. Sarada adjusted her glasses, looking tense. The weapon in the enemy's hands is indeed a scientific ninja tool. Mitsuki frowned. Boruto protected Shamaru with both hands, unable to understand why the kind old man would do something so foolish. Damn it! Konohamaru frowned. Mr. Ao, please stop. FSH stepped out from behind the rocks, exposing himself. Please step back, Dr. FSH. Even if you advise me, I will not show mercy. Ao's gaze was cold, and during the reloading interval, he quickly changed the ammunition, then fired again. FSH helplessly summoned 2 small black orbs to absorb the bullets. How could it absorb ninja technique bullets? Aulokid surprised. Konohamaru instantly flashed to the side, holding a Rasengan in one hand. Ao glanced at him, then smashed the Gatling gun against the Rasengan. With a crunch, the Gatling gun broke in half. TSK. Seeing his weapon destroyed, Ao frowned. Uchiha Izuna. Is this the way the new generation fights? Uchiha Sasuke. Times have changed. In the future, everyone will use guns and bullets. Uzumaki Boruto. Then who will practice ninjutsu, and who will still be a ninja? Uzumaki Naruto. Young times have changed. Uchiha Sasuke. Young scientific ninja tools have many flaws, but they can still fight. Orochimaru. TSK. Sasuke-kun, you completely don't understand how powerful science is. Uchiha Madara. Humph. No matter how advanced technology is, can it break Susanoo? Orochimaru. Just wait 2 or 3 more years. It definitely can. The video continued to play. Great, got it. FSH felt a surge of joy. Ao stepped back holding the broken Gatling gun. Is this the Rasengan created by the 4th Hokage? Not bad at all. Ao looked at the broken Gatling gun in his hand, then casually threw it on the ground. Konohamaru frowned deeply. What exactly is in that airship, in that black box? Konohamaru asked seriously. Sarutobi Konohamaru, keeping his mouth shut, still wants the information in my hands. The education in Konoha is truly frightening. Ao sneered coldly. You, what is your relationship with the organization called Kara? Konohamaru pressed on. Kara, organization? Boruto's expression became complicated. Ao sneered, then his shoulder underwent a change, and several bullets were instantly fired. Konohamaru couldn't react in time and fell to the ground with a bang after being hit by the bullets. Teacher, Konohamaru-sama. FSH looked at Konohamaru with worry. The Kara organization? I never expected to hear this word. The situation seems to be much more troublesome than anticipated. Ao said with a complex expression. As soon as he finished speaking, his body disappeared from the spot and quickly subdued FSH. Ugh, let me see. You use this to absorb ninjutsu, right? Ao sneered, then kicked FSH to the ground and removed the armor from his arm. Bastard. Seeing the situation turn bad, Boruto rushed over, holding a Rasengan in one hand. Oof. Ao looked disdainful, donned gloves, and decisively produced a black orb. The orb instantly absorbed the Rasengan. The Rasengan was absorbed. Boruto's pupils constricted. I see, this thing is really nice. Ao kicked Boruto away, sending him crashing into the wall. Bang! Boruto was deeply embedded in the wall. Third Kazekage. Is the future scientific ninja tool this strong? Please support with love, seeking gifts. Sarutobi Asuma. If this continues, there may be no ninjas left in the future. Uzumaki Himawari. Brother, how are you doing now? Uzumaki Boruto. Young pretty good. I have a lot of friends. Uzumaki Naruto. Young Boruto. Make sure to get along well with your friends. Uzumaki Boruto. Young. Minato Namikaze. I feel like something is off. The video continued to play. Boruto. Mitsuki looked at Boruto with concern. As expected of Dr. FSH. This technology is truly remarkable. Ao repeatedly examined the technological device in his hands, looking surprised. This is bad. If this continues, we will eventually be wiped out. Sarada took out the flash bomb from her bag. Perhaps this could create an opportunity for everyone to escape. But I don't know if Teacher Konohamaru and Mr. FSH will be affected by the signal. What should I do? Sarada frowned, cold sweat pouring from her forehead. It seems you really don't know where the goods are, but you still meddled. Ao glanced at the people lying on the ground, his gaze cold. Sorry, but all of you have to die here. Ao continued to walk forward. At this moment, the unconscious Jonin suddenly woke up and hugged Ao tightly. Everyone's pupils constricted. Haruka. Konohamaru covered his face, looking worriedly at his companion. You all quickly escape. Don't worry about me. Go now. Haruka shouted loudly. Humph. Old fool. Ao's gaze was exceptionally cold as he took out a laser blade from his pocket and stabbed it into Haruka's abdomen. Ugh. Haruka's pupils constricted, blood pouring from the corner of his mouth. How could this happen? Sarada looked worriedly into the distance. Such a pity. I'll sneered coldly. Unexpectedly, the Jonin behind him gritted his teeth and shouted, Earth-style, rock dome collapse. At that moment, the rocks above Ao suddenly cracked and fell on him. Bang, bang, bang. Intense smoke filled the air. Haruka. Konohamaru looked at the two people hit by the rocks in the distance, anxious. How could this happen? FSH's face was full of guilt. It was all his fault for leaking this technological information. Rather than being a burden, it's better to sacrifice oneself to protect companions. That's the kind of guy he is. Konohamaru's eyes were slightly red. At that moment, the rock suddenly cracked, and Ao extended his mechanical arm to press against the stone. Damn it, that bastard. Boruto gritted his teeth. Don't waste the sacrifice of the field. Retreat quickly. Konohamaru scolded Boruto. After that, everyone hurriedly evacuated the cave. Ao broke free again, only to find the cave was already empty. Struggle all you want. You won't escape my grasp alive? Not a single one. Ao's eyes narrowed, despite being riddled with wounds. Most of them were from technological creations, so he didn't suffer much damage. Fourth Kazekage Raza, damn. Is this what a technological ninja looks like? Third Kazekage. That guy Ao probably already has the strength of Kage, right? Minato Namikaze. Excellent reaction speed. Combined with those technological devices, he's already at the Kage level. Itachi Uchiha. Every technique has its fatal flaw. If we think calmly, Ao definitely has ways to deal with this. Kawaki. The video continued to play. In a ruin, everyone lay there, gasping for air. Mr. Wilds. Boruto frowned tightly. Ao's attack was fatal. It's probably hopeless now. What a shame. Konohamaru shook his head, his meaning clear. The air fell into silence. Teacher, for now, Don't move him. Sarada took out a spray and sprayed it on Konohamaru's face. Will this heal the wound? Konohamaru looked surprised. It can enhance self-healing ability. Think of it as a powerful wound ointment. FK shook his head. Doctor's scientific ninja tools are really impressive. Konohamaru hesitated to speak. Don't say that. The enemy's technology far surpasses ours. This is my fault. FK looked guilty. Upon hearing this, everyone was stunned and looked at him in confusion. What's going on? Seeing Konohamaru nod, he reluctantly spoke. During the Chunin exams, I think I fell under someone's genjutsu and was manipulated. FK lowered his head, filled with guilt. Boruto was taken aback. The manipulated me leaked the technology of the scientific ninja tools. FK closed his eyes and shook his head. What exactly is going on? Boruto hesitated to speak. The enemy obtained our scientific ninja tools and stole Dr. FK's technology? Sarada nodded. That's right, unfortunately, but that's the truth. FK shook head softly. It's not the doctor's fault. The enemy is too cunning. Konohamaru shook his head. Are you saying it was during the Chunin exams? Then did you use me back then too? Boruto looked at FK in confusion. I'm very sorry, young master. It's hard to say whether it was an implication, but I was conquered by my nature. The fault lies with me. FK smiled helplessly. You should have told me sooner. Boruto said complexly. This incident is confidential. It can't be disclosed unless it's a critical moment. Konohamaru explained seriously. Who cast the genjutsu on me has always been a mystery, and now I finally understand. FK frowned tightly. Ao's genjutsu? Ooh. Mitsuki pondered, stroking his chin. He seems to be looking for items in the black box and wants to deal with us who were probing around the airship. Konohamaru took out a scroll. We must bring the data back to the village for investigation. The information in the black box may reveal certain things about the enemy. Konohamaru frowned tightly. He's still looking for us. If he finds us, we'll have to fight. Mitsuki stood up. Yes, but delivering the data is our top priority. We should split into 2 groups, and I'll act as bait to hold him off. Konohamaru handed the scroll to Sarada. Teacher, Sarada looked worried. You all take this and head to the village, understand? Konohamaru shook his head. At that moment, FK in the corner stood up. Lord Konohamaru, I'm more suited to be the bait than you. Let me go. Noki, so FK is a good person. I misjudged him before. Mizukage Terumi me, Ao. I'm really disappointed in you. Ao, Mizukage, I'm sorry. I never thought my future self would do such a thing. Chio, aren't you going to give everyone an explanation? Mizukage? Kiri's H. Zuki Mangetsu. What explanation is needed? Time-space police. Are you here? 4th Kazekage Raza. I strongly suggest that the hidden mist village cede some land to the sand village. 2nd Mizukage H. Zuki Mangetsu. This is a matter from Boruto's era. What does it have to do with the current hidden mist village? Raza, you're this, thumbs up. 4th Reikage. But at least the trouble was caused by you, right? Young Naruto Uzumaki. Wait a minute, everyone, stop arguing. The most important thing right now is to investigate the shell organization. Uchiha Obito, useless Madara. You saw it, right? Human greed never changes. Uchiha Madara, don't you just want me to resurrect you? So much talk. Uchiha Obito. The video continued to play. Dr. FK. Konohamaru looked at FK with a confused expression. Everything started because of me. The scientific ninja tools were used in war, giving rise to countless monsters. FK shook his head guiltily. I never expected it would develop into this. I regret it deeply. Boruto looked at the older man in front of him, his eyes complex. So, does that mean these scientific ninja tools should never have been invented from the start? Boruto looked up, staring intently at FK. Is that what you mean? Young master. FK looked at Boruto with a confused expression. I initially thought the same. If only these things didn't exist. Boruto shook his head, tightly gripping the scientific ninja tools on the ground. But what I saw in the research institute was not like this. Each one was fascinating, although I feel reluctant. They do excite us. Team Maru's health is also because you created them with scientific ninja tools, hoping to bring smiles to everyone. Boruto looked at FK with determination. You invented these not to bring sadness, right? The goodness or badness of an item depends on how it's used. They themselves have no good or evil. That guy Ao said so. However, he used scientific ninja tools for evil. He knows this principle, but still harms others for his own desires. Boruto's eyes became more determined. He couldn't let him go unchecked. If left ignored, everyone would misunderstand scientific ninja tools, breeding hatred and ignorance, just like I once did. He put the gloves on his fists. The true purpose of these tools is to bring smiles to people. If that's the case, Doctor, if you're not happy yourself, then how can that be? Boruto chuckled lightly. FK's eyes were moist. Then let me teach that guy a lesson. Boruto took a laser knife out of his backpack, his gaze cold. I will teach him the correct way to use these tools. At the same time, Ao looked up high, his eyes narrowing. Young Naruto Uzumaki, my son is so cool. Vortex Boruto, hee hee hee. Uchiha Sarada, you idiot Boruto. Kankuro, as expected of Boruto-kun. Uchiha Light. Vortex Boruto, hey, you up there, have we met somewhere? You look really familiar. Uchiha Light, you have mistaken me for someone else. We are not acquainted. Vortex Boruto, okay. Uchiha Sasuke. Anyway, Boruto, be extra careful. The footage on the video continues. Listen, that guy stole Dr. H-Suk's absorption ninjutsu device, so almost all ninjutsu attacks will likely be absorbed. Konohamaru half squats on the ground, beginning to discuss the plan. However, we can use this as a breakthrough. When his right eye is still the Byakugan, he has no blind spots, but that's not the case anymore. He got injured in the war and lost his right eye, so we can keep attacking him with ninjutsu. Make him focus on absorption, and look for opportunities to attack his blind spot. Konohamaru explains. The premise of absorbing ninjutsu with the arm is the appearance of the absorption sphere. Although it can be generated quickly, it's not without flaws. Young master, please pay attention to this. H-Suk reminds Boruto with concern. This thing, right? Boruto nods, and then a black sphere appears on his arm. As long as I use this arm, I can deal with his ninjutsu, and we can also get close to him. We'll pressure him into revealing a flaw. The final blow will be up to you, Boruto. H-Suk looks seriously at Boruto. Got it, leave it to me. Boruto draws out his laser sword, his gaze resolute. Boruto looks dazed, his body swaying unsteadily. Thud. Boruto falls to the ground. Boruto, are you okay? Sarada looks at Boruto with concern. Fourth Kazekage Raza, what a show-off. Uchiha Obito, look at who his master is. Uchiha Sasuke, just a whim. Uchiha Itachi, my foolish little brother, can you stop showing off all the time? Vortex Boruto, young, just a whim. Second Mizukage Madarumi, you up there. His profile looks just like Sasuke. Vortex Naruto, young my son looks a bit like Sasuke. Fourth Raikage, A. The footage on the video continues. This isn't good, the chakra consumption is quite considerable, and it's being drained in an instant. Boruto says weakly. I mentioned at the Research Institute, this is just an experimental product, not meant for actual combat. It has great power, but it's hard to control. H-Suk says while reinforcing Boruto's tech arm with screws. The arm is too big. I've adjusted the tightness for you. You handle the inside yourself. H-Suk kindly hands the screwdriver to Boruto. Thanks. This really is a double-edged sword. Sarada raises an eyebrow. That's right. Don't treat it like a cheat in a game, young master. H-Suk looks at Boruto seriously. I understand. Just like with ninjutsu, mastering the training is necessary, right? Boruto nods, returning the screwdriver to H-Suk. H-Suk smiles with satisfaction. The enemy is coming. Everyone, the operation begins. Konohamaru's serious voice comes through. The scene shifts, and Ao walks alone in the woods, looking around with vigilance. To let the enemy escape, that's not your style. A familiar voice suddenly comes from behind. Ao slowly turns around to see a figure dressed in black robes. Kagura, have you remembered the old days? The former ninja? Kagura looks at Ao with some disappointment. As a ninja, I'm already dead. Now I only exist as a scientific tool for the Shell organization, living for the mission. Without emotions. Ao shakes his head. Very well, I appreciate your understanding. They too intend to defeat you with all their might. They are currently ambushed in the ruins ahead. Kagura's eyes narrow slightly. The intelligence from the leaf is just a matter of time. The war has already begun. Kagura looks serious. What exactly are you planning? Ao looks at Kagura with curiosity. A breeze blows and Kagura slowly turns away. I just came to tell you, don't be careless. There's no need to think too much about other things. Just focus on completing the task. Ao's expression falls silent. Then he shakes his head and continues forward, soon arriving at the foot of the ruins. Everything begins to tense up. Uchiha Sasuke, It's coming, it's coming. The battle is finally starting. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, can't you finish your meal before watching the video? Uchiha Sasuke. Humph, my foolish brother, just a whim. The footage on the video continues. Sounds come from the grass nearby, and AO turns to glance. Do you think you can hide like this? Humph. It seems they really intend to go all out to finish this, not planning to escape, which suits me just fine. AO thinks to himself, then extends his hand, and a machine gun pops out from his arm. Bang! A bullet is fired from his arm, landing in the distant grass. Mitsuki quickly jumps up, dodging the shot. Boom! The ground shakes, and AO appears behind Mitsuki, throwing a punch. Mitsuki quickly bends down to evade. Then, Mitsuki throws several snakes from his sleeves, which AO disdainfully dodges. Lightning release. Purple lightning. Mitsuki rapidly forms hand seals with both hands, waving his palms with purple lightning. AO, relying on scientific ninja tools, decisively absorbs the attack. Useless. AO kicks Mitsuki away, who stumbles a few steps before stabilizing himself. Meanwhile, Konohamaru appears from above, quickly forming hand seals. Fire release. Fireball jutsu. Konohamaru breathes out a large number of fireballs. No big deal. AO looks disdainfully and raises his palm, summoning a black sphere to begin absorbing the flames. Seeing this, Konohamaru intensifies his assault, not caring about chakra consumption. Is there some plan behind this? AO furrows his brow, glancing around before releasing his grip, dodging the attack. At the same time, Sarada emerges from the treetops, decisively throwing a punch at AO. AO turns and uses his scientific ninja tools to block Sarada's punch. Bastard! Sarada exclaims angrily, kicking AO away again. AO uses one hand to support himself, sliding on the ground. Fire release. Great fireball jutsu. Sarada rapidly forms hand seals again, breathing out a blazing fireball. Can't you see the situation? AO raises his palm to start absorbing the fireball. Mitsuki, continue the previous attack. Konohamaru, seeing this scene from afar, nervously gives the order. Mitsuki and Konohamaru both launch their ranged attacks. Watching the ninjutsu converge towards him, AO can only reluctantly increase the power of his scientific ninja tools. The black sphere absorbs the lightning and flames, and the surrounding air rapidly heats up. If I understand. They know that this level of attack won't work on me. It's simply a feint. AO's brow furrows as he surveys the surroundings. Unable to see the trace of the Hokage's son, could it be that he escaped with Dr. Fangju? No, that's not right. They're the key to this operation, definitely hiding in some corner to find an opportunity to ambush me. Come on, Uzumaki Boruto, do you want to strike first? AO sneered and increased his offensive. Meanwhile, Sarada, Mitsuki, and Konohamaru felt exhausted. You must be lurking behind, waiting for your companions to tire out, right? Or perhaps. AO kept glancing around. Above me, you bastard. Boruto appeared from above, swinging down a large blade. AO had anticipated this, gathering his chakra blade to block Boruto's sneak attack. AO turned to Boruto and smirked disdainfully. Kuratsuchi, this guy is too cunning. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Indeed, considering his combat experience and this scientific ninja tool, he should have shadow-level strength. Uchiha Itachi. Every technique has its fatal flaw. Stay calm. The video continued to play. Bang! The sound of metal clashing echoed, and AO decisively knocked the blade out of Boruto's hand. Boruto tumbled in the air, landing awkwardly on the ground, the chakra blade clattering to the ground. Konohamaru, witnessing this, frowned tightly. Damn! Boruto rushed forward desperately to reclaim the chakra blade, but AO was quicker. AO turned the blade around and thrust it towards Boruto, striking him directly in the chest. Boruto's pupils dilated, and he coughed up blood. Everyone looked at Boruto with concern. What a pity. I've already seen through your plan. AO looked at the pained Boruto and sneered. However, Boruto merely reached out and grabbed his arm. No, you don't understand anything. Boruto responded with a cold smile. AO looked confused, not understanding what Boruto was trying to do. At that moment, Mitsuki extended his long arm to bind AO. What of it? AO turned his head with a cold laugh, but the next second he froze. Bang! The Boruto in front of him turned into smoke and vanished. Since it was a shadow clone, AO's pupils contracted, staggering a few steps, his arms falling weakly. What? This scientific ninja tool is absorbing my power. Ao turned to look at Mitsuki in the distance, waving the large blade in an attempt to free himself. Seeing the objective achieved, Mitsuki retracted his arm. Bastard. Ao angrily threw the chakra blade to the ground. They played a trick to make me pick up this thing. You should know that this chakra blade is just an experimental product, consuming a lot of the user's chakra. In other words, from the beginning, Boruto's goal was to deplete his chakra. It seems your chakra has been significantly drained. Even your movements are sluggish. Boruto's cold laughter echoed. Ao suddenly turned his head, only to see Boruto charging at him with a Rasengan. Damn it, you tricked me, but one thing hasn't changed. I can still absorb ninjutsu. Ao gritted his teeth and summoned the black sphere again. Boruto chuckled lightly and summoned his own black sphere, the two spheres colliding and absorbing each other. Whoosh! The black spheres gradually shrank, absorbing each other. It's just absorbing ninjutsu, right? I've absorbed this ninjutsu too. Boruto sneered, and his right hand still held the Rasengan. What did you say? Ao's pupils constricted sharply as he looked at Boruto in shock. Rasengan. Boruto produced a Rasengan he had prepared earlier and slammed it into Ao's abdomen. Senju Tobirama. Not bad. This Boruto kid has some impressive tactics. He will definitely have super shadow level strength in the future. Senju Hashirama. Damn, is he really that strong? Second Mizukage. Terumi Mei. Super shadow level strength in the future? This guy has a lot of potential. Uzumaki Nagato. Boruto's talent is remarkable. Uzumaki Naruto. Young He. Boruto, how are you doing now? Uzumaki Boruto. Isn't it going well? Uzumaki Naruto. Young I meant how are you doing in the future? You idiot. Uzumaki Boruto. Young dad. Don't worry. I'm doing just fine now. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Boruto is the son of the Hokage, so he will definitely have a good life. He can't possibly become a rogue ninja. There might be some filler here. These trivial daily moments are just paving the way for the later turnaround. Uchiha Sasuke. Young Boruto. You need to pay more attention to training and less to entertainment. Uzumaki Boruto. Young Yakushi Kabuto. By the way, in Boruto's time, isn't anyone speaking? Uzumaki Boruto. Young in this era. It seems like I'm the only one chatting in this group. Well, let us talk later. My signal isn't great. During the reversal period, Otsutsuki Boruto was hiding in a cave, gasping for breath. How is Juro doing now? Guxin looked at Boruto with concern. Hard to say. He's very strong. Boruto shook his head. He had just gone through a fierce battle with enemies, but unexpectedly encountered Kawaki, Code, and the God Tree person. With no other choice, he had to use the flying Raijin technique to escape back to the cave. Never mind. Your time is running out. I see new changes in the future I've foreseen. Guxin's face was filled with worry. Uzumaki Boruto. By the way, do I have many friends in the future? Mitsuki. I will always be by Boruto's side. Uchiha Sarada. You two's relationship. Jin Jian. The video continued to play. Damn. Ao gritted his teeth and struggled to fight back but still couldn't win, sliding back awkwardly on the ground. You little brat. Ao glared fiercely at Boruto. The quality of an item depends on how it's used, doesn't it? Boruto looked at Ao in the distance and sneered. At that moment, a cold wind blew, and everyone stared cautiously at Ao in the distance. Young master, are you all right? Fangzhu stepped out from the corner. Everything went smoothly, Dr. Fangzhu, although I didn't deliver a fatal blow. Boruto shook his head. Ao slowly raised his palm, realizing that his scientific ninja tool had been shattered. It seems that thing is no longer usable, and you can't continue to absorb ninjutsu. Boruto looked at the disheveled Ao in the distance and sneered. But Ao just coldly stared at Boruto. Oomph. At that moment, a flash of light suddenly gathered in the sky where Boruto stood. Konohamaru's pupil shrank, and he rushed decisively to Boruto's side, pushing him away. Bang, bang, bang. Lightning struck Konohamaru from the high sky. Everyone was stunned. Teacher. Boruto looked at the injured Konohamaru, his eyes filled with anger. Damn, what is that? It suddenly came from the sky. Boruto looked up at the high sky, where two UFO-like objects were floating. Teacher Konohamaru. Sarada looked at Konohamaru with worry. It's okay. He still has breath, just lost consciousness. Mitsuki checked Konohamaru's breathing. That thing. Fangzhu looked at the flying saucer in the sky with a cautious gaze. I really can't stand you. I didn't expect you to force me to use drones. Ching shook his head. At this moment, several saucer-like discs were floating beside him. What is that? Boruto's expression immediately became cautious. It's likely that Ching's chakra is controlling the drones like a signal, launching ninja techniques from the sky like raindrops. Fangzhu explained. Is it the old man's trump card? Boruto gritted his teeth. If possible, I really don't want to use them. Ching sighed. Yeah, I understand that this combat method is completely uncharacteristic of a ninja. Boruto provocatively looked at Ching. Are you provoking me? Ching's gaze was icy. Am I? That's just what I thought. Boruto chuckled lightly. In the distance, Ching slowly raised his palm, and the flying saucers under his control quickly soared into the sky. I don't care whether it looks like a ninja or not. I have long abandoned the identity of a ninja. Now, I am a new human who has transferred to a brand new power. Ching's eyes were cold. Sarada, Mitsuki, and the teacher, I leave them to you. This place is mine. Boruto rushed towards the distance. Hey, wait a minute, Boruto. Sarada shouted anxiously. At the same time, the flying saucers in the sky began to rain down a massive amount of ninja techniques. The techniques fell to the ground like rain, instantly causing intense tremors and numerous explosions, rapidly heating the surrounding air. Everything was shrouded in smoke. Helpless, Sarada had no choice but to carry Konohamaru away from here. While Mitsuki carried Fangzhu, looking worriedly at Boruto, Boruto summoned a small black ball with one hand, absorbing the ninja techniques raining down from above. You've pushed me to this extent. I'll give you a loyal compliment, but your lives end here. Ching watched Boruto, who was still struggling in the distance. His gaze cold. Damn it, this won't work if it goes on like this. Boruto stood on the tree branch, starting to think. The ninja techniques poured down from the sky like a heavy rain, creating intense smoke wherever they landed. Nagato, damn, if I were there. I could definitely use Shinra Tensei to deflect these ninja techniques. Third Kazekage. I can't imagine that these ninja tools, resembling flying saucers, can unleash such great power. Itachi Uchiha. But every technique has its fatal weakness. These flying saucers rely on the caster's chakra to be controlled. Hashirama Senju. Are you saying that once this Ching runs out of chakra, we can defeat him? Tobirama Senju. Brother, isn't that just stating the obvious? The video continues to play. Boruto. Sarada looked worriedly into the distance, where violent tremors were occurring. The forest where Boruto was located suddenly billowed with thick smoke, obscuring the situation inside. At this moment, the smoke gradually spread. Ching looked around, but suddenly froze. Boruto summoned shadow clones and rushed over quickly. Oof, shadow clones, huh? Ching raised his hand to block Boruto's attack, then punched him away. With a bang, the shadow clone dissipated into smoke. At the same time, two more Borutos rapidly approached. Ching dealt with them one by one. Now only the last Boruto remained. As expected, this guy is the real body. The ground around them was already riddled with holes and in disarray. Boruto kicked out, but Ching bent down to evade, grabbing Boruto by the neck. Shadow clones are indeed a powerful ninja technique. All clones are physical entities. But even so, complex machines cannot replicate. You, as the real body, are obvious. Ching looked coldly at Boruto. Then, he took out a sharp blade. When I encountered you by chance on the train, I also held it against your throat like this. Ching looked disdainfully at Boruto, the blade slowly moving to his chest. If I were your enemy back then, you would already be dead. Now it seems, being killed by me is your fate. Ching's gaze was particularly icy, as Boruto kept slapping at his arm, trying to break free. Sarada was about to rush to rescue Boruto when Mitsuki suddenly pulled her back. Several bolts of lightning suddenly struck the spot where Sarada had just been standing. Bang, bang, bang. The ground began to tremble. Don't rush. Wait until I deal with this waste before playing with you guys. Ching turned his head and disdainfully glanced at the others. Naruto Uzumaki, Boruto, Sasuke Uchiha. Don't worry, your son will be fine. Kakashi Hatake, after all, he is the son of the unexpected one. The video continues to play. Since you are no longer a ninja, Boruto gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. Ching looked up, confused as he gazed at Boruto, but unexpectedly, Boruto revealed a cold smile. You will definitely not defeat me. Bang! The Boruto in front of him dissipated in his smoke. At the same time, his scientific arm fell to the ground with a clang. Ching's pupils contracted sharply. What is going on? A ninja can see through hidden tricks. Boruto lay on the ground, weakly saying. In the distance, Sarada saw this scene, her pupils constricting. I see. He deliberately made the clones use scientific ninja tools, making him mistakenly believe that was the real body. This guy were all three clones. Ching turned his head and saw Boruto in front of him, holding a chakra blade stabbing towards him. Boruto gripped the blade and forcefully severed Ching's left foot and arm. The severed parts were all scientific ninja tools. Ching staggered a few steps. Without these scientific ninja tools, he couldn't maintain his balance. At this moment, Boruto gathered a Rasengan with one hand, the breeze tousling his messy hair, but his gaze was particularly determined. Ching was stunned. He seemed to see a younger version of himself. Rasengan. Boruto slammed the ball into Ching's back. Ching gritted his teeth, screaming in pain. He felt a sharp pain in his back. Bow. Ching quickly fell into the ruins in the distance, causing a strong tremor. Thick smoke rolled around, gradually dissipating. Boruto gritted his teeth and struggled to walk over to the disheveled Ching. You fought beautifully. I lost. Ching looked at Boruto in front of him, his gaze complex. Boruto rummaged through his pocket and pulled out the screwdriver from before. Boruto crouched down and aimed the screwdriver at Ching's neck. Everything began to reverse. Previously, it was Ching holding the screwdriver to teach Boruto a lesson, but now it was turned upside down. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, that's cool. Young Naruto Uzumaki. As expected of my son. Saratobi Hiruzen. He looks just like young Naruto. You two really resemble each other. Kushina Uzumaki. I see Naruto's childhood self in Boruto. Minato Namikaze. Yes. Our grandson will become particularly outstanding in the future. The video continues to play. Go ahead. I can no longer move. I have no intention of fighting anymore. Even a screwdriver could easily take my life. Ching lay on the ground, glanced at Boruto, and smiled helplessly. But soon, Ching became a bit confused. Boruto did not choose to kill him. Instead, he placed the screwdriver on a rock. Here, you still need to fix your injured hands and feet, right? Boruto looked at the fallen Ching with determined eyes. Ching watched Boruto stand up, momentarily dazed. The shadow of Naruto appeared beside him, overlapping with Boruto. Are you sympathizing with the enemy? Just as naive as your father? You'll end up dead because of it. Ching looked up at the white clouds in the sky, his expression complex. Boruto remained silent. Konohamaru-sensei. Sarada anxiously called out to the waking Konohamaru. Did I just lose consciousness? What about Ching? Konohamaru shook his head, his expression cautious. It's fine. The outcome has been decided, Mitsuki said gently. Everyone looked over, and Konohamaru saw Boruto standing in the distance. I heard from Dr. Suke that you were a hero of the Mist Village, an incredible ninja. Boruto looked at Ching with unwavering determination. You harmed our comrades. This cannot be forgiven. But you said that the value of things depends on how they are used. So, please use this power for the right things. Boruto's eyes were resolute. Ching fell into contemplation. Boruto, Konohamaru's voice came. Hand Ching over to Konoha and wait for the support team. Understood. Boruto nodded. By the way, you all did great. This mission exceeded the capabilities of a genin. Konohamaru looked at his students. That's right, they are already ninjas who can make the village proud. I really look forward to their future. Suke looked at everyone with relief. Ching lay on the ground, his eyes complex. A familiar figure appeared in his line of sight. Guishin stood above, looking at him coldly. Guishin. Ching cautiously got up. Everyone followed Ching's gaze upwards. Summoning technique, steam toad. Guishin clapped one hand on the ground. Bang! Smoke filled the air. As the smoke dissipated, a giant toad was revealed. The ruins were crushed under the toad's foot, and stones rapidly fell from the sky. What? Everyone's pupils contracted as they realized something was wrong. Water release. Water surge wave. Ching quickly formed hand seals and spat out a torrent of water, hitting Boruto and sending him flying. The water gradually weakened. Boruto. Konohamaru anxiously held Boruto. Looking at the unharmed Boruto in the distance, Ching showed a kind smile. In the next moment, the toad fell from the sky, landing on Ching's body. The ground shook violently. Uncle, he saved me. Boruto looked at Ching in the distance, his pupils contracting. Ching lay weakly on the ground, his pupils gradually losing focus. The hero of the Mist Village, Ching, was still using ninjutsu before his death? Was it a reflex? Or a longing for his former ninja identity? Guishin teased. Who was that guy? Sarada frowned. This man is not to be underestimated. Cold sweat broke out on Konohamaru's forehead. Let me introduce myself. I am Guishin. Nice to meet you, Uzumaki Boruto. Guishin stood above, looking at Boruto coldly. Uzumaki Naruto, young something feels off. This guy looks like Jiraiya-sensei. Uchiha Sasuke, young Naruto. Are you sure you're not sensing it wrong? Fourth Kazekage Raza. 1. I thought Jiraiya was already dead. Yes, definitely not from your era. Uzumaki Nagato. So, which beast killed Jiraiya-sensei? Stand up. Conan, that's right. Jiraiya. Nagato is indeed filial. Uzumaki Naruto, young cough. Is this Guishin also from the Akatsuki? Orochimaru. It seems so, and the summoning technique he just used seems to be from my Bokuzen. Tsunade. Does anyone from my Bokuzen recognize this toad in the video? Toad Wentai. That's all in the future. Perhaps this toad hasn't even been born yet. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Fox, just wait and see. Your child will have a miserable life. Uzumaki Naruto, young Hei. What do you mean by that? Otsutsuki Mamashiki, that guy Kinshiki. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Ching, it's good that you saved Boruto. Ching, yeah. This is the only way I can make up for my mistakes. Uchiha Obito. Next, the situation for Boruto and the others doesn't look good. The images on the screen continued. Everyone swallowed nervously, looking at Guishin standing above. Guishin slowly descended, his gaze cold. What an exciting battle. I didn't expect you to defeat Ching, truly surprising. Guishin teased. You're Guishin, right? During your self-introduction, could you tell us something? What is the Akatsuki like? What is your purpose? Konohamaru cautiously watched him. I'm sorry, but I'm not here to answer those questions. Guishin slowly formed hand seals with both hands. Bang, bang, bang. The ground suddenly bulged with a large amount of earth release, surrounding everyone. Seating technique, toad swado. Guishin pressed his palms together. Everyone quickly felt their bodies go numb and unable to move. What a pity. I was looking forward to your performance, but now I can only say goodbye. Guishin opened his palms, flames spreading. Konohamaru gritted his teeth, struggling to pull up his sleeve, revealing a sealing technique on his abdomen. Sealing technique. Release. Crack. The currents that had wrapped around Konohamaru instantly disappeared. Don't let my laid-back demeanor fool you. I'm actually very cautious, always carrying sealing techniques with me. Konohamaru staggered out of the sealing array. It really lives up to its reputation, Guishin frowned. Teacher, Boruto shouted anxiously. Don't worry, I will protect you. Konohamaru chuckled lightly, turning to closely watch Guishin in the distance. All right, let me see the strength of a Nin from Konoha. Guishin's eyes were filled with disdain. Uzumaki Naruto, something feels off. This guy looks too much like the pervy sage. Uchiha Sasuke, you're seeing things, right? Senju Tobirama, I see. I understand now. Senju Hashirama, what do you understand? Senju Tobirama, there's only one truth. This Guishin, if nothing unexpected happens, should be a clone of Jiraiya. Based on your previous conversations, Senju Tobirama, Jiraiya likely died at the hands of Madara, and his cellular tissues were taken by the Akatsuki to clone Guishin. Kabuto, so Jiraiya was also killed by Uchiha Madara? Senju Tobirama, not certain, but based on the previous video, the likelihood is very high. Uzumaki Nagato, evil Uchiha Madara. I will definitely kill you. How dare you kill my mentor? Uchiha Madara. Where did this gravel come from? Uzumaki Naruto, young, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Uzumaki Nagato, junior brother, I understand, but don't worry, I will definitely take revenge. Uzumaki Naruto, young, good luck. Uchiha Sasuke, young. The video continues to play. Konohamaru suddenly disappears from his spot and quickly rushes towards the Fruit Heart Sage. The sage blocks Konohamaru with one hand and then disappears from the spot as well. Seeing his attack miss, Konohamaru tightens his grip on the Rasengan and looks up at the sage in the sky. The sage sneers and also gathers a Rasengan. Konohamaru is stunned, his pupils suddenly constricting. How is this possible? Sarada looks surprised. He can actually. Boruto's pupils shrink. In the distance, the two Rasengans collide violently. The shockwave turns into a strong wind, rustling the surrounding grass. With a loud bang, the two are pushed back a distance. It wasn't the power of scientific ninja tools. It was a real Rasengan. What on earth is this guy? Konohamaru frowns tightly. Besides Dad and my teacher, There are actually others who can use Rasengan. Boruto looks cautiously into the distance. Who exactly are you? Konohamaru glares coldly at the masked figure in the distance. Sarutobi Konohamaru has decent talent, but he is still not ready. The sage sneers. What did you say? Konohamaru tries to figure something out, but suddenly freezes. At some point, a toad has climbed onto his leg, croaking twice. In the blink of an eye, flames erupt from Konohamaru. Teacher. Everyone looks worriedly into the distance. The Samadhi true fire, a hellfire that even fierce winds and rain cannot extinguish, the sage explains. Konohamaru's features twist in pain as he endures the burning. Stop it, you bastard. I'm telling you to stop. Boruto raises his hand in anger. In an instant, the black curse mark on Boruto's palm begins to spread. The sage in the distance suddenly freezes and turns to look at Boruto, his pupils contracting violently. The wedge. Boruto. Sarada looks worried. Boruto's face and body are now covered in a large amount of black curse marks. Soon, the electrical flow is absorbed by Boruto. The binding technique has been lifted. Sarada's pupils constrict. Boruto absorbed the sealing technique. Mitsuki looks surprised. The Samadhi true fire-burning Konohamaru is also absorbed by Boruto's raised hand. At this moment, Konohamaru loses consciousness and falls to the ground. The two rush over anxiously to help Konohamaru up. The smoke gradually dissipates. Boruto clutches his arm, breathing heavily, with the curse mark wrapping around the right side of his face. I'm really surprised. There's actually someone using the wedge. I thought it was Naruto who defeated Momoshiki, but it turns out to be you, Uzumaki Boruto. The sage looks at Boruto in astonishment. Stop the noise, don't act so high and mighty. Boruto clenches his fist, staring intently at the distant sage. Is that Boruto? Konohamaru groggily opens his eyes, looking worried. The markings on his hand start to spread. What is this power? Mitsuki's pupils constrict. Huff huff. Boruto breathes heavily, weakly half-squatting on the ground. What is this? What is happening to me? Boruto looks at the markings on his palm, confusion written all over his face. With a thud, Boruto also collapses to the ground, losing consciousness. The sage approaches, looking at Boruto lying on the ground. Sarada protects Boruto, gripping her kunai tightly, her lips trembling as she looks at the sage. I see. It seems this is the first time he's used this power. The sage glances at Boruto, completely indifferent to Sarada's threat. After saying that, the sage turns to leave, leaving behind a long cloak. I saw something interesting, so I'll let you go in return. As for thanks, say to the dead youth. Wait a minute, what exactly was that power you mentioned? What happened to Boruto? Sarada looks anxiously at the departing sage. The sage remains unmoved and continues walking forward. I told you to stop. Sarada struggles to get up. The sage stops. Sarada, calm down. I have many questions for him too. But compared to the lives of the teacher and Boruto, these are trivial matters. Mitsuki stops Sarada, anxiously shouting. Very clever. No wonder you're Orochimaru's child. It's a wise choice. The sage pulls the cloak over his head and continues walking with his head down. Uzumaki Naruto. There's no mistake. This is the perverted sage. Third Kazekage, what is the wedge? And that marking on Boruto's hand. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This is a secret technique belonging to the Otsutsuki clan. Even I don't know. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Terrifying. Uzumaki Boruto. Young, the tragedy has already begun. Uchiha Hikari Boruto. The forest sways in the wind, and everyone walks awkwardly along the forest path. It's okay now. I can walk by myself. Boruto says weakly. No, don't push yourself. You look like you were dead just now. Do you know that? It's already incredible that you can stand here now. Sarada anxiously says, helping Boruto, her eyes slightly red. No, really, I'm fine. Boruto weakly smiles in response. Right now, it does look like there's no major issue, but what on earth is that power? Sarada pushes up her glasses, looking puzzled. Mitsuki also looks at Boruto with a worried expression. Anyway, let us return to the village. There's too much information to report. Konohamaru sighs lightly. Yes, and everyone is already exhausted. Shikadai stretches his neck, saying tiredly. Mitsuki suddenly stops, gazing thoughtfully down the path. Hey, Mitsuki, where are you going? Konohamaru looks at Mitsuki leaving and follows after him. Soon, everyone reaches a high point and sees the puppets below. Isn't that the puppet we encountered on the airship before? Boruto looks confused. Really? Why is there one here too? Sarada also looks puzzled. The crash site and further ahead. It seems these are different from what we encountered before. Mitsuki shakes his head, looking serious. What's going on? Boruto frowns tightly. Is there anyone else fighting them over there? Konohamaru begins to gather chakra. Let us go check it out. Everyone nods. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Wait, are we going to have to fight again? Kuratsuchi. Everyone S condition ISNT great. Do we really need to fight? Chio. I hope Boruto won't run into any enemies. The video continues to play. The machine has cooled down, and it's clear it has been damaged for some time. Mizuki strokes the puppet and begins to analyze calmly. This puppet is destroyed quite thoroughly. You know, even with all our strength, we couldn't harm it at all, Sarada said, pushing up her glasses. So, the person who took it down has extremely strong combat abilities? Konohamaru's gaze becomes cautious. There are several intact puppets lying nearby. Fangju looks around, his expression equally cautious. Could it be? The person carrying the goods escaped this way? A bead of cold sweat trickles down Konohamaru's forehead, just as everyone is analyzing. Woof woof. Shamaru's bark breaks the silence. Everyone looks puzzled and then looks up at the sky. Boruto rises into the air and sees a boy lying on the ground. The boy has clean, short hair and a furrowed brow, unconscious. Boruto looks at the boy before him, feeling an inexplicable sensation. Someone is down there. Could he have taken out those puppets? Judging by Shamaru's reaction, that person seems to be alive. Fangju pushes his glasses again. Good, although we don't know if he is friend or foe. Perhaps we can learn some information about the airship and the shell organization from him. However, it could also be a trap, Konohamaru analyzes calmly. Now is not the time for that. He is injured and unconscious. Boruto looks anxious and leaps down. Hey, Boruto, calm down. Konohamaru calls out worriedly. Are you okay? Boruto jumps down from the air and quickly runs to the boy's side. Get together. Just as Boruto finishes speaking, his pupils suddenly contract, because he sees a black diamond curse mark in the center of the boy's palm. This guy has the same mark as me. A bead of cold sweat trickles down Boruto's forehead. Senju Tobirama. New information has emerged. Uchiha Itachi. Is this guy from the Shell organization? Mizuki Terumi Mei. I don't know why, but I have a bad feeling about this boy, even though he looks pretty handsome. Kuratsuchi. Indeed, this guy feels problematic. Haruno Sakura. He can't be a villain, right? Kawaki. Do you have any objections to me? Uzumaki Naruto. Young Kawaki, calm down. Kawaki, 7th Hokage. The video continues to play. Kawaki falls into a coma, and the video reveals his tragic childhood experiences. He was beaten by his biological father from a young age, treated like a punching bag, and later bought by the Shell organization, becoming a vessel. He lived in fear every day. The onlookers witness Kawaki's childhood suffering and can't help but feel pity. Mizuki Terumi Mei. I'm sorry, little brother Kawaki, let me apologize. Kuratsuchi woo-woo. I didn't expect Kawaki had such a miserable childhood. Kawaki, The video continues. Kawaki groggily emits a hoarse sound. This guy is recovering quickly. Boruto seems a bit surprised. Don't touch me, Kawaki says in a low, hoarse voice. Everyone retreat, stay away from him, immediately. Konohamaru reacts instantly. Don't touch me. Kawaki wakes up and yells angrily, a powerful force radiating from him. Smoke fills the air, and everyone instantly becomes cautious. It seems the person who took down those puppets is undoubtedly him. Konohamaru wipes the cold sweat from his forehead. With a crack, Kawaki lands on one foot. Slowly walking out of the smoke, his gaze cold. Who are you? Are you the Shell organization's pursuers? Kawaki glares angrily at everyone. Pursuers? No, we are not. Boruto anxiously explains. Wait a moment, Boruto, let me explain. Konohamaru looks at Kawaki from a distance and says calmly, I apologize for the disrespect. I am Saratobi Konohamaru, a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village. The scene shifts, and Gushinju stands high in the sky, looking coldly down. Deluda also lands beside him. The usually expressive Gushinju seems troubled. This is quite unbecoming, Deluda teases. I'm glad to see you, Deluda, but I don't remember calling for you. Gushinju shakes his head. The two chat for a while, looking complexly at Kawaki below. The scene shifts again. What do the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village want with me? Kawaki looks confused. We do not intend to harm you. Boruto shakes his head anxiously. We are investigating a nearby case and want to understand what happened. Can we talk? Konohamaru says calmly. Words are not enough. Why should I believe you? Kawaki's expression is serious. Sorry, that won't do. Given the current situation, we must protect you. If you resist, we will take strong measures. Konohamaru's gaze is firm. All right, enough. I see you want to die. A trace of killing intent flashes in Kawaki's eyes. Wait, please wait. You have this mark on your left hand too, right? Boruto anxiously extends his palm. You recognize this mark, don't you? That is Kawaki's pupil's contract. The crest. Why do you have it? Is this mark crest his name? What is going on? Boruto looks puzzled. Similarly, in the sky, Gu Shinju and Deluta are dumbfounded. Why are there two crests? Third Kazekage. Why are there two crests? Fourth Kazekage Raza. What does the crest mean? Does it imply that these two will be possessed in the future? Uzumaki Naruto, young Shikamaru, what have you analyzed? Nara Shikamaru, young this. Naruto, you should keep Kawaki and Boruto under strict surveillance. Uzumaki Naruto, young understood. The video continues. What a joke. You are indeed the Shell Organization's pursuers. Kawaki grits his teeth and says, No, I told you we are not. Boruto waves his hand anxiously. Please, calm down and let us speak first. Sarada explains calmly. No matter who you are, it doesn't matter at this moment. If you want to come. I'll make sure you can't go back. Kawaki's expression is cold. Just then, the ground suddenly trembles, and a large amount of white mist begins to rise. Everyone becomes cautious. What is happening? Boruto looks anxiously at the distant smoke. Kawaki also becomes cautious. I'm sorry to interrupt your conversation, but the important vessel, let me take it back obediently. A massive figure appears in the sky. His hands are equipped with scientific ninja tools, exuding a sense of oppression. What is that? Boruto looks confused. Enemies keep appearing. What is going on? Sarada pushes her glasses up. You bastard. Kawaki grits his teeth, staring at the enemy, standing high above. Unexpectedly, the ninjas of Konoha have already come into contact with the container. Uncle Ao's retrieval has failed, truly embarrassing the outer formation. The giant enemy looks disdainful. Container? Sarada looks confused. It seems that Ao is searching for the goods wrapped in the spaceship. Konohamaru sweats slightly on his forehead. You pighead, don't treat me like cargo. This time it's not something that can be resolved with just a chin. Kawaki glares fiercely at the enemy. Don't get too cocky, container. If you let me retrieve you peacefully, I could be gentler. The enemy says mockingly. Container. Could it be? Sarada looks at Kawaki in the distance, frowning deeply. Although I'm not clear on the current situation. It seems the shell's target should be the goods called the container, which is that boy. Konohamaru looks at Kawaki in the distance, gritting his teeth. Fourth Kazekage Raza. It's giving me a headache. I need to think. Third Kazekage. Idiot, can you shut up? Senja Hashirama. Tobirama. Why does the enemy refer to this Kawaki boy as a container? Senju Tobirama. Brother, based on the previous video, that guy named Jigen is probably going to take over Kawaki. Uchiha Itachi, but fortunately, did that boy escape? Senju Tobirama. Exactly. Senju Itachi. Uchiha Itachi. Senju Tobirama. Typo, Uchiha Itachi. Uchiha Fugaku, cough cough. The video continues. I haven't forgotten the grudge of you knocking my chin off, but don't worry, I want to kill you. But before that, the enemy raises his arm, and it begins to gather laser energy, looking extremely dangerous. I will make you wish you were never born. The enemy fires a series of projectiles, which crash into the ground, causing it to tremble violently. But Kawaki quickly dodges the projectiles and leaps into the air. Such speed, Mitsuki's pupils shrink. In the moment Kawaki jumps into the air, his palm undergoes a transformation, turning into a scythe. He swings the scythe decisively at the enemy, but the enemy was already prepared and blocked the attack with scientific ninja tools. The two sides are locked in a stalemate, producing a cracking sound. As I thought, you've weakened considerably. It seems this mission will be quite interesting. The enemy's eyes are cold, sneering. Damn it, even a poor state, dealing with scum like you, is more than enough. Kawaki grits his teeth, his eyes icy. Below, Boruto looks confused but vaguely feels that Kawaki has some connection to him, as if it's fate that they meet. The two begin to fight relentlessly, and Kawaki quickly retreats some distance, extending his arm like would release, swiftly piercing toward the distance. With a bang, the ground collapses. The enemy decisively jumps away. Leaping into the air, and then launches a series of projectiles. Kawaki does not dare to be careless, quickly using spiral movement to evade. The ground trembles, and a large amount of smoke rises. Kawaki grits his teeth and throws several abnormal objects from his arm. But the enemy was already anticipating this, crossing his arms to block the attack. What is that? What's wrong with his body? Boruto stares in amazement. The large iron block is using ordinary scientific ninja tools, but what exactly is that boy's body? Kawaki's forehead breaks out in cold sweat. Meanwhile, the enemy and Kawaki land on the ground, staring at each other. Kawaki is gasping for breath, stars in his eyes, his stamina gradually depleted. Already exhausted? Your strength is diminishing. The enemy sneers. Damn it. Kawaki plants one foot on the ground and swiftly rushes toward the distance. The two begin to clash, fists colliding. The extreme taijutsu surprising everyone watching the video. The enemy swings a punch horizontally, and Kawaki, having anticipated it, retreats a few steps, then clenches his fist and suddenly jabs forward. Bang, bang, bang. The enemy decisively slams Kawaki to the ground, and Kawaki spits out blood, his expression pained. Got you. The enemy's eyes are filled with contempt. A large amount of smoke rises from the ground as Kawaki screams in pain. This looks painful just to watch. Third Kazekage. Indeed, this boy has shadow-level strength at 12 years old. A genius. Uchiha Itachi. Why did their bodies suddenly undergo such changes? Senju Tobirama. Is this the fighting style of the new generation? Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha, it looks so interesting. Senju Tobirama. Brother, why are you filming me when you're bored? Senju Hashirama. Oh, sorry, I got too excited. Ha ha ha. Senju Tobirama. Get lost. The video continues. This level shouldn't be fatal. After all, it's you. The enemy mockingly extends his claws and pierces through Kawaki's chest, then lifts him up, finally being a bit obedient. If you had listened to me from the start, you wouldn't have to suffer, you know? The enemy's eyes are cold, staring at the unconscious Kawaki. That guy's going to be captured. Boruto looks anxious and rushes over. Wait, Boruto. The situation is too complicated right now. It's best not to act rashly. Konohamaru shouts anxiously. But Boruto stops in his tracks. Teacher, Sarada looks worried. This mission can definitely be classified as S rank. It's too dangerous. Right now, protecting their own lives is the most important. Konohamaru shakes his head. Meanwhile, the two in the air watch the commotion below, their eyes falling into silence. That guy, I even told him to be a bit gentler, seriously. Dairada complains unhappily. Calm down, the good show is just beginning. Goeishin Jusher shakes his head. Please support for love. The recent situation of EE is a bit complicated, very short on money. The video continues. If you wake up halfway, it will be troublesome. So let us break your arms and legs first. The enemy's eyes are cold. At this moment, Kawaki's hands and feet begin to twitch slightly, a detail noticed by Boruto. Ugh. Boruto painfully covers his arm, realizing that a large number of seal marks have begun to spread on his arm. Here it comes. Exactly the same as before. Sarada's pupil's contract. Huh? What is going on? The enemy turns to look at Boruto below, shocked. At this moment, Kawaki, inexplicably gaining strength, presses down on the enemy's scientific ninja tools, and a large number of black seal marks also emerge on his body. Hey, is now really the time to be looking around? Kawaki's tone is cold. Bang. The scientific ninja tool is knocked away by Kawaki's single hand, and the explosive sound immediately attracts everyone's attention. The enemy looks at his broken arm, his pupils contracting violently. You should know that scientific ninja tool is made of very hard materials. Ah! The enemy feels a heart-wrenching pain in his arm. Kawaki slowly approaches him, his face similarly covered with black, cursed seals. You bastard, where did you get this power? The enemy's eyes widen, cold sweat running down his forehead. It's not me. It's it, that's why I'm annoyed. Kawaki shook his head, his tone still cold. Looking at Kawaki, who was walking step by step from a distance, the enemy retreated in terror. Boruto, who was still watching, suddenly felt a resonance in his arm. He rolled up his sleeve to see a trace of power surging on his arm. What's going on? It feels like something has come in. This is... Boruto's pupils contracted. Get away. Did you hear me? You damn bastard. The enemy, relying on the remaining limbs, launched a huge fireball. Unexpectedly, Kawaki slowly extended his arm and absorbed the hit. Absorbed? Just like Boruto did back then? Cold sweat trickled down Sumire's forehead. Oomph. Kawaki staggered a few steps, then swung his fist and quickly struck. The fist mutated and directly pierced through the enemy's entire chest. He pierced through his body with just one fist. What the hell is he? Konohamaru broke out in a cold sweat. Ah! The enemy frowned, struggling to endure the pain. Kawaki decisively withdrew his arm, but the remaining branches remained inside the enemy's torso, with blood dripping down to the ground along the branches. Kawaki then extended his palm and pressed down hard on the enemy's head. I warned you, this time it's not going to end just by breaking your jaw. Kawaki looked up, his gaze icy. Wait, please, I was wrong. I beg you. The enemy pleaded with tears streaming down his face. What a disgusting attitude. You dead pig. Kawaki gritted his teeth and unleashed a violent impact. Centered around him, the stones in the sky immediately collapsed, bang. A massive hurricane swept in, blowing everyone away. The scene shifted, and the surrounding ground was left with only bare pits. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Kawaki flew through the air and slowly landed, lightly touching the ground with his toes. Hee, that guy blew away the troublesome Konoha group, pretty capable. Daruda stood on a branch, curiously looking down. Look closely. It seems he did it again. Gu-Xin shook his head. Kawaki turned his cold gaze towards the distant smoke. An arm with the same curse mark emerged from the smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Boruto was crouching, absorbing the attack just now. Kawaki and Boruto locked eyes, and Boruto saw the surprise in Kawaki's eyes. Did Boruto absorb the enemy's attack, protecting us? Konohamaru let out a sigh of relief. You bastard. You keep saying you don't know what a wedge is, but isn't it being used quite skillfully. Kawaki's gaze was cold. Who the hell knows? I find it inexplicable myself. Boruto gritted his teeth, looking at Kawaki in the distance, feeling restless. He sensed that everything he would have in the future would be taken away by that guy in the distance. Stop pretending to be crazy. Go back and tell the dimension. Chasing me will only increase the body count. Kawaki said coldly. You bastard, you're really annoying me. Can you speak properly? Boruto shook his head, his tone serious. Gu-Xin, who was also watching from a high place, frowned tightly. He didn't understand why there were two identical wedges, and they had just resonated. Bang! A large amount of smoke sprayed out from Kawaki, and after staggering a few steps, he weakly crouched on the ground. The curse marks on his body quickly receded like tide. Kawaki clenched his fists tightly. Damn it, if it weren't for this thing. Just as the words left his mouth, Kawaki lost consciousness and fell to the ground. Hey, are you okay? Boruto looked worriedly at Kawaki lying on the ground. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Wow, this segment of the video is too explosive. Third Kazekage. This Kawaki already has the power of a Kage. Jiraiya, reaching this level at 12 years old. Are you kidding me? Orochimaru. More than that, I'm more concerned about that wedge. What kind of power is that? Tsunade. Strange. Even you, Orochimaru, don't understand. Orochimaru. After all, I'm not an omniscient god. Kabuto. As expected of Lord Orochimaru. Itachi Uchiha. The future situation is very dangerous. Sasuke Uchiha. Damn, why am I not present in the video? Itachi Uchiha. My foolish little brother. Are you trying to show off again? Sasuke Uchiha. Shut up. The video continues to play. Is this an overload? Fangzhu pushed his glasses and asked. What do you mean? Sarada looked confused. Looking at his fighting style just now, his body might. Fangzhu frowned. At the same time, the two people in the air frowned even tighter. There's no way. Can I take out all the Konoha ninjas? Daruda was full of fighting spirit. She doesn't believe Boruto will have a future. Killing him now is fine. Don't mind Daruda. Don't take action against them. Gu-Xin shook his head. The scene switched. Sure enough, this child's body is different from ordinary people. After checking Kawaki's body, Fangzhu said, I guess that just by watching the battle, whether it's Uncle Ao or that fat guy, they're all filled with scientific ninja tools. Boruto was sweating coldly. No, his body far exceeds those scientific ninja tools. He himself is a scientific ninja tool. Fangzhu shook his head. What do you mean? Everyone looked at Fangzhu in confusion. The scene switched again. Are you planning to let them go and take the container? Daruda asked Gu-Xin in confusion. The mission is to bring the container back, but not now. We need to gather more intelligence. Xin shook his head. I'm just taking him back. But that fat guy is too stupid. The Konoha people should be dealt with. Worrying about information leaks now is pointless, especially since the airship has been destroyed. Whether they know or not, they will ultimately succumb to stronger power. Soon, the world will have to recognize our organization and its terror. Xin crossed his arms. His gaze icy. After all, he is an undercover agent in the organization. He stopped believing in Cien's words a long time ago. Forget it. I will follow your policy. Daruda nodded. Itachi Uchiha. I didn't expect Xin to be an undercover. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Are there any more experts? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Another expert has appeared. 666. Second Mizukage Aoijetsu. Eating melon. Fourth Reikage. Is the next plot this exciting? Anoki. Why did Xin want to be an undercover agent? What is his purpose? What does the wedge mean? These are the questions we need to consider now. Deidara. It's a bit brainy. Kawaki, Younghumph, Boruto, you're quite calculating. Reverse time. Kawaki stared at the video screen, already having a guess in his heart. So, Xin is now assisting Boruto? No wonder I couldn't track his whereabouts. Anger filled Kawaki's eyes. To protect Lord Naruto Uzumaki, he must eliminate Boruto. Kawaki, take a break. I will deal with that traitor, Boruto. Samaire said gently as she looked at Kawaki. Get lost. Kawaki disdainfully glanced at Samaire. What right does Samaire have to bother him every day? That beast Boruto actually dared to harm Lord Seventh. He swore that he would make Boruto pay the price. If possible, he would send Boruto to the Great Black Heaven and kill him in front of Naruto. Next comes the climax, asking for gifts, asking for love to power, asking for 5-star reviews. Uzumaki Boruto, young man, same to you. The video continues. It's really amazing, on par with the 7th Hokage's opponent, perhaps with more advanced technology. Fangju looked at the fallen Kawaki, cold sweat oozing from his forehead. His blood vessels and nervous system have been modified. Who would have thought there was science that mastered such technology? This body has become a work of art. Fangju happily examined Kawaki. Oh, I didn't expect there to be another genius like me. I'm so excited. Now is not the time to worry about that. How to fix him? Boruto hesitated. I'm afraid it's not possible. Fangju shook his head. That genius, did he create him from scratch? Like a clone body like me? Mizuki said softly, examining Kawaki. Boruto and Sarada were stunned upon hearing this. Don't you know? I'm a clone created by Orochimaru, an artificial human. Mizuki chuckled lightly. An artificial human? You actually kept such an important thing from us. Boruto looked confused. After some discussion, they decided to take Kawaki back to the Hidden Leaf Village. Let's take him back first, to Dad. Boruto said softly. The scene switched, and Naruto in the Hokage office frowned. Kuratsuchi, the video is getting interesting. What is this Kawaki's identity? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Didn't they say earlier? He is also an artificial human. Senku Tobirama. No, it doesn't seem like it. I feel that this Kawaki should have been modified into an artificial human later. Uchiha Itachi. I feel the same way. The video continues. In a dim basement, numerous infant lives are immersed in a solution. Amato, holding a cigarette, examined the child brought by Ishiki. Is that child the last one, Jigen? Amato asked curiously. Yes, that's right. Jigen nodded. Please treat him with caution. The young Kawaki listened from the side, cold sweat dripping from his forehead. I mentioned this before. Kawaki, there's no need to be afraid. You are already one of my most important children. Jigen half squatted on the ground, looking at Kawaki with a cold gaze. As your new father, I hope you can accept me. In this way, you will no longer be an empty shell. Jigen held Kawaki's hand. You and I will become true father and son. I will give you a treasured gift. Jigen examined Kawaki's palm, his eyes filled with mockery. Suddenly, the experiment began to crack, and the harsh sound instantly woke Kawaki. Kawaki suddenly sat up from the hospital bed, gasping for breath. He looked around, surrounded by white walls and a faint smell of disinfectant. Kawaki frowned. Where is this? Don't worry, it's safe here. Naruto half squatted on the floor, looking at Kawaki gently. Kawaki met Naruto's eyes, and his tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. For some reason, he felt a sense of familiarity with Naruto. The Hidden Leaf Village. Kawaki asked curiously. That's right, we couldn't just leave you when you fainted. Now, can we have a good chat? Konohamaru said, hands in pockets. Unexpectedly, Kawaki suddenly threw off the blanket, stepped on the window with one foot, and was about to jump out, but found himself unable to move. Calm down. I won't do anything to you. If we wanted to harm you, you wouldn't have made it this far. Shikamaru used the shadow bind technique to tie Kawaki up. Kawaki helplessly calmed down. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the current Hokage, also considered the leader of the village. Naruto sat on a small stool, looking at Kawaki gently. Hokage? Is he the boss here? Kawaki looked at Naruto in front of him, starting to think. Doesn't seem like it. Naruto teased. Kawaki, Lord 7th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, young man. What's wrong? Kawaki, thank you. Uzumaki Naruto, young man haha, there's no need to thank me. To be honest, you and Boruto are just like brothers. Uzumaki Himawari, yeah. Uzumaki Boruto, hee. Stupid dad. Me and this guy Kawaki are not that close. Uchiha Sarada, who was worried about Kawaki all night last night and even sent me messages in the middle of the night. Uzumaki Boruto, Sarada, don't mess around. Reversal period. Boruto's eyes coldly stared at the screen in the chat group. How ironic. Boruto-kun, clearly once as close as brothers, now turned into mortal enemies. Orochimaru emerged from the ground, licking his tongue. Where's that Kudai guy now? Boruto snorted coldly, his eyes icy. Uzumaki Naruto, young man by the way. Why isn't Boruto talking now that he's grown up? Uzumaki Boruto, young man dad. I've been busy lately, let's talk later. Uzumaki Naruto, young man alright then. You handle your matters first. The video continues. I oppose this, it's too dangerous. You've heard Konohamaru's report. Shikamaru stood outside the monitoring room, looking at Naruto. Since an important card of the enemy has fallen into our hands, it means the village is now very dangerous. The Shell organization will eventually attack the Hidden Leaf Village. A bead of cold sweat ran down Shikamaru's forehead. That's why I should go. I am the most suitable candidate. The stronger the opponent, the more so. Naruto shook his head, turning to look at the prosperous Hidden Leaf Village outside the window. TCH, you guy. Even if he is a child, he is still a dangerous individual. Generally, he should be imprisoned, but I didn't expect the Hokage to take care of him personally. Shikamaru pouted. Naruto listened to Shikamaru's words, his expression becoming complicated as he thought of his childhood. I was once a Jinchuriki, during the people's panic over the Nine-Tails, which is the nine-tailed fox inside me. If it weren't for the third Hokage protecting me, I might have been imprisoned as well. Naruto shook his head, chuckling lightly. The dialogue in the original work is like this. Hiruzen always protected Naruto. I understand your point. But getting involved with the enemy is not just about the Hidden Leaf. How to deal with him is not something you could decide alone. Shikamaru said meaningfully. I understand. Naruto nodded. Saratobi Hiruzen. I didn't expect little Naruto still remembers Grandpa. Uzumaki Naruto, young man whom. I really appreciate Grandpa Hiruzen. The video continues. His entire body can detect tiny scientific ninja tools, just like what was displayed earlier. I suspect these are special cellular reactions transformed. Everyone sat in the monitoring room, watching the sleeping Kawaki. His body can grow large through intense cell division, and can also harden or soften instantly. For example, I once saw part of his right hand transform into a spear to attack the opponent. Fangzhu calmly analyzed. There's one more thing. The wedge mark on his left palm is not clearly related to scientific ninja tools. This mark can nullify enemy attacks, but we know nothing about its physical principles. Fangzhu turned to look at everyone in the meeting. I know one thing for sure. He is very dangerous and should not be taken lightly. Reikage Darui sighed lightly. Everyone began to discuss and unanimously decided to follow Naruto's approach. Spend more time with that boy. Kawaki, thank you, 7th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto, young haha. No problem. The video continued to play. However, that wedge, your son has it too, right? Is that okay? Darui looked at Naruto with concern. I don't know. To be honest, I'm also in the dark. Since Boruto has that mark, perhaps it will help that boy lower his guard. But how exactly, we still don't know. Naruto shook his head. The scene shifted to the hospital room, where Kawaki lay on the bed, staring at the wedge in his palm, lost in thought. Meanwhile, Boruto stood on a utility pole in the Hidden Leaf Village, also staring at the wedge in his hand. Who is that guy? Boruto's expression was complicated. The wind blew continuously, causing Boruto's hair to be slightly disheveled. The scene changed again. Hey, where are you planning to take me? Kawaki, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Naruto ahead. Where else could we go to my house? After all, starting today, we will be living together. Naruto looked at Kawaki and chuckled softly. Kawaki turned his head to look into the distance, his expression complicated. The food my wife makes is really delicious. Just wait a bit. Naruto turned to look at Kawaki, but soon his expression stiffened. Kawaki had disappeared. Yeah, Naruto sighed helplessly. He remembered his childhood. Perhaps he had also been mischievous and caused trouble for the third Hokage. The scene changed again, arriving at the commercial street of the Hidden Leaf. Idiot. I don't care if you're the Hokage. How could I be used by you? Kawaki leaped across the buildings, his gaze firmly fixed ahead. Soon, he entered a small alley and looked around. Joe, a familiar voice came. Kawaki's body stiffened, and he slowly turned his head. How is that possible? I'm moving in a straight line, and this guy not only caught up with me, but got in front of me? How fast is he? Kawaki's pupils constricted, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead, staring at Naruto in disbelief. His instinct told him that Naruto was very strong, terrifyingly so. As a pre-meal exercise, it's indeed a bit insufficient, but whatever, let's go. Naruto chuckled lightly, ruffling Kawaki's hair. Kawaki felt a bit awkward for a moment. Kuratsuchi, I didn't expect Kawaki to be such a tsundere. Inoki, Naruto's speed is too fast. He immediately got around to the front of Kawaki. Third Kazekage, indeed. Mizukichi Terumi Mei. TSK. This Kawaki is quite cute. The video continued to play. In a living room of a residence, Naruto and Kawaki sat facing each other, their gazes meeting. Hinata walked over with tea and handed it to the two. You could drink tea now. Naruto responded with a light smile. Yeah, thanks. Kawaki, however, had his hands in his pockets, looking indifferent. Hinata tried to lighten the mood. Just treat this place as your home. Hinata was momentarily at a loss for words. Naruto suddenly remembered. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Kawaki sighed lightly. I've already told you about the Shell organization. I'm neither a member nor have any important information. He suspected that Naruto was being nice to him just to extract information. Naruto frowned and explained. Don't be so formal. I said, treat this place like home. Kawaki slumped in his chair, his tone icy. Shut up, it's really disgusting. What exactly is your purpose in getting close to me? Naruto raised an eyebrow. You're being hunted by the organization. We might be able to protect you. Didn't I say that before? Kawaki sneered. You want to use me as bait? I don't think you can deal with them. Naruto shook his head helplessly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This kid's personality is really a bit twisted. Kawaki looked around coldly and analyzed. 2 enemies, 2 exits. There's one more person in the corridor, moving quietly but keeping an eye on me. At this moment, Himawari was hiding in the corridor, curiously observing Kawaki. Kawaki frowned tightly. If I want to escape, I can only go towards the courtyard. Fourth Kazekage Raza. With Naruto's speed, escaping is useless, right? Second Mizukichi Jinjetsu. I want to complain about this plot too. Uzumaki Kushina. Ha ha ha. My granddaughter is so cute. Namake's Minato. That's right. She looks just like Naruto when he was little. Uzumaki Naruto. Dad, why don't you check what you're saying? Uchiha Obito. It should be said that he looks more like Hinata. Hyuga Hinata. Hyuga Hayashi. Young lady, why did you faint again? The video continued. Boruto should be back soon. Naruto stood up, lost in thought. How should I explain it to him? Kawaki saw Naruto stand up. His expression instantly turned cold, decisively getting up and flipping the table. This action attracted everyone's attention. Naruto looked at Kawaki in surprise. Meanwhile, a vase in the kitchen was knocked over, shattering on the ground, glass shards scattering. Hey! Naruto looked helplessly at Kawaki, who was running outside. Really? Naruto shook his head, a surge of golden light instantly enveloping him. Immature little kid. Kawaki, who was running ahead, felt the overwhelming chakra presence behind him. His pupils suddenly constricted, and he instinctively stopped in his tracks. Listen up. Where you want to go is your freedom, but until I understand your background, I can't let you leave my sight. Naruto fixed his gaze on Kawaki. I have a responsibility to protect the village, so I want to know everything about you. I swear, I don't intend to harm you. Looking at Naruto's determined eyes, A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kawaki's forehead. Is this what the Hokage is like? Unparalleled power. This guy might be stronger than Dimensions. The manga version differs from the anime version. Dimensions refer to as Shiki, that is, the current Jigen. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, Naruto is so cool. Inoki, indeed cool. Uchiha Obito. This guy Naruto, his regular strength has reached Sage of 6 Paths level. Right? Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Indeed, his regular speed is faster than Flying Thunder God. Otsutsuki Mamashiki. Not to mention the Kurama mode. This guy Naruto is terrifyingly strong. Namikaze Minato. As expected of my son Naruto has the demeanor of the Sage of 6 Paths. Uzumaki Kushina. Wait. If Boruto wants to defeat Naruto in the future, wouldn't that be very difficult? Uchiha Itachi. Naruto can go easy on him. I can teach him how to go easy. Uchiha Sasuke. Escaping from him is just impossible. Kawaki's lips trembled, his pupils constantly shrinking. Dad! Hearing the loud noise, Himawari rushed over. Looking worried. Himawari, don't worry, it's fine. Naruto looked at his daughter approaching, chuckled lightly, and then retracted his aura. The air immediately quieted down. Kawaki felt a sigh of relief. Naruto's oppressive presence was simply too strong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Boruto pushed the door open. I'm back. Brother, you're back? Himawari smiled sweetly. Boruto, huh? Just don't start a conflict. Naruto set the overturned table right. Boruto, is that the guy? Kawaki followed the gazes of everyone and looked at the boy who opened the door. Their eyes met, and they fell into contemplation. You are, from that time? Boruto looked at Kawaki in confusion. You are that kid with the wedge. Kawaki hesitated to speak. Why are you in my house? Boruto raised an eyebrow. Boruto, for various reasons, we'll be living together now. You need to get along with him. Naruto teased. Huh? You mean together? Boruto widened his eyes in surprise. Kawaki analyzed in his heart. Boruto. Is he the Hokage's son? Third Kazekage. Looks like there will be some fun to watch next. Vater Shedo Tirumime. Ha ha ha. These two little guys don't even know each other's names. Tsunade Senju. Are they kindred spirits? After all, both of them have a wedge engraved on them. Kawaki. Uzumaki Boruto. Young, I really missed that moment. Don't you think, Kawaki? Kawaki, young. The video continued. I really can't believe I have to live with him. Boruto looked dissatisfied and slammed his backpack on the table. There's a reason for it. So, just understand. Naruto chuckled lightly. As Boruto walked, he suddenly stopped, noticing the shattered vase on the ground. Hey, isn't that Himawari's vase? How did it get smashed to pieces? Boruto's tone was filled with anger. Kawaki, sitting on the sofa, propped his chin with one hand, his eyes becoming cautious. Himawari also came over, looking at her broken vase with a sad tone. There was a little conflict earlier, and it fell off the table. Naruto chuckled again. Conflict? Boruto gritted his teeth, glaring at Kawaki. You did this, didn't you? Bastard. Boruto angrily approached Kawaki, who was sitting on the sofa. Hey, don't do this, Boruto. Naruto worriedly stood up and called from his chair. This is noisy. It's your house, so relax a bit. Kawaki turned his head away. What did you say? Bastard. Boruto glared at Kawaki, looking displeased, and then pulled him up from the sofa. With that expression, it looks like you wouldn't even say a proper greeting. Is this the attitude you should have when being taken care of in the future? Boruto coldly glared at Kawaki. Kawaki tilted his head, looking displeased as he assessed Boruto. Your clothes will get deformed if you pull them. Let go. Hey, you too. Hinata shouted with a worried expression. No, wait a second. Naruto stopped his wife, looking contently into the distance. Bastard, that's not just any vase. It's a gift Himawari made by hand for my mom's birthday. Boruto's eyes grew colder. Kawaki ignored Boruto and instead looked at the saddened Himawari. Himawari knelt on the ground, carefully picking up the glass shards. Kawaki's expression became complicated. Water Shadow Terumi Mei, this guy Kawaki, is a bit rude. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Indeed, living in someone else's house and breaking their vase without even saying sorry. Jiraiya. Well, they're just kids. Orochimaru. Are you saying he's as stupid as you? Jiraiya. Damn you, Orochimaru. What are you trying to say? Orochimaru. Stupid, sigh. Kabuto Yakushi. Lord Orochimaru. Let us not pay attention to the idiot. Orochimaru. Yeah, Kabuto, you're right. The video continued. Kawaki pushed Boruto away and let go of the grip on his clothes. Boruto's eyes grew even angrier. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any harm. Kawaki stammered, turning to look at the courtyard. Boruto looked up, his expression softening slightly, but still filled with anger. So what? What else do you want to say? Boruto glared at Kawaki, his eyes cold. My name is Kawaki. You jerk. Kawaki pouted. My name is Uzumaki Boruto. Remember it, you freeloader. Boruto raised an eyebrow, looking displeased. Naruto and Hinata exchanged glances, feeling relieved. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Kawaki's emotions seem unstable. Will he turn into a madman in the future? Senju Tobirama. This kind of emotional instability reminds me of the Uchiha. I predict that Kawaki might want to kill Boruto in the future. Uchiha Izuna. Senju Tobirama, are you stupid? Kawaki looks pretty normal. How can you say he kill Boruto? Uchiha Taijima. Son, ignore that idiot. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama, you're exaggerating. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you don't understand. This is my conclusion based on observing the Uchiha. Kawaki has an aggressive personality. In the future, he might do something even more extreme to protect Naruto. Uchiha Obito. Second Hokage. Are you overthinking this? Senju Tobirama. Shut up, my conclusion is not wrong. Observing the Uchiha clan is beneficial. Senju Hashirama. Senju Tobirama. Brother, I told you not to associate with the Uchiha, but you didn't listen. Seventh Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto. Young what's wrong? Second Hokage. Senju Tobirama. Keep a close eye on Kawaki. This kid's personality is definitely as aggressive as the Uchiha. Uzumaki Naruto, young okay. Kawaki. The video continued. After a few months of living together, Kawaki had gradually integrated into this family. In the courtyard, Himawari and her mother were looking at the shattered vase on the ground. All right, even though the vase is broken, what matters is the intention behind making this vase from little Himawari. For mommy, having that intention is enough, right? Hinata looked at her daughter and smiled sweetly. Himawari nodded. Hinata tied up all the broken vase pieces in a plastic bag. The scene shifted to the room, where Boruto stretched, yawned, and then woke up. He walked out of the room and headed toward the bathroom on the second floor, only to run into Kawaki, who had just woken up. Kawaki? Boruto's expression was complex. Kawaki couldn't be bothered, hands in his pockets, heading toward the bathroom. Hey, wait a minute, Boruto shouted. Kawaki turned his head in confusion, looking at Boruto in disbelief. Are you going to the bathroom? If so, I'm sorry, I was here first, so wait a bit. Boruto took a deep breath and said politely. What are you saying? Kawaki frowned. This is my home. I can't hold it anymore. Get out of the way. Boruto shook his head, looking restless. I'm not exaggerating. I'm almost at my limit just like you. Wait until I'm done, then you can go. Kawaki shook his head. I can't stand your ridiculous arguments. Boruto glared at Kawaki angrily. He rushed over and grabbed Kawaki's collar. Hey, where are you grabbing? Kawaki glared back in anger. Enough, both of you shut up. The bathroom is full now. Go solve it in the corner of the yard. Naruto's angry voice came from inside the bathroom. The air fell into silence. The two looked at each other. The scene shifted to the yard, where the two were taking care of business in the corner. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Ha ha ha, couldn't hold it. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Their relationship seems pretty good. Third Kazekage. It looks like Kawaki has gotten along well with Boruto. Uzumaki Boruto. Humph. What are you talking about? How could I get along with an idiot like Kawaki? Kawaki, Uzumaki Boruto. Young Kawaki, I miss the past. You know what I mean? Kawaki, young. The video continued to play. The two glanced at each other. Hey, why are you standing next to me? Go somewhere else, Boruto said with a dissatisfied expression. Kawaki shot a cold glance at Boruto. Don't think you can boss me around, loser. Hearing Kawaki's words, Boruto's eyes filled with anger. He quickly finished up and zipped his pants. Kawaki did the same. Bang! The two exchanged blows, the speed slicing through the air. Kawaki threw a punch, and Boruto anticipated it, raising his arm to block the hit. They exchanged strikes, the air around them filled with the sound of slicing wind. Kawaki rolled and jumped into the air, with Boruto following closely behind. They stared at each other, their gazes growing colder. At this moment, the seals on their bodies resonated. It seems you'll never understand just by talking. Looks like I'll have to make you understand this way. Kawaki said coldly. Same feeling. This is the first time we agree on something. Maybe it'll be the last. Boruto responded angrily. The momentum of the two kept rising, and if this continued, it could lead to serious consequences. Alright, that's enough. Naruto's shadow clone suddenly appeared between the two, grabbing their arms. Dad! Boruto's expression was complicated. I can't stand it. Can't you two just let me use the bathroom in peace? Naruto said through gritted teeth. Kawaki looked a bit embarrassed. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Haha. Naruto, your prestige as Hokage has shattered to pieces. Uzumaki Naruto, young. Third Raikage, Kazekage. You sure have a lot to say. Third Kazekage. Raza, can you shut up? Just watch the video. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke, what's wrong? Uchiha Sasuke, brother. Can you really eat all those fried eggs you steamed this morning? Uchiha Itachi. They're all imperfect. Anoki, by the way. You guys don't need to communicate like this on the screen. Uchiha Itachi. I'm used to it. The video continued. The family sat around the dining table. Boruto, you put too much salt. It's not good for your health. Naruto frowned at his son who was sprinkling a lot of salt on his eggs. This little salt should be fine. Boruto shook his head, his tone filled with dissatisfaction. Boruto, you should listen to your dad more. Hinata said softly. Alright. Why does it feel like Dad has been home all day today? Boruto mumbled while chewing on his egg. Brother is clearly very happy. Himawari teased. What? Himawari, stop teasing me, okay? Boruto said, somewhat dissatisfied. But it's the truth. Himawari shrugged. At the dining table, the family was filled with laughter. But Kawaki's expression grew increasingly complicated. The scene shifted again. After dinner, Kawaki approached Boruto alone. Alright, everything you need is packed. Boruto carefully checked his backpack. Hey! Kawaki walked over with his hands in his pockets. It's you again. I'm heading out now. If you want to settle things, wait for next time. Boruto shook his head. How did you get your curse mark? Kawaki asked curiously. I got it during the fight with Kagaya. I'm not sure about the details. After the battle, this seal appeared on my right hand. Boruto said with a complex tone. Is it really unrelated to Shinjutsu? Kawaki sighed lightly. I don't know the person you're talking about. What about you? What's that on your left arm? Kawaki raised his palm, his expression growing complex. Soon, he shared his childhood experiences with Boruto. When he was young, he was kept as a vessel, confined in nutrient solution, watching his companions die one by one, filled with fear and anxiety. If he hadn't successfully inherited the curse mark, he would have met the same fate as his companions, dying in the nutrient solution. Hearing Kawaki's experience, Boruto broke out in a cold sweat. From here on, the pace quickens, skipping some unimportant daily life. Mishukaja Turumime, Kawaki. Had such a miserable childhood? Fourth Kazekage Raza. No wonder he has that kind of personality. Second Mizukage Gozu. I feel a bit sorry for the kid. Darui. Hee. Maybe his personality will be very aggressive in the future. Senju Tobirama. Umph. I think this guy definitely has a personality similar to the Uchiha. Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama. Are you sick? Always smearing our Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. Izuna. Don't mind that idiot. Let us have a drink. Uchiha Izuna. Sure, haha. The video continued. After that, it was my turn. Pain shot through my body, and as it gradually faded, I had come to terms with death. But for some reason, I survived. When I woke up, Kawaki's tone was filled with sadness. The seal was etched onto my hand. Naruto leaned against the partition, also eavesdropping on Kawaki and his son's conversation. To have so many children. What a cruel guy, Boruto said, his lips trembling. But you managed to survive in that situation. Boruto looked at Kawaki somewhat relieved. Survive? It's not what you think, quite the opposite. Back then, I wished I could die like the other kids. In those hellish days, I thought about it countless times. Kawaki clenched his fist, his expression complex. And this hell continues even now. ZZZ at that moment. The curse mark on Kawaki's palm activated, resonating with Boruto. Boruto, do you want to remove this disgusting curse mark? Kawaki looked up intently at Boruto, his expression complex. As long as the seal is there, I can't live in peace, and I'm afraid you can't either. Kawaki repeatedly examined the cursed seal in his hand. Remove it? Can it really be done? Boruto frowned and asked seriously. I'm not sure. I don't know either. Finding a way to remove it is the main reason I escaped to today, Kawaki shook his head. The two looked at each other, and Boruto understood Kawaki's thoughts. I understand your idea. It's not a bad one. The wedge is also the source of my troubles, but Boruto paused. That can't be an excuse for you to break the vase. How do you plan to resolve this? Boruto said angrily. You're bringing that up again. Haven't I already apologized for it? Kawaki sighed, sounding displeased. Just talking about it? No action? Boruto furrowed his brow. I'll try to find a new one to replace it for you. That should suffice, right? Kawaki leaned against the wall, looking indifferent. I'm really annoyed by your attitude. Boruto suddenly shoved Kawaki. Remember to close the door when you leave. TCH, annoying brat Kawaki gritted his teeth while leaning against the doorframe. Naruto, hiding in the shadows, smiled with relief at this scene. At least Kawaki didn't impulsively lash out at Boruto. It seems he has improved a lot. Fourth Reikage AI. This guy Kawaki really has low emotional intelligence. Second Mizuki Jigura. There's nothing that can be done. After all, his childhood experience is Inoki. Now isn't the time to discuss that. Kawaki just mentioned in the video that it can be removed Jiraiya. So the next plot can't be them solving the curse seal together, right? Mizuki Terumi Mei. Could there be a twist? Kirige Cure Sujetsu. It can't be that Kawaki kills Boruto, right? Uzumaki Karen. Suijetsu. You idiot. What are you saying? Kawaki stood in the courtyard, staring at the broken vase wrapped in a plastic bag, his expression complicated. Soru, ka. Once Boruto says it. It's hard to take back. Naruto walked out from the building, chuckling softly. Kawaki slowly turned his head, looking at the gentle Naruto with dim eyes. You don't have to worry too much about the vase. It's already passed. Even Aoi, the party involved, doesn't care that much. I'll find a new one. Boruto always throws a tantrum. I gain nothing from it. I'm only doing this to achieve my own goals. Kawaki shook his head and said coldly. Wait a minute, you didn't bring any money, did you? Are you planning to steal? Naruto looked at Kawaki with a confused expression. You don't need to worry about that. I'll come back anyway. I want to get caught by them. Kawaki shook his head again. That is not what I meant. Naruto looked helpless. This guy really lacks some common sense. You're so annoying. What do you want me to do? Kawaki frowned, looking displeased at Naruto. How about this? Come with me, Kawaki. Let us go out, Naruto said with a resigned smile. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. Naruto has a really good temper. If it were me, I'd have slapped him long ago. This kid's personality is just asking for a beating. Fourth Reikage AI. That is probably why your son dislikes you. Kuratsuchi. I finally understand why Gaara hates you. Hatake Kakashi. Hehe. Looks like watching Ika Paradise has its benefits. At least you can learn how to communicate with your children. Ebisu. How is this communication? Uchiha Sasuke. Idiot Kakashi. No one would be as foolish as you and watch Ika Paradise to try to bond with their daughter, right? Hatake Kakashi. Who knows? I have a feeling that in the next decade or so, someone will definitely do that. The video continued. Naruto brought Kawaki to the shopping street. Kawaki looked at the bustling crowd around him, his eyes filled with caution. Strolling around in broad daylight? I didn't expect the Hokage to be so leisurely. Kawaki said coldly. Don't always be so angry. It's rare to enjoy this leisure time. Naruto shook his head and then patted Kawaki's head. Kawaki looked awkward. Hey, Lord 7th Hokage. What are you doing here too? Sarada, who was buying taiyaki, looked at Naruto curiously. It's you, Sarada. Naruto raised an eyebrow. It's quite rare. I didn't expect to meet you here. Lord 7th Hokage Sarada looked excitedly at Naruto. The 7th Hokage is indeed her idol. Yes, I'm currently on a special mission. Naruto scratched the back of his head. Oh, you're the one from that time. Sarada looked at the boy following Naruto. Her eyes puzzled. His name is Kawaki. The village decided that I should stay with him all day. Naruto introduced Kawaki. So his name is Kawaki, Sarada nodded. Taiyaki? Naruto asked. Yes, Sarada replied. Not bad. Uncle, I want one with red bean filling. All right. The shop owner began to prepare the taiyaki. You should pick one too. What flavor do you want? Naruto turned to Kawaki, speaking gently. Is this lunch? Didn't we just eat breakfast? Kawaki asked with a cold gaze. Fool. This is a snack. Isn't it fun to eat snacks? Naruto raised his eyebrows. Snacks? Kawaki looked puzzled. I recommend you try the milk custard flavor. It's my top choice, Sarada said casually while eating the taiyaki in her hand. Then I'll have chocolate. Kawaki glanced at the menu, his tone cold. Ignoring Sarada's comment, Sarada broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. This guy really has low emotional intelligence, Uchiha Fugaku. This kid is really asking for a beating. Just like Sasuke when he was young. Uchiha Itachi, awakening, hunting time. Uchiha clan grounds. Fugaku and Itachi were excited to see their granddaughter and niece, but when they saw Kawaki ignore Sarada like that, they both felt infuriated. Saratobi Asuma. This Kawaki kid is just as infuriating as Riku. Yuhi Kurinai. Asuma, you should smoke less. It's bad for your health, Saratobi Kanomaru. Is this what dad is like? I didn't expect him to smoke so much, Uchiha Shisui. The video continued. What is this? Super delicious. Kawaki's pupils suddenly constricted. All the way, he was gulping down the taiyaki, fearing that someone would snatch his snack. Is this your first time eating? Sarada pushed up her glasses, looking somewhat surprised. So what if I haven't eaten before? Kawaki chewed his food, staring coldly at Sarada. He mistakenly thought Sarada was mocking him. It's nothing. I just think it's rare, Sarada explained helplessly. Hey, I haven't tried the chocolate flavor yet. If you don't mind, can you share a small bite with me? Sarada tried to find a topic to ease the awkwardness. Kawaki glanced at Sarada, confusion filling his eyes. This is mine. Why should I share it with you? Whatever. Sarada looked at Kawaki speechlessly, finally understanding why he had no friends. Hey, hurry up, or I'll just leave you behind. On the street, a child was running fast, but didn't see the road and accidentally bumped into Kawaki's back. Kawaki's expression instantly turned cold, his right hand morphing into claws. Just as he was about to stab the child, Kawaki, stop. Naruto instantly teleported beside Kawaki and pressed down on his right hand. Kawaki immediately froze. What are you doing? It's just a little kid who bumped into you, Naruto said seriously. Kawaki disdainfully glanced at the trembling-lipped child, then ceased his attack. I'm sorry, I didn't see you. The child shouted anxiously from the ground. Chasing and playing around is fine, but this world is full of dangers. You have to be careful everywhere. Kawaki's tone softened. Got it. The child nodded. Are you hurt? Sorry for scaring you. Sarada checked the child's injuries. Watching the two children walk away, Sarada stood up, looking at Kawaki with dissatisfaction. What are you doing? He's just a kid. Was it necessary to act like that? You're so annoying. I wasn't really going to do anything to him. I just wanted him to understand the harshness of the world, Kawaki said, hands in pockets, looking indifferent. What a joke. You scared him like that. Sarada's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Naruto, Kawaki like this reminds me of Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, idiot. I'm nothing like this Kawaki. Uchiha Makoto, Naruto and Sasuke have such a good relationship. Uzumaki Kushina. Makoto, you probably don't know. If Naruto were a girl, I would just have her marry Sasuke. That's what I originally planned. Jiraiya, if it were a daughter, you wouldn't want her to marry Sasuke. Uzumaki Kushina. Shut up, woo-woo-woo. Namake's Minato, ahem. Kushina's personality is like that. Jiraiya-sensei, don't mind. Jiraiya, well, you two are getting along really well. Namake's Minato. The video continued. It's hard to believe. How were you raised? Sarada pushed her glasses, looking at Kawaki with dissatisfaction. By the way, what are you so excited about? This has nothing to do with you. Don't just follow us, okay? Kawaki sighed lightly, his face full of discontent. All right, Kawaki, don't be so sharp-tongued. You really don't understand socializing, Naruto said helplessly. Unfortunately, my upbringing was poor. Kawaki frowned tightly. Aren't you going to do something to make others feel better? If you keep acting this way, when will you be able to communicate normally with people? Got it, Kawaki replied. We're here, it's this shop. Naruto walked ahead and suddenly stopped. In front of them was a flower shop, Yamanaka Flower Shop. Is this Aunt Ino's flower shop? Sarada pushed her glasses again. Is the Hokage here to buy flowers? She asked curiously. Pretty much. Okay, let's go in, Kawaki, Naruto replied. Welcome. Ino, who was cultivating flowers, looked up when she heard the door open. Ah, it's Naruto. Sarada, you're here too. That's rare. Ino's tone carried a hint of surprise upon seeing familiar faces. Hello, Aunt Ino. Sarada greeted politely. Naruto, who's that kid? Ino looked at the boy following Naruto, her tone even more surprised. Yes, he's being targeted by enemies. Please have the sensory unit keep monitoring him. Naruto leaned closer to Ino's ear and said cautiously, "There won't be any oversight. Trust us." Ino patted her chest. "Did you come specifically to confirm this?" Ino asked. "No. Actually, I came to see if you have vases for sale." Naruto shook his head. "Everything in this shop is for sale. Feel free to choose," Ino said. Hands on her hips, smiling. "Did you hear that, Kawaki? You can choose one." Naruto turned back and looked at Kawaki, chuckling. "Oh, why do I have to choose?" Kawaki, hands in pockets, looked displeased. "Because you broke the vase. That's why we came here to buy one." Naruto frowned slightly. "TCH, then I'll just take this one." Kawaki randomly picked a vase, still sounding dissatisfied. "I say, you guys, although I don't know what your reasons are, can you please choose a vase seriously? This is too casual." Sarada pushed her glasses again. Thud. Kawaki heavily placed the vase on the table and turned to glare at Sarada angrily. "Hey, who do you think you are, pointing fingers at me?" Kawaki said rudely. "Kawaki." Naruto's serious voice came. Kawaki helplessly shut his mouth. "I can't take it anymore. It's meaningful because you chose it. If you really want to express an apology, then show it. Maybe the other person will feel it a bit." Naruto comforted Kawaki. "That's sincerity." Kawaki took a deep breath and continued to examine the vases around him. Saratobi Hiruzen. Haha. It seems Naruto has become an excellent Hokage. Mizukage Terumi may, of course. He's at least much better than you. Anoki. Hiruzen is indecisive, simply not suited to be Hokage. Root. Lord Danzo said. Wait, it turns out it's not Lord Danzo. Shimura Danzo. Teacher, did you see that? Just let the Hokage of Konoha. Senju Tobirama. Danzo, you have a lot of room for improvement. Let's talk about becoming Hokage later. Shimura Danzo. You'll regret it. Senju Tobirama. Enough, I am. Cough cough, wait, why am I saying this? Saratobi Hiruzen. The video continued. The vase that was randomly picked earlier was quite good. The design was nice, it should fit that room well. Kawaki held the vase in his hand, examining it closely. I didn't expect you to be quite serious about it. Ino chuckled lightly. Since you said so, then let's go with this one. Naruto nodded. Ino, we'll buy this. Okay. This time I'll give you some flowers as a gift. Ino smiled again. Is that okay? Naruto looked somewhat confused. It's fine. This is proof of me getting closer to Kawaki. Ino shook her head, taking a bunch of bright flowers from a nearby pot. Look at this. I think it matches this vase very well. Ino inserted the flowers into the vase, and Kawaki, seeing this scene, seemed to see a tube inserted into a gas container. Instantly dazed, recalling memories from his childhood. In the mouth of the bottle, it seemed as if the face of a kind-hearted string appeared. Chuanmu's pupils suddenly contracted, and he accidentally let go of the vase. The vase crashed to the ground with a loud noise, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Chuanmu slumped against the wall, gasping for breath. His spirit lost as he stared at the vase shattered into two pieces. Chuanmu? Naruto asked with concern. I'm sorry. Chuanmu shook his head. No need to apologize. It's okay. Ino looked at Chuanmu with pity. Sarada remained silent. At this moment, Chuanmu sat slumped against the wall, the seal on his arm becoming visible. Naruto recalled what Chuanmu had said earlier, his brows furrowed. This guy wanted to die when he was a child. I'll get you a new one. It seems we have one just like this, Ino said worriedly. Naruto shook his head, walked over to Ino, and hugged Chuanmu tightly. Don't worry, Chuanmu. I'm here. Nothing will happen. Lying in Naruto's arms, Chuanmu's expression gradually became complex. At this moment, the seal on his arm slowly dissipated. Mishukashi Terumi me. Hey. I didn't expect Naruto to be such a warm guy. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Yeah, Naruto is just like me. Gaara. Can you shut up, idiot? Third Kazekage. Raza, you should think carefully about why your son dislikes you. Orochimaru. The seal actually dissipated. Naruto-kun possesses incredible power. Kakashi Itachi. After all, he is the #1 unexpected ninja. The video continued to play. The group walked out of the flower shop. Thank you, Ino, for sending us flowers, Naruto said, scratching the back of his head and laughing cheerfully. No need to be polite. Just come by more often next time. Ino waved her hand. Hey, Chuanmu. You should thank her properly too. Naruto turned to the silent boy. Chuanmu lowered his head and made a somewhat awkward bow. You're welcome to come again, Chuanmu. We always welcome handsome guys here. Ino chuckled lightly. But Chuanmu's expression remained cold, and Ino fell into silence. Naruto looked at the boy in front of him and also fell silent. Well then, Lord 7th Hokage, I'll head back now. Sarada suddenly spoke up, breaking the heavy atmosphere. All right, sorry for making you stay with us for so long. Naruto shook his head and smiled lightly. No, it's okay. Hey, Chuanmu. Sarada glanced back at the boy as she left. Chuanmu, with his hands in his pockets, looked at Sarada with a confused expression. My life goal is to become Hokage, just like Lord 7th Hokage. If you have any difficulties, I hope to help you, so feel free to come to me. Sarada adjusted her glasses with confidence. Chuanmu looked puzzled and did not respond. Goodbye, Sarada said. What does that mean? Chuanmu curiously asked as he watched Sarada leave. It seems she already considers you a friend. That's great. Naruto patted Chuanmu's head. TCH, what a busybody. Chuanmu spoke coldly. Uchiha Sarada. Hey, what's with that attitude? Uchiha Itachi. Awakened, it's hunting time. Uchiha Fugaku. Chuanmu. Senju Tobirama. Humph. The evil Uchiha wants to become Hokage? I disagree. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama. This is the story of the new generation. We old fossils should just watch. Senju Tobirama. Big brother, get lost. The evil Uchiha cannot become Hokage. Senju Hashirama. Uchiha Madara. Humph. Useless Senju Whitehair. Have you forgotten the pain after healing your wounds? Senju Tobirama. Humph. I will never bow to the Uchiha. Evil Uchiha Madara. The video continued to play. Naruto quickly took Chuanmu back home. Dad, where's Chuanmu? Boruto looked at his returning father with joy. Ah, we just got home and bought a new vase, Naruto said, hands in his pockets, lazily. A new vase? Naruto turned to Chuanmu beside him. Chuanmu, hurry and take it out. Chuanmu nodded and pulled a vase from a plastic bag, handing it to Boruto. After examining it repeatedly, Boruto said, It really shows sincerity in the apology, quite surprising. He then returned the vase to Chuanmu. Didn't I say it wasn't enough? Chuanmu spoke coldly. I felt your sincerity, but Boruto rummaged through his pocket and patted Chuanmu's chest. This is the answer I wanted. I gave it to you. You know how to use it. After saying that, Boruto left Chuanmu and walked out the door. Chuanmu looked at what Boruto had given him, his expression complex. What did he give you? Naruto asked curiously. It has nothing to do with Dad. Boruto shouted loudly as he walked farther away. That guy really is. Naruto sighed lightly. Chuanmu furrowed his brows, looking at the 502 glue in his hand. He's really a troublesome guy. In the corner, the broken vase was tightly wrapped in a plastic bag. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Haha. Is Boruto planning to have Chuanmu fix the vase? The video continued to play. Outside the entrance to Konoha village, two figures stood on a branch. Konoha village can sense the chakra of those entering and exiting, which is the responsibility of the troops led by the Yamashiro clan. Guishin Shirshir shook his head. I know this, but now is a time of peace. Is it still necessary to do this? Deluda looked confused. Although it is indeed simplified compared to wartime, it should not be underestimated. In any case, once any abnormal chakra enters Konoha, they will detect it. So, it's not that easy to invade Konoha? Deluda frowned. Yes, so you should just stay here. Shirshir decisively stepped into the Konoha barrier. Shirshir, why? Deluda was even more confused. I just said if you can't even do this and don't want to complicate things, then just stay there. Guishin Shirshir rushed into Konoha without hesitation. So, where's Chuanmu? Uchiha Itachi. It's obvious that Guishin Shirshir knows how to break the barrier. Gongzi Tai. Don't you all see a problem? Senju Hashirama. What problem? Gongzi Tai. With me here, the enemy doesn't dare to break into Konoha's gates. Pain. Uchiha Itachi. Well, I previously walked through Konoha's gates. Hoshigaki Kisame. Itachi, your situation doesn't count. Nara Shikamaru. That's right. The video continued to play. Guishin Shirshir fell into a small alley. He listened to the noise around him, becoming particularly cautious. Soon, he cleverly avoided everyone's line of sight and slipped into another alley. A troop capable of detecting chakra entering and exiting the village. His words do not seem to be false. It should be impossible without being detected. Did he use some method to deceive the perception? Deluda frowned. Damn it, that guy Guishin has been plotted against, completely out of my control. She stared coldly at the distant gate of Konoha village. Sorry, Deluda, This is my mission. I need to act freely now. The tone of the monk was indifferent, as if responding to Deluda. At this moment, a small frog crawled out from his arms. The scene shifted to a mansion. Kawaki slumped at the table, staring at the vase, then glanced at the 502 glue. The reasons why Boruto previously disliked him floated in his mind. TCH, what does he want? I really don't understand that guy. Kawaki frowned. What? You want to spar with me? Boruto, slouched on the sofa with his legs crossed, looked at Naruto in confusion. Yes, how about it? It's been a while since we competed, and you have no missions today, right? Naruto said with his hands in his pockets. Well, I don't have a mission, but I'm in the middle of a crucial game and about to clear a level. Boruto changed his words. Since Dad said so, I'll reluctantly be your opponent. Boruto said with its thunder tone. Brother, you're actually quite happy, right? Himawari teased Boruto while sitting on the sofa. I've told you, Himawari, don't always tease your brother. But I'm just stating the facts. Kawaki sat in the chair, watching the bickering siblings with a complex look in his eyes. Kawaki, you should join too. It might be helpful for your SEAL research. Naruto walked over and patted Kawaki on the shoulder. Kawaki silently nodded. Hinata, I didn't expect Boruto to be so tsundere. Boruto, Mom, don't tease me like that. Hinata, Hayashi, Lady Hinata, why did you faint? Third Kazekage, this guy, is a bit interesting. The video continued to play. A gust of wind blew through the woods, rustling the leaves gently. Don't need me to remind you, right? Let us not hold back, Dad. Boruto looked towards Naruto in the distance and chuckled lightly. That's exactly what I want. Let me see how much you've improved lately. Naruto teased. Go for it, brother. Himawari sat on a stone, waving her little hand. Kawaki sat next to her. Whoosh! Boruto instantly disappeared from his spot and punched towards Naruto. Naruto raised his hand to block. Boruto rolled over, trying to kick Naruto down, but Naruto had already anticipated it and dodged skillfully. Then, Boruto formed hand seals. Shadow Clone Jutsu. From the smoke, two of Boruto's shadow clones emerged, and Kawaki looked surprised. That's a jutsu frequently used by Hokage, right? Kawaki looked at Himawari in confusion. Yes, that's the shadow clone jutsu. Big brother is really good at this move. Himawari replied. Shadow clone. Kawaki murmured. Boruto and Naruto fought. Despite having the numerical advantage, Boruto still couldn't defeat Naruto. After all, Naruto was too strong, handling everything with ease. Damn it. Boruto barely stood up from the ground. Boruto, you said not to hold back. Is this all you can do? Naruto teased his son. Hey, Boruto, what are you doing? Kawaki, sitting on the stone, frowned, looking at Boruto in the distance. Huh? Boruto turned to look at Kawaki. Stop playing tricks and use the seal quickly. Kawaki urged. What are you talking about? Boruto asked in confusion. Didn't I say? We need to understand the seal better, to find a way to lift it. We must first learn to manipulate this power freely. Kawaki squatted on the stone to explain. What are you talking about? Boruto was even more confused. If you're still not used to it, let me help you. Kawaki activated the seal. Similarly, Boruto's arm resonated with Kawaki, and soon his body was covered in black markings. Resonating with it. Is this a response to Kawaki's seal? Naruto broke out in a cold sweat. The first experience is a significant enhancement in strength, and then you should use it well. I'm not wrong. Right, Boruto? Kawaki explained softly. I see. So that's the seal? It really looks like my strength has increased a lot. Naruto stood at a distance, watching his son, teasing him. Kawaki makes a good point. From now on, use this power to spar with me. Naruto proposed. Well, if the opponent is Dad, there's nothing to worry about. I'm going in. Boruto assumed a fighting stance and instantly disappeared from his spot. Naruto's expression immediately became cautious, retracting his earlier nonchalance. The air around them was filled with the sound of slicing through the air. Naruto defended against his son's attack. Lightning release, thunder arrow. Boruto formed hand seals and suddenly threw the arrow. Naruto took a half step back and summoned a shadow clone to block the attack. The shadow clone disappeared, creating a large cloud of smoke. As the smoke gradually dissipated, Boruto found that Naruto's figure had long since vanished. My strength and speed have indeed increased quite a bit, and the power of my jutsu has improved a lot. Naruto's voice came from behind. Is it you behind me? Boruto's pupils contracted as he turned around sharply. Only Naruto's kick responded to him. With a thud, Boruto fell to the ground. Ouch! Regardless of how much you've learned, one thing is clear, you've gotten stronger. Boruto, you must have gone through a tough training session, right? Naruto slowly walked over, looking gently at his son. Of course. Boruto raised his arm. Naruto smiled slightly and formed a reconciliation sign with him. What are they doing? Kawaki, who was watching, looked confused. That's the reconciliation sign. It's a ninja's ritual after determining the winner, just like a greeting. Himawari explained. Oh. Kawaki's expression was complex as memories of his childhood surfaced. Hide and wait. Could this be entering a memory? Deidara. Huh? The video continued. A burst of white light gradually faded, and young Kawaki was continuously kicked by Jigen. What are you still lying there for? Get up quickly. Jigen's eyes were exceptionally cold. Until you can skillfully use the seal, you have no value in living. Young Kawaki struggled continuously, but was knocked down by Jigen time and again. Mizukage Terumi Mei. There's really no need to be so harsh on a child. Third Kazekage. Indeed. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Did Kawaki have such a miserable childhood? No wonder he has this kind of personality. The video continued. Kawaki leaned back on the sofa, staring at the seal in his palm with a complex expression. Do you often do that with Boruto? Kawaki looked up, fixating on Naruto, who was seriously working in the distance. Naruto raised an eyebrow. Just that training from earlier. You looked very happy. Kawaki shook his head. Do you want to join next time? How about practicing ninjutsu together? Naruto said wearily. I can't do it. I'm not a ninja. I can't use the chakra you mentioned. Kawaki sighed lightly. That's not true. Everyone has chakra. It's not exclusive to ninjas, Naruto chuckled. Chakra is the source that connects power, linking you and me and the bonds between everyone. Listening to Naruto's explanation, Kawaki fell into deep thought. Although I don't understand what you're saying, that shadow clone technique is really amazing and convenient. Kawaki's eyes were complicated. Is it the shadow clone? That is indeed a very convenient ninjutsu. Many things can be done at once. Naruto leaned back in his chair, revealing a bitter smile. Besides that, you can hit yourself, especially when you're feeling annoyed. Kawaki's expression turned cold. Even if you're alone, you can fight anytime, making yourself feel better. But doing that doesn't really improve your mood. Naruto shook his head. If you don't try, how will you know? Kawaki looked at Naruto in confusion. I've obviously tried it a long time ago. Naruto got up from his desk and stretched. If you want to fight, it's better to find a decent opponent, ideally someone you can compete with. You know, friends can change the world. Naruto smiled gently, looking at the album on the wall. Kawaki followed Naruto's gaze. Friends, sometimes really hard to believe. Naruto shook his head. Who knows about such things? I have confirmed it too. Naruto revealed a cheerful smile. The scene shifted. Kawaki looked around, saw no one, and went to the courtyard to pick up the broken vase. At the same time, a toad on the wall was staring intently at Kawaki. So you're here, Kawaki. I found you. Wishin, leaning against the wall with arms crossed, smirked coldly. The fourth Kazekage Raza. Wishin's information-gathering ability is quite strong. Jiraiya, why do I feel like this Wishin is just like me? Orochimaru, idiot, he's your clone after all. Tsunade, TSK, just as messy as Jiraiya. Wishin. The video continued to play. Click, click. Kawaki clumsily tried to glue the broken vase back together. Himawari lay on the table, looking up at Kawaki in confusion. What are you looking at? Kawaki asked lazily. Are you really planning to piece those shards together? Himawari murmured. With a crack. The vase that was just pieced together broke again. Sigh, I was thinking that, but looking at the situation now, it's impossible, a pure waste of time. Kawaki slumped back in his chair. You've already bought a new vase. That's enough. Thank you, Himawari said softly, noticing Kawaki's tired expression. Kawaki fell silent. At this moment, Boruto was eavesdropping against the wall, his expression complicated. Hey, Boruto stepped out from the wall. Brother? Himawari looked confused. So useless, knowing it's hard and just giving up? Boruto said, hands in pockets, glaring angrily at Kawaki. That's completely unreasonable. Only an idiot would do that. Kawaki scoffed, continuing to piece the vase together. Boruto raised his palm toward Kawaki. You're studying the wedge, right? I'll join you. Why are you suddenly interested? Kawaki snorted. I think what you said makes sense. I also want to control this power. Boruto gritted his teeth. I see. Although you're stupid, at least you've thought about it. Kawaki nodded, his expression cold. Don't get cocky. Boruto broke into a cold sweat. Then I'll tell you everything I know. Kawaki stared intently at Boruto. The scene shifted to the woods. Kawaki decided to spar with Boruto to activate Boruto's development of the wedge. Go for it, Kawaki. Himawari cheered from a rock. Let's see what kind of match it will be. Naruto crossed his arms, looking serious. The two began to fight, throwing punches and kicks. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of air being cut through filled the air. Boruto threw 4 shurikens high into the air. Kawaki transformed his arm into a giant shield to block them. Not bad in speed and agility. Moving on to the next phase, Kawaki said coldly. Try absorbing it, don't dodge. Kawaki gathered Aurora in his palm. Are you serious? Boruto was nervous. It's not the first time. Kawaki shot a projectile. Boruto dodged high into the air. Didn't you say to go easy on me? I did. Just a little pain, Kawaki said dismissively, shooting another ninjutsu projectile. Damn. Boruto raised his palm to absorb the ninjutsu, but it exploded, leaving his palm bloody. It hurts. Boruto fell to the ground in a mess, complaining. How could such a technique possibly succeed? Teach me. Is it that hard? You have no talent. Kawaki shook his head. What are you saying, you jerk? Naruto watched the two bickering from a distance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Mishukaja Tirumi me. Hey. I'm kind of shipping Kawaki and Boruto now. Second Mizukage Kahaku. Shipping everything. Mizukage is the same. Thumbs up. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Are you an idiot? Shipping a couple just by watching a video? Chio. Raza, can you speak more politely? It's damaging to the Kazekage's image. Itachi Uchiha. Boruto seems to be getting along well with Kawaki. The video continued to play. In short, you should. Boruto glared angrily at Kawaki. Boruto. Naruto slowly walked over, interrupting their conversation. Has the barehanded sparring practice ended? Now that it's over, let's quickly finish practice with the reconciliation seal. TCH, come here. Extend your hand like this. Boruto reluctantly extended his palm. Kawaki similarly extended his palm, mimicking him. As soon as their palms touched, it was as if their fates intertwined. Boruto's pupils dilated, and he felt a piercing pain in his palm. Beside him, a white phantom gradually coalesced, revealing a mocking smile. What is going on? What happened? Guishin observed everything below through the toad, his pupils contracting. Suddenly, he thought of something, his head feeling like it was about to explode. Just now that was. Otsutsuki Momoshiki. What on earth is happening? Why is he appearing in my mind at this moment? Boruto looked around in a panic, only to find no one around. Guishin stared at the distant Boruto. Analyzing internally, Boruto's wounds have already healed. It seems he was in an unconscious state. Otsutsuki SH10. Momoshiki, that guy. Please support with love. The following plot will be high energy all the way. Vortex Boruto. Momoshiki, you bastard, what did you do to me? Otsutsuki Momoshiki. Humph, just go on living slowly. Those eyes will take everything from you. The video continued to play. Daruda used high-altitude flying equipment to find Kawaki's location, then opened his eyes. Found you. Daruda leaped into the sky without hesitation, ignoring the sensing barrier of Konoha village, and directly broke in. Bang, bang, bang. After a few turns, her speed became even more rapid. In the mountains, Ino also sensed that an uninvited guest had entered Konoha village and quickly contacted the sensing team. Naruto, are you available right now? Ino's thoughts reached Naruto's mind. I am. How many people? Naruto's expression immediately became serious. One person, heading your way. Understood. Tell the guard department not to take action. I'll handle it. Naruto ordered sternly. Got it. The scene shifted, and Guishin looked at the rapidly passing shadow in the distance, his expression grave. Is that guy really acting recklessly? Guishin, I really can't stand it. Useless teammates. Ino, will the Uchiha Guard Department be replaced in the future? Uchiha Izuna, the evil Senju clan, the founding of Konoha, was completely a lie. Uchiha Tetsuka, ancestor, you've misunderstood. Our Guard Department members were all slaughtered by Itachi. Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Itachi. I really don't understand why you want to exterminate the clan. Uchiha Itachi, guess. Uchiha Izuna, I guess you're a big shot. The video continued. You three, listen to me. Naruto looked at the three of them with a serious expression. The enemy is coming towards us and will arrive soon. Boruto, you take Himawari and leave here first. He sensed the intense chakra fluctuations in the distance, his brows tightly knitted. What? The enemy will arrive soon? Sweat broke out on Boruto's forehead. I'm afraid he's coming for Kawaki. I'll defeat him here. Naruto's body tensed, ready to fight. Go quickly, Boruto, there's no time. Naruto urged his son again. Okay. Boruto was about to step away when suddenly a shadow in the sky grew larger. Bang. A figure fell to the ground, creating a fierce cloud of smoke and shock. You are Diluida? Kawaki looked at the familiar figure in the distance, his pupils contracting sharply. Boruto swallowed hard, fear rising in his heart. How cruel my punishment is. You should still remember from your expression. Kawaki. Diluida crossed her arms, her gaze disdainful. Naruto stepped in front of everyone, staring intently at Diluida in the distance. A gust of wind blew, and the two faced off. Kawaki, is this person from the Kara organization? Yes, she is Diluida, a core member of the Kara organization. Kawaki nodded. Upon hearing this, Naruto's expression grew even more serious. I know you. You're the Hokage, right? It's an honor to meet you. Please don't interfere. I'm looking for the guy behind you. Diluida fixed her gaze on Kawaki, who was hiding behind Naruto. You need to be careful. That guy is a member of the inner circle, very strong. Kawaki warned anxiously. At this moment, Kawaki's attitude was completely different from before. Could it be that the opponent was someone he feared so much? Boruto turned to look at Kawaki, sweat pouring down his forehead. I'm sorry. Kawaki is a very important guest to us. We can't let him go with someone whose background is unknown. Naruto seriously stared at Diluida. Oh, really? You're quite annoying. Worried I might kill you. A strong killing intent radiated from Diluida. Dad! Boruto shouted. Step back, Boruto. Take care of Himawari. Kawaki, focus and protect yourself. Naruto shook his head, keeping his eyes fixed on Diluida in the distance. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the enemy quickly disappeared from sight. Naruto instinctively turned to dodge the enemy's attack and raised his hand to block Diluida's kick. At the same time, he tightly grabbed the enemy's leg and slammed her hard into the ground. Rasengan. Naruto held the blue Rasengan in one hand and swiftly smashed it towards the enemy's face. Oof. Diluida raised her head. At that moment, the Rasengan transformed into a whirlwind and was absorbed by her eyes. What is going on? Where's the Rasengan? Boruto's pupils contracted as he watched from a distance. It should have been absorbed. Her eyes are very unique. Kawaki explained, shaking his head. Third Kazekage. Another one who can absorb ninjutsu? Fourth Kazekage Raza. I feel like this ability to absorb ninjutsu has become very common in the era of Boruto. Vortex Boruto. Young, that's right. We hardly use ninjutsu anymore. The video continued. Those eyes. Are they scientific ninja tools? Naruto looked at Diluida, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Diluida disdainfully glanced at Naruto. Then her toes transformed into sides, swiftly thrusting towards him. Naruto decisively tapped his toes on the ground, dodging this attack. You dodged quite quickly. Diluida withdrew her scythe-like leg from the ground. Not just the eyes, but even the feet. Naruto stared at the strange scene in the distance, shock filling his pupils. That's right. I've modified many parts of my body into scientific ninja tools. Diluida shook her head, then removed her cloak. Just like Kawaki, Boruto looked at the distance, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Diluida instantly disappeared from her spot and charged towards Naruto. Naruto didn't dare to be careless and decisively activated the Nine-Tails mode. Next, the two began exchanging blows, engaging in intense combat. Due to Naruto's lack of informational advantage, he was not able to fight smoothly. Soon, Naruto revealed a flaw, and his abdomen was pierced by sharp claws. That looks painful. I really stabbed deep into your abdomen, Diluida taunted, looking at Naruto. In the next moment, Naruto summoned a chakra arm and quickly struck at Diluida. You're quite a formidable monster. Diluida decisively broke free from Naruto's grasp, looking at Diluida in the distance. Naruto furrowed his brows. Oh dear, your feet seem to be out of control, Diluida teased. Dad, Boruto looked worried. Don't come over, Boruto. Stay there and wait. Naruto shouted anxiously. You don't need to be polite, just come at me. I'll send you to the other world, Deluda looked disdainfully at Boruto in the distance. Hey, if you dare to touch these kids, I will definitely make you regret it. Naruto glared at Deluda with killing intent. Deluda raised an eyebrow, and in the next second, she disappeared from her spot and kicked Naruto away. Soon, Deluda stood over Naruto, pressing down on his abdomen. You talk quite arrogantly, but don't get it wrong, I'm not interested in your kids. The person I'm looking for is Kawaki. As for you, I'm just going to dispose of you. Deluda had a look of disdain. The one who's mistaken should be you, right? Naruto smirked slightly. What? Among the kids I mentioned, Kawaki is also included. Don't touch him with your filthy hands, Naruto said angrily. In the distance, Kawaki's pupils contracted as he watched. Does that guy care about me that much? Vortex Kushina, bastard, dare to step on Naruto and try it. Deluda, what can you do to me if I step on you? Minato, you're sounding a bit arrogant. Obito, Deluda, how about we have a little match? Fugaku, this bastard needs a good beating. Sasuke, Dad, isn't your character collapsing? Fugaku, the video continues to play. Hearing Naruto's teasing voice, Deluda's eyes filled with anger as he stomped hard on Naruto's abdomen. Soon, Naruto was in so much pain he felt like he was dying, his screams echoing in the air. I really don't understand you guys. He's just a troublesome outsider. Is there really a need to help him? Deluda asked. The ones who should be confused are us. You risked everything to infiltrate the enemy lines, clearly showing a significant resolve. Why do you insist on taking Kawaki? Who exactly is he? Naruto glared coldly at Deluda. You can't even save your own life. And you're worried about this? Deluda raised an eyebrow. That's not it. I'm just driven by curiosity. I'm curious about everything. Naruto replied. Oof. Deluda grabbed the claw that was embedded in Naruto's abdomen and forcefully pulled it out. Aya! Naruto let out a piercing scream. Deluda's expression was cold as he threw the pulled-out claw to the ground. I see through your little tricks. You sly guy, I won't fall for it. Deluda's gaze was frigid. Damn, was I exposed? Naruto shook his head and then stood up. At that moment, he realized that the wound on his abdomen had completely healed without him noticing. The wound is healing? Kawaki, watching from a distance, felt his pupils constrict. It seems like this level of injury isn't fatal for you. What a remarkable monster. Deluda shook his head and disdainfully said, I just intentionally showed a flaw to lower your guard, but it seems it didn't go smoothly. Naruto sighed lightly. At this moment, everyone watching the video breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. Wow, it turns out Naruto was just acting all along. They were worried for nothing. Kushina, you scared me. So Naruto was just acting? Itachi, is he using this method to trick the enemy and gather intelligence? This guy, Naruto. Boruto, wait, does that mean my dad can take down this Deluda in an instant? Young Sasuke, with your dad's strength, taking down this Deluda is absolutely no problem. The video continues. Oh dear, it seems I misjudged you. Sorry, I take back what I said about wanting to kill you. Deluda's gaze was exceptionally cold. I will skin you alive and chop you into pieces as punishment for mocking me. Deluda's eyes grew even colder. Wow, that's really scary. Then I need to show some real skills to deal with you. Naruto's expression turned serious. At this moment, both sides' aura was steadily rising. Hey, you guys. Stay away from me. You're too close. Naruto turned his head anxiously and shouted at everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them vanished from their spots, leaving only a golden flash in the air. Bang! A violent sonic boom erupted, and a powerful gust of wind blew out, tearing up the ground around them. Boruto, Kawaki, and the others raised their hands to shield their faces, desperately resisting the hurricane blowing in from a distance. Soon, in the air, they could see the golden flash continuously striking Deluda, who had previously held the advantage, but was now at a disadvantage. Damn! Deluda roared inwardly, increasing the speed of his attacks. Right? I still need to return that thing you had before. Deluda smirked coldly, and then a whirlwind began to gather in his pupils. This whirlwind quickly formed into a sphere. It was the Rasengan. Ugh! Naruto gritted his teeth and decisively kicked Deluda away. The same Rasengan went awry, hitting the trees behind them. The forest was immediately shaken violently, birds flying in panic. Deluda and Naruto both pushed against the ground, sliding a distance. Kuratsuchi, this guy named Deluda, probably has shadow level strength, right? Inoki, Kuratsuchi, be more confident, Drop the probably. Third Reikage, scary. Is the future of combat this strong? Second Mizukage. Wait, if that's the case, isn't Boruto even more over the top? Young Boruto, no. My strength is just average. Umbu of the Mist. Lord Mizukage, you're overthinking it. The video continues to play. In the air, the remnants of the two remained, their fists clashing, sparks flying. However, Naruto clearly held the upper hand. Her legs and arms suddenly transformed into scythes, crashing down towards Naruto from above. Naruto skillfully dodged, evading several scythe attacks. Lava release. Raisin Shuriken. Naruto shouted, gathering 4 tails of chakra, throwing the Raisin Shuriken far away. Diluta decisively dodged, his figure flashing away. With a loud bang, the ground shook violently, dust flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, the ground was charred black. Naruto began to calmly analyze Diluta's weaknesses. Boruto wanted to rush forward to support Naruto, but was stopped by Kawaki. Are you an idiot? Kawaki shook his head, saying, can't you see? The one in the advantage right now is Lord Hokage. He is luring the enemy to attack, fighting while distancing himself from us, and searching for a chance to counterattack. In short, Lord Hokage still has many finishing moves left. His strength far exceeds Diluta's. Kawaki explained softly. Itachi, Naruto is holding back. I'm familiar with this. Obito. Yeah, I know this too. I hold back every day. Madara. Forget it, I never hold back. Mizukage may, by the way. Isn't Naruto's damage value too high? Kabuto. If Naruto went all out, this entire area would turn to ash. The video continues to play. If the attacks continue without any danger, Lord Hokage should be able to win smoothly. So let's not interfere with him unnecessarily. Kawaki sighed. Before long, Diluta, who was fighting with Naruto, gradually couldn't hold on and created some distance. Not bad, as expected of the Hokage. His regeneration ability combined with superb combat skills is truly impressive. Diluta gasped for breath. Thank you for the compliment. Since you understand, just surrender. Naruto sneered, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his fist. Of course, that's not the only choice. Diluta chuckled lightly. Then his eyes shot out lasers decisively. The lasers were incredibly swift. Naruto, using the nine-tail sensory ability, leaped up, narrowly avoiding them. The lasers hit the distant trees, instantly causing a violent explosion. That was close. Naruto was sweating coldly. TCH, just a little bit more. Diluta looked displeased. First Hokage, this ability to shoot lasers doesn't really suit me. First Suchikage, that's right, you've never looked the ninja god in the eye. First Hokage, I didn't even bother to look at Uchiha Madara when he passed by back then. Vortex Boruto, what Sarada said is true. Look at his profile picture. Uchiha Sarada. Vortex Naruto. What is that first Hokage? His eyes are all crooked. Kakashi Itachi Naruto. First Hokage. The video continues. It's really ominous. Once hit, it's troublesome. But this technique consumes a lot of chakra, right? Naruto suddenly turns his gaze coldly towards Diluta. That's right, but as long as you can land a hit, that's enough. Diluta grits his teeth. That surprise attack just now caught me off guard. But it won't work a second time. It'll only waste your chakra. Naruto teases. Not necessarily. Before Diluta finishes speaking, he vanishes from his original position. Naruto raises his fist to block the incoming Diluta, who dodges and counters. The two exchange blows. Bystanders only see after images passing by. Naruto deliberately exposes a flaw, pretending to be knocked down, while secretly preparing for a sneak attack. Diluta's gaze is icy as he gathers the laser. Dad, Boruto is anxious, his face showing the curse mark as he quickly gathers a Rasengan. Stop it, idiot. Kawaki looks anxiously at Boruto. Boruto ignores Kawaki's advice and throws the Rasengan far away. Boruto. Naruto shouts anxiously. After all, the flaw was intentionally exposed by him. Is that all you've got? Diluta glances disdainfully at the Rasengan. This is the disappearing Rasengan. Try to absorb it. Boruto's eyes are determined. The Rasengan disappears mid-flight, and Diluta mutters. A disappearing attack? In the sky, a drone's thermal imaging detects the Rasengan. Diluta connects his gaze with the drone and absorbs the disappearing Rasengan. Boruto is stunned. What a pity, I've absorbed it. Diluta coldly vanishes from his position and lands a punch on Boruto's face. Oh no, Naruto rushes over anxiously. Thanks to you, I thought of a great idea. I owe you one. Diluta grabs a sunflower and flies high into the air. Kawaki watches this scene, cold sweat forming on his forehead. Diluta throws the sunflower into the air. It's guaranteed to hit. She sneers, her pupils gathering a laser towards the sunflower. Damn it, little sunflower. Naruto shouts in anger. Dad! Sunflower tightly closes her eyes. Naruto decisively rushes in front of Sunflower. An explosion erupts in the sky, and smoke fills the area. Could it be? Boruto crouches down, lost in thought. Diluta sneers, but her smile quickly freezes. As the smoke clears, Kawaki blocks the attack with his arm. What? Diluta's pupils constrict. Kawaki. Naruto holds his daughter, looking anxious. Kawaki quickly faints, losing consciousness and collapsing to the ground. You actually stood up to protect me and Sunflower. Naruto looks at Kawaki with concern, helping him up. Impossible. How could Kawaki protect him? Diluta's pupils constrict. Kawaki, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Boruto rushes over, looking at the weakened Kawaki. If the Hokage is defeated, we won't have a chance to escape. There's no way. Kawaki weakly says. Kawaki, brother. Sunflower's eyes are red. In any case, we owe nothing for the vase incident, Boruto. Kawaki leans against Naruto, sighing. Idiot, don't say that now. Boruto forces a smile. Damn it, you're going to make me angry. Diluta, frustrated, grits her teeth. Boruto, it's up to you. Naruto lays Kawaki on the ground, glaring angrily at Diluta, no longer holding back. Look at the mess you've made, Kawaki. Diluta angrily stares into the distance. You're just a vessel. Your body was born to be a shell. How many times do I have to say it before you understand? Forget it. I can fix your injured body when we go back. You can only come back, Kawaki. Diluta grits her teeth. Is that Tsukiyomi your leader? Not treating Kawaki like a human. How disgusting. Naruto is furious. It has nothing to do with you. You're about to die. Is that so? Then come at me. Naruto frowns. You talk too much, idiot. It's none of your business. Diluta charges at Naruto, who lands a punch in her abdomen, causing her to stagger back and fall into the woods. The two exchange blows, and Naruto is furious. Soon, Diluta is overwhelmed and collapses to the ground in disarray. Hey, remember what I said? Naruto coldly looks at the dismembered Diluta, warning her not to touch the children or she'll regret it. TCH. Diluta scoffs. You won't have a chance. I'll destroy Tsukiyomi too. Naruto is furious. Diluta's gaze is cautious, planning a sneak attack. Diluta unleashes the laser and absorbs Naruto's Rasengan. Did you forget I can absorb ninjutsu? Naruto ignores it and channels more chakra, creating an even larger Rasengan. Diluta desperately tries to absorb it. The two are at a standstill. Naruto continuously gathers chakra, and soon Diluta is overloaded and unable to absorb ninjutsu. Damn it. The machine's vision sharing has also been cut. Did that guy have this goal from the start? Diluta looks at Naruto in terror. You want to absorb my Rasengan? Unfortunately, my chakra quantity is extraordinary. Naruto glares at Diluta angrily. Don't get cocky, you bastard. Diluta grits her teeth, veins popping on her forehead, charging at Naruto. But he vanishes from his position. Is this the first time you've taken such a technique head-on? Naruto's voice comes from the sky, and Diluta's pupils constrict. Enjoy it. Super giant Rasengan. Naruto hurls the blue orb at Diluta. Boom! The ground shakes, and smoke spirals into a hurricane. In the distance, the three struggle to withstand the aftermath. As the smoke clears, Naruto leaps down from the sky, looking at the pit where Diluta lies in a pitiful state. Sighing in relief as he lies on the ground, giving a thumbs up to the little ones. Naruto wins, and Boruto and Sunflower cheer excitedly while Kawaki smiles slightly. Miss Ninja Madarumi, great, we won. Kuratsuchi, what a relief. Jiraiya, Naruto's strength is still terrifying. Tsukiyomi, interesting. The video continues. Naruto looks at the fallen Diluta, planning to take her back for interrogation. Diluta, is she still alive? Kawaki asks Naruto, confused. Yeah, she should still be alive. Naruto wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth. Don't underestimate her. Deliver a fatal blow. Kawaki shouts anxiously. Kawaki? Naruto is puzzled. Diluta's body emits a sizzling sound. Naruto frowns and quickly disappears from his position, grabbing Boruto, Kawaki, and Sunflower. Boom! A violent explosion occurs in the pit. Damn it, did she self-destruct? Naruto frowns. Meanwhile, in a room, Vortex Naruto truly lives up to his name. His strength is formidable, but it's still not enough to defeat Tsukiyomi. The recluse adjusts his mask. He is an undercover agent for the Shell organization and must kill Tsukiyomi. Night. Mastering the secrets of the knot will lead to the weakness of the Tsushin, and the only key is probably with Boruto. The monk's eyes were complex as he remembered the boy from before. Uchiha Itachi, this guy. Kawaki. I didn't expect Guishin the monk would actually be an undercover. Please support for love. The upcoming daily life will be more interesting. Guishin the monk. Fortunately, the guy Tsushin isn't in the chat group. The video continues to play. Fangju looked at Kawaki on the bed and said, "The wounds have been treated and the prosthetic parts installed, just missing the specialized prosthetic." Naruto asked worriedly. It seems that only the scientist who modified Kawaki can restore him to his original state. Fangju, can you think of a way? Fangju shook his head helplessly. Currently, the technology can't achieve that. It will take time to improve. Boruto was sweating. During this time, Kawaki can't use his right hand, which is inconvenient. Naruto curiously asked, "There should still be trial products for developing arms. Can't we use this as a substitute for now?" Fangsu, no. The prosthetic is powered by the user's chakra. The 7th Hokage's prosthetic must use your chakra. Naruto smiled. Use my chakra? Bring it over to attach to Kawaki. But hurry up and get it, it's fine. Soon, Kawaki attached the prosthetic, clenched his fist, and twisted it, maneuvering it freely. Naruto chuckled. How is it? Is it okay now? Boruto was sweating. Dad must have to continuously refine chakra all day. That's tough, right? Naruto shook his head. It's similar to using shadow clones. I don't need it while sleeping. Kawaki murmured. Can be used normally? Uzumaki Naruto. Young, all right. Now Kawaki should be able to use his arm normally. Right? Kawaki. Thank you, 7th Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, it's nothing. I should thank you for protecting Akari. The video continues to play. However, looking at this, I really feel a bit envious. That hand is so cool. Boruto stared intently at Kawaki lying on the bed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Kid, do you want me to blow off your right hand too? How about that? Kawaki turned his head and gave Boruto a helpless glance. If all goes well, maybe I could even completely eliminate your knot. Of course, if I could really do that. Kawaki's tone was cold, and a hint of chill flashed in his eyes. Don't make that kind of joke. It's not funny at all. Boruto rolled his eyes and instinctively covered his right hand. Naruto and Fangju watched the two bickering and couldn't help but laugh heartily. The scene shifted to a basement. Defeated by Naruto, Deluda opened his eyes again, slowly reviving from the liquid. I didn't expect you to lose. Next it should be my turn and Boru's, right? Cowed was lazily slumped in a chair, glancing disdainfully at Deluda. Mind your own business. Shut up. I will definitely kill him. Deluda glared fiercely at Cowed. Enough, Deluda. Your performance is truly disappointing. About the next plan, where's Guishin the monk now? The voice of Tsushin was cold and piercing. He is currently lurking in Konoha, investigating Kawaki's information. Information? Huh, Tsushin snorted coldly, a shadow passing through his eyes. There's one more thing. Besides Lord Tsushin and Kawaki, there's another person who possesses the knot. Cold sweat trickled down Deluda's forehead. What? Tsushin's expression instantly became serious. You mean the knot? I've investigated Naruto. He shows no signs of having the knot. Could it be Sasuke? Cowd's pupils is suddenly contracted. No, it's the Hokage's son, Uzumaki Boruto. Deluda shook his head, his tone firm. Uzumaki Boruto, the Hokage's son? Tsushin's eyes turned cold and deep. There can be no mistake. Both of them have obtained that power. This is quite unexpected news. That damned Momoshiki, even before dying, firmly left behind his vessel. Tsushin sneered, his tone filled with mockery. The scene switched again, Momoshiki with white hair flowing in the wind, extending his claws, firmly grasping Boruto as if controlling a puppet. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, what are these guys talking about? I don't understand at all. Uchiha Sasuke. Young, the situation is not looking good. Naruto. Nara Shikamaru, young Kawaki and Boruto are both vessels. Otsutsuki Shien, Naruto. You need to protect these two kids more. Uzumaki Naruto, young, I understand. The video continues to play. In a mansion, Kawaki was slumped on the sofa, looking somewhat tired. Hey, why are you doing so much for me? Kawaki turned his head, looking puzzled at Naruto, who was washing dishes. Huh? Why the sudden question? Naruto's hand paused for a moment while washing dishes, a bit surprised. Boruto silently sipped his drink, his eyes revealing a hint of complex emotions. I mean this hand. Although I don't really understand what chakra is, it's all because of me that you have to go through so much hardship, right? Kawaki shook his head helplessly. Don't worry about those small things. Didn't you also put yourself as a shield to protect my daughter? Just this hand's chakra alone is not enough to repay your kindness. Naruto chuckled lightly, his tone gentle. It was also because of me that she encountered danger. Moreover, because I'm here, it attracted the shell attack. It should be you protecting me instead. Kawaki looked at Naruto with determined eyes. How should I put it? Seeing you is like seeing my past self. I always feel like I can't ignore you. It's that kind of feeling. Naruto raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of warmth. Kawaki felt a surge of warmth in his heart, but his expression remained indifferent. So, if I don't want to trouble you, Kawaki stuttered, appearing somewhat hesitant. Can you teach me to learn ninjutsu and take me for training? Kawaki raised his head, looking directly at Naruto. Of course, but training is very tough. As long as you think it's okay, we can start anytime. Naruto laughed heartily. All right, since that's the case, from today on, you are my disciple. Naruto nodded, his tone firm. Hey, do you want to become a ninja? I won't lose to you, Kawaki. Boruto smiled lightly as he looked at Kawaki, sitting on the sofa. Silly talk. That line should be mine to say to you, Boruto. Kawaki forced a smile, but his eyes showed a hint of helplessness. Late at night, time quietly passed by. Kawaki sat in Naruto's room, focused on repairing a vase. He held 502 glue in his hand, but his expression seemed somewhat complex, as if his thoughts were drifting far away. Please support for love. Please urge for updates. I've been too busy these days. The writing might be a bit shallow. Wait a few days, and I will release a side story. The video continues to play. After a few weeks of being together day and night, Kawaki gradually blended into this group of kids. It's the fourth Hokage. Boruto's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at the card that Kawaki had drawn. You managed to pull an ultra-rare card on your first try. Your beginner's luck is really something. Boruto stomped his feet in envy. Damn, it's really frustrating to see that. Shinjutsu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his tone filled with jealousy. Since when did those two get so close? Sarada sat in her chair, looking at Kawaki from a distance, speechless. Ever since he saved Himawari that time, Boruto had started to open up to him. Mitsuki chuckled softly, as if he understood something. Chaochu was staring at Kawaki with a starry-eyed expression. After all, Kawaki's face was indeed handsome enough to draw attention. The fourth Hokage. Is this guy also a Hokage? Kawaki looked down at the card in his hand, curious. What do you mean, this guy? Don't refer to him like that. Shinta furrowed his brow and immediately corrected him. This person is Boruto's grandfather, the father of the seventh Hokage. Shinjutsu added proudly. Fourth Wind Shadow Raza. Wait a minute. Boruto's father is a Hokage, his grandfather is a Hokage, and his grandfather's master is a candidate for Hokage. Oh wow. 3 generations of Hokages in his family. Uzumaki Boruto. Damn, my ancestors are that strong? Jiraiya. Ahem. Back then, I could have easily become Hokage. Do you believe that? Uzumaki Boruto. Is that true? Shimura Danzo. False, it must be false. The video continued. I drew this again. I'm really fed up. It seems I can't escape this curse in my lifetime. Boruto's lamenting voice came from the side, instantly catching the attention of the three. Kawaki glanced at him, looking exasperated. What's wrong? Another bead of cold sweat appeared on Shinjutsu's forehead. Another seventh Hokage? It seems you really can't escape this strange loop. Shinna teased, a smile creeping onto his face. Kawaki looked down at the card Boruto had drawn, his expression complex. Hey, Boruto, if you don't want this card, can we trade for mine? Kawaki offered the fourth Hokage card. Huh? Really? Can I? Boruto looked up, astonished. I don't mind. I don't know this fourth Hokage anyway. Kawaki shrugged, his tone casual. Awesome. I've finally gotten a Hokage card that's not my dad. This is the first time. Boruto jumped up excitedly, his eyes glued to the fourth Hokage card in his hand. Sigh, you're definitely going to regret it later. Shinjutsu muttered quietly, sounding somewhat dissatisfied. In any case, the value of things is different for everyone, and cards are no exception. Shinda yawned lazily and rubbed the back of his head. Hokage. The seventh Hokage? Kawaki ignored their conversation, staring thoughtfully at the card in his hand. Time passed slowly, and every evening, Kawaki would carefully repair the broken vase with glue. During the day, he trained ninjutsu with Naruto, then played card games with his friends. Kawaki gradually felt a warmth he had never experienced before. He began to truly integrate into the collective of Konoha. Time flew by, and finally, Kawaki had glued the vase back together piece by piece. Satisfied, he nodded and then took a cup of water from a nearby drawer to pour into the vase. However, the water leaked out from the cracks in the vase. TSK, is there still a missing piece? Kawaki frowned, placing the cup on the table and starting to rummage through his bag. Where's the fragment? A hint of surprise flashed in Kawaki's eyes. Naruto was lying exhausted on the bed, sound asleep. Damn, did another piece fall into the living room? Kawaki stood up and began searching the room. Hey kid, a strange voice suddenly rang out. Kawaki's pupils contracted as he turned around sharply. He saw a fox-headed phantom floating in the air. What is this thing? Cold sweat instantly broke out on Kawaki's forehead, and his body tensed involuntarily. Sit down. Don't leave Naruto's side without permission. Kurama stared seriously at Kawaki. Uzumaki Himawari. HM, is that the Great Fox? Kurama. Hey kid, I have a name. System, the guy upstairs will cast a shadow over you in the future. Kurama. Hehe, just this little girl? Senja Hashirama. Kurama, your power is truly terrifying, I must. Kurama. The video continued. Who are you? What exactly are you? Kawaki stared nervously at Kurama, unconsciously taking a step back. It's a long story. I'm the fox attached to him, in short. I'm a monster. Kurama said calmly. What a joke. Kawaki exclaimed, looking incredulous. Alright, don't get excited. I mean you no harm. While Naruto is sleeping, I'm responsible for keeping an eye on you. Other village leaders have been asking for my help. Sigh, it's strange. It's a weird era where these ninjas come to me for help. Kurama seemed a bit helpless. I saw you in the Shell organization's materials. I didn't expect there really to be such a monster attached to him. No wonder the Hokage is so strong. Now I understand why he could be the village leader. Kawaki swallowed hard, his expression complicated. Kid, your name is Kawaki, right? It's normal for you to think that way, but the reality is not what you imagine. Kurama said with a furrowed brow. It should be the exact opposite. I have always been a burden to him. I watched him when he was just a little kid. Everyone around him hated him. He was always alone. Kurama spoke slowly, his voice a bit heavy. Kawaki listened, silent. He understood Naruto's feelings. He had always had a tough time. Overall, it was pretty similar to yours. Kurama glanced at the sleeping Naruto, reminiscing. I used to be called the Nine-Tails Fox, feared by many, taking the lives of many ninjas, including Naruto's parents. When Naruto was just born, he became the vessel that sealed me. Kurama sighed. Vessel? Kawaki didn't quite understand. Having a monster like me inside him, of course he was isolated. When Naruto was little, he could only watch others play, swinging on the swings by himself. Kurama said with a hint of nostalgia. Kawaki wanted to say something, but held back. His expression complex. It's not that he likes swinging, you know. Kurama looked at Kawaki, his words carrying a deeper meaning. Hearing this, Kawaki recalled Naruto's words about the shadow clone technique. Useless, it doesn't improve his mood at all, I've tried. Naruto's words echoed in his mind. Kawaki turned to look at the sleeping Naruto, his expression a bit disordered. He was always alone, and now he's mastered the shadow clone technique, how ironic. But he was originally not good at ninjutsu, and even worse at the clone technique. But in the end, what filled the emptiness in his heart was not this technique. Kurama reflected. He is a friend, and friends have changed his world. I stand by him, watching his heart fill little by little. This is the proof. Do you think I could be like him? Kawaki hesitated to ask. Of course you can, it depends on yourself. It's not impossible. I think your heart is still alive. J-Bai encouraged him with a smile. Kawaki shed a tear from his left eye and wiped it away. All right, it's too late today. Let's find the remaining fragments tomorrow. J-Bai shook his head, and his phantom slowly faded away. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Now the question arises, why did Naruto have such a miserable childhood? Killer B, idiot, Didn't all Jinchuriki have a tough time? Oh yeah, Gaara. I agree with the watermark's point. The video continues. Well done. You have great potential. Your chakra control is quite precise. Naruto encouraged Kawaki, who effortlessly stepped on the branches. Let's stop with these basic things for now and quickly teach me Shadow Clone. Kawaki shook his head, indifferent. Seriously, do you know how hard it was for me to learn to climb trees? Naruto frowned, sweat beading on his forehead. I learned it pretty easily. Boruto looked at his father with disdain. Ahem. All right, let's move on to the next segment. Naruto was sweating profusely. That guy Kawaki not only looks handsome, but is also so skilled in ninjutsu. Ino Yamanaka exclaimed excitedly. Oomph. Sarada propped her chin up with one hand, looking displeased. What's wrong, Sarada? That guy receives such special treatment from Lord 7th Hokage. It must be out of sympathy for his experiences. Sarada said with jealousy. Of course, because Lord 7th Hokage has always regarded us as family, whether it's me or Sarada. We are special in his eyes, right? Ino murmured. Yeah, I guess so. Sarada nodded. The scene shifted, and Sasuke entered the base of the Shell organization, starting to gather information about the surroundings. A heart-wrenching sound came from the hollow below. Sasuke frowned, looking down at the hollow. What is this? Sasuke's pupils contracted violently. My guy, Isn't that the Ten Tails? Kagaya Otsutsuki. Why is the Ten Tails locked up here? Third Kazekage. Is the Otsutsuki clan trying to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki? Vortex Boruto. Young, this goal is too low. Second Mizukage. I can't stand it. Is the future combat power going to be this inflated? The video continues. Boruto, since then, has the pain from the wedge in your hand gotten any better? Naruto frowned, looking at his son with concern. Speaking of which, it hasn't hurt much lately. Boruto looked down at his palm, murmuring. But even though I haven't exercised much, I still feel like my heart is racing and my sleep has been poor. Is it because of stress? Boruto scratched his head, his tone filled with confusion. If that's the case, then that's not bad. Maybe you've just become more sensitive? Sarada adjusted her glasses, teasing him. I don't think so. Boruto shot Sarada a look as if she were foolish. Hey, I obviously know about this. Do you think I'm an idiot? Sarada pushed her glasses up, glaring back in dissatisfaction. Kawaki, how about you? Boruto turned to look at Kawaki, who was walking at the back. My pain has also disappeared, and I haven't been awakened by nightmares. On the contrary, I feel a sense of power throughout my body. Kawaki shook his head, his tone calm. Speaking of which, I've been wondering. The wedge mark you mentioned, does it have any relation to the mark on my mother's forehead? Sarada suddenly interjected, her tone curious. What, a mark on the forehead? Does such a thing exist? Boruto and Kawaki both looked puzzled. Of course it does. Although I haven't specifically asked what kind of ninjutsu it is, my mother does have a mark on her forehead. Sarada pouted, her tone somewhat helpless. Tsunade Senju. Wait. Could that be the 100 healings technique? Sakura Haruno. Will I become Lady Tsunade's disciple in the future? SH10 Haruno. Haha, my daughter Sakura has the potential of a great emperor. Sakura Haruno. Dad, please don't joke like that. Vortex Naruto. I didn't expect Sakura to become Lady Tsunade's disciple. Tsunade Senju. Speaking of which, I'm a bit surprised too. I didn't expect that I would take on a disciple in the future. Hiruzen Sarutobi. I had urged you to take on a disciple before, but you didn't like any of them in the village. Mizukage Madarumi. Can you guess why she didn't like them? Fourth Raikage A. Here come the conspiracy theories again. The video continues. Naruto smiled and replied to Sarada. That is the 100 healings technique which the 5th Hokage has. Boruto looked up at the Hokage rock of Tsunade. It seems to have the same shape as the wedge. Naruto shook his head. Usually, chakra is accumulated in the forehead mark, and at critical moments, it serves as a trump card. It's just ninjutsu, and its connection to the wedge is unclear. Everyone chatted for a while, and Kawaki and Boruto resolved to become stronger to defeat their enemies. Boruto fist-bumped Kawaki's chest. Not just the wedge. I can't ignore you either. Kawaki's expression was complex, and Boruto smiled. Boruto looked at Kawaki firmly. Let's destroy Kinshura and the Shell organization together. Kawaki smiled. Good answer, Boruto. I like it. The scene shifted again. Boruto If that wedge cannot be removed and remains in your hand, what do you plan to do? Sumire lightly tapped the branch with her toes, her eyes curiously looking at Boruto. Why are you suddenly asking this? Don't say such ominous things. Boruto's forehead was sweating, looking displeased. Even if we defeat Kinshura, it might not solve the problem, and whether we could defeat him is uncertain. Sumire gently shook her head, her eyes particularly cautious. He is indeed dangerous, but overthinking is useless. Just treat this as a high-difficulty task, and it excites me. Boruto stepped on the branch, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Task. Yes, no matter how difficult the task is, it will drive people to give their all to complete it. Right? Boruto's eyes were determined, staring straight ahead. I see. Sumire chuckled softly. After all, I am Sasuke's uncle's disciple and the Hokage's son. Even so, I'm still a ninja. Boruto's smile broadened, showing a confident grin, his gaze resolutely fixed in the distance. And around him, the figure of Momoshiki floated, his eyes gradually becoming mischievous, as if plotting some scheme. Boruto, I have a bad feeling about what's coming next. System, friendly reminder, it's going to be high energy all the way. Let's have a few chapters of side stories. Which characters do you want to see? The video continues to play. Boruto, distracted, trips over a tree root and falls from a height, landing hard on the ground. Ouch, that hurts. It's rare to see you miss your step. Mitsuki lands and looks at Boruto with concern. Oh no, it's the first time I've missed my step. My body suddenly stiffened. Boruto quickly rubs his head. Boruto, your right hand. Mitsuki notices something is off. The wedge. Its patterns are expanding. Did it happen because of the fall? Boruto's pupils constrict. The curse mark on his palm has started to spread without him realizing it. Could it be because of your will? Mitsuki's pupils constrict. No, I can't control the wedge with my will right now. I can only do it when I'm lost in battle or when Kawaki is around. Boruto shakes his head. Kawaki. Could something have happened? With the 7th Hokage protecting him, he should be safe, right? No, I have a bad feeling. Boruto sweats on his forehead. At this moment, the music suddenly becomes serious. Kuratsuchi. Wait, are we going to operate next? 4th Kazekage Raza. This. A little tune for stomach pain. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Himph. Boruto. Look, your tragedy is about to arrive. Uzumaki Boruto. Bastard. What are you trying to say? The video continues to play. In a mansion, Kawaki is searching for fragments. Kawaki, what have you been busy with from the start? Naruto sips water, curiously looking at Kawaki, who is lying on the ground. I'm looking for fragments. I'm just missing the last piece of the vase. Kawaki shakes his head, carefully searching on the ground. This might be hard to find. Hinata cleans every day. Naruto shakes his head. That's true, it might be hard to find. But if I don't check it myself, I won't feel at ease. Kawaki nods. Speaking of which, you've done well. It's basically complete now, isn't it? Naruto hesitates. How is it complete? It's just a leaking vase with a missing piece. Kawaki shakes his head. It's just that. Naruto was about to explain. You always say such casual, dismissive things. That's why Boruto scolds you right away. Kawaki interrupts Naruto. All right. Reluctantly, Naruto can only watch as Kawaki continues to search. The scene switches to Konoha's commercial street. Shikadai and Inogen are playing a card game and discussing Kawaki. At this moment, in a flower shop in the mountains, Sakura arrives at Ino's shop to buy flowers. You're coming to buy flowers means. He yes back? You're him. Ino teases Sakura. Yes. Sakura cradles the flowers in her hands, her face flushed. The two tease each other about their pasts, and then, with a click, the shop door opens. Hello, Aunt Ino. I came to find my mom. I want to ask about the mark on my mom's forehead. Can you tell me about the Baikano jutsu? Sarada looks curiously at her mother. The scene shifts again to a recluse slumped against a wall, monitoring Kawaki through a toad. TCH, still haven't found it? It's clearly not here anymore. Kawaki shakes his head, looking around. As long as your intention is there, that's enough. Let's stop here. Naruto, holding 2 garbage bags, looks at Kawaki. Well, just use glue to stick the gap together. Kawaki hesitantly speaks. Naruto, we're going out to buy lunch ingredients. His wife's voice comes from the courtyard. We're heading out. Himawari waves her arms, looking delighted. Be careful. Naruto nods, placing the garbage bags next to the bin at the door. Kawaki's pupils constrict as he looks at his palm. The wedge on his palm resonates. Meanwhile, on the other side, Sakura begins to introduce her daughter to the origin of the mark on her forehead. Ah, I almost forgot. I still have some things to buy. Sorry, could you bring the flowers back with you? Sakura shakes her head, handing the flowers to her daughter. Flowers? Does that mean Dad is coming back? Sakura excitedly nods. With a thud, Ino falls against the wall, the noise attracting the playful mother and daughter. What's going on? This extremely terrifying chakra. Gakushin, that guy's here. What is happening? The wedge. Kawaki's pupils suddenly constrict. After taking out the trash, Naruto returns and sees Kawaki collapsed on the ground, instantly getting anxious. Kawaki, what's wrong? Kawaki looks in pain, gritting his teeth. Soon, a shadow bursts from his arm, and the shadow transforms into a void. The observing recluse is momentarily stunned. Naruto's body tenses as well. A figure slowly emerges from the black hole. What is happening? Naruto's voice is filled with shock. From the black hole, Jigen steps out. How could he? The recluse stares at Jigen in disbelief. With a click, Jigen steps on the tatami, instantly pulling everyone's thoughts back. Jigen looks down at Kawaki, a mass of shadows entwine around him, gradually dissipating. What is going on? Jigen actually appeared here through Kawaki's wedge. Impossible. If he could do this, he wouldn't need to carry out the task of retrieving the container. How did he manage to do it? Gakushin's forehead is dripping with cold sweat. Jigen glances at the toad on the wall. Gakushin reacts quickly, forming hand seals, and the toad instantly explodes. With a boom, it turns into smoke and disappears. Jigen's gaze is silent. I wanted to use Jigen's actions to figure out his true intentions, but in the end, it turns out that the one being investigated was me. Gakushin's forehead is dripping with cold sweat. Meanwhile, Ino in the mountains begins to contact Naruto. Hey, Naruto, are you okay? There's one enemy, so far. Just like last time, I will deal with him with all my strength. Naruto's eyes are fixed on Jigen. Understood. I will inform the security department to be ready for action at any time. Ino nods. All right, thank you. It looks like a dining area. Where is this? Jigen turns around, disdainfully looking around. I must apologize. Uzumaki Naruto. Sorry for entering your home without slippers. Jigen quickly reacts, speaking softly to Naruto. This matter is trivial. You must be Jigen. I've always wanted to meet you. Naruto steps into the room. I'm just here to take back this disobedient son, and will leave right away. I have no intention of clashing with you. Jigen looks at Naruto with disdain. Stop talking nonsense. As soon as Naruto finishes speaking, he instantly disappears from his spot. Jigen anticipates this and kicks at Naruto's abdomen. Naruto winces, furrowing his brow. Such speed. Bang, bang, bang. For black rods flew in from nowhere and instantly pierced Naruto's joints. Naruto fell to the ground, gasping for breath. I don't have time to play this boring game with you. Can you just lie there and not get in my way? The cold gaze of Zishin turned to the kneeling Kawaki. Jiraiya, this guy probably has the power of the six paths. Gaara, young even Naruto didn't see it coming. Sakura, Naruto, you need to be careful. Minato, this guy named Zishin is too fast. I can't keep up even with Flying Thunder God. The video continued to play. Kawaki looked at the fallen Naruto, a large amount of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. So, your rebellious son, your vacation is over. Come back with me. Zishin turned and stared intently at the half-kneeling Kawaki. Who is your son? I never considered you my father. Kawaki's eyes were filled with anger. If you understand me, get up quickly. Do you want to suffer more? Zishin's eyes were filled with fury. Damn it. Kawaki gritted his teeth and stood up, attempting to punch Zishin. Zishin effortlessly caught Kawaki's hand. This disgusting mark is what you gave me. Tell me how to remove it. Kawaki's eyes were filled with extreme rage. Don't you like the seal? Why? Zishin tightened his grip on Kawaki's hand. At the same time, Naruto, who was lying on the ground, quickly activated his Nine-Tails form. Are you more concerned about that toy-like right arm than the seal I gave you? Zishin's gaze was ice-cold. Think carefully. What basis do you have to conclude that he wouldn't set up a monitoring device to watch you, an outsider? In this sense, it's the same as the seal I gave you. It changes nothing. Zishin stared at Kawaki in confusion. Shut up. The seventh Hokage is completely different from you. Kawaki looked at Zishin with immense anger. Hearing this, Zishin instinctively tightened his grip on Kawaki's hand, increasing the pressure. I'm utterly disappointed in you. You're so foolish. You should wake up. There's no place for you here. The scene switched. Boruto was anxiously running forward, the seal on him expanding. Sure enough, something happened to Kawaki. We need to hurry. Boruto's eyes were particularly cautious. Isn't that Boruto and Samaire? They look tense. What happened? Shikadai looked up at the two running on the rooftop, his expression becoming serious. The scene kept switching. Kawaki's palm soon emitted a crack sound. Kawaki, listen carefully. The one who truly act for your good is me. Zishin gritted his teeth, his grip gradually strengthening. It's definitely not that coward who seeks peace. These guys only think about maintaining the peace of their own village. When we go back, I'll replace that ugly right arm. It bothers me just to look at it. I might as well throw it away here. Hey, you baldy, Kawaki weakly said, instantly catching Zishin's attention. You disgusting bastard who makes people want to vomit when they see you. Kawaki shouted with all his might, a horn quickly growing from his forehead. When did this guy get this power? Zishin's eyes were complex. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Naruto transformed into a golden flash and instantly kicked Zishin away. Minato, good job. So, Niskik. Kushina, blast this bastard. The video continued. With a bang, Zishin's figure was sent flying, crashing through several walls. Kawaki, are you okay? Naruto looked at Kawaki with concern. Your behavior is nothing like proper parenting. Naruto looked up and glared seriously at Zishin from afar. It seems you have to interfere with my matters no matter what. Zishin snorted coldly, then stood up and brushed off the dust from his body. Fine. Then I'll eliminate you, Uzumaki Naruto. Zishin emitted a strong, killing intent. Naruto also activated his tailed beast form, a large number of yellow phantoms swirling around him. The two powerful auras surged within the small room. I understand. That's enough. Don't engage him. Kawaki looked at Naruto, took a deep breath, and shouted towards Zishin in the distance. I'll listen to you. Zishin, take me away. Kawaki, you. Naruto turned to look at the half-kneeling Kawaki, his face filled with shock. But you must promise me, you absolutely cannot lay a hand on the 7th Hokage. Kawaki looked at Zishin with cold eyes. Zishin's eyes were filled with rage. Hey, wait. Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Kawaki? Naruto looked worried. This guy isn't as easy to deal with as Dillard. Fighting him, we definitely won't come out unscathed. Kawaki shook his head. I'd rather be captured by him than lose you because of me. Kawaki gritted his teeth, looking firmly at Zishin. Kawaki, then I agree. As long as that's what you want, come with me, Kawaki. Zishin hesitated for a moment and extended his palm. Kawaki slowly stood up, but Naruto suddenly blocked in front of him. You say it's fine. That's a huge problem, you bastard. Naruto glared angrily at Zishin. Don't confront him any longer, 7th Hokage. Kawaki looked tense. I can't do that. I won't accept this. Naruto shook his head, reprimanding Kawaki's actions. This has nothing to do with you. Step aside. Kawaki looked worriedly at Naruto. I'm afraid I can't do that. Protecting the people of the village is the Hokage's duty, without exception, including you, Kawaki. Naruto stated firmly. Zishin's patience wore thin, raising his palm, transforming into a black hurricane that rapidly expanded. It seems mutual understanding is too difficult. I can only eliminate you to solve this. The black hurricane quickly surrounded Naruto. Stop, Zishin, please stop. Kawaki shouted desperately, his face filled with worry. Soon, the black sphere gradually dissipated. Naruto's figure disappeared. 7th Hokage. Kawaki knelt down in despair. Kushina. Oh no, nothing will happen to my son, right? Minato. Don't worry, Kushina. Naruto will definitely be fine. Kakashi. After all, Naruto is the most unpredictable ninja, right? Jiraiya. By the way, this Zishin is really strong. Kinshiki. This Zishin's strength is far beyond mine. Momoshiki. After all, he has the bloodline of the Otsutsuki clan. 4th Kazekage, damn, how come everyone's combat power is collapsing like this? Boruto, young Zishin isn't that strong. There are those stronger than him. Madarumi. So we just wait for the results? Anoki, just watch those aliens fight. As for us, we'll just wait for the results. 2nd Mizukage. This combat power is collapsing like this. Szechuan Fish Hans. Damn, this is so broken. Vortex Nagato. The battle power is just. I really can't watch the Boruto anime anymore. The main storyline is so little. And their essay bunch that has to be skipped. I really don't understand how the animation team came up with those plot lines. In Konoha Village, Sasuke is at home browsing the internet, while Itachi is cleaning the room. Soon, a chat group notification pops up. Uchiha Strong Ones. Uchiha, I'm ready to send red envelopes, all members Uchiha Madara. But I will only send one. Uchiha Obito, I'm all set. Uchiha Kakashi, add one. Uchiha Boruto, hurry up and send it. Uchiha Tobirama, a bunch of evil Uchiha. I'm ready to use Flying Thunder God. Uchiha Madara, how did you three get into the group? Uchiha Kakashi, no big deal. Lord Madara, hurry up and send a red envelope. Uchiha Shisui, Uchiha Zuna, I see this is a bit of a problem. In a mansion, Vortex Boruto takes a deep breath, activating his clean eye and curse seal. So, it's just a red envelope. No need to take it so seriously, right? Naruto drinks water and sighs lightly. 7th Hokage, just get used to it. Kawaki is slumped on the sofa, watching TV with Himawari. At this moment, there is a knock on the door. Naruto opens the door to see Jiraiya. Ha, Naruto. Happy New Year. Jiraiya carries 2 boxes of beer, laughing heartily. Hey, idiot Jiraiya, you're getting old. Drink less, don't you know? Tsunade looks displeased. Pulling Jiraiya's ear. Jiraiya winces in pain, awkwardly smiling. In the kitchen, Vortex Kushina and Namake's Minato see this scene and chuckle softly. Uchiha Boruto, why hasn't he the red envelope been sent yet? Uchiha Madara, I'm going to send it now, get ready. Uchiha Madara, 3, 2, 1. Uchiha Tobirama. Image, Uchiha Tobirama. Image 2, Uchiha Tobirama. Image 3. In the group chat, Senju Tobirama sent 3 meme images. Then, Uchiha Madara sent a Great Fortune red envelope. Sasuke, who was preparing in the room, quickly clicked, but the system sent a notification. The red envelope has been completely claimed. Uchiha Shisui. No, how can it be like this? Uchiha Itachi. Lord Madara is generous. Uchiha Obito. Why did you only send such a small amount of red envelopes? Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, stupid Tobirama, sending your sister S meme. I really can't stand it, you bastard. Uchiha Tobirama has been kicked from the group chat. Uchiha Madara. Don't randomly invite people to the group in the future. Uchiha Kakashi. Haha, luckily I got a red envelope. Uchiha Sasuke. No. Did you all use your Sharingan to grab the red envelope? Uchiha Boruto. No, I used my clean eye. Uchiha Sasuke. Uchiha Kakashi. Boruto. ISNT that pure cheating? Uchiha Obito. You're using my Mangeki and you say others are cheating? Uchiha Kakashi. Hehehe. Obito, your account is too sweet. Uchiha Obito, get lost. Konoha Village. Soon, a stream of people came to Naruto's house for the new year. Nagato, Conan, you two are here too. Jiraiya waved his hand, a big smile on his face. Do I need to take off my shoes? Nagato stood at the door, looking around, appearing a bit shy. No need. I'll mop the floor later. Naruto scratched the back of his head and chuckled lightly. Junior brother, you've grown quite a bit. Nagato said cheerfully, looking at Naruto, who is taller than him by a head. Oh, Jiraiya-sensei, are you with Granny Tsunade now? Yahiko entered the room, teasing the two who were sitting together affectionately. Hee. Yahiko, you figured it out. Jiraiya rubbed the back of his head, smiling proudly. Tsunade beside him blushed, lowering her head and pursing her lips. As for Kato-dan, that's already a thing of the past. Time passed slowly, and Minato and Kushina brought out dishes, placing a variety of delicious food on the dining table. Soon, Itachi also brought his little brother Sasuke to Naruto's house for the new year. No ramen? Naruto sat at the table, looking around with a puzzled expression. Eat. All you think about is eating. Can't you help a bit? Hinata tugged at Naruto's ear, her tone a bit reproachful. Naruto awkwardly smiled and quickly got up to help. Before long, Boruto also came down from the second floor. Master Sasuke, long time no see. Boruto looked at Sasuke with admiration. How's your training going? Sasuke raised his chin proudly. Not bad, just the strongest in the ninja world. Boruto shrugged, speaking casually. Everyone at the table looked confused. Wow, do you really need to be so humble? Of course, joking aside, back to the point. After everyone finished eating, the next day, they went to visit the Uchiha clan to celebrate the new year. As for that guy Kakashi, he went to mess around with Obito. Fugako, we're out of drinks at home. Can you go downstairs to the convenience store and buy a few bottles? Mikoto was busy in the kitchen, wiping the sweat from her forehead. Okay, Sasuke, come with me. By the way, when are you going to cut that hairstyle? Fugako took a sip of tea and then stood up from the table. This, probably ISNT appropriate. After all, my Rinnegan can't be turned off. Sasuke shook his head, letting out a small sigh. Ahem, let us get ready first. Naruto and the others will be coming over for dinner soon. Itachi changed into his New Year's clothes and started cleaning the house. Knock, knock, knock. A knocking sound came. Sasuke opened the door to see Orochimaru and Kabuto in New Year's attire. Happy New Year, Sasuke-kun. Orochimaru chuckled softly. Happy New Year. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. So it's you two? Didn't T. Kankuro and the others come? Sasuke asked in confusion. Not yet. That guy Kankuro is still getting ready. Kabuto sighed softly. Grandma, Grandpa, is dinner ready? Sarada came down from the second floor. Sigh, dear granddaughter, it's ready but we can't eat yet. Wait until everyone is home to eat together. Mikoto held a dish, happily watching Sarada. Oh, okay. Sarada nodded. Uchiha Back Mountain. Madara, feeling bored, dragged his good friend Hashirama to challenge Boruto. Boruto, I heard you're the strongest in the ninja world now. Madara glared at Boruto with an unhappy expression. It's just okay. Taking care of a few Otsutsuki is not a problem. Boruto shrugged helplessly. He didn't want to duel this guy either, but unfortunately, the other party was an elder. Less nonsense. Hashirama, do you remember our move? Madara looked displeased. Of course, Susanoo with the Great Buddha, right? Hashirama nodded. Soon, a giant nearly 1,000 meters tall stood in the sky. Boruto looked at the two with a speechless expression. To be honest, he could easily cut both of them in half with one strike. But to avoid embarrassing them, Boruto pretended to struggle greatly. The video continued. With a thud, Naruto fell to the ground in a sorry state. Zaijin emerged from a black hole, looking down on Naruto disdainfully. This is... Naruto stood up, cautiously looking around. The place you were originally in is another space, and this world doesn't have Konoha at all. Zaijin looked coldly at Naruto. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Naruto's forehead. Goodbye, Uzumaki Naruto. I will leave you in this space. Zaijin shook his head and turned to leave. What? Naruto's pupils suddenly constricted. Goodbye, 7th Hokage. Wait, you bastard. Naruto shouted anxiously. Just as Zaijin was about to leave suddenly, Sasuke flew in with a kick, causing Zaijin to stumble back a bit. You're too careless, you loser, Sasuke chuckled. Sasuke, Naruto exclaimed in surprise. Time-space ninjutsu, Uchiha Sasuke. Did you come chasing after the Hokage's chakra? But you came just in time. I'll take care of both of you right here, Zaijin said in a deep, hoarse voice. 3rd Kazekage. Naruto and Sasuke are both at 6 pads level now. Does Zaijin really think he can take on both of them? 4th Raikage. That's right. Naruto and Sasuke are both 6 pads level. Senju Hashirama. Ha ha ha. It's getting exciting. Senju Tobirama. Big brother, can you stop being so dramatic? The video continued. Are you okay, Naruto? Sasuke turned to look at Naruto. Naruto slowly walked over. I almost got left in this bizarre place. Naruto shook his head. At this moment, both sides stared at each other, the tension rising. The scene shifted, and Sarada returned home, seeing blood flowing on the ground. Then looking up at the distraught Kawaki. She was immediately stunned. Uchiha Fugaku. Kawaki is lying here in depression now. 4th Kazekage Raza. For him, Naruto is everything, and now Naruto has disappeared right in front of him. The video continued. Rasengan. Naruto gripped the Rasengan tightly with one hand and charged at Zaijin like the wind. At the same moment, Sasuke drew his blade. With a bang, both of them lunged at Zaijin simultaneously. Zaijin seemed to have anticipated this, raising both hands to firmly block their attacks. Then, Zaijin kicked Sasuke away. Watching Sasuke get knocked back, Naruto's eyes filled with frustration, but then his Rasengan was unexpectedly absorbed by Zaijin. Zaijin grabbed Naruto's arm and struck him without hesitation. Naruto raised one hand to try to block the kick. The force was so heavy. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto was sent flying into the air, sliding far away. His ninjutsu would be absorbed by that guy. Naruto frowned, starting to think, but the next second, several black rods suddenly pierced into his arm. Naruto gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Here it comes. A bolt of lightning sliced through the air toward Zaijin. Zaijin rolled to avoid the strike. Sasuke rushed over, swinging his sword at Zaijin, who tightly held the black rod to block the attack. Then, a black rod pierced into Sasuke's arm, causing him to furrow his brow. Damn it! Naruto rushed over, kicking at Zaijin. Zaijin decisively retreated to avoid Naruto's strike. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Naruto formed seals with one hand. Naruto, buy me some time. Sasuke plunged his sword into the ground, his brow furrowed. No problem. A large amount of smoke enveloped Zaijin. Out of the smoke came a continuous stream of Narutos. The Shadow Clone Naruto quickly charged at Zaijin. Zaijin swung the black rod like the wind, knocking the charging Narutos into smoke. The smoke continued to dissipate. Bang, bang, bang. The two exchanged blows. The sound of intense collisions echoed in the air. Sasuke hid in the shadows, using his Sharingan to observe their movements. Uchiha Madara. This Zaijin's taijutsu ability is also very strong. Senju Hashirama. I feel like even with Madara, we might not be able to defeat this guy. Third Kazekage. Scary. Mist Ninja Meitorumi. This battle power is too overwhelming. The video continued. Zaijin kept swinging the black rod towards Naruto in the crowd. He raised his palm and decisively struck down a shadow clone, trying to sneak up on him. Soon, two more shadow clones rushed out from a corner. But in the next second, Zaijin vanished from his spot. Where the hell did that bastard go? Naruto gritted his teeth, looking around. Zaijin appeared high up in the sky, then swiftly waved his hand. Soon, several black rods struck Naruto's shadow clones. Zaijin suddenly waved his hand. A large number of black rods sprouted from the ground, hitting all the shadow clones, which quickly turned to smoke and dissipated. Zaijin emerged from the smoke, looking disdainfully at Naruto. Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had been observing, suddenly had a realization. So that's how it is. Did you figure something out, Sasuke? Naruto asked curiously. In terms of his ability, it's actually very simple. He can probably shrink matter. Sasuke calmly analyzed. You mean shrink, is that all? Naruto frowned. That's right, just that, but the power is strong. Sasuke stood up, pulling the black rod out of his arm. This black rod is also very small. It's even hard to notice that you got stabbed. Sasuke struggled to stand up. But as long as this tiny black rod is returned to its original size, it can cause fatal damage. Sasuke threw the black rod on the ground. It made a clink sound, instantly pulling everyone's thoughts back to the present. He seemed to suddenly disappear, but actually just made himself smaller. So that's it. This ability is indeed troublesome. Naruto nodded. But Naruto, he still hides other secrets. Sasuke shook his head. As expected, impressive, no wonder it's Uchiha Sasuke. With his powerful Sharingan, even more terrifying is his calm observation ability. Plus the time-space ninjutsu of the Rinnegan. It seems that the first person I should deal with is you. Zaijin shook his head, then raised a finger, pointing at Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke. Zaijin suddenly swung his hand. Naruto and Sasuke had already anticipated this, jumping into the air. The black rods sprouting from the ground immediately missed. What is his secret? Naruto looked at Sasuke in confusion. Here he comes, be careful. Sasuke stared intently at the disappearing Chizen below. In the next moment, Chizen appeared behind Naruto and Sasuke. Rasengan. Naruto turned around, gathering a massive Rasengan. Chizen raised his palm to absorb the attack. The video continued to play. Chizen absorbed the Rasengan, which soon exploded. Chizen retreated a short distance from the high altitude, continuing to sink. Using a large-scale attack to forcefully counter, Chizen coldly analyzed. He landed first and quickly rushed towards Naruto and Sasuke with his black rod in hand. Naruto and Sasuke immediately swapped positions, and Naruto threw a punch at Chizen. Chizen raised his palm to block Naruto's attack, while Sasuke launched a surprise attack from the side. Chizen swung his black rod to fend off Sasuke's attack as well. The clashes between the two continued to echo in the air. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of iron clashing rang out continuously. Sasuke raised his sword to strike at Chizen. Chizen clicked his tongue, his eyes filled with disdain. Soon, Sasuke transformed into a blue flash and disappeared from the spot. At the same time, there was a golden flash behind him. Chizen continuously swung his black rod in the air, fending off the two successive attacks. Chizen retreated a distance, scanning the surroundings. Before long, his figure disappeared from the spot, and Naruto and Sasuke's attacks missed. "Sasuke, where's that guy?" Naruto looked around nervously. Sasuke strained to observe and soon discovered the enemy right at Naruto's feet. "Be careful." "All right, super large Rasengan." Naruto decisively turned around, gathering the Rasengan to strike at Chizen. Chizen had no choice but to raise his palm to absorb the attack. "What a pity. I can absorb your ninjutsu even in this state." Chizen sneered. "Oomph, I knew you would use this move, but thanks to that, I can figure out where the smaller you is." Naruto sneered. "Wait, could it be?" Chizen suddenly thought of something, his pupils constricting sharply, and in his peripheral vision, he saw Sasuke approaching with his sword. "I can't move quickly while absorbing ninjutsu. Damn it." Chizen had no choice but to create a black hole behind him. Soon, Chizen changed direction and clumsily landed on the ground from the black hole. TCH. Using space-time to escape? Naruto scoffed. "It's only natural. Every ability has its flaws. You two have taught me a lesson." Chizen's tone was furious, and a drastic change occurred in his body, with a horn growing on his head. "What is that?" Naruto's pupils constricted. Sasuke also sensed something was off, his body tensing up. "Mizukage Terumi Mei, what happened? Why does he have a pointed head?" Fourth Kazekage Raza. Hey, is this getting serious?" Kawaki. "Oh no, that guy Chizen has activated the cursed seal." Uzumaki Naruto. "Young, you mean? He's become even more terrifying now?" Uchiha Sasuke. "Young, it seems things are not looking good." The video continued. "Let me teach you. The kind of luck you had just now will not happen a second time." Chizen looked up, speaking in a serious tone. The scene shifted. "Thank you for your trouble." Sarada nodded. Several medical ninjas from Konoha escorted Konohamaru out. Boruto rushed home, looking at the chaotic scene in his house, anxious. "What happened?" "Boruto, you finally made it?" Sarada sighed in relief. The two looked at Kawaki, who stood up, lost and confused. Chizen came. Kawaki shook his head. "He is the leader of the Shell organization?" Boruto immediately tensed up. "He said the 7th Hokage was captured by the enemy." Sarada said worriedly. Kawaki pushed past Boruto and Mitsuki. The two hurriedly ran towards the door. "Where are you going?" "Is that even a question?" "Of course, to find him." "Do you know where he is?" "Even if I don't know, I have to look for him," Kawaki said angrily. "Please calm down. Acting rashly won't help." Sarada pushed her glasses up. "Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to let the 7th Hokage die without saving him?" "What are you saying?" Boruto tugged at Kawaki's sleeve. His eyes filled with anger. "Calm down, Kawaki. Your arm operates on the 7th Hokage's chakra, right? If your arm is still functioning, it means the Hokage is safe." Mitsuki said seriously. "Yeah, Dad won't be defeated so easily." Boruto nodded. "The 7th Hokage." Kawaki clenched his fists, his eyes filled with urgency. Uzumaki Boruto. "Wow. I didn't expect Kawaki to be so worried." Kawaki, Boruto, "Shut up." Uzumaki Naruto. "Young haha. You two have such a good relationship, just like brothers." Kawaki. The video continued to play. The atmosphere became increasingly tense. "Naruto, I went to some places while investigating and found certain traces," Sasuke said seriously, reporting the intelligence he had gathered to Naruto. Naruto listened to Sasuke's account, his eyes particularly alert. "That guy's horn is identical to the new Otsutsuki." "You went to that place? How did you know?" Chizen's tone was cold as he looked at Sasuke. "I also know about the extremely disgusting monster you keep. It must be the Ten Tails, right?" Sasuke's gaze was icy as he stared at Chizen. Naruto, who was listening to their conversation, was shocked. "If I'm not mistaken about your intentions, you probably want to absorb the chakra of this planet. In short, no matter what, I must defeat you. This dangerous individual. Here." A flash of red light flickered in Sasuke's eyes. A purple phantom rose continuously around Sasuke. Sasuke's figure rose higher and higher, and soon a purple giant stood tall in the air. Naruto, beside him, clicked his tongue, his expression solemn, as a large amount of golden light flickered around him. "Although I don't quite understand what you are talking about, the current situation is extremely severe." A golden fox head quickly coalesced, and the Nine Tails let out a long howl. Bang! The Nine Tails stomped the ground, and the ground instantly cracked. In the distance, Two giants over 200 meters tall looked down at Chizen. Chizen appeared extremely small compared to these two giants. Oh, it seems you're going to show your true abilities, huh? Chizen raised an eyebrow slightly. All right, let me see. Sasuke gathered blades with both hands and swiftly slashed at Chizen. In the next moment, Chizen disappeared from a spot. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, it's getting real. It's getting real. Sarada Uchiha. Is this all the strength of Dad and the seventh Hokage? Madara Uchiha. Humph. Watch closely. This is the third power of our Uchiha clan. Susanoo. Izuna Uchiha. That's right. Itachi Uchiha. Damn, is this our divine power? The video continues to play. Chizen appears in midair, swiftly dodging the blades launched by Sasuke. His figure is extremely small, quickly running up Sasuke's arm. As he leaps over Sasuke's Susanoo into the sky, he sees the Nine Tails charging towards him, gathering tailed beast balls. Chizen doesn't dare to be careless, quickly shrinking his body to evade the attack, and then rushes towards Sasuke. His primary target is to eliminate Sasuke first. Similarly, Naruto can sense his plan and continuously controls the Nine Tails arm to strike at Chizen. Chizen agilely dodges the Nine Tails attacks in midair and avoids Sasuke's sweeping strikes. A massive whirlwind surges upward. Chizen keeps changing his perspective. Sasuke maintains distance with Susanoo. Naruto interferes with Chizen. Chizen's eyes are cold as he jumps on the Nine Tails arm. The next moment, several tailed beast balls rush in from a distance. Chizen disdainfully grips his black rod and sends the tailed beast balls flying towards a distant mountain. The tailed beast balls hit the mountain, instantly causing a strong white light to explode. The mountains crumble and the ground shakes violently. Chizen stands on the Nine Tails tail, continuously rushing towards Naruto. Naruto throws a punch, and Chizen adjusts his position in mid-air again. His speed keeps increasing. As soon as Chizen lands, Sasuke swings his sword down. Bang! The residual force of the blade shatters several distant mountain peaks. Huge cracks appear in the ground, and rocks begin to rise irregularly, with smoke billowing everywhere. The Susanoo passed down through generations of the Uchiha clan. Chizen's cold voice echoes. Sasuke is momentarily stunned. He's not dead yet. It seems his speed isn't that fast. The smoke on the ground begins to dissipate rapidly. Chizen stands on the blade of Susanoo, his gaze frivolous. I wonder how strong Susanoo's defense is. In the next second, Chizen disappears from his spot, reappearing in mid-air above Susanoo. Sasuke looks at Chizen with a vigilant expression and decisively swings his dual blades. Naruto also assists Sasuke, with several tails rapidly sweeping towards Chizen. Chizen continuously dodges their attacks in the air, quickly kicking Susanoo's forehead through the gaps. Susanoo soon manifests numerous phantoms. Sasuke's abdomen is struck by Chizen's kick, and he spits out a mouthful of blood. Wait, that guy. Naruto's pupils contract violently from a distance. His mind feels like it's exploding. He easily broke through Susanoo's defense. The 200-meter-tall, purple giant suddenly emits a massive amount of purple light. Chizen's kick directly pierces through Susanoo's defense. Sasuke is sent flying through the air, rolling on the ground in a very embarrassed manner. He barely stands up, but his limbs are locked by Chizen's black rod. Sasuke quickly finds himself unable to move. Meanwhile, high in the air, Chizen's speed is increasing, and his target is to take Sasuke's life. In a critical moment, Sasuke decisively activates the Heavenly Hand power. Chizen misses his grab. Swapping positions, a troublesome ability. Chizen's eyes are particularly cautious. He glances at Sasuke in the distance, his eyes filled with intense killing intent. I must eliminate Sasuke here. This guy is much more useful than Naruto. Before Chizen can think for long, suddenly the sky darkens. Numerous golden phantoms begin to strike at him. The ground trembles violently. Several mountains thousands of meters away are instantly shattered by the shockwave. Naruto is now in a frenzied state, continuously controlling the Nine Tails to strike the ground. The ground becomes a scene of devastation as all objects begin to rise irregularly. This is the power of the Six Paths. The surrounding area begins to shake violently. I don't feel the impact. That guy. Naruto is panting heavily, but the next second he is stunned. One of the Nine Tails' tails is directly locked by a massive black rod. Soon, all Nine Tails are hit by the black rod and cannot move. Damn, not this again. Naruto's pupils fill with anxiety as intense pain surges through him. Noki damn, is this what a godly battle looks like? First Hokage, if Chizen doesn't weaken, how can this continue? Kawaki, Lord 7th Hokage. The video continues to play. In the smoke, Chizen's figure quickly ascends into the sky, his target very clear, the fox's chin. In Naruto's terrified gaze, Chizen's fist directly pierces through the Nine-Tails' chin, penetrating Naruto's abdomen. Bang! A large amount of yellow liquid erupts violently. Naruto pants heavily, spitting out blood as he irregularly flies back to a height of 1,000 meters. The next second, Chizen lands on ground. Using the momentum, he rushes towards Naruto again. Meanwhile, Sasuke pulls out his blade and rapidly charges at Chizen. Naruto! Naruto begins to gather a Rasengan. It seems you still haven't learned your lesson. Chizen sneers, raising his palm to absorb the Rasengan. Several kilometers away, Sasuke's figure accelerates dramatically, leaving only a black afterimage in the air. Sasuke activates the Heavenly Hand power to swap positions with Naruto. With a bang, Chizen's pupils constrict. He never expected Naruto and Sasuke would set a trap for him. Sasuke swings his blade towards Chizen's neck. Perfect, now's the time. Naruto is descending through the air, watching the two clash above with great joy. Just as Sasuke is about to strike Chizen's head with his blade, several black rods suddenly emerge from Chizen's neck, blocking the attack. In the next second, both Naruto and Sasuke's pupils contract. What a pity. That move was quite good. Chizen's lips curl up as he kicks Sasuke away. Sasuke flies back in midair and quickly falls to the ground. Meanwhile, Naruto rapidly ascends, punching towards Chizen. Chizen turns his head to dodge Naruto's attack, and then the two quickly counterattack in midair. The sound of air breaking continues to echo. Soon, Naruto finds himself unable to withstand Chizen's attack, also falling to the ground in a state of disarray. What's wrong? Not going to waste more chakra? Chizen slowly lands from the sky, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, looking disdainfully at the two struggling figures in the distance. Sasuke spits out a mouthful of blood, half squatting on the ground, while Naruto barely supports his body. That guy is just too strong. The yellow phantoms on Naruto begin to dissipate. Sasuke breathes heavily, glaring angrily at Chizen in the distance. Amaterasu. Black flames spread across Chizen's body. Amaterasu, the black flame that burns everything, but in the end, it all seems insignificant. Suyun sneered coldly, disdainfully absorbing the black flames. As expected, it's useless. If I continue to waste chakra like this, it will be disastrous. I want to be able to perform space-time movement. Sasuke's eyes were filled with unwillingness. Naruto was also struggling on the ground. Fourth Kazekage Raza, damn. How do I tell your dad to fight this enemy? Asuma Sarutobi, don't panic. Let's have a smoke to calm down. Uchiha Shisui. What the hell? This enemy is too terrifying. Please support for love. The following plot is full of high energy. Third Kazekage. This blood is thick, defense is high. Speed is fast, and it can absorb ninjutsu. This is too unfair. Onoki. Impressive, the kid from the South Village are bullying me, an old man. Fourth Raikage. Hey, from now on, we can only rely on Kawaki and Boruto's performance. Uzumaki Naruto, young. My son has the potential of an emperor. Uzumaki Boruto, young, the Suyun strength, can only be considered average. There are those even more terrifying than him. Uchiha Sasuke. No way, are there still experts? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Still experts? The scene on the video continued. Suyun looked down at the two lying on the ground, his eyes frivolous. This expression is quite good. Have you run out of options? Just as Suyun was about to say something else, a cracked sound came from the air. This dull sound instantly attracted everyone's attention. The observer in the shadows was also stunned. TCH, is it at its limit? Suyun gritted his teeth. The power of this body is still too weak to carry all of his original strength. As expected, Kawaki's body is the most suitable. This vessel is no longer useful. Suyun's eyes were filled with resentment. That crack. What is going on? Naruto's pupils contracted. Could this guy? Sasuke frowned tightly. It's about time to wrap this up. Suyun crossed his hands, his tone cold. In the next second, with a poochie sound, several black rods pierced into Naruto and Sasuke's bodies. Naruto and Sasuke's pupils dilated as they spat out large amounts of blood. Sasuke. Naruto anxiously turned to look at Sasuke. The damage caused by this move is not optimistic. Blood gushed from Sasuke, his brow furrowed. I had a lot of fun, as a thank you. Chun raised his hand high. The dark clouds in the sky were pierced by a huge black object. This black object kept descending, approaching the immobilized Naruto and Sasuke. What is that? Naruto's pupils shrank sharply. Uzumaki Naruto, you have the nine tails inside you. Eliminating you along with it will surely be extremely difficult. Chun shook his head. Then I'll just seal it directly. Cover the body beneath us with this lid. Chun looked up at the dark sky. You mean seal? Naruto frowned tightly. Sasuke's condition was getting worse, and Naruto was filled with anxiety. Hey, what do you mean by sealing? What? Chun raised an eyebrow. Why go through such trouble to do this? What is the reason? Naruto stared coldly at Chun. Didn't I say it before? Eliminating you along with the nine tails will be quite tricky. There is no time left. Chun's gaze turned cold. No time? Is it related to the crack on your abdomen? Naruto chuckled coldly. Chun's eyes suddenly filled with anger. Are you seeking death that much? Chun's eyes were filled with killing intent. Just as Naruto was about to continue provoking Chun. Enough, Naruto. The voice of the nine tails came. Don't provoke the guy any further. Simply put, you have no value to him. He just doesn't want to waste chakra and doesn't want to change his mind and kill you. So, just behave. Kurama shook his head. It seems that the beast inside you is much wiser. I indeed have no interest in you, but your son is another matter. Chun shook his head. What do you mean about Boruto? Don't play dumb. I'm talking about the seal. Boruto has one too, right? Chun pointed to his own cheek. What do you want to do to Boruto, you villain? Naruto's face was filled with anger. Calm down, Naruto. Uchiha Sasuke, are you already unable to move? Or are you plotting something for a resurrection? Chun stepped closer to Sasuke. At this point, even if it's just a futile struggle, you are different from him. I want to kill you here because your ninjutsu is too troublesome. Chun's eyes were filled with mockery. You can try to escape alone, but only if you leave the Hokage behind. You bastard. Sasuke was filled with anger. Sasuke, run away. Naruto gathered the last bit of chakra in his body and summoned a large number of shadow clones rushing towards Chun in the distance. Hurry. There is not much time left. It's impossible to defeat him here. If this continues, we will all be taken out by him. Even if only you can escape, it's better than nothing. Naruto looked anxious. Even if it can't be done now, there will definitely be a way to defeat him in the future, but without you, hope will be lost. Sasuke shook his head. It's the same without you. Don't worry, I won't be easily defeated by him. Naruto fixed his gaze on Chun rushing from afar. Hurry up, Sasuke. Chun quickly charged towards Sasuke with a clenched fist, but Sasuke disappeared. Uchiha Sarada, 7th Hokage. Kawaki, damn. Uzumaki Boruto, dad. You want to get into trouble, right? Uzumaki Naruto. Young, don't worry. I'm really strong. I will win. The scene in the video continued. The camera shifted, and Sakura rushed to open the door of her house, only to see a black hole suddenly appear. Out of the black hole came a disheveled Sasuke. Sasuke. Sakura's face instantly filled with anxiety. Don't die, Naruto. Sasuke's tone was weak. The camera shifted again. What a pity. Even if you can track Kawaki with the seal, you won't find Sasuke's location. Naruto glared provocatively at Chun. You've been quite busy, haven't you? 7th Hokage? Chun rose slowly into the air with a contemptuous expression. You can praise this slightly extended life in the dark. The next time we meet will be your death date, assuming you can still survive. Chun glanced disdainfully at Naruto. Remember this statement. I will return it to you intact. Naruto glared angrily at Chun. Chun then vanished from the spot, looking at the dark sky as he sealed Naruto away. He waved his hand, and the great black sky quickly shrank, transforming into a black sphere similar in size to his body. After doing all this, Chun weakly half-knelt on the ground, and the black object in his abdomen began to gradually crack. TCH, the extent of the consumption is even worse than I expected. Chun shook his head. What's wrong? Is your body in unbearable pain? Chun, to be so down and out, is really too embarrassing. Do you still deserve to be a vessel for Otsutsuki? You useless piece of trash. Chun felt a chill in his heart, and then quickly disappeared from the spot. I see. I really did see it, Chun. Guishin, who was hiding in the shadows, sneered coldly. At the same time, Chuamu looked sadly at the album of the seventh Hokage. With a crack, Chuamu's arm suddenly broke and fell heavily to the ground. Chuamu's pupils constricted sharply. You have to know that this arm is connected to Naruto's chakra. The video continued to play. No way. Could it be that the seventh Hokage? Chuamu's pupils constricted sharply. Sarada and Boruto were also stunned. The seventh Hokage's chakra. Sarada's tone was filled with shock. At this moment, Shikamaru hurried to the scene and used the shadow binding technique to restrain Chuamu. This is probably the second time I've controlled you. Shikamaru's expression was unusually serious. Uncle Shikamaru? Sarada turned her head, looking at Shikamaru with a confused face. I received a notification that the enemy suddenly appeared and disappeared with Naruto. Please explain what happened, Chuamu. Shikamaru stared seriously at Chuamu. Fourth Kazekage Raza, damn. Naruto wouldn't he really be dead, would he? Mizukichi Terumi Mei, are you blind? Didn't you see that Shishin sealed Naruto and then left? Third Kazekage, Raza, can you stop talking? Killer Bee. Oh yeah, things are getting tense. The video continued to play. Soon, the Umbu of Konoha set up a barrier at Naruto's house. Boruto looked around in confusion. This must be a barrier. It seems we've been trapped here. Mitsuki shook his head. That's right. I will activate the barrier, and from now on, no one is allowed to enter or exit without my permission. Chuanmu, this action is not only to prevent you from escaping, but also to guard against enemy reinforcements. Shikamaru explained softly. You all search inside and outside the house. Shikamaru turned to several Umbu members. In any case, we must at least find traces left by Naruto. Understood. Next, Shikamaru Chuamu. I respect Naruto's way of handling you and won't take you hostage. However, if you dare to act rashly, that would be another matter. Where did Naruto go? Shikamaru looked at Chuanmu with a cold expression. I feel the same way as you. I want to save the seventh Hokage. Chuanmu shook his head. Then tell me without reservation. Okay, if this can save him. Chuanmu clenched his fists tightly. The enemy is Shishin. Is he the guy you mentioned earlier? Sarada adjusted her glasses. That's right. He is the leader of the Shell organization. That guy suddenly appeared in front of us. Chuanmu looked tense. What happened when he suddenly appeared before you? Boruto was sweating profusely on his forehead. Is this the unique ability of Shishin? Just like the notification I received from the perception team? Shikamaru's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Chuanmu. I don't know, but my wedge suddenly hurt intensely, turning into a pattern I had never seen before, and then it seemed like a crack appeared in space. And he seemed to have emerged from there. Chuanmu leaned against the wall, exhausted. Is it space ninjutsu? Damn, this is a bit tricky. Where has Naruto been taken? Shikamaru frowned. I don't know, but isn't the enemy's target Chuanmu? Why would he take the seventh Hokage? Sarada looked confused. It's because the seventh Hokage covered for me. It's simple. That guy took the seventh Hokage to kill him. Damn it, if it weren't for me being here, Chuanmu said angrily, slamming his hand on the ground. Not everyone can use space-time movement. For Shishin, Naruto should be a tricky opponent. But as long as he is thrown into another space, he can be dealt with immediately. Shikamaru shook his head. How could this be? Dad, Boruto said anxiously. But if he intends to act this way, Shishin would logically return immediately to capture Chuanmu, right? Mitsuki said coldly. That's right, but since he's not here, it means he's fighting somewhere in space, where Naruto has successfully defeated Shishin, which would be a blessing. Shikamaru analyzed calmly. He absolutely does not believe that Naruto would be defeated. In other words, Naruto is trapped inside and cannot return by his own strength. Shikamaru said seriously. By the way, what about Uncle Sasuke? Boruto suddenly thought of something and asked in confusion. Senju Tobirama. Okay, this Shikamaru is not bad. He has the potential to be Hokage. Narashika, youth as for the second Hokage, I'll pass. Senju Tobirama. Humph. Are you looking down on Hokage? Narashikamaru, youth no. Not all. Senju Tobirama. Then it's settled. You are the eighth Hokage. Uzumaki Naruto. Huh. Will Shikamaru become the eighth Hokage in the future? Senju Hashirama. Oh, come on. You don't have to force others to be Hokage, right? Senju Tobirama. Big brother. You don't understand. Shimura Danzo. Ahem. Teacher. What do you think of me? Senju Tobirama. There's a lot of room for improvement. The video continued to play. You can use space-time ninjutsu to find Dad, right? Boruto looked anxious. Well, that's all we can do. But ever since Sasuke set out to complete a reconnaissance mission, he has not shown up. So we can only pray for his safe return and wait for him. Shikamaru shook his head. Chuanmu, do you have any information in your hands? Shikamaru looked at Chuanmu seriously. Yes. I'll ask you once more. Are you hiding anything, for example? Have you deceived us in Konoha? Shikamaru raised his head, staring sternly at Chuanmu. Uncle Shikamaru, what do you mean by that? Sarada adjusted her glasses. Let me take this opportunity to explain. I have never trusted you from the beginning. Shikamaru said seriously. Uncle Shikamaru, why are you suddenly saying this? Boruto looked confused. I still can't help but think. Are you a member of the Shell organization? Are you a spy sent to destroy Konoha? Shikamaru's tone was serious. Didn't I just say? I want to save the 7th Hokage like you. What do you want me to do? Since the Hokage is not here. How to deal with you will be decided by me as his advisor. Shikamaru shook his head. For now, it's more appropriate to keep you under house arrest in the barrier. At least until it is confirmed that you are not a spy. Shikamaru's tone was exceptionally serious. House arrest, isn't that too much? Boruto was just about to plead for Kawaki. Boruto, stop talking. The situation has turned out this way because of me. I have no right to say anything. After all, I caused trouble for the 7th Hokage. Kawaki shook his head. I'm glad you can understand. This is for the safety of the village and everyone. Please don't hold a grudge against me. Shikamaru said seriously. Kawaki picked up the broken album from the ground. His eyes filled with complex emotions. 4th Kazekage Raza. Damn, could there be a plot twist? 2nd Mizukage Kahaku Getsu. I'm already looking forward to it. The video continued to play. The camera shifted, and Goketsu began to analyze Chisen's weaknesses. After making up his mind, he disappeared from Konoha. The camera switched again. You've gone too far this time, Chisen. Amato said, taking a sip of hot tea. Teasingly, the chakra seems to be exhausted and will take 10 days to recharge. I intended to avoid unnecessary battles, but I didn't expect to encounter unexpected obstacles. Chisen lightly patted his abdomen. Those guys actually made Chisen exhaust himself this much. Kawaki exclaimed in surprise. So did you kill the Hokage? Amato asked curiously. No, but he can't escape that binding in a near-death state. Chisen shook his head. How should we deal with Kawaki? Deluta asked curiously. Since we've ruled out the Hokage and Uchiha Sasuke, Konoha is now completely defenseless. There's no rush to bring him back, Chisen replied. This is also my bad habit. When I'm happy, I easily lose myself and overuse chakra. Chisen shook his head and sighed lightly. What is you so excited? Amato asked curiously. What else could it be? Naturally, it's because of Kawaki. His wedge is growing at an astonishing speed. Chisen chuckled lightly. He's no longer just an unfinished vessel. He's gradually awakening to become a complete Otsutsuki. Chisen's expression became particularly serious. That means the plan is progressing smoothly. Well done. Kawaki clapped his hands in delight. Is this good news due to the strong resonance with Boruto Uzumaki? Amato pushed up his glasses. Probably. They will eventually become powerful Otsutsuki, cultivating a giant divine tree capable of devouring all life on this planet. Don't worry, Amato. As long as we obtain chakra fruits from the divine tree, everyone's wishes can be fulfilled, including yours. Chisen stood up and walked out the door. Where are you going? To restore my body. I need to meditate for a while. After all, it's just a temporary body. Chisen's tone was cold. Kawaki, you go monitor the 10 tails. What about Boruto? He's not here. Seems he's not at his church either. Then quickly find him and let him guard the container, sealing the Hokage. When my body is restored, without the annoying Konoha, I'll take Kawaki and Boruto Uzumaki, and then everything will be over. Chisen's eyes were icy. Has the time finally come to reap the rewards? Kawaki's tone was excited as he watched Chisen walk out the door. 3rd Kazekage. This Amato is not simple. 2nd Mizukage Kahaku Getsu. Let me predict. This Amato is also an undercover agent. Amato? 4th Kazekage Raza. What the hell is this guy also in the chat group? The video continued to play. I absolutely cannot accept that Kawaki is a spy. Boruto glared angrily at Shikamaru. It's noisy. I haven't confirmed he's a spy, but I can't rule out that possibility. We can't let him act recklessly, Shikamaru said tiredly, sighing. He risked losing his right hand to save Himawari and Dad. How could a spy do something like that? Boruto retorted angrily. I heard the scientist from Shell can fix his right hand. I think that's just a way to gain trust. After all, if he colluded with the enemy, he wouldn't have to worry about being killed. Shikamaru frowned deeply. How could it be, since there's no decisive evidence? I won't acknowledge him. However, if Naruto returns safely, the final judgment will still be on him. Shikamaru shook his head. I believe Dad will definitely come back. Kawaki sat in the courtyard, memories of Naruto's smile floating in his mind. His brow furrowed tighter and tighter. 7th Hokage. I am Uzumaki Naruto, the so-called Hokage, essentially the village chief of Konoha. Everyone is connected to each other to some extent through chakra. Kawaki's mind was a painful mix of memories and warm interactions. Kawaki gasped, his eyes filled with sadness. Why? Why is the 7th Hokage so good to someone like me? Why is he willing to look into the eyes of someone like me? Why? Kawaki clutched his chest tightly. Yes, it's as if he were a real family. How wonderful it would be if the 7th Hokage were my dad. Sarada adjusted her glasses, teasingly. I used to think that way, envying Boruto's innate advantages while constantly complaining. It was quite annoying. Sarada sighed and swung her little feet. However, for the 7th Hokage, everyone in the village is family. That's just the kind of person he is. Being around him is reassuring. Shikamaru-sensei. A voice from the J-Nin rang out in the room. I found something strange in the second-floor room. Strange thing? Shikamaru asked, confused. A glass bottle full of cracks in the 7th Hokage's room. Boruto turned his head, suddenly anxious, and snatched it away. That is... Kawaki hesitated to speak. That's amazing. You repaired it perfectly. Can anyone usually do this? Boruto examined the vase. Aren't you the one who told me to fix it? It's not completely done. There's a small hole. Kawaki sighed. I see. It's the vase we talked about before. Shikamaru shook his head. Uncle Shikamaru, look at this. Kawaki worked hard to fix the broken vase. Would a spy do such a troublesome thing? Boruto, I understand how you feel, but this is the same as the right hand. It can't prove he's not a spy. Shikamaru sighed. I can't take it anymore. You're too stubborn. Stop talking, Boruto, don't complicate things. Kawaki shook his head, then suddenly froze. His arm was glowing. The 7th Hokage's prosthetic arm is glowing. Sarada was shocked. It's chakra. I can feel the 7th Hokage's chakra. Kawaki clenched his arm. Filled with joy. The 7th Hokage hasn't been killed. He might just have been knocked out by Chizen. He's still alive. Kawaki, does this mean? Boruto anxiously placed the vase carefully on the table. There's no mistake. The 7th Hokage is still alive. What happened? Where's Naruto? Shikamaru was confused. Kawaki, with Boruto's help, resonated with the wedge and then gathered into a black hole. Everyone was stunned. I now roughly understand why I was chosen by Chizen. Even though I'm extremely reluctant to admit it in the end, I am quite similar to him. Kawaki shook his head, his tone very complex. Our fluctuations resonate. Though I feel displeased, I have to admit it. But because of this, I can do what that guy can do. Kawaki, let's go, everyone. To save the 7th Hokage. Kawaki turned his head and said seriously, You are nothing like that guy. Boruto chuckled lightly. Kawaki looked at Boruto's gentle smile and thought of the 7th Hokage. Just as the group was about to enter to rescue Naruto, they suddenly found themselves unable to move. Don't act on your own. I'm just as worried about Naruto as you are, but don't rush. Calm down. Shikamaru looked confused. Soon, his shadow bind technique was absorbed by Kawaki. Hurry up, or the cave will close. The group rushed into the black hole. Hey, wait up. Just proving will be enough. I will show you. Kawaki turned his head, looking at Shikamaru with determination. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Shikamaru's forehead. He was completely bewildered. Sigh. Can't rely on these useless teammates. 4th Kazekage Raza, 666. A bunch of kids rushing into the enemy's ranks to get themselves killed. Thumbs up, 2nd Mizuka Obito. This is a bit ridiculous. Nara Shikamaru, young sigh. I try my best, Naruto, don't blame me for this. Uzumaki Naruto, young you can't even stop a few kids. Running to the enemy with a few kids, Kawaki really looks like an undercover. Nara Shikamaru, young. The video continued to play. The group walked out from the black hole. What surrounded them was a scene they had never seen before. Where is this? Sarada looked around, confused. It's probably a space different from our world. Kawaki shook his head. All they could see were rocks. Would Dad be in a place like this? Boruto's eyes were filled with caution. Everyone be careful. That person, Chikage, should be right here. Mitsuki said seriously. Haha, you're talking about Chikage? A cold laugh came from behind. The group was instantly stunned and turned to look, revealing a massive figure. Who are you? Not Uchiha Sasuke. Boruto frowned. Who are you? Boruto looked confused. You. Isn't that Kawaki? I'm so glad to see you here. Boruto teased as he looked at Kawaki. Kawaki, is that person Chikage? Boruto looked puzzled. No, it's not him. He's a member of the Shell organization, Boruto. In a way, he's more dangerous than Chikage. Kawaki's eyes were full of vigilance. Fourth Kazekage, Raza. Damn, could he be stronger than Chikage? Killer Bee. Oh yeah, an existence stronger than Chikage. Mizukage Terumi Mei. This rap is terrible. Killer Bee, you just don't appreciate. Fourth Raikage A. Shut up, you fool. Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, I'm a bit hungry. Yumino Irika. Eat, eat, eat. All you know is to eat. Have you been paying attention to what I've taught you in class? Uzumaki Naruto. Ah, I got it. The video continued. You look full of energy, Kawaki. Coming here, relying only on space-time ninjutsu. How did you get here? Boruto asked Kawaki. Shut up. I'm the one asking questions. Where's the 7th Hokage? Kawaki interrupted him angrily. That indifferent attitude hasn't changed. I actually don't dislike this part of you. Didn't you hear? Then I have no choice but to interrogate you directly. That attitude of yours, no matter how strong the opponent is, you never beg for mercy. Boruto seemed to hear an extremely funny joke and laughed wildly. You're clearly that kind of person, yet you only open up to this guy. Boruto raised the sealed container high. What? Did you mean this guy? Sarada looked anxious. That's right, the Hokage isn't here. I have no idea whether he is alive or dead or what he has turned into. Boruto said with a light chuckle. You bastard, what have you done to Dad? Boruto's face was filled with anger. Take this. Boruto quickly threw the sealed container down. The group hurriedly dodged. You can check for yourself. Uzumaki Boruto. Boruto said mockingly. Boruto began to pound on the container, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't open it. What a pity. Only Chikage can unlock this seal. I advise you not to have any crooked ideas about forcibly opening or destroying it. I can't guarantee the safety of what's inside. Boruto said with a light chuckle. Uzumaki Naruto, young no. Only Chikage can open it, so how do I get out? Boruto. 7th Hokage. Just wait and see how I will kill your son. 4th Kazekage Raza. Wow. This is a bit too much. 4th Raikage. The video continued. It's the 7th S chakra. It can't be wrong. He is alive, right inside here. Kawaki looked at the sensor in his hand and nodded. But what to do now? We have no way. We'll think about that later. First, we need to deal with the enemy in front of us. Kawaki looked up at the guy on the rock. But Boruto had long since disappeared. Gone? Boruto looked confused. That guy deliberately distracted us to move the 7th Hokage. Sarada immediately became anxious. Ah, don't be fooled by his appearance. He is extremely cunning and despicable. Everyone, be careful. The enemy is starting to attack. Sarada anxiously looked around. There was no sign of Boruto anywhere. The ground began to crack rapidly like a spider web, and Boruto burst out quickly. Lava release. Melting star. Boruto decisively executed the ninjutsu, and a large amount of molten acid began to spread across the ground. We can't touch that liquid. Sarada stood on high ground, her eyes anxious. Kawaki looked at the molten acid continuously eroding the 7th container and became anxious. He reached out to absorb the acid below. Amazing, can this thing be absorbed too? Sarada looked shocked. The molten acid was quickly absorbed, and Kawaki ran down to check the container, relieved to see it was unharmed. At that moment, a large amount of molten acid rushed over again. Boruto raised his hand, absorbing the molten acid. Are you okay? Boruto stood on high ground, looking at the two with a mocking expression. Uzumaki Boruto? Just like in the intel. You sneaky guy, how can your body be so massive? Boruto glared angrily at Boruto, standing on high ground. Boruto quickly formed hand seals, gathering chakra. Boruto rushed towards him. Shadow Clone Technique. 3 Borutos kicked Boruto down from the high ground. Boruto quickly steadied himself on the ground, spitting out a large amount of molten acid. Kawaki managed to catch Boruto in time, avoiding the attack. Mizukage Terumi Mei, just like my ninjutsu. CH Jiro. As expected of Lord Mizukage. The video continued. Kawaki and Boruto worked together seamlessly, with Boruto gathering a Rasengan, successfully pushing Boruto back to a distance. Boom! A large amount of smoke billowed out from Boruto's abdomen. Great! A direct hit to the vital point. Boruto felt a surge of joy in his heart, but soon his expression froze. The scars on Boruto's abdomen were rapidly healing. So that's it, a Rasengan? The power is indeed strong. Boruto patted his abdomen. Don't be careless, Boruto. Quickly finish him off and make sure his regeneration speed can't keep up with us. Kawaki patted Boruto's shoulder and rushed forward. Boruto nodded. Is he forming hand seals? Sarada activated her Sharingan, standing at a high vantage point to carefully observe Boruto's weaknesses. Kawaki transformed his hand and quickly struck Boruto, then grabbed him and slammed him down from the sky. Boruto, got it. Boruto jumped into the air, just about to gather a Rasengan when suddenly his body stiffened and he fell to the ground. Damn it. Boruto gritted his teeth. Everyone was stunned. What's wrong? Boruto? Kawaki turned around, looking at Boruto with concern, but soon he too froze, kneeling on the ground, unable to move. What's going on? My body. What happened to the two of them? Sarada looked at the two sprawled on the ground, filled with worry. I'm really tired. I have no money for food again. I'm going to have to sleep on the streets tonight. Umbu of the Hidden Mist. What happened? Boruto was clearly at an advantage before. Ninja from the Hidden Sand. I don't get it. Can someone explain? Senju Tobirama. I see. Senju Hashirama. Ew. What did you notice? Senju Tobirama. Brother, just keep watching and you'll understand. The video continued to play. A bunch of idiots who told you to rush in recklessly. Boruto's voice came from the smoke. Is this black smoke his ninjutsu? Kawaki knelt on the ground, looking at the murky black fog around him, his pupils constricting. Damn, I can't absorb it. In the next moment, Boruto appeared next to Kawaki and kicked him away. With a bang, Kawaki's body flew back into the wall, deeply embedding itself. Kawaki. Boruto struggled to lift his head from the ground. If the black smoke isn't dealt with, we won't even be able to approach him. Sarada, observing from above, frowned. The hand seal he just formed clearly used some kind of ninjutsu. If that's the case, why can't it be absorbed by the wedge? Sarada looked at Boruto with deep concern. It was clearly still absorbable until just now. Boruto looked at the Boruto lying on the ground, stepping closer to him. The son of the Hokage. Uzumaki Boruto, the vessel of Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Boruto's eyes gleamed with mockery as he sized up the boy in front of him. Kinshiki, vessel? Boruto looked confused. Thanks to you. The urgent time limit of our plan has practically vanished, and I sincerely thank you for that. Boruto's eyes glinted with mockery as he assessed Boruto. What the hell are you talking about? Boruto frowned. Wind release, gale palm. Mitsuki stood at a high point, quickly forming hand seals. The violent airflow directly blew away the surrounding black murk. Boruto, are you okay? Mitsuki jumped next to Boruto, but in no time, the black smoke closed in again. What a pity that kind of wind can't disperse my black mist, and your body is gradually being eroded. Boruto slowly approached Mitsuki. If you want to escape, now's your chance. Mitsuki, son of Orochimaru. Mitsuki suppressed the discomfort in his heart, stood up with great effort, and formed hand seals. Lightning release, snake lightning. Water release, water barrier. The two jutsu collided, creating a massive cloud of smoke. Mitsuki stretched out his arm and quickly grabbed Boruto. The lightning release is just a diversion. Oh, and what of it? Boruto lifted Mitsuki into the air and then slammed him down to the ground. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, this guy's stats are off the charts. Boruto. A bunch of kids. Let's see how I kill this Boruto next. Uzumaki Boruto. Don't mess this up, you bastard. Boruto. Hee hee. You for little brats. Do you think I can't handle you? If I mess this up, I'll eat. Mizukage Terumi Mei. I don't know how this will end, but let me take a screenshot. My guy. Look, this video is heating up. Rock Lee. As expected of teacher guy. 10-10. You two, stop talking. Fourth Kazekage Raza. You're just like a machine. Third Kazekage. Shut up. Raza. The video continued. Boruto brushed off the dust from his clothes and stood up, only to find a snake biting his arm. The snake quickly injected its venom into his body. So that's it. The real goal is to poison me. But Boruto quickly formed hand seals, and soon the wounds on his body began to heal. That same seal, and it detoxified in an instant. Sarada adjusted her glasses. Being in this black mist for a long time is quite dangerous. Mitsuki looked around. In that case, I must at least save Boruto and the others. Those outside the vessel are of no value to me. If you obstruct me, you will meet a dead end. Watch my power. Sarada quickly pushed a large rock down from the high point. The boulder crashed onto Boruto, and taking this opportunity, Sarada helped Kawaki up. Mitsuki, I'm leaving Boruto to you. Retreat for now. Mitsuki picked up Boruto. The four fled in a panic. Did they escape? But the Hokage is still in my hands. You will definitely come back, Kawaki. Boruto brushed off the dust on his clothes, looking mockingly into the distance. Deluda! Boruto, are you an idiot? Why not go take care of those people? Boruto no firi. Kawaki, don't mess this up. Idiot. Boruto, am I going to lose to these little brats? There is a limit to jokes. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. I will intervene. Boruto? Uzumaki Boruto. Tail beast, let us go. Nine tails. Uzumaki Boruto. I see my dad say this every time, so I wanted to try it. The video continued to play. Why are you leading the retreat? Do you want to leave the 7th Hokage to die? Kawaki leaned against a rock, his tone weak. Don't say such foolish things. If we had continued fighting, we would have definitely been wiped out. Sarada shook her head. In any case, we must break the current deadlock. That black mist. Once it comes into contact, the body will gradually cease to obey. Boruto looked weak. He had repeatedly formed hand seals, and logically, he should have cast some kind of ninjutsu. Sarada pondered, resting her chin on her hand. But the wedge cannot absorb it. Mitsuki furrowed his brow, starting to analyze. The wedge can only absorb chakra, an energy type, and cannot absorb matter. Kawaki explained from the side. What does this mean? Boruto tilted his head, looking confused. Kawaki quickly explained the rules of absorption to Boruto. Upon hearing Kawaki's response, everyone's expressions became cautious. With a thud, Kawaki fell to the ground, and Boruto also collapsed, weak and unconscious. Let me do it. Shikamaru shook his head and took out 2 poisonous snakes from his sleeve. Shikamaru, is your body okay? Sarada asked worriedly. You should know, my body is specially made. Shikamaru controlled the 2 snakes to absorb the venom from both of them. What's going on? That guy's black mist. I inhaled it into my body just to be safe. Why would you do that? The true nature of that black mist is probably a virus. Boruto and Kawaki have both been infected by that virus. Shikamaru frowned anxiously, looking at the weak and unconscious duo. Time passed slowly. Soon, both Kawaki and Boruto gradually regained consciousness, awkwardly leaning against the wall. Might Gaia is fighting the ninja world this high-tech in the future. Please generate power for love. I'm really tired. Vortex Boruto, young it's not bad, but in the end, high-end technology doesn't matter much. Moonlight Gale. So what kind of match are you playing, big brother? Vortex Boruto, young a peak match, I guess. The video continued to play. Sarada looked worriedly at the 2 who had woken up. I can move. Boruto clenched his fist. Kawaki nodded. As expected, it's true. Now we know. If chakra is altered, that's one thing, but I never expected there would be ninjutsu that could create a real virus. Shikamaru's brow furrowed tightly. So, he asked creating a virus within his own body? He must be using scientific ninja tools. Sarada waved her hand. Seriously, so it was that group's specialty. Boruto took a few shaky steps, exhausted but determined to stand. Anyway, we need to go rescue the 7th Hokage. Kawaki stood up as well. Before that, we need a commander to lead this small team. What do you think? Shikamaru said calmly. Actually, if Sarada hadn't decided to retreat, we would have been done for a long time ago. Even so, who knows what we might encounter next? To avoid conflicts at crucial moments, we need to listen to the commander. Then, let us listen to Team Captain Sarada. Me? Sarada pointed to her face, looking puzzled. Why is Sarada the commander? Boruto was very curious. I can guarantee you can't do it, Boruto. That is for sure. Kawaki waved his hand. Fine, I agree. If it increases our chances of winning. I understand. Boruto sighed deeply, clapping his hands with determination. Then it settled. Team Captain Sarada. Shikamaru looked at Sarada gently. Sounds good, although it's not as impressive as Lord Hokage. With the three of us plus Kawaki, that makes a four-person team. Sarada said as she took out a headband from her backpack and put on her head. Let us collaborate with the new 7th team and launch a counterattack. The scene shifted. With a snap, Sarada stood at a high point, immediately attracting Boruto's attention. Uchiha Sarada, are you here alone? Ha ha ha, what happened to the others? Couldn't they move because of that smoke? Boruto sneered. You're creating a virus in your own body and spreading it around. Your tricks are transparent to me. Sarada pushed up her glasses. I'll give you credit for seeing through it, but even if you know, what can you do? Boruto raised an eyebrow. What annoying ability. That's not the point. For instance, if the common people of a certain village get infected with this virus, think about what will happen next. Boruto shook his head. Uchiha Taijima. So our Uchiha clan's little princess is going to fight this pineapple? Uchiha Izuna. Dad, you misspelled it. Uchiha Taijima. Uchiha Sarada. Ancestor, please don't call me that. Uchiha Madara. Humph. Our Uchiha clan would never be defeated by this Boruto. Uchiha Sasuke, young little peanut. You need to be careful. Uchiha Sarada. What kind of strange nickname is that? Uchiha Sasuke, young Kakashi said that kind of nickname can help build a closer relationship with your daughter. Uchiha Sasuke, young, retracted a message. Hatake Kakashi. When did I say that? Uchiha Obito, you idiot. The video continued to play. Boruto began to recount his past. How he had once released a virus in the village and then carefully played the role of a doctor to treat others, gaining their favor. You're just deceiving everyone. Sarada retorted sternly. You're wrong. If humanity doesn't experience such miracles, they won't change their minds voluntarily. But once they witness a miracle, they will start to worship me as their savior. Boruto shook his head, staring at his hands, his tone becoming manic. Those who believe in me will bid farewell to this hellish world and enter a world full of happiness. This virus is the power of miracles. What are you thinking? Sarada shouted angrily. Yeah, you definitely can't understand my actions. After all, people like you aren't worth saving. As soon as Boruto finished speaking, his body instantly vanished from sight. Sarada quickly dodged. Dissolution release. Falling star break. Boruto quickly formed hand seals, spewing out a large amount of solution from his mouth. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Sarada swiftly formed hand seals, releasing a scorching fireball from her mouth. The two techniques collided, causing a violent commotion. Boruto charged toward Sarada like a madman. Sarada kept dodging his attacks. Are you keeping your distance from me to guard against the virus? Boruto's icy gaze fixed on Sarada, who was hiding in the rock crevice. Meanwhile, in a deep pit, three people began discussing plans. Uchiha Fugaku. Damn it, these three idiots, my granddaughter is almost gone, and you're still discussing plans. Uchiha Itachi, Dad. Can you stop cursing so much? The video continued to show. Setting aside his power, his speed isn't that fast. With a plan in mind, Sarada quickly escaped from the rock crevice. Fire release. Phoenix flower technique. Several fireballs were rapidly spewed from her mouth. Water release. Water barrier. Boruto quickly formed hand seals. Watching the fireballs collide with the water from a distance, thick smoke began to rise. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Boruto's figure vanished. I've lost him. Sarada gritted her teeth. A shadow darted past from behind the rock crevice, and Sarada turned her head in panic. But that shadow gradually disappeared, only to reappear behind Sarada. Moving around me? Sarada kept swinging her sword around. The black smoke around her began to converge. So that's how it is. Sarada's pupils contracted. Ha ha, your surroundings are already filled with a virus. Where can you escape to? Boruto's voice came from the sky. Sarada had no choice but to leap. That's right. You can only escape upwards. Boruto sneered and appeared in front of Sarada, slamming her down towards the ground. Uchiha Itachi. These brats still haven't come to help. I'm Uchiha Sasuke. Brother, your aloof persona is crumbling. Uchiha Fugaku. My granddaughter was hit by this brat. I'm really... Uchiha Itachi. Our Uchiha clan's little princess has been hit. Can we tolerate this? Uchiha Madara. I've awakened. It's hunting time. Uchiha Izuna. Boruto, you little brat. You're the only one being so arrogant. Huh? During the era of Boruto, Boruto looked at his friend request list, filled entirely with Uchiha names, and fell into contemplation. Did I poke the hornet's nest to the Uchiha clan? So many. Boruto couldn't help but mumble. Senju Tobirama requested to add you as a friend. Don't be afraid, kid. I will stand by your side. Looking at Senju Tobirama's caring friend request message, Boruto felt a warm current surge through him, and a sense of emotion filled his heart. It seems there are still good people, Boruto said with emotion, a comforting smile appearing on his face. The video continued. Sarada struggled to prop herself up, surrounded by swirling black smoke. Boruto landed from the sky, his eyes filled with mockery, staring at Sarada. Your body has already started to disobey you, right? This is a fast-acting virus. It's too late now. Boruto grabbed Sarada by the neck and lifted her high. Sarada's face turned pale as she desperately struggled, her small hands and feet beating against Boruto's arm. Useless. You can't even form a hand sign now. It won't be long before your body completely stiffens, and you won't be able to move a single finger, just like the other three. At this distance, I absolutely won't miss. Sarada revealed a cold smile. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in Boruto's eyes. Bang! Sarada suddenly kicked out, knocking Boruto's hand away. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sarada quickly formed hand signs and then unleashed a blazing fireball that struck Boruto in the face. How is this possible? Why can she still move? Boruto's pupils contracted sharply. Look at my power. After retreating a short distance, Sarada rushed forward and threw a punch at Boruto. Flames engulfed Boruto, and he was sent flying backward. Come on, guys, it's time to make your entrance. As soon as Sarada finished speaking, Kawaki and Boruto rushed in from both sides. Wait, are those guys? Boruto's pupils shrank, and he quickly began forming hand signs. How can they still move? Boruto was filled with confusion. Got him, Kawaki. That bastard. Boruto slammed a Rasengan into Boruto's face. Kawaki then used the power of his kunai to pass it to Boruto. Boom! The Rasengan instantly grew huge, emitting a brilliant blue light. The light rapidly spread. Then, a violent explosion occurred, and a large amount of smoke rose. Boruto fell to the ground in a disheveled state. Great, we did it! Boruto cheered excitedly. It seems to be going smoothly. That's right, the resistance to the virus is significant. This is the first victory for the newly formed Team 7. Boruto waved his arms. But unexpectedly, the fallen Boruto's arm suddenly moved, and then his mangled upper body slowly stood up. Everyone's pupils contracted sharply. Boruto's damaged upper body began to rapidly regenerate like threads being sewn together into new flesh. Uchiha Madara, this recovery ability, stronger than Hashirama. Senju Hashirama, Madara, you're overestimating me. Uchiha Sarada, this is a monster. Uchiha Sasuke, young, it's making me furious. Damn shell organization. Uzumaki Naruto, young Sasuke, I didn't expect you to be a daughter slave. Uchiha Sasuke, young he. Fourth Kazekage Raza, you two aren't much different. Gaara, Raza, you useless fool, shut up. Fourth Kazekage Raza, Sai, my son is really unfilial. Mizukage Terumi Mei, you should also reflect on the reason behind it. The video continued. This can't be real. Sarada's lips trembled. Everyone was also stunned. Boruto twisted his neck, a cold smile creeping onto his face. Looking like a fake human. I have been granted a perfect body, becoming an existence that transcends humanity. Aimless training cannot possibly grant such power. You ninjas will never defeat me. Boruto looked down disdainfully at the little ones. Then, Boruto began to analyze who among the four had managed to crack his virus. You really thought this through? Did you know my attack was a virus all along? Boruto turned to look at Mitsuki. Mitsuki's gaze was icy, staring directly at Boruto. No matter what, your despicable virus attack has already failed, uncle. Be prepared. Boruto sneered. I now understand, you little brats. Boruto also sneered, his killing intent surging. Boruto, don't let your guard down. It's starting now. Sarada commanded. Understood. Boruto and Mitsuki quickly exchanged positions, and soon the four surrounded Boruto. Are you planning to corner me? Trying to play a role-playing game with this formation? Boruto sneered again. Boruto suddenly charged towards the distant container sealing the seventh Hokage. You managed to seal the virus, which indeed surprised me. But still too naive. I have plenty of ways to disrupt your teamwork. Boruto glanced disdainfully at the few kids in the distance. You're dreaming. Kawaki's hand began to change shape. Boruto sneered, releasing a large amount of black mist again. Still not learning your lesson. Using virus attacks again. Kawaki's eyes were cold. This move is already useless, don't you understand? Boruto looked at the distant scene. His eyes flippant. Boruto fell from the sky, throwing numerous shurikens. This time, he's using shurikens to attack. Kawaki looked confused, wanting to knock these shurikens away as soon as he landed. Kawaki, wait! Sarada shouted anxiously. Soon, those shurikens produced violent explosions. En explosion? Boruto looked confused. That guy just released both the virus and explosives at the same time, Sarada began to explain. In the distance, amidst the black smoke, Kawaki slowly emerged, fiercely guarding the container of the seventh Hokage. Even when suddenly attacked unexpectedly, you still worry about the safety of the Hokage. You've grown weak, Kawaki. It's simply embarrassing. Boruto sneered. Jur, I want to complain a bit. Is Naruto's sealing container really this fragile? Kawaki, you don't understand. It's necessary to do this to protect Lord Seventh. Uzumaki Naruto, young Kawaki, I'm really grateful to you. Your relationship with Boruto is just like that of real brothers. Kawaki, Lord Seventh Hokage, Uchiha Sasuke, am I still unconscious in the future? Damn it. Uzumaki Boruto, don't worry, Master Sasuke, watch my spiral movement. I'll easily take care of this Boru. The footage in the video continued without stopping. Kawaki. Everyone looked at Kawaki with worried expressions. What a nauseating and annoying guy. Actually turning our sense of security regarding the virus against us. Kawaki furrowed his brows. You're too reckless. If you keep charging headfirst, you'll die. Boruto reminded Kawaki. There's no need to worry. This level of injury will heal quickly. Kawaki shook his head. Are you sure? You're too naive, Kawaki. After hanging out with those kids for too long, you've become this weak. Don't carelessly damage that body of yours. It's the divine power granted to you. Boru's gaze was icy as he stared at Kawaki. After returning, you must undergo rigorous training from the beginning. What divine power? I won't listen to you all. I will definitely protect the seventh Hokage, even if it means this body is destroyed. Kawaki patted his chest, his eyes resolute. Boruto beside him twitched slightly at the corner of his eye. I'm telling you, he's my dad, so it's naturally my responsibility to protect him. I'm really tired. I haven't eaten dinner. I'm so hungry. Mizukage Terumi Mei, why does it feel like Kawaki is more like Naruto's son? Uzumaki Boruto. Hey, that joke isn't funny at all. Mizukage Terumi Mei, but it's a fact. Uzumaki Naruto, young haha. The footage on the video continued. How could I entrust you with this? The seventh must be protected by me. Sarada adjusted her glasses and said, What the hell? Boruto felt a bead of cold sweat trickle down his forehead. Then I will protect Boruto. Mitsuki turned to Boruto and smiled gently. You really haven't changed your mind. Boruto nodded. With a thud, Boru's foot stomped heavily on the ground. What can Hokage do? Does he have the ability to save the despairing world? Only I can save the people, Kawaki. Boru's eyes were frivolous. Hey, you bastard. How dare you shamelessly talk about saving? You make Kawaki suffer so much. I won't let you off. Boruto looked angrily into the distance. Kawaki is already a resident of Konoha. He will never return to your side. Don't be so afraid of loneliness. I'll take you back together, little brat with the wedge. Boru shook his head and sneered. You little rat can't even communicate properly with others. Go for it, everyone. Boruto clasped his hands together and shouted. Everyone immediately rushed toward Boru, and just as Sarada was about to charge forward, she was pulled back by Kawaki. I have something to ask of you. Me? Sarada looked confused. The scene shifted, and Boruto took the lead into the enemy, crossing his hands and decisively summoning 2 shadow clones. The enemy quickly defeated the shadow clones, turning them into smoke. In the smoke, Boruto and Mitsuki quickly struck at the enemy's abdomen. The enemy cried out in pain and took a few steps back. Then, Boruto and Mitsuki alternated and launched a taijutsu attack. Raising Gan, Boruto gathered chakra and swiftly attacked the enemy. The enemy raised his palm to block the attack, but in the next second, his palm ripped apart like cloth. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his palm restored. Bang! Boruto was knocked away by the enemy's hand. Mitsuki rushed towards the enemy, but the enemy grabbed his foot and slammed him hard into the ground. Watching from the sidelines, Sarada looked worried and was about to rush over to help when Kawaki pulled her back. I understand what you mean, but I can't leave them behind. Sarada, wait. Kawaki said urgently. We must be careful with the explosives. Using fire or lightning techniques will be very dangerous. Sarada threw several shuriken from her backpack. Boru quickly formed hand seals and spat out a large amount of solution. The shuriken collided with the solution, canceling each other out. Is that dissolution? Sarada's eyes were cold. After waking up on the ground, Mitsuki decisively swung his arm, binding the enemy. Seeing this opportunity, Kawaki used the power of the wedge, and a violent red flash shot from his hand. The enemy's body was torn in half, flying through the air. Did we succeed? Boruto's eyes were filled with tension. However, the enemy's palm pushed against the ground, and in the next second, his previously broken lower half began to rapidly restore. It's a monster. Boruto's eyes were filled with terror. That's right. Do you only just realize this now? Too bad it's too late. The enemy's gaze was cold. Damn it. If this goes on, there will be no end. No matter how much chakra we have, it won't be enough. What should we do? Boruto frowned, starting to think. This means all of us won't be able to leave here alive. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Mitsuki's forehead. Kawaki glanced at Sarada and then turned his gaze back to the distant enemy. Boruto, Mitsuki, we will launch a full-scale attack together, whatever it takes. We must strike before our chakra runs out. Kawaki said firmly, but blindly attacking recklessly gives us no chance of victory. Mitsuki shook his head. You must have a plan, right, brother? Boruto looked at Kawaki curiously. Sort of, we can only use this method to have a chance. Kawaki nodded. Orochimaru, I'm starting to be curious about the research results of the Shell organization. Deluda, Boru the idiot won't really mess up, will he? Caught. So embarrassing. Boru, I'm just playing with them, two fools. The footage on the video continued. Have you finished discussing the battle plan, kids? Boru's eyes were extremely cold. I'm almost ready to make my move. As soon as he finished speaking, he instantly vanished from the spot like a ghost. Looking at the approaching enemy like a wolf, Boruto sneered. Then let's begin. I'm counting on you, Sarada. Kawaki turned to Sarada. I know. Sarada activated her Sharingan, focusing her gaze on the distance, beads of sweat dripping from her forehead. Boruto took the lead, summoning shadow clones and quickly attacking the enemy. In an instant, light and shadow intertwined, skills flying everywhere. At the same time, Kawaki and Mitsuki dashed forward like arrows to provide support. Serena stood at a distance, always ready. She recalled the plan that Kawaki had told her earlier. There was a way to seal his regeneration ability. Everyone in the Kara organization had been modified by that man. Amato. My body is the same. Amato is a genius. But his technology has limits, and that's the key. Limits? The ability to regenerate instantly, whether it's the head or body, is indeed powerful. But the stronger the effect, the larger the size. There's a core inside him that's at least the size of a heart. In other words, as long as I destroy the core, he won't be able to regenerate. Serena's pupils trembled, filled with shock. Her thoughts interrupted. She looked at the ninjutsu clashing in the distance, lights flashing. Serena activated her Sharingan, carefully searching for his core. Hurry up, I need to find it quickly. Boruto's body was injured, but began to recover again. Previously, his head along with his upper and lower body had been destroyed once. If there really is a core, it should have been blown away long ago. Does that thing really exist? Serena grew tense, her hands clenching unconsciously. Kawaki swung his scythe at the enemy, who took a step back and kicked Kawaki, instantly putting him in a predicament. Boruto rushed over for support. You bastard! Kawaki slashed at the enemy's leg, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Lightning release, snake lightning. Mitsuki jumped high into the air, swiftly forming hand seals. Lightning flickered, illuminating the dim battlefield. What a bunch of relentless guys. The enemy sneered and launched a smoke attack, quickly covering the lightning in the sky. The lightning and smoke collided violently, producing a series of deafening explosions. The ground shook violently from the impact, and stones began to fall. Mitsuki flew down from the sky. Serena, observing from a distance, felt her lips tremble slightly. No, I can't see anything at all. Every time it's Boruto and Mitsuki helping me, I'm so embarrassed. Where is it? Where is it? Hurry up and find it. Serena was anxious, her breathing becoming rapid. Uchiha Fugaku. This is making me really angry. This damn enemy. Uchiha Itachi. If I use Amaterasu, will the enemy still be able to regenerate? Kawaki. It's hard to say. The video continued to play. Boruto rushed towards the enemy, passing by the enemy's hips from the side, then extending his foot to try to trip him. Kawaki raised his palm, emitting a large area of red light. Bang! The red lightning struck the enemy's body directly. The enemy fell to the ground, his head instantly shattered. He will get up immediately. Don't stop. Keep attacking. Kawaki shouted anxiously. That guy. When he was forming hand seals earlier, it seemed like there were waves on the surface of his muscles, as if something was moving. Serena observed from a distance, her pupils contracting. Damn it! Boruto was about to rush towards the enemy, but the damaged parts of the enemy's body instantly restored as before. The subtle movements of the muscles. Indeed, something was moving rapidly inside him. That seal is a ninjutsu used to move the core. Serena observed from a distance, her pupils contracting again. Rasengan. Boruto interrupted the enemy's arm, but the enemy's arm quickly restored, and he decisively swung his fist, knocking Boruto to the ground. Boruto lay on the ground, gasping heavily. Humph, you've become so weak. It's about time to end this, right? The enemy sneered. According to the information from the sage, Boruto's current wedge isn't great. As long as we exhaust their chakra, both containers will ultimately belong to our Kara. Boruto's gaze was exceptionally cold. Serena stood at a high place, closely observing the enemy through her Sharingan. It's definitely on his right side abdomen. His core is there. But what to do? Even if I tell Kawaki and the others, he will immediately move the core, making it meaningless. It has to be me who strikes. Serena's gaze gradually became determined. There is very little chakra left. I can barely use the last Rasengan. Boruto half kneeled on the ground, slowly standing up. Serena watched Boruto and saw him give her a faint smile. The music became intense at this moment. Mitsuki Kawaki, this is the most critical moment. Let's give it our all. Do you have any plans? Kawaki looked at Boruto in confusion. There is no such thing. Our squad leader will find a way, right? Boruto shook his head and chuckled softly. Mitsuki stood up with a smile in his eyes. The three stood side by side, coldly staring at the enemy in the distance. They unconditionally trusted their teammates. The enemy suddenly vanished from sight. Bang! Boruto extended his arm to counter him, while Mitsuki attacked the enemy's lower body from the side. Soon the two pulled away, and Kawaki swung the scythe, severing the enemy's arm. Immediately after, the three took turns launching a war of attrition, with physical clashes happening constantly. Bang, bang, bang. The surrounding air was filled with the continuous sound of punching. Serena slapped her cheeks, her gaze exceptionally focused. A great fireball and a peony flower could not penetrate his body at all. Moreover, if he notices I'm aiming for his abdomen, it would be disastrous. Serena frowned. She began to think of a way to ambush Boruto. The figure of her father appeared in her mind, and Serena took a deep breath, stepping forward step by step. The enemy spewed flames, charging at the half-kneeling Mitsuki. Kawaki immediately rushed over, extending his arm to absorb the flame's assault, and then a red light shot out. However, the enemy merely turned and knocked him away. I know using Chidori is extremely dangerous. If no one pays attention to his movements, I will definitely be in trouble. Serena ran wildly, watching her teammates getting hit repeatedly in the distance. I'm still learning this ninjutsu. This is my first time using it in actual combat, but I have to go for it. It's my turn to protect everyone. We must all return safely. Serena quickly formed hand seal and soon gathered blue light in her hands. The music became tense at this moment. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, it's igniting, it's igniting. Third Kazekage. Raza, can you please shut up? Mizukage Terumi Mei. This Kazekage Raza talks too much. CHJR. Mizukage-sama. Please mind your character. Uchiha Fugaku. Can Serena use Chidori? Uchiha Sasuke. I should teach her in the future, right? Uchiha Serena. But dad is not home every day, and he almost stabbed me with a knife before. Uchiha Serena retracted a message. Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Serena. Typo, Grandpa. Uchiha Fugaku. Sasuke. Explain to your dad what's going on. Uchiha Itachi. This damn kid deserves a beating with Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke, you.How. I misread it before. The video continued to play. The enemy carelessly sent Boruto flying far away, and just when everyone was extremely anxious, a blue light suddenly flashed. The pupils of the crowd shrank sharply. Seeing the situation, Boruto felt a surge of joy in his heart and threw out several smoke bombs without hesitation. What good is this little trick? The enemy sneered, clearing the smoke and leaping high into the air. This is the end. Just as the enemy was about to swing his fist at Boruto, in the next second, with a pop, his arm broke with a snap. This was the effect of Boruto's invisible Rasengan. Seeing that his trap had worked, Boruto decisively jumped away from his original position. Sarada brushed past Boruto, holding her Chidori, and swiftly charged towards the enemy. This guy is so fast. The enemy's pupils contracted sharply. Dad, lend me your power. Chidori. Sarada concentrated her chakra and decisively struck at the enemy. Whoosh. Her figure instantly pierced through the enemy's abdomen. Thud. Sarada fell heavily to the ground, rolling continuously. How could this happen? The enemy's pupils dilated violently. What was that just now? Kawaki was shocked. That was Chidori, a high-speed strike that concentrates chakra in the palm and then releases it. Mitsuki explained the principle of the technique. Because the speed was too fast, it was hard to hit. This is a high-level ninjutsu based on the Sharingan. The smoke gradually dissipated. Sarada staggered to her feet, holding the core she had taken from the enemy's body. Without this, you won't be able to regenerate, right? Sarada's gaze was cold as she crushed the black sphere in her hand. You bastard. Boruto's eyes were filled with anger. Look at you. Look at all the good things you've done. Boruto shouted hoarsely, and in the next second, his body became incredibly huge, just like a balloon being instantly inflated. His mind began to blur, and his size continued to grow. Sarada quickly backed away, anxiously helping Boruto up. Are you okay, Boruto? Yeah. He suddenly got bigger and started causing destruction. Boruto's tone was very weak. Losing the core caused the power of the scientific ninja tools to go out of control, so he couldn't even bother to fight us anymore. We need to hurry and save the 7th Hokage. Kawaki shook his head. Shouldn't we deal with him first? Boruto asked in confusion. We're already quite exhausted. Let's hurry up, Kawaki said calmly. That's right. Let's check on the 7th's condition first. Okay. The 4 of them quickly arrived in front of the container sealing Naruto. It won't open at all. Do we have to destroy it? Boruto frowned tightly. How could that work? Who knows if it would get damaged inside? Sarada shook her head repeatedly. So what should we do? Boruto, extend your right hand. We can create a door that transcends space using the power of the seal. In theory, as long as we use this door, we can connect the space inside with the space we are in. Kawaki analyzed calmly. All right, let's give it a try. The 2 hands came together, and soon a resonance was generated. Inside the black hole, Naruto's weak and battered body tumbled out. Dad! Boruto instantly panicked. The 7th Hokage. Kawaki was also very anxious. Has he lost consciousness? My right hand is still functioning. He should be fine. Kawaki swallowed hard. Bang! A violent tremor came from a distance. Everyone turned their heads, and their faces suddenly turned fearful. Mitsuki was slammed to the ground by the enemy's massive arm. Everyone looked up at the enormous enemy in the sky. You dare to mock me, I will never let you go. Boruto's eyes were filled with anger, bloodshot. Bang! A red lightning bolt instantly pierced through his arm. Boruto screamed in pain. That monster! Kawaki's eyes were filled with rage. In the next second, Kawaki was sent flying into the crevice of a distant stone wall. Sarada looked at Kawaki with concern, but soon she was grabbed in the enemy's palm. Sarada struggled desperately, but the enemy gradually increased the pressure in his hand. Stop it, you bastard! Boruto jumped up suddenly, kicking at Boruto, but he was knocked down to the ground. The scene instantly became extremely tense. The enemy leaped down from high in the air, crashing down on Boruto, continuously venting his rage, swinging his fists and beating Boruto fiercely. Stop it! Sarada lay on the ground, weakly looking at Boruto in the distance. How dare a mere ninja be so arrogant? Absolutely unforgivable. The enemy kept swinging his fists and pounding Boruto. I am immortal. I am a chosen one by the gods. The enemy exerted all his strength to swing his fists, the force becoming even heavier. Boruto's fingers weakly twitched. System. Friendly reminder. High energy ahead. 4th Kazekage Raza. Damn. Could it be that a master has possessed him? Second Mizukage Terame. I'm familiar with this. The old man in the ring. Uzumaki Boruto. Shouldn't I be going berserk and killing this fat guy? Tsutsuki Kinshiki. Kid, watch closely. This is how Rasengan is used. Uzumaki Naruto. Young this line. The video continued to play. Boruto gasped for breath, slowly raising his hand, but was shocked to find that the abyss he had been pounding had no sign of Boruto. Where did he go? The enemy looked around in panic, and then saw a blue figure high in the sky. That figure radiated an extremely strong pressure, making the enemy swallow hard involuntarily. Don't get too cocky, lowly creature. Kinshiki possessed Boruto's body, floating in the air, tilting his head with a look of disdain. Tsutsuki. The enemy's pupils contracted sharply, and then he swung his fist, rushing towards Boruto like lightning. Boruto instantly vanished from his spot. Bang! The enemy's arm shattered into pieces instantly. Boruto's figure appeared like a ghost in the sky, rushing down like a whirlwind, directly kicking the enemy far away. What is going on? Sarada looked at this intense scene with a puzzled expression. Up in the sky, Kinshiki's form was somewhat ethereal as he raised his palm, his gaze filled with contempt. TCH, is there not enough chakra? Kinshiki looked around and saw Naruto lying on the ground. So he quickly descended from the sky, squatting down to absorb the tailed beast chakra from Naruto. Good, this is enough. Kinshiki waved his hand, then turned his head to look at the distant enemy with disdain. Whoosh, his figure instantly vanished. Boruto kicked the enemy in the abdomen, sending him flying through the air like a soccer ball. In an instant, Boruto reappeared directly above the enemy and kicked again. The enemy was hit repeatedly in midair, crashing to the ground and causing an extremely violent shock, as if the earth itself were shaking. This intense shock instantly jolted everyone awake. Everyone stared in disbelief at Boruto. Is that really Boruto? So strong, so terrifying. Momoshiki stepped on the enemy's abdomen, his eyes filled with disdain, surrounded by thick smoke. Let me think. What is it called? This guy's jutsu. Oh, I remember, the Rasengan. Momoshiki controlled Boruto's body, tilting his head, his voice ethereal, almost divine. In the next moment, a massive whirlwind gathered in Boruto's right hand, the wind becoming increasingly overwhelming. Isn't this guy's Otsutsuki power still immature? The enemy lay sprawled on the ground, looking at Boruto in terror. He truly regretted his actions, wishing he hadn't provoked Boruto. At this moment, Boruto rose slowly like a god, the Rasengan growing larger. This intense blue light and the powerful wind smashed against the surrounding stone surface. That guy, Kaoshin, actually dared to deceive me. Boruto was filled with anger, watching the gigantic Rasengan hurtle toward his body. The wind continuously sliced through his cellular structure. Boom! The violent explosion sent all the surrounding stones flying. A massive cloud of white smoke mixed with flashing lightning flickered incessantly. The power was almost comparable to the tailed beast bomb. Thud! In the midst of the thick smoke, Kawaki opened his eyes, looking up at Boruto suspended in the air, instantly frozen in shock. Boruto hovered high above, gazing at the deep pit below with indifference. The time has not yet come, the boy with deep blue eyes thought. Now is not the time. When that time comes, you will have nothing. Momoshiki said meaningfully, the blue light on his face gradually fading. Soon he lost control of his body and fell to the ground. Shikadai quickly extended his arm to catch the falling Boruto. Noki, wow, this combat power is too exaggerated. Killer Bee, this Rasengan is comparable to the tailed beast bomb of the Eight Tails. Oh yeah. Gyuki, is this really a human? Momoshiki, this is the power of the Otsutsuki clan, a bunch of inferior beings. Fourth Kazekage Raza, you're right, brother. We are all inferior beings. I said something harsh earlier. Please don't take it to heart. Gaara, useless. So cold, staying in a tent feels completely unsafe. Second Mizukage Kageyama. Raza, did you see that your son just mocked you? Hanzo, Raza is also done for, killed by Orochimaru. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Orochimaru drugged my drink. Otherwise, would I have lost him? Orochimaru, oh? I seem to remember it wasn't like that. The video continued to play. Boruto groggily opened his eyes, looking confused. Strange. Samire, what happened to me? Doesn't he remember? Samaire looked at Boruto with deep concern. He looked completely like another person just now. Sarada slowly approached, supporting the weak Boruto. Kawaki knelt on the ground, looking at Boruto with a complex expression. The Otsutsuki. Perhaps an unimaginable danger exists. Samaire furrowed her brows tightly. The scene shifted to a small room, where Kaoshin stood on the corridor, making a crisp crack sound. Kiyomi was inside charging. Her recovery progress was still less than 10. Amato leaned against the wall, smoking, softly reminding. Really? What about Boruto and Kawaki? Kaoshin nodded. They both went out. Boruto went to monitor the Hokage, and Kawaki went to monitor the Ten Tails. Amato took a deep drag of his cigarette. All right. A sharp killing intent flashed in Kaoshin's eyes. Are you going to make a move? Amato asked curiously, cigarette in mouth. That's right. I'm going to take him down. Kaoshin's expression was extremely cold. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Okay. This big brother is also about to start making moves. Second Mizukage Kageyama. Going to take out Kiyomi alone? This is interesting. Jiraiya. As expected of my clone. Just excellent. Tsunade. Truly narcissistic. The video continued to play. In the hospital, Naruto slowly opened his eyes, confusion etched on his face. Naruto-kun. Hinata immediately breathed a sigh of relief. You're finally awake? We've been worried sick. I'll go notify Kawaki. Boruto said as he tried to run off. Wait a minute. Boruto, don't run around the hospital. Hinata said gently and considerately. Am I saved? Naruto looked at the familiar faces around him, his eyes filled with emotion. The scene shifted again, perhaps because of forcibly connecting mismatched chakra prosthetics, which caused problems. Fukasaku looked at Kawaki lying in bed, concerned. Hey, wait a minute. What is this? Kawaki frowned, looking confused at the class leader. Don't worry. This is just a regular painkiller. It can at least help alleviate some pain. Class leader Jean said, shaking his head. That kind of thing just makes people sluggish. I don't need it. That medicine is completely unnecessary. Kawaki coldly refused. I see. I'm sorry. Jean nodded. With a crack, the door was pushed open urgently by Boruto. Kawaki, Dad has woken up. Boruto exclaimed joyfully to Kawaki lying in bed. Really? Kawaki nodded. The scene switched. The two then walked into Naruto's room, seeing the serious faces of the adults around. Boruto's expression instantly became serious. It seems everyone is here. Shikamaru nodded. I heard Naruto and Sasuke have regained consciousness, and everyone gathered here to inquire about the details. Shikamaru said calmly. Yes, the situation is urgent. Let's get to the point. Sasuke said coldly. First, this guy called Kiyomi is said to be from the Otsutsuki clan. Right? That's right. It's said he raised the Ten Tails. Sasuke nodded, and as soon as he finished speaking, everyone's pupils constricted sharply. You mean the Ten Tails? Damn, how could we not have noticed until now? Shikamaru's brow furrowed tightly. Existing on the other side of space, that makes sense. I originally planned to investigate again, but I couldn't use space-time ninjutsu to get there. Sasuke shook his head. It's possible the coordinates have been changed. Kawaki pondered, holding his chin. Boruto, did your Team 7 encounter Kiyomi? No. The opponent we fought was called Boruto. He has a special regeneration ability, and it spreads viruses. It's simply a monster. If it weren't for Sarada delivering a fatal blow with Chidori, the consequences would be unimaginable. Boruto said with a complex expression. Use Chidori? Sasuke turned to look at his daughter, sitting in a wheelchair, his eyes filled with surprise. Sarada blushed and nodded, beginning to recount her previous experience. Thus, they were convinced that a miracle had occurred with Boruto. That's what he said. It seems we need to investigate this matter further. Sai nodded. Ninjutsu that controls viruses? I haven't heard of this kind of bloodline limit. Shikamaru hesitated. That's not ninjutsu, but a real virus produced within the body. Everyone in the Kara organization, including me, has been modified by a scientist named Amato. Kawaki explained, shaking his head. You mean everyone in the Kara organization, including the first combatants, Victor and Deepa, and also someone named Kaoshin, Delta, and Boruto, as well as others? And there's one more person. His name is Code. Kawaki shook his head, speaking calmly. What kind of abilities does he have? I don't know. I just know he's an annoying guy who always smiles on the outside, but not on the inside. Kawaki frowned, as if recalling unpleasant memories. You really don't know? Shikamaru stared intently at Kawaki. I really don't know. It's strange that the Kara organization is urgently searching for you, yet you, the person involved, know nothing about it. Shikamaru began to doubt Kawaki. You don't even know why you were called the vessel? I don't know, I just don't. Kawaki closed his eyes and sighed lightly. At that time, I remember Delta indeed said that you are the vessel. That body doesn't belong to you. That's what she said. Boruto looked cautious. A vessel? Besides you, are there other vessels? Shikamaru looked at Kawaki curiously. Probably not, although they brought many people besides me. Most of them died during Amato's experiments. You're not hiding anything else, are you? I said there isn't. Kawaki glared at Shikamaru somewhat angrily. Shikamaru's expression also turned angry. He didn't trust Kawaki and felt that he wasn't a good person. That's enough, Shikamaru. Naruto seriously interrupted the tense atmosphere between the two. Now is not the time to doubt him. Sorry. In any case, as long as everyone is safe, just defeating that monster named Boruto would be a satisfactory conclusion. Naruto nodded. Although my impression at the end is a bit blurry, I can't quite remember. Boruto crossed his arms and chuckled lightly. With a creak, the door was pushed open. Time's up. Kawaki, go back to the hospital room with Sarada. And you too, Naruto, don't get too carried away, or you'll feel uncomfortable later. Sakura said seriously. Naruto helplessly shook his head and teased. Sakura is still as strict as ever. I didn't expect Sakura to be so beautiful in the future. The anime adaptation is much better than the messy clues in the manga. Everything in the anime is organized together. The footage on the video continued. Everyone left the hospital room. Boruto, can you come over here for a moment? Kawaki called out to Boruto. Boruto turned around, looking at Kawaki in confusion. The scene shifted. You really don't remember anything at all? Kawaki sat on the sofa, looking at Boruto with a worried expression. It was when Sarada was almost killed by the enemy. Up until that point, I seem to vaguely remember some things. Boruto hesitated. At that time, the Otsutsuki's mark spread all over your body, and not only that, but horns also grew on your forehead, just like mine. No way. Wait a minute. You said just like you. Does that mean? Boruto's expression instantly became alert. Yes, I had a similar experience. When Jigen came to find me, horns also grew on my forehead. If we didn't defeat him, Kawaki shook his head helplessly. I see. So that's what happened. Boruto's expression became complicated. Memories of what Momoshiki had told him earlier floated in his mind. Be prepared to defeat a god, and you will no longer be able to live as a mere mortal. At that time, he was still confused, but at this moment, he seemed to gradually understand the deeper meaning of Momoshiki's words. So, I'm no longer an ordinary person. Boruto clenched his fists tightly. The scene shifted again. Sarada and Mitsuki began to explain the situation to Sasuke. Really? Sasuke looked worried. Yes, the shape of the mark has changed from before. There are horn-like things growing on his head, and his right eye has turned into a Byakugan. Sarada struggled to prop herself up from the hospital bed. The opponent we couldn't defeat together in unison, yet he can take them down in an instant. So powerful it's hard to believe he feels completely unlike Boruto. Sarada's tone was filled with concern. Right, Mitsuki? Yeah, because the atmosphere just now wasn't really suitable for discussing this. I want to talk to Dad first about what exactly happened to Boruto. Sarada asked with a worried expression. I also think his condition is quite unusual. Not just me who has been closely monitoring him. Anyone can clearly notice it. Mitsuki said cautiously. Momoshiki's will still exist within the mark, probably intending to take over Boruto's body. Sasuke's eyes were filled with vigilance. Dad, he won't be in danger, will he? Sarada asked anxiously. Don't worry right now. More than these things, you should take care of your own health first. Sasuke gently patted his daughter's head. Boruto himself seems to have not noticed any abnormal symptoms. Mitsuki said softly. I've always been puzzled about why Momoshiki gave Boruto the mark. If it was to revive himself, it would make sense. Sasuke furrowed his brow tightly. Then, that is what they call a vessel. If this deduction is correct, then Kawaki was also marked to revive another Otsutsuki? Mitsuki pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Exactly, logically speaking, the one who marked Kawaki is the same Momoshiki, but to me, it seems Momoshiki himself also looks like another existence's vessel. Sasuke spoke with caution. Amato, as expected of Uchiha Sasuke, your analytical skills are impressive. Delta, Amato, you bastard, are you trying to betray our organization? Amato, You're a bit loud. Why don't you take a nap for a while? Fourth Kazakage. Damn, why isn't that girl upstairs talking? Amato. Hee hee. It was too loud, so I let her sleep for a bit. The footage on the video continued to play. Found them. Long time no see. Two familiar figures walked into the hospital. Did you come here with some other intentions? The curious gaze of Rueitai fell on Boruto. How'd you get here? Look, we specially brought gifts for your visit. The corners of Rueitai's mouth lifted slightly, revealing a light smile. Taiyaki? Just in time, I'm hungry. A hint of surprise flashed in Boruto's eyes. This wasn't prepared for you. You're not hospitalized. Rueitai gently shook his head and then turned to look at Kawaki, who was quietly sitting beside him. You should like this, right? Butterfly told us. Is it for me? Kawaki tapped his cheek with his finger. Hearing that you took the initiative to help and successfully save the 7th Hokage, I thought it wouldn't be inappropriate to come and visit you. Rueitai's expression carried a hint of pride. No need to be polite. It is what it is. Just enjoy it. You can choose from various flavors. Then I'll choose the cream flavor. Kawaki recalled what Sarada had mentioned to him earlier. Here you go. Kawaki took a bite of the cream-flavored taiyaki, and surprise instantly flickered in his eyes. What is this? It's so delicious. Kawaki couldn't help but show an exaggerated expression and began to devour it. Seeing this, Boruto couldn't help but chuckle lightly. The scene shifted to the Shell Organization's base. Sorry to keep you waiting, Master. I'm all set. Amato was carrying luggage and had a cigarette in his mouth. Is this all your luggage? It looks quite light. The cautious Master Washin inquired. What I need is just a portion of cell slices and a data group. As for the specific operations, I will use their equipment to resolve it. Amato took a deep puff of his cigarette. Understood. Summoning technique, steam toad. The master quickly formed hand seals with both hands and then slapped them heavily on the ground. In an instant, a cloud of smoke rose. Although this is a personal choice, I still suggest you extinguish that cigarette. The toad opened its mouth wide, and the master, standing above, kindly reminded him. Indeed. Good advice is hard to hear. Amato nodded slightly. Is it appropriate for two middle-aged men to be this close? A familiar voice suddenly caught both of their attention. Amato, where are you going? Sneaking out without Lady Chigen's permission? Dairuda approached, stepping closer in high heels. A flash of killing intent suddenly appeared in Washin's eyes. I'll take care of her, Amato. Is that a problem? No, there's no need for that. Amato shook his head. It's time to sleep, Dairuda. Amato's gaze was fixed on Dairuda in the distance. With a thud, Dairuda instantly fell unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Is this an emergency stop command? It seems similar preventive measures are also set up in my body, the master thought, looking at Dairuda lying on the ground. All right, everything is ready. We can set off any time. Let's go. Amato laid down into the toad's mouth. Once you arrive, just move to the right along the wall. I wish you success. The master nodded in acknowledgement and then formed hand seals again. You too, good luck. Ninja art. Reverse summoning technique. The toad closed its mouth, its form dissipating into smoke at the original spot, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in the woods. TSK, forgot to bring fire. Amato leaped out of the toad's mouth. Kids, I'm here in Konoha. Naruto Uzumaki, young Konoha village welcomes you anytime. The video continued. The Inuzuka trio was practicing outdoors and unexpectedly encountered Amato. Wow, this is absolutely amazing. Incredible. Is this the new generation of Inuzuka? I am so lucky to witness such a splendid spar. Amato clapped and praised. By the way, may I ask, do you have any fire with you? Amato leaned lazily against a tree, holding an unlit cigarette in his mouth. Who are you? Who exactly are you? Rueitai's eyes instantly turned alert. Hey, stop. Don't take another step forward. This is the territory of Konoha. Rueitai said seriously, raising his voice. If there's something, just talk to your father. However, if you could help me pass on a message, that would be a great help. Amato shook his head slightly, his eyes showing a hint of disdain. I'll say it again, stop. Your behavior is too suspicious. Rueitai decisively used Shadow Jutsu, attempting to bind Amato. Amato did not speak. He calmly took out a scientific ninja tool from his pocket. In an instant, the scientific ninja tool emitted a piercing sound wave. The group was caught off guard, quickly covering their heads, their faces showing expressions of pain. In the blink of an eye, Amato was beside Rueitai, gently tapping him on the ear. Soon, Ruetai fell unconscious to the ground. Please remain calm. There's no need to worry. This drug won't cause you substantial harm. However, whether you can remain unharmed afterwards will depend on your father's attitude. Amato sighed lightly while holding the cigarette. Meanwhile, Ino Yamanaka, who was focused on arranging flowers, suddenly received a mental message from her son. Is it Inogen? What happened? A sense of unease surged in Ino's heart. Mom, Ruetai is in trouble. Let me talk to Uncle Shikamaru right now. Inogen's voice was serious and urgent. Shortly after, Shikamaru received the notification. What is wrong, Ino? Shikamaru, please listen to me calmly. Ruetai has been captured by someone claiming to be from the Shell organization, and there's a bomb attached to his neck. Ino anxiously explained the situation to Shikamaru. What did you say? Shikamaru's voice was filled with shock. The man's name is Amato. We are currently negotiating with him, and he wants to speak with you. Shikamaru's expression instantly turned serious. His teeth clenched. The scene shifted. Earth style, fine stone. Meng Wang quickly formed hand seals, and stones instantly wrapped around Amato's body like ropes. Meng Wang, stop. I've already sealed his movements from now on. Shui, beside him, looked anxious. You all listen carefully. Shui, Meng Wang. Amato seemed to have anticipated this, his face showing disdain as he looked at the two. Do you see what's on the branch behind me? That's right. It's the same thing hanging around your student Ruetai's neck. Now, even if my hands and feet are restricted, I can still detonate it. Amato held the cigarette, his tone mocking. What did you say? Meng Wang's eyes instantly turned alert. The group followed Amato's gaze and looked towards the distant branch. Soon, the branch exploded violently. Do you understand? Even if my hands and feet are bound, it's useless. The collar on Ruetai's neck will automatically explode in about 48 hours, and only I can deactivate it. In short, I advise you not to think about killing me. Amato sneered. Meng Wang released the technique. Let him down, Shui said softly beside him. What exactly are your demands? Speak up. Before this, allow me to apologize for the rough methods I had to resort to earlier. I truly regret it. I did not intend to hurt anyone, but time is pressing. Amato gently patted the stains on his clothes. Nara Shikamaru, youth, what the hell do you mean by attacking my son? Amato, this is just a video feed. I am currently on my way to Konoha. Code. Amato, you traitor, how dare you betray our organization? Amato, shut up, go to sleep, idiot. Uchiha Sasuke, youth, there's no need for all this hassle. I'll go to you right now. The video feed continues to progress. Can you hear me? Who exactly are you? Shikamaru's voice, like an invisible wave, directly entered Amato's mind. The secret technique of the Nara clan is indeed convenient. Amato sensed Shikamaru's words in his mind, a slight smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Answer me. What do you mean by not much time left? Shikamaru's voice carried an undeniable urgency. I originally intended to speak directly with Hokage-sama. However, he is currently under the control of Jigen and is not in the village. In this helpless situation, I have no choice but to communicate with you, who holds the decision-making power. That is the reason. Amato adjusted his glasses, a glint flashing across the lenses. This guy, has Naruto already been rescued? Does he really not know? Could it be that his claim of coming from the Kara organization is false? Shikamaru's gaze instantly became vigilant. You're Amato, right? I need to inform you of something. Our Hokage has already returned and is right beside me. Shikamaru raised his voice, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness. What did you say? Wait a minute. So, that Burrow has been defeated by you? Who exactly defeated him? A glimmer of curiosity flashed in Amato's eyes as he eagerly asked. Listening to this voice, it seems to be Amato. How did he end up here? Sitting on the bed, Kawaki looked puzzled, his brows tightly knitted. I am the 7th Hokage, Naruto. Speak. What is your purpose for coming to our Konoha? Naruto asked sternly. Hello, Hokage-sama. It is truly wonderful to hear your safe voice. It was worth risking my life to come here. So, I will be direct. I, Amato, hope to seek asylum in Konoha. A faint smile emerged on Amato's face, his tone carrying a hint of determination. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked, frozen in place, their pupils involuntarily narrowing, clearly taken aback by this sudden request. In return, I will provide you with information regarding the Kara organization, Jigen, the Ten Tails, and the Otsutsuki clan. I will share everything I know without reservation. Amato chuckled lightly again, a smile seemingly hiding countless pieces of information. Jiraiya, what the hell, Amato? Second Mizukichi. Terame, this information is handed to us on a silver platter. Konoha doesn't he want it? Third Kazekage, this guy. The video feed continues. Among the information I possess, any piece of it is extremely important to you. If you allow me to take refuge in Konoha, I can generously provide all of it to you. Of course, I will also release Shikadai. Amato adjusted his glasses, his tone calm yet confident. All right, think it over and make a decision quickly. I don't have much time to wait for you. Amato's tone carried a hint of impatience. Damn it, I can't trust you. Shikamaru's gaze was cold, his tone full of vigilance. Class leader, what does seeking asylum mean? Naruto turned his head, looking curiously at Kankuro. Seeking asylum means requesting protection from another country for special reasons. In short, this person has escaped from the Kara organization, but the specific reason is still unclear. Kankuro shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of confusion. Amato betrayed the Kara organization? That's impossible. What exactly happened? Kawaki felt a cold sweat on his forehead, his tone filled with doubt. All right, I agree to your terms. Sai, apprehend Amato and take him to the Hokage's office for interrogation. Naruto issued the command sternly. So, you made up your mind? To make such a decision for a mere Chunin, that's quite impressive. Amato adjusted his glasses, his tone carrying a hint of sarcasm. Even if you know full well, I still must declare, it's best not to do anything strange. It would be bad for both sides. Naruto's tone was serious, his gaze sharp. No problem, I absolutely won't make you regret it. I can guarantee that. Amato looked up at the sky, as if trying to make eye contact with Naruto, who was far away in the office. The scene shifted. Code observed the 10 tails below, feeling bored, and teleported to Jigen's side. For some reason, that location has already been discovered by Konoha. In any case, don't let your guard down. Jigen shook his head, his tone serious. Understood. Has there been any regular contact from Burrow? Code nodded, asking. No, something seems to have happened. Perhaps Uchiha Sasuke has appeared. You continue to monitor from there. Jigen rested his chin on his hands, his tone indifferent. Creak, creak. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. It's been a long time. How did the mission go? Jigen did not turn around, his tone calm. The mission is still in progress. Lady Jigen is currently also on a mission. The monk shook his head, his tone respectful. Sit down. Let me hear your mission report. Jigen's tone was cold, completely unaware of what would happen next. The scene shifted again. In Konoha, in the interrogation room, Amato sat in the chair, a disdainful expression on his face. Please give me a cigarette. I'm going to have a long talk, and I want my mind to be clear before we begin. Amato's tone was relaxed, as if discussing something trivial. Don't get cocky. You should be grateful to have a chair to sit in. Shikamaru's eyes were furious, his tone filled with suppressed anger. Restraining me is meaningless. Didn't I just say? Otherwise, I can show you right now. Blow up Shikadai's head. Bang. Shikamaru quickly slammed Amato against the wall, his eyes filled with fury. You think I wouldn't dare to kill you? Shikamaru's voice was low and cold. Stop it, Shikamaru. What is the point of doing this? This isn't like you. Naruto scolded sternly. Shikamaru, helpless, could only grab Amato by the collar and throw him back into the chair. Get to the point quickly, before my patience reaches its limit. Shikamaru's voice carried a hint of suppressed anger. Once it involves your own son, you become an ordinary father. Huh? Still calling yourself a strategist. It's really laughable. Amato looked at Shikamaru with disdain, his tone full of mockery. All right, let us stop here. My patience is limited too. Naruto's serious voice came through, his tone carrying undeniable authority. Kushina Uzumaki, Naruto has matured quite a bit. Minato Namikaze. After all, he is our son. Jiraiya. Well, after all, he is my disciple. Nagato Uzumaki. After all, he is my junior. The video continues to play. What is that guy up to? Is he trying to have a serious conversation? Boruto stands outside the window, looking at the scene inside with a puzzled expression. Amato. He is the head of the Research and Development Department of the Kara organization. It's not an exaggeration to say he knows Kara inside and out. Shinjutsu has never let him go outside. Kawaki calmly watches the scene inside the window, his tone calm. Just staying here has already touched Shinjutsu's reverse scale. I think Amato came here with a sense of inevitability about his death. The head of the technology department? That means the person who modified Kawaki's body is. FK's tone suddenly becomes excited. That's right, it's him. Not only me, but all the modified humans of the Kara organization are all made by him. Kawaki nods. His tone's somewhat complex. He is the legendary genius scientist. If I could get his asylum application and gain his approval, please let me witness his abilities at the Research Institute. FK is so excited he almost jumps up. Back to the main topic, in the interrogation room. The atmosphere gradually becomes tense. The two begin to discuss terms. Naruto looks at Amato with a determined expression. I swear in the name of the Hokage, don't worry. As long as we get what we want, we will never betray you. In the name of the Hokage? All right. Amato chuckles lightly, his tone somewhat playful. Then I'll be direct. The scene shifts. Why can't I see Kawaki? I didn't expect someone like you to return empty-handed. Shinjutsu supports his chin with one hand, looking coldly at Keishin. He has fallen into the hands of Konoha and is now under the watch of the Hokage. In this situation, it's hard for me to intervene. I can only watch from a distance. Keishin's tone is calm, but there is a hint of depth in his gaze. Honestly, I'm very suspicious in my eyes. When I saw you suddenly appear in front of Kawaki, Keishin says meaningfully, then shakes his head. The task you assigned to me was to retrieve Kawaki, but you hid the fact that you could have completed this task at any time. What do you have to say about that? Is it so strange? I just sent someone to retrieve the mail that I could have taken myself at any time. Shinjutsu speaks disdainfully, as if discussing a trivial matter. Things have been too busy these days. I might have written some fluff. Third Kazekage. This tone is a bit too arrogant. Mizukage Terame. But unfortunately, others have the capital to be arrogant. The video continues to play. The current situation is likely due to the spaceship crash, which directly led to Kawaki's escape. Shinjutsu supports his chin with one hand, his tone cold. But speaking of which, that was not an accident. Someone deliberately shot down the spaceship during transport, disguised as an accident to achieve a certain goal. Shinjutsu looks up, staring intently at Keishin. Keishin remains silent. This is the first time I've heard this. Where did you hear it? Keishin asks curiously. Stop pretending. This is a good opportunity. Let's be frank. Keishin. Shinjutsu supports his chin with one hand, giving a cold laugh. The atmosphere in the air suddenly becomes tense. The scene shifts back to the interrogation room. Perhaps you already know, Shinjutsu is Otsutsuki. Amato adjusts his glasses. No, to be precise, he has become Otsutsuki. He was originally just an ordinary person like us. Amato shakes his head. As soon as he finishes speaking, the pupils of everyone in the interrogation room dilate. What are you saying? Shikamaru sweats coldly on his forehead. Kawaki, who is watching, is also shocked. Who exactly are the Otsutsuki? Let me explain. They are invaders from other planets. In simple terms, they're troublesome aliens. Amato frowns. Troublesome aliens? Boruto mutters. Their only goal is to devour the life of the planet and then move on to the next planet. Amato speaks seriously. Why do they do this? Boruto looks confused. To devour the life of the planet means to absorb the life chakra of all the living beings on this planet. Amato explains. What? How could that be? FK is completely stunned. If they really succeed, what will happen to us? Shikamaru sweats coldly. Of course, there will be no survivors. Everyone will die, just like a giant mosquito sucking all the blood out of you. Amato's expression is particularly serious. Why would those troublesome aliens do such a thing? Naruto asks the crux of the issue. The important thing is what comes after. After absorbing all the biological chakra, the divine tree will bear huge fruit. Amato's expression is extremely serious. Chakra fruit? Sasuke furrows his brow. Yes, the chakra fruit is a combination of amazing energy and genetic factor cells. The Otsutsuki will gradually complete their self-evolution by consuming this fruit. This allows their race to continue evolving. How profound. FK adjusts his glasses, his eyes full of excitement. What are you excited about? Boruto looks at FK helplessly. Uchiha Sasuke, you should have been there, right? Amato turns to look at Sasuke, who is leaning against the wall. Where? What are you trying to say? Sasuke's gaze is cold. Don't pretend. You must have gotten the coordinates from the data inside the spaceship. That place can only be reached by space-time ninjutsu. Amato pushes up his glasses. Could it be you? Sasuke's pupils constrict. Yes, I deliberately left it there, wanting you to discover it, wanting you to know something about him. Amato chuckles lightly. That Otsutsuki only has similar horns. Although it looks very similar, that person is not Shinjutsu. Who exactly is he? Sasuke's tone is serious. Dilruta, Amato, you bastard. You betrayed our organization. Amato, permanently fall into a deep sleep, fool. Dilruta, thud. Fourth Kazekage our essay, damn. A living person just fell asleep like that? Amato, you talk too much, so I had to let him sleep for a while. The video continues to play. Wait. Don't rush. Everything has its order. Things are complicated, and we need to take them one at a time. If you went to that place, you should be able to see Shinjutsu with the 10 tails. Amato lowers his head, speaking seriously. The one you once fought is not the same person, but another existence. Unfortunately, I also don't know his origins. But when the Otsutsuki attack a planet, they will definitely use the 10 tails. The reason is that, after the 10 tails, it will grow into the divine tree, and it was originally a seedling. Amato's expression is exceptionally serious. They first planted the 10 tails in the ground, allowing it to grow into the god tree, then devoured the planet and bore chakra fruits. Once the fruits were harvested, the planet became useless. After that, they would move on to other planets and do the same thing. This is the Otsutsuki. This feels too unbelievable. I can't keep up with their thinking. Boruto stood up, sweating on his forehead. Although there are some points that raise suspicion, forget it. So what do they plan to do on this planet now? That guy called Shurizen? Naruto looked at Amato with a confused expression. No, it shouldn't be. Sasuke shook his head, breaking the tense atmosphere in the interrogation room. Sasuke? Naruto looked puzzled. It's probably the person who put the curse seal on Shurizen. Sasuke's expression was complex. You just said that Shurizen was an ordinary person, right? He became an Otsutsuki because of the curse seal, right? Sasuke's gaze was particularly cautious. As expected of Uchiha Sasuke, your intuition is exceptionally sharp, and your insight is accurate. Amato smiled knowingly. What on earth is going on? Boruto gritted his teeth, feeling an ominous premonition. Hurry up and say, what exactly is the curse seal? Sasuke's gaze was cold. Well, what I just said was merely the introduction. What comes next is the key. Amato pushed up his glasses. At that moment, his glasses emitted a signal sound. What is that? Shikamaru looked towards the sound, frowning. Everyone was stunned. Oh no, it's a signal from a companion. Sorry, Shikamaru-kun. Could you point my glasses towards the wall and place them on the corner of the table? What are you talking about? Don't worry. I'm just confirming whether our negotiations can proceed smoothly. Hurry up and do as I say. Amato looked up, staring intently at Shikamaru. Shikamaru. Naruto gave a firm look. Helpless, Shikamaru could only take off Amato's glasses, place them on the table, and point them at the wall. Soon, the glasses emitted a light, projecting onto the wall like a movie projector. Everyone immediately tensed up. The projector displayed Shizen's figure. Pretending not to know is useless, Guishin Master. In the footage, Shurizen stared coldly at Guishin Master. Naruto Uzumaki. ISNT that the Shurizen? The video continued. He mentioned Guishin Master. Is that the person Konohamaru mentioned in the report? Shikamaru frowned deeply. The footage continued. You teamed up with Amato to shoot down the airship, allowing Kawaki to escape. Boruto stared at Guishin Master's familiar face, stunned. That mask is the person who tried to kill us before. Let me escape? Guishin Master. What's going on? Kawaki frowned. Guishin Master is the only one within the Shell organization who has assisted me. Right now, the images seen by his reconnaissance frog are being shared with me in real time. Amato sighed softly. Live broadcast? Where is that? Naruto asked curiously. Just watch quietly. Amato interrupted everyone. Master, I want you to understand that I am not blaming you for assisting Kawaki's escape. Shurizen said coldly. I want to know your motives. Your and Amato's motives. What benefits do you gain by drawing your sword against me? I'm very interested in this. Shurizen inquired curiously. The chakra fruit was supposed to be the will of all members of the inner circle. What benefit do you derive from destroying this plan? Shizen's gaze was cold. Although you look calm, you're actually hiding a disordered breath. Guishin Master shook his head. What are you talking about? As soon as the words fell, Guishin Master suddenly stood up, pulled out a few shurikens from his pocket, and shot them over in an instant. Shirzhen disappeared from his spot the next second, appearing behind Guaxin Master, and pulled out a few black rods, stabbing them into his abdomen. With a thud, Guaxin Master fell to the ground. I want to kill you right away. I want to get what I want from you. Shizen's gaze was furious. With a bang, Guaxin Master in front of him turned into smoke and vanished. One infuriating guy. Is that a shadow clone? Shirzhen gritted his teeth. The motive is actually very simple. I have no interest in the chakra fruit. I was created solely to kill you from the beginning. Guaxin Master appeared behind Shirzhen, his tone cold. You want to kill me? You were created for this? Shizen's gaze was disdainful. That's right. That is my ultimate goal, the only meaning of my existence. Guaxin Master gritted his teeth. What's going on? He wants to kill Shirzhen? Shikamaru looked at the footage, his pupils constricting. Are these two both members of the Shell organization? Why are they fighting among themselves? Naruto fell silent. Both I and Master are merely disguised as their companions. The true purpose is to defeat him. Amato shook his head. After fighting you, Shizen's combat power has dropped sharply. This is an unprecedented best opportunity to defeat him. Amato stared intently at the video on the screen. A man whose meaning of life is pathetic. I am at a loss for words. Aren't you also just a pawn being used by Amato? Shirzhen glared angrily at Guaxin Master. Even if I am a pawn, that's the nature of a ninja. Guaxin Master quickly formed hand seals. Boring. Shirzhen gritted his teeth and rushed towards Guaxin Master. Fire release. Fireball. A blazing fireball was spewed from Guaxin Master's mouth. But the next second, it was absorbed by Shizen's palm. In the distance, a continuous stream of fireballs came again. Shirzhen disdainfully extended his arm, absorbing the ninjutsu. But the next second, Guaxin Master circled behind him. Toad oil bullet. Guaxin Master quickly formed hand seals again and spewed a blazing fireball from his mouth. The fireball hit Shizen's body. TCH, what an unpleasant technique. Shizen's gaze was furious. The next second, a frog jumped onto him, followed by several more frogs jumping up. Seeing this, Guaxin Master quickly formed hand seals. Boom! A large amount of flames began to erupt. Amazing! It directly turned into a fireball. Boruto watched the footage, his pupils constricting. Kuratsuchi, this guy. Could it be that he really wants to slaughter a god? Third Kazekage, damn. This is too exaggerated. Killer B. Oh Liquid Ah. This video is very exaggerated. Mizukage Terumi Mei, enough already. Let it go. Anoki. Fourth Raikage A. Aren't you going to manage your fool of a subordinate? Fourth Raikage A. Stop singing. It's horrible. Gara. There's a reason that guy is isolated. The footage continued. This is similar to using oil to enhance firepower. But this is ultimately ineffective against the cursed seal. Kawaki shook his head. Naruto stared at the masked figure on the video, inexplicably feeling that he looked somewhat familiar. The next second, the flames were completely absorbed by Shirzhen. As expected, it's ineffective against you. Guaxin Master's gaze was cautious. Bang! Shirzhen instantly disappeared from his spot and directly punched Guaxin Master. The monk raised his hand to block the attack. The two fighters moved incredibly fast. Bang, bang, bang. The only sound in the air was the whooshing of their punches. Soon, for shadow clones surrounded Sishian. Sishian had anticipated this and quickly created distance, using a spiral movement to evade the monk's encirclement. In the next moment, he waved his hand, and several black rods shot out. With a bang, the hit monk turned into smoke and dissipated. Sishian's gaze was cold as he looked at the monk charging towards him, decisively shrinking in size, and at the same time, he waved his hand, directly hitting him with 3 black rods. Bang! A large amount of smoke appeared again. Clearly another shadow clone. Sishin landed high in the air, looking down at the monk. It seems you truly wish to draw your blade against me, monk. You should have prepared yourself for death, right? Sishin's gaze was icy. This should be what I say to you, Sishin. No, Tsutsuki Isiki. The monk's eyes were filled with anger. Tsutsuki Ishiki? Naruto frowned. Yes, this is Sishien's true identity, or rather, his original form. Amato nodded. Tsutsuki Ishiki. He came to this planet from a distant ancient time, alongside Kagaya Tsutsuki. What did you say? Shikamaru looked nervously at Amato. The goal was already mentioned, to plant the divine tree and harvest chakra fruit, which caused a huge problem as Kagaya suddenly became hostile towards Ishiki. I don't know what Kagaya's motives are. Perhaps it's a long-standing personal grudge, or maybe she wants to monopolize the fruit. The true reason remains unknown. In any case, it ultimately led to trouble. Amato frowned. Ishiki, who was ambushed, was severely injured and on the brink of death. Just as he was about to die, he happened to seize the body of a nearby monk, thus extending his life. That unfortunate man was Tsishian. Amato began to explain the sequence of events. The people watching the video also had their pupils shrink in surprise upon seeing this scene. Tsunade Senju, I feel sorry for that monk for a second. Madarumi, indeed, 4th Kazekage Raza. So, you all feel sorry for just a second? The video continued to play. Amato, I have a question for you. Did Ishiki leave a seal mark on Tsishian at that time? Sasuke furrowed his brow. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately tensed up. The Tsutsuki used seals to take over others' bodies, right? Before delving into this topic, please allow me to hear the Hokage's opinion first. Do you agree to my seeking refuge in Konoha? Amato gave Sasuke a meaningful glance and then changed the subject. I must clarify that my request for asylum needs to be based on the laws of the Land of Fire and conducted in a formal manner. I have investigated this. According to the Hokage's special decree, you have the right to decide without needing anyone else's consent. Therefore, I hope to receive a formal written document. Amato spoke cautiously. This guy. Shikamaru broke out in a cold sweat, intending to tease Amato. All right, I agree, but the written document will need to be given to you later. Time is of the essence. Naruto Uzumaki nodded in agreement. As long as you give your verbal promise, I will be satisfied. However, to deactivate the explosive device on the platform, I still need you to provide me with the document. This is my only guarantee. Amato nodded in response. I understand. Sorry, Shikamaru. Naruto nodded and looked at Shikamaru. It's fine, go on. Shikamaru sighed helplessly. Next, I want to talk about the nature of the seal. As soon as Amato's voice fell, the interrogation room fell silent again. Sasuke's speculation was generally correct, but the reality is far more complex. Taking Boruto as an example, he bears the Tsutsuki Momoshiki's seal. So, what changes have occurred to Boruto's body? Momoshiki, during the most intense part of the war, copied himself and injected the data into Boruto's body. Boruto frowned tightly. In simple terms, the seal is a compressed backup file of the Tsutsuki. What are you talking about? Shikamaru's pupils constricted. The compressed file will gradually unfreeze over time, and this process is still ongoing. When all the data is unfrozen, Boruto's body will be replaced by Momoshiki's data. If that's the case, wouldn't Boruto completely disappear? The Tsutsuki would then be revived. Naruto's face was filled with worry. How could this happen? Is there a way to save him? How can we stop it? As far as I know, there is no way. To prevent Momoshiki's revival, Boruto must be killed. Amato shook his head. How could this happen? Kankuro pressed his small hand against his chest, looking worried. Boruto Uzumaki, damn. What am I supposed to do then? Naruto Uzumaki, young Amato. Is there any other solution? Amato, not at the moment. Orochimaru, speaking of which, I'm quite interested in the seal. Kabuto Yakushi. That's right, so am I. Tsunade Senju, you two are really disgusting. The video continued to play. Am I going to turn to Momoshiki? Boruto's brows were tightly knit. Kawaki had a complex expression, silent. I have a question. Sasuke suddenly spoke, interrupting the interrogative silence. What question? Suppose Momoshiki revives inside Boruto. What changes will the seal undergo? Sasuke asked curiously. That's a good question. Just like sugar dissolving in tea, the Tsutsuki data will merge into the entire body, and the seal will disappear. Amato shook his head. I see, but it's a bit strange. Tsutsuki Ishiki took over Tsishian's body, so why does the seal still exist on Tsishian and hasn't disappeared, but instead remained? Sasuke raised his confusion again. Boruto hesitated to speak. Indeed, why is that? Naruto also looked worried. The seal still remaining on Tsishian suggests that Ishiki hasn't fully revived, right? Boruto's Momoshiki should be in the same state, right? Your explanation is contradictory. Sasuke looked coldly at Amato. Unexpectedly, Amato chuckled lightly, his eyes full of surprise. What are you laughing at? Are you mocking us? Shikamaru angrily grabbed Amato's collar. Wait a minute, Shikamaru, calm down. Naruto stood up to persuade him. Let go. My asylum has been approved. And as the military advisor of the Hokage, isn't it inappropriate to attack an ordinary citizen? Amato's eyes were teasing. You bastard. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. Didn't I say before? The situation is complex. I'm not mocking you. Sasuke's question is sharp, but there is a significant judgment error. Amato sighed lightly. Continue. Ishiki took over Tsushin's body, but what I want to say is that this is not how the seal is supposed to be used. What do you mean by that? Sasuke looked puzzled. The reason is simple. He was too weak at that time, on the brink of death. Carving a new mark takes a lot of power, and he had no strength left. Amato explained. So, Ishiki devised a cruel plan. Using the secret technique SH10 to shrink his body and entered Tsushin's body through his ear. Amato looked up, giving Naruto a meaningful glance. What? Naruto was shocked. He absorbed nutrients while surviving inside Tsushin, like a parasite. Soon, he dominated Tsushin's brain, speaking his own language through Tsushin's voice and controlling his body. Tsushin's literal consciousness was stolen. Ishur still physically exists within Tsushin's body. Amato explained softly. What a terrifying guy. Kawaki frowned. The act of marking Tsushin with a wedge came later, in order to resurrect Ishur's original form. Amato explained again. Boruto, things are getting complicated. The video continued to play. Tsushin dashed towards Guishin, like an arrow released from a bow, disappearing in an instant, only to reappear beside him the next moment. Guishin's pupils suddenly constricted, and before he could react, Tsushin kicked him hard, sending him flying. Bang, bang, bang. Several pillars were shattered by his body flying through the air. Guishin stumbled on the ground for a distance, quickly forming hand seals. Earth-style, Yellow Spring Swamp. In an instant, the ground became incredibly soft, resembling a yellow spring swamp. Tsushin's legs sank deeply into it. I've got you, Ishur. Guishin smirked, as if victory was already in his grasp. The video continued to play. I still don't understand. Naruto looked at Amato in confusion. Since Tsushin has the wedge mark, why hasn't Ishur been resurrected? You've hit the key point. Amato answered calmly. The most critical aspect when marking the wedge is the person being marked, that is, the selection of the vessel. At that time, Tsushin, this unfortunate guy, found Ishur's chakra too overwhelming for him, making his body an unsuitable vessel for Ishur. Amato shook his head, reflecting. In this situation of reincarnation, Tsushin's body couldn't withstand Ishur's chakra and would die in a few days. So Ishur temporarily reincarnated using Tsushin's body and prepared a new vessel for himself. Ishur's new vessel. Naruto frowned. Is it Kawaki? The scene shifted, showing Tsushin trapped on the ground, looking around with cold eyes. Boring technique. Do you think such means can catch me? Tsushin's expression was serious, and in the next second he shrank rapidly and broke free from his restraints. He jumped into the air and decisively shot out 3 black rods. Guishin quickly retreated, dodging the attack. No, of course I don't think so. Guishin's gaze was cold as he quickly formed hand seals. Bang! A powerful sealing technique appeared on the ground. Is the spell circular? Damn it. The sage used earth style to carve such a mark on the ground. Tsushin's expression turned angry. Summoning technique. Guishin clapped his hands. At that moment, flames erupted from the ground, surrounding Tsushin. I thought you were going to use some ninjutsu, but you used flames. Tsushin's gaze was disdainful as he tried to reach out to absorb the flames. But soon, he was stunned, as his palm couldn't absorb the flames. What? Unable to absorb? Could this flame be? Tsushin's pupils constricted. This is not fire style, but a true fire brought here from the distant flame mountain through summoning technique. Guishin said coldly, this is the fierce fire of nature, and the wedge cannot absorb it. You bastard. Tsushin's eyes were filled with fury. The scene shifted, and Amato looked up, cautiously saying, we must not let him reincarnate in Kawaki's body. Ishur's power is too strong. If he fully resurrects, there will truly be no way to deal with him, and this world will end. As long as the wedge exists, Otsutsuki will resurrect, as they are beings that transcend death. However, that doesn't mean there isn't a way to respond. Amato's words shifted. In the interrogation room, everyone's expressions suddenly turned serious. Let me tell you, the way to kill Otsutsuki, 4th Kazekage Raza. Is there a way to kill Ishur? Deluda, Guishin. You traitor. You can't kill Lord Ishur. Guishin, he. The video continued to play. Although this flame is fierce, it will ultimately be absorbed by the wedge. Boruto stared at the projector in the video, his gaze unusually cautious. No, this flame is not made of chakra, but is a natural phenomenon, the truest flame. So his wedge cannot absorb it. Kawaki shook his head. Everyone looked at Sishian, who was surrounded by flames, their eyes filled with shock. However, the next second, the flames began to shrink. Sure enough, it was absorbed by the wedge. Boruto sighed. No, this time it's different. He made the flames smaller using his ability. Sasuke frowned. This is Ishi's secret technique, capable of shrinking anything. Restoration is just a matter of an instant. But the only exception is living beings. It can only shrink itself, not other living beings. Amato explained calmly. Besides that, anything else can be shrunk, whether it's flames or otherwise. This ability, while simple, is quite terrifying. How will that masked man respond? Sweat trickled down Shikamaru's forehead. I certainly anticipated this, so now is the time. Amato chuckled softly. The black shell on Sishian's abdomen began to shatter violently. Sishian's body had reached its limit and could no longer sustain itself, and his chakra was exhausted. Sishian knelt on the ground, his gaze filled with pain. Soon, his body was surrounded by flames, which burned increasingly fiercely. What's going on? This time the flames are burning even stronger? Naruto exclaimed in shock. When he fought you, the chakra he consumed barely recovered. And now he has to maintain the true fire of Flame Mountain that cannot be extinguished while shrinking it. In the end, he still can't do it. Amato sneered. The distant flames gradually grew larger, and Guishin coldly watched as Sishian gradually disappeared. It feels like the ending is truly disappointing. Is this the so-called way to kill Otsutsuki? Naruto frowned. What are you talking about, you big fool? Sasuke shook his head beside him. Did you listen carefully to what he just said? He has a wedge. Sasuke's expression turned serious. Boruto's heart raced. Otsutsuki won't die. As long as the wedge exists, they can resurrect infinitely. Sasuke's eyes were cold. Ishi's current state has both Sishian and Kawaki as vessels marked with wedges. In other words, he can be reborn twice. Sasuke said calmly. Boruto swallowed hard, feeling that things were not looking good. Is that right, Amato? Your explanation just now was to tell us how to defeat him? Sasuke looked at Amato calmly. Amato nodded. Just as you said, you understand it very well. Moreover, you just said that if Ishi chose a more suitable vessel, Kawaki, instead of Sishian, we would really be at a dead end. Sasuke turned to look at Amato. If this continues, the flames will burn Ishi along with Sishian to death, leaving only Kawaki as the vessel. Sasuke frowned. Isn't this just what Ishiki wanted? I'm not wrong. Am I, Amato? Amato gave a meaningful glance at Sasuke. Could it be that everything this guy did from the very beginning was for Ishiki? Shikamaru clenched his teeth. At that moment, Kawaki quickly pushed open the door outside the interrogation room, his eyes cold as he tried to stab Amato. Sasuke reacted quickly, swinging his blade and chopping Kawaki's transforming arm into a chips. Ah! Kawaki half knelt on the ground in pain. Kawaki, you idiot! Boruto looked anxious. Are you okay? Didn't I tell you not to come in? Naruto looked at Kawaki with concern. Long time no see. Kawaki, you look quite well. Amato raised an eyebrow. Please support the author with gifts. Every little bit helps. Kushina Uzumaki, I don't know why, but I always have a bad feeling. Minato Namikaze, yes, I have that feeling too. Fourth Kazekage Raza, it can't be that Kawaki is not human and chooses to kill Boruto to protect Naruto, right? Boruto Uzumaki, you bastard, what are you saying? Kawaki is my brother. Kawaki, humph, I would never stoop to doing something like that. Boruto Uzumaki, youth, I really miss those times. Kawaki youth. The video continued to play. Amato, what exactly is your plan? Kawaki asked with wide eyes. Don't provoke me. You misunderstood me. Things are complicated. It's understandable that you misinterpret me, but I hope you let me explain clearly. Amato shook his head. Enough with the nonsense. Just tell us. Let us understand the current situation. Shikamaru frowned. In a few minutes, Jigen will turn to ashes, including the Ishiki within him. Once Otsutsuki dies, the vessel will automatically enter a rebirth state. Even Ishiki himself cannot control it. The vessel has strict rules. The current vessels of Ishiki are Jigen and Kawaki. Jigen has accumulated time, and the vessel has been unfrozen, ready to use at any time. But Kawaki's unfrozen state is not complete and will take some time. Amato pushed up his glasses and said, "So, after Jigen dies, Kawaki, as a vessel, will still be unusable." Shikamaru's frown deepened. "Wait, are you saying we have to kill Kawaki before things turn this way?" Boruto's face turned pale. "Yes, that's one way." Amato nodded. Sasuke's eyes flashed with killing intent, but quickly concealed it. "What a joke. I will never allow that to happen." Naruto shouted angrily. "Calm down, now is the time. Look at the footage." Amato shook his head. "Look, Otsutsuki Ishiki is showing his true form." "What did you say?" Naruto looked shocked. In the distance, through the flames, a fragmented figure appeared. Ishiki resurrected? Shikamaru's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. How is that possible? Wasn't the vessel Jigen already dead? Naruto also broke out in a cold sweat. Medically, he is indeed dead, but as a vessel of Otsutsuki, it's different. Even if burnt to a crisp, it doesn't matter as long as the vessel remains. Kawaki, you came at the right time. You must want to see it with your own eyes, right? Amato turned to Kawaki, who was half kneeling on the ground. "See what?" Kawaki looked up, confused. "The phenomenon that is about to happen to your body." Amato sneered. Boruto was stunned beside him. At that moment, Kawaki's palm began to tremble violently. "Kawaki, what's wrong?" Naruto looked at Kawaki with concern. Kawaki gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. "The vessel? What is going on?" Shikamaru felt tense inside. "Kawaki, are you okay?" Boruto half knelt on the ground. "What the hell is happening? What's going on?" Boruto stood up, angrily grabbing Amato's collar. "Don't do that, Boruto." Sasuke held Boruto's hand. "Bastard." Boruto glared at Amato. "Quiet. This is my first time seeing this situation too." Amato sighed lightly. The vessel mark on Kawaki's arm quickly disappeared, and he collapsed to the ground, falling into a coma. The vessel's rampage has stopped? Boruto's forehead beaded with sweat. "Kawaki, can you hear me? Hang in there." Boruto anxiously looked at Kawaki. Not only did the rampage stop, but looked closely at Kawaki's left hand. Amato shook his head. Boruto fearfully lifted Kawaki's hand, only to find the vessel had long since disappeared. Everyone was stunned. The vessel has disappeared? With a loud bang, the projector behind them made a violent noise. Everyone turned around in panic, staring at the footage. Gakushin sat high above, watching a figure emerge from the smoke in the distance. "Amato, explain what the hell is going on." Naruto's brow furrowed. "It seems Ishiki has completed his rebirth, using Jigen's body." Amato shook his head. "Fourth Raikage, damn. This is intense." "Third Raikage, what kind of strength does Ishiki have?" "Uchiha Madara. He probably has the strength of upper six paths." "Senja Hashirama. Is the future combat power really this exaggerated?" "Kirigakure Umbu. What kind of combat power do I have in Boruto's era?" "Second Mizukage, Zuki Mangetsu. In Boruto's era, I'm just cannon fodder at most." "As an Umbu, what do you think?" "Kirigakure Umbu." The video continued to play. "I understand this, but at this moment, Kawaki's vessel underwent a mutation. What is going on? I don't think this is just a coincidence. What does it have to do with Ishiki's resurrection?" Sasuke's gaze became particularly cautious. "This is by no means a coincidence." Amato shook his head. When Otsutsuki uses a vessel for rebirth, the vessel marks on other vessels will simultaneously disappear, regardless of how many vessels there are. This should be a defensive measure to avoid the risk of personality duplication, but that's not important. The most important thing is that this guy is now in a state of being unable to be reborn again. Do you know what this means? That means he can be killed now. Naruto's gaze became exceptionally cautious. He can be killed while possessing the immortal Otsutsuki. Is that really the case? Naruto's expression grew even more serious. The scene shifted, and Ishiki slowly walked out of the smoke, looking somewhat disheveled. "Finally, I see you, Otsutsuki Ishiki." Gakushin sneered. Ishiki looked at Gakushin, his pupils suddenly constricting. Soon, the pillars Gakushin stood on began to shrink rapidly, and he jumped down hurriedly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The surrounding pillars also began to shrink rapidly, and the objects facing Ishiki were shrinking as well. The hidden monitoring toad also turned into smoke and dissipated. The footage disappeared? Shikamaru's pupils contracted sharply. "It seems we've been discovered." Amato shook his head. "Gakushin, he won't be in any danger, right?" Naruto asked with a worried expression. "The operation plan has basically succeeded. We finally used the container of Tsishian to draw out Ishur, and Guishin played a key role. Amato sneered. Does that mean we can't save him? Naruto looked worried. For some reason, looking at that mask guy felt somewhat familiar. That's how the operation plan is. If Ishur could be defeated so easily, we wouldn't have to work so hard. Amato shook his head. How should I put it? I'm not sure about the specifics, but he gives me the feeling that he genuinely wants to defeat Ishur and is fully committed to the fight. Naruto shook his head. Dad? Boruto looked at Naruto in confusion. Did you explain to him in detail that this is a death mission? What are you trying to say? Why are you so concerned about him? I don't know how to explain why I care so much about him. Naruto shook his head again. Jiraiya, haha, as expected of my clone, to be recognized by Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, young. Seeing this guy appear reminds me of you, sensei. Uzumaki Nagato. Same here. The video continues. Guishin stared cautiously at Ishur in the distance. Everything his eyes saw and everything he touched was shrinking. Does he want to destroy even this place? Guishin frowned. In the next moment, his mask shattered. Ishur said meaningfully, every genetic factor carries each person's unique destiny. That man bears a powerful destiny, and now I finally understand. Amato wants to use that man's powerful destiny to seize the small yet potentially transformative opportunity. Ishur said again with deep meaning. The clone of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, Guishin, dying here may also be the destined fate of that genetic factor. Mizukage Terumi may. What a pity Naruto didn't see this scene. Second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Manue. Indeed, what a pity. Uzumaki Naruto, young but now I see it. Jiraiya-sensei. Jiraiya, why is my fate to die in battle? Senju Tsunade, idiot. Kato Dan, Tsunade, do you remember me? Senju Tsunade, I'm sorry, Den. Kato Dan, Fourth Reikage A, Kato Dan, bro, don't be too hard on yourself. The video continues. Objects around began to rise irregularly. Ishur walked forward disdainfully. Guishin quickly formed hand seals with both hands and then spat out a blazing fireball. The fireball hit Ishur, but Ishur remained unscathed. In an instant, he was shrunk. The current him is vastly different from when he was Tsishian. Since that's the case, Guishin clapped his hands, and his hair began to grow rapidly. Wild Lion, main technique. White hair instantly wrapped around Ishur, and with a sudden shake of his head, Ishur was thrown to the ground far away, causing the ground to crack. Guishin released the bindings, but found the distance was empty. Useless, no matter what you do. A cold voice came from beside him. Guishin's pupils constricted, and he caught a glimpse of Ishur's shrunken body sitting on his shoulder. You can't defeat me, absolutely. Guishin joined his hands together, and his hair stabbed forward like needles. There was no feeling of impact. Could he have escaped using his shrinking ability? Where did he disappear to? Guishin looked around. My body is filled with powerful strength, but because of this, it's only a matter of time before this body is destroyed by this power. I estimate I only have 2 to 3 days of life left. Ishur looked at Guishin with cold eyes. What's worse, Kawaki's wedge has also disappeared. Damn Amato, he really set me up. Ishur's eyes were filled with anger. You can no longer reincarnate. Once you're dead, it's over. Let's settle this once and for all. Guishin looked up intently at Ishur. What a pathetic clown. It seems you know nothing. Ishur shook his head and sighed. Although Amato has escaped, I suspect his destination is Konoha village. He probably wants the Hokage and the Uchiha to join forces to eliminate me. Ishur's eyes were cold. Because your power alone cannot defeat me. Amato knows this very well. Guishin, your mission has been completed from the moment you forced me out. Ishur looked disdainfully at Guishin. Nonsense. If you plan to disrupt me and take the opportunity to escape, you're making a big mistake. Guishin appeared somewhat flustered at this moment. Since you don't know, let me tell you, you are merely a ninja used as a tool by others. In fact, you're not that remarkable. You're just a pathetic pawn. Ishur shook his head dismissively. Enough with the talk. Take this. Guishin's eyes took on a Peking opera appearance, indicating he had entered Sage Mode. Jiraiya, no way. My clone can enter Sage Mode in an instant. Senju Hashirama, isn't Sage Mode just about having hands? Namikaze Minato, first Hokage, entering Sage Mode is quite difficult, although I can also do it in an instant. Jiraiya. Tsunade. Who told little Jiraiya not to study hard back then? Sage Fukasaku. How should I put it? If Jiraiya had studied properly back then, he could definitely enter Sage mode in an instant. The video continues. In the interrogation room, Amato was carefully reviewing the documents. All right, there shouldn't be any problems, he said. The basic rights that ordinary citizens should have are mostly recognized, but only within the village. Without my and the celebrity's permission, leaving the village is not allowed. Shikamaru stared at Amato. It doesn't matter. Let's do it your way. Amato pushed his glasses. At this moment, Sasuke, leaning against the wall, looked complicated. This should satisfy you, right? Hurry up and remove the bomb from my son. Rest assured, that's just an ordinary collar. Amato smiled disdainfully. What? Shikamaru was instantly stunned. So, did that mean it was just a bluff? Boruto helped Kawaki, looking confused. That's pretty much it. However, the branch that you saw being blown up was indeed a real bomb. Amato pushed his glasses again. How bold. If we had found out, what would you do? Fonzu asked curiously. It won't happen. After all, that collar can be easily mistaken for a real one. With your skills, you wouldn't be able to detect it. Amato shook his head. You dare underestimate us. Shikamaru gritted his teeth. Moreover, you must be aware, your Hokage, that the next step is crucial. With Guishire's power, it is impossible to defeat Ishire. The only ones who can possibly defeat him are you. Amato looked up at Naruto. He is still fighting, right? If you go to support him now, it should still be possible to turn the tide. Naruto frowned. No, it's useless. I don't recommend you use this method. The current goal is singular, and that is Kawaki. Amato shook his head. What did you say? The pupils of everyone in the interrogation room constricted. He had just mentioned that life was down to its final moments. He couldn't just ignore it. He would definitely leave his mark on Kawaki again before his life ended. To let Kawaki, this vessel, help him achieve reincarnation once more. To mark Kawaki again? Boruto's pupils contracted. Amato's brows furrowed. This was his primary task. So even if you attacked him, he wouldn't need to engage, as he would ignore you and head straight for Kawaki in the Leaf Village. If such a powerful person wreaks havoc in the village, it would surely fall into a dire situation. FY beside him broke out in a cold sweat. Amato shook his head. As long as Kawaki was in the village, his attack couldn't be avoided. It would be best to quickly find a safe place for the villagers to take refuge. Shikamaru turned to Sai. Sai, prepare immediately. Understood. Sai responded. Naruto's brow furrowed. Damn it, was there no better way? Amato continued. At least find a safe place to hide Kawaki and ensure his safety. However, if Kawaki is discovered by him, the strongest forces, Hokage and Sasuke, must protect him. In any case, no matter what method you use, you cannot stray too far from Kawaki. Time is of the essence. Move quickly. If Kawaki is marked again, all our previous efforts will be in vain. Before the situation worsens, we must defeat that guy at all costs. Amato's expression was serious. The scene shifted, and at this moment, Keishin was looking somewhat disheveled as he entered Sage mode. Is this Sage mode? Ishiki's eyes were full of disdain. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Keishin quickly formed hand seals and spat out a blazing fireball. But Ishiki was unfazed, directly passing through the fireball and punching towards Keishin. Fire release. Fire strike. Keishin swung his fist to counter. Ishiki had already anticipated this and blocked the attack, but flames instantly ignited on his body. However, in the blink of an eye, the flames quickly diminished. Ishiki's punch struck Keishin's face, sending him flying. That ocular technique again. In that case, Sage Art. 5 Fire Gods Flame Fan. Keishin clasped his hands together, and intense flames surged, rising higher and higher. More fire. How uninspired, Keishin. Ishiki scoffed and slowly walked out of the flames. What's uninspired is you. Keishin quickly formed hand seals again. Super large Rasen, Shuriken. A violent whirlwind wrapped around the surrounding sea of fire, sweeping towards Ishiki. Do you want to be torn apart or burned to death? Choose for yourself. Keishin's gaze was icy. Oomph. Ishiki coldly snorted and opened his eyes. At that moment, a pillar rapidly enlarged, blocking in front of him. Ishiki controlled his ocular technique, and the previously shrunken objects began to rapidly enlarge, pressing down on Keishin. Damn, my left wrist and ribs have been hit. and my feet have gone numb. Keishin lay on the ground, his life hanging by a thread. I will store the shrunken objects in a time-stopped alternate space for easy retrieval. Ishiki explained softly, then summoned a red wine glass from his hand. He toyed with the wine glass, his eyes full of contempt. Just like this wine glass, very convenient, right? After finishing the wine, Ishiki threw the glass to the ground. Mizukage Terumi Mei, goodness, this is quite elegant. Third Kazekage, what a polite villain. Fourth Kazekage Raza, indeed. Anoki, this isn't the time for comments. Ishiki is about to attack the Leaf Village. What should we do next? Uchiha Sasuke. It doesn't matter. I will take action. Uchiha Itachi, my foolish little brother. Are you trying to show off again? Uchiha Sasuke. Now I have the 3-Tomo Sharingan, as long as I feel like it. The video continued to play. For a ninja as powerful as you can gauge the opponent's strength as soon as you engage. Clearly, even if you fight with all your might, you'll just end up giving your life away. Is this the stubbornness of ninjas? It shouldn't be. Ishiki shook his head while muttering to himself. Are you unwilling to admit Amato betrayed you? Keishin struggled to lift his head, his gaze somewhat dazed, staring hard at Ishiki. You really surprised me. You're even weaker than I thought, lacking the abilities a ninja should have. This is a flaw in human nature. Amato probably noticed it long ago. Ishiki shook his head again. Anyway, since the moment I was deceived by him, our situations have been quite similar. I will eventually deal with that old fox. If you have anything you want me to tell him, just say it. In consideration of our past as comrades, I will relay your words before I kill him. As Ishiki spoke, he kept his eyes fixed on the collapsed Keishin on the ground. Keishin's mouth moved, and Ishiki couldn't hear what he was saying, so he deliberately crouched down. I can't hear you. What are you saying? Summoning technique. Suddenly, with a bang, a ceiling pattern appeared on the ground. Oh, so that's how it is. Ishiki shook his head regretfully and then jumped away, dodging the toad's attack. He simply watched as the toad took Keishin away without a trace. A lost dog has nowhere to go. Where can it run? Am I really supposed to send Amato to hell myself? Forget it. I don't have the time to handle this. Kawaki, you wait for me. I'm coming to find you. After saying that, Ishiki's body slowly disappeared into the black hole. Second Mizukage, Terumi Mei. I suddenly feel that this villain is very polite. Naruto Uzumaki. This Keishin is so much like Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya. After all, he is a clone of this sage. The scene continued to play. In the Hokage's office, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. No, this absolutely cannot happen. Naruto said seriously, directly interrupting his son. Why can't it? I want to fight too. Boruto shouted anxiously. You just heard it. That enemy is not easy to deal with. He's practically a monster. Sasuke and I will handle him. If you get involved, he'll only hold us back. Naruto frowned tightly. I'm worried about you. You were injured in your fight with that guy named Jigen. Your injuries aren't healed yet, and now you want to fight someone even stronger. What are you thinking? Boruto shook his head as he spoke. Boruto, a familiar voice came over. Boruto slowly turned his head and saw his master, Sasuke. I'm always ready to give my life for the Leaf Village. Naruto thinks the same, and this awareness has always been in our hearts. Sasuke shook his head gently. Master, a hint of sadness appeared on Boruto's face. Boruto, what about you? Can you abandon your life for the village at any time? Sasuke stared intently at Boruto. Naruto, did you hear that? Enemy attack. Inuzuka, Ino shouted urgently. The camera shifts, and Ishiki flies high in the sky, his eyes fixed on Konoha village. An invader appears above the village, and there are no records of this person in the chakra data. Damn, he arrived so quickly. Naruto's muscles tense up. Sasuke immediately becomes alert as well. Please support us for love. The upcoming plot will be thrilling all the way. Kuratsuchi. Can Sasuke and Naruto defeat Ishiki at this stage? Darui, idiot. Obviously not. Inoki, Kuratsuchi, don't get distracted while training. The video continues to play. The villagers look up at the hovering enemy, confusion etched on their faces. Everyone, an emergency notice has been issued from above. Stay calm and follow the evacuation instructions. Hurry to safety. At this moment, the ninjas of Konoha rush out from all directions like a tidal wave. The atmosphere in the entire village suddenly becomes extremely tense. Ishiki activates his Byakugan, eagerly searching for Kawaki's whereabouts through the walls. Where has he hidden? The camera shifts, and Naruto, with a serious expression, entrusts Kawaki to the people of Konoha. Everyone, please take care of Kawaki for me. As soon as he finishes speaking, Naruto vanishes in a flash. Meanwhile, the members of Konoha's sensory team also become serious. All departments follow the Hokage's orders, and the entire Konoha instantly enters a level 3 alert status. Crack! Ishiki rapidly descends from the sky and lands steadily. If I kill a few people, they should obediently hand over the person, right? Ishiki mutters to himself while cautiously surveying his surroundings. Soon, someone steps up and blocks Ishiki's path. Tenten, Choji, Kiba, and Rock Lee all look cautious, their eyes fixed on Ishiki. Then Konomaru also lands swiftly. We won't let you run rampant here. Choji's eyes are filled with anger. There's no need for Naruto to step in to deal with this guy. Kiba nods in agreement. What are these people's lives to me? Ishiki says, flying into the sky. We absolutely won't agree to this. Konohamaru, holding a Rasengan, charges at Ishiki like an arrow released from a bow. With a loud bang, a violent explosion erupts in the sky. This intense shockwave immediately draws everyone's attention. In the blink of an eye, all 5 of them fall beneath the pillar. Kuratsuchi, couldn't hold back and got taken out immediately? Tenten. Rock Lee, this enemy is so strong. Naruto needs to be extra careful. Inuzuka Kiba, damn it, why am I so weak in the future? Unable to change anything. Uchiha Sasuke, correct password, wrong account. Uchiha Obito, maybe it's because you're not the main character. The video continues to play. Is he dead? Ishiki looks at Konomaru, who is weakly standing up, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Damn, that guy's attack was unexpectedly powerful. Konohamaru stands weakly, covered in wounds. Knowing he could die, why still come to court death? Ninja types are really hard to understand. Ishiki shakes his head. That's because I absolutely cannot let Kawaki fall into the hands of someone like you, even if it costs me my life. Konohamaru says resolutely. Is that so? Then die. Ishiki declares as he decisively launches an attack. Just then, Naruto arrives on the battlefield like the wind, tightly gripping a Rasengan, and strikes the stone pillar away. Hokage. Ishiki chuckles lightly. You bought quite a bit of time. That's impressive. Naruto says solemnly. In any case, you first get everyone out of here. Naruto glances at Konohamaru before quickly jumping to a high building. You dare to do this? Naruto glares coldly at Ishiki. It's lucky to meet you. You save me a lot of time. So where is Kawaki? Ishiki coldly asks. How could I possibly tell you? Rather than that, it's time for us to settle our duel. Naruto's gaze is as cold as ice. Really? Ishiki shakes his head helplessly. Thanks to Konohamaru and the others buying time, the evacuation has been completed. Other areas are also almost cleared out. So go all out, Naruto. Ino's voice comes through. Naruto nods, and in an instant, a large amount of golden light bursts forth from his body. Naruto instantly disappears from his spot and punches towards Ishiki. Ishiki had already been on guard, stepping back, and the two quickly engage in battle in the sky. Golden flashes and white phantoms continuously sweep past buildings. But anyone can see that Ishiki has the upper hand. After a few exchanges, Naruto is sent flying, crashing onto the rooftop. Damn it, if this continues, this village will. Naruto grits his teeth, struggling to stand up. In the distance, a swift kick comes from Ishiki. Just as that kick is about to hit Naruto, Sasuke decisively uses the body flicker technique. Ishiki's kick misses, crashing heavily onto the ground, which cracks instantly. Sasuke stands in front of Naruto, his eyes cold as he stares at Ishiki. Damn Rinnegan. Ishiki turns his head, glaring angrily at Sasuke. Sasuke. Naruto sways as he stands. I'm ready too. Sasuke shakes his head. Watching the two trying to resist him from afar, Ishiki's eyes are filled with disdain. A bunch of forgetful fools. Have you forgotten how I crushed you before? Ishiki yells angrily. Naruto, whether it's shuriken or kunai, cover me with ranged weapons. Sasuke's tone is cold as he rushes towards the distance. In an instant, Sasuke throws several shuriken. Ishiki quickly jumps away, the shuriken smashing into the wall. At the same time, Naruto also throws a large number of shuriken. Ishiki decisively shrinks these shuriken rapidly. Not good. If this continues, the shuriken will be shrunk. Naruto sweats coldly. Sasuke says nothing, just keeps throwing shuriken. Uchiha Sasuke, what exactly do you want to do? Ishiki curiously looks at Sasuke. Until Sasuke throws the sword he was holding. No matter what you do, the result will be the same. Just as Ishiki is about to shrink the sword, he suddenly freezes. What's going on? Can't shrink it. Bang! The sword instantly turns into smoke, revealing Boruto's figure within the smoke. Boruto. Naruto immediately becomes anxious, able to shrink anything, but only non-living things, right? Sasuke's gaze is particularly cold. Damn it. It's a transformation jutsu. Ishiki grits his teeth. Looking at Boruto in the sky, Sasuke's eyes are filled with relief. Exciting music suddenly plays at this moment. Listen carefully, Boruto. If your will is taken away by Momoshiki, don't worry. At that time, I will do everything to stop you. Sasuke began to talk to Boruto, as if it were a dying wish. Even if it ultimately comes to the point where I have to kill you. Boruto's pupils suddenly constricted. As your teacher, I am prepared for this, because it's something Naruto cannot do. Sasuke's tone was complex. Boruto's expression also became complicated. Uchiha Sasuke, young enough. Naruto, you're too indecisive. Uzumaki Naruto, young, but Boruto is my son. Uzumaki Boruto, don't worry, stupid dad, I have my own plans. The video continued to play. Earlier, Boruto suddenly spoke, and a hint of surprise flashed in Sasuke's eyes. When I went to save dad from being taken by Kinshiki, master, did you lend me your forehead protector? That? Can you lend it to me again? Boruto looked up, his eyes filled with determination. Sasuke said nothing and silently took out the forehead protector with a scratch on it. Boruto examined the forehead protector closely, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This thing means a lot to me. You must live to return it to me. Sasuke raised his head, staring intently at Boruto, and handed over the forehead protector. Yes, I promise. Boruto nodded vigorously, then tied the forehead protector tightly around his head, his eyes filled with determination. The scene shifted, and Boruto shot towards Ishiki in the sky, like an arrow from a bow. Even so, what can you do? Ishiki said disdainfully, but the next second, he froze. Boruto stretched out his arm, instantly summoning a black hurricane, enveloping himself and Ishiki within. As the hurricane gradually dissipated, Ishiki and Boruto disappeared into the air together. Just like when I was taken by Kinshiki, this kid. Naruto's eyes were filled with surprise. Hey Sasuke, what's going on? This is his resolution. Let's go. We can follow Boruto's chakra, Sasuke said while shaking his head. The scene shifted again. In a mysterious space, Boruto knelt on the ground, gasping for breath. Not far away, Ishiki's eyes were also filled with surprise. Where's this place? That brat. To what extent has he unleashed the power of Kinshiki's wedge? Soon, another black hole appeared in this space, and Sasuke and Naruto anxiously stepped out of the black hole. Are you okay? Boruto. Naruto looked at his son with a worried expression. How is it? I didn't expect to succeed on the first try. Here we can fight without holding back. Boruto smiled slightly. Idiot, you're too reckless. Naruto couldn't help but scold Boruto. Next is to defeat him, but that's also the hardest part. Boruto gently shook his head, looking determinedly towards Ishiki in the distance. Lowly creature, I will make you regret it soon. Ishiki's eyes were filled with anger. Third Kazekage. This kid Boruto has matured a lot. Senju Tobirama. From my experience, this kid will definitely grow up to be a rogue ninja, just like his master. Senju Hashirama. Tobirama. That's a bit exaggerated. Senju Tobirama. Enough, big brother. You can be quiet. The video continued to progress. By the way, where exactly is this place? Naruto looked anxiously at his son. I don't know either. Who knows? The Otsutsuki clan can easily bring people into another space. If I could harness the power of the wedge, maybe I could use this technique too. I absolutely cannot let this guy run rampant in the village. Boruto's gaze was firm, his tone resolute. Sigh, your recklessness without considering the consequences. Could it be that you take after me? Naruto sighed helplessly. That guy has at most 2 days left to live. I can't let him escape from here before he dies. Sasuke's eyes were as cold as frost. Did Amato say that? Ishiki shook his head and sighed as well. Just after he spoke, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot, like an arrow leaving the bow, charging towards the two at high speed. Boruto! Naruto rushed forward, blocking his son. He didn't dare to be careless, quickly throwing out a large number of shuriken. Naruto, that guy is above. Sasuke shouted anxiously. The two quickly looked up at the sky, then froze. Unbeknownst to them, Ishiki had already grabbed Boruto by the throat, lifting him into the air. That guy, so fast. The vessel of Kinshiki, Uzumaki Boruto. It seems your Otsutsuki transformation has progressed faster than I expected, reaching 70. No, it should be over 80 now. Ishiki shook his head, a look of disdain on his face. How much power are you hiding? Let me see it. At this moment, Sasuke dared not let his guard down, decisively activating his body flicker technique to swap places with Boruto. Boruto landed steadily on the ground, and Naruto quickly stepped forward to support him tightly. Chidori. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals with one hand, unleashing a blue lightning like Chidori. However, Ishiki simply raised his hand and casually blocked this fierce attack. Damn Rinnegan, don't get in my way here. Ishiki's eyes were filled with anger as he kicked Sasuke hard down to the ground from the sky. With a loud bang, the ground immediately kicked up a cloud of smoke. Master Sasuke, Boruto shouted anxiously. Boruto, hurry and run, he will kill you. Naruto worriedly protected his son. I never expected to be hindered by a small character like you, Uzumaki Boruto. Ishiki slowly descended from the sky. Although I can easily use space-time ninjutsu to return to my original place. But dragging this out indefinitely, it's better to resolve you here first, then slowly find Kawaki. Ishiki's voice was deep and hoarse. As long as the Hokage and the Uchiha clan are dead, the villagers will naturally surrender and tell me Kawaki's whereabouts. Don't underestimate us. I will never let you succeed. Naruto's eyes widened in anger, and in an instant, dazzling golden light erupted from him. The atmosphere on the battlefield became tense once again. Third Kazekage. The situation is somewhat dangerous. Mizukage Terumi may. Next, we can only let Boruto escape first. Second Mizukage. Ayo. But can he really escape? Senju Tobirama. I couldn't even catch up with Ishiki's speed using Flying Thunder God. Namake's Minato. Indeed, it seems like that guy disappeared in the blink of an eye, the fastest speed ever. Senju Tsunade. Are you kidding? Even the fourth Hokage and second Grandpa can't catch up. Uzumaki Kushina. I hope Naruto won't get into trouble next. Kurama. Sigh. It seems we can only use that technique next. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, what does that mean? The upcoming plot is full of excitement. Naruto enters the heavy particle mode. The video continues to play. You're empty and nothing, just a shell. You despise the emptiness within yourself, no matter what you gain. It cannot be filled. A cold voice echoes in your mind. That emptiness will only continue to reveal itself. Therefore, I gave you the wedge, the only thing that can fill the void within you. Because it is a special mark, the voice remains cold. Huh. Kawaki suddenly wakes up, gasping for air. You're awake? Amato sits beside him, adjusting his glasses. Amato? Kawaki looks confused. During your sleep, Ishiki has been resurrected and appeared in Konoha. His target is you. Don't worry, it's currently very safe here. To defeat him, Lord Hokage and the others are fighting above. Amato shakes his head and says, to be precise, not above. Shikamaru frowns. Naruto and Sasuke have chased Ishiki and moved to another space. It seems Boruto activated a space-time ninjutsu, forcibly bringing Ishiki to a different dimension. Shikamaru says seriously, the sensory team is fully tracking their whereabouts. Damn it. Kawaki stands up, clenching his fists and angrily punching the wall. What are you doing? Amato looks at Kawaki in confusion. Is it even question? Of course. I'm using my wedge to catch up. Kawaki replies angrily. Calm down and see clearly first. Amato shakes his head. Gone? Kawaki looks at the wedge in his palm, his pupils suddenly constricting. The wedge has disappeared without a trace. Your wedge was originally meant for Ishiki's reincarnation, but he ultimately succeeded in reincarnating using Jigen's body. According to the plan I made with Jiraiya, once the reincarnation begins, the other wedges that were prepared beforehand will disappear. Amato pushes up his glasses and explains. In short, you are no longer his vessel and have completely gained your freedom. Shikamaru says seriously. His purpose for coming to Konoha was to inscribe the wedge on me again, right? Kawaki's expression is complicated. Yes, that's right. Shikamaru tilts his head, looking at Kawaki in confusion. What kind of freedom is this? Don't be ridiculous. Kawaki's expression is angry. Kawaki, without Lord Seventh, this is not freedom for me at all. Uchiha Obito, child, what if the seventh dies? Kawaki, then I will create a world belonging to him. Uchiha Obito, this. Uzumaki Naruto young? Uchiha Kakashi. Isn't this a bit familiar? Uchiha Fugaka, who are you? Hatake Kakashi. Oh, sorry, I just forgot to switch accounts. Uchiha Madara, clearly not an Uchiha. Yet bearing the Uchiha name, haha. The video continues. To stop all this, the seventh is fighting them to the death. For now, let's trust them and wait for the results. Kano shakes his head. But the opponent is a monster stronger than Jigen, right? Kawaki frowns. Even though he is a monster, he has already been targeted by the Grim Reaper. At most, he can live another day or two. No matter how powerful a monster is, it cannot defy its lifespan. Amato slumps on the sofa and sighs lightly. If you can escape smoothly before his lifespan runs out and not let him inscribe the wedge again, that will be our victory. The scene switches. A flash of golden light instantly traverses the battlefield. Naruto controls the Nine-Tails tails and rushes toward Ishiki. Ishiki keeps retreating, engulfed in the golden light. The surrounding scenery rapidly rewinds, flowing like a film reel. Bang, bang, bang. Intense smoke rises, and the ground begins to crack. In the next second, Ishiki appears beside Naruto and kicks him away. Naruto winces in pain, quickly forming hand signs, and several shadow clones emerge from the smoke. The shadow clones quickly surround Ishiki using a sea of people tactic, while Naruto continuously uses taijutsu. The sound of breaking air continues. However, Ishiki remains relaxed throughout. In the distance, Sasuke activates a Sharingan to observe Ishiki's movements. Seeing Sasuke come to support, Naruto immediately understands. He quickly wraps his arm around Ishiki, throwing the enemy away. Meanwhile, Sasuke decisively gathers chakra, and Chidori appears behind Ishiki. Chidori! It worked! Boruto watches this scene in the distance, feeling delighted. But the next second, Boruto's expression freezes. Ishiki decisively activates Daikokutten, and several black cubes quickly fall from the sky. Sasuke clicks his tongue and decisively activates Tenchi Bridge, swapping positions with the cubes in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The smoke below is thick, and nothing can be seen. That! Boruto looks worried as he sees Naruto pinned down by the cubes. With a bang, only a shadow clone was pinned down. Naruto! Sasuke stands on top of the cube, looking around. It was just a shadow clone that was destroyed. Don't say anything. Stay alert. We lost track of him. Naruto shakes his head. As Sasuke observes his surroundings, he suddenly feels a cold wind from behind and hurriedly turns around, only to be kicked by Ishiki. Bang, bang, bang. Sasuke's body is like a kite with a broken string, continuously retreating. Ishiki adjusts his angle and kicks at Sasuke. With a thud, on a mountain a kilometer away, Sasuke's body sinks deeply into it. Sasuke! Naruto looks worriedly at the distance. In the smoke ahead, Ishiki quickly charges out and grabs Naruto by the neck. Dad! Boruto's eyes are anxious. Ishiki grips Naruto's neck, rubbing him against the mountaintop. Then he grabs Naruto's head and violently throws him away. The golden flash retreats in the air, knocking down several mountaintops around. Boom, 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 boom. The mountains collapse, an astonishing momentum. In the next second, Ishiki controls Daikokutten to quickly press down on Naruto. Naruto uses his last ounce of strength to roll awkwardly and dodges this strike. You bastard! Naruto grits his teeth and quickly ascends to the sky. Rasengan! Seeing the golden flash rushing from a distance, Ishiki's eyes show disdain, and he decisively activates his eye technique. In the next second, Naruto holds two Rasengans and directly disappears. Damn it! Naruto gathers Nine-Tails chakra again and quickly strikes at Ishiki. Naruto's speed increases, leaving only a series of golden flashes in the air. But Ishiki? He remains unfazed. This is the absolute gap in strength. The crowd watching the video feels despair at this moment. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn. This is too strong. Inoki. Naruto and Sasuke together can't defeat Ishiki. Third Raikage AI. So strong. If Naruto and Sasuke die, how will we counter Ishiki? Uzumaki Boruto, young, it's simple. I will step in. Uzumaki Naruto, young, damn. Son, you really pulled that off. Naruto is about to enter heavy particle mode. Everyone can look forward to it. Uchiha Sasuke, as expected of my disciple, inheriting my showmanship. Uzumaki Boruto, The video continues. Naruto's figure flickered continuously, leaving behind large swathes of yellow light in the surrounding air. Ishiki threw a punch at Naruto, who raised his hand to block. The shockwaves from their clash grew increasingly fierce, shattering the surrounding mountain peaks. Ishiki landed several punches on Naruto, causing him to stagger and fall. But he quickly charged back in. Whoosh! Ishiki unleashed his ocular technique, decisively enlarging the black rods in the air, which pierced directly into Naruto's arm. Gritting his teeth in pain, Naruto continued to rush towards Ishiki. Ishiki waved his hand again, and another black rod pierced into Naruto's arm. Naruto's face was filled with agony, and before he could react, another black rod struck him from behind. Bang! Several black rods pierced into Naruto's joints. Naruto's chakra instantly vanished, and he painfully half-knelled on the ground. Ishiki looked at Naruto with disdain and kicked him down. One by one, let's start with you. Ishiki grabbed Naruto by the neck and summoned Daikokutten above him. Boom! Two massive black squares merged together, sealing Naruto inside. The onlookers watching the video instantly fell silent. Even the 7th Hokage had been defeated by Ishiki. Who else could stand against him? Without Naruto, where was their courage? Could Sasuke and Boruto really escape from Ishiki's grasp? Second Mizukage, Kageyama. This guy's strength is just too overwhelming. Third Raikage, indeed it's terrifyingly strong. Uchiha Sasuke. Damn it, if only I were there. If I were just a little motivated. Uchiha Madara. I might not even be able to defeat Ishiki. Where do you get your confidence? Senja Hashirama. Haha Madara. Do you think our Susanoo combined with the Great Buddha would be crushed by him in one kick? Uchiha Madara. As if you didn't know. The video continued to play. Ishiki appeared in the blink of an eye on another mountain peak, looking disdainfully at the sealed Naruto in the distance. Next, Ishiki said, then turned to look into the distance. The scene shifted to Boruto, who was gritting his teeth and struggling to move a large rock. His face full of terror. Sasuke-sensei, are you okay? He shouted. Wait for me. I'll move these rocks right away. Boruto said, beginning to laboriously shift the stones. Ishiki slowly approached, his expression calm. Sasuke glanced at Ishiki and noticed that a large number of black rods were floating around him, and Boruto was still moving the rocks. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Sasuke decisively activated his teleportation technique, swapping places with Boruto. Thud, thud, thud. A large number of black rods pierced into Sasuke's body. Boruto lay on the ground, watching his bloodied sensei, his pupils dilating in shock. The once spirited sensei had now become so pathetic. I can't stand it. You two are always like this, both father and son. Sasuke's voice was weak. I knew you would do this. My plan has not been disrupted at all. Ishiki's cold voice came from a distance. Boruto froze, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Plan? Boruto's eyes were filled with terror. Fourth Kazekage, Raza. I can't take it anymore. This Ishiki is just too damn impressive. Third Kazekage, Raza, you can shut up now. Chio, you'll get used to it. Gaara, idiot father. Kabuto, I wonder if using the sage art of the Dragon Cave would harm this Ishiki? Amato, it's a bit difficult. The scene shifted again. But even though the opponent's lifespan was nearing its end, we had once been defeated by them, even the 7th Hokage. Shuji looked worried. Can they last these 2 days? From a strength perspective, it does seem so, but it's not without a chance. Amato shook his head in response. The key is whether Boruto can realize that he already possesses value for use. The scene changed again, and in the footage, Sasuke was kicked away by Ishiki, suspended in the air by a black square, facing the battered Sasuke. You won't escape, Uchiha Sasuke. But now you're unable to move, right? Ishiki slowly lowered his palm. The black square was about to crush Sasuke. Sasuke-sensei. Boruto rushed over anxiously, gathering chakra into a Rasengan. The Rasengan turned into a whirlwind, desperately pushing against the black square in the air, but it was still futile. Boruto gritted his teeth, struggling to hold it back, while Sasuke lay on the ground, unable to move. The scene switched again. What do you mean by value for use? Shikamaru curiously looked at Amato. I mentioned before that to plant the god tree, we need to obtain the 10 tails as a seedling. But this is not as simple as just planting a tree. It can't just be buried in the ground and watered. To turn the 10 tails into the god tree, another condition must be met. Ishiki looked at Boruto, who was struggling in the distance, his gaze growing colder. Boruto's legs bent, gritting his teeth in anger, his palms bleeding profusely, but he didn't care. He had already lost his father. Now he only wanted to protect Sasuke, not wanting to lose his sensei again. Boruto's struggle seemed so powerless. The Rasengan quickly dissipated, and the surrounding air turned pitch black. Boruto half-kneeled on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. Just as he and Sasuke were about to be crushed, Daikokunin suddenly shrank and fell to the ground. Ishiki retracted the box, looking at Boruto in surprise. Boruto gasped for breath, his expression confused. Why did you stop? This was a great opportunity to kill us both. You bastard. Ishiki's eyes were filled with anger. Just as I thought. You can't kill me, can you? Boruto looked up with a cold smile, his face battered. What's going on, Boruto? Sasuke weakly opened his eyes. Boruto once said that because of me, their plan's time limit disappeared. You're saying it's the god tree that Amato mentioned? Yes. They plan to use my sacrifice to realize their plan. In simple terms, if I die, it will be very troublesome for him. Boruto's expression was teasing. Next, he was going to take a gamble. Just gamble whether this Ishiki dares to kill him. Uzumaki Kushina, just like my grandson. Namake's Minato. Boruto is so cool. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. This child has strong willpower. He might really become a sage of 6 paths in the future. Uchiha Obito. Even the sage of 6 paths said so. It seems to be true. Uchiha not bad, has my former style. Senju Hashirama. Madara. You used to cling to me when you were little. Uchiha Madara. Idiot, you got it backward? Uzumaki Mido. What exactly is your relationship? Senju Tobirama. Sister, don't be angry. I'll teach him a lesson. Senju Hashirama. The video continued to play. Special conditions? Shuji looked confused at Amato. Stop pretending. Just explain clearly. Shikamaru frowned. Amato pushed up his glasses. The 10 tails must consume a living Otsutsuki to trigger the god tree. The scene shifted, and Boruto took a kunai out of his bag, his eyes cold. You actually want to use a kunai to deal with me. Ishiki slowly approached Boruto. Don't come any closer. Boruto aimed the kunai at his own neck. Ishiki's expression suddenly froze. If you dare move a single finger, I will stab down without hesitation. Boruto pressed the kunai against his neck, blood seeping out. Boruto, Sasuke called out worriedly from the ground. Kid, are you threatening me? Ishiki's gaze was displeased. If you think I won't take action, you're sorely mistaken. I've long made up my mind. Boruto's tone was excited. After all, after losing so many battles, he finally found a chance to turn things around. But the next second, Ishiki disappeared from his spot, and Boruto tensed up, driving the kunai into his own neck. In an instant, the kunai shrank to a size almost invisible to the naked eye. Hurry and escape, Boruto, Sasuke said weakly. But master you. Boruto looked worried. It seems I can only wait for that guy to exhaust his lifespan. Before that, I must do everything I can. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, Ishiki suddenly stomped down on him, sliding Sasuke along the ground. Master Sasuke. Boruto glared angrily into the distance. But the next second, Ishiki appeared right in front of him, slowly reaching out his hand. The scene shifted again. Are you saying to let the 10 tails eat the Otsutsuki? Shikamaru asked, looking confused. That's right. Only this method can transform the 10 tails into the god tree. Amato nodded. When invading planets, the Otsutsuki come in pairs, and that's the main reason. One of them is a living sacrifice, right? Shikamaru asked. Exactly. One person gets eaten to give birth to the god tree. The other guards its growth until the chakra fruit is produced. Amato nodded. To go so far as to sacrifice their own life to obtain the fruit. Shozu's expression was worried. I can only say this method is beyond reason, but Amato hesitated. They possess a vessel, Kawaki said for Amato. Correct. The Otsutsuki serving as the living sacrifice will equip a vessel for their reincarnation to survive. That's the vessel. Amato adjusted his glasses. What an impressive technique. Everyone exclaimed. The lower-class Kagaya is serving as the living sacrifice to give birth to the god tree. The plan was originally supposed to be like this, right? But in reality, due to Kagaya's betrayal, the plan failed. Ishiki had to parasitize inside Jigen. Amato explained. While everyone was still discussing, at that moment, Boruto's hand was tightly grasped by Ishiki. Ishiki gradually increased his grip. I indeed don't intend to kill you. I admit that, Uzumaki Boruto. However, Ishiki decisively yanked Boruto's arm, and the sound of bones shattering echoed. Boruto's face darkened, his pupils constricted violently, and he began to foam at the mouth. This was the most intense pain he had ever experienced. If I made you misunderstand, I'm sorry. Ishiki looked at Boruto in pain, kicking him in the abdomen and sending him flying into the air. Boruto fell to the ground with a thud, his face twisted in pain. Ishiki stepped on Boruto's back again. If it were just to hurt your body, I wouldn't hesitate at all. Ishiki increased the pressure on his foot. Boruto's screams echoed all around. Hinata Hyuga, Boruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, this Ishiki is a monster. Uchiha Sasuke, young Naruto, calm down. Uzumaki Kushina. I can't imagine how much pain Boruto must be in right now. Minato Namikaze. It's a good thing this is just a video. We can avoid this in the future. Uzumaki Boruto. I feel embarrassed watching myself in this video. The video continued to play. It seems you've already made up your mind to die. Uzumaki Boruto. Since that's the case, there's no need for more words. Now I'll tell you. Ishiki looked down contemptuously at Boruto, whom he was stepping on. You will be consumed by the 10 tails. Meanwhile, in the conference room, Kawaki was anxious, about to rush out to save Boruto, but was once again stopped by Shikamaru. Are you so restless simply because you feel powerless? Or is it because of the loss of power that you feel disappointed? Amato adjusted his glasses, his gaze deeply meaningful as it fell on the anxious Kawaki. What do you mean by that? Kawaki glared with angry eyes. Forget I said anything. Amato shook his head helplessly. The scene shifted again, inside Daikokutten. Naruto was gasping for breath, struggling hard. You look like a pitiful sight, Naruto. Are you really planning to die like this? Kurama's voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, echoed in Naruto's mind. Don't joke around. As the Hokage, to protect the village and everyone, I would give my life without a second thought. Naruto responded weakly but firmly. At this moment, his limbs were crushed by blocks, and charging at the enemy was simply a fantasy. So what do you plan to do? The opponent's strength is too overwhelming. We are not even on the same level. It seems you have no countermeasures. Kurama sighed lightly, his eyes filled with complexity. Naruto, are you truly seeking death? That's right, I'm sorry, Kurama. Naruto shook his head slightly. Actually, it's not entirely hopeless. I have one last resort. Really? A glimmer of surprise flashed in Naruto's eyes. This is the trump card I've been saving for the last moment. Rather than sitting and waiting for death, it's better to take a chance. Kurama chuckled softly. Why didn't you say so earlier? Since you have such a powerful move. Naruto shot Kurama a slightly dissatisfied glance. Because once this move is used, you will be at risk of losing your life. Anyway, it's death either way. But making this choice indeed requires tremendous resolve. Kurama stared intently at Naruto, his eyes becoming even more complicated. Naruto took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, and memories began to surface in his mind. From the moment he became Hokage, he had resolved to protect everyone. After a moment, Naruto opened his eyes again, determination shining in them. Kurama, I'm counting on you. Are you sure you want to do this? I've long made up my mind since the day I became Hokage. Before he could finish, Kurama nodded, suddenly clapping his hands. Naruto's aura began to rise sharply. A strong, blood-red, killing intent surrounded him. Bang! With a loud bang, the powerful shockwave blasted away the blocks that trapped him. A beam of blood-red light soared into the sky, like a beacon of hope, rising higher and higher. This light increased its speed. To give birth to the god tree, you can only die, but you need not feel sad. Ishiki's gaze was cold as he looked at Boruto. All life on this earth will eventually come to an end. It's merely a matter of time. Just as he was speaking, Ishiki suddenly paused, turning to look into the distance, where that red light had actually pierced through the clouds. In an instant, everything around fell into dead silence. The flock of birds flapped their wings in panic, scattering in all directions. while the surrounding trees shook violently despite the stillness of the air. That blood-red flash fell rapidly from the sky like a meteor. No way. Could it be that guy? Ishiki's pupils suddenly constricted. Bang! The red flash crashed heavily into him, and a powerful storm erupted from the point of impact, spreading outward like a turbulent current. The smoke gradually dissipated. Naruto glared angrily at Ishiki, with a mass of blood-red steam hanging around him. A gust of wind blew by, and Naruto, in a daze, raised his hand, while Ishiki's face was filled with terror. Naruto used his tail to shield Boruto and heal his wounds. "Dad, you look like this." Boruto stared at Naruto in shock. "Don't worry, Boruto." Naruto looked up intently at Ishiki in the sky. "I will defeat that guy." Fourth Kazekage Raza, damn. Naruto looks cool like this. Third Kazekage, indeed cool. Senju Hashirama. I sense an incredibly strong aura from Naruto. Uchiha Madara. Hashirama. Are you sure you're not just talking nonsense? Uzumaki Mito. You two have a really good relationship. Haha. Senju Tobirama. Sister-in-law you. Just get used to it. The video continued to play. Sasuke pulled out the black rod stuck in his shoulder, frowning. He looked at Naruto in the distance, sensing the intense chakra emanating from him. I've never heard of him having such a technique. What exactly does he want to do? Sasuke muttered to himself. Ishiki slowly descended from the sky, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked at Naruto. I didn't expect you to have such a trump card hidden. What does that look in your eyes? It's really annoying. After speaking, Ishiki's figure flickered and quickly vanished from his spot. Naruto, having anticipated this, watched Ishiki rush towards him, then used his tail to escort his son Boruto to Sasuke. Boruto. Sasuke worriedly took Boruto. In the distance, Naruto was constantly battling Ishiki, but anyone with a discerning eye could see that Naruto was not attacking, but was continuously dodging. Ishiki raised his fist to strike Naruto, who swiftly dodged, then countered with a quick punch. Bang! Ishiki was sent flying by the blow, sliding back while clutching his abdomen, his eyes filled with surprise. You've got some skills. Whoosh! Ishiki disappeared again, stepping on Naruto. Naruto raised his palm, decisively blocking his attack. Listen, this time it's completely different from before. This is a mode that consumes both our chakra and converts it into energy. Kurama explained within Naruto. As Naruto dodged Ishiki's attacks, he listened to Kurama's explanation. Simply put, this form comes at the cost of consuming his lifespan. Bang, bang, bang. Several punches landed on Ishiki's abdomen, and he quickly retreated to a distance. You bastard! Ishiki rapidly stomped the ground, causing the mountains to tremble. He accelerated, leaving only a white afterimage in the air. Naruto twisted his body and threw a punch at Ishiki. Try not to make unnecessary moves. Discard any extraneous thoughts. This is the heavy particle mode. We need to maintain it for as long as possible. Naruto silently threw punches at Ishiki. Ishiki's movements slowed, revealing numerous openings in Naruto's eyes. Naruto quickly found an opportunity, landing a punch that sent Ishiki flying, then followed up with a kick. Bang! Ishiki's bones began to crack, and he was kicked away by Naruto. Stop looking down on me, you inferior being. Ishiki's eyes filled with rage as he decisively activated Daikokutten. In the sky, a multitude of black squares suddenly appeared. Naruto's gaze turned cold as he allowed the squares to surround him. When a last square fell from the sky towards him, he nonchalantly lifted his tail, holding up the square. Ishiki stared in shock at Naruto from afar, throwing the black square at him. Ishiki didn't dare to be careless and hurriedly jumped up, but in no time, Naruto appeared above him, decisively landing a punch that knocked him to the ground. I can't believe it. He's actually on par with me. No, rather than being on par, it's more like he's above me. Sasuke watched Naruto from a distance, his pupils filled with shock. Uzumaki Naruto, above. Uchiha Sasuke, It's not that impressive, as long as I feel like it. Uchiha Itachi. Oh, you were just lying there in the video. Uchiha Sasuke. Shut up. That is not important. Third Raikage. I have to say, Naruto's move is really strong. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Indeed strong. But the only obvious drawback is that it consumes Naruto's lifespan. Uzumaki Naruto, young Kurama. I'm sorry, I might not be able to stay with you. Kurama. The video continued to advance. A thick cloud of smoke was violently broken through by Ishiki. Ishiki charged towards Naruto like a gale. But in the blink of an eye, his body became immobile. Naruto wrapped his tail around Ishiki midair, raised his fist high, and slammed it down on his face. Ishiki's bones cracked, uncontrollably rolling on the ground and landing at a distance. His eyes were filled with rage as he raised his hand, and a large number of black rods shot out. Everyone thought these black rods would hit Naruto, but Naruto had already prepared, steadily catching them with his hand. Naruto disdainfully threw the black rods to the ground, which crashed onto the surface with a clang, instantly tightening everyone's hearts. To catch such fast black rods, this speed, I could barely keep up with my Sharingan. Sasuke looked at Naruto in the distance, his pupils filled with shock. When did you gain such powerful strength? Ishiki glared at Naruto in anger. Naruto simply raised his hand calmly, looking at him disdainfully. Come at me, Otsutsuki. Let me show you true enlightenment. Bastard. Ishiki's veins bulged, his legs bending sharply, and he vanished from his spot like a ghost. Boom! A violent shockwave came from a distance. Watching the aftermath of their clash, Boruto exclaimed, Master Sasuke, this power far exceeds what he had before. Sasuke slowly shook his head. In the smoke, Ishiki tore through. Naruto seized the opportunity and slammed a punch into Ishiki's abdomen. Ishiki's eyes went blank in an instant, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He staggered back a few steps, then recklessly swung his fist at Naruto. The two exchanged blows, and Naruto clearly had the upper hand. Bang! Naruto sent Ishiki flying to the distant ground. Ishiki lay on the ground, slowly reaching up to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, and looked at Naruto's contemptuous gaze, his anger surging. How dare you look down on me like this? Ishiki roared and instantly appeared in midair, wildly waving his hands. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black rods shot towards Naruto at high speed, like a torrential rain. Naruto still effortlessly caught the black rods. Bastard! Ishiki roared again, summoning a large number of black rods from the air. Black rods fell from the sky like raindrops, and Naruto instantly disappeared, dodging several of them in succession. Just then, another black rod shot towards him at high speed. Naruto tilted his head to evade it, caught the rod, and batted away the other incoming rods. In the next moment, Naruto vanished again, reappearing behind Ishiki. Ishiki's pupils constricted sharply, and just as he turned his head, Naruto delivered a kick like a gust of wind. Ishiki fell uncontrollably like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a distant lake. Fourth Kazekage Raza exclaimed, Awesome. Boruto Uzumaki said, Wow. Is my dad this strong? Dillard remarked. He directly confronted Ishiki. Is this the full power of the seventh Hokage? Amato commented. If viewed from a naked eye perspective, Ishiki would definitely be taken down. Ishiki gritted his teeth. Damn it. I can't possibly fail. I am destined to become the ultimate being. I won't fall here. Young Naruto Uzumaki replied. Humph, Ishiki, you will definitely fail. The video continued to play. The moment Ishiki touched the surface of the lake, it exploded violently, as if a deep water bomb had detonated underwater. Water splashed everywhere like a torrential downpour. Ishiki knelt on the ground, panting heavily, his chest rising and falling violently. In the blink of an eye, Naruto appeared beside him like a phantom, followed by a sharp flying kick. Ishiki hurriedly struggled to get up, barely managing to evade the attack. But before he could catch his breath, Naruto followed up with another powerful kick, sending Ishiki flying through the air like a struck sandbag. While flying backwards, Ishiki felt the scenery around him twisting like a chaotic film reel. Finally, he stabilized himself on the lake's surface. At that moment, Naruto lunged forward, and Ishiki could only barely raise his fist to try to block. Exciting music played at the right moment, each beat resonating with the hearts of the onlookers. With every punch Naruto threw, it carried his unwavering, killing intent. Ishiki's brows furrowed tightly, and his chin was struck hard by Naruto's punch, sending him flying once again like a kite with a broken string towards the distant lake. Damn it! Ishiki roared, his feet pushing off the lake's surface like a speedboat cutting through waves. In an instant, a surge of water erupted from the lake, as if an invisible giant hand was stirring it. Nearby rocks in the way were instantly reduced to powder by the powerful impact. Ishiki punched directly at Naruto, who decisively raised his hand to block. Bang! A loud sound echoed as Ishiki followed up with a fierce punch to the water surface, causing the water to explode like cannon fire. Amid the water, a brilliant blue flash suddenly erupted, like a sharp blade, transforming into a whirlwind that violently sliced through the surrounding air. Naruto, looking down from above, slowly approached with steady steps. Ishiki gritted his teeth, struggling against the rushing water. Ishiki desperately unleashed a series of ninjutsu, showering Naruto with a barrage of attacks like a machine gun. But Naruto? He remained silent, only holding the Rasengan, quickly breaking through all the attacks. The Rasengan spun, transforming into a powerful whirlwind, carrying immense force straight towards Ishiki. In the sky, sparks and lightning intertwined, the blue whirlwind swirling within, creating a breathtaking scene. Using the Rasengan, Naruto sliced through and dismantled all ninjutsu, the violent impact sending Ishiki flying. Ishiki flew backward like a meteor, crashing into a mountain thousands of meters away, causing rocks to tumble down from the vibrations. The combined force of their attack instantly dried up the surrounding water. Ishiki was deeply embedded in the rock, and the next second, Naruto appeared steadily not far away. Naruto took step by step, slowly approaching. Ishiki pushed against the ground with all his might, continuously moving backward, his eyes filled with fear. However, the situation suddenly changed. Naruto's pupils constricted sharply as a strong sense of discomfort surged in his heart. He felt his heart suddenly stop beating uncontrollably. Fourth Kazekage Raza exclaimed, "Not good, the external aids countdown is over." Young Naruto Uzumaki said, "Looks like I'm going to die." Ishiki scoffed of, "A technique that consumes life as a price is truly laughable." Mike I wonder if my 8 gates can cause damage to this Ishiki. Rock Lee said, "If it's teacher guy, he can definitely do it." The video continued. In the interrogation room, Kawaki sat on the sofa, fidgeting anxiously. Soon, Kawaki noticed the chakra on his arm gradually fading, and his pupils constricted sharply. "What? Kawaki, what's wrong?" Shikamaru looked at Kawaki with confusion. Kawaki raised his arm, seeing the flickering light on it. The 7th Hokage's chakra has weakened. Kawaki's voice trembled. The scene shifted to Naruto, half kneeling on the ground, beads of cold sweat on his forehead, panting heavily. His heavy particle form flickered on and off. Ishiki looked at Naruto in the distance, a cold, killing intent suddenly flashing in his eyes. "So that's how it is," Ishiki murmured, his voice tinged with a sense of realization. "Damn it, I didn't expect the consumption to be so severe." Naruto half kneeled on the ground, struggling to breathe, his words filled with unwillingness. "Your ability suddenly strengthened rapidly, but it's merely a gamble that consumes your lifespan, nearly shattering your very being." Ishiki's lips curled into a slight smile, lightly chuckling, his eyes filled with mockery, as if he were enjoying a farce destined to fail. "But alas, it seems your wager has fallen short, Naruto Uzumaki." As Ishiki spoke, he slowly walked towards Naruto. However, just as he finished speaking, he suddenly spat out a large amount of blood, gushing out like a fountain. Ishiki froze, his face filled with shock. What is happening? Why is he spitting blood? Thud! Ishiki's legs went weak, and he fell heavily to the ground. Naruto's gaze was as cold as frost, staring unwaveringly at Ishiki. "Why am I spitting blood? What the hell did you do to me?" Ishiki roared in anger, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes nearly bursting with flames. The next second, Naruto slowly stood up, his eyes filled with disdain. Seeing this, Ishiki's anger almost consumed him. He looked down at his own condition, instantly stunned, his pupils contracting sharply. Who will fall first? The real battle is only just beginning. A disdainful smile crept onto Naruto's lips, and before he finished speaking, he vanished like a red flash. In the blink of an eye, Naruto was in front of Ishiki, swinging his fist down heavily towards him. Ishiki hurriedly covered his head with both hands, trying to withstand the storm-like barrage of attacks. Though your power is strong, it consumes your lifespan, and chakra is interconnected. As you consume, both you and I are affected by the power of Naruto and Sasuke. The Nine-Tails voice echoed. If he touches this power, his lifespan will also decrease. Naruto kept throwing punches, trying to land as many hits as possible in the limited time to reduce Ishiki's lifespan. Ishiki gritted his teeth and resisted. That's right, my lifespan is rapidly decreasing. I originally had over 20 hours left, but now it's less than 30 minutes. Ishiki was terrified and angry. His power wasn't the issue, but the situation itself was terrible. As soon as Ishiki finished speaking, he was hit in the abdomen by Naruto's punch. Ishiki was sent flying and crashed to the ground. He struggled to get up, but Naruto immediately stepped on him and punched him in the face. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Haha, I feel a bit sorry for this Ishiki, running into someone like Naruto. Amato, Ishiki's lifespan was already short, and now he's being drained by Naruto like this. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Bastard, you have no martial ethics. Uzumaki Naruto, young Hihi. The gamble has just begun. The video continued to play. Naruto was panting heavily, continuously throwing punches at Ishiki, putting all his strength into each hit. At this moment, he felt increasingly unwell, as an invisible force was constantly eroding him. Suddenly, Naruto made a mistake and exposed a flaw, and Ishiki instantly grabbed his neck. Get off, you lowly creature. Ishiki roared, pressing Naruto hard into the ground. At this point, it was all too late. You brought this upon yourself. Naruto smirked with a hint of mockery. The anger in Ishiki's eyes intensified, and he increased the pressure in his hands. Shut up, you fool. Ishiki roared angrily, but then he froze. This chakra. Ishiki was stunned. Hee. In the end, I'm still the winner, you lowly creatures. Ishiki extended his arm, his eyes filled with excitement. The scene shifted. Damn it. Kawaki angrily pounded the wall, his eyes seemingly ready to spit fire. Is Naruto going to be okay? Shikamaru asked with a worried expression. How would I know what's going on? But if this continues, the seventh Hokage will. Kawaki's words were cut off as his arm was suddenly enveloped by a swirling black wind. The black wind instantly swallowed Kawaki, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. What's happening? Amato's pupils suddenly constricted at the sight. The scene shifted again. What are you saying? Naruto looked at Ishiki with a confused expression. The next second, a black hole appeared in the distance, and Kawaki awkwardly crawled out of it. Naruto's pupils dilated sharply. Seeing this, Ishiki couldn't help but laugh out loud, as if victory was within his grasp. I understand. That right hand operates on Hokage chakra, right? Ishiki's eyes were filled with mockery. Then apologize. Thanks to the connection between you, I found Kawaki. As Ishiki spoke, he tightened his grip on Naruto's neck. Uzumaki Naruto, young Ishiki, you're really a beast. You have no martial ethics. Damn it. Otsutsuki Ishiki, you guys from Konoha are the same. Uzumaki Boruto, damn it, Kawaki, run. Kawaki, I'm trying to run. This video is showing things that will happen in the future. Delurda, it seems that in the end, the Shell organization won. Konoha village is doomed. Uchiha Madara, do you also want to dance? The video continued to play. This is bad. Sasuke stared at the distant scene, his expression tense. Hello, Kawaki. I've always wanted to meet you. Ishiki stood with one foot on Naruto, his eyes full of disdain as he looked into the distance. This guy is Otsutsuki Ishiki. He intends to carve that wedge into me again. Kawaki frowned, his expression serious. It's really a critical moment. I have about 5 minutes left to live, and I'm being pushed into this situation by these guys. Ishiki was filled with unwillingness, secretly gritting his teeth. How satisfying. I never expected to witness your death firsthand. Kawaki stood up, responding with the same disdain. This is just like a super long nap. Once the time is up, I will immediately resurrect, and your body will become my vessel. Ishiki tilted his head back, his face full of disdain. Kawaki, hurry and escape. Buy as much time as you can. Naruto shouted anxiously. You bastard, you're so noisy. Ishiki said, raising his hand and repeatedly punching Naruto in the face. Kawaki felt a pang in his heart as he watched Naruto getting hit. Hurry and go, Kawaki. Kawaki took a deep breath, steeled himself, and quickly turned to leave the spot. Seeing Kawaki escape, a flash of anger crossed Ishiki's eyes. At this moment, the atmosphere became increasingly tense. Next, as long as Kawaki can hold out for these last 5 minutes, Victory belongs to them. Kawaki quickly passed through a rock, but as soon as he turned his head, he found Ishiki already in front of him. Hey, do you think you can escape? Ishiki said, suddenly reaching out to grab Kawaki's neck. Don't move. There's nothing to be afraid of. Everything will be over soon. Kawaki struggled desperately, just as he was about to be marked with a wedge curse seal. The next second, Sasuke decisively activated the heavenly hand power and instantly swapped places with Kawaki. What? Ishiki's pupils constricted sharply. Kawaki, hurry and hide. His lifespan is only 4 minutes left. Sasuke shouted anxiously and angrily while pulling out a smoke bomb from his pocket. Fool! I have Byakugan. Ishiki disdainfully scanned the surroundings, but soon he was stunned again. The foolish one is you. This powder can interfere with your perspective ability. Although the effect only lasts a few minutes, that's enough. Hearing Sasuke's taunts, Ishiki's anger flared up even more, and he threw punches at Sasuke, trying to vent his frustration. TCH, you all think you're so clever, Ishiki said, quickly flying into the sky. At this moment, his priority was to find Kawaki. His lifespan was down to the last 3 minutes. Kawaki, hurry and create some distance. Just hold out for these last few minutes. Sasuke looked up at the sky, weakly shouting. Ishiki circled high in the sky, looking around, but he couldn't find Kawaki's figure anywhere. Kawaki! Ishiki roared angrily. Kuratsuchi! I don't know why, but I really want to laugh. Third Kazekage. I hope this Ishiki doesn't find Kawaki. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Just a bladder issue. Fourth Raikage A. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Raza, can you shut up? What you're saying isn't funny at all. Otsutsuki Ishiki. Damn it. Konoha village is really despicable. Otsutsuki Kagaya. That's right. Orochimaru. Konoha village should hurry up and be done for. Jiraiya. No. Orochimaru, which side are you on? The video continued to play. Kawaki carefully revealed himself in the smoke, crouching and continuously looking for cover to hide. All right, just hide until the end. Naruto looked into the distance, secretly pleased. What a joke. Ishiki was completely enraged, entering a state of fury, his hands wildly waving as he instantly unleashed a barrage of black rods. No way. Kawaki, who was desperately running, caught a glimpse of the densely packed black rods gathering in the distance, his pupils narrowing sharply. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The black rods fell like a torrential rain, crashing down around him. Kawaki dodged with all his might, and the area was immediately shrouded in smoke, the ground becoming riddled with holes. Ishiki activated his Byakugan, scanning the surroundings with piercing eyes, but still could not find Kawaki's trace. His lifespan was running out. Since you want to escape, Kawaki, then I have no choice but to do this. Ishiki dove down from the sky, heavily landing on Naruto. Naruto immediately spat out blood. At the same time, Kawaki's arm unexpectedly broke off without warning. Did you hear that? Kawaki, if you don't show yourself in 20 seconds, I'll kill this 7th Hokage. Ishiki's eyes turned blood red as he roared angrily. You can keep running, but if this important Hokage dies, you won't care. Despicable. Sasuke weakly cursed. Young Naruto Uzumaki, you're not following the rules of combat. Otsutsuki Ishiki. The roar of a loser, just like a stray dog by the roadside. Uchiha Itachi. My foolish little brother, you're showing off again. Uchiha Sasuke. You're so annoying. I'm a 3-tomo now. Uchiha Madara. 3 tomos, huh? That's interesting. The video continued to play. Kawaki was gasping for breath, sitting on a rock. I'm going to start the countdown. A teasing voice from Ishiki echoed in the distance. Kawaki took a deep breath and tightly closed his eyes. The 20-second countdown slowly began. With each number Ishiki spoke, the pressure on Kawaki's heart increased. In a daze, Kawaki seemed to return to his childhood, when he was powerless to resist and could only watch as Jigen tormented him in a dark room. You can't hide. Come out in 10 seconds, or else. Jigen placed the black rod on the fish tank, and, as he counted down, the fish tank slowly moved. Just as it was about to fall, Kawaki rushed out anxiously. Please, wait a moment. Kawaki's voice trembled with tears. Of course I'll wait. After all, weary father and son. Jigen's mocking voice overlapped with Ishiki's roar in the distance. Ha! Kawaki hugged his severed arm, panting heavily. The unbearable memories of childhood kept crashing into him, various oppressive images flooding it. The audience watching the video all felt Kawaki's despair. You're just an empty shell. I can teach you a lesson as many times as I want. Jigen dragged the black rod, his voice low and piercing. Soon, Jigen spotted Kawaki around the corner. All right, punishment time is up, Kawaki. Jigen raised the black rod. Kawaki closed his eyes and shook his head, filled with terror inside. Images of being beaten in childhood, painful enough to make him vomit, flashed continuously. The countdown continued, already down to 15 seconds. Various containers and organ images appeared before Kawaki's eyes. He was on the brink of collapse. In a daze, Jigen's shadow appeared, mockingly watching him count down. It's okay, Kawaki, just stay where you are. Underfoot, Naruto furrowed his brows, enduring the pain. The countdown was down to 10 seconds. Kawaki gasped for breath, placing his arm on the ground, his gaze growing increasingly uneasy. Listening to the roars outside, he frowned. Suddenly, a gentle hand rested on his head, and then he was embraced. Kawaki's pupils contracted as he opened his eyes. Don't worry, Kawaki. Nothing will happen. Naruto's gentle voice came. Kawaki remembered the moments spent with Naruto, and also recalled how Kurama had told him about Naruto's childhood. It turned out Naruto had also suffered abuse. Kawaki took a deep breath, slowly standing up, and closed his eyes. Seeing you is like seeing my former self. I can't just ignore you. Naruto chuckled softly. Can you practice ninjutsu with me? His former self asked shyly. Of course. All right then. Kawaki opened his eyes, determination flashing in them as he bent down to pick up his arm and straighten his body. The countdown was down to 3 seconds. Crack! A sound came from above as footsteps echoed, and Ishiki showed a delighted expression. That fool! Sasuke lay on the ground, helplessly looking into the distance. Letting out a sigh. Young Naruto, Uzumaki, Kawaki, don't come out. This guy only has a few minutes of life left. Just hold on a little longer. Kawaki, but I can't just ignore you, Lord 7th Hokage. Young Naruto, Uzumaki, Kawaki. This guy, Uzumaki Boruto. Why do I feel like Kawaki is my dad's son? Young Naruto, Uzumaki. What nonsense are you talking about, Boruto? Mizukichi Terumi Mei. The key is, your son is speaking the truth, isn't he? System. Just keep watching. What if it comes true later? Hiya Uzumaki Boruto. System, what do you mean? The video continued to progress. Oomph. Ishiki stepped on Naruto, turning to look at Kawaki, his eyes filled with excitement. Kawaki stood high above, one hand in his pocket, facing the wind, his gaze resolutely fixed on Ishiki. This time, he would not feel panic anymore. Kawaki. Naruto's eyes were weak as he looked up at the sky. Seeing Naruto's injured state, a fire of anger burned in Kawaki's eyes. Ishiki instantly vanished from his spot, rushing toward Kawaki like a fierce wind. Kawaki decisively leaped up, quickly forming hand seals with one hand, and a scorching fireball erupted from his mouth. However, Ishiki paid no mind, directly passing through the fireball and grabbing Kawaki. What are you doing? Do you really think you're a ninja? Ishiki held Kawaki in his arms, his eyes filled with rage. I have the 7th Hokage as my teacher. He said I have great talent. Kawaki firmly retorted, his eyes resolute. You can't become a ninja, nor can you become any formidable character. You can only be my Ishiki's vessel, and then disappear. Ishiki's tone was low and hoarse. No, Lord 7th Hokage taught me a lot, giving me the will to live that I once lacked. Kawaki shook his head, his gaze becoming even more determined. So what? He gave you your right hand, exposing your whereabouts. He gave you emotions, causing you to be captured by me now. That's the reality. Ishiki's eyes were full of disdain. You don't understand at all. A world without the 7th Hokage means nothing to me. Kawaki angrily retorted. Ishiki suddenly raised his hand, gripping Kawaki's neck. None of this matters. After all, you are just a vessel. Soon, the curse mark of the Otsutsuki was etched onto Kawaki's body, and Ishiki's eyes were filled with pride. Ha ha ha! This is the inevitable result. This is reality, even though I was frightened a few times during the process. Ishiki disdainfully threw Kawaki to the ground, a joyful smile on his face. Kuratsuchiya. I give up. Why did it turn out like this? Hyuga Niji no. This Kawaki used Shadow Clone. Hyuga Hinata. That's right. Otsutsuki Shinjuru. Hee. I didn't expect someone as strong as Ishiki would make such a low-level mistake. Now I can rest in peace. Ishiki's lips curled into a smug arc. His expression seemed confident of victory. Crack! A sudden sound came, and his arm shattered without warning. I didn't expect my lifespan to come to an end so quickly. You lowly beings have forced me into such a situation. Ishiki glanced sideways at Kawaki, his eyes filled with disdain. However, in an instant, his expression suddenly froze. The mark just etched on Kawaki's body was dissipating like light smoke. What is happening? How could the wedge disappear? Could it be? A hint of panic flashed in Ishiki's eyes. Tell me, how many seconds do you have left? You should be dead by now. Kawaki's gaze was as cold as ice. Speak up, Otsutsuki Ishiki. Kawaki looked up, a face full of disdain. How dare you act so recklessly here? You bastard, what the hell did you do? Ishiki was infuriated, grabbing Kawaki's shoulder fiercely. Another crack, and his arm broke again, causing him to fall awkwardly to the ground, as if bowing to Kawaki. Impossible. What has happened? I clearly succeeded in etching the wedge. Ishiki's voice was filled with disbelief. Just then, a sound of footsteps came from above. Confused, Ishiki turned his head and saw Kawaki standing high above. Shadow Clone Technique. Kawaki explained calmly. Bang! With a muffled sound, the Kawaki next to Ishiki instantly turned to smoke and dissipated. Naruto and Sasuke witnessed this scene and collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Ishiki gaped in shock, wanting to say something, but only managed a weak breath, appearing powerless. You seem to want to say something, but it's no longer relevant. You're just a loser. The one who acted first faces death. Whatever you want to say, this is the reality you must confront. Kawaki's tone was icy. After saying that, he decisively jumped down, firmly stepping on Ishiki. Bang! Ishiki instantly dissipated into the air like ash. You can sleep forever now, bastard. Kawaki murmured to himself. Fourth Kazekage Rasha. Wow, cool brother. Karatsuchi. Finally, I can breathe easy. Second Mizukage Kagyuki. No matter what, seeing this, I can finally relax. Uzumaki Naruto, young great. Now we just need to handle Boruto, and everything will be over. Please support for love. I have no money for dinner tonight. Otsutsuki Mamashiki. Where do you get your confidence? Really think you can deal with me? Uzumaki Boruto. Mamashiki, you bastard. The video continued to play. Kawaki looked at the dissipated Ishiki, took a deep breath, and looked around, finally feeling a long-lost sense of freedom. The scene shifted. Seventh Hokage. Kawaki hurriedly supported Uzumaki Naruto. You really surprised me. I didn't expect you to use shadow clones. Naruto said weakly. I'm still practicing. Creating one clone is already my limit. But luckily I succeeded. Kawaki shook his head. Are you alright, Naruto? Sasuke struggled to stand up and walked over weakly. Sasuke, your injuries are much more severe than mine. Don't change the subject. I asked you about that power just now. The consumption method is different from before. Isn't it a huge risk? Sasuke looked at Naruto with a worried expression. This, how should I put it? Naruto scratched the back of his head, hesitating to speak. What exactly is going on? Hurry up and clarify. Kawaki was anxious. Just then, a cold wind blew from behind, causing Sasuke to turn in confusion. Whoosh! A kunai pierced through his rinnegan. Sasuke screamed in agony, clutching his pierced eye as he fell to the ground. Boruto slowly landed, his eyes filled with disdain. Boruto, you. Naruto immediately became anxious. I didn't expect Ishiki to be defeated by you. Boruto spoke mockingly, his voice ethereal. This voice, could it be? Kawaki's pupil shrank. The troublesome space-time ninjutsu has been sealed by me. This time, you can't escape. Mamashiki controlled Boruto's body, his eyes filled with contempt. Mamashiki. Naruto glared at him. This is the second time you've appeared like this. It feels pretty good to move freely. Boruto clenched his fist. Boruto, what kind of behavior is that? Stop joking around. Kawaki shouted angrily. Kawaki, you're free now. Ishiki's soul has completely dissipated. Why aren't you happier? Mamashiki chuckled softly. Boruto, can you hear me? Don't let this guy control you. Wake up quickly. Kawaki stood up, his eyes burning with anger. Although you only gained temporary freedom, Mamashiki hesitated to speak. Give it up. Ishiki is no more. Without bait for the 10 tails to consume, you will never obtain the chakra fruit. Naruto half knelt on the ground, his eyes cold. Is that so? Momoshiki scoffed. Seeing Kawaki spit out a blazing fireball from above, he quickly dodged, throwing several shurikens. Kawaki raised his hand to block. Boruto rushed towards him in an instant, and the two clashed, the sound of metal clashing incessant. Kawaki decisively swung his arm down, and Boruto vanished in the blink of an eye, immediately lunging at Kawaki's back with a kunai. Kawaki felt pain and fell to the ground. It seems the decompression has reached a certain level. This is enough. Momoshiki said meaningfully. What did you say? Kawaki asked weakly. Bang. Sasuke quickly kicked out, sending Boruto flying. Are you okay, Kawaki? Probably fine. What do you mean by that just now? Kawaki looked confusedly at Boruto in the distance. The wedge may have disappeared, but the Otsutsuki data that merged into your body remains. Now your strength is on par with Boruto's, and the decompression has reached 80. That's right. Your body is almost the same as an Otsutsuki, Boruto said excitedly. Karatsuchi, what does that mean? Senju Tobirama. Simply put, this Kawaki now possesses all of Ishiki's power. It depends on how he utilizes this power. Otsutsuki Shinjuru. To have the power of the Otsutsuki clan. This guy will be terrifying in the future. Inoki. Then in the later part of Boruto, the strongest guy is Kawaki, right? Uzumaki Boruto. Isn't it me? Kawaki, hee. With you, this idiot. Uzumaki Boruto. Ah, Kawaki, what do you mean by that? Do you want to fight? The video continued to play. What did you say? Kawaki frowned. In short, you can be the living sacrifice for the God Tree. The God Tree might be smaller, but it can still collect a lot of chakra fruits. Momoshiki looked disdainful. Naruto glared angrily at Momoshiki. He was controlling his own son. First, deal with the 10 tails, Kawaki. Then let you be consumed. I'll collect the fruit. Boruto slowly approached. Have you had enough? Why do you always treat me as an item? Kawaki's eyes were filled with anger. You dare shout? You're just a living sacrifice. The peach-style manipulator Boruto, with a face full of disdain. Snap! Sasuke decisively drew his sword and charged towards Boruto in the distance. Boruto raised his kunai to defend, his eyes filled with contempt. Sasuke quickly formed hand seals with one hand, and the blade was instantly covered in lightning. Boruto hurriedly jumped back to create distance, coldly watching Sasuke. This guy, my attack, he could easily absorb with a wedge, yet he didn't do it. Sasuke frowned and analyzed. Uchiha Sasuke is about to attack his beloved disciple? The peach-style taunted. Even if I have to kill, I've long been prepared. Because we are master and disciple. Amaterasu. Sasuke fixed his Sharingan on the peach-style. Boom! A large amount of black flames surged out. The peach-style manipulated Boruto to quickly dodge, also summoning shadow clones to block the Amaterasu. Here it comes, just as I thought. Sasuke's brows furrowed tightly. That bastard. Kawaki's forehead was sweating coldly. Inoki, I don't understand. Is Amaterasu that easy to dodge? Fourth Raikage AI. Just a few backflips to dodge Amaterasu's attack. Won't there be an idiot trying to block it with his arms in the future? Mizukage Termi 666. This is no acting at all. Just a few backflips to dodge the strongest physical attack Amaterasu. Uchiha Sasuke. So, what's the use of Amaterasu? Uchiha Itachi. Maybe it could be used to fry eggs. Umbu of Sunagakure. A bunch of big shots talking. We commoners would have been long gone if we encountered those black flames. Commoners of Konoha. I'm the commoner here. You're all Umbu big shots. The video continued to play. Boruto consumed too much chakra and fainted directly. I think this is likely the reason why the peach style came out. Conversely, if I could restore Boruto's chakra, he might wake up. Sasuke calmly analyzed. What basis do you have for saying that? The peach style didn't let Boruto use the wedge to absorb ninjutsu, definitely afraid that Boruto would recover chakra. If Boruto recovers, wouldn't that cause him trouble? After thinking it through, that's the only reason. Sasuke analyzed logically. Damn, Uchiha. Seems he truly saw through me. This guy is indeed difficult to deal with. Even though he's still heavily injured. The peach style lay on the rock, staring intently at Sasuke in the distance, secretly cursing. I'm really tired. I'll stay in a bridge hole tonight, just eating this. Imsurjuro 3D Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Seriously, that peach style guy is very cautious. You all need to be careful. Uzumaki Naruto. Yeah, understood. The video continued to play. It seems I still have to use that move. The peach style furrowed his brows tightly. Planning to force him to absorb chakra? Kawaki's eyes were also filled with displeasure. Yes, I'll use fire style at a very close distance. Close enough that he can only absorb with a wedge. Sasuke had a cautious look on his face. You need to be careful. Any slight mistake could cost you your life. Kawaki's eyes were fixed on the distance. But it's worth a try. His target is you. If I fail, at least you can escape. Before Sasuke could finish his sentence, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. In the air, a small Rasengan flew quickly and hit Sasuke's chest. Sasuke instantly fell to the ground. Hey! Kawaki looked at Sasuke with a worried face. The disappearing Rasengan. So that's the move? Sasuke gritted his teeth, enduring the pain on his body. I fell for this move once before. It's quite convenient, although it won't be fatal. It must hurt to hit the vital points, right? The peach style leisurely walked over. Hurry and escape, quick! Sasuke lay on the ground, anxiously looking at Kawaki beside him. You have nowhere to escape now. Accept your fate. A vessel must have the appearance of a vessel. The peach style coldly looked at Kawaki. Not just the wedge. At this point, I can't ignore your matter. Kawaki looked at the control Boruto. The word Boruto had said to him earlier floating in his mind. The peach style kicked Kawaki down to the ground. What a troublesome guy. Kawaki watched the black hurricane rush towards him, gritting his teeth. Ever since I met you, you've been like this. Whoosh, a ball of flames ignited on Kawaki. The peach style was stunned, looking at Kawaki who was spontaneously combusting. This isn't a clone. He's burning his own body. Is this guy crazy? The peach style's pupils were filled with shock. Watching Kawaki, who was continuously screaming in the flames, the peach style's brows furrowed even tighter. I can't let the hard-earned living sacrifice die. The peach style hurriedly raised his hand to absorb the flames from Kawaki's body. Soon, the flames were absorbed, and Kawaki lay unconscious on the ground. The peach style clenched his fists tightly, his eyes filled with anger. Damn, it was absorbed out of necessity. Although the energy restored isn't much. I can't let that guy Boruto wake up. The left half of the peach style's eye, which had been tightly closed, slowly opened, revealing a bright blue pupil. You keep sleeping. Come on, Kawaki, I need to find the Ten Tails and let it eat you. The peach style shook his head, starting to compete with Boruto for control of the body. He raised his hand, aimed at Kawaki, and as a large black hurricane was about to engulf Kawaki, his hand subconsciously canceled the attack. This is the end, peach style. Boruto's weak voice came through, successfully regaining control of the body. What the hell do you want to do? The peach style clenched his fist in anger, glaring. I just woke up, my head is still groggy, but doing this should clear my head a bit. Boruto was struggling for control of the body while trying to break the horn on his forehead. Wait, stop. The peach style roared unwillingly. Snap, the horn was broken by Boruto. Boruto weakly fell to the ground. In the distance, Naruto watched this scene and closed his eyes. Kawaki and Boruto exchanged a glance. Sorry for causing you trouble. Likewise, you bastard brother. Kawaki looked up at the sky, his voice very weak. Mizukage Terumi Mei, haha, one style has been resolved, now it just depends on the peach style. It can't be that there will be a twist afterward, right? Fourth Kazekage Raza, it's impossible, from the perspective of a hot-blooded anime. The ending should be Boruto and everyone happily together. Uchiha Madara, reality is cruel. When Naruto and Sasuke grow old, there will be a fifth great ninja war. Senju Hashirama, Madara, can you stop thinking crookedly? Senju Tobirama, brother, what others are saying is the truth. Senju Hashirama, I don't believe it. Uchiha Izuna, believe it or not, you're such an idiot. Sasuke weakly stood up, looking at Naruto, who had his eyes tightly closed and couldn't help but be stunned. Naruto. Sasuke shook Naruto's body. The camera shifted, and at this moment, the system appropriately added tear-jerking music. In a hazy mist, Naruto groggily opened his eyes, seeing a ripple-like wave rising on the ground. Where is this? Naruto muttered to himself in confusion. Hey, over here, Naruto. The teasing voice of the Nine Tails drifted in. Kurama? It's really you. By the way, I already. Naruto seemed to suddenly remember something, and a hint of sadness flashed in his eyes. Looks like it's almost time for us to say goodbye. The Nine Tails slowly shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. It does seem that way. Naruto replied softly. You're quite calm about this, the Ninetales said, slightly surprised. At this point, struggling is meaningless. Besides, I witnessed them defeat the Otsutsuki, so I have nothing to complain about. Naruto gently shook his head, his expression serene. The only regret he felt was not being able to see his wife and daughter, not being able to say goodbye properly. But then he thought, his two sons wouldn't need his worry anymore. Hee. I knew Kawaki wasn't a bad person. The Ninetales shook his head and said, You talked to him? Why didn't you tell me? Naruto's face showed a hint of confusion. We chatted a bit while you were asleep. The Ninetales lazily lay on the ground. What'd you talk about? Naruto looked curious. Just some trivial matters. I see. It seems like those two are like real brothers, sparring and growing together. Naruto shook his head slightly, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Just like you and Sasuke, right? The Ninetales asked with a smile. Yeah, more or less. But Sasuke has an outstanding brother like Itachi. I've always longed for a biological brother. Thankfully, I've had you by my side all these years. Naruto raised his head, staring intently at the Ninetales. In a sense, our friendship has long surpassed that of biological brothers. Looking back, we've been inseparable since I was born. As the Ninetales listened to Naruto's words, its eyes gradually became complex. The image of Naruto as a child played in its mind like a movie, growing little by little until he became the person in front of it. It couldn't bear to imagine how much this child had endured along the way. Why are you suddenly so sentimental? How about we talk about the past? I was once the embodiment of hatred sealed within you. The hatred in my heart surged like a tide, never dissipating. The Ninetales stared at Naruto. You know that the hatred wasn't just a little. You understand that, right? Although your power made everyone fear me, I also owe you for saving me several times. Naruto chuckled softly. At this moment, the man and the beast faced each other, seemingly shedding all past grievances. Wait, there won't be any knives next, right? Otsutsuki, Izuna said. Tobirama, are you out of your mind? Senju Tobirama scoffed. Ignore this guy, brother, just block him. Otsutsuki, Izuna replied. All right then, blocked. Idiot Tobirama. Never see you again. Senju Tobirama said. Senju Hashirama laughed. Oh, don't be sad. Just beg your big brother, and I'll help you speak some good words. Senju Tobirama said, Get lost. The video continued to play. Humans have always focused on the power of tailed beasts, whether it's the 8 tails or the 9 tails. No one ever wants to call us by our names. The Ninetales chuckled self-deprecatingly. But you're different. The Ninetales buried its face in its arms. A bit of pride showing. Only you call us tailed beasts by our names. Kurama, you told me your name for the first time, and I still vividly remember that moment. I was really very happy, and not just that. Naruto smiled gently. Over the years, we've gone through so many battles together. If it weren't for your help, I would have probably lost long ago. All right, in the end, teaming up with you was to take down that Otsutsuki. After all, I don't want to just disappear like that. Literally. The Ninetales chuckled lightly. What are you saying? Isn't it still consuming both of our lifespans? At this point, don't joke around. Naruto said with some helplessness. What can I do? We're at the end anyway. The Ninetales chuckled again. Hearing the Ninetales' laughter, Naruto couldn't help but laugh aloud as well. The two of them were like children. Then, the Ninetales made a fist bump gesture. Seeing this, Naruto also extended his fist. Naruto, I'm very happy to have walked this path with you until today. I'm happy too. Even if we go to another world, we have a walk side by side. Since I was born, I've never been apart from you. Facing death together like this is pretty good. Oof. The Ninetales' gaze became complex. Naruto quickly noticed the change in the Ninetales' emotions, and the joyful expression on his face froze instantly. Naruto, did you misunderstand something? I have to make it clear to you. I've never said you would die. I haven't lied to you even once. You need to listen carefully. What? What are you saying? Could it be? Naruto's lips trembled slightly, and his pupils dilated. I exchanged my life for power. If I had told you from the start, you would definitely hesitate, and maybe you would directly oppose me, even if you understood there was no other way. The Ninetales began to explain. You're such a worry, aren't you? Kurama, I told you to say goodbye, Naruto. Once the power of the sacrifice is drawn away, the tailed beast will undoubtedly die. But this time the situation is special. It's the tailed beast's chakra dissipating. The Ninetales' tone was complex. Wait, Kurama. Naruto's pupils contracted sharply. The price paid is my life, not yours, Naruto. Soon, the massive body of the Nine Tails began to transform into smoke. TCH, don't look at me with those eyes. You're really troublesome. It's about time to go. The Nine Tails slowly stood up, a large amount of mist evaporating from its body. Don't be too reckless. If you come over to my side so soon, I'll be angry. The Nine Tails said half-jokingly. Kurama, please don't go. Naruto's voice carried a sob. At that moment, the music also ignited. Kage Mizukage Meiturumi. Something got in my eye. Anoki. Humph. Even I have something in my eye. Fourth Kazekage Raza. What the heck? This isn't touching at all. Wearing sunglasses. Gaara. Idiot. Take off your glasses. Naruto Uzumaki. Young Kurama. You. Kurama. He. The video continued. The screen displayed scenes of the two spending time together, accompanied by rhythmic music. The video was filled with comments, all saying goodnight, Kurama. Obito Uchiha. I'm tearing up. Madara Uchiha. Hee, you don't seem to have a right to say that. Minato Namikaze. Shut up. I've already forgiven Obito. Vortex Kushina. Me too. The video continues to play. All the tailed beasts gather together, but suddenly they freeze. As a figure disappears. Naruto, with tears streaming down his face, looks like a helpless child, nearly breaking down as he watches the Nine Tails dissipate into smoke. He instinctively reaches out his arm, wanting to grab the smoke floating in the distance, but is powerless. Naruto, take care of yourself before that. The Nine Tails' voice weakens, its form slowly shrinking into thick smoke. Kurama! Kurama! Naruto screams in anguish, tears flowing like a dam bursting. Wait, don't go! Snap! Boruto reaches out with both hands, pressing down on Naruto's hands. Naruto wakes up in terror, looking up at the sky and the three people who care about him. Boruto's face is full of reluctance as he looks at Naruto with tears streaming down. Boruto. Naruto's face is pale. Don't make me worry so much. You idiot, Dad. Boruto throws himself onto Naruto, tears flowing freely. I thought I would never see you again. Naruto feels the tremors of his son's body, his gaze becoming dazed. After all, he has lost his most important companion. Vortex Naruto. Ooh, Kurama. Don't go, Kurama. I'm still here, you idiot Naruto. Third Hokage. To be honest, Naruto, as the seventh Hokage, actually cried when the Nine Tails left. Fourth Raikage AI. It wasn't that touching, to be honest. Puts on sunglasses, Killer Bee. Idiot, bro. Why are you using my sunglasses? Oh yeah. Mishugashi Tirumime. Haha. I didn't expect the Raikage from the Cloud Village would actually cry. Second Mizukage Tobirama. Those who can hold back tears watching the Nine Tails leave are truly extraordinary. Thumbs up. Uchiha Sasuke. Haha, I didn't cry. Second Mizukage Tobirama. Kid, then you are this. Thumbs up. Seeking power for love. Eating this tonight. Really so hungry, tired, and sleepy. Imsub-Zero 3D. The video continues to advance. Boruto stretches out his arm with all his might, trying to summon that mysterious black hole, but it is all in vain. Damn, this isn't going to work. Boruto grits his teeth, his face filled with unwillingness. My Rinnegan can no longer be used. From now on, I can only rely on your ceiling to pave the way. Sasuke furrows his brows tightly, shaking his head helplessly. But speaking of which, how exactly should this space ninjutsu be used? Boruto raises his hand, staring at his palm, hesitating to speak. Sigh, this is really a headache. Naruto sighs with a bitter smile. Kawaki stands with one hand in his pocket, leaning casually against the wall. Teasing, Boruto, don't be so nervous, are you scared? Are you afraid that guy will suddenly pop up again? Boruto falls silent, seemingly in deep thought. I really don't want to go through that again, but I can't guarantee it won't happen. Boruto slowly shakes his head, his expression serious. My ceiling has already disappeared. Thanks to you and everyone, I definitely couldn't have done alone. Your situation is probably similar, right? Kawaki says as he slowly approaches. So, just stop overthinking it. Even if you say that, Boruto's eyes are complex, revealing a hint of confusion. Listen, the ceiling isn't scary. We need to take control of it. Kawaki says, patting Boruto's shoulder. The reasoning is sound, but how exactly do we do that? Boruto shakes his head helplessly. Don't be timid, just go for it, you idiot. Kawaki, frustrated, glares at Boruto. Huh? You idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? Nonsense. I just don't want it to end up like earlier. Boruto glares back at Kawaki, his eyes full of anger. So I say you're just scared to death. Stop looking down on me and lecturing me from above. Boruto's eyes widen in anger, and at that moment, a black hole suddenly bursts out from his arm. The black hole instantly engulfs both Boruto and Kawaki. What is this? Sasuke reacts quickly, grabbing Naruto and leaping into the distant black hole. The scene shifts. Since we're not sure about the situation on the other side, you all hold your positions for now. Amato adjusts his glasses, his expression serious. Right? For now, let's focus on our respective tasks. Shikamaru nods, looking calm. I didn't expect things to develop like this. In the meantime, Shino looks tense. His brows furrowed. Wait, are Naruto and the others back? Shikamaru receives a message from Ino, his pupils narrowing sharply, his expression instantly brightening. It seems they succeeded. That's great, Boruto. Samaire stands up excitedly. Is Kawaki okay? Amato asks with a worried face. Although they all suffered some injuries, everyone is safe. Shikamaru nods, revealing a relieved smile. Really? That's wonderful. The scene switches again. On the Hokage rooftop, everyone is exhausted, slumped on the ground, quietly gazing at the sun, slowly rising in the distance. I'm so tired. Boruto's tense nerves finally relax, and he lets out a long sigh. We're back to the village safely. Naruto's eyes are filled with complex emotions, full of sentiment. What a journey it has been. Sasuke closes his left eye tightly, his voice tinged with fatigue. As long as you put your heart into it, you can still do it. Kawaki kneels on the ground, glancing at Boruto. If you make me do it again, I probably won't be able to do it. But for some reason, as long as I'm with you, I feel like I can do anything. Boruto turns to look at Kawaki, his eyes filled with tenderness. TCH, what are you joking about? Hurry up and learn to be independent, idiot. Kawaki turns his head away, pouting. Young master. Shino's excited shout suddenly attracts everyone's attention. Everyone. Boruto turns to look at the familiar faces, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting, revealing a faint smile. It seems everything went smoothly. We succeeded. Samaire smiles softly, her tone gentle. Mizuki's Terumi Mei. Kawaki and Boruto have such a good relationship. Third Kazekage. Indeed. They really look like brothers. Fourth Kazekage Raza. I hope their relationship doesn't develop in a weird way in the future. Karatsuchi. 10-10. What do you mean by weird? Fourth Kazekage Raza. I mean they would fight over a father and then draw swords against each other. Kawaki. Am I that kind of person? Can you speak with some sense? You idiot. Third Kazekage. Raza. Shut up. That kind of plot could never happen. Vortex Boruto. Young. The video continues to play. Dad, your eyes. Sarada looks at Sasuke with a worried face. This is my fault if you're upset. Just hit me until you feel better. Boruto's expression is complex, filled with self-blame. Boruto, you. Sarada looks at him with a complicated gaze. If I hadn't followed, Uncle Sasuke's eyes wouldn't be like this. Boruto looked guilty. Although I don't know the situation clearly, it's not your fault, I understand. Sarada gently comforted. But, she's right, Boruto. Without you, I would have died long ago. Sasuke shook his head. Master, to win and survive is fortunate. Don't blame yourself too much. Sasuke shook his head. Ninja battles are inevitably like this. My mother and I were prepared long ago. Sarada sighed in relief. I'm sorry. Let's go back to Sakura. Sasuke patted his daughter's head. Sorry, you just been through a lot. After the treatment, tell me everything in detail. Shikamaru patted Naruto's shoulder. Okay, got it. Naruto nodded. The scene shifted to the interrogation room. Naruto explained the situation to Amato. I see. Ishiki is completely gone. Well done. Amato nodded. Yes, but the sacrifice is too great. I called you here to confirm the situation with the Kara organization. Shikamaru said seriously. With the leader gone, has the Kara organization collapsed? Naruto asked curiously. That's right. Under those circumstances, Jigen probably wouldn't survive either. Amato sighed lightly. I see. Did you forcefully stop Dairuda's abilities? Sai asked. Yes, there's no need to worry about her becoming an enemy again. Are there any remaining enemies? There's still Code. Amato frowned deeply. If we resolve Code, will the Kara organization be gone? Shikamaru asked with a frown. I'm really hungry and tired. Not trying to gain sympathy. I can't find work. Third Kazekage. Next, let's deal with Code, and everything will be over, all right? Nohara Rin, that's great. If that's the case, nothing else should happen. Uchiha Obito, hee, let's hope there are no twists. Uzumaki Boruto, it won't be, just watch my spiral movements. The video continues. Don't underestimate him. Code is a special existence. Amato's expression was serious, his brows furrowed. Special? Everyone looked puzzled. In fact, beside Kawaki, there's another surviving vessel. Amato slowly shook his head, his tone heavy. Could it be? Everyone was stunned, their pupils dilating in shock. That's right. It is Code. What did you say? Naruto instantly became tense. Even one Ishiki had brought him to despair. If Code truly poses a threat, how can he cope without the Nine Tails? However, he is a half-finished product that cannot fully utilize the vessel's powers. But even so, he also has the wedge implanted by Kinshiki. Amato's gaze was serious. Everyone was once again stunned. This wedge retains only part of the vessel's functions, and the situation inside him is quite special. Wait, if it's the wedge given by Kinshiki, shouldn't it have disappeared after Ishiki's reincarnation? Shikamaru asked anxiously. No, because he is a half-finished product and cannot fully utilize the power, so the wedge will not disappear. There are still many unresolved mysteries about the wedge. Amato shook his head, explaining meaningfully. Simply put, the members of the Kara organization have undergone some modifications, but Code is the opposite. His body was modified to suppress a powerful force. Is that the so-called limitation? Naruto asked curiously. That's right. If Code were to unleash all his power, the consequences would be unimaginable. Amato crossed his arms and nodded in confirmation. Is he really that powerful? Sai stroked his chin, deep in thought. To be honest, among the modified humans I've created, a few possess powers that even surpass Kinshiki. The crowd was shocked to hear this. However, apart from Code, the others have already been dealt with. Amato continued. Second Mizukage, Terumi Mei. No way, what's the point of this? First Mizukage, I can't imagine how broken the late-game combat power would be. Third Reikage, what has it turned into? The video continues to progress. Why are you only mentioning such an important matter now? Shikamaru's eyes widened in anger as he slammed the table. Don't rush. Code can't remove the limitations himself. Amato adjusted his glasses. Is that true? This is his own will. Amato nodded. What is the point of weakening his own power? Sai asked in confusion. To solidify Kinshiki's control. Code wants to be a loyal subordinate. Amato explained softly while sitting in his chair. What is he like? Shikamaru frowned. He has faith in beings like the Otsutsuki, worships Ishiki as a god, and admires Kawaki, who is treated as a vessel while he himself is left aside. Amato pushed up his glasses. What a madman. Because of this loyalty, Code escaped death. Now that Ishiki has been defeated, that loyalty may turn into a desire for revenge. Amato frowned and said cautiously, Boruto and Kawaki, will also be targets, right? Naruto took a deep breath. Yes, and me, who betrayed the Kara organization. Don't tell anyone about this yet. Shikamaru said seriously. The scene shifted to Code, who was lying on the ground asleep, slowly opening his eyes and sitting up, yawning. Fourth Reikage, this guy wakes up to find the sky has collapsed. Mizukage Meitarumi, couldn't hold it together. Go, now that you mention it, I'm quite looking forward to his expression of collapse. Code, you bunch of bastards. I will definitely avenge Lord Ishiki. The footage continues. Oh no, I slept too long. Code continued to observe the Ten Tails below. Good, no abnormalities. Being a security guard for the Ten Tails is really boring. Kinshiki should have caught Kawaki by now. That bastard Kawaki, he threw me aside. How could he be dissatisfied with being chosen as a vessel? Code looked confused, staring at his palm, his eyes full of complexity. Damn, if what I had wasn't this failed product, but a true wedge. With a snap, the white mark in his palm changed, releasing a large amount of thick smoke. Code was stunned. In the distance, the thick smoke rolled, and Ishiki's figure quickly emerged from it. What is this? Code was taken aback. The voice finally came through. Ishiki's voice was low and hoarse, his expression showing displeasure. Kinshiki? No, it's Otsutsuki Ishiki. Code's pupils shrank suddenly. Code, my most beloved servant. Lord Ishiki actually appeared here. Excitement ignited in Code's eyes. But in an instant, he was stunned, his expression stiffening. My soul is about to dissipate. Ishiki shook his head. Ah, does this mean the reincarnation has failed? How could this happen? Code's pupils shrank again. That's right, but Code, you still. Ishiki's tone was complex. Lord Ishiki, you value me. I am honored. But this wedge is incomplete and cannot serve as your soul's vessel. Code looked down at his palm, a hint of sadness in his expression. This is not the white wedge of a vessel. It is pure power in my legacy. Ishiki shook his head again. Hearing this, Code was instantly stunned. Along with this wedge, the will of Otsutsuki will be inherited by you. Ishiki's voice was low. The will of Otsutsuki? We are the only heirs. Ishiki pointed at Kawaki. Lord Ishiki. Kawaki hesitated, his gaze falling on his palm. Fourth Kazekage Raza, what luck I have. Noki, this directly grants the inheritance of the magical path. Kawaki, hee. The future me possesses Lord Ishiki's power, so victory is only natural. The scene shifts to a hospital corridor. Today feels so long. Boruto sat on the sofa, letting out a soft sigh. Yeah, Kawaki shook his head slightly. Ugh, my stomach is grumbling. I really want to eat my mom's cooking right now. Saying this, Boruto simply lay back on the sofa. At that moment, he keenly sensed that Kawaki's emotions were a bit off, and he couldn't help but look confused. What's wrong? After barely escaping with their lives. At least for now, you should enjoy this long-awaited, uninterrupted family time. Kawaki's tone was complex. Hey you. Don't worry, I won't run away. You should hurry back home. You're mistaken. What do you mean? It's our home, brother. Boruto's words made Kawaki look at him. His lips moved, but ultimately he didn't say anything. Kuratsuchi, it's happening. Obito Uchiha. It will only harm you. The scene shifts again to the monitoring room, where everyone is focused on their surroundings. Sakura, regarding my condition, I hope you can speak frankly. Naruto lay on the hospital bed, his curious gaze directed at Sakura Haruno. After the battle with the Otsutsuki, you lost Kurama, and that extraordinary chakra is no longer present. Sakura's expression was serious, her tone earnest. I suppose so. I have a good idea. I won't be able to use ninjutsu as freely as before, right? Sakura crossed her arms, her gaze steady. It does seem that way. Naruto sighed lightly, his expression somewhat melancholic. Sakura Haruno, Lady Tsunade. I think I've caught up to those two. Fourth Raikage, no, kid you. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Kid, you are invincible now. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Thinking about it, Sakura has the mitotic regeneration technique, so she is still a shadow-level combatant. Now that Naruto has lost the Nine Tails, and Sasuke is gone, along with the Rinnegan. Tsunade Senju. Ha ha ha. Jiraiya. Tsunade, why are you laughing? Tsunade Senju. I thought of something funny. The video continues. Lord Sasuke has also lost his power. Kawaki shook his head slightly, his tone filled with regret. Fighting with the current strength is the norm for ninjas, so it's not a problem. It's just. Kawaki shook his head and sighed, looking at Naruto with concern in his eyes. I don't know what to say. I thought I wouldn't escape this time, and unexpectedly only that guy sacrificed himself. It feels like a part of me suddenly went missing. Naruto's eyes were filled with sorrow, his voice trembling slightly. With the two major power pillars of Konoha lost, the atmosphere in the monitoring room suddenly became tense. Don't worry if I fall into despair. Kurama will definitely scold me, saying how could I, the Hokage, be so pathetic. Naruto tried to force a smile. Yeah, he would definitely say that. Sasuke smiled gently, attempting to ease the oppressive atmosphere. More than us. I'm more worried about Boruto and Kawaki's test results. Naruto furrowed his brows, looking anxious. It shouldn't be a problem to inform them directly, right? Kawaki asked curiously. Please. They also want to know the results in person. Naruto said earnestly. Click. Sakura pushed the door open, looking at Boruto and Kawaki, her eyes filled with complex emotions. The scene shifts to the rooftop. Boruto and Kawaki sat weakly against the wall. My body is practically turned into Otsutsuki. Every time it's mentioned, it still doesn't feel good. Boruto shook his head helplessly. This result was somewhat expected. I was altered beyond recognition from the start. After coexisting with the seal for so long, there's nothing to be surprised about now. Kawaki's expression was calm, but a hint of loneliness flashed in his eyes. But your situation is still different from mine. Kawaki looked at Boruto, who appeared a bit tense. Don't be too down. There should still be time before the restrictions are lifted. Kawaki patted Boruto's shoulder. Kawaki. Boruto looked up at him, his eyes filled with gratitude. As long as we find a solution before that Otsutsuki guy revives. Kawaki's gaze was determined. Fix on the distance. Ah, it can only be this way. Boruto nodded vigorously. I will help you. Didn't we agree from the start to cooperate with each other before eliminating the seal? Kawaki patted his chest in assurance. I'm quite surprised. I didn't expect you to be so righteous. Boruto teased, a slight smile on his lips. I always feel uncomfortable until I repay this favor. Kawaki turned his head away in a proud manner. Hurry back. The 7th Hokage has told you not to draw too much attention. Kawaki said as he stood up. Yeah, just like usual. Boruto replied, his mind drifting back to Kawaki's earlier words, involuntarily looking up at the vast sky, his eyes filled with determination. The scene shifts again as Boruto walks out of the hospital alone, spotting Kawaki leaning against a pillar. What are you doing here, doctor? Boruto approached to ask. Young master? It's nothing. Actually, I have something with the media. Kawaki hesitated, shaking his head gently. Just then, a group of reporters surrounded Boruto with cameras in hand. Like a tidal wave. What's going on? Boruto looked bewildered, feeling a bit at a loss. We heard that the 7th Hokage defeated the Otsutsuki and saved the village. Is that true? One reporter asked, his voice trembling with excitement. Did you witness your father's heroic figure during the battle? Another reporter eagerly followed up. Boruto instinctively took a small step back, a hint of hesitation on his face. It must have been all thanks to the 7th Hokage's power to defeat the Otsutsuki. Do you think you accidentally held him back? Don't say such things. How can you not consider the young master's feelings? Kawaki exploded with anger upon hearing the words held back. Everyone turned to look at him, confusion written on their faces. If it weren't for the young master's full effort, this battle wouldn't have been won. Kawaki argued loudly, his face flushed with anger. First Hokage, not bad. This butler is quite clever. Second Mizukage, loyalty. Tsunade Senju. Speaking of which, the strongest force in Konoha from now on should be Sakura, right? After all, she has the mitotic regeneration. Naruto Uzumaki. As expected of Sakura. Sakura Haruno. The video continues to unfold. The young master is indeed the hero who saved the village. Saying otherwise is not an exaggeration at all. Kawaki passionately rebutted all the reporters present. The reporters, upon hearing this, immediately flocked around Boruto again. The scene switched once more. Inside the Konoha TV station, Boruto was sitting at the recording site of a television program, undergoing an interview with the reporters. You really don't need to be so humble. You are truly the savior of the village, a reporter said passionately. I'm really not that amazing. Boruto quickly shook his head, looking a bit shy. Let's give a warm round of applause for this little hero who saved the village from the Otsutsuki. Boruto Uzumaki. The reporters were unrelenting. After all, Boruto was on TV, and his father was the current Hokage. Hearing the thunderous applause from the audience, Boruto couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed and scratched the back of his head. My dad is the Hokage. I feel like it doesn't help at all. You idiot, you really don't understand the weight of being a Hokage. Shikamaru Nara said. What does being Hokage mean? Boruto replied. The scene shifted. There shouldn't be any issues. Amato focused on examining Kawaki's arm, quickly fixing it. How does the rest of your body feel? Have you felt any discomfort this week? Amato, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked curiously at Kawaki. Nothing special. It's the same as before. This is my arm, Kawaki nodded. That's impressive. Recovery is so fast, and there are no rejection symptoms. Full looked on with widened pupils. This arm uses your own cells. This technology is only known to me. Amato adjusted his glasses. Sorry, Kawaki. It's going to hurt a bit next. Kankuro took out a syringe. I'm not a kid. Stop confirming that and get on with it, Kawaki said, dissatisfied. I'm sorry. Kankuro panicked, gesturing with his hands. You're getting treated. Your attitude isn't good. Kankuro is very capable. If you scare her off, I'll have a hard time. Amato sighed. After some casual chatter. Now you can only do simple things. Just rest and don't get injured again, Kankuro said, blushing. And you're always with Boruto. You can hear a lot about him from you. Kankuro's face turned even redder. You don't have a crush on Boruto, do you? Kawaki asked, surprised. Kawaki. Don't say it so clearly. Don't tell anyone. Kankuro became agitated, her tone stammering. Anyone can see that. Foot chuckled lightly. Whatever you like, do what you need to do, Kawaki said, putting on his clothes with a cold tone. Kushina Uzumaki. I knew this guy had feelings for Boruto. Minato Namikaze. Kushina. We can't interfere with the younger generation's matters. Kakashi Uchiha. That's right. Boruto Uzumaki. Hey, haven't we met somewhere before? Kakashi Uchiha. The video continued to play. Overall condition is good. There won't be major issues with the wrist in the future. Come back for checkup next week. Amato said, holding a cigarette and exhaling smoke. Got it. I'm leaving. Kawaki. Kawaki turned around, looking confused at Amato. No. It's nothing. Let's talk next time. TCH, what's going on? Kawaki shook his head and walked out of the hospital. The scene switched. On Hokage Rock, Boruto sat on Naruto's statue, gazing steadfastly into the distance. Below, the villagers of Konoha greeted him, and Boruto waved back, his gaze inadvertently landing on the wedge in the center of his palm, his expression flashing with a hint of fear. Being famous is really troublesome. A familiar voice came from behind. Boruto turned around, looking curiously at Kawaki. What do you mean by that? Stop mocking me. Boruto sighed lightly. Your attitude surprises me. I thought you'd be depressed about this. Kawaki put his hands in his pockets. Are you talking about the wedge? I don't care about it anymore. I just don't know what to do specifically. Boruto shook his head against the wind, looking towards Konoha in the distance. Let's sort out the information we've gathered so far. About 80 of our bodies have been Otsutsuki-fied. Especially you, information about the Otsutsuki is continuously unlocking from the wedge. Kawaki looked at Boruto, his eyes flashing with complexity. When the information is fully unlocked, it will be the moment the container for Momoshiki is completed. This means you will disappear, helping that guy resurrect. Kawaki shook his head. That would be terrible, like a nightmare. Boruto looked at the wedge in his palm, his gaze firm. I thought of a way. There is something we can do. Kawaki stood up, staring intently at Boruto. Prepare a container that belongs to you, and mark others with a wedge. A container? One that belongs to me? Boruto's pupils contracted. This is just my idea. For example, if Momoshiki resurrects and you disappear, but your container is somewhere, maybe you can be reincarnated there. Kawaki sighed lightly. Your hypothesis is too far-fetched, and the marked container would die in my place. How could I possibly do that? Boruto interrupted Kawaki with dissatisfaction. You don't need to worry about that. There is someone very suitable. His name is Code, the only man besides me who survived the Divine Tree's baptism. Kawaki frowned, seemingly recalling unpleasant memories. The scene shifted. In the icy wilderness, Code stepped on the snow, his footprints deeply sinking in as he walked towards a distant ice house. The guards at the ice house quickly noticed this outsider. Who are you? Do you know where this place is? This is Boru's church facility. I'm acquainted with him. Let me in. Code shook his head. Unfortunately, Mr. Boru isn't here. You should leave. The guard's tone was filled with displeasure. You fools, of course. You're here, guarding in this cold and remote place, because you're stupid. Code's hand transformed into a claw. Leave now. This is your final warning. The guard took a deep breath. Yes, this is also the last warning of your life. Code's gaze was cold. The scene shifted again. What do you want to say? What is the Divine Tree's baptism? Boruto looked up, confusedly at Kawaki. Didn't I tell you before? When I was taken by the shell. Kawaki frowned. Are you talking about that incident? The selection ceremony to become an Otsutsuki. Everyone was marked with a wedge. Those who were unsuitable gradually died due to adverse reactions. Kawaki nodded. By the time it was my turn, only 2 of us were left. I was marked with a wedge by Code and survived, becoming a suitable candidate. Kawaki shifted the topic. Up to this point, it was still normal. I was moved to another place while I was unconscious, and I didn't see what happened afterward. That person was also marked with the wedge. But in the end, he failed, shaking and convulsing like the other kids, and didn't become a container. But, for some reason, he didn't die in the end. Just like me, he became a suitable candidate for the wedge. Boruto was stunned after hearing this. Mizuki's Terumi may wait. I don't understand. Why did Code survive? 4th Reikage, not just you, I don't understand either. 3rd Kazekage. This guy Code inexplicably survived and became a container for a Shiki. The video continued to play. In the icy wilderness, Code's hands instantly transformed into sharp claws, like a streak of black lightning, swiftly rushing away into the distance. Seeing this, the gatekeeper hurriedly tightened his grip on the Gatling gun, a series of bullets spraying out like raindrops. Bang, bang, bang. The sound echoed in the silent snowfield. Ko'd reacted quickly, decisively crossing his hands in front of him, where countless sharp claw marks appeared at the intersection. Immediately afterward, Ko'd's figure suddenly vanished in a thin air like a ghost. Where'd he go? What is this black streak? The two gatekeepers stared at the strange marks beneath their feet, their faces full of confusion. Just then, Ko'd burst out from the claw marks, extending his hand, which pierced through both of their chests like a blade. The gatekeeper's face was filled with unwillingness, and then he slowly closed his eyes, dying on the spot. It must be tough to hold the position in such a cold winter. It's time to rest well now. A slight smile appeared on Ko'd's face. Senju Tobirama, I noticed too. I didn't expect that. Senju Hashirama, is this teleportation technique similar to Flying Thunder God? Namake's Minato, that's right. Senju Hashirama, it feels a bit useless. Ko'd, shut up, you fool, be careful I kill you. Senju Hashirama, I'm so scared. The video continued to play. Moving around does feel a bit warmer. Ko'd brought his hands to his mouth. Exhaling a breath of hot air, and white mist instantly spread in the cold air. But this damn weather's really cold. I need to hurry inside. The scene shifted to Amato talking with Naruto. Amato was detailing Ko'd's abilities to Naruto, who listened with an increasingly furrowed brow and a more serious expression. It seems we must strengthen the guard immediately. Shikamaru couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, his expression grave. All right. The most urgent matter now is to deal with the remnants of the shell organization, Ko'd. Share the existing intelligence and the events with other villages. Shikamaru, you quickly prepare for the 5 Kage Summit. 4th Reikage, is the 5 Kage Summit about to start again? CHJR, no way. It sounds like it's going to be troublesome. Uchiha Izuna, why do I feel like you're the most ordinary person among the 5 Kage? The scene switched again. On Hokage Rock, Boruto stared at his palm, his eyes revealing a hint of unease, leaving a mark for someone. I never thought about this before. Indeed, now that I think about it, there might actually be a possibility for this to happen. Boruto said, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. If we continue to become Otsutsuki, we can use their unique techniques and jutsu. Space-time ninjutsu is a good example. Kawaki nodded in agreement. So, has this guy named Ko'd already been marked? Can someone like him be marked again? Boruto asked curiously. I'm not sure, but one thing is certain. Even though he has been marked, he is still alive. This is crucial. Kawaki shook his head. If anyone could easily be marked, then Keiken wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Targeting those who have been marked and survived is the most reasonable, especially since he doesn't have any mark belonging to anyone. That's true, but how exactly do we do it? Letting others mark us, that would be very resisted, right? Boruto swallowed nervously. At this point, are you still saying these things? Idiot, do you want to wait to die? We have no other options. Just a reminder, Ko'd is very strong. As far as I know, he's even more powerful than Dillard and Burrow. Under normal circumstances, people like us are simply not his match. Kawaki's expression was particularly serious. After hearing this, Boruto gradually calmed down. Dad has lost the power of Kurama and can no longer exert his previous strength. Moreover, we can't always rely on him, so we must get ourselves together. Boruto shook his head as he stood up. I don't know how strong this Ko'd really is, especially at times like this. Kawaki, do you know what we ninjas should do? A slight smile appeared on Boruto's face. Why are you asking this all of a sudden? Kawaki looked at Boruto with confusion. Of course, we need to train. Isn't that obvious? Let us start right away. Boruto's eyes were resolute, exuding an undeniable determination. My guy, that's right, the more it is like this, the more we need to train and sweat for our youth. Might Wei, my son is truly amazing. This is youth. Rock Lee, as expected of teacher guy. Second Mizukage, Tara Mei, 3-man team. Uchiha Itachi, every jutsu has its fatal weakness. Ada, then what about divine techniques? The video continued to play. Creak. The door was pushed open by Ko'd. Baku, long time no see. Ko'd waved his hand. Isn't this Ko'd? What do you want? Did Keiken send you? Baku's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Keikin is dead, and Burrow is probably dead too. Hey, this is not good news. What is going on? Baku's face was full of confusion. Oh, so many things at once, I'm overwhelmed. By the way, how is Ada doing? What are you talking about? Keikin previously ordered the abandonment of several artificial humans. These should be in Burrow's hands, right? He probably wants to keep them as a trump card, but what he wants to do exactly is still unclear. Can you take me to take a look? KO'd sighed lightly. I wasn't planning to resist you, but you're saying Burrow is really dead? If you're lying to me, KO didn't speak, his eyes icy. Seeing the stance, Baku knew it wasn't a joke, so he nodded. All right, then you pay all the money. The scene switched, and the two arrived in a laboratory. Look, it's right there. By the way, what exactly do you want to do? Baku looked at KO'd with curiosity. KO'd stared blankly at the unconscious Ada. Hello, Ada, the one who knows everything about this world. Uchiha Sasuke. Who is this Ada? Amato. Well, you finally came. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. So who is he? Amato. Keep watching and you'll understand. The video continued to play. That guy Burrow really dared to defy Keikin's orders and keep her. I don't know when he started plotting this, but she is indeed the most suitable candidate. KO'd stared at the unconscious Ada, mumbling to himself. For me, the fact that you know her is the most surprising. Since you know Burrow broke the rules, why didn't you report it to Keikin? KO'd turned his head, his gaze icy as he looked at Baku. To be honest, I didn't really believe it until I saw it with my own eyes. If Boru annoys Tsushin, I can only step in to deal with him. I don't want to lay hands on a friend, and that includes you. You really can say that, but when the time comes, you will definitely act without hesitation. Bagu's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Of course, but given the current situation, I never imagined there would be a day when I would need to use her. Wake her up, I have something to ask her. KO'd shook his head. Everyone watched the scene in the video, all looking confused. Uchiha Itachi, I don't understand either. Fourth Kazekage Raza, I don't understand either. The video continued to play. I brought you this far. Are you really confident? Her ability is... Bagu asked curiously. I don't want to hear it. I only know she knows everything in this world. KO'd said coldly. I don't know what you want her to do, and I don't want to know. You might be thinking too simply. Bagu's forehead was sweating. Your words are really annoying. What do you mean? Be clear. KO'd's gaze turned cold. Bagu didn't say anything, staring at Ada in the container. You want to force her to obey? That's impossible. She's not one of us. Bagu nervously swallowed. KO'd was too lazy to talk more. His hand transformed into a claw, and he cut open the container in one go. With a crack, a lot of cold liquid sprayed out. KO'd, you bastard. I haven't finished speaking. Bagu was sweating profusely. I'll ask her directly. If she dares to resist, I'll kill her. KO'd coldly stared at the rising smoke. The smoke slowly dissipated, and a person walked out. The scene shifted to Naruto and Shikamaru, sitting in front of a computer, video, calling the 5 Kage. The target is the remnants of the Shell organization. Check the data for details. Shikamaru quickly explained the background. The 5 Kage listened, their expressions very serious. The remnants of the Shell organization are a problem. If Boruto becomes as dangerous as Ishiki, Naruto, can you deal with him? Gaara stared intently at Naruto through the video. I will definitely stop in the name of Hokage. Naruto's gaze was firm. Soon, Naruto went to find Amato and talked about the meeting results. I can't believe my son is going to become Otsutsuki. Naruto frowned. Amato took a puff of smoke and blew out smoke rings. Even if it might happen, I don't want to believe it. Naruto was very determined. I also have a daughter. I can understand you. Amato adjusted his glasses. Huh? I've never heard you say that. Naruto was surprised. She died. It's been 20 years. Amato shook his head and took a pill from the cabinet and placed it on the table. What is this medicine? Naruto asked curiously. Amato said this medicine is for Boruto. It can suppress Otsutsuki cells? Naruto was excited. I'll say it first, I don't recommend it. I don't know what side effects it has. It might lower vision or even cause death. Amato said seriously. When Naruto heard this, his frown deepened. After all, it was for his son. This medicine can only suppress. It may temporarily stop the Otsutsuki evolution, but it has to be taken regularly. Amato blew out another smoke ring. Think it over. The decision has to be made by Boruto, Don't let your wife and daughter take it. Amato sighed. Naruto hesitated for a moment, but still picked up the pill bottle. That's it. If you need me again, just come find me. Thank you, Amato. I will repay this favor. Naruto nodded. Second Mizukage, Ghost Lantern Manhwa. This pill has too much risk. Are you sure you want to get it to your son? Mizukage Terumi may. But there's no other way. After all, this is the only medicine available. First Mizukage. Haha. This is completely a gamble. Uchiha Izuna. I sense an ominous premonition. Uchiha Madara. The video continued to play. Ada walked out of the container, looking around in confusion. Hello, Ada. I'm KO'd. Sorry to wake you up so suddenly. KO'd looked at Ada in front of him, just about to speak, but his expression instantly froze. Ada ignored him and walked straight past him. KO'd's face immediately showed anger. His thumb instantly turned into a sharp claw, and he stabbed it into his palm, instantly leaving a claw mark. And this claw mark was pointing at Ada's chest. Wait, you don't even say hello? KO'd's eyes were filled with displeasure. Ada, however, remained silent. I'm here to discuss something with you. Since you're ignoring me, don't blame me for being rude. I'm here under Sishin's orders to take your life. KO'd's gaze was as cold as frost. Ada disdainfully turned her head, raising an eyebrow slightly. Do you dare try? Unfortunately, KO'd's tone grew lower, just as he was about to act against Ada. He was shocked to find that his fingers wouldn't move. You see, you can't do anything. Ada's tone was cold. Is this also her ability? KO'd's pupils constricted sharply. Sorry, I didn't mean to ignore you. You think I've been asleep for so long, I need to pay attention to oral hygiene. Ada shook her head. Bagu, take him to the living room. I'll come over after I freshen up. Ada commanded the old man beside her. Okay. Bagu nodded anxiously. The scene shifted to the living room, where KO'd learned about Ada's abilities through Bagu. Simply put, this woman's ability is to seize people's hearts, and once taken away, she can completely control the enemy. This ability is really powerful. Just the clairvoyance alone is enough to cheat. And with this ability, isn't she invincible? KO'd frowned tightly. It's not as exaggerated as you say, but it's not the kind of useful thing you think. It's like surveillance cameras installed all over the world. Although they can be used at any time, can you watch them 24 hours a day? Most of it is boring stuff, and occasionally you might see something interesting. Ada said, sitting down on the sofa. I see. How have you been lately? Any interesting things? KO'd leaned against the table and teased. Ishiki Otsutsuki is dead, and he died quite miserably. It's really laughable. Too bad I couldn't see it with my own eyes. The dead Ishiki still talked a lot of nonsense to you. It was too long. I only heard him ask you to do something, KO'd. You must be having a hard time, right? Ada teased. It's really surprising. Your clairvoyance is indeed real. Can see everything? KO'd shook his head, suppressing his anger. Explaining to people is too troublesome. I can't see things before birth. Let me clarify. Don't ask me stupid questions like how many years back I can trace. Fine. I want to guess your age. Can you see the future? KO'd nodded. That probably won't work. My ability isn't foresight. I can only observe the present in real time or choose to look at a certain scene from the past. But I had already predicted that you would come find me. Ada sighed lightly. After a brief exchange, Ada became interested in Kawaki. Soon, the two decided to collaborate and plant the god tree. Uchiha Itachi. Can this pair of eyes see everything? Fourth Kazekage Raza. Awesome, isn't this just a cheat? Tsunade Senju. This combat power is really off the charts. Hashirama Senju. I see, I understand now. From here on, Kawaki is going to become a beast. Senju Hashirama. Udo, what did you understand? Senju Tobirama. Brother, you'll know if you keep watching. The video continues. In a tranquil residence. Sunlight filters through the windows, casting dappled shadows. Medicine? Are you saying this medicine can suppress the Otsutsuki transformation? Boruto looks puzzled. His gaze fixed on the medicine in Naruto's hand, filled with questions. Yes, that's right. This medicine was originally meant for another purpose, but if all goes well, it might be able to suppress the Otsutsuki transformation to some extent. Naruto explains seriously to Boruto, his expression revealing a hint of worry. Really? If I take this medicine, I won't have to worry about becoming like Momoshiki? Boruto asks, curiously examining the medicine jar, then gently pouring the medicine into a bowl. This medicine can only suppress the transformation. The seal itself will not disappear. Moreover, your body is already gradually transformed into Otsutsuki and has developed to a certain extent, so it cannot return to its previous state. Naruto's expression grows serious, his brows furrowing slightly. It doesn't seem to have any special taste. Boruto seems to ignore Naruto's words, muttering to himself. Also, you must remember, this is the most important point. This medicine will have side effects, and the worst-case scenario could endanger your life. Naruto's brows knit tightly, his eyes filled with concern. Boruto freezes, his expression momentarily frozen. So, I certainly won't force you. This is just one of many options. Ultimately, you should think carefully and make your own decision. Naruto gently sighs, shaking his head helplessly. Just as he finishes speaking, Boruto, without any hesitation, decisively puts a pill in his mouth. Seeing this, Naruto's pupils instantly constrict, his face turning pale. You must know that the side effects of this medicine are currently completely unknown. No weird taste. I can take it without water. How many pills do I need to take in a day? Boruto says, mumbling with the pill in his mouth. Hey, didn't you hear what I just said? Naruto's expression instantly loses control as he looks at Boruto excitedly, his voice unconsciously rising a few notches. I did listen carefully. Didn't you tell me to make my own decision? And there's no need to talk so loudly. Boruto sweats nervously, looking helplessly at Naruto. Didn't I tell you to think carefully? Why did you make a decision so quickly? Naruto looks confused, not understanding Boruto's actions. It's just that I happen to want to make a decision right away. You said yourself that we don't know what effect this medicine will have. So how can we know if we don't take it? Boruto retorts confidently. Speaking of which, how do you feel right now? Is there anywhere uncomfortable? Naruto's forehead beads with sweat, hesitating to speak, his eyes filled with concern. I don't feel uncomfortable yet. Besides, regarding this matter, it really does require some time to think before making the corresponding resolution. But I've actually made up my mind a long time ago, especially regarding the seal. I've already prepared myself. That's why I made a decision so quickly. That's my resolution, nothing more. Sorry to make you worry about me. Boruto's gaze is firm, and his tone is steady. Boruto. Naruto looks at his son, his lips moving but unsure of what to say. Thank you, Dad. I'll take the medicine for now. Sigh, you brat. You're really too impulsive. Naruto sighs helplessly. Uzumaki Kushina. It's just like seeing Naruto when he was young. Namake's Minato. That's right. Hatake Kakashi, I have something to say, but I'm not sure if I should. I think I'll just let it go. Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi. What do you want to say? The scene shifts to an open area. You took the medicine? You really took that medicine? Kawaki sits on the ground, looking at Boruto in surprise. I took it. I know there's a risk, but I've thought it through. Boruto replies. You're crazy. What about the plan to carve the seal on Kawaki? If you take this medicine and die, won't the plan be ruined? Kawaki stands up, saying angrily. That was your idea. Who knows if it will work? We don't even know what Kawaki's strength is. Boruto retorts. You two stop arguing. You've been at it since before. Sarada can't help but say, aren't you here to train? Be quiet. The scene shifts again, with Naruto and Konohamaru standing on a high place looking down. Kawaki doesn't understand cooperation. Konohamaru sighs. Naruto shakes his head, his expression complex. I've said before, we can't defeat the enemy. Kawaki says coldly. That's why we train. Can't we get stronger slowly? Boruto responds angrily. You two stop arguing. You're affecting my training. Sarada glares at them. Sarada, you talk too much. What good is just sitting around training? Kawaki complains. Chakra control is basic training. You're a rookie, and you're still so arrogant. Sarada frowns. Basics are basics. With this method, how many years will it take to defeat Kawaki? 5 years? 10 years? Kawaki frowns, looking disdainful. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Sigh. No matter what, we still need to emphasize teamwork. Kawaki. Emphasizing teamwork. Does that mean we can defeat Kawaki? Fourth Raikage A. Individual strength is ultimately limited. Third Kazekage. Ahem. That's indeed true. Uzumaki Naruto, young Kawaki. You should understand the importance of teamwork too. Kawaki, Lord 7th, I understand. The video continues to play. Are you underestimating ninja training? Weren't you the one who said you wanted to learn ninjutsu? Boruto frowns tightly, his eyes filled with anger. I'm saying your methods are wrong. I don't know what your traditions are, but the situation is urgent, and there's simply not enough time. Kawaki shakes his head. Then let me ask you, Kawaki, what do you want to do? Mitsuki suddenly speaks up. What I want to do is very simple, and you will definitely be satisfied. Kawaki says as he stands up, his hands instantly changing shape. Mitsuki, seeing this, immediately stretches out his arm to grab Kawaki. Wait, why are you suddenly moving? Boruto steps back a few paces, looking confused. Mitsuki, let's have a match. Just as I thought, you have potential. Kawaki says meaningfully. I see. Using practical combat training, any method works for me. Mitsuki sneers. This guy. Konohamaru was about to jump over the wall to stop them, but was blocked by Naruto. Don't interfere. Let's just see how it goes, Konohamaru. Naruto extends his hand to stop Konohamaru. Lord 7th Hokage. Konohamaru hesitates to speak. Don't act recklessly. Remember, I'm the captain. Sarada says angrily. I've trained under Jigen since I was young. His training is extremely harsh, and the practical combat is tough. It feels like hell as long as you're awake. Kawaki shakes his head and says, Mizukichi Terumi may. To be honest, Kawaki had a pretty tough childhood. Hey Tao, I feel a bit sorry for Kawaki. Senju Tobirama. In my opinion, this guy is not a good person. Senju Hashirama. Udu, that's a bit too much to say. Senju Tobirama. Hee. The video keeps playing. To be honest, at that time, I thought maybe dying would be a relief, but even wanting to die was a luxury. Since then, I've been thinking that in the face of those bastards whom I can't even stand to look at, I must have the power to kill them. Kawaki recalled the past, his tone filled with anger, as those unbearable memories surged like a tide in his mind. Relying on this obsession, I quickly improved my strength in a short time. Although Jigen is a complete bastard, I have to admit that his training methods are indeed effective. Kawaki said, suddenly pulling out his arm. Immediately, his palm transformed into sharp claws, like a bolt of black lightning, rushing towards Mitsuki. Mitsuki reacted quickly, performing several backflips to agilely dodge Kawaki's attack. Your viewpoint is too extreme. Are you out of your mind? Sarada looked at Kawaki in the distance, her brows tightly furrowed, her face full of disapproval. Stop talking nonsense. If you have the ability, come and attack quickly. The enemy won't wait for you to prepare slowly. As soon as Kawaki's words fell, he instantly disappeared from his spot. Then, his palm swung fiercely toward Sarada like a blade. Sarada's figure was light. She leaped and swiftly dodged this fierce blow. I'm really angry. If I get hurt, don't blame me. Sarada quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, she spat out a fiery fireball, like a burning meteor flying towards Kawaki. Hey, Sarada. Boruto, watching from a distance, shouted anxiously, seeing the fireball falling rapidly from the sky. Kawaki raised his hand to resist with all his might. With a loud boom, a large amount of smoke surged up from the ground. Taking advantage of the smoke, Kawaki quickly rushed out from within. Sarada saw the opportunity and decisively threw several shurikens. The shurikens accurately pierced Kawaki's body, causing blood to flow from him. Everyone was stunned upon seeing this. Kawaki staggered, rolling onto the ground after a few missteps, and with a bang, he transformed into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. It was a shadow clone. Only then did Sarada breathe a sigh of relief, but as soon as she turned her head, she saw Kawaki holding his claws, viciously smashing down toward her head. At this critical moment, Boruto appeared like a gust of wind, decisively taking out a kunai to block this deadly strike. You bastard! No one stop! What do you want to do? Boruto's eyes widened in anger, his tone filled with fury. Don't get angry. This is just simple practice. It won't cost lives. Kawaki frowned, looking unconcerned. You're clearly the one getting angry. Why are you so impatient? Huh? Who are you calling impatient? Kawaki's eyes instantly turned extremely cold, as if covered in ice. Boruto, there's no way to communicate with him. If that's the case, it seems I'll have to use force to make him shut up. Sarada, unable to watch any longer, spoke up. Uchiha Fugaka, damn. That kid just now clearly attacked with killing intent. Senju Tobirama. Humph. My intuition is never wrong. This Kawaki will definitely be a beast when he grows up. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, don't worry. Lord 2nd Hokage. I will discipline this Kawaki well. Kawaki. Lord 7th Hokage. Uchiha Sasuke. Young, humph. Naruto. Hurry up and kill this guy. He definitely has no good intentions. Uzumaki Naruto, young enough. Sasuke, calm down. The video continues. Sorry, don't interfere. I want to have a one-on-one match with him. Boruto gritted his teeth, his words filled with anger. Kawaki also stared at Boruto fiercely, his gaze sharp as an ice blade. Hey, how can you say that? Why do you want to do this? Sarada looked at Boruto with a confused expression. In short, the losing side must listen to the winning side's proposal. Right, Boruto? Mitsuki turned to look at Boruto. That's right. If I lose, I'll continue training according to your plan. So you won't have any complaints, right? Boruto sighed helplessly. Interesting. Kawaki's lips curled slightly. What are these little guys trying to do? It's really giving me a headache. Konohamaru watched the scene below, his brows tightly knitted. Naruto also looked at the two kids with worry. Listen, a deal is a deal. Don't try to back out if you lose. Boruto's eyes burned with fury, extremely angry. This is something I should be saying. Don't forget what you said yourself. Kawaki walked over slowly with a look of disdain. I can't stand those two, such big idiots. Sarada shook her head helplessly, fine beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. A gentle breeze blew, and their hair danced lightly in the wind. Ever since we met, every time we see each other, we inevitably end up fighting like this. Boruto glared at Kawaki fiercely, clearly displeased. In my memory, it seems like you're always the one to start trouble. Kawaki's gaze was cold, defiantly glaring back at Boruto. The two stared at each other, furious. I'm making my move. Come on. A dull thud sounded. The two simultaneously threw punches, hitting each other's cheeks hard. Kawaki gritted his teeth and suddenly swung his arm towards Boruto. Boruto quickly jumped back, forming hand seals rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. Three of Boruto's shadow clones suddenly burst out from the smoke. The shadow clones rushed forward, punching and kicking at Kawaki. Kawaki reacted quickly, immediately creating distance, and resolved each of the three shadow clones in the blink of an eye. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of wind breaking continuously echoed in the air. Boruto threw a punch, but failed to hit Kawaki, who took a few decisive steps back. Rasengan. Boruto clenched his hand tightly around the ball, radiating blue light. Seeing this, Kawaki did not hesitate to swing several claws toward Boruto. With a bang, the Boruto in front of him transformed into smoke and disappeared. Damn it! Boruto charged in from the side like a gust of wind. Kawaki stopped, his palm returning to its normal shape. He gathered black lightning in his palm and surged towards Boruto. With fire burning in his eyes, Boruto decisively activated his vessel form, extending his palm to quickly absorb the black lightning completely. TCH, is it the vessel? A trace of anger flashed in Kawaki's eyes as he decisively retreated to create distance. In the distance, Boruto quickly formed hand seals again. Lightning release, thunder arrow. Boruto instantly hurled several arrows from his hands. Kawaki hurriedly raised his palm to try to absorb them, but the next second, he froze. Because the vessel on his body had disappeared without him noticing, he had relied too much on the power of the vessel for too long. Bang, bang, bang. Kawaki was pierced by an arrow, uncontrollably stumbling back several steps, his body rolling irregularly in the air, and soon he fell heavily to the ground. Boruto watched the disheveled Kawaki and slowly walked towards him. Uchiha. These two brats have too little real combat experience. Uchiha Izuna. In times of peace, kids don't have to go to the battlefield. They've become too accustomed to comfort. Mitarashi Anko. No one would long for war, right? Uchiha Kagami. Isn't it you who instigated the wars? The video continued to play. Damn it. Instinctively wanting to absorb the opponent's techniques. It seems my reliance on the vessel is deeper than I imagined. Kawaki stared at his palm, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. This time, I won. You have nothing to say, right? Boruto slowly approached, a trace of dried blood still on the corner of his mouth. Kawaki swayed as he stood up, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The outcome has been decided. If this could make them tone it down a bit and respect each other, that would be great. Sarada looked at the two in the distance and sighed softly. Damn it. How could this happen? I actually fell in front of him. Kawaki's eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger as he turned to look up at Naruto. In that instant, he noticed the disappointment in Naruto's eyes. What a disgrace. With this little ability, I can't protect Lord 7th Hokage at all. Kawaki gritted his teeth, anger burning in his eyes. Until a foot appeared in his line of sight, Kawaki snapped back to reality. From the moment we met, there has been a fundamental difference between us. Now, I finally understand a bit. This really aligns with your usual way of thinking. Boruto looked at Kawaki seriously. You always silently bear everything alone. You should rely more on everyone. Trust us, your comrades. Boruto frowned, concern filling his eyes. Upon hearing this, Kawaki's pupils suddenly constricted. The fact that Konoha and Dad are targeted by the care organization might make you feel like it's all your fault, creating a strong sense of responsibility. But it's really not your fault. No matter what, we must not sit idly by against those evil forces. We all bear the mission of protection, don't you? Boruto stared at Kawaki, his gaze particularly firm. Kawaki's lips moved slightly, as if wanting to say something but hesitating. This kid has said something quite substantial. Naruto stood high above, looking at his son with a relieved smile. I think in this regard, he is very much like you, Lord 7th Hokage. Konohamaru sighed with emotion. TCH, enough already. Kawaki propped his chin on one hand, lying on the ground with a reluctant expression. Generally speaking, such confident words can only be spoken by those who are trustworthy. Kawaki raised his head, staring intently at Boruto. This doesn't sound like something a loser would say, right? Sarada's eyes twitched slightly. Still so arrogant. Mitsuki also sighed softly. But, fine, I'll try a method for now. Kawaki looked helpless and waved his hand. Idiot, we're here with you. Boruto smiled gently, his eyes filled with encouragement. Uzumaki Kushina. Boruto is just as gentle as Naruto. Namake's Minato. That's true. Sarutobi Hiruzen. It seems Boruto also possesses the will of fire behind him. Mishukaja Tirumi Mei. Hey. Will of fire? Just a spirit of endurance. Fourth Reikage A. Enduring hardships, the Hokage clears the path. Fourth Kazekage Gaara. Well said, thumbs up, Hatake Kakashi. After thinking about it, I'll pass. Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi, what do you want to say? The video continued to play. Naruto looked down at the crowd below, his brow slightly furrowed. Eyes full of expectation. You all must work hard and become stronger. The scene switched. Boruto turned to Kawaki, his eyes incredibly determined. Then, let us start training right now. Upon hearing this, Kawaki tightly clenched his fist, his eyes flashing with a determined light, as if he had made some resolution. I must become stronger, no matter what it takes. Senju Tobirama. This kid is definitely the evil Uchiha. Senju Hashirama. Oh, Tobirama, you shouldn't be so excited. Senju Tobirama. Brother, you don't understand. Uchiha Izuna. Tobirama is hopeless, blaming everything on the Uchiha. Uchiha Madara. The intelligence of people cannot be communicated. Oh, Tobirama, don't mind such fools. Mizukage Terumi Mei, laughing. The video continued to play. Young Kawaki was suddenly knocked to the ground by Cowd. Ugh. Kawaki showed pain. Cowd was simply too strong for him. I really envy you, Kawaki. But I also hate you. If you hadn't been chosen as the vessel, I would have killed you long ago. Cowd glared fiercely at Kawaki. Kawaki gasped heavily, suddenly waking up. Are you okay, Kawaki? It seems like you had a nightmare. Kinshiki looked at him worriedly. Just a dream. I'm fine. Kawaki shook his head. Still having nightmares about being beaten by Chikage? Amato, smoking, asked curiously. Occasionally, I just dreamed about Cowd. Kawaki shook his head again. Kuratsuchi. That's so sad. Nohara Rin. I hope that guy Kawaki can get rid of his nightmares soon. Kawaki, Uchiha Obito. Bastard, Rin is kindly concerned about you. What else with your attitude? Kawaki, do you want to fight? Uchiha Obito. The video continued to play. He still clung to me as always, full of jealousy. But I have no interest in becoming a vessel at all. Kawaki muttered softly, seemingly talking to himself. You're misunderstanding this. You've overlooked a key point. Amato exhaled a smoke ring, looking meaningfully at Kawaki. Kawaki, you're the vessel of Otsutsuki Ishiki, and that is an unchangeable fact. What do you mean by that? Kawaki looked confused, his eyes filled with disbelief. The soul that should have taken residence in the vessel has been destroyed. So you don't have to worry about that guy occupying your body. But the fact that you're a vessel for Ishiki cannot be changed. Damn it, shut up. At this point, I don't want to hear this. Kawaki's eyes widened in anger, glaring fiercely at Amato. Most of your body has gradually become Otsutsuki, and that is the irrefutable evidence. This is the reality you must face. You can only accept it. Amato sighed helplessly. Just as he finished speaking, Kawaki suddenly leaped off the bed, his arm instantly transforming, pinning Amato against the wall. Kawaki. Kinshiki looked at this scene with a worried expression. Old man, did you hear me? I told you to shut up. Do you not understand? Please power up for love. The following plot is all high energy. Amato, really lacking in manners. Kawaki, bastard. Boruto Uzumaki, young Kawaki, calm down. You want to inscribe a seal on Code to save Boruto and take care of Code at the same time? That's a good idea, killing two birds with one stone. However, Amato's tone changed. Code already has a seal. Whether it could be reinserted is uncertain, and Momoshiki won't allow it. Amato continued. Aren't you supposed to protect the Hokage? This plan won't work. Defeating Code requires absolute power. Do you think the 7th Hokage can beat Code? Kawaki asked nervously. Hard to say. The Ninetales is gone. It's unclear how much his power has dropped. Amato was released by Kawaki, breathed a sigh of relief, and lit a cigarette. One-on-one, the Hokage might die. Code is not easy to deal with. Amato took a puff of smoke. Kawaki, you really want power, right? Ever since you lost the seal. Amato looked at Kawaki. What? Do you want to say? Kawaki's forehead was sweating. Find a way to get power. Ishiki is dead. Now is a good opportunity to get the seal as a weapon. Amato said seriously. Trust me, you can do it, and I can help you. You mean to get another seal? Kawaki was confused. You know in your heart, that's what you're thinking too. After a conversation, Kawaki was not too convinced that Amato could help him get back the seal. The scene shifted to a snowy landscape where Ada sighed. Kawaki is really pitiful. He wants to protect the Hokage but can't. Why not release the Hokage? Ada asked Code. No way. The Hokage attacked Ishiki. I want revenge. Code shook his head. After they finished speaking, Ada took Code to see someone. The scene shifted again. Kawaki was on the streets of Konoha, thinking about Amato's words. So annoying. Shut up. Kawaki shouted. Kawaki. Shikamaru ran over, looking at him with concern, and the villagers also cast strange glances. Kawaki came back to his senses, and Shikamaru patted his shoulder. Don't mind it, let's go. The two walked and talked, and Kawaki felt a little better. At that moment, Ada and Code opened a container, and there was no one inside. No one. Code raised an eyebrow. That kid did it again. Ada shook her head. Itachi Uchiha. Who are they looking for? System. High energy ahead. One of the strongest forces in this work is about to appear. For Kazakage Raza. What does this mean? Fourth Reikage. How strong? Mizukage Terumi Mei. System. Now that you've said that, I'm interested. Tsunade Senju. I'm already looking forward to it. The video continued to play. Code was looking around when he suddenly felt a weight on his back. He turned around in confusion and saw Diamond hugging his neck. Who are you? Are you my sister's new boyfriend? When did this guy get behind me? Code's pupils suddenly constricted, and his hand instantly turned into claws. Don't do that, Code. It's best not to attack him. Ada hurriedly shook her head to advise. After hearing this, Code stopped his attack. Hey, sister. This guy's back is super easy to climb. Diamond said excitedly. Code opened his mouth to speak, but then closed it again. Diamond, get down. Didn't we agree that on first meeting you shouldn't climb onto people? Ada sighed helplessly. If you truly care for my sister, then fine. But if you dare to deceive her, be careful. I'll kill you. He.S. just my friend. He.S. definitely not my type. Ada shook her head helplessly. So that's how it is. Diamond said, while tugging at Code's hair. This. Code looked helpless, a bead of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Hey, we found it, over here. A distant, unfamiliar voice suddenly attracted the attention of the four. Hey, Bagoo, what are you doing over there? Are these the people who killed the guards? Wait, aren't these the artificial humans of Lord Boruto? Don't act rashly, you'll get killed. Bagoo shouted anxiously. What? Bagoo, he was taken hostage? A guard's pupils constricted. It's been discovered. It seems there's no way out. Code was about to strike. Code, you don't need to act. This is a great opportunity. Just watch carefully. Ada hurriedly said. Code stopped in his tracks and looked back at Ada with a confused expression. How should we deal with those intruders in black cloaks? The higher-ups ordered that if there are signs of the artificial humans escaping, they must be executed immediately. Don't worry. Several guards were discussing countermeasures over there. Let's take them all out. Just as they were about to launch an attack, the next moment, with a bang, the person who raised their weapon fell dead to the ground. Code's pupils suddenly constricted at the sight. Bastard! A guard clenched his axe, about to throw it, when a bizarre scene unfolded. The axe actually sank directly into his own head. Idiot! Diamond chuckled lightly and jumped down from Code's back. What's going on? What the hell is with those guys? The guard were scared and began to flee in panic. But unexpectedly, the next second, Diamond appeared in front of a guard and kicked him to the ground. Another guard was about to draw a short knife from his back, and in an instant, his head also fell to the ground. All of this happened in just a few seconds. Code watched the scene from a distance, his pupils violently constricting. This is a reflection? Reflecting the opponent's attack back. Code was shocked, his pupils constricting again. The stronger the opponent's killing intent, the stronger the counterattack. As long as you imagine the attack in your mind, the result will immediately reflect back to the opponent. Be careful too, Code. Ada explained softly, arms crossed. This kid is too dangerous. Code's brows furrowed tightly. Looking at the lively little guy in the distance, Code's brow was locked. Let me reintroduce him. He is a member of my night group, and also my little brother. Diamond. 4th Kazakage Raza. 6. This is like a sci-fi movie. 4th Reikage A. 666. This is too sci-fi. Mizukage Terumi Mei. No. Tell me how to break this ability? As long as there is a killing intent in the heart, it will be reflected. Itachi Uchiha. Every technique has its fatal weakness. Madara Uchiha. Hihi. Tell me how you plan to break it? Itachi Uchiha. Can't you cast Jinjutsu? Diamond. Useless. Even if you cast Jinjutsu, it will still be reflected. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kid, aren't you invincible? Kuratsuchi. Then go fight Otsutsuki Ishiki. Won't you just solve him directly? Diamond. Please give gifts. Please power up for love. I want a full meal tonight. Boruto Uzumaki. This ability is too overpowered. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, so the killing intent state. Does that mean it's directly useless? Sasuke Uchiha. What the heck is a killing intent state? Kawaki. I can't believe the future capabilities are so outrageous. The video continues. Kawaki sits alone on the Hokage rock, and out of the corner of his eye, he notices several members of the Konoha Umbu secretly watching him. A flash of anger crosses Kawaki's eyes. The feeling of being monitored no matter where he goes is truly uncomfortable. He then heads to the market to choose his dinner. Even in the supermarket, there are still many eyes on him. At this moment, the words spoken by Shikamaru earlier echo in his mind. Normally, the general public is unaware, but it seems that many bad rumors are circulating in the village, all unfounded falsehoods. Following that, the cold words of Chikage also resonate in his mind. You should be grateful. You are merely being used by others. There is no place for you here. The scene shifts, and Boruto is slowly walking down the corridor. Taking 2 pills a day, it has been a month since he started taking them. But he hasn't noticed any changes yet. Will this medicine really be effective? Boruto looks at the medicine bottle in his hand and mutters to himself. Boruto, hasn't Kawaki returned yet? Hinata's voice comes from the side. I haven't paid much attention to him. What's up? But he is indeed home late this time. Boruto shakes his head. What on earth happened? He usually comes back before dinner. Hinata says, her face full of confusion. Uchiha Itachi, back in the day, the Uchiha clan was also monitored daily. 3rd Kazakage. Haha, it's all Shimura Danzo's fault. Shimura Danzo. No. Why are you blaming me for something that is perfectly fine? Kuratsuchi. If not you, then who? Haha, it's time to take the blame. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Does Danzo really enjoy taking the blame like this? The scene continues. Kawaki sits quietly on the Hokage rock, overlooking below, letting the cold wind brush against his face. Beside him, a plastic bag contains water and rice balls. Gurgle. Kawaki's stomach growls at the right moment, and he reaches into the plastic bag. 1 rice ball and a bottle of water. Is this your dinner? A familiar voice comes from behind. Kawaki's body stiffens, and he slowly turns his head. At this time, Boruto's mother has already prepared dinner. What are you doing here? Naruto smiles lightly. I'm a bit tired. Isn't it nice to do this occasionally? Kawaki turns his head and gently shakes it. Don't tell such obvious lies. You're the one who always eats eagerly and never leaves leftovers. Naruto shakes his head helplessly. A gentle breeze blows by, and Kawaki's expression becomes complicated. Lord 7th Hokage, I really like it here. Although it doesn't quite match my usual personality, I sincerely enjoy the feeling of looking out from here. Kawaki gazes at the bustling Konoha village commercial street below, his eyes filled with complex emotions, continuing. I like looking out from here, protecting your village. But ultimately, it seems there is no place for me in this village. Naruto hesitates, looking at Kawaki as if he sees his lonely self from childhood. Upon reflection, this situation is not unexpected. A once peaceful small village suddenly has a mysterious person with an unknown identity. Kawaki's gaze grows even more complex. To be honest, I was a bit carried away before. Chikage was right. I really embarrassed myself. Forget it. None of this matters anymore. Just as Kawaki is about to continue speaking, he suddenly feels lighter, and Naruto has picked him up. Hey, what are you doing? Put me down. Kawaki looks at Naruto in confusion. Indeed, nothing matters anymore. Neither Chikage nor Ishiki can affect us. Let's hurry home. Naruto gently shakes his head and sighs. CD-son. Upon hearing this, Kawaki immediately stops struggling, his eyes widening in disbelief as he looks at Naruto. Soon, the two return to that familiar home. We're back. They arrive at the entrance, open the door, and Kawaki immediately sees his family waiting for him, causing his pupils to constrict slightly. Kawaki and you're back. Himawari shouts joyfully. You're home too late. Where have you been? Boruto pretends to be dissatisfied, but is actually full of concern. You guys are back. Hinata smiles gently. What is going on? Kawaki's lips tremble slightly. You've been at our house for a while, and you've been busy all this time. We haven't properly held a welcome party for you, Naruto says, gently patting Kawaki's back. Kawaki's gaze falls on the vase in the living room, the one that was originally broken. Now it has been repaired by him and is holding beautiful flowers prominently displayed in the living room. Kawaki's throat feels choked, and for a moment, he doesn't know what to say. Come on over, we've been waiting for you. I'm starving. Boruto waves to Kawaki. Before long, the family gathers around the table to enjoy dinner. I put in a lot of effort to fix the vase. It was cracked all over, isn't it ugly? Maybe we should get a new one. You guys don't have to care about my opinion, Kawaki hesitates to say. I love this vase. It's more precious and meaningful to me than the one that was intact before. I want to use this one. Himawari immediately retorts. You two siblings are really something. Kawaki can't help but tease. I said, Kawaki, I was going to prepare something nice for you, but who knew your mouth was so bad? So forget it. I'm not giving it to you. Boruto joins in the teasing. What are you up to now? I will definitely care about it. At least show it to me. Kawaki sighs helplessly. Uzumaki Kushina. This family is so warm together. Namake's Minato. That's for sure. Kuratsuchi. It feels like the ending of Boruto's story will be very heartwarming. Uzumaki Boruto, young Kawaki. I really miss the past. You understand what I mean, right? Kawaki, young Boruto. Uzumaki Naruto. Young wait, what's going on between you two? Uzumaki Boruto, young dad. This is a private matter between me and Kawaki. Uzumaki Naruto, young I understand. The ending of Boruto's story seems to be a tragedy, right? Ichiraku has been interviewed. The video continues. Can you please have a better attitude, you idiot? Boruto sighs, pulling something out of his pocket and slapping it on the table. Here, Kawaki looks down and sees a brand new ninja headband. Isn't this your most treasured item? I haven't officially become a ninja yet. Kawaki hesitates. Starting to train counts as being a ninja. It doesn't matter if it's official or not. Sarada, Mitsuki, and I all consider you an important companion. Boruto shakes his head. I just want to make our friendship tangible, that's all. I can't accept this. What will you do if I take it? Kawaki stares at the headband, but refuses verbally. I'm borrowing Uncle Sasuke's headband. I'll give this to you. Just return it to me when you officially become a ninja and have your own. Boruto waved his hand. Kuratsuchi, speaking of which, why does Boruto always wear the forehead protector of a rogue ninja? Third Kazekage. He is not going to become a rogue ninja in the future, right? Senju Tobirama. In my opinion, these people are definitely going to end up like his master, a rogue ninja. Uchiha Sasuke. What kind of silly dog comment is that from up there? The video continues to play. This is great, Boruto. You really came up with a good idea. Naruto chuckled softly as he watched the two interact. You talk too much. Boruto rolled his eyes and couldn't help but complain. Ha ha. Kawaki, why don't you try wearing it? Hinata suggested with a smile. Kawaki put the forehead protector on his face, and sweat broke out on his forehead from the tension. Everyone looked at Kawaki's appearance and found it a bit strange. How should I put it? Boruto hesitated to say. It really doesn't suit you, sorry. Boruto sighed helplessly. Don't say that. Don't look so guilty. Kawaki's eyes twitched slightly. I think it looks pretty good, Hinata said with a smile. I think so too. Himawari nodded in agreement. Oh, let us just say directly, it looks really bad. It looks so tacky. Boruto said with a disgusted expression. Be careful, or I'll beat you up, you jerk. Kawaki rolled his eyes and glared fiercely at Boruto. It's indeed a bit awkward, but it's like that at first. You'll get used to it if you look at it for a long time. Naruto shook his head and said, TCH, I can't accept it anyway. It feels like you guys are messing with me. Kawaki said as he hung the forehead protector around his neck. There are people who wear it like this around their neck. Kawaki brother, wearing it around his neck suits him better. Himawari said with a smile. Kawaki looked at the forehead protector hanging around his neck, wanting to say something but stopping himself. But in the future, as you walk further down the ninja path, it will definitely match you well. Boruto nodded affirmatively. Kawaki's expression grew complicated. Naruto, Uzumaki. Kawaki wearing it like this reminds me of Hinata. Hinata Hiduga, Naruto-kun. Narashikamaru. Naruto, I really don't know what to say to you. After thinking about it, never mind. Akimichi Choji. I don't understand, but I'm deeply shocked. Uzumaki Nagato. By the way, Kawaki's childhood experiences are quite similar to Naruto's. Jiraiya. Perhaps it's because of this reason that Naruto takes special care of him? The video continues to play. At night, the cold wind quietly blows. Kawaki tightly grips the forehead protector in his hand, quietly lying on the sofa, lost in deep thought. Kawaki. Naruto's voice slowly sounded. This is your home. A place where you can feel safe, at least we think so. As long as you want, you can live here forever. Naruto slightly raised his head and gently sighed. Kawaki's lips moved, but he swallowed his words. But if you don't think so in your heart, then it's probably because I'm not a competent Hokage. I'm sorry. As Naruto said this, he gently shook his head and then laid down on the bed. The search for code is indeed fraught with difficulties, but don't worry. I will definitely come up with a way to deal with it. You don't have to worry about that. As Naruto said this, he turned over. But Kawaki wanted to say something again, but stopped. This is the Hidden Leaf Village, whether it's you or anyone else. This should be a place where everyone can live peacefully, and it must be such a place. Otherwise, there would be no meaning for me to be this Hokage. Naruto stared at the ceiling, his tone particularly heavy. Meanwhile, in another room, Boruto lay on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. His gaze unconsciously glanced at the medicine jar, then at the cursed seal on his palm, his expression growing more complex. Hidden Leaf Village, my place to stay. Kawaki tightly clenched the forehead protector in his hand, his brows furrowed. Find a way to get it. To gain new power with my own hands, to treat the seal as a pure weapon. Amato's words echoed continuously in his mind. What a joke. I don't need the seal at all. Isn't there another way? To protect the Hidden Leaf and Lord 7th Hokage, what I can do is... Kawaki's expression grew more resolute as he silently made up his mind. Senju Tobirama. This child's thoughts are too extreme. Uchiha Izuna. Useless Tobirama. What have you analyzed again? Senju Tobirama. Hee. My intuition will definitely not be wrong. Orochimaru. How many times have you repeated this phrase? Senju Hashirama. You must be Orochimaru. I heard you can use Edo Tensei. Is that true? Orochimaru. That's right. After my continuous improvements, Edo Tensei only requires a sacrifice to resurrect the dead. Senju Tobirama. Wait, how did you obtain this forbidden technique? Mishukaja Tirumi Mai, Sharu Tobi Hirushin. Anoki, encountering the strongest Hokage, giving it my all, unable to defeat. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Teacher, let me explain. This matter has nothing to do with me. It was Danzo's doing. Shimura Danzo. How did this involve me? Kuratsuchi. Hee. Who else can you blame? The video continues to play. The next day, everyone gathered together to play card games, and Boruto still couldn't he escape the fate of failure. Kawaki sat on a stool and inadvertently glanced at the Leaf Village ninja who was monitoring him from a distance, his eyes filled with complexity. Time quietly passed. Kawaki looked at the distant walls of the hidden Leaf Village, seeming to have something to say, but stopping short. The scene shifted. Look, these are claw marks. Everyone be careful not to reach out easily. A Leaf Village Jonin discovered a mark left by Code in a corner, his expression grave as he warned. If that guy wants to make a move, he can jump out from that place at any time. Listen up, everyone maintain a safe distance. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding Leaf ninjas instantly became tense. I've heard about his abilities, so I won't explain much. Did you notice any unusual movements during the surveillance? Sasuke asked curiously. Should we skip directly to the plot of Boruto, the next generations, and summarize the reversal arc? You all say I'm dragging this out. You can understand, I've been too busy lately, running around, really don't have the energy to write this book. Imcirc 3D at dinner in the evening. Skipping the previous plot, this chapter just happens to be the manga's reversal arc. Please support for love. In a certain residence, Naruto and Hinata were preparing dinner, and the scene of the two living in harmony was very warm. Suddenly, Kawaki appeared in the room, and the two turned their heads, looking confused. I've caused you a lot of trouble. Kawaki looked at Naruto with a complex expression. Kawaki, where did you come in from? Naruto asked in confusion. Kawaki shook his head, muttering to himself, and then pulled out a chair to sit down. Come, let us sit down and talk. I have something to tell you. Naruto hesitated to speak, but ultimately sat down as well. As soon as Xiao Kuei returns, we can start eating. You can join us too. Sit down first. I'll finish speaking quickly. Chuanmu waved his hand. Outside the window, other ninjas from the hidden Leaf Village cautiously watched Chuanmu inside the house. Fourth Raikage AI. How did this kid Chuanmu become like this? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Indeed, this idea is too extreme. Sarutobi Hiruzen. Is this the only way? At this moment, Chuanmu has already gone mad. He plans to lock Naruto and Hinata in the Great Darkness and go deal with Boruto himself, believing that this will bring peace to the ninja world. Because the peach style within Boruto is gradually thawing, the video continues to play. To say something Klitsch, I am truly grateful to you. Chuanmu hesitated. Why so serious? It's really unbearable. Naruto sat in a chair and sighed lightly. It was you who changed me, the once useless jerk, aimlessly wandering like a walking dead. It was you who gave me life. Chuanmu reminisced about the past, and his gaze towards Naruto became increasingly complex. You risked your life to protect Xiao Kuei and me. To protect others, you are also remarkable, and you are exaggerating a bit. Naruto shook his head and chuckled lightly. It was you who made me like this, who helped me recognize another side of myself, awakening a hidden part of me. Chuanmu ignored Naruto and continued to speak to himself. Naruto was stunned, looking at Chuanmu in confusion. As long as I can protect you, I would choose death without hesitation, no matter when, no matter what happens. Chuanmu lay back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. Even I am surprised that my world revolves around you. But in the real world, there are too many villains. And good people like you often die first. As long as there are great evils like Otsutsuki, it is our duty as ninjas to deal with such evildoers. Right? Naruto looked firmly at Chuanmu. No. Ninjas are those who die first. That is their meaning. What do you mean by that? Naruto's expression instantly became serious. I am well aware of their power. Whether they are ninjas or not, it ultimately leads to only one road, death. I don't want you to die, so I have decided. Chuanmu shook his head. The Otsutsuki will be destroyed by me, using their power to expel them without leaving a single one behind. Not a single one. Naruto hesitated, faintly sensing that Chuanmu had ulterior motives. Isn't Boruto also related to Otsutsuki? I came here to tell you this. I cannot stand by and do nothing. Wait, Chuanmu, do you? Hinata cautiously approached, looking confused. Do you know how I felt when I found out Boruto was still alive? Why couldn't I kill him completely? That is what I think. Chuanmu glared at Hinata. Even I am surprised. I have guilt over the previous failure. This time I will definitely kill him. Hinata looked at Chuanmu. Her pupils suddenly constricted, took a deep breath, and decisively slapped him. With a loud bang, the table shook violently, breaking the silence. Hey, Hinata! Naruto immediately stood up to stop his wife. Naruto! He has gone mad. A normal person wouldn't think like this. Hinata shook her head, feeling like she had raised a white-eyed wolf over the years. Third Reikage AI. This kid Chuanmu's personality is too radical. Senju Tobirama. I was right. This kid definitely has problems. Uchiha Izuna. Damn. A prophet. Uzumaki Naruto. Young Chuanmu. Why have you become like this? Chuanmu. I'm sorry, 7th Hokage. I just want to protect you. The video continues. To you, it really seems that way, but it's normal. How could someone do something like kill their brother without going mad? Chuanmu gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Hinata. Naruto and Hinata were stunned, staring at Chuanmu in disbelief. Is this guy still the Chuanmu they know? Don't get me wrong. I am very calm right now, and my mind is clear. Chuanmu pushed himself up from the table. Stop, I beg you. Hinata pleaded. The conclusion has been reached. There is no other way. No matter how hard you try, I will solve everything. Even if the consequences are severe. Chuanmu muttered to himself, looking a bit deranged. I want to let this happen. If you want to kill Boruto, then kill me first. Even so, do you still want to continue? Naruto stepped forward, standing in front of Hinata. I don't expect you to forgive me, Chuanmu said, decisively activating the power of the Great Darkness. A black whirlwind instantly wrapped around Naruto and Hinata, and Naruto desperately reached out, trying to break free. But he couldn't escape the binds. The violent noise caused the plates on the table to fall, and the picture frames on the walls swayed precariously. When it's all over, you just have to kill me. Chuanmu's eyes were complex. The camera shifted, and in the picture frame, the photo of Boruto's family of 4 became fragmented. So before that, you all just stay here, 7th Hokage. Uzumaki Boruto. Chuanmu, you bastard. Hyuga Hinata. Why did the outcome turn out like this? Uchiha Sasuke. Young this. Everyone in the ninja world watching the video was stunned. No one expected that Boruto, next generations, would have such a reversal. The following pace will accelerate, full of high-energy excitement. Just as Naruto and Hinata's chakra disappeared, all the Umbu from the Hidden Leaf Village rushed to the residence, beginning a thorough search. Suddenly, the atmosphere became tense, as if the air had solidified. Damn it, what happened? Could it be related to Kodo? Shikamaru frowned tightly, his face full of worry. At this moment, in a corner, Sunflower was slowly walking out with shopping bags in her hands, her steps slow. When she saw the fragmented picture frame, her eyes instantly filled with shock and fear. Dad, Mom? Her voice trembled, filled with disbelief. The camera switched again. The same news, like a gust of wind, quickly reached Boruto's ears. Upon hearing this, Boruto became anxious and rushed out of the conference room. Chuanmu, what the hell are you doing? You bastard. Boruto shouted angrily while hurriedly walking, the ground thumping under his feet. The distant scenery beside the road quickly retreated in his anxious gaze. The camera switched again. Ada was closely observing the interaction between Chuanmu and Naruto through her clairvoyance, peering through the seal of the Great Darkness. She saw Naruto extremely agitated, while Chuanmu seemed indifferent. Boruto ran wildly and soon arrived near Hokage Rock. He anxiously looked around, his expression tense. Suddenly, a black whirlwind appeared ahead, rapidly expanding. Just as the whirlwind was about to engulf Boruto, he decisively activated the cursed seal, absorbing the powerful force of the ninjutsu. His body slid forward quickly using this power. Wait a minute, if I use that ninjutsu to seal you too, it would save a lot of trouble. But Chuanmu slowly walked down from a high place, his tone icy. Chuanmu? Boruto looked at Chuanmu in confusion, his eyes filled with incomprehension and anger. Are you going home? I knew you would pass by here. Kawaki shook his head, his gaze as cold as ice. At this moment, the two stood at opposite ends of Hokage Rock, the atmosphere tense. What do you want? What did you do to my parents? Boruto shouted hoarsely, his voice echoing in the air. However, the only response was Kawaki slowly raising his palm. Bang! The great black heavenly, like a black meteor falling from the sky, quickly smashed to the ground. This is a space-time jutsu that can stop time. I've trapped the 7th Hokage inside. Kawaki's hands were in his pockets, his eyes as cold as 1,000-year-old ice. What? Boruto looked at Kawaki in shock. Don't worry, they're safe in that space. They won't age or starve. It's just You'll never see them again. As Kawaki spoke, the cursed seal of the scorpion appeared on his body. Immediately, a large number of great black heavenly descended like raindrops from the sky. Boruto reacted quickly, dodging the attacks of the great black heavenly. But in that instant, Kawaki, like a bolt of black lightning, rushed towards Boruto, his arm transforming into a sharp claw. Boruto didn't dare to be careless. He decisively drew a kunai and blocked Kawaki's fierce strike with all his might. Kawaki, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? Boruto questioned angrily. Because you are Otsutsuki, isn't that enough? Kawaki's eyes were filled with anger and determination. Your actions are too foolish. Stop immediately, or everyone will come soon. Boruto's eyes were cold, trying to persuade Kawaki. I know. That's why I don't have time to waste with you. I can't. Turn back. As Kawaki spoke, he increased the strength in his hand. With a bang, the ground seemed to be struck hard, instantly collapsing. However, the next second, amidst the large amount of ash that rose from the ground, Boruto's figure slowly emerged. Holding the wedge tightly in his hand, Boruto exerted force and directly blew Kawaki's arm into splinters. You idiot. It seems that just talking won't wake you up. Flames of anger burned in Boruto's eyes. Same to you. Kawaki gritted his teeth, unwilling to back down. Senju Tobirama. Evil Kawaki brat. I will kill you now. Senju Hashirama. Kawaki. What do you mean? Kawaki. I just want to protect the 7th Hokage. Inuzuka Sai. Young Naruto, I have brought Kawaki into the interrogation room. Uzumaki Naruto, young, thank you. The video continued to play. Boruto shot out from the smoke like an arrow, quickly forming hand seals. Kawaki shot a cold glance at Boruto and instantly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on Boruto's left side and kicked him down to the ground. Just as he was about to strike Boruto, in the distance, a flame surged forward like an angry dragon. Kawaki hurriedly reached out to absorb the flames. Kawaki, what's wrong with you? Sarada stood atop, her face filled with confusion. I'll say it once. If you don't want to die, don't block my way. Kawaki glared at Sarada fiercely. Are you serious? Sarada's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Run, Sarada, he's gone mad. It won't help to talk to him. He really will kill. Boruto shouted anxiously from the ground. But the next second, Sarada quickly stood in front of Boruto. I aim to become Hokage. I can't ignore this. Sarada drew her kunai. Hokage. Ninja? Haha, you bunch of ninjas. Kawaki's palm transformed into a scythe, stepping closer. You can't escape a premature death. Kawaki swung the scythe fiercely at Sarada. At a critical moment, Boruto embraced Sarada and pushed her down forcefully. A spray of blood splattered out. Sarada looked at Boruto with concern, seeing a noticeable scar on his right eye. Boruto, your eye? Sarada was extremely anxious. Didn't I tell you to escape? He's serious. Boruto covered his eye, filled with rage. Get out of the way. Sarada, how long are you going to block me? Kawaki stepped forward, looking down at her. Just as Kawaki was about to strike, Mitsuki suddenly stretched out his arm, wrapping around Kawaki like a rope. Kawaki turned his head in confusion, unable to move. That's enough, Kawaki. Shikamaru stood high with a cold gaze, using Shadow Jutsu to control Kawaki. Mitsuki grabbed Kawaki's arm, preventing him from absorbing ninjutsu. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, Sasuke arrived on the battlefield like lightning, holding a blade to Kawaki's neck. It's over, Kawaki. I don't want it to be like this, but if you resist, I'll kill you. Sasuke's eyes were cold. Konohamaru hurriedly helped Boruto up. Tell me, Kawaki, what did you do to Naruto and Hinata? Shikamaru's gaze was cold. I think this is necessary to protect the Hokage and Konoha. Kawaki replied coldly. What the hell are you talking about? Shikamaru's brows furrowed tighter. At this moment, Boruto slowly opened his injured right eye, and his pupil turned into a Byakugan. Sensing the strange chakra emanating from Boruto, everyone immediately became alert. Without a doubt, in this chaotic situation, this sudden change intensified the atmosphere. Anoki, what does Momoshiki want to do? The video continued to play. Momoshiki, you. Kawaki looked at Momoshiki in shock. Momoshiki extended his palm and quickly absorbed Shikamaru's shadow binding. Without the constraint of the shadow binding, Kawaki immediately shrank his form. In the blink of an eye, he appeared on the distant Hokage rock. Damn! Sasuke gritted his teeth, glaring coldly into the distance. You want to kill me? How could I die here? Momoshiki looked at Kawaki mockingly. Why did you save me? Kawaki asked in confusion. There are enemies all around. Hurry and disappear. Do you want to waste this great opportunity? Momoshiki sneered. Kawaki remained silent, only shrinking his form further. Soon, he dodged Mitsuki's attack, while many Konoha ninjas began searching for him. Kawaki's shrinking ability consumes a lot of chakra and won't last long. Sasuke looked at Boruto, his expression gradually becoming complicated. Kid, you've lost the blue eye. A mocking voice came from the distant sky. Boruto snapped back to reality, seeing Momoshiki coldly staring at him. I think you should know this is just the beginning. After this, you will lose everything in an instant. This cannot be stopped. The reversal has already begun. Momoshiki sneered, his voice gradually fading into the air. Boruto looked at Momoshiki in confusion. Explain yourself clearly, bastard. What happened? I told you. It has already begun. Get ready, Momoshiki coldly finished and disappeared from the spot. Sasuke, standing nearby, looked worriedly at his disciple, guessing that Momoshiki had just been talking to Boruto. The scene shifted. In the forest, countless ninjas swiftly advanced over tree branches, the distant scenery rapidly retreating like a reversed image. Sarada, Mitsuki, please take Boruto to the hospital. We will join the search for Kawaki. Konohamaru stood in place and quickly commanded. Be careful too. Sarada nodded in response. As soon as her voice fell, Konohamaru and Sasuke disappeared. I'll go too. Boruto will be in your hands, Sarada, Mitsuki said, then also vanished from the spot. Sarada, quickly bring Mitsuki back. He has lost his mind. It's dangerous to chase alone, Boruto said anxiously, covering his bleeding eyes. But you, don't worry about me, just go. Where you want to catch up, Boruto shouted urgently. Seriously, everyone is like this. Sarada sighed helplessly and hurriedly left, disappearing from the spot. Watching everyone leave, Boruto covered his eyes, looking complexly into the distance. Kawaki, what are you doing? The scene shifts. Kawaki soon exhausted his chakra and could no longer maintain his shrinking ability, his figure exposed in the grass. Have you found that traitor? Not yet, but he should be nearby. We must not let him escape. Voices of Konoha ninjas came from outside the grass, and Kawaki cautiously hid inside. Found him, Kawaki. Ada saw Kawaki through her clairvoyance, murmuring to herself before standing up. The next second, she decisively flew into the air, disappearing from the spot. Hey, sister. I can't fly. Don't leave me behind. Diamond anxiously chased after her. Watching his sister fly toward the distant woods, Diamond quickened his pace. Don't worry, Kawaki. I will fight alongside you. Ada flew in the air, the image of Kawaki appearing in her mind, her expression determined. Uchiha Itachi. I'm sick of this. How can she still be in love? Uchiha Shisui. Kawaki is surrounded by Konoha. He is in grave danger this time. ISN Tihi. Uchiha Sasuke. That bastard. Actually dares to hurt Naruto. Uchiha Obito. We must catch Kawaki and give him a good beating. He is truly a beast. Nohara Rin. Obito, calm down. Uchiha Obito. Okay, I'm calm. Rin-chan is still the best to me. Hatake Kakashi. Hehe. Uchiha Obito. Useless Kakashi. Shut up. The video continues. Ino passes Amato's information to Konohamaru in detail. Amato hopes that Konoha won kill Kawaki. After all, he is relying on Kawaki's power to fulfill his wish to resurrect his daughter. However, Shikamaru refuses. After all, Kawaki's actions have crossed Konoha's bottom line. Shikamaru, furious, cut off the mental link. Seeing this, Amato became anxious. The scene shifts. Kawaki, exhausted, slumped against a tree, scanning his surroundings warily. Soon, he heard a slight movement behind him, and his expression tightened. He quickly turned to check, and when he saw it was Ada, his tense nerves relaxed slightly, and he let out a long breath. Don't worry, Kawaki, it's me. Don't be concerned. I will always be your companion, steadfastly standing by your side. Ada whispered, Companion? But you approach me recklessly without hiding your chakra. It's easy to expose my location to them. Kawaki's eyes were cold. Rest assured, with me here, you don't need to worry. I will never let anyone hurt you. Ada gently shook her head, her gaze resolute. My situation doesn't matter anymore. Rather than myself, I hope you can protect Lord 7th Hokage well. Kawaki shook his head. his expression filled with anxiety and irritation. That hateful Momoshiki, if I don't find a way to get rid of him, one day Lord 7th Hokage will face misfortune, and Konoha will turn to dust. He made up his mind that no matter the cost, he must kill Boruto, as he sees this as the only way to protect the 7th. But Boruto, he is now the son of the 7th Hokage, who in Konoha can bear to kill him. Flames of anger burned in Kawaki's eyes, and every time he thought of Boruto, the jealousy in his heart surged like a tide. Why him? Why is it him? Damn it, why? Kawaki stood up angrily, gripping Ada's shoulders tightly. If only he weren't the Hokage's son, and not my brother. If he were just an ordinary person, it would be so much better. Then even if he died, no one would mourn for him, like an outsider like me. Kawaki, stop saying that. Ada frowned, looking at Kawaki with deep concern. Look with your all-seeing clairvoyance. I'm just a useless person who can't even protect important people. Kawaki shook his head repeatedly, his eyes filled with deep frustration. But in the next second, Kawaki suddenly froze. Ada slowly extended her hands, gently cradling his face. Then, Ada's body began to float slowly, and with the effect of anti-gravity, Kawaki also floated into the air. In an instant, a vast energy burst forth from Ada like a raging torrent. This powerful force pierced straight through the sky for thousands of meters, wildly impacting and spreading in all directions. In a land of fire, Konoha, Rain Village, Sand Village, Mist Village, all villages, all countries, without exception, were enveloped by this dazzling light. The entire surface of the earth was penetrated by this sudden strike. Fortunately, the earth did not suffer substantial serious damage. After unleashing this strike, Ada's body swayed, her steps faltering, almost falling. Seeing this, Kawaki hurriedly reached out to steady her. Ada, are you okay? Kawaki looked at her with concern, his face anxious. Ada slowly opened her eyes. Realizing she was leaning on Kawaki, her cheeks instantly flushed, feeling a bit dizzy, her speech becoming unclear. Just then, clear footsteps came from the nearby grass, followed by the grass being slowly pushed aside. You. Several Konoha ninjas looked at the intimate pair with complex expressions. The Hokage's son, so young. Is he really this powerful? The scene switches again. Boruto, covering his bleeding eyes, walked slowly alone in the woods. What was that blinding light? Boruto looked up in fear at the sky. Behind him, Momoshiki watched Boruto, emitting a series of eerie cold laughs. Things seemed to be developing in an increasingly interesting direction. Next is the reversal chapter, full of high energy. How to say, the earlier parts were indeed a bit filler, because there's too much going on. I'm sorry, Uchiha Itachi, that intense energy just now. Was that a divine technique? Fourth Reikage A. Incredible, this is too strong. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Scary, is this little girl really this strong? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Speaking of this move, did it change everyone's memories? Uchiha Shisui. Is it similar to my Kodo Amitsukami? Uchihamura. No, the principle is similar to the infinite Tsukuyami. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Then what should Boruto do? Uzumaki Boruto. Huh? The video continues. What's going on? How did Kawaki end up 12 kilometers east of the stone wall engraved with the Hokage's face? Shikamaru's pupils suddenly constrict upon hearing his subordinate's report. After all, Kawaki is the son of the Hokage and should be properly protected. We don't know the specifics. Miss Ada is with him as well. A leaf Jonin stammered into the headset. I sense Boruto's chakra. 3 kilometers west of the statue. Ino's voice came through, and the group, which had been running at full speed, suddenly came to an emergency stop. Boruto. Sarada. Hearing Ino's words, looked confused. Wait, what's going on? Boruto is supposed to be the protected one. Why is his location being revealed? Mitsuki gazed coldly to the west. Maybe something happened to Boruto. Let's hurry, Mitsuki. Sarada urged anxiously. The scene shifted. Hee. Hey kid, can you tell me what you're thinking right now? What does it feel like when you lose everything? Momoshiki looked at Boruto with a mocking expression. It seems you're in a pretty good mood. I want to ask you, what will happen in the end? Boruto looked at Momoshiki with a puzzled expression. Hee. Take a look behind you. Following the voice, Boruto turned around and saw Sarada and Mitsuki rushing towards him. You, why are you back? Boruto. covering his injured eye, looked at the two in confusion. That line should be for us to ask you, what exactly happened? Sarada pushed her glasses up, looking at Boruto in surprise. Sarada. Mitsuki's cold voice drew the attention of both. He's very dangerous. It's best not to get close to him, Mitsuki said, taking off his forehead protector. Sarada looked bewildered. In the next moment, Mitsuki suddenly entered Sage mode, a massive chakra presence crashing towards them like a tidal wave. Boruto, you've completely angered me. Huh? Sarada looked completely confused. Mitsuki? Boruto, covering his eyes, had his pupils rapidly constrict. Orochimaru. Sage art. Dragon Cave? Hee. No doubt he's my son. Jiraiya. No way. Another instant Sage mode activation? Senju Hashirama. Haha. Isn't Sage mode supposed to be activated whenever you want? Namake's Minato. Although I'm not good at Sage mode. Mitsuki. To protect Boruto, what's wrong with activating Sage mode? Uzumaki Boruto. But the problem is, you're attacking me. Mitsuki. That's a matter for later. Don't worry about it for now. Uzumaki Boruto. The video continues to play. Quickly capture Boruto. Don't let him escape. The Leaf Jonin shouted anxiously. Many Leaf ninjas heard the command and quickly left the area. Young Master Kawaki, how's your eye injury? It looks like it's not too serious. The Leaf Jonin turned and looked at Kawaki with concern. What did you say? Kawaki looked puzzled. Kawaki is fine. But more importantly, have you found his father, the Hokage? Ada shook her head and asked. Currently, there are no leads, but we can confirm that it was Boruto who did it. The Leaf Jonin said, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Is that so? Thank you. So it has been reversed? Kawaki listened to their conversation, his eyes flashing with complexity. The scene switched again. I'll ask one last time. What did you do to the 7th Hokage? Mitsuki entered Sage mode, numerous white snakes coiling around him. Calm down. I don't know what you're talking about, Mitsuki. What's wrong with you? Boruto looked anxious. It seems you don't want to talk anymore. Mitsuki's tone grew colder. Quickly jumped to the branches. Mamoshiki's reminder came. Boruto instinctively jumped away, quickly leaping onto a branch. Bang! The ground was directly smashed by 2 large white snakes. Mitsuki, controlling a large amount of light green sage art, coldly stared at Boruto, who was standing on the branch. Wait a minute, Mitsuki, what's going on? Sarada looked worried. Ignoring the warning is his choice. I can't guarantee his safety. Mitsuki coldly glared at Boruto. Seeing this, Sarada broke out in a cold sweat. What the heck is going on? This is too strange. In Sarada's impression, Mitsuki would never attack Boruto. He carries a murderous intent, and it's not just him. The others are the same. They're all here to kill you. If you don't want to fight, hurry and escape. Mamoshiki's mocking voice echoed in Boruto's mind. I don't know. What nonsense are you talking about? Boruto glared at Mamoshiki. This is the result of Ada's divine art omnipotence. Ada? Boruto looked puzzled. And before he could react, several pythons rushed towards him. Boruto hurriedly jumped away, still unclear about the situation, and could only keep running on the branches. Omnipotence is the divine art among divine arts, created by the gods when they made the world, capable of turning any wish into reality. Mamoshiki floated in the air, mockingly watching Boruto flee like a dog. However, if even Otsutsuki can't achieve it, how could Sarada resist? It's truly strange. The truth of Ada's power is that omnipotence can turn Ada's latent wishes into reality. Latent wishes? Boruto, while escaping, looked puzzled. That kind of ability is beyond Amato's understanding. Simply put, when Ada activates her divine art, the situation that just occurred was her turning Kawaki's wish into reality. Boruto's pupils suddenly constricted upon hearing Mamoshiki's words. By activating omnipotence through Ada, Boruto, you, and Kawaki's positions have completely reversed. Mamoshiki looked disdainful. In the video, Boruto stood awkwardly in place, blood flowing from his face. Friends who once cared deeply for him have now become enemies, standing in opposition to him. Next, the plot will be highly intense. Please urge for updates. 1,000 urges for 1 additional chapter. Some earlier plot points were a bit bland. Please don't skip. Just scroll through it, Kuratsuchi. So, in other words, Boruto suddenly replaced Kawaki and became the murderer? 4th Kazekage Raza. Damn, this Kawaki is a beast. 3rd Raikage. Boruto has become a rogue ninja. Now he can only run everywhere, right? Uchiha Itachi, it's hard to say. The ninjas of the Leaf Village are surrounding Boruto. He's in grave danger. Uzumaki Naruto, young, will my son be killed by his own people in the future? Uchiha Sarada, this. Uchiha Sasuke, hiss. Why do I feel itchy on my head? Uchiha Sasuke, young, I feel that way too. Shimura Danzo, what a coincidence. I have that feeling as well. Second Mizukage Tobirama, no way. Are you trying to pass the blame again? The video continues to play. Ada, the search for Naruto and the others has hit a snag. How is Naruto doing? Can you elaborate on the situation when he was attacked by Boruto? Shikamaru quickly contacted Ada through his earpiece. There's nothing much to say. It looks the same no matter how many times you watch it. Just as Ada was about to speak, Kawaki tightly grabbed her wrist. Just say it. The seventh Hokage is dead. Kawaki's lips moved, but no sound came out. Tell them, the seventh Hokage has been killed by Boruto. The scene switched again. Boruto was fleeing through the branches. Have Kawaki and I completely switched positions? What on earth is going on? Boruto looked confused. What has been altered is people's memories, those things that you all know. Human consciousness is originally connected by chakra. If one becomes a god, altering memories can be done with just a little effort. Did you ever think that beings like Otsutsuki have altered human memories multiple times? Momoshiki said slowly. By the way, you and Kawaki are already Otsutsuki, so you're not affected by omnipotence. And Ada, who activates her technique, is the same. That little girl from the Uchiha clan, for some reason, also wasn't affected. In any case, most people's memories have been altered. Now Kawaki has become the son of the Hokage, the Uzumaki Kawaki who grew up in Konoha. But you are just an ungrateful outsider who attacked Konoha. Boruto, do you understand your situation now? Momoshiki said with a hint of mockery. Uchiha Itachi, damn, Kawaki is such a beast? Uchiha Izuna, Kawaki, looking closely, he seems even more of a beast than Danzo. Uzumaki Nagato, congratulations to Kawaki for topping the birth chart. Fourth Raikage A, impressive, this kid Kawaki is invincible. Gaara, more brainless than Raza, a species I've never seen before. Kuratsuchi, Danzo, you need to step up, you've been pushed off the top spot. Uchiha Obito, all I can say is impressive. Nohara Rin, Boruto shouldn't get into trouble, right? The video continued. Really? Ada. Shikamaru covered his mouth with his hand, his pupils suddenly constricting. He never expected that Naruto, who he had worked with for many years, would die like this. Ada hesitated. Just as she was about to speak, Kawaki grabbed her sleeve. Yes, Boruto killed the Hokage. Ada said slowly. What on earth happened? Shikamaru's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Kawaki let go of his hand, breathing a sigh of relief. This is good. The scene switched again. Izumi, please. Listen to me. Sarada anxiously shook Izumi's shoulder. I'll talk later. I have to chase that guy now. Let go of me, Sarada. Izumi said coldly. Izumi. Sarada hesitated. Emergency contact, search team members. Shikamaru's voice suddenly rang in everyone's minds. Everyone was stunned. The missing seventh Hokage is likely already dead at Boruto's hands. Shikamaru announced this news with a heavy expression. The scene switched again. Kenji heard the news, his pupils suddenly constricting. Wait, what's going on? Why did Boruto kill his own father? Shouldn't it be Kawaki? Kenji looked up at the moonlight in the sky. That light just now must have triggered a major incident. Something incredibly serious. The seventh Hokage, how could he? Sarada heard the news and collapsed to the ground in despair. What on earth happened? It's so inexplicable. Go back to everyone. I'll deal with that guy. Izumi glanced at the despondent Sarada, and his figure quickly disappeared. He was getting faster, his eyes filled with fury. Unforgivable Boruto. The scene switched again. He is now the Otsutsuki who killed the Hokage, completely becoming Konoha's enemy. He doesn't belong here. Kawaki shook his head. Is it really necessary to go this far? Ada hesitated. At least, no one will hinder me when I kill Boruto. As long as I seal the seventh Hokage, he will be safe. Before dealing with Boruto and Code, I do not plan to unseal him. In any case, for Konoha, the Hokage is no different from being dead now. This is all Boruto's doing. Kawaki's eyes gradually turned cold. The scene switched again. Sasuke, who was anxiously on the road, suddenly saw his daughter. Sarada? Dad, are you okay? Where's Izumi? He's not with you? Sasuke looked at his daughter with concern. Dad, Izumi is acting strangely, saying he wants to kill Boruto, and his eyes have changed, Sarada said cryptically. Sasuke looked at his daughter, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. This is normal. After all, such an incident happened, and Boruto almost killed Kawaki. Even Naruto and Hinata couldn't escape. Sasuke's gaze was particularly cold. Dad? Sarada looked confused. We need to make a decisive conclusion before Boruto escapes the village. You go back to the village. Sasuke worriedly supported his daughter. Wait, Dad. Sarada hurriedly grabbed Sasuke, who was about to leave. At this moment, her face was full of confusion. Why did everything change so drastically in just a few minutes? Can you hear me? Answer me quickly. Kenji contacted Sarada through the earpiece. Team leader? Sarada's eyes flashed with confusion. Great, I need to confirm something with you. Time is tight. I'll be brief, do you? Think your mental state is normal right now? Kenji said meaningfully. Huh? Sarada's pupils suddenly constricted. It seems there are others who have had similar experiences. Uchiha Madara. It seems fate is on Boruto's side. Uchiha Obito. But Sarada and Kenji, these two girls, can't save Boruto. Missed Village Umbu. That's true. If they help Boruto, they'll be labeled as traitors. Uchiha Sasuke. So who will help Boruto? Uzumaki Boruto. Exactly. The question is who can help me? Uzumaki Naruto. Young Kawaki. I'm really angry right now. Kawaki. I'm sorry, 7th Hokage. 4th Kazekage Raza. You hurt someone else's son, and you think saying sorry will make it right? Mizukage Terumi Mei. That's really hypocritical. The video continued. Boruto was desperately running around, glancing at a giant bird in the sky that looked like an ink painting. Suddenly, a giant hand reached out from the distance, and Boruto, caught off guard, was knocked away by the strike. Bang! Boruto's body slid on the ground, and just as he was about to stand up, he was bound by the shadow bind technique. I always considered you a friend, Boruto. Shikamaru's expression was particularly complex. The high-altitude formation quickly landed. You actually killed your own brother, and also caused the death of the 7th Hokage. Who cared for you? Shikamaru said, his eyes filled with anger. Lutai, you guys. Boruto looked up at the three in front of him, pig, deer, and butterfly, with a puzzled expression, completely not understanding why they suddenly attacked him. You bastard. Friends wouldn't do such a thing. So, Lutai interrupted Boruto's words. Boruto was stunned, his pupils constricting, his heart aching as if it had been gripped tightly. The scene shifted. Am I not thinking clearly? I'm not sure. Since just now, I felt this situation is inexplicable. Sarada shook her head. Calm down, Sarada. We definitely won't be in trouble. Kanji said anxiously from the branches. Class leader, do you know what is going on? Sarada, how are you? Your face doesn't look good. Are you feeling unwell? Sasuke looked at his daughter with concern. I'm not sure about the specifics, but from what I see now, this phenomenon is very likely related to Ada. Kanji shook his head while speaking to Sarada through his earpiece. What is going on with Ada? Why is she involved? It seems everyone has fallen for her trick, just like this strange phenomenon. Everyone must be affected. I can only think that it seems like only you and I haven't been impacted. Kanji looked anxious. Hey, Sarada. Sasuke was even more worried. Just now, everyone was chasing Kawaki, and in the blink of an eye, they all came to hunt Boruto. Sarada pressed her earpiece, her expression tense. Something big must have happened. It's probably a powerful force similar to a divine technique. Ada must have done something to help Kawaki escape. That's the only thing I can think of. Kanji was sweating on his forehead. Why is she doing this? It's too much. Why is it always Boruto who gets hurt? Sarada's tears streamed down her face, her heart aching. Right now, the only ones who can help Boruto might just be us two. Even so, what can we do? Kanji bit his lip, a worried expression on his face. Sarada, what's wrong? What happened? Sasuke hugged his daughter, extremely anxious. Sarada looked at her father, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. Dad, it's not Boruto's fault. He could never kill Lord 7th Hokage. Everyone has been deceived, no matter if Boruto is an outsider or not. I have no prejudice against him, but the fact is that he wants to kill Kawaki. Sasuke shook his head, seeing her father like this. Sarada's eyes instantly filled with despair, her gaze becoming hollow. It's over. Everything is over. No, this isn't right, Dad, this is... Sarada's lips trembled. The scene shifted again. You beast, do you understand everyone's feelings? Why did you betray us? Lutai angrily pointed at Boruto's nose and cursed. Boruto looked at his former friend, who now drew a blade against him, his heart in agony. Boruto, you beast, say something. Lutai's eyes burned with rage. This is really troublesome. If you die, I'll have to die too. But you surely wouldn't be heartless enough to harm an old friend, right? I'll help you take care of them. The voice of Mama Shiki echoed in Boruto's ears. Shut up. You're so annoying. Boruto roared in anger inside. He was now completely in despair. As his former friends treated him this way, the scene shifted again. All right, Sarada, go back and rest. I'm sorry, but there's no time. I have to go. Sasuke patted his daughter's shoulder, but the daughter tightly clutched his clothing, refusing to let go. Dad, what I just said, it's fine if you don't understand. But, listen to me, this is my first and last time being willful. Sarada looked up, staring intently at Sasuke. At that moment, her pupils quickly rotated, first turning into blood-red double tomo, then transforming into triple tomo. Finally, it changed into a complex, sun-like pattern. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. How is this possible? Sasuke's pupils suddenly shrank, his head feeling like it was going to explode. No one knows better than him what kind of price it takes to activate the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Please help me, Dad. Say Boruto-kun, I beg you. Sarada's tears streamed down her face, looking like a little girl seeking help from her father. Sasuke looked at his daughter, especially at her eyes, with a firm expression flashing in his eyes. Although he didn't understand why he should help the murderer who killed Naruto, he trusted his instincts and believed in the Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Memories might have been altered, but love won. The eyes are the windows to the soul, and they will never lie. I got it, I'll be right back. Sasuke patted his daughter's head and instantly vanished from a spot. At that moment, his speed became faster and faster. I must catch up, Sasuke thought anxiously. Fourth Kazekage Rashi. Wow. Let me see the flames rise. Sasuke's divine power. Second Mizukage Kageyama. Awesome. Uchiha Itachi. I really didn't expect Sarada to awaken the kaleidoscope under such circumstances. Uchiha Shisui. The kaleidoscope of the Uchiha clan never lies. Umbu of the Mist Village. I don't quite get it. Can someone explain why the Sasuke would choose to trust his daughter? Senju Tobirama. Allow me to explain. The Uchiha clan's eyes are often referred to as the eye of the mind. The condition to awaken the Kaleidoscope Sharingan is that the user must be plunged into despair, and the abilities gained after awakening are closely related to the user's state of mind at the time. Just like Obito, he couldn't accept the reality at that time, so he gained the ability to escape reality in the form of space. Itachi was in a state of collapse due to the massacre of his clan, which granted him the abilities of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Sasuke probably learned the truth about Itachi's death, thus acquiring the ability to control and burn everything with fire. Senju Hashirama. Wow, Odo, how do you know so much about the Uchiha? Uchiha Kagami. 666. This performance is too real. Uchiha Sarada. So what's my kaleidoscope ability? Next chapter is full of energy. Please support with love. Please send gifts. Uchiha Sasuke. Young, I'm going to be a rogue ninja again. Senju Tobirama. A bunch of evil Uchihas. I knew the future would turn out like this. Uchiha Izuna. You guessed it quite accurately. Uchiha Nara. The scene continued. Boruto's palm revealed a wedge curse mark. Mama Shiki, if you dare to harm my companions, I will never let you go. Boruto struggled to suppress Mama Shiki's will. Companions? You have no companions. You lost that long ago. Only enemies remain. Mama Shiki sneered. Admit it. You know deep down, don't you? Everyone here wishes for your death. You have no place to stay, and your reason for living has vanished. So, you should sleep forever. Just when Boruto was in despair, he suddenly felt his collar being forcefully grabbed. Lutai looked up at Sasuke in the sky, momentarily stunned. Master? Boruto turned his head, looking at Sasuke in shock, his eyes wide with astonishment. Come here. Leave the village directly, Sasuke said coldly, throwing Boruto onto a branch. Why? Does Uncle Sasuke want to take Boruto away? Inogen looked at the two escaping, puzzled. The scene shifted again. The master and apprentice sat silently on a branch. That day, when I first met Boruto at the Hokage's office, Sasuke suddenly spoke up. From that day on, he was determined to become my apprentice. It didn't take long for him to learn the Rasengan, and in order to save Naruto, he fought alongside everyone and ultimately won. That was Kawaki. Naruto es son. The one I know. Sasuke shifted his gaze, curiously examining Boruto. In his memory, he couldn't quite distinguish who this person in front of him was. The scene shifted. Kawaki, I'll head back first. I have somewhere to go. Ada, using her clairvoyance, saw the direction Boruto was leaving and slowly floated into the air. Kawaki watched Ada disappear, his expression complex. The scene shifted again. After an unknown amount of time, the master and apprentice were on the run. At this moment, they sat on a hill in the wilderness, starting to discuss intelligence. In any case, we shouldn't be discovered here. However, it still can escape Ada's clairvoyance. Let's take a break. We'll leave soon. Sasuke held his sword with one hand, constantly alert to his surroundings. Master, you must see me as an enemy of the Leaf Village, right? Why are you still helping me? Boruto, covering his eyes which were stained with dry blood, looked at Sasuke curiously. That forehead protector, I gave it to Kawaki. Why is it on your head? Not only that, I know the Kinshiki is still out there. You should have been with Kawaki, so why are you? Sasuke voiced his doubts. In his understanding, Kawaki was the son of the Hokage, and Boruto had fled in disgrace after failing to attack Kawaki. There are several things that don't add up, and I feel like these inconsistencies are gradually becoming blurred in my heart, as if I will forget them after a while. Sasuke frowned. Living until now, I never thought my memory was so unreliable. I don't even know what to believe anymore, so I have decided. Sasuke shook his head. Boruto, covering his eyes, looked at his master in surprise. Even if I have doubts about my own memories, I still have to choose. To believe in my daughter, to believe in Sarada. Sasuke said expressionlessly. Uchiha Sarada. Thank you, Dad, I'm so touched. Uzumaki Boruto. Whoa, thank you, Sasuke-sensei. Uzumaki Naruto. Young thank you, Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, young he. One after another, you all keep me worried. Kuratsuchi. To be honest, Sasuke's performance is too outstanding. He actually chose not to believe his own understanding. Uchiha Sasuke. Young, my brother once told me that people live within their own perceptions. I don't believe in such an ethereal thing as perception. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke. The video continued to play. I will help you. If this is my daughter's wish, then I have a reason to fight for it. Sasuke's gaze was firm. Is this guy serious? Treating Boruto as an enemy while helping him for his daughter. Kinshiki looked at Sasuke, his pupils constricting. It's worth noting that changing a person's perception is difficult, let alone having one's memory altered. The influence of the perception technique. Perhaps I made a mistake. Then let you prove the justice in Sarada's eyes. Sasuke held his sword with one hand, staring intently at Boruto. Don't get cocky, Boruto. Even if this guy helps you, you can't change the fact that you've lost many precious things. Kinshiki leaned close to Boruto, whispering in his ear. Kinshiki, stop babbling and annoying me. Boruto's gaze was resolute. Seeing Boruto's expression, Kinshiki was angry. Why can you still hold on? Everything you once had is gone. I said you have no chance to turn things around, you clueless brat. Just give your body to me. Kinshiki yelled in Boruto's ear. What right do you have to say, I can't see the situation? Ridiculous. If anyone has no chance to turn things around, it's you. Just obediently stay trapped for a lifetime, you jerk. Boruto, covering his eyes, responded angrily. This kid has quite a strong will. Kinshiki broke out in a cold sweat. Crack. The sound of high heels hitting the ground suddenly attracted the attention of Boruto and Sasuke. Sasuke decisively drew his sword, coldly looking at Ada. I know a simple apology won't solve the problem, but I'm still very sorry, Boruto. Ada sighed lightly. This is Ada. That boy's demon? Sasuke's eyes instantly became alert. I think you know what has happened to you, right? So what do you want to say? I want to help Kawaki, that's all. I didn't expect to inadvertently do something bad. I didn't foresee the situation turning out like this. So, this is the result caused by your subconscious wish. Your true ability is to turn it into reality with omnipotence. Boruto opened one eye, looking at Ada curiously. Sort of. It's quite bad. So the current situation is what Kawaki wishes for. Boruto quickly calmed down. You're surprisingly calm. I thought you'd be very disappointed. Ada's eyes flashed with surprise. What I'm more worried about is that guy. I can feel that he has lived in loneliness and unease until now. Boruto shook his head. The three present silently looked at Boruto, their expressions complex. It's hard to imagine how much pain this boy has endured overnight. Unlike me, I previously thought I understood everything, which is indeed quite irritating. I live freely, but act as if I understand everything. Boruto reflected on his issues, his gaze falling into deep thought. Maybe, even so, in my view, he still sees you as a true brother. Ada shook her head. Boruto pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes revealing a hint of sadness. Sasuke, looking at Boruto, slowly said, Naruto once had nothing as well. Just like your current situation, he was someone who was isolated by everyone. But he eventually became the Hokage, gaining everyone's recognition through his own efforts. If you're truly his son, then like him, try to change. Boruto looked up, listening intently to his master Sasuke's words, his gaze becoming increasingly resolute. Indeed, his father was hated and rejected when he was young, and his current situation is quite similar to what his father faced. If his father could persist and become Hokage, why can't he persist? Thank you, Sasuke-sensei. Speaking of which, I never felt like I lost everything. Kinshiki, listen carefully. Boruto opened one eye, his gaze incredibly determined. Kinshiki's eyes were icy. I have my father's blood flowing in me. Uzumaki Naruto, the 7th Hokage, and also the blood of the Hyuga clan, not to mention my grandfather, is the 4th Hokage, and more importantly, Boruto said, taking out a rogue ninja forehead protector, which was the one Sasuke-sensei had entrusted him to keep. I am the inheritor of the will of fire from the Leaf Village. A ninja. The young boy tied the forehead protector around his head, letting out a light laugh. Seeing the boy so resolute, Kinshiki broke out in a cold sweat. The result we have now, after all, is due to my weakness. At this point, I'm very clear about that. Boruto slowly got up, his body covered in scars, but his eyes were particularly resolute. Since that's the case, I need to become stronger. If it were my father, he would definitely do the same. Boruto turned his head and confidently gazed into the distance, Naruto's phantom flickering around him. Sasuke fell silent for a moment. It's hard to imagine that you're only 12 years old. Ada watched this scene and slowly spoke. Kuratsuchi, I have a question. When Boruto comes out and sees a father younger than himself, what will he think? Mizukage Terumi Mei. It seems true that Naruto, trapped in the great dark, will never age. Uzumaki Naruto, young wait, when I come out, doesn't that mean my son has become my dad? Namikaze Minato, well, let's just keep watching the video for now. The scene continued. When I return to Konoha, I won't reveal your whereabouts, don't worry. Ada sighed softly. Boruto nodded slightly. If I do nothing, Kawaki will be seen as a despicable person. Moreover, all of this started because of me, and I don't want to see that. That's all. Ada shook her head. I think you're a good person. Also, please tell Sarada thank you for asking Master Sasuke to help me. No matter what, I will definitely come back. So she shouldn't worry. Boruto's hair gently swayed in the wind. I understand. Ada nodded. Hey Boruto, why not take this opportunity to become stronger? Strong enough to force me to show my true abilities. Diamond said half-jokingly while looking at Boruto. Well, but I feel like even if I had a few lives, this training process wouldn't be easy. Boruto smiled optimistically. Then it's time to set off. Even if I can evade Ada's clairvoyance, I still can't stop the Konoha trackers from searching. Sasuke stood up. In any case, thank you, Master. I'm not trusting you. I'm doing this for my daughter. Sasuke shook his head. The scene switched again. Dad, Boruto, you must return safely. Sarada looked anxiously at the sky. The scene switched once more. Chikage Ishiki and Ada, you have taken away the important people in my life. So be prepared to die, and you too, Boruto. Kawaki's eyes were as cold as frost. Meanwhile, on Hokage Rock, Kawaki stood with his hand in his pockets, high above. No matter where you escape, it's useless. I will definitely kill you. As long as you are still in Otsutsuki. Boruto. Kawaki's gaze was equally chilling. At that moment, Boruto seemed to hear everyone's voices, confidently stepping forward with a determined and heroic stride. The once dim sky in the distance gradually brightened with a hint of dawn. The clothes on Boruto fluttered in the wind, his face showing calmness and confidence. I want it so badly. I will let you know. Bastard. I am Uzumaki Boruto, not Samatsutsuki. Boruto's fists slammed together, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Oh no, this kid is really putting on a show. Kuratsuchi. I have to say, this is really cool. Third Reikage. Alright Boruto, I acknowledge you. Uchiha Madara. This persistence. Uchiha Madara, would call you the strongest. My guy, this sounds somewhat familiar. System. Next is the plot of Boruto, the next generation, full of high energy. Namikaze Minato. By the way, what kind of plot is the next generation? Senju Hashirama. The enemy's strength shouldn't be too strong, right? Fourth Reikage. I wonder where my strength ranks in Boruto, the next generation. In the ninja world, everyone was closely watching the light screen, their eyes filled with excitement. The image slowly appeared, and the colors gradually became clear. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed. Shikamaru frowned, looking helpless, and before he could speak, the door was pushed open by Sarada. I've said it many times. Why don't you understand? Sarada slammed her hand on the table angrily. This question should be directed at you. I've already taken many steps back, but he crossed the line first. Killed the Hokage, and even wants to kill Naruto's son Kawaki. He must not be let go. Shikamaru said seriously. Our discussion premise is wrong. Boruto cannot kill the 7th Hokage. At least he should be given a chance to explain. Sarada pounded the table, looking displeased. If he didn't do anything wrong, why would he run? We have Ada as a witness with her clairvoyance. Konohamaru couldn't help but interject. Fourth Kazekage Raza. 6. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Since you didn't do anything wrong, why did you run? Fourth Reikage. A typical misconception. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, this is making me furious. Shikamaru. What are you doing? Narashmu. Young cough. Naruto. Calm down. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, calm down. Uchiha Sarada. Will the future Shikamaru become the 8th Hokage? Uchiha Sasuke. Haha. I feel like he is not as good as Naruto. The video continued to play. Anyone would run away if given such an order, right? We need to hear what he has to say. Sarada said angrily. Enough, Sarada. This is the villager's opinion. Everyone is furious about his betrayal. No matter what, I must issue a kill order. Shikamaru was visibly unhappy. This topic ends here. Don't bring it up again in the future. If you understand, hurry up and execute the mission. How can you be so unreasonable? You're simply an idiot. Sarada angrily slammed the table. Hey, Sarada, how can you talk to the 8th Hokage like that? Konohamaru broke out in a cold sweat. Enough, Sarada. I'm very worried about you. If this continues, not to mention becoming Hokage, you might be a genin for life. Shikamaru frowned. Wasn't he my dad, also a rogue ninja before? Just like Boruto. Sarada turned away disdainfully. This has nothing to do with Sasuke. As a ninja of Konoha, you should know what can and cannot be said. Shikamaru raised an eyebrow. 7th Hokage-sama, because I treated my father, who committed a serious crime, as a friend. I brought him back to the village. The 7th Hokage also rose from genin to Hokage. My role model is the 7th Hokage, not you. Sarada turned her head and shot a fierce glare at Konohamaru. The scene shifted. Inside the Great Dark, Kawaki stood with his hands in his pockets, looking at Naruto with a complex expression. Kawaki, the Great Dark cannot hide tears. All I see is Naruto. Uchiha Obito. Uchiha. Oh no, the line the Great Dark cannot hide tears has come. Uzumaki Naruto. No, my head feels like it's about to explode. Why has the future turned into this? Kawaki, 7th Hokage, I did this just to protect you. Uzumaki Naruto. Then what have you protected? The scene continued. On the street, Sarada and Kinshiki walked together, quite eye-catching. The two chatted about how to eliminate all-powerful, and soon found Ada. Are you still not giving up? Don't waste your effort. Diamond yawned helplessly. I can't handle omnipotence, it's hard to. Ada shook her head. The three began to discuss. Ada looked at Sarada and Shinki with confusion. Why aren't you affected? You're not Otsutsuki. Diamond, standing by, also had a complex expression. Omnipotence has no effect on me. As I have a blood relation to Otsutsuki, why do you still remember the past? Forget it. Were you really under my control? Ada shook her head again. Sarada swallowed, and Shinki became nervous. They recalled Shikamaru's serious warning, not to expose that they were unaffected by Ada, otherwise it would be dangerous. What you said? I've already said it many times, I'm just being stubborn. How could Sarada and I not be under your control? Shinki stammered. Second Hokage. Tobirama Senju. What good does this new information do you? Fourth Raikage. Ada is from a different era than us. Sarutobi Kanomaru. Young, don't worry. I'll take action. Ada. The video continued to play. Kawaki leaned on the railing with one hand, looking into the distance. Don't always show up with such a murderous aura, Mitsuki. Kawaki said slowly. Boruto might still want to take your life, and you, like him, are Otsutsuki. Even if you have the ability to erase chakra, it wouldn't be surprising. Mitsuki shook his head, standing protectively in front of Kawaki. If he enters the village, I could sense it immediately, you understand that, right? I want to protect you, so I have to kill him. I must kill him with my own hands. Mitsuki said firmly, shaking his head. That's your business. Do as you please, but stop clinging to me like a weirdo. It's annoying. Kawaki shot a glare at Mitsuki. Kawaki, you. Mitsuki hesitated. Kawaki, this is the search team. We found claw marks. At that moment, a voice came through the earpiece. Location. Kawaki's tone turned cold as his body slowly rose. In the eastern area of Zone C. You wait there. I'll be there soon. Kawaki vanished in an instant. You are the sun that illuminates my moon, aren't you? Kawaki. Mitsuki looked in the direction Kawaki had left, his expression turning complex. The scene shifted. Himawari was training with the Inoshikacho trio, but quickly found herself at a disadvantage and lost. By the way, Himawari, why are you so obsessed with becoming stronger? Shikadai looked at Himawari curiously. This might sound strange, but I actually want to help Boruto. To lend him a hand, Himawari said shyly, rubbing her fingers. What? Shikadai was taken aback. Hey, what are you saying, Himawari? Inogen looked worried. I'm sorry. I must have scared you. But, how to put it? He feels so different from what I thought. Himawari shook her head. But your father was killed by him. Shikadai hesitated to finish his sentence. I don't think it's like that. There must be another reason. Himawari shook her head. And, I feel like my father is definitely alive somewhere. Himawari looked up at the sky. Young Naruto Uzumaki. Damn, this is making me so angry. Yamanaka Ino. It's so frustrating. Kawaki is a murderer, and now he's impersonating Boruto. Fourth Raikage. Hey, it's infuriating. I'm going to bang the table to calm down. Anoki. After all these years, Raikage, you still haven't changed your temper. Jiraiya. I'm quite curious. What kind of combat power does Boruto have now that he's grown up? Young Boruto Uzumaki, barely a star level. Uchiha Madara. Is this a person? Kagaya Otsutsuki. You call this barely? The video continued to play. Kawaki quickly dealt with the claw marks. He grabbed a Leaf Village ninja by the shoulder and noticed a claw mark on the back of their neck. Kawaki's eyes widened, and the mark on the ninja's neck instantly disappeared. When were you marked? Didn't you feel anything? I don't know. I really don't know when. The Leaf Ninja shook his head. Soon, Kawaki reported this to Shikamaru. Shikamaru was shocked and decided to send Leaf Ninjas to investigate clues in the streets. Hey, you overreacted. A ninja on the street teased. Are you serious? And then, as he spoke, the ninja suddenly felt something was off. What's wrong? A huge white shadow swiftly emerged from the back of his neck. The entire street fell into panic. The ten-tail split body directly swung a punch, sending him flying into a nearby alley. With a loud bang, it caused a violent tremor. This is the security department, requesting support. The Leaf Village responded quickly. Countless screams came from the distant street, indicating that there was still a ten-tail split body in that area. Damn it, Kodo, what are you doing here again? Shikamaru frowned, quickly issuing orders to various departments in the Leaf Village. Kawaki arrived at the battlefield in time, his hand morphing as he decisively smashed a ten-tail split body away. You escape first. Follow the instructions. Kawaki coldly glanced at the protected villagers. Don't shove, everyone stay calm. Many ninjas on the street were directing civilians to evacuate. Sarada rushed over to assist, kicking a split body away. Aren't these Kodo's subordinates? Where did they come from? Sarada was sweating on her forehead. Just the next second, something strange happened. The downed split body grew another identical split body on its head. More and more split bodies emerged, continuously. Soon, Kodo appeared from within, standing atop the split bodies, looking down with disdain. These guys can move through claw marks like flying thunder god. Sarada instantly became tense. Kodo. Hello, Uchiha Sarada. What are you here for? Of course, to find Boruto Uzumaki. Kodo replied coldly. He is not here. He left 3 years ago. Sarada responded sternly. I know. I've been looking for him for the past 2 years, but I'm tired of it. Kodo shook his head. I told you he's not in the Leaf Village. Look for him elsewhere. Maybe you didn't understand. Let me clarify. I'm not looking for him anymore. That's why I'm here in the Leaf Village. Kodo shook his head and then controlled the split bodies to surround Sarada. I want to lure him here. If he still cares about his former companions. Forget it. Let's start with you. In any case, you need to shout loudly for me to let him hear. Kodo sneered, and upon closer inspection, one could see a distinct scar across his left eye. Just the next second, Kodo's smug expression suddenly froze as he felt a heavy weight pressing down on his face. Boruto casually appeared through Flying Thunder God, stepping lightly on Kodo, holding a knife in one hand, his expression disdainful. It's because of your disgusting thoughts that no one likes you. Boruto's voice was cold. At the same time, Sarada looked at the familiar figure before her, her pupils constricted. Senju Tobirama. Brother, did you just see his speed? Senju Hashirama. I couldn't see it all. It was too fast like a gust of wind. Orochimaru. In just 3 years of training, has he become the strongest in the ninja world? Interesting. Amato. It's hard to believe you became the strongest in just 3 years. Hirano Sakura. I see Sasuke Koen's shadow in Boruto. 4th Kazekage Raza. Wow. Boruto's entrance is so cool. Kuratsuchi. It really is cool, but he looks a bit aloof. Mizukage Terumi Mei. He's a little handsome. If you don't look closely, you might think he's a Uchiha. Uchiha Fugaku. Can a person really change in just 3 years? The video continues. Kawaki glares with wide eyes, his hand morphing into claws, lunging at Boruto. Boruto lightly leaps, easily dodging. Meanwhile, in the depths of the alley, Kawaki is taken aback. Sensing a familiar chakra, Boruto lands from the sky, instantly surrounded by multiple clones. You've finally shown yourself. The camera splits into 3, with Kawaki and Boruto coldly staring at the expressionless Boruto. Boruto. 4th Kazekage Raza. Wow, this scene is a bit cool. 3rd Kazekage. Can you please be quiet and just watch? Kuratsuchi. So annoying. The scene continues. I finally found you, Boruto. Didn't expect you to come out so quickly. Kawaki stands at a height, one hand on his waist. I should have come to Konoha sooner. While you can still control these monsters, make them retreat. Not a single one left, and I'll spare your life. Boruto slowly speaks, his gaze cold. Hey, wait. What did you just say? Kawaki seems to not have heard clearly. You, who was far inferior to me 2 years ago, still dare to talk like this in front of me. So arrogant. Kawaki scoffs. Didn't hear what I just said? If you understand, hurry up and leave, otherwise this time. It won't just be losing your left eye. Boruto looks at Kawaki expressionlessly. It's really irritating, being so arrogant, ridiculous. Kawaki glares at Boruto with displeasure. Boruto. Sarada hesitates to speak. Sarada, there's still many people who haven't evacuated. You take care of them. I'll handle this here. Boruto speaks coldly. Can you do it? Sarada swallows hard. Let's talk about that later. Just survive for now. Boruto coldly responds, exuding calm confidence. Sarada looks at Boruto, her heart racing. Uchiha Sarada, is this really still Boruto? Uchiha Sasuke, young, I don't know if it is, but I hope you can stay away from this blonde. Vortex Boruto, young. The video continues to advance. Kawaki manipulates the clones, slowly closing in on Boruto. Boruto holds a knife in one hand, radiating calm confidence, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. A clone suddenly cuts through the air, charging at Boruto like an arrow. Boruto decisively draws his knife, then quickly closes it. Crack! This strike shocks everyone. At some point, the clone that attacked Boruto splits in two, falling to the ground with a thud. Kawaki witnesses Boruto's strike, his pupils narrowing sharply. Immediately after, anger surges in his eyes, and he commands a large number of clones to charge at Boruto like a tidal wave. Boruto surveys his surroundings, his hands swiftly dancing with the blade, leaving trails of afterimages in the air. In the blink of an eye, the clones shatter in the air like withered branches. Boruto calmly sheathes his knife. Crack! Kawaki looks at Boruto's actions, his face filled with surprise. It seems you're not just full of hot air. Still going? These guys will soon be wiped out. Boruto coldly states. Just killed a few, don't get cocky. I have many more, they're just tools. Kawaki shakes his head. It seems you don't understand the true terror of the Ten Tails. Boruto shakes his head, his expression meaningful. What are you talking about? Kawaki looks confused. If we're talking about the Ten Tails, I certainly understand. Kawaki sighs lightly. They devour the Otsutsuki, but in reality, they're just monsters that indiscriminately devour everything by instinct, and will eventually clash with the Otsutsuki. Boruto coldly explains. It might have developed this way, but because you gave them the ability to change, they became different. Boruto stares intently at Kawaki. Kawaki is stunned, completely not understanding what Boruto is saying. It's still not too late. While you can control them, eliminate them. Otherwise, the worst future awaits us. Boruto's words are profound. At this point, you're still saying that. If the Ten Tails devour the Otsutsuki, they will take root in the earth, grow into a divine tree, and the planet will perish. But in the worst future, there's something I want. Kawaki's tone is cold. I'll say this one more time. I'll spare your life. In exchange, take me to the location of the Ten Tails. Boruto, impatient, is ready to draw his knife. Don't say foolish things. Are you crazy? Let me make it clear. Killing you is easy, and rather than die, you should do something useful for the world. Boruto shakes his head, his black cloak fluttering in the wind. There's no way to communicate with you. It should be you who dies. Kawaki glares at the advancing Boruto in anger. I don't have medicine for fools. Boruto extends his arm from the black cloak, and a massive whirlwind suddenly erupts. Rasengan? Is it this move? Kawaki glances at the whirlwind Boruto has conjured, a bit surprised. Rasengan. Vortex. Boruto speaks coldly. Uchiha Madara. This move. Senju Hashirama. Huh? Uchiha Izuna. What is going on? ISNT this just a Rasengan? Why are you all so surprised? Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kid, you really don't understand. The video continues. A large amount of whirlwind surrounds Boruto's figure, his aura rising steadily, slowly approaching Kawaki. Is this the move that guy's best at? No, it seems a bit different. Clearly, the Rasengan can be released at a distance. He is boldly walking towards me. Kawaki stares at the massive whirlwind gathering in Boruto's hand, his eyes filled with surprise. Kawaki takes a deep breath, his palm instantly morphing into sharp claws, and in the blink of an eye, he charges forward like a gale. In an instant, the ground is marked with numerous claw marks. Kawaki bursts out from the claw marks, raising his hand to strike at Boruto. However, Boruto seems to have eyes on the back of his head and easily dodges this strike as if he had anticipated it. Seeing his attack miss, Kawaki's pupils shrink sharply. Shocked, what is going on? Boruto turns his head, one hand begins to gather the whirlwind, and he strikes at Kawaki's abdomen. Kawaki reacts quickly, decisively grabbing Boruto's arm. In an instant, the whirlwind rapidly sweeps in. Kawaki hastily withdraws his right hand, striking at Boruto fiercely. Boruto immediately draws his knife to block this attack, and the two fall into a standoff. It seems you have great confidence in your ninjutsu, but, unfortunately, if you can't hit, it's all meaningless. Kawaki looks at Boruto in front of him, sneering coldly. I've already said, killing you is easy, and the technique is already halfway done. Boruto's tone is profound, his expression calm and indifferent. What did you say? Kawaki's pupils contract sharply. Before he has time to think, the whirlwind has gathered on his arm and rapidly spreads along it. What's going on? Was this thing lingering on my arm? Cotter almost cried out in terror. What on earth is this? I'll say it one last time, Cotter. This is my final warning. Boruto's cold voice echoed again. Take me to the location of the Ten Tails, and if you can't do it, you'll die here. Boruto held a knife in one hand, surrounded by a massive whirlwind. How ridiculous. If you have the ability, then make a move. Cotter's eyes were icy as he vanished in an instant, leaving only a white afterimage in the air. However, in the next second, Cotter's attack seemed to hit Cotton, passing right by Boruto. What, he dodged all of it? Damn! Cotter turned around and launched another attack. Boruto still turned his head to dodge, and both sides continued to be at a standstill. Throughout the confrontation, Boruto ignored Cotter's attacks. Damn it, that guy's too fast. This is definitely not a normal dodge. It's neither Genjutsu nor a clone. What on earth is going on? Cotter looked at his failed attack, his pupils filled with shock. In the next second, Boruto appeared beside him, and Cotter's pupils instantly contracted. Otsutsuki Shinjuru. Such speed, even I can't keep up with my Rinnegan. Otsutsuki Yui. Even at my peak, I might not be able to beat Cotter, yet this Boruto makes it look so easy. Otsutsuki Yu. Even my brother can't keep up with his speed. How terrifying. The viewers watching the video gasped in awe. In short, one word, awesome. The scene continued, and everyone stared at the video, their eyes filled with shock. Boruto passed through the swirling whirlwind, and Cotter's pupils suddenly shrank as he hurriedly turned to look at Boruto. He saw Boruto's calm eyes, like a bottomless pool, with no emotional fluctuations. In an instant, Cotter felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. Boruto had slammed the Rasengan heavily onto Cotter's stomach, and at the same time, a massive whirlwind suddenly surged from the ground, swirling madly around Boruto. The power of this strike was continuous and rapidly increasing. The raging whirlwind crashed against Cotter like a surging tide, directly hitting his soul, filling his eyes with terror and disbelief. Aya! Cotter screamed, sent flying far away by this attack, struggling in the air to stabilize himself, leaving long marks on the ground with his feet. Boruto merely waved his hand lightly and returned it to his black robe, his expression calm. Cotter half-kneeled on the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with astonishment. He could hardly believe that the Boruto who could be easily suppressed by him 2 years ago was now so powerful. It's important to note that he had completely mastered all the powers of the Sage Mode, even surpassing it. So why was he still no match for Boruto? A bit unexpected. I didn't think you could take that hit and still stand. Boruto looked at the swaying Cotter, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Cotter glared at Boruto's composed demeanor, his eyes burning with anger. In the next second, he vanished again, trying to attack Boruto once more. However, he found a massive swirling whirlwind in front of him, and the Boruto who was so close just moments ago now seemed far away. What is this? What are these whirlpools? Cotter's face changed drastically, filled with terror, feeling his body suddenly lose control, and he fell to the ground. Boruto slowly walked towards Cotter. Damn! What did you do to me? Cotter glared angrily at Boruto. Feel well. This is the price for your attempt to destroy the planet. Boruto looked at Cotter calmly. From the very beginning, he had never considered Cotter a true opponent. You said planet? What do you mean? This is a Rasengan that absorbs the planet's chakra, called Rasengan. The power colliding within you now, like the rotation of the planet, will not disappear. Boruto looked down at Cotter lying on the ground. Rotation. Cotter covered his head, feeling as if the world was spinning. This trauma will persist. Perhaps before the planet stops rotating, your life will come to an end. Boruto shook his head, explaining calmly. Just a petty trick. Cotter stubbornly tried to get up, leaning against a tree but sliding back down to the ground. Boruto half squatted on the ground, staring at him directly. But if I lift the Rasengan, the situation will be different. What will it be? Wait to die. Or tell me the location of the 10 tails and save your life. Think it over, you fool. Boruto glared at Cotter impatiently. In the next second, a strong wind rose in the distance, and Boruto glanced over but did a few backflips to dodge. Kawaki slammed his palm onto the ground, causing a tremor, looking at Boruto with cold eyes. Kawaki. Boruto remained calm. After 2 years of training, his mindset had become increasingly stable, almost free of emotional fluctuations. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Damn, this strength is too strong. Mizukage Meitarumi. How can Kawaki even fight like this? Second Mizukage Kage. How has Boruto been training for the past 2 years? First Mizukage. I wouldn't dare look at him properly. First Tsuchikage. It seems you really can't. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Cotter's strength is clearly stronger than Sage Mode, yet he still can't match Boruto. Senju Hashirama. This is a bit terrifying, isn't it? Uzumaki Naruto, young cough cough. My son Boruto has the potential of the Sage of 6 Paths. Otsutsuki Shinjuru. You think too highly of the Sage of Six Paths. Otsutsuki Yui. The video continued. Boruto's gaze swept over the crowd and soon spotted Himawari, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Kawaki shot a meaningful glance at Carter, who was slumped against the tree, filled with shock. That guy Boruto actually managed to defeat the Carter he had been so wary of without using any external power? How'd he do it? Boruto, you traitor. What are you doing here? What did you just say to that guy Carter? Dai shouted angrily, pointing his finger at Boruto. I was just negotiating. Don't interrupt me, okay? Boruto glanced at Dai. At this moment, Carter, who was unconscious on the tree, slightly moved his fingers. Kawaki reacted quickly, immediately erasing the claw marks left by Carter. Boruto calmly watched all of this. Report on the situation from earlier, Kawaki. Shikamaru said seriously through his earpiece. The specifics are not very clear, but it seems Carter is a bit weak. The claw marks he left nearby have been cleaned up, so perhaps we can execute him here. Kawaki's expression was stern. On the other side, Shikamaru, who was talking to him, had a glimmer of surprise in his eyes upon hearing this news. This kid Kawaki has become so strong now. He actually defeated such a powerful enemy as Carter. Naruto, if you are watching from above, you must be proud of your son Kawaki. Kawaki, get away from Carter right now. Don't provoke him anymore. Boruto's calm voice came through. Stop pointing fingers here. You must be prepared to die when you return to Konoha. Right, Boruto? Kawaki's eyes were filled with disdain. Kater leaned against the tree and decisively summoned a split body during the conversation between the two. Upon seeing this, Kawaki's pupils constricted, and he quickly extended his arm to pierce through the split body's chest. However, at that critical moment, Kater swiftly burrowed into the claw mark of the split body, using it to teleport away, and thus escaped. The onlookers trembled at the sight. Damn it, Boruto, what are you doing? Why did you interrupt Lord Kawaki just now? Bastard. Kawaki furrowed his brows tightly. He didn't expect Kater to have a backup plan. Indeed, this guy in front of him was even stronger than the original, and he couldn't afford to be careless. What happened? Shikamaru asked anxiously. Kater, he ran away. Shikadai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, he might return to the Hidden Leaf Village. Now, you all hurry up and deal with the claw marks in the village. Shikamaru issued orders seriously. The crowd exchanged glances and then turned their attention to Boruto in the distance. Shikadai, you all leave here first. Kawaki, with one hand in his pocket, looked coldly at Boruto. Brother. Himawari looked at Kawaki, her eyes filled with worry. I have business with this guy. Kawaki's gaze was icy, staring intensely at Boruto. Sarutobi Kanomaru. This is infuriating. What is Kawaki trying to do? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Clearly, it was Boruto who defeated Kater, yet everyone thinks it was Kawaki who won. Fourth Raikage, lucky guy, thumbs up. Second Mizukage Kagaya. This plot is so frustrating to watch. Uchiha Sasuke. I won't hold my position as the most miserable in the ninja world. Uzumaki Nagato. The title of the most miserable in the ninja world should go to Boruto, right? Momochi Zabuza. Be more confident. Just drop the word should. Uzumaki Boruto. The video continued. A cool breeze blew by, and the atmosphere around became tense. It's been 3 years. What kind of outfit is this? Have you become an adopted son of the Uchiha clan? Kawaki looked at Uzumaki Boruto with disdain. You, as always, are full of nonsense. Forget it. Seeing Himawari safe puts me at ease. Boruto's expression was calm, his tone unruffled. Kawaki, with both hands in his pockets, took slow steps closer to Boruto. What are you here for? If you want to make your hometown your burial ground, I can fulfill that wish for you right now. Kawaki's gaze was like ice, coldly observing Boruto. The Hidden Leaf Village is indeed a nice place to settle, but not today. Boruto's tone remained calm, as if Kawaki's threats were merely background noise to him. Get out of my way, Kawaki, you're obstructing me. The one in the way is clearly you. You don't think so, do you, Boruto? Kawaki tilted his head, looking at Boruto with disdain. The invasion was successful, Boruto. Kater has returned to his base. The camera slowly zoomed in, and a communication frog quietly crawled to Boruto's ear, whispering. How's the situation with the 10 tails? Boruto asked calmly, nodding slightly. Wait a moment. It's not confirmed yet. The communication frog shook its head. Meanwhile, another communication frog sharing the same vision quickly found the Ten Tails buried deep underground. It's confirmed. It's the Ten Tails. Good, Boruto replied, nodding. Earlier, Boruto had left a flying thunder god mark on Kader for the purpose of being able to teleport to him at any time. At this moment, Kawaki was tense, muscles taut, extremely alert. Who is Boruto talking to? Could he have a helper? Kawaki's gaze sharpened as he scanned the surroundings. Knowing Boruto, he must have already prepared an escape route. I saw it. Boruto slowly opened his eyes, quickly forming a hand seal. Flying thunder god technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Boruto vanished like a wisp of smoke from the spot. Damn it, he actually let him get away. Kawaki's pupils dilated, filled with regret. The reason he had not recklessly attacked Boruto before was that he was worried about the possibility of Boruto having backup. After all, how could Boruto possibly defeat Kader with just his own strength? He didn't expect Boruto to deliberately hold his ground, creating a tense and terrifying atmosphere to confuse him. Ultimately escaping in this way, Boruto is really cunning. Kawaki's brows were tightly knit together, his anger burning like a raging fire. Kuratsuchi. Why do I feel like Kawaki is such a clown? Fourth Kazekage Raza, definitely a clown. Third Kazekage. Can't watch this anymore. Who gave him this confidence? Uchiha Sasuke. My disciple doesn't even want to pay attention to you, and you're being so self-important? Kawaki, young Boruto. You bastard. How dare you play with me? Uzumaki Boruto, young he. The video continued. In the blink of an eye, Boruto used the flying thunder god technique to teleport to another space. Kader's pupils shrank suddenly, and he quickly turned his head, only to see Boruto appearing right beside him. Boruto, how did you get in? Kader was shocked, staring intently at Boruto. Boruto did not respond, only looking down at the dark area below. His brows furrowed, then he turned to Kader. Tell me, where is the Ten Tails? The communication frog sensed something unusual about Boruto and quickly jumped off his shoulder, looking down. It can't be, it was clearly here just now. Seeing Kader silent, Boruto turned his gaze to the distant god tree. The possibility of Kader moving the Ten Tails was slim. So far, he hadn't shown any suspicious behavior. Logically, he wouldn't have the time for that. The communication frog's expression was complex, human-like in its display of confusion. What about that frog? Kader looked down in shock. At the same time, a massive chakra surged into space out of nowhere. Boruto slowly turned his head, his expression still calm. It seems I'm a step too late, Boruto said expressionlessly. Kader followed Boruto's gaze and discovered that the god tree person had appeared above them without anyone noticing. Bagu? Kader turned to look into the distance. Are you talking about that guy who turned into a tree? Is he Bagu? Boruto calmly turned his gaze toward the distance. So that's it. Standing in front of me now is the god tree person. Boruto looked up at the sky. What are you talking about? Kader looked at Boruto with confusion. In the next second, the god tree person disappeared like a ghost and then crashed through the air, charging violently at Boruto. Boruto did not dodge, allowing the impact to slam him against the wall. With a loud bang, the wall instantly caved in. Boruto extended his hand, casually deflecting the impact without any expression on his face. Did you come here knowing you might be eaten by me? Otsutsuki, Boruto? The god tree man Bagu looked at Boruto with a mocking gaze. Boruto remained silent, quickly forming hand seals. In an instant, a massive amount of lightning surged forth like a dragon. The god tree man was instantly struck hard by this attack. Seizing the opportunity, Boruto decisively kicked him away. However, in the next second, Bagu quickly reacted, his palm transforming rapidly, biting towards Boruto like a sharp tooth. Boruto used the flying thunder god mark on Kid to teleport beside him, narrowly dodging this deadly strike. Just some little tricks. Bagu turned his head, his eyes full of mockery. Hey, what kind of monster is that guy? Kid struggled against the wall, his pupils constricting sharply. You should know that his current power far exceeds Otsutsuki Ishiki. Yet even so, he couldn't keep up with the speed of the god tree man. What kind of monster is that guy? Kid looked at Boruto in shock, but Boruto did not respond, only staring intently at the god tree man. Damn it. Explain it to me clearly. Kid wanted to say something more, but suddenly felt a rush of blood and darkness in front of him, collapsing to the ground. Uchiha Izuna. Is the god tree man really that strong? Vortex Boruto, Youth other than Ishiki, I don't care about the rest. Gaara, Ishiki, what the hell is that? Vortex Boruto is the future me. This strong? Otsutsuki Urashiki. Logically speaking, Kid inherited all of Ishiki's power. Yet he cannot keep up with the God Tree Man's speed. Otsutsuki Shinjutsu, Boruto's combat power is a bit exaggerated. Uchiha Sasuke, it's all my teaching. No apprentices covers face and laughs. Uchiha Itachi, did you let him show off? Noki, 3 years' time. Speedrunning the strongest in the ninja world? Fourth Raikage A, encountering a gifted opponent, giving it everything, yet unable to win. The video continued. Boruto turned his head, his gaze briefly lingering on the unconscious Kid, then lifted the restrictions placed on him. Get up. I've already released you from the vortex. Be ready to face the enemy's attack. I don't have time to explain. If you don't want to die, shut up and assist me. Boruto's tone was calm, yet left no room for doubt. Kid slowly awakened, clutching his chest, his gaze directed into the distance. What happened to the 10 tails? It seems related to that Bagu who was consumed and turned into a tree. Kid stared at the God Tree Man in the distance, his thoughts racing like a whirlwind. Not just Bagu, others are involved too. Everyone who turned into a God Tree Man has a part in this. Boruto said meaningfully. Kid fell into silence. It's chakra. A strange voice floated in. Boruto slowly looked up, his expression unchanging. Kid followed Boruto's gaze. Suddenly, an enemy with hands and pockets appeared in the sky. All living beings on this planet, including those decayed past lives. We God, Tree Men absorb the chakra they inherit, generating chakra fruits. This is our innate instinct. The 10 tails above explained slowly. However, Kid, thanks to your awakening, we seem to have evolved somewhat, gaining self-awareness. The 10 tails expression was cold, and his voice devoid of warmth. Kid was utterly stunned at this scene. Is this still the colossal 10 tails, surprisingly fragmented, turned into these humanoid forms? Top, top, top. The sound of high heels echoed from a corner. Boruto calmly turned to look. Kid, you really are pathetic. Think about it. Those who say one thing and do another are destined to become puppets used by others, foolish enough to make people laugh. The God Tree Man in high heels wore a cold expression, full of sarcasm. This is bad. Boruto, hurry back. We need to rethink our strategy. The contact frog urged anxiously, looking around. Boruto nodded, but the next second, his gaze was drawn to a familiar figure in the distance. A rare ripple appeared in Boruto's usually calm eyes. If I'm not mistaken, that figure should be Sasuke? The scene switched instantly. 4 God Tree Men positioned orderly, surrounding Kid and Boruto. You have awakened self-awareness, but are you really God Tree Men? Kid turned to look around, his eyes filled with panic. Boruto did not respond, merely observing these God Tree Men with a calm demeanor. What do you plan to do? The ambush has already failed. Hurry and escape while you can. The contact frog reminded anxiously. Boruto took a deep breath, his muscles tensed, ready to draw his sword to face the enemy. In the next second, God Tree Man decisively appeared beside Boruto. His palm instantly transformed into a sharp scythe, striking towards Boruto like lightning. Boruto was already on guard, quickly crouching, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. At the same time, he began to gather a Rasengan in his hand. On Zua's side, he also gathered Chidori. The two powerful attacks collided violently, creating a shockwave that spread out in all directions. From a perspective of the 10 tails high above, the area below was instantly covered in thick smoke. The smoke slowly dissipated. Before Boruto could react, Bagu launched a sneak attack from the side. Boruto remained silent, swiftly drawing his sword to strike. However, the blade was firmly bitten by Bagu's arm, and Boruto's expression remained as calm as water. Suddenly, the ground cracked, and massive rocks erupted from the earth, tightly binding Boruto. Boruto! The contact frog exclaimed anxiously. The high-heeled God Tree Man approached slowly, her face filled with disdain. Kid, help me, or you will also be killed by them. Boruto looked down at Kid, his tone still steady. Even if I do nothing, they will devour you, completely merging you into the God Tree. Kid let out a cold laugh, his body swiftly burrowing into the claw marks. I didn't expect things to develop beyond my expectations, but it's not too bad. It gives me a sense of relief. I really can't count on you. Boruto looked calmly at everything, as if he had long been accustomed to betrayal. All right, Boruto, we need to escape quickly. If you die too, this world will truly be finished. The contact frog shouted anxiously. Boruto shook his head, calmly looking up at the 10 tails in the sky. In his perception, this flying figure was the most troublesome existence. Feeling the binding power on him growing heavier, the other god, tree men, also closed in, and Boruto, out of desperation, had no choice but to activate the flying thunder god technique. "Heh, you're really lucky, Otsutsuki Boruto," the 10 tails said expressionlessly as he watched Boruto vanish in an instant. "We have just awakened ourselves, filled with curiosity and a thirst for knowledge, a desire that even surpasses the instinct to devour you. You can escape anywhere, but no matter where you are, you cannot escape the arrangements of fate. It is inevitable," Tenluo said meaningfully, as if declaring some unchangeable destiny. "Haido, is the enemy really that strong? Uzumaki Naruto, I feel that even with my cooperation with Kurama, we can't defeat these god tree people. Senju Hashirama, each of these god tree people must have 6 paths, right? Otsutsuki Kagaya, not necessarily, aside from Tenluo. The others are all at the peak of the super shadow level. Uchiha Sasuke, young if I'm not mistaken, this left one should be my clone, right? Uzumaki Boruto, young Master Sasuke. Uzumaki Naruto, young what exactly happened in the future? I'm becoming more and more curious. Uchiha Sarada, has the ninja world really changed drastically in just 3 years? Second Mizukage Terame, it's a pity that Boruto was misinformed. Otherwise, he could have taken a few god tree people with him. First in combat power is Tenluo, second is Diamond, and third is probably Boruto. Kawaki is pretty weak. His stats are high, but he lacks practical experience and gets taken out by Boruto in an instant. Senju Hashirama, Kawaki's stats are really high. Too bad he doesn't know how to use them. Senju Tobirama, that's true. He was misled by Boruto Yuzuhiko. Kawaki, The video continues to play. High above, the white clouds drift lazily, and on the vast grass, a gentle breeze blows. Everything seems warm and peaceful. Boruto leans against a large tree, looking down at his forehead protector with a calm expression. Do you really want to destroy this planet in an instant? You are too reckless just now. A voice sounded from behind him. Sorry, I was a bit impatient. Boruto gently shook his head. I didn't mean to comfort you. It's just, the situation is very likely to develop that way. You should have known from the beginning. Gusin sai sopti. In any case, the things that need to be done have never changed, and that is to fight. Hearing this, Boruto looked up at the heights, his gaze deep and dark. Sorry, can you give me a little more time? Boruto looked at Sasuke, who was trapped in the tree, his tone calm. Master Sasuke, Uchiha Itachi. Wait, why is Sasuke trapped in there? Amato, so what exactly happened in these 3 years? Haitu, am I the only one curious why Boruto has become so strong? Uchiha Sarada, I'm also curious why Boruto suddenly became so strong. Fourth Raikage, let us keep watching. It seems like they're essay memory. The scene shifts, showing a tired boy gripping a knife tightly, desperately chopping at the surrounding wooden stakes, gasping for breath. All right, let us stop here for now and take a break. Sasuke glanced at his disciple. The camera switches again, the moonlight dim in the high sky. The surrounding woods rustling in the wind. The master and disciple sit on a stone, staring at the blazing fire in front of them. Master Sasuke, how is my Uchiha style training going? Can I stand on my own? Boruto looked at Sasuke with an expectant face while sitting on the stone. This year, I could say I passed on all my knowledge to you. Sasuke shook his head. Hearing Sasuke's calm response, Boruto broke out in a cold sweat, looking somewhat at a loss. No, master, I was just joking. I got a bit carried away. I still need you to continue to be strict and guide me. Boruto hurriedly waved his hands in a fluster. Sasuke still just shook his head, his expression calm. Do I look like I'm joking? Boruto broke out in a cold sweat, wanting to say something but hesitating. Not at all. Thinking about it. I don't think I've ever seen Master joke. Boruto opened his mouth but swallowed his words back. He really didn't know what to say. This past year they had been wandering around, and he and his master had been on the run, with hardly any entertainment. Fortunately, he learned a lot from following his master. You have good talent and learn quickly. To be honest, you are a genius. You've learned all the theoretical knowledge, and there's really nothing more I can teach you now. Sasuke spoke flatly, staring straight at the fire in front of him. Master Sasuke. Boruto hesitated. Don't get me wrong. This doesn't mean you can stop your training. You will encounter various difficulties in the future, and before that, you need to constantly hone yourself. How much you can master what I've taught you depends entirely on you. Sasuke turned to look at Boruto. Actually, you are really similar to Naruto. Uzumaki Boruto, woo. I really thank Master Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, young, don't thank me for this. Just stay away from Sarada. Uchiha Sarada, Dad. Don't say that. Haruno Sakura, Boruto's story hee. Honey, I think Boruto is quite a nice guy. The two of them together. Doesn't he seem like a problem, right? Uchiha Sasuke, young humph, in my opinion, that blonde kid Boruto definitely attracts trouble. Uzumaki Boruto, young Master Sasuke, you misunderstood. Uchiha Light, forget it. I wish you happiness. Jin Kanjin, I came at the wrong time. Uzumaki Himawari, I came. Uzumaki Naruto, young wait, you are siblings. Kazashi, Boruto is my son. I want to allow you to get close to him. Mizukichi Terumi Mei, is this a battlefield? Fourth Reikage A, he. Asking questions you already know the answer to. Fourth Kazakage Raza, damn, there's also non-tone. Anoki, is this the friendship of Konoha? Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha. This Boruto is just like me. The video continues to progress. The master and disciple move easily along the branches, constantly advancing. Naruto once pulled me back on the right path, and you have the same determined gaze as him. Sasuke said calmly. Boruto beside him looked somewhat dazed, quietly listening. Who you really are is actually no longer important. Now I somewhat understand why Sarada is so insistent on having me help you. Sasuke continued. It's likely that something has happened, something that you and Sarada cannot resolve without me. That's my intuition. That's why I decided to train you. Sasuke's brow furrowed. Boruto looked coldly at the distance, momentarily unsure of how to respond. As the seasons changed, the master and disciple trained day after day, until one day, Kawaki suddenly attacked. Sasuke wielded his blade and swiftly struck, injuring Kawaki's left eye. Damn, Uchiha, you bastard, how dare you scratch my eye? Kawaki covered his bleeding eye, glaring angrily at Sasuke. Boruto, what are you still doing? Hurry up and run while you can. Sasuke's expression remained calm. Master, how could I possibly leave you and escape alone? What are you talking about? Boruto said anxiously. Suddenly, a large number of clones emerge around them, surrounding the master and disciple like a tidal wave, employing a strategy of numbers. Boruto, listen carefully, no matter how hard we fight right now. We can't see any chance of victory. For now, just escape quickly. You must survive no matter what. Sasuke gasped. You have to integrate everything I taught you into your own skills. Only then can you defeat the enemy. As Sasuke spoke, it felt like he was giving his last words. He moved his fingers slightly, and Chidori instantly covered the blade. I'm leaving Sarada in your hands, Boruto. Sasuke turned, his gaze firmly fixed on Boruto. A gust of night wind blew, and in the pitch-black night, Sasuke's silhouette appeared remarkably tall, holding a blade radiating the light of Chidori. He resolutely charged into the enemy's encirclement. Master, Boruto cried out in despair. Uchiha, D. Keed angrily commanded the clones. The densely packed clones surged towards Sasuke like waves, completely surrounding him. Tears welled up in Boruto's eyes as he endured the immense sorrow and turned to leave. Vortex Boruto, Keed, you beast! Keed, die, you evil Uchiha clan! Mizukichi Terumi Mei, truly a clown with such massive stats. Yet Sasuke managed to take one of his eyes. Keed, the evil Uchiha ambushed me. Do you understand? That's called an ambush, an ambush. Senju Tobirama, brother, can't you use the claw marks to avoid an ambush? Keed, I was careless for a moment. Otsutsuki Kagaya, this practical experience is worse than mine. The video continued to play. The moonlight in the high sky gradually faded, and a bright sun slowly rose high, casting sunlight onto the battlefield. The battlefield was filled with smoke, ashes everywhere, a complete mess, showing utter chaos. Boruto walked slowly with heavy steps. He saw Sasuke, trapped in the branches, his expression grave. Boruto focused on the blade, tightly gripped in Sasuke's hand, and reached out to pull it out. Master Sasuke, leave the rest to me. Boruto endured the pain and inserted the blade into its sheath. The camera slowly zoomed out, and everyone could clearly see that Boruto's hand was slightly trembling. Clearly, this boy was only 15 years old and not strong enough to calmly bear all this. This was also his first time confronting the departure of a loved one so directly. The scene shifted back to a year later. Boruto tightly gripped the blade, calmly gazing into the distance. The hurricane blew, and the black cloak on him danced in the wind. Meanwhile, a huge change occurred in the village of Konoha. Everyone looked at the devastated village with eyes full of vigilance. The scene switched again to a conference room, where numerous roots of the divine tree spread recklessly, and the divine tree people were communicating within. Ten-R had only one thought in mind, to devour Vortex Naruto, but he could never find Naruto's trace. After much deliberation, the divine tree people decided to follow their instincts and began to devour their enemies. Ada used her clairvoyance to quietly spy on their meeting, but soon she was stunned. Bagu stood up and, through the cracks of time and space, looked at Ada with a mocking gaze. You can see me, right? Since that's the case, I made my decision. My target is to devour you. Bagu approached Ada, speaking coldly. Back in reality, Ada's pupils suddenly constricted, feeling a wave of nausea. But more than the physical discomfort, she never expected someone could see through her clairvoyance ability. Third Kazekage. Wow, the combat power of these divine tree people is too exaggerated. They can actually cross time and see through clairvoyance. Fourth Kazekage Raza. 6 pads strong, indeed terrifying. Mizukage Terumi Mei. Don't forget, Boruto's combat power is above these divine tree people. Uchiha Obito. I feel like this 6 pads power of mine seems insufficient in Boruto's era. Uchiha Madara. Be more confident, just remove the feeling. Nohara Rin. It's okay. Obito has been doing great. Uchiha Obito. Boo-hoo. Rin is still the best to me. Hatake Kakashi. Uchiha Obito. Shut up, useless Kakashi. The video continued. On the rooftop of Konoha, Sarada found a class leader, and the two began to communicate. Everyone firmly believed in their memories. No matter how much evidence was placed before them, they would not doubt those deeply engraved memories. Kanji's forehead broke out in cold sweat. Indeed, but even so, Dad, Sarada was also sweating. No, Master Sasuke trusts me. Boruto's calm voice came. The two were taken aback, slowly turning their heads to see Boruto standing there with his hands in his pockets, looking calm. Master has always had doubts about his memories, but even so, he still helped me without hesitation. Boruto spoke in a calm tone. Boruto looked towards Sarada in the distance, forcing a smile. All these years of fleeing, he rarely smiled sincerely. Master did this not only for me, but also for you, Sarada. Boruto. Uchiha Sarada's eyes filled with tears, and she quickly rushed forward, throwing herself into Boruto's arms. Boruto was knocked back a few steps, his gaze gentle as he patted Sarada on the head. The class leader Kanji watched this scene, feeling a wave of sadness in his heart, his eyes full of sorrow. Silly, why did you come back now? Silly Boruto, Sarada cried while acting cute, even lightly punching Boruto's chest with her fist. Boruto said nothing, just held Sarada tightly. Sorry, I'm back. Kanji silently stood aside, biting his lip, holding back tears as he watched them. Kanji, I'm sorry. It seems I came at the wrong time. Uchiha Ikari, I think I did too. Vortex Boruto? Ah. Class leader. What do you mean by that? And the one upstairs, who are you? Fourth Kazekage Raza. This kid's romantic fortune really makes people envious. Namake's Minato. Haha, no wonder he's my grandson. Vortex Kushina. What do you mean? Are you stepping on multiple boats? Namake's Minato. Honey, I didn't mean that. Don't get excited. Vortex Kushina. I don't want to hear your explanation. Vortex Naruto, young dad. I admire you, you really have guts. Vortex Boruto. I see through, but don't want to say, you're even bolder than Grandpa. Vortex Naruto, young still don't you dare step on multiple boats. Don't be a scumbag. Learn from your dad. Always talk about pure love. Hyuga Hinata. Boruto's era, it really is like that. Vortex Boruto. The video continued to push forward. Ada quickly found Kawaki and told him everything about the Divine Tree people. Kawaki listened with a disdainful expression. In his view, those divine tree people were no match for him. However, upon learning that their target was Naruto, Kawaki thought to himself, since that's the case, it's time for me to step in. The divine tree people that Boruto can't handle will be taken care of by him. Kawaki stood up and put on a coat. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw Shikamaru, and his eyes instantly showed dissatisfaction. Monitoring you and Ada is my task. If you have any objections, go talk to the 8th Hokage. Shikamaru shook his head, speaking in a flat tone. Don't push the responsibility onto others. You're really an annoying guy that can't be shaken off. Kawaki shot Shikamaru a fierce glare. The scene switched again to a small alley in the park. Sarada, Boruto, and Mitsuki sat on a bench, unsure what to say. The air seemed to freeze as they fell into silence. Sarada tightly closed her eyes, her mind constantly recalling the moment she impulsively jumped into Boruto's arms when she saw him. The more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she felt. Sarada secretly opened her eyes and glanced at Boruto. She saw that Boruto's expression was still calm, showing no waves, just quietly staring into the distance, seemingly lost in thought. Uchiha Sasuke, young Sarada, listen to me. That blonde kid Boruto is definitely not someone to take lightly. Uzumaki Naruto, young he. Uchiha Sasuke, young Naruto. I won't mention your past. You know what I mean? Uzumaki Naruto, young what the heck. Sasuke, what do you mean by that? Don't say things that could be misunderstood. That's really a big deal. Uchiha Sasuke, young he. Hyuga Hinata, Boruto's story Naruto-kun. Are you hiding something from me? Uchiha Sasuke, young Uzumaki Naruto, young, speak up. Uzumaki Boruto, ahem. How about we continue watching the video for now? The video kept playing. Sarada was full of conflicting emotions and wanted to find a topic to break the silence, but didn't know where to start. Mitsuki, seeing this, helplessly shook his head. He gently adjusted his skirt, sitting elegantly on the bench. Boruto-kun, it's been 3 years since we last met. You still look as energetic as before. Mitsuki said with a gentle smile. Yes, class representative, you look great too. Boruto nodded, then turned to look at the shy Sarada beside him. Speaking of which, I really didn't expect Sarada to run over and hug me the moment she saw me. Boruto chuckled lightly and teased. Ah, that's because you have no idea how worried I was about you, Sarada said anxiously. I understand. Anyway, it's really great to see that you both are okay. Boruto shook his head, his tone filled with complex emotions. But, Naruto-kun, is it really okay for us to chat here? Mitsuki looked at Boruto with concern. After all, this is Konoha, and Boruto's current identity is that of a rogue ninja. Staying here too long could lead to being hunted down. 4th Raikage, is this guy not worried at all? 4th Kazekage Raza, others have strength now. What's there to panic about? The video continued. Don't worry, I've concealed my chakra, a 1 TB detected. However, it 1 TB long before Kawaki comes after me, so our time is limited. Boruto shook his head and said, I came here to tell you about our master. Boruto's expression was particularly calm. What happened to Dad? Did something happen to him? Sarada asked, looking confused. The 10 tails, Master Sasuke, was swallowed by it. Boruto said slowly after a moment of silence. The scene shifted again. Kawaki was patrolling the streets when he suddenly seemed to sense something, his pupils constricting sharply. I think I sense Boruto's chakra. Shikamaru's expression turned serious as several snakes slithered out from his sleeves. The scene shifted again, and Sarada looked worried upon hearing this. Master sacrificed himself to let me escape, which means that I am the reason for this misfortune. Boruto spoke calmly, looking down at the ground, lost in thought. The air was silent for a long time before Mitsuki broke the silence. Even in the village, many people have been attacked by the Kodo and turned into trees. By the way, what exactly is that thing that can swallow humans? Mitsuki asked, cold sweat forming on her forehead. Its goal is to devour chakra, whether by instinct or targeting anyone. The ultimate objective is to consume the Tsutsuki. By devouring the chakra of the Tsutsuki, it becomes the divine tree. Boruto explained calmly. But logically, it should be this way, if it were before. What do you mean? Why do you say that? Sarada adjusted her glasses and asked. For some unknown reason, they have started evolving in other directions, turning into human forms. Boruto's tone was filled with worry. The scene shifted again, and Shikamaru was calling Ino. Boruto is currently somewhere in the village, and Kawaki has sensed his chakra. The sensory network hasn't detected him yet. He can eliminate his chakra like Kawaki. Shikamaru nodded. Boruto should be to the south. You need to inform Ada quickly to lock onto his exact location. Shikamaru said with a furrowed brow. Wait, Shikamaru, what happened to Kawaki? Shikamaru looked at the screen with a puzzled expression. I'll go chase him down now. Boruto can sense Kawaki's chakra, and to avoid alarming the snake, I'll knock him out first. Shikamaru glanced at the unconscious Kawaki on the ground, where 2 snakebite marks were clearly visible on his neck. Please lock onto the target as soon as possible. I don't want that traitor to escape. Shikamaru nodded upon hearing this. The scene shifted again. Already turned into a divine tree? What's going on? Sarada and Mitsuki looked at Boruto with puzzled expressions. I'm not quite sure about the specifics either. It might be influenced by Kodo's chakra through the scratches. Boruto shook his head and explained. That guy, although not in Tsutsuki, possesses power from Ishiki. He is inherently part of the Tsutsuki elements, so it wouldn't be strange if there were some effects. Boruto. A familiar voice echoed in Boruto's mind. Boruto was taken aback and began to look around. This is the mind transfer technique. Don't make a sound, just talk quietly like this. Shikamaru said calmly. Is that you, Uncle Shikamaru? Boruto nodded. Yes. Let me clarify first. This call is not initiated by the sensory team. It's a personal contact that won't leave any traces, an unofficial call. Shikamaru calmly explained. Boruto? Mitsuki looked at Boruto, who had fallen silent, feeling a bit worried. Boruto, are you listening? Sarada looked at Boruto with a confused expression. I heard you became Hokage. Is it really okay to do such things secretly? Boruto spoke calmly. For convenience's sake, although I have this title, I'm just temporary. I haven't been officially appointed yet. Shikamaru shook his head in response. I'm not asking you about that. I'm asking what makes you think I should trust you? Boruto asked curiously. Stop talking nonsense, just leave there quickly. The people tracking you have already passed. Shikamaru said anxiously. In the next moment, a white snake suddenly sprang out from nowhere and quickly coiled around Boruto. Sarada and Mitsuki were stunned by this sudden action. What was going on? The white snake opened its mouth wide and lunged at Boruto. Boruto remained calm, drew his blade, and flicked it away, then quickly formed hand seals. Flying Thunder God Technique. In an instant, Boruto disappeared from his original position and appeared in midair, holding the blade and landing safely. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Sarada and Mitsuki had not even reacted yet. Boruto tightened the clasp of his cloak and turned to look calmly at Mitsuki. Mitsuki slowly emerged from behind a tree, emanating a strong sage mode aura. After 3 years of hard training, his strength had already improved significantly. Finally, I see you, Boruto. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Mitsuki's gaze was cold as he looked at Boruto from a distance. Hey, wait a minute, Mitsuki. Let us explain first. Sarada suddenly became anxious. I don't know what he has instilled in you, but now you all need to get out of my way. I won't hold back. Mitsuki's eyes were icy, and a killing intent enveloped him. Uchiha Fugaku. This is ultimately Konoha's territory. If we fight, it might be inconvenient. Uchiha Itachi. That's right. Is Boruto planning to leave the village next? Uchiha Sarada. But the problem is Mitsuki has been relentlessly pursuing Boruto. How does he have time to escape? Otsutsuki Kinshiki. You underestimate Boruto's strength. The video continued to play. Mitsuki. Sarada suddenly became anxious. Mitsuki manipulated Sage Chakra, summoning a large number of snakes, which rushed violently toward Boruto in the distance. Boruto remained calm, drew his blade, and quickly formed hand seals with one hand, and in the blink of an eye, the blade was covered in purple lightning. Swish, 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 swish. Boruto said nothing, only swung his blade rapidly, instantly cutting down the approaching snakes. Mitsuki slammed both hands onto the ground. Hidden Shadow Snake Hands. Mitsuki's eyes were filled with anger, and at this moment, he only wanted to kill Boruto, the traitor. Seeing this, Boruto easily leaped to avoid it. In the next second, where he had just stood, the ground suddenly erupted with numerous snake heads. The snake heads darted around, instantly enveloping the park, creating a large cloud of smoke and destruction. Boruto hung in the air, calmly looking down. "Tsh, that damn Otsutsuki." Mitsuki's gaze. Boruto did not respond, only placing his hand on the blade, hanging upside down in the air, his whole body tense. "Sarada." Boruto suddenly spoke. Sarada looked up, confused. "I promise I will save Master, and those who have turned into trees, and—" Boruto hesitated. "Forget it. In any case, I will come back." After saying that, Boruto quickly rushed into the distance, his figure speeding through the sky. Looking at the retreating Boruto, Sarada's hair was slightly disheveled, and her eyes were filled with reluctance. "Boruto." Mitsuki beside her remained silent. Mitsuki then activated his sensory state, his gaze becoming even colder. "If there's something to discuss with me, just make sure that kind of person doesn't come interfere, okay?" "Eighth Hokage." Boruto flew high above Konoha, his gaze icy. "Right now, Konoha's order is to kill you at all costs. This is not just the decision of the village's upper echelons. Everyone thinks this way. As Hokage, it seems unreasonable for me to stop Mitsuki." Shikamaru explained softly. "So, to put it simply, you want to protect yourself? What do you actually want?" Boruto's gaze was calm. "Some things can only be understood and accomplished when you become Hokage. Although I can't openly help you, I will assist you in my own way. And I also want to leverage your strength." Shikamaru shook his head. "I have nothing to discuss with you." Boruto flew further and further away in the sky. "You should listen to me first. You are, indeed, Uzumaki Boruto, right?" As soon as Shikamaru's words fell, the crowd watching the video instantly narrowed their pupils. "Wait a minute. How did Shikamaru figure that out?" Anoki said. As expected of the strategist of Konoha. Fourth Reikage, A said. "Wow. Are the people of Konoha this strong?" Fourth Kazekage Gaara exclaimed. "Ada, Shikamaru actually saw through the omnipotence. It's incredible." Uzumaki Naruto, young great. "It's good that you figured out the truth, Shikamaru." Nara Shikamu, young he. "Who was it that was always dissatisfied with me before?" Uzumaki Naruto, young was there. He. The video continued to play. Saying this myself feels a bit strange. After all, I haven't fully accepted this hypothesis yet. Shikamaru looked at his reflection in the glass window and slowly shook his head. Before hearing Amato's words, I never thought that my memories could be false. Although this hypothesis sounds unbelievable, it is currently the only one that can explain everything. After Kawaki and Boruto's positions were reversed, many things no longer made sense. Shikamaru analyzed calmly. "Tell me the answer, Boruto." Sweat beads formed on Shikamaru's forehead. He knew he was actually gambling. Boruto quickly slowed down his flying speed and rapidly descended from the sky. "I've been quite a distance from the village. Even Kawaki shouldn't be able to sense this place. How long can the mind transfer technique last?" Boruto asked as he looked around. "If Ino uses it, it can cover a radius of 100 kilometers around the village." "Why are you asking this all of a sudden?" Shikamaru responded curiously. "Sorry to interrupt the conversation. I have to go handle some personal matters." Boruto shook his head, looking predictably into the distance. He saw Mitsuki rushing toward him with a faint green sage chakra, moving like a swift wind, smashing through everything in its path. The speed was astonishing. Boruto's expression was calm. "Sorry, but I might be a bit heavy-handed next." "Mitsuki." Boruto's eyes rarely became serious at this moment. After all, they were in the woods, far from Konoha. Even if he unleashed his strength, it wouldn't affect Konoha in the slightest. "Otsutsuki Kinshiki, are you finally going to get serious?" Uchiha Sarada, Mitsuki. Under the influence of the omnipotence, he only wants to kill Boruto. How infuriating. "Otsutsuki Kinshiki, I guess this is a blessing in disguise. After all, Boruto's strength has rapidly increased." "Amato, such a good fortune. Do you want it?" "Otsutsuki Kinshiki. That's one thing, but what level has Boruto's strength reached now?" "Uchiha Sasuke. No matter how strong he is, he's still my disciple, and I taught him." The video continued to play. Mitsuki saw Boruto standing quietly in the distance and unhesitatingly commanded a large number of snakes, rushing toward him like a surging tide. Boruto nimbly performed several backflips, easily dodging. The snake heads lunged at him ferociously, while Boruto moved like a butterfly weaving through thousands of troops, skillfully avoiding danger. Bang, bang, bang. The python bit down hard on the ground, and in an instant, the ground shook violently, with large amounts of smoke rising into the sky. Boruto's expression was exceptionally calm as he slowly extended his hands to form seals. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original spot. Shiryu also missed his target and failed to catch Boruto. Holding onto a tree branch, Boruto steadily hung in the tree, calmly watching Shiryu. What happened to Kawaki? I thought he would be the only one to chase after me. It seems. Boruto's gaze was as calm as water. Right now, none of this matters. Your opponent is me. Shiryu looked up, his eyes sharp, staring intently at Boruto, with a killing intent spreading in his gaze. Kawaki was knocked out by Shiryu's poison. To prevent you from sensing the Otsutsuki's presence, Shiryu decided to act alone. This is the report I received. Shikamaru calmly explained to Boruto. Boruto fell into silence upon hearing this. Mizukage Terumi Mei, why is Kawaki so useless? Fourth Reikage, This is a bit disappointing. Tsunade Senju. In 3 years, Kawaki hasn't made much progress. The scene continued. I know your strength is formidable. You have repelled code by yourself, which indicates your power far exceeds that of ordinary people. Shiryu stared at Boruto, who was standing on the branch, his tone steady and calm. But I have thought it through. Kawaki is no match for you now, but I will not allow you to harm him, even if it costs me my life. Anger burned fiercely in Shiryu's eyes as he fixed his gaze on Boruto. He could never forgive Boruto, the traitor, for hurting Kawaki. Stop it, Shiryu. You and Kawaki are no match for me. This fight is meaningless. Boruto's expression remained calm, with the breeze gently swaying his cloak. I came here alone, leaving Kawaki behind, actually for another reason. Do you want to know? Shiryu ignored Boruto's plea to stop and calmly said. Boruto couldn't help but feel puzzled. Because this way, I won't have to worry about him and can go all out against you. As he spoke, the sage chakra on Shiryu grew even stronger. This powerful force startled the birds on the surrounding branches, and the ground began to roll violently, with large amounts of smoke rising into the sky. What do you mean by that? Boruto slowly asked after a moment. Who knows? But none of this matters now. As soon as Shiryu finished speaking, he immediately summoned countless pythons, charging towards Boruto like lightning. This speed was even faster than before. The pythons rose high into the air, quickly transforming into smoke, from which countless figures of Shiryu emerged. Each snake clone contained a large amount of sage chakra. Without a doubt, Shiryu was giving it his all, taking it seriously. Snake clones? Boruto's expression was calm as he decisively jumped down from the branch. Bang, bang, bang. The branch he had just stood on was instantly shattered by countless powerful attacks. These attacks were a mix of real and illusory, varied in form, dazzling to behold. Like an army advancing. This was Shiryu's self-created sage art mode, capable of manipulating natural energy to attack everything around. Some things are not stronger just because there are more of them. Instead, they can worsen the environment. Boruto lightly tapped the ground with his toes and turned to look at the wreckage behind him. Large amounts of sage chakra were recklessly unleashed. The ground was devastated. Smoke billowed, wooden splinters flew everywhere, and a pungent smell filled the air. All of this is ultimately your fault. You should disappear for the sake of this world. Shiryu looked at Boruto, who appeared relaxed in the distance. His brow furrowed, and his anger surged even more. Above the forest, explosions continued, and the ground beneath Boruto's feet was in ruins, the entire vast forest now in devastation. Perhaps you are right, but I can't do that. I still have many things to accomplish. Boruto said meaningfully and then stopped running. So, I don't have time to waste with you. Boruto not only did not retreat, but instead charged towards Shiryu amid the attacks. In the dense natural energy, he found a gap and quickly advanced. Shiryu watched Boruto's calm demeanor, his pupils contracting sharply. Is he not afraid? How much determination does this guy have? In the high sky, Boruto slowly drew his blade. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, numerous afterimages of Boruto appeared in the air. This was neither ninjutsu nor genjutsu, just the most basic slashing. However, the slashing speed was extremely fast, and the natural energy that had just gathered in the air was struck by this blow, instantly exploding into smoke. The smoke rose continuously, and Boruto, like a demon blinded by rage, weaved back and forth amid the relentless attacks. Shuriwa looked at Boruto in the distance, his shock growing stronger. Is this guy really not afraid of death? Fourth Kazekage Raza, damn. Boruto didn't even use ninjutsu from start to finish. He directly beat Shuriwa down. Mizuki's Terumi Mei, this battle power is too broken. Senju Tobirama, simple slashing, yet it has reached this level. This person's swordsmanship is far above that of Kakashi. Hatake Kakashi, thank you for the praise, second Hokage. In front of Boruto, I'm just a junior. Hatake Kakashi, even my father says so. Are you kidding? Boruto is only 16 years old. Uchiha Sasuke, impressive, right? This is my disciple. I taught him everything. Akimichi Choji, amazing. Yamanaka Ino, as expected of Sasuke-kun. Kirigakure Umbu. Sasuke, do you still take apprentices? Iwagakure Umbu. Bro, I previously said you were second-rate. That was my big mouth. Do you still take apprentices now? Uchiha Sasuke, haha. No, I don't take apprentices. Covering face and laughing. Uzumaki Boruto. Then I'll take apprentices. Covering face and laughing. Uzumaki Naruto. Young, who asked you? The scene continued, and the music ignited. The speed of Boruto's slashing was like waves crashing against rocks, growing more intense. Each strike carried the pain of the past. Over the past 3 years, he had constantly avoided and confronted various difficult environments. But fortunately, he had Sasuke-sensei's help. But in an instant, Sasuke-sensei had already left. And now he was left all alone. At first, he was in immense pain, drifting alone in the ninja world. And now, he had gradually learned to bear everything. His eyes were filled with determination. In the area filled with smoke, Boruto's figure moved like lightning. So swift that even after images struggled to depict his speed, resembling a brilliant light tearing through the darkness. This guy's speed was monstrous. Cold sweat poured down Shuriwa's forehead as an overwhelming sense of pressure suddenly struck him. Clearly, he was the snake, yet at this moment, it felt as if a giant python had its eyes on him, his whole body tightly bound, that pressure growing ever stronger. In the distance, deep within the smoke, Boruto's hands intertwined like phantoms, rapidly forming seals. Lightning release, thunder arrow. Lightning release, snake thunder. In a hurry, Shuriwa frantically unleashed his own lightning ninjutsu. But he never expected that. Clearly having used the ninjutsu first, Boruto seemed to possess the ability to foresee the future, taking the initiative to launch a lightning attack. From afar, amidst the massive cloud of smoke, a bolt of lightning surged forth like a dragon leaping from the sea, moving with a stomp. The two bolts of lightning instantly merged within the smoke, and in an instant, a blinding light erupted like a furious tide, completely enveloping the entire smoky area with its powerful impact. Above the forest, the intense brilliance of the lightning explosion resembled a dazzling star, so bright that it was hard to look at. Boom! A deafening sound, akin to the collapse of heaven and earth, caused the surrounding area to be engulfed in thick smoke that lingered for a long time. Just as Mitsuki was about to form seals to counterattack in the next moment, he felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his pupils rapidly contracting. In his sage mode, he suddenly realized that Boruto had appeared behind him like a ghost. Mitsuki hurriedly turned around and saw Boruto holding a sharp blade, already pressed against his neck, yet the blade was poised but had not fallen. As the smoke slowly dispersed, a scarred and devastated land gradually revealed itself. The entire forest was desolate, with not a single intact area. Remnants of broken branches and fallen leaves littered the ground, and many trees had even been uprooted. Mitsuki's expression remained calm as he accepted everything, and soon, the sage chakra around him dissipated, returning him to his usual state. I lost, go ahead, kill me. Mitsuki's face was filled with unwillingness. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Wow, things are heating up. My guy, this is youth. I've decided from now on, I'm going to run 5,000 laps around Konoha. Rock Lee, as expected of teacher guy, then I'll also run 5,000 laps around Konoha. Might Daisuke. Me too. Let's all sweat together in our youth. Tenten. You three. Hyuga Niji. Just get used to it. Mizuki's Terumi Mei. Every strike Boruto delivers is soaked in the sweat of the past. Otsutsuki Kinshiki, losing everything in one night, experiencing 3 years of hardship, ultimately becoming a strong ninja in this world. Jiraiya, damn. You guys are being too cool, right? Namake's Minato. The taijutsu Boruto just used. It's from the Uchiha style, right? Uchiha Sasuke. Young, it seems Boruto has integrated the techniques I taught him very well. The video continues to play. Boruto remains silent. Rather than showing the usual self and strength he desired, it seemed more like he had given up, like a broken pot that had been thrown away. Boruto said calmly, "What are you talking about?" Mitsuki looked at Boruto in confusion. "Because your beliefs have already wavered, the things you once firmly believed in. No, the things your heart wants to believe in, I've already begun to doubt." Boruto stared intently at the Mitsuki in front of him. "What on earth are you saying?" Mitsuki frowned tightly. "I'm talking about Kawaki. The sun that once illuminated your world has lost its former brilliance. Don't you feel that?" Boruto fixed his gaze on Mitsuki. Mitsuki fell silent. Indeed, for some reason, Kawaki now felt less friendly to him than before. Mitsuki had even doubted him multiple times, waking up from dreams several times. "Ino, did you hear anything from Mitsuki's side? I want to grasp their conversation accurately." Shikamaru frowned. "Don't bring up unreasonable requests like that. It might expose our conversation here, and you wouldn't want to take that risk, right?" Ino shook her head. The scene switched. Boruto. "What do you know, you traitor who betrayed the village? Don't act like you understand everything." Mitsuki frowned, looking at Boruto with dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Boruto just slowly sheathed the blade. "I understand. At least I know the trace of the sun in your heart." Boruto shook his head. "What are you saying? I am your son, and no one can replace me." Boruto hung the sheath at his waist and looked at Mitsuki with determination in his eyes. A flicker of shock passed through Mitsuki's eyes, then he fell silent. Soon, a surge of killing intent enveloped him, and he decisively summoned a serpent that quickly coiled around Boruto. Just as the serpent opened its massive mouth, about to swallow Boruto's head, Boruto merely looked at the serpent expressionlessly, not struggling at all. "Truly, what a coincidence. On what basis do you say you are my son?" Mitsuki frowned, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Let's not talk about that. What is up with this snake? Why don't you just kill me?" Boruto's tone remained calm. "But why don't you escape? If you wanted to escape, there are plenty of ways, right?" Mitsuki's gaze was fixed on Boruto. "You already sensed it in your heart, didn't you? Kawaki is not your true son." Boruto shook his head, his gaze firm, exuding undeniable strength. Mitsuki's pupils suddenly constricted, his body trembling slightly. "Mizukage Terumi Mei, this situation isn't right. Kuratsuchi, this is what Konoha's so-called friendship looks like. Anoki, beware of Konoha's friendship. Fourth Kazekage Raza, the bonds in Konoha are truly a bit terrifying. Senju Hashirama, ha ha ha, it's not as exaggerated as you all say. Senju Tobirama, big brother, can you not talk for a moment? Senju Tsunade, Sai." The video continues to play. No matter how close you get, how much you plead, he cannot truly illuminate you. Boruto said in a deep, meaningful tone. "No, it's impossible. This can never happen." Mitsuki shook his head desperately, nearly breaking down. "It's normal to feel confused, but with your intelligence, you should understand clearly. For you, what truly is the sun, and only you can make that judgment." Boruto's gaze was piercing, locking onto Mitsuki. Soon, the serpent that had been binding him slowly retracted, and Mitsuki pulled the serpent back into his sleeve. "Who are you? Who exactly are you?" Boruto silently looked at Mitsuki. A gentle breeze swept by, causing his short hair to sway lightly, and he appeared particularly calm. "Don't worry, you misunderstood. I do not intend to kill Kawaki. We just need to come to a conclusion. But this is a matter between brothers." Boruto gently shook his head, turning his gaze towards the distance. "Why? Why did you attack Lord 7th Hokage?" Mitsuki asked the biggest question in his heart. Another gust of wind blew, causing the trees to rustle. "Lord 7th is safe and sound, still alive." Boruto's words had just fallen. Mitsuki's pupils instantly constricted, and Ino and Shikamaru beside him couldn't help but show expressions of surprise. "The lady is also fine. That is all I can say for now," Boruto said calmly. "Boruto, what exactly?" Mitsuki swallowed nervously. Mitsuki, you already have the ability to shine brightly on your own. I've always believed in that. Boruto interrupted Mitsuki's words. Mitsuki's pupils contracted, looking at Boruto in front of him with excitement. However, if you really need that son no matter what, then come on my side anytime. Boruto forced a bitter smile. Another gust of wind blew, making Boruto look exceptionally handsome. Shizuki's expression grew complicated. Unrelated. Is this the friendship of Konoha? Third Kazekage. This friendship has changed, hasn't it? Uchiha Obito. Speaking of which, Boruto is now just like Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke, of course. He's my student. The video continues. Boruto soon bid farewell to the grove and arrived at a quiet alley, starting to report to Shikamaru about the various matters regarding omnipotence. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru's pupils instantly dilated, his face filled with shock. Is the ability of omnipotence really that tricky? Subsequently, Shikamaru hurriedly asked how to restore things, but the answer he got was that there was no way. Even if everything could be restored, the conflict between me and Kawaki would still remain unresolved. Boruto shook his head helplessly. Shikamaru then asked about Naruto's whereabouts, and Boruto told him the truth. However, Naruto had been sealed by Kawaki, and it would be difficult for him to escape in a short time. Since the root of omnipotence lies with Kawaki, I will try to avoid pushing him into a corner. In other words, for now, I cannot make his actions public. This way, you will still be in danger of being hunted in the future. Even so, do you not care? Shikamaru asked seriously. It doesn't matter. I've been prepared for this from the beginning. Boruto lazily leaned against the wall, his gaze calm as water. The scene switches again. In a mysterious place, Jiraiya was flipping through a mountain of books, but no matter how many times he turned the pages, he couldn't find the answer he sought. In that case, I will go meet you, Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya said as he slowly closed the book in his hand. Hanzo, just look at this guy's sitting posture. You can tell he's ridiculously strong. Young Uzumaki Boruto, you got it right. There's another high energy point in the next chapter. Please support with gifts. Kage, Jiraiya invading Konoha. I want to see how Boruto will hold on. Fourth Kazekage Raza. You clown, just stop talking. Mizuki Terumi Mei. Surround Sasuke, only to have Sasuke blind one of my eyes. The video continues. I am your son. No one else can replace me. If you want to come to my side, you can do so anytime. Ada used her clairvoyance ability to watch the interaction between the two. Upon closer inspection, Boruto was actually quite handsome. Ada couldn't help but swallow. Hey, Ada, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and find Shizuki's whereabouts, or Boruto will escape. Kawaki urged angrily. Wait a minute, give me some time. Ada's forehead broke out in a cold sweat. Hey Kawaki, why are you being so tough on Ada? I'm really not happy about it, you know? Deluta glared at Kawaki angrily. I don't care what you think, do as you please. Kawaki sighed lightly. Found them. They are in a forest several dozen kilometers south of the main gate. Ada slowly spoke. Is that so? Don't let that guy escape. Let's go quickly. Kawaki leaped into the air and sped away. Damn. Deluta frowned, looking displeased at Kawaki's retreating figure. Let go too, Ada. I'll help you teach him a lesson later. Deluta said softly as he turned his head. Thank you, but Deluta, be careful. I'll leave Kawaki's matter to you. Ada nodded, watching the two quickly disappear into the distance. Ada's eyes were filled with complexity. The scene shifts. The two were swiftly flying through the air, and the atmosphere in Konoha instantly became tense. Meanwhile, a ten-tailed split body was rampaging through the woods. Just awakened and already starting to become a divine tree. Boruto, are you sure you're not joking? Shikamaru frowned, looking confused in the distance. The divine tree will devour all life on the planet. Is this planet nearing its end? No, it's not that dire yet. But if Kawaki and I are consumed, even without the chakra fruit, the divine tree will become complete, and at that point, the planet will truly face extinction. Boruto leaned against the wall, vigilantly observing his surroundings. After their exchange, Shikamaru felt even more that Boruto was hiding many secrets. After all, how could he know so much? 8th Hokage-sama, Kawaki's communication request is coming in. Do you want to connect? Inuzuka Kiba interrupted their conversation. Wait, will our conversation here be heard by Kawaki? Shikamaru frowned. Every communication is independent. It won't be heard. Inuzuka Kiba shook his head. Then connect. Kawaki, this is Shikamaru. What happened? Shikamaru asked curiously. Ada has already grasped Boruto's location, not far south of the village, and I'm heading there now. Kawaki's eyes were cold, unwilling to waste words. South, huh? What is Boruto doing there? Who knows? Deluda ambush from the air, and I will attack after her. Kawaki issued commands. Calm down, Kawaki. Don't be impulsive. Right now, Boruto is hard to deal with. Let's wait for reinforcements to arrive before acting. Shikamaru couldn't help but worry for Kawaki. Enough, Shikamaru. You're dragging your feet. Do you want to let that traitor escape? Kawaki's gaze grew even colder. Nara Shikamaru, young idiot, I'm kindly reminding you, and you're not appreciating it. Kawaki, young hihi, I don't believe Boruto is that strong. Noki, but the facts are in front of you. No matter what, you can't defeat him. Fourth Kazekage Raza, indeed, I admire Boruto. He can still grow in such an environment. Thumbs up, fourth Reikage. That punk Kawaki really deserves a beating. The video continues to progress. Then I'll take my leave, 8th Hokage-sama. I'll contact you again later. Boruto leaned against the wall and instantly used the flying Thunder God technique, disappearing in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Kawaki, who was flying at high altitude, suddenly froze. Hey, why did you stop all of a sudden? Deluda looked puzzled. Strange, that guy's presence has vanished. Kawaki looked confused. Maybe he sensed you were getting close? Deluda speculated curiously. No, the presence is completely undetectable. He should be the same. He disappeared before sensing my presence. Kawaki shook his head. Is that so? That's really unfortunate. Deluda sighed softly. At this moment, Shikamaru was also paying attention to everything, and upon seeing Boruto escape, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The scene shifts again. Shizuki found Ada and explained the reason for the situation, feeling that his memories were disordered. It was Boruto who made you wake up. Isn't that a good thing? Ada frowned slightly. Speaking of which, this might sound a bit silly and funny. You and I are quite alike. Shizuki shook his head, calmly gazing into the distance. Why do you like Kawaki? Do you know the reason yourself? Shizuki asked calmly. It doesn't matter. You wouldn't understand this feeling anyway. Indeed, maybe not. It's just that when I realized that the son I had always believed in wasn't what I imagined, I was afraid of losing that unspoken reliance. Shizuki shook her head. Whether that son really exists, I deliberately avoid thinking about it. So you just want to talk to me about your obsession with love? Ada looked at Shizuki with a foolish expression. That's not what I meant. Forget it, it's not important. Speaking of which, I really want to chat with Boruto if I get the chance. Ada gazed into the distance. The scene shifted, and the ten-tailed split body was running wildly through the woods. It's about time to go. Shiro placed the book on the table, then stood up and dove into the black square behind him. The camera shifted again, and the split body that had been running suddenly had Shiro emerge from within. Good. The timing is just right. Follow me left. The two jumped out of the split body and boldly walked through the gates of Konoha. You know, this scene does look quite cool. Kamizuki Izumi said, such courage to just barge in through the front door? KZ said, speaking of which, we haven't made a move in a long time, have we? Kamizuki Izumi replied, yeah, previously, Pain didn't even dare to use the front door. And these two guys actually dared to intrude. Uchiha Itachi remarked, speaking of which, I entered Konoha through the front door before. Mr. Itachi, and I never play by the rules. Kisame Hashigaki chimed in. Naruto Uzumaki, young, just look at their stance. You can tell these two are ridiculously strong. Can a new generation of Konoha compete? Uchiha Sasuke, young, it doesn't matter. My disciple will take action. Kakuzu, in the Pure Land, damn it, pay up. Deidara, damn, is that a zombie? Conan. The video continued. Shikamaru, do you really plan to trust Boruto? Ino looked at Shikamaru puzzled. I understand what you're trying to say, but my secret conversation with him is a confidential mission. Please don't spread it. Shikamaru frowned. I know, Lord 8th Hokage. 2 intruders have entered Konoha. Suddenly, an anxious voice came. Shikamaru's expression instantly turned serious. One of them has data identical to Sasuke's. Could it be Uchiha Sasuke? The voice on the other end was excited. Wait, Dad? Sarada, wandering the streets, looked confused. The scene switched again. Shiro and left swaggered down the street. Where's Naruto Uzumaki? Left asked curiously. Not sure, but I have my ways. Shiro shook his head. Don't move. Take another step forward, and we'll consider you enemies. Is that Uchiha Sasuke standing there? What is your purpose for invading Konoha? In an instant, a large number of Konoha's umbu surrounded the two. Just at that moment, numerous trees suddenly burst from the ground, piercing through these umbu members. Look! SAS, there's a bookstore here. Shiro suddenly stopped walking. The two then entered the bookstore. Awesome. I feel like there will be an unexpected encounter. Shiro looked at the towering piles of books around him, his eyes full of surprise. Will Naruto be here? Left asked curiously while standing at the store's entrance. Interesting. I appreciate your serious nonsense. Shiro sighed, lightly with his hands in his pockets. The next second, Left suddenly sensed something unusual and instinctively jumped back. Bang! 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 Several black rods instantly pierced the ground, and Kawaki jumped down, kicking at Left. Shiro watched the fight outside with interest. Left supported himself with one hand, sliding on the ground, calmly looking at Kawaki. Hey, who are you? What do you want in Konoha? Kawaki's eyes were cold. Please don't start a fight at the bookstore. Otherwise, this precious bookstore will suffer. Kawaki. Shiro stepped out of the bookstore, standing at the entrance. Kawaki's pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't sensed Shiro's presence from the beginning. The next second, with a bang, the ground suddenly sprouted numerous branches, tightly binding Kawaki. Shiro quickly approached Kawaki. Seeing the enemy about to gain the upper hand, Kawaki didn't dare to be careless and quickly shrank his body. Bang! The branches that had just sprouted were kicked off by Shiro, scattering with chips in the wind. Kawaki instantly appeared behind Shiro, his palm changing shape as he activated the cursed seal. However, Shiro seemed to have anticipated this, decisively turning around and punching Kawaki's arm. Kawaki looked at the flying wood chips, his pupils dilating. This guy's speed. For now, I'll spare your life. Stay put, Otsutsuki, Shiro said with a hint of displeasure in his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched Kawaki away. Kawaki flew like a kite with a broken string, crashing heavily onto a dam. Water splashed everywhere. Seeing this, Deidara rushed over anxiously. Is he over there? Naruto, Uzumaki. Shiro soared into the sky, seemingly sensing something, turning to look at the distant woods. Senju Hashirama. This battle power is way too off the charts. Uchihadura. Indeed. Can this be played without weakening? Deidara. So, the only one who can contend with Shiro is Boruto, right? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Are there so many overpowered characters in Boruto? Fourth Kazekage Raza. This battle power is too excessive. Ninjas in our era can't compete at all. Umbu of the Mist. Don't even talk about competing. We might not even be able to keep up with their speed. The video continued. Hey Kawaki, pull yourself together. Deidara shook Kawaki's body, looking anxious. Left, he's nearby, not far from here. Shiro calmly said from high above. Really? Left looked up, confusion in his eyes. He is the Jinchuriki who houses a tailed beast, and, as a manifestation of a tailed beast myself, I can sense the chakra of the tailed beast within him. Shiro explained calmly. On the street, Sarada and Mitsuki were running wildly. The new generation of Konoha was on high alert, and the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Everyone listen. Even if the opponent is Sasuke, we must not hesitate. Because he is the ninja protecting that traitor Boruto. Shikadai transmitted orders through his earpiece. Don't worry, Himawari, I'll always be by your side to protect you. Inogen softly reassured the nervous Himawari. Just as everyone was moving forward, someone suddenly fell rapidly from the sky. Everyone stopped in their tracks, nervously staring at the person in front of them. Shiro ignored their hostility and instead focused on Himawari behind the crowd. Naruto Uzumaki. Who is it? Left asked ambiguously. Strange. What's going on with this guy in front of me? Uchiha Shiro furrowed his brows. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, something's off. Why is Shiro targeting my daughter? Kurama. Naruto. Is it possible that? Naruto Uzumaki. Young Kurama. What are you trying to say? Kurama. After I died, I was reborn in your daughter's body. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, no way. Is there really such a plot twist? Anoki. Am I the only one who wants to comment on their overly trendy outfits? Fourth Kazekage Raza. I feel the same way. Their clothes are just too stylish. Hyuga Niji. I get the logic, but isn't Hinata wearing something too thin? Isn't she cold? Hyuga Hayashi. I'm getting angrier just looking at this. Shiro, you bastard. If you have any ulterior motives, come at me. Don't target my granddaughter. The video continues. I came to find Naruto Uzumaki, thinking I had found him, but instead I saw a little girl. Shiro said meaningfully, his gaze fixed intently on Hinata. Everyone looked confused, staring at these unexpected guests. Why are you here? Are you looking for someone? Shikadai nervously responded, a cold sweat on his forehead. Shiro did not answer, only raised his hand to summon a book from the air and began to flip through it slowly. Just as I thought, you must be the current Hokage's son. Shiro murmured softly as he looked at the content of the book. I'm really tired. I've been running around all day. I slept in a bridge hole last night. It was freezing. Please help me out of love. Everyone could just watch 3 ads. I really need this. Akimichi Choji, what does this guy mean? Yamanaka Ino. Well, he was originally looking for Naruto, but ended up finding Naruto's daughter. Nara Shikomo. If nothing unexpected happens, the 9 tails should be resurrected in Naruto's girl, right? Yakushi Kabuto. Yes, that's what I was thinking. Orochimaru. Things are getting more interesting. The footage continues. So what? If you have something to say to my dad, I can relay it. Shikadai's expression instantly became alert, his eyes revealing scrutiny. Unluckily, I'm not looking for your father, but the previous Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki. We just followed the clues here. And to be honest, we were shocked ourselves. Shiro slowly shook his head, his expression meaningful. How could the 7th Hokage possibly be here? After all, Ino's forehead began to bead with cold sweat, his words carrying a hint of panic. Hey, stop saying baseless things. Shikadai hurriedly interrupted his teammate. I see. At least we can confirm he's not in this village. Looking at it this way, the 9 tails reaction just now came from this little girl. Shiro's gaze locked tightly onto Hinata. The crowd gasped, their pupils contracting. 9 tails? Ino's brows furrowed, confusion all over his face. This guy has been strange from the start. Just look at his stance. He seems ridiculously strong. Akimichi Chocho also broke out in a cold sweat, her expression tense. Hey, what the hell is going on? What connection is there between Hinata and the 9 tails? Shikadai anxiously looked at Shiro, his eyes filled with urgency. Who knows? This world's mysteries are increasing. But it's interesting. Shiro sneered. Just as he finished speaking, a large amount of wood surged like a tide, swiftly surrounding Hinata. This scene came too suddenly for everyone to react. Hinata struggled desperately, but it was useless. Shikadai reacted quickly, immediately using the shadow binding jutsu. Ino also decisively used the super beast imitation technique, summoning a chameleon. The chameleon shot out its tongue, accurately pulling Hinata out from the pile of wood. Akimichi Chocho instantly reacted, tightly hugging Hinata in her arms. The coordination of the 3 was seamless, completing it in just a few seconds. Impressive. There is no need to say more. This level of teamwork is remarkable. Shiro lightly clapped his hands, his eyes filled with both admiration and hidden meaning. To express respect for your teamwork, let me give you a piece of advice. Our target is Uzumaki Hinata. We mean no harm to the rest of you. However, Shiro's tone suddenly turned cold and eerie. If you continue to resist, I will have no choice but to attack. Shikadai keenly sensed the intense killing intent emanating from Shiro, causing him to shudder slightly. Shikadai. Shikamaru's voice suddenly rang out, filled with concern. Are you okay? What's going on? The enemy's target has turned to Hinata. Although the reason is unclear, it seems related to the 9 tails. Shikadai quickly explained the situation to his father. Shikamaru was stunned by his son's explanation. What is going on? Wasn't the 9 tails dead long ago? Everyone swallowed hard, staring intently at Shiro. They had already made up their minds not to abandon Hinata and run away. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, it seems Hinata has found good friends. Akimichi Choji, by the way. Why did the 9 tails suddenly resurrect in Hinata? Narashikamu. Young, so many mysteries. The video continues. In the hospital, Kawaki lay unconscious, and Amato sighed helplessly, no longer having hope for him, and began to contact Boruto. The scene shifted to a cave. Boruto stared at the wedge in his hand, his expression filled with complexity. Boruto. A familiar voice suddenly rang out. They made their move. Kurama's expression instantly became cautious. Where are they? Is it in Konoha? Boruto's eyes immediately sharpened. That's right, they headed towards the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi. Kurama's tone was deep and meaningful. Upon hearing this, Boruto quickly donned a black cloak and then formed hand seals with one hand. If you don't look closely, you'd really think it was Minato returning. The scene switched again. I have a question. You said you came here to follow the clues of Naruto Uzumaki, right? Shikadai attempted to buy time, slowly speaking. But now you're saying Hinata is the target. Why is that? I'll be straightforward. The clue is the Nine Tails. Uzumaki Hinata has its chakra. Shiro calmly explained. What is going on? Why can I sense the Nine Tails' presence from Hinata? Didn't the Nine Tails disappear long ago? Shikadai's mind raced. The Nine Tails? Chakra? Hinata murmured. Stay calm, Hinata. Something must be wrong. These guys are talking nonsense. You can't trust them, and they have no reason to capture you. Akimichi Chocho tightly held Hinata in her arms. I just said we are equally shocked. Why did this happen? We must find the answer. Shiro's tone revealed a hint of impatience. Vortex Sunflower. As long as I devour you, I will know the answer. Devour? Everyone looked confused. Their faces filled with bewilderment. Shiro slowly approached them. I have warned you, members of the Ino, Shika, Cho. Shiro's gaze was icy, staring directly at the three. At the same time, a communication frog appeared on Shikamaru's desk, clearly uttering human speech. Connect to Shino in the mountains. Boruto is about to enter Konoha. Upon hearing the frog's words, Shikamaru's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. The scene shifted, showing Boruto standing on a building, observing the numerous wooden spikes piercing through the Konoha ninjas. His expression calm as a deep pool of water. It can't be wrong, this is would release. It's those guys doing. The communication frog quickly explained. Can you hear me? Boruto, just like before, this is a personal communication. Shikamaru's voice echoed in Boruto's mind. Yes, I can hear you, Boruto replied, his tone unperturbed. There are two enemies, the so-called God Tree people you mentioned. They initially came to the village for Naruto, but for some reason, their target has now changed to Sunflower. Shikamaru quickly explained the situation. What did you say? Sunflower? A hint of surprise flashed in Boruto's eyes. It's said to be related to the Nine Tails chakra. Do you have any thoughts? The Nine Tails. Boruto furrowed his brow. This is Kawaki, confirming Boruto's invasion. He has reduced his own chakra and is near the gate. Having injured several jonin, Kawaki rushed to the battlefield, having been unconscious until now. He was unaware of the subsequent events and was shocked to see Boruto and the corpses scattered around. Boruto glanced at Kawaki, his frown deepening. He had to hurry to support the Ino, Shika, Cho trio, and couldn't afford to waste time here. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Is Kawaki an idiot or what? Karatsuchi coming to cause trouble at this time. Vortex Naruto, young Kawaki. The scene continued. What are you sneaking around for? Those disgusting monsters are your companions too? Kawaki's gaze was cold, fixed on Boruto. As for being punched away by Shiro earlier, he just considered it a moment of carelessness. Eighth Hokage. Wait a moment, I've been spotted by Kawaki, Boruto said calmly. That guy. Shikamaru was so angry he was grinding his teeth, wishing he could tear Kawaki to pieces immediately. If Boruto didn't go to support him soon, his son would be in danger. And is this the time to be playing around? Konoha is under enemy attack. Boruto turned to Kawaki, looking calm. Don't you have any awareness? The enemy of Konoha is you. Boruto. Kawaki's gaze grew even colder. Stop talking nonsense. Dealing with them is the priority. Otherwise, are you joining in? Boruto's expression remained calm as water. Kawaki, seeing Boruto's unperturbed demeanor, felt a surge of unnamed anger. Are you underestimating me? Before his words fell, Kawaki decisively launched 3 black rods. However, Boruto merely put one hand in his pocket, effortlessly dodging, completely unconcerned, and walked straight toward Kawaki. In the distance, Naruto watched, his pupils suddenly contracting. Are you kidding me? You have to know that even Naruto can barely react to the speed of those black rods. Yet Boruto is so relaxed. Naruto felt as if his head were about to explode. Boruto continued to keep one hand in his pocket, dodging the incoming black rods effortlessly. When Kawaki transformed his hand into a claw and lunged at him, Boruto couldn't be bothered to talk. He simply threw a punch at Kawaki's abdomen. Kawaki's pupils suddenly contracted, and he was sent flying like a cannonball, crashing heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. His body curled up like a shrimp, coughing violently. Really useless. It seems you haven't trained well in these 3 years, Boruto commented calmly. But what kind of training have you done? Naruto looked at Boruto, his eyes filled with shock, his pupils rapidly constricting. Looking up at Boruto from below, a hint of unwillingness flashed in Kawaki's eyes as he decisively activated his wedge form. The wedge pattern on Boruto's palm immediately resonated, and his expression changed. He sensed danger. Boruto, get away from here, keep your distance, or you'll be controlled by the peach style. The communication frog shouted anxiously. Boruto nodded, his figure like lightning, instantly disappearing from spot. And in the blink of an eye, he shot up into the air. Kawaki then realized Boruto had vanished without a trace. Why'd he suddenly leave? Naruto looked at the disappearing Boruto, confusion filling his eyes. That guy still can't control the wedge? Kawaki's gaze was icy, as if he had found the key to defeating Boruto. The scene shifted again, showing Shino controlling the super beast imitation picture, speeding through the air with Sunflower. Shikadai was using shadow binding technique to firmly restrain Shiro. Don't let your guard down. Keep your eyes on me. Your opponent is me. Shikadai's gaze was vigilant, focused intently on Shiro. Is that so? What a pity. Shiro closed one eye, while the other began to gather tailed beast balls. Shikadai watched this scene from a distance, his pupils contracting sharply. The arriving Akimichi Chuji saw this and suddenly punched Shiro away. The tailed beast ball fell into the distant mountains, exploding instantly. Bang! A loud noise echoed, and a strong tremor was felt from afar, with blinding white light flashing. This violent explosion instantly evaporated everything around, and a fierce whirlwind knocked everyone to the ground. When everyone opened their eyes again, the distant mountain had been flattened. Sunflower looked into the distance, her pupils rapidly constricting. Fourth Kazekage Raza. This combat power is even more heavyweight. With one glare, a mountain is gone? Anoki. What are we old-timers supposed to do? Gaara. This combat power is too broken. The scene continued to advance. We need to speed up. Little Sunflower, everyone, you must be safe. Sarada ran desperately toward the distance, anxiety burning in her heart. Ugh. Shikadai struggled to push himself up from the ground, appearing exceptionally weak. Little Sunflower, hold on tight. Shino, controlling the super beast imitation picture, increased speed and grabbed Shikadai and Akimichi Chuji. Shiro dusted off his clothes and quietly watched the four escape. Aren't you going to chase them? So asked curiously. Our target is Sunflower. They clearly know that as long as they hand over that girl, nothing will happen, yet they still risk their lives to resist. Shiro's tone was calm as water. How foolish. It seems their intelligence is quite low. So his tone was cold, filled with disdain. It doesn't seem to be the case. Something must be driving them to protect her, even against their life instincts. What could it be? This is extremely important intelligence for us. Shiro's gaze was icy, as if he wanted to see through everything. As the scene shifts, everyone is sitting on the back of the eagle, their expressions tense. That was close, if that attack had hit us. But as long as Xiao Kuei is by our side, we might not get hit. Let's not separate for now. Let's see what other moves they might use. Lu Tai quickly give the order. No matter what the opponent wants to do, let's stay a bit farther from the village, right? Xiao Dao Dai Dai suggests with a worried look. You're right. Let's lure them like this. Lu Tai nods in agreement. Jing Zhun. Xiang Rikuei suddenly speaks up, drawing everyone's attention. Find a suitable place to let me down. I'll escape by myself. Hey, what are you talking about? In this situation, beads of sweat form on Jing Zhun's forehead. It's impossible to completely shake them off alone. You understand that, right? Lu Tai looks at Xiang Rikuei, equally confused. At this point, this is all because of me. We're no match for those people. If this continues, everyone will. Xiang Rikuei gently shakes her head, wanting to say more, but suddenly freezes. At some point, the surroundings have quietly changed. One moment, they were safely lying on the eagle's back, and the next, they find themselves above a calm lake surface. Ripples spread across the lake, as if telling of this sudden change. Where is this? Hey, Xiao Kuei. Lu Tai looks at Xiang Rikuei, hesitating to speak. Oh dear, I didn't expect to be detected by the 10 tails. A strange voice drifts in. Everyone is momentarily stunned as Xiang Ri Kue turns her head to see a dog with 9 tails in front of her. No, it's a fox. Little girl, do you know who I am? The 9-tailed fox speaks human words. You are the 9 tails inside my dad, right? Xiang Ri Kue swallows nerve. We won the resurrection match. Vortex Boruto, wow. Impressive. Gaara. So, even if the tailed beast dies, it can be revived later? Killer Bee. Didn't expect it to be this powerful. Oh Liquida. Mizuki's Terumi Mei. This rap is really terrible. Noki, Mizuki's. How many times have you criticized it like this? The video continues to play. Don't worry. They should know they can't escape my control. They probably want to avoid affecting the village and are trying to change the battlefield. Shiro's eyes are firm, as if seeing through everything. Found him, over here. A distant unfamiliar shout is heard. The two turn their heads to see Konohamaru leading a team, looking anxious. I'm Konohamaru. I've spotted 2 intruders, but haven't seen Inoshikecho. Konohamaru quickly reports the information. Don't worry, they're safe for now and have taken Xiang Ri Kue outside the village. Although we still don't know the other party's intentions, their target is Xiang Ri Kue. Shikamaru calmly analyzes. Sensory team, please share location information. Everyone, initiate support action. Wait, are you talking about Xiang Ri Kue? Kawaki is stunned upon hearing this. The scene shifts again. In the slums, Boruto leans against the wall, breathing heavily. Kawaki, listen carefully. Don't worry about Boruto for now. Head to the scene immediately. It seems Boruto and the intruders are in a hostile relationship. We can use his power, so let's temporarily let him go. Shikamaru quickly communicates with Kawaki. Hey, 8th Hokage. Kawaki's tone is filled with displeasure. Xiang Ri Kue is in danger. You should have said this earlier, you bastard. Kawaki is furious, and before he finishes speaking, he quickly disappears from the spot. After these years together, he has long regarded Xiang Ri Kue as his sister. Wait, Kawaki, don't leave me behind. Diluda also hurriedly chases after him. Boruto, how are you doing now? What's happening? Shikamaru quickly communicates with Boruto again. Don't worry, just a small incident. I just need to rest a bit. Sweat beads form on Boruto's forehead. The scene shifts again to the distant battlefield, where the atmosphere is tense to the extreme. Zua calmly watches Konohamaru's team. Shiro, what exactly do they want? Why are they here to interfere with us? Confusion fills his eyes. You can go ask them yourself. Given the current situation, I need to chase after Xiang Ri Kue, Shiro says, flying into the sky and disappearing in an instant. Hey, that enemy ran away. Ajanin shouts anxiously. He went towards Xiang Ri Kue. Let's chase. Konohamaru looks anxious. But in the next second, Zwa blocks everyone's way. Are you trying to stop us? Why are you chasing Xiang Ri Kue? Cold sweat drips down Konohamaru's forehead. What a noisy bunch. What do you want with us? Zwa's eyes show displeasure. What are you talking about? Want something from us? Don't you realize your position? You are the intruders. An angry Ning glares at Zwa. Hey, wait. The sensory team said one of the intruders is Uchiha Sasuke, but I don't see him. What's going on? Konohamaru immediately becomes nervous. The one standing in front of you is him. There's no mistake. The chakra database shows it matches Uchiha Sasuke perfectly. A sensory team member rushes to report. What on earth is going on? Answer my question. Can you not hear? Or are you just stupid? Zwa looks impatiently at everyone. At this moment, from the smoke in the distance, Sarada rushes over with the class leader. Sarada? Are you okay? Sarada asks urgently. Zwa looks at Sarada rushing out of the smoke, surprise flashing in his eyes. Uchiha! Sarada? In the next second, large claw marks suddenly appear on the ground. Enzwa leaps out from the claw marks, his hand aiming directly at Sarada. Seeing this, Sarada's pupils shrink, and she quickly activates her 3-Tomo Sharingan, agilely dodging the attack. Watch out, Sarada! Konohamaru rushes over to support. Seeing this, Sarada decisively gathers Chidori, and it instantly pierces Zwa's abdomen. Zwa's body sways, and he weakly kneels on the ground. Sarada, are you okay? Konohamaru and his team quickly rush up to support. The move that guy just used is exactly the same as Dad's. Sarada's pupils contract in shock. Uchiha Sasuke. So, this guy really is my clone? Jiraiya. Sasuke's clone? Tsunade, Jiraiya, what have you figured out? Jiraiya, Sasuke's clone doesn't have my handsomeness. Tsunade, well, I shouldn't have asked you, you idiot. Orochimaru, hee. After all these years together, Tsunade, you still haven't realized? He is a complete idiot. Jiraiya, you two are being a bit hurtful. The video continues to play. Who exactly are you? Sarada's eyes are filled with confusion as she stares intently at Zua. The scene shifts again to a calm lake surface. The world is gray and white, as if time and space have come to a standstill. Xiang Ri Kue quietly gazes at the nine tails in front of her. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Kai Bai. Well, you can also call me Nine Tails. Either way is fine. Kai Bai shook his head. Kai Bai, you're the one who has always been with Dad, right? But why are you here? Sunflower looked at Nine Tails with confusion, then anxiously glanced around. By the way, where exactly is this place? This is not a place you usually see. It's just a visualized thought space. We are communicating through consciousness right now. Nine Tails explained slowly, shaking his head. Consciousness? Sunflower looked bewildered. That's right, after all. You and I are one at this moment. In the real world, everyone was anxiously gathered around the unconscious Sunflower, each with beads of cold sweat on their foreheads. Just then, a black dot in the distant sky quickly grew larger. Is that guy from the deer platform catching up? A kid CH exclaimed in horror. Damn it, why hasn't the perception team come to support us yet? Deer platform's lips trembled slightly, eyes filled with anxiety. You all are flying in the sky. How can we provide support? Yamanaka, Ino said. We can only watch Boruto. Fourth Kazekage Raza remarked. This Kawaki is really an idiot. If it weren't for him interfering with Boruto, this matter would have been resolved long ago. Tsutsuki Kinshiki added. Not necessarily, after all. This JRO is a clone of the Ten Tails, not easy to deal with. Please support for love. I feel like I might really die of a heart attack right now. The scene continued. What is going on? How could such a thing happen? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Sunflower's forehead. As you said, I was once the tailed beast that coexisted with your father, Uzumaki Naruto. However, during a battle, my life force extinguished. Nine Tails shook his head helplessly. Sunflower opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. But we tailed beasts don't truly die. Even if the physical body and soul dissipate, as long as some time passes, we will definitely produce a factor somewhere, leading to resurrection. Factor. Sunflower couldn't help but mumble. As for how long this process would take and when it would happen, no one could say for sure. Perhaps it has already been reborn within his daughter, and at such a fast pace. Nine Tails stared intently at Sunflower. This matter is difficult to explain with conventional time concepts. Perhaps it's because you inherited part of my chakra from birth, or maybe it's the Uzumaki and Hyuga blood flowing within you that triggered such a fate. Nine Tails looked at Sunflower with deep and significant eyes. Sunflower's face was full of confusion. Uzumaki Naruto, young by the way. Sunflower, aren't you cold-dressed like that? Fourth Kazekage Raza, why does everyone look so gang-like in their outfits? Yama, is dressing like this fashionable in the future ninja world? Uzumaki Naruto, young anyway. It's so great to see Nine Tails resurrected. Mizukage Terumi Mei, but even if Nine Tails is resurrected, what can change? JRO is about to get close. The scene continues to unfold. However, it doesn't matter. Since things have come to this point, there's no point in dwelling on the past. Accepting the current situation and facing it positively is the strategy. What do you think? Nine Tails curiously looked up and down at Sunflower. Uzumaki Sunflower. Please take care of me, Kai Bai. You're accepting this pretty quickly, Sunflower. Nine Tails chuckled softly. The scene shifted back to the real world. Faster, Inogen. We're about to be caught up. Deer Platform looked at the rapidly approaching JRO in the distance, filled with anxiety. I've done my best. Inogen gritted his teeth and said with difficulty. In the distance, J-Rose form was still accelerating. Kai Bai, think of a way. Sunflower suddenly became frantic. Sunflower. A kid CH breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Sunflower wake up. Great, you're awake. Inogen also felt relieved upon seeing Sunflower regain consciousness. Hi, Kibi. Can you hear me? Sunflower turned back, anxiously murmuring. Sunflower, what's wrong? Deer Platform furrowed his brows tightly. Just then, JRO closed his left eye, In his right, I began to gather tailed beast bomb. Boom! The tailed beast bomb was instantly fired, directly knocking the wings off the ink painting bird. No way. Damn it. Deer Platform's face turned pale at this sight. With the bird's wings gone, it began to plummet rapidly. Everyone instantly became anxious. Everyone hold on to me. A kid CH shouted anxiously. As everyone hurriedly grabbed her, her body quickly expanded, turning into a ball, and plummeted from 1,000 meters high to the ground, bouncing a few times with elasticity. Phew, thanks to you, CH. Deer Platform sighed in relief. Just then, JRO also landed, coldly looking into the distance. I've said several times, you're a great team. It's a pity to erase you, but this is unavoidable. It's the path you chose. J. Ro's gaze became even colder. Sunflower gritted her teeth tightly, just about to summon Ninetales, but was rejected. Don't rely too much on others, Sunflower. Find a way to get through this difficulty by yourself. It's not about relying on others, but on yourself. Ninetales said with a determined gaze. Yamanaka Inogen, I'm familiar with this. You study for yourself, not for others. Nara Deer Platform. The scene continues. Everyone watched as J.R.O. approached step by step, nervously swallowing. Isn't this obvious? Whether it's suppression or using my power, it all depends on your own choices. Ninetales shook his head helplessly. But even if you say that, what should I do? Sunflower's forehead was covered in beads of cold sweat. I know very well that your chakra matches mine much more than any other previous hosts. In this aspect, you even surpass Naruto, Ninetales said while shaking his head. Set aside those unnecessary prejudices and first believe in yourself. If you can't even do this, no matter what path you take in the future, there won't be a bright future. Ninetales fixed his determined gaze on Sunflower. Hearing these words from Ninetales, Sunflower took a deep breath. Damn it, why hasn't the reinforcement arrived yet? Deer Platform's brow furrowed tightly, his face filled with anxiety. Just then, Sunflower suddenly shot out from the crowd like an arrow released from a bow. Sunflower, a kid CH immediately became anxious. Boom! Sunflower kicked fiercely at JRO. JRO reacted quickly, decisively extending his hand to firmly grasp Sunflower's kicking foot, then gently twisted it. Crack! A heart-wrenching sound of bones breaking resonated clearly. Everyone froze as if time had stopped. Thud! Sunflower fell heavily to the ground, motionless, completely unconscious. Sunflower. Jing-jun saw this scene, his pupils shrinking sharply, his face filled with shock. Ah, it hurts so much I can't do it, I really can't. Sunflower tightly hugged her fractured foot, her face turning as pale as paper, weakly collapsing to the ground. You bastard. Jing-jun was instantly filled with rage, quickly drawing a large number of Super Beast pseudo-paintings without hesitation. However, Luo remained calm, standing in place with his hands in his pockets. With a bang, a large number of sharp wooden spikes suddenly shot up from the ground, piercing through the rushing ink painting like a vicious snake. Similarly, this would tightly bound Sunflower like a rope. I already told you I want to devour you, but you will just become my nourishment in this tree. Don't worry, it won't hurt much, so you don't need to feel afraid. As Luo spoke, he shook his head, feeling the wood slowly spreading all over her body. Sunflower's eyes were filled with terror. You will soon lose your 5 senses, and the pain in your foot will also disappear. That bastard! What kind of joke is this? Jing-jun's eyes turned red with anger as he charged forward. Don't be impulsive, Jing-jun, Lu Tai exclaimed anxiously upon seeing this. Uzumaki Kushina, does this guy like Sunflower? Uzumaki Naruto, I disagree. Taking a day off today, too much going on. He is really living in a bridge hole right now. So tired and painful, please generate power for love. Yamashiro Jing-jun, why? Uzumaki Naruto, Hee. Your strength isn't even half of mine. How dare you pursue my daughter? Hyuga Hinata, Boruto Naruto. This is all a matter for the young. We can't interfere. Uzumaki Naruto, no way. I absolutely disagree. Uzumaki Boruto, I also disagree. Jing-jun, you bastard. I consider you a brother, and you want to be my brother-in-law? Yamashiro Jing-jun, cough cough. Isn't this what happens in the future? The video footage continued. Luo kicked Jing-jun hard, sending him flying. Jing Jun fell heavily to the ground with a thud, and the kunai he tightly held fell to the ground. Stop! This has nothing to do with everyone. Sunflower shouted anxiously, witnessing this scene. I feel the same way. I really don't understand their behavior. Sure, Luo coldly shook his head, his tone laced with bone-chilling coldness. Unexpectedly, Jing Jun, despite the pain, crawled forward bit by bit with great difficulty, extending his weak hand and desperately grabbing Sure Luo's foot. Let go, Lil Kuei. Sure Luo remained silent, but without hesitation summoned the wooden spikes again, which ruthlessly pierced through Jing Jun. Sure Luo quietly watched all of this, while Sunflower seemed frozen in place, her pupils dilating sharply, filled with terror. Jing Jun swayed like a candle flickering in the wind, his figure shaking uncontrollably, and his pupils gradually became unfocused as blood gushed out. No! Jing Jun! In the distance, Lu Tai and Akidu Butterfly's pupils instantly widened, completely stunned by the scene before them. Sunflower looked at her injured teammate, tears uncontrollably streaming down her cheeks. Wait, I feel like I've read this in a book. Is this what they call aesthetics? Sure Luo murmured softly. Bang! At that moment, the nearby wood was suddenly destroyed by a powerful and violent airflow, splintering into pieces. Akidu Butterfly was stunned. Lu Tai, witnessing this scene, also had his pupils shrink in shock. Sure Luo, however, calmly turned his head. Before him, Sunflower's hair seemed to be lifted by an invisible force, floating into the air. I already told you, stop. Sunflower's voice was filled with anger. What happened to her? Lu Tai asked in disbelief upon seeing this. What's going on? This sudden and drastic change is. Sure Luo's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise. You've completely provoked her. Then let us have a good fight. Kurama's eyes also turned cold. Sunflower. Uzumaki Naruto, you.How. So cool. Otsutsuki Kagaya, if I'm not mistaken. Sunflower's chakra affinity with the Nine Tails is stronger than Naruto's, right? Hatake Kakashi. So, does that mean Sunflower will be stronger than Naruto in the future? Uchiha Madara. Another numerical freak? Uchiha Obito. It doesn't matter, I'll step in. Uzumaki Boruto. I'm stepping in. Kids covers face and laughs. Uchiha Sasuke. Who asked you? Covers face and laughs. The video footage continued. Sure Luo looked at Sunflower falling from the sky, his eyes filled with surprise. Is this the power of the Nine Tails chakra? What's going on? Sunflower looked around and walked towards Jing Jun. Her previously fractured foot was miraculously healed. Lu Tai stared in the distance, sweat on his forehead. Sunflower used her hair to lift Jing Jun and injected Nine Tails chakra into his wound. Don't move him, Lu Tai said anxiously, but the next second, his expression froze. Jing Jun's abdominal wound healed, and there was not a drop of blood left. I don't know if it's healed. You should take him to the hospital quickly. Sunflower shook her head and said, How do you have this power? I'm not sure. I think he is interested in this power. I need to confirm it. Sunflower turned her head, staring intently at the distant Sure Luo. Little Kuei, are you sure you want to do this? Why? Akidu Butterfly asked with concern. I have to defeat him, otherwise we will all die. Sunflower shook her head seriously. Sure Luo narrowed his eyes. Everyone leave quickly. He is targeting me. Don't act. You can definitely leave safely. Hurry. Sunflower's tone was serious and resolute. But, Butterfly, let us leave first. Staying here will only cause trouble. Lu Tai picked up the unconscious Jing Jun. This decision is quite wise, Nara Lu Tai. I'll remember you. We will meet again sooner or later. Sure Luo put his hands in his pockets and spoke slowly. How could it be like this? Akidu Butterfly's eyes were filled with unease. I can't bear to see you face a strong enemy alone. I'm also conflicted, but with this power comes responsibility. I think it should be this way. Uzumaki Sunflower shook her head firmly. If it were my father and brother, they would choose the same. Sunflower's eyes were resolute. I understand. Last time we agreed to go to the pancake shop. Akidu Butterfly shook her head helplessly. I haven't forgotten. The three left the battlefield, with Akidu Butterfly looking back 3 times, filled with reluctance. At this moment, only Sunflower and Sure Luo remained on the battlefield. I understand. You're not foolish, but why do you always lower your judgment? Sure Luo looked at Sunflower in confusion. Sunflower did not respond, slowly walking toward Sure Luo. You're too noisy, Sunflower shouted, suddenly throwing a punch. In an instant, the ground cracked open as if struck by lightning. Shiro looked at the punch coming straight at him, showing no intention of dodging at all. Bang! Shiro's body flew back like a kite with a broken string, rapidly soaring through the air, his body piercing through several mountain peaks. The entire battlefield was instantly shrouded in thick smoke, and collapses began to appear several kilometers away. Sunflower looked at the new power with surprise in her eyes. In the next second, a shadow rushed towards Sunflower from the smoke. Sunflower nervously swallowed, gathering tailed beast bomb with her hair. Shiro hovered in midair, also condensing the tailed beast bomb. Two powerful attacks quickly charged toward each other. Bang! A violent explosion erupted, and a hurricane swept through the surrounding grassland, leaving devastation in its wake. In the distance, the fleeing deer platform and autumn path butterfly heard the loud noise, filled with worry. Naruto, Uzumaki, my daughter, and Kurama's cooperation is so strong. I feel like she's almost catching up to me. Kurama, your daughter's affinity is too strong. Her future power should far exceed yours. Naruto, Uzumaki, is that so? That's good. I really can't stand this belt style, it's really ugly. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Sunflower is only 12 years old, and her combat power is higher than mine. Is that reasonable? Mizukage Terumi Mei, the power of the new generation is reasonable. Fourth Reikage, is that really reasonable? Covering face and laughing. Second Mizukage Yagura, reasonable? Having super shadow level power at 12 years old is truly terrifying. Covering face and laughing. Sasuke Uchiha. My apprentice stands at the pinnacle of mortals at 15, and is the strongest in the ninja world at 16. Covering face and laughing. Jiraiya, your teaching level is even higher than mine. The scene continues. As the smoke slowly dissipated at high altitude, Shiro looked down at the unscathed Sunflower. It was truly surprising that she could master that power and also unleash Tail Beast Bomb. Shiro quickly descended from the sky. Based on the power of the Nine Tails, you can rapidly evolve in a short time. I'm very interested. It seems I need to take this seriously. A cold light flashed in Shiro's eyes. Sunflower nervously swallowed. Bang! As soon as he finished speaking, Shiro appeared beside Sunflower and threw a punch at her. Sunflower flew back like a broken kite, barely stabilizing herself in midair before landing on the ground. But Shiro instantly flashed behind her and kicked her down to the ground. The ground exploded immediately. This was the first time encountering such a thing. Although just a little, I felt the release and wanted to test my true power. Shiro looked at the fallen Sunflower with a relaxed expression. Otsutsuki Shurin. In this state, Sunflower is a super shadow level goalkeeper, right? Nagato Uzumaki, indeed. Her power is probably about the same as mine. Otsutsuki Kagaya. Not necessarily. In this state, Sunflower's endurance is lacking. At most, she can only reach peak shadow level. Boruto Uzumaki, stop discussing combat power. My sister is about to collapse. Someone come save her. Kawaki, damn Shiro, just wait. Shiro, idiot. The scene continues to advance. The camera shifts, and everyone looks to the left with vigilance, their eyes full of caution. I dealt you a fatal blow. It must hurt, right? I will set you free. Honestly answer my question. Who are you? Why are you using Chidori? Sarada's gaze was icy. The left side showed disdain, directly burrowing into the claw mark. Soon, he emerged from the other side. This guy's wound actually healed? A Konoha ninja stared at the left's abdomen, his pupils suddenly shrinking. Your eyes just now. I heard Shiro mention it. They're called Sharingan, right? The left looked up, curiously gazing at Sarada. Shiro? Sarada broke out in a cold sweat on her forehead. The technique I just used is called Chidori. I was wondering why this technique is so hard to master. It seems that to master it, one needs eyes like yours. The left shook his head. What's going on with this guy? You still haven't answered our question. What is your relationship with Sasuke Uchiha? Konoha Maru's expression was exceptionally serious. Who is he? I don't know this person. You're all asking stupid questions. The left showed a disdainful look, slowly standing up. You asked me who I am. I'm also looking for the answer, which is why I came to Konoha. Konohamaru-sensei, protect Sarada. Mitsuki became nervous at this moment. His target must be Sarada. No doubt about it. In the next second, the left reached into his pocket, where his pocket was connected to another claw mark. The left unleashed Chidori, and electricity instantly shot toward Sarada. Sarada cried out in pain. Sarada. Konohamaru looked anxious. A Jonin was about to cast a jutsu when, suddenly, his body was engulfed in flames, and heart-wrenching screams echoed across the battlefield. Konohamaru quickly formed hand seals and charged toward the left. Rasengan, but the next second, the left vanished instantly, emerging from another claw mark, gathering Chidori. Wind release. Rasengan barrier. Konohamaru quickly turned around, forming hand seals rapidly. Bang! The barrier blocked the attack, but the rebound force sent Konohamaru flying. Soon, everyone present was dealt with one by the left. The camera switches. Shiro continued to punch and kick Sunflower, who quickly developed bruises on her face, and her body was covered in contusions. Shiro then condensed the tailed beast bomb and directly pierced through Sunflower's. Sunflower fell to the ground in a sorry state, rolling in pain. You indeed have extraordinary healing power. Rather than saying you're a human or a Jinchuriki, it is more accurate to say you're closer to us tailed beasts. Shiro, with his hands in his pockets, watched as Sunflower's wound healed quickly. Naruto Uzumaki, young, this recovery ability is even faster than mine. Sasuke Uchiha, young, why hasn't Boruto come to support yet? The video continues. You look much weaker now, but that's normal. Chakra is bound to be consumed. Shiro looked down at Sunflower from above. TCA, this guy is stronger than I thought, too strong. The Nine-Tails gazed at the situation outside, his pupils contracting. The camera shifts, and Kawaki and Deruta are flying rapidly in the air to provide support. Just as the two were discussing a plan, a shadow whooshed past them, instantly disappearing. Kawaki was stunned. This chakra is unmistakable. Boruto, Kawaki exclaimed in shock, his pupils widening. The camera shifts again. Shiro is looking down at Sunflower, and, at this moment, turns to look at Boruto in the distance. Boruto quickly scooped up his sister. Shiro, with his hands in his pockets, locked eyes with Boruto coldly. The camera shifts again. I don't know who I am, but strangely, I've known you from the very beginning. The left said, his palm transforming into wood, wrapping around Sarada in an instant. Sarada Uchiha, what exactly are you? If I devour you, will I discover something? The left murmured to himself. Sarada struggled desperately, but to no avail. Her gaze turned to the high-tension power lines, where the communication frog was holding a piece of iron. Weave arrived. Confirm Sarada's location, marking a square. The communication frog whispered in Boruto's ear. Boruto's expression was calm as he raised one hand. Flying Thunder God technique. The scene shifts, and Boruto is instantly teleported hundreds of kilometers away to Konohagakure. Seeing Sarada about to be consumed, Boruto decisively draws his sword and cuts through the tree roots. All of this happens in the blink of an eye. In just a few seconds, everyone only catches a glimpse of a dark shadow passing by. This commotion immediately draws everyone's attention. Boruto hovers beside his left, turning his head with an exceptionally cold gaze. The camera splits into three. Just playing tricks. Tenro looks hundreds of kilometers away, his eyes cold. Otsutsuki, Boruto, looks up at the unexpected visitor, his expression unusually serious. Fourth Kazekage Rasha, what the hell? Is Boruto going to fight 1 against 3? It's heating up. Kuratsuchi, this is just like watching a drama. I can't wait for the next part. Anoki, I'm starting to anticipate Boruto's performance. The scene continues. Boruto grips his sword tightly, his gaze fixed steadily on Zu. His eyes calm as water. Boruto, Sarada watches the scene before her, cold sweat breaking out on her forehead. The spectators around them see this scene, their pupils constricting as well. That guy, isn't he the traitor Boruto? Boruto slowly crouches down, gently placing Himawari on the ground. Konohamaru-sensei, please take care of Himawari. Boruto turns his head, looking towards Konohamaru in the distance. Zu won't sit idly by. His palm instantly transforms into a scythe, swiftly thrusting towards Boruto's head. Boruto reacts extremely quickly, decisively drawing his sword to accurately block this fatal blow, and at the same time, his palm rapidly forms a hand seal. Wind release, breakthrough. With a loud bang, a violent wind pressure erupts from Boruto's palm. This powerful recoil directly sends Zwa flying far away. Zwa rolls several times in the air, quickly stabilizing his form, and then swiftly disappears into the claw marks. Watching the direction where the enemy vanished, everyone present becomes vigilant, their eyes filled with caution. Boruto, what exactly do you want to do? How can you act so nonchalantly in the village? Don't you realize your current position? Konohamaru, holding Himawari, is sweating profusely. All right, no more talking. Konohamaru-sensei, you saw it too. If Boruto hadn't arrived in time, the situation would be unimaginable. I can't even bear to think about it. Sarada adjusts her glasses, speaking earnestly. Kanji remains silent, not saying a word. Everyone be careful. The enemy seems to be like keyed, able to freely utilize the claw marks. We have no idea where they might appear from. Konohamaru is sweating heavily, hurrying to remind everyone. Got it, I see it too. Boruto nods, turning to look at a nearby ninja. Hey, you're a sensory-type ninja, right? Focus your sensing ability on the surrounding claw marks. Don't miss any trace of chakra. Boruto's expression is calm as he gives orders methodically. Who do you think you are? A traitor trying to command me. The ninja sneers. Boruto-kun. This enemy seems to only target Sarada, completely ignoring everyone else. The moment Sarada appeared, he launched an attack. Kanji anxiously explains to Boruto. He said he wants to consume me, and his methods feel like they might be related to what happened to Dad when he turned into a tree. Sarada says, cold sweat also appearing on her forehead. Turning into a tree, wait, what's going on? Is Moegi in the same state? Konohamaru anxiously looks at Boruto. This guy is something that emerged after consuming Uncle Sasuke's chakra. But let's not worry about that for now. Everyone, don't have any reservations. Boruto shakes his head. A gust of wind blows, and Boruto's expression becomes extremely serious. No matter what happens, right now, everyone must concentrate on defeating the enemy and rescuing our master. Boruto stares intently into the distance. What exactly is this guy's background? By the way, where did your information come from? Konohamaru cautiously asks. Konohamaru-sensei, didn't I just say to focus? Otherwise, you'll be in danger. Boruto glares at Konohamaru discontentedly. Hey, there's a chakra reaction near that claw mark. A jonin shouts anxiously. Calm down. Where exactly? Boruto turns his head, asking calmly. I'm not sure, but it's somewhere in that area. The jonin sweats heavily. Boruto glances at the ten-tail split body emerging from the claw marks, his eyes still calm. So that's how it is. Sarada, I will try my best to eliminate these split bodies and reduce their numbers. That cloaked man's target is always you. As long as something comes towards you, you should attack. Boruto sighs lightly as he speaks. Understood. Sarada's eyes are determined. Kanji, come over here. Stay away from that Boruto guy. Konohamaru anxiously advises. Mizukage Terumi-mei, what time is it? And you're still fighting among yourselves? Sarutobi Konohamaru, young Heath. I'm just worried about the kid's safety. What are you thinking? The scene continues. A split body suddenly breaks through the air, flying towards Boruto like an arrow. Boruto's eyes instantly turn cold, and his figure swiftly disappears from the spot like a ghost. Immediately after, he swings his blade, and with a swish, he splits the incoming split body in two. At this moment, several more split bodies in the distance attempt to ambush Boruto. However, under Boruto's fierce onslaught, these split bodies are quickly dealt with, almost effortlessly. Looking over at Sarada, she seems to be struggling against the split bodies. Suddenly, an arm bursts out from the abdomen of one split body, gripping Sarada's leg tightly like an iron claw. Sarada's pupils constrict sharply, and she sees the figure emerging from the arm. It's Zwa. Zwa's intention is clear. He aims to consume Sarada. In the distance, Boruto sees this and immediately throws a shuriken without hesitation. The shuriken flies swiftly, embedding deeply into the neck of the split body. In the blink of an eye, Boruto activates the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing instantly behind Zwa. Zwa slowly turns his head, locking eyes with Boruto. Rasengan. Boruto's expression is calm as he slams the Rasengan in his hand against Zwa's back. Bang! With a loud noise. The violent impact directly pierces through Zwa's shoulder. Zwa's face instantly contorts in pain. The next second, his body suddenly disappears from the spot. Not good. He's about to recover. Sarada exclaims anxiously upon seeing this. The scene shifts. In a mysterious place, Zuo lands on a black square. The surrounding branches seem to come to life, burrowing into his recently injured shoulder. Before long, the damaged shoulder rapidly heals. Zuo re-enters the claw marks, returning to his previous position. At this moment, Zuo begins to take things seriously, decisively activating his abilities. The ground is instantly covered with dense claw marks. This means he can use these claw marks for endless teleportation. Like Minato Namikaze, countless flying thunder god seals were planted on the ground. Boruto, you escape into the air, and I'll attract his attention on the ground. Once you see him, use your Rasengan to attack. Sarada observed the situation carefully, quickly analyzing and speaking. It's useless. I can't fly into the air. Boruto shook his head. The onlookers watching the video were instantly confused. Nara Shikamaru, why do you say that? Could it be Yakushi Kabuto? I see. No wonder it's Boruto-kun. Fourth Kazekage Raza. What does that mean? I don't understand. Mizukage Terame. If you don't understand, it means you're not smart enough. No need to complain. Fourth Kazekage Raza. The video continued to play. I will unleash the tidal Rasengan, erupting with the strongest power, aiming to take him down in one blow. Boruto's eyes were calm as water, while a massive amount of wind spiraled around his body like snakes. Tidal Rasengan. Sarada murmured, her eyes filled with shock. This technique harnesses the power generated by the planet's rotation and related principles, like centrifugal force, which I refer to as the planet's chakra. And this technique creates a brand new Rasengan using these powers, Boruto explained calmly. Can this technique defeat him? If I use this technique, can I stop him from escaping into the claw marks and take him down in one hit? Sarada asked, her face full of confusion. If I hold nothing back and strike with all my might, the possibility is high. After all, the power of the tidal Rasengan is limitless. Boruto said softly. In the distance, Konohamaru supported Himawari. Witnessing this scene, his pupils shrinking sharply. He saw the strong winds wrapping around Boruto, resembling the might of Susanoo. However, the planet's chakra must be absorbed through my feet from the ground, so I can't fly high. To take him down in one blow, I need a massive amount of chakra. Boruto shook his head and said calmly. So, I need to buy you time, right? Sarada nodded in understanding. At that moment, a hand slowly reached out from the claw marks in the distance. Boruto turned his calm gaze. In the next second, Konohamaru rushed over to support, quickly forming hand seals. Rasengan barrier. Bang! The howling wind was relentless. The hand quickly retracted back into the claw marks. Sarada saw this scene and couldn't help but pat her chest, secretly relieved that she hadn't noticed the appearance of this hand. Thankfully, Konohamaru-sensei arrived just in time. Konohamaru-sensei. Sarada's eyes were filled with surprise. Hey, Konohamaru, didn't I tell you to protect Himawari? Boruto said, slightly dissatisfied. I know what needs to be prioritized. Instead of complaining here, you should hurry up and complete your jutsu. I have a dragon watching over Himawari too. Konohamaru calmly replied. Just as the two were talking, Zuo suddenly reached out a hand, launching a sneak attack toward Sarada. Sarada reacted a bit slowly and was about to be dragged into the claw marks. Sarada. Konohamaru was suddenly anxious, but Sarada remained unhurried, slowly forming hand seals. Chidori stream. This is easy. A large amount of lightning spread from Sarada's body, and Zuo was also affected. Zuo gritted his teeth, a pained expression on his face. Seizing the opportunity, Sarada wrapped her arms around Zuo's arm and, using his strength, executed a shoulder throw, swiftly tossing him toward Boruto's direction. Boruto, are you ready? Quite cooperative, although not fully prepared, but I have to act now. A glint of killing intent flashed in Boruto's eyes. A massive amount of wind spread along his body to his arms, and Boruto unleashed a strike infused with the power of the earth towards Zuo's body. Rasengan, tidal Rasengan. Boruto's eyes were calm and determined. Boom! The whirlwind surged up, quickly transforming into a massive tornado. Zuo was trapped in the tornado, suffering torment with every passing moment, feeling as if his wounds were being sliced open by sharp blades. With a loud bang, the whirlwind suddenly exploded. In the distance, all that remained of Zuo was his upper body, his gaze fixed on the claw marks below. As long as he entered the claw marks, his body could recover. Damn it, I can't muster the strength to stop him from moving next. Boruto was suddenly anxious. Just as his head was about to dive into the claw marks, suddenly with a splash, the claw marks vanished. Boruto was stunned. At this moment, everyone in the arena was equally astonished. The viewers of the video never expected such a sudden turn of events. Noki damn, Kawaki just arrived on the battlefield? Senju Tobirama, although he arrived a bit late. It's just in time. Senju Hashirama. Wow, this fight is intense, but thankfully we didn't get into the claw marks. Orochimaru. I'm very interested in these divine tree people. Tsunade. Orochimaru. What experiment are you thinking of this time? The footage continued. In the sky, a black dot rapidly fell like a meteor. Kawaki abruptly reached out his arm and firmly pressed Swa down. Kawaki? A glint of surprise flashed in Boruto's eyes. Seeing you in pain. In that case, I'll help you find relief. Kawaki looked at Zwa, who was pinned to the ground and unable to move. A smirk of disdain on his face. Bang! A loud explosion erupted. Zwa's body instantly turned into smoke, dissipating into nothingness. On this vast battlefield chessboard, Zwa was like a discarded piece, completely abandoned. As the smoke gradually cleared, Kawaki's face was filled with triumph. Did it succeed? Konomaru let out a long breath, raising his hand to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead. However, in the next moment, the previously vanished Zwa suddenly transformed into a red fruit, floating in the high air. What is this? Kawaki looked confused, staring blankly at the red fruit. Boruto, quick-witted, instantly grabbed the red fruit and examined it closely. How about that? This guy is definitely the one, right? Boruto said, raising the red fruit to his shoulder. At this moment, the communication frog on his shoulder connected him to Shinji. Confirmed, it's definitely the same as the one I saw before. It's the Thorn Soul. Shinji nodded affirmatively. Great. Boruto's expression became a bit complicated. With this red fruit, he would have a chance to revive Master Sasuke. Hey, wait a minute. Just as Boruto was about to leave, Kawaki suddenly reached out and grabbed his collar. Explain this to me clearly. What exactly is this thing? Kawaki's eyes were cold, staring directly at Boruto. This is the key to saving Master, who has been turned into a tree. I can only say this much. Boruto's expression was calm as he stared into Kawaki's eyes. If you understand, then let go quickly, Kawaki, or I might just cut off your hand. Boruto threatened. Where did you hear this? Where did you get this information? Kawaki's brows furrowed, a look of suspicion on his face. Just when he wanted to continue asking, suddenly, a red beam of light pierced through the air like lightning and shot straight towards him. Puff! The red beam instantly pierced through Boruto's chest. Boruto's pupils constricted sharply. His body swayed unsteadily, and with a thud, he fell to the ground. The people present were stunned by this sudden turn of events. With Boruto down, how should they deal with the God Tree person? Can they rely on Kawaki? Clearly, that seemed unlikely. Boruto. Sarada rushed over anxiously, disregarding everything else. At the same time, the others from Konoha quickly remained alert, scanning their surroundings. Deluda, what's the situation on your end? Cold sweat trickled down Kawaki's forehead. That inexplicable beam of light was incredibly fast, and he didn't even have time to react. Second Mizukage, Terumi May. 6. This is outrageous. Recommending a new book, as shown in the image. Imsurk 3D, the scene shifted to a high altitude, where Shirtora was several hundred kilometers away. Oh, it didn't hit a vital spot? Shitora's face showed a hint of disappointment as he opened his other eye and began to gather the laser again. Not far away. Deluda's pupils constricted sharply upon seeing this. She hurriedly reported what she saw to Kawaki. Kawaki was nearly scared out of his wits upon hearing Deluda's report. So powerful? From such a distance, it could still hit Boruto? How are they supposed to fight this? Sarada supported Boruto, her gaze fixed on the fruit that had fallen to the ground, recalling the serious words Boruto had once said to her. Taking a deep breath, Sarada charged forward with determination. She had to seize that fruit. As long as she got it, her father would have a chance to come back. However, just as she reached out to grab the fruit, puff! A red flash followed her closely, directly piercing through her arm. Sarada cried out in pain, tightly clutching her injured arm. Sarada! Konohamaru exclaimed anxiously. At that moment, the fruit on the ground began to slowly rise into the air and then flew away, gaining speed. The fruit is flying away. Konohamaru stared anxiously at the small black that was gradually shrinking in the distance. Damn it! Boruto, who was lying on the ground, felt a deep sense of unwillingness. The scene shifted again. Hundreds of kilometers away, Shirtora watched as the fruit flew towards him, extending his hand to catch it. That damn Boruto, he even knows about the thorn soul. It seems he is more dangerous than I expected. Shirtora muttered to himself, his gaze profound. In that case, as bait, having Kawaki as Otsutsuki is enough. Otsutsuki Boruto, I must make you die. As Shirtora spoke, his body gradually rose. The viewers of the video also became tense. They weren't foolish after watching Boruto's story for so long. How could they not distinguish who the protagonist is? This kid Kawaki seems to be of little use. Inoki, it feels like his Shirtora is really over the top. Mizukage Terumi Mei, from such a long distance, firing a shot directly, and the power is ridiculously strong. Itachi Uchiha, the level of absurdity, is equivalent to me using a telescope combined with Amaterasu. Facepalm, Sasuke Uchiha. Who asked you? Hashirama Senju. No. Why are all your characters collapsing? The scene continued. Shirtora turned his gaze to the distance and began to gather the laser again. What an interesting boy. Although it's a bit regrettable, goodbye Otsutsuki Boruto. Just as Shirtora was about to launch his attack, Baku suddenly burst out from his abdomen. This sudden situation abruptly interrupted his attack. The viewers of the video, who had their hearts in their throats, gradually relaxed a bit. Hey, did I interrupt you? Baku asked. Is there something? Shitora's tone was filled with impatience. The ritual has returned. According to his investigation, it seems Boruto has others secretly assisting him. Baku reported the information truthfully. I see. Regarding the thorn soul, could it also be information leaked by that assistant? Shirtora looked at Boruto, who was still lying on the ground unconscious hundreds of kilometers away, and curiously asked, By the way, is the thorn soul you're holding the left? Baku asked curiously. This enemy is not easy to deal with. Forget it, I should go back first. I can't let the left's thorn soul wither away like this. Shirtora shook his head. Otsutsuki Boruto, you really are a lucky guy? As if there is some divine fate protecting you to live on. Is this what they call divine revelation? Shirtora gazed at the unconscious Boruto, his eyes complex and inscrutable. The scene shifted again, and Boruto was now in a state of unconsciousness. His thoughts drifted back to 2 years ago. At that time, he was lying on a pile of rocks, gasping heavily, vigilantly observing his surroundings. Enemies were surrounding him, hunting him down. He must still be nearby. Search carefully. The Konoha ninjas were searching everywhere. Finally found you, Boruto. A strange voice sounded from behind. Boruto's pupils constricted sharply as he quickly turned around, only to find that the figure in front of him was not an enemy, but a frog. A frog? Boruto said, astonished. Counting roughly, there were about 20 people. It seemed you were in a desperate situation. Although he said that, he couldn't just kill those innocent people. The frog surprisingly started speaking human language, curiously sizing up Boruto. What exactly are you? Boruto instantly drew the knife in his hand, his murderous intent evident. Calm down. I'm not your enemy. If I were with them, I would have informed them long ago. I wouldn't have the time to waste talking to you here. The frog shook its head. What is your purpose? Boruto asked curiously. The priority is to escape from here. We can talk later. Just put your hand on my back. The frog continued speaking in human language. Boruto hesitated repeatedly, never daring to let his guard down. He was genuinely worried that this was a trap set by the enemy. There was no time to hesitate. Anywhere is better than your current situation. Do you want to continue being hunted by the enemy? The frog urged. Damn it. Boruto, feeling helpless, thought that since he was doomed either way, he might as well take a gamble. Just as he placed his hand on the frog's back. At that moment, the fruit sage decisively activated the summoning technique, transporting Boruto along with the frog to his side. As the smoke slowly dissipated, Boruto instantly became alert upon seeing his surroundings. Amato, damn, the fruit sage? Aren't you supposed to be dead? Fruit sage, haha. Didn't he expect it, huh? I've been collecting intelligence for the past 3 years. Jiraiya, damn, as expected of my clone? Ah, when in doubt, Collect intelligence first. Fruit Sage, exactly. Amato, wait. I'm getting a headache just watching this. How did you collect intelligence about the future? Fruit Sage, little brother, do you understand the concept of the 10 directions? Facepalm, Jiraiya, I don't understand, but just hearing the name makes it sound impressive. The scene continues to unfold. Where's this? Boruto's heart is filled with curiosity as he gazes intently at Guishin. This is located on the border of the Land of Wind, one of the abandoned strongholds of Orochimaru. This place is already inconspicuous, and I've disguised it with illusion techniques, making it difficult for ordinary people to discover. Guishin explains methodically. Boruto hears this and sweat beads down his forehead. By the way, that frog is actually a scientific ninja tool, controlled remotely by my chakra. The one talking to you is not the frog, but me. Guishin adds, who exactly are you? Do you know me? Boruto's eyes are filled with confusion as he curiously examines Guishin. Guishin does not answer immediately, but slowly pulls out a fragment of a mask from his bosom and gently places it on his face. Do you remember this face? That mask? Could it be that you are? Boruto's mind is suddenly struck like lightning, as if his thoughts have exploded. Otsutsuki Isiki. No. Why is this Guishin still alive? Guishin. Hee. Do you want to know the answer for back then? The scene continues. Yes, I am Guishin, a synthetic human created by Amato. Guishin nods. Guishin. How could I forget? You are the murderer of Uncle Chin, and you even attempted to kill me and my teacher Konohamaru. Boruto breaks out in a cold sweat. Guishin falls silent. There is something I need to confirm. Ever since you were born, you have always been Uzumaki Boruto, right? Guishin says meaningfully. What? Boruto's pupils suddenly constrict upon hearing this. I'm just confirming. Just answer me directly. Guishin's gaze is fixed on Boruto. Boruto's expression becomes complicated, hesitating to speak. Do you know about omnipotence? Omnipotence? In my memory, you are Boruto who escaped from the Kara organization, fleeing with the help of Amato and me. I just wanted to confirm if I remembered incorrectly. Guishin shakes his head. Boruto remains silent, not responding. Regarding what you said about omnipotence, I don't know much, but I understand the results it brings. On the day you were wanted by the village, the memories related to you and Kawaki were likely completely altered. Guishin's gaze is particularly vigilant. What do you mean by that? Omnipotence affected your memory, but how can you still analyze the situation so objectively? Cold sweat pours down Boruto's forehead. Because I had anticipated this highly likely possibility and was already aware of it. Guishin shakes his head. Upon hearing this, Boruto looks confused. What? I haven't even apologized to you yet, although it was to gain an advantage before Ishiki. Guishin plays with the broken mask in his hand. I was just following orders, and I apologize for only fighting with you. I'm also a ninja and understand the importance of missions, and Boruto pauses for a moment before slowly speaking. Unable to express my position, that kind of anxiety. Never mind, I've gotten used to it over time. Boruto shakes his head. As you already know, I was created by Amato with the aim of defeating Ishiki and preventing the God Tree plan from destroying the planet. Guishin sits calmly in a chair, explaining with a composed expression. Ishiki's power is beyond imagination. After fighting him, my mission was complete. I'm not afraid, nor do I regret it. I will leave the next matters to the Hokage. I just need to quietly await death. Guishin speaks in a tone of reminiscence. In the scene, Guishin collapses to the ground, and at the brink of death, a multitude of memories emerges before his eyes like a film reel. Watching these scenes, Guishin's pupils constrict violently. Although the situation came suddenly, looking at the unfolding scenes, I instinctively feel that this is something that will happen in the future. A vision of the future, Guishin says, furrowing his brow tightly. Because in the real, he saw numerous God Tree people. Uchiha Fugaku. The same ability as mine. Jiraiya. Damn, my clone is this strong? That means he can glimpse everything that happens in the future. Otsutsuki Kagaya. The one who knows everything. Uzumaki Boruto. Isn't this just cheating? Covers face and laughs. Uchiha Sasuke. Hee, you found out again? Covers face and laughs. The scene continues. I felt at that time that even if Ishiki died, things would not end there. As long as the Ten Tails exists, this planet will always be in crisis. Guishin recalls the situation back then, his brow tightly knitted. Indeed, I still have things I must do. I cannot just die here. In the memory, Guishin, covered in wounds, reveals determination in his eyes. With the power of Shifeng, he sees visions of the future. This planet is on the brink of destruction. After that, I will compare the scene seen through Shifeng with reality, deepening my understanding and confirmation of this ability. Guishin sighs lightly. Did you know about the matter of switching Mai and Kawaki's positions using omnipotence beforehand? Boruto looks at Guishin with curiosity. Yes, however, regarding this, discussing it directly with you like now is a situation I'm confirming for the first time. In my understanding, from the past to the present, the Hokage's child has always been Kawaki. Guishin says with a serious expression. Then what exactly is this ability? Never mind, we'll talk about this later. How did you suddenly gain the ability to foresee the future? Boruto can't help but sweat. You must have heard from Amato, right? About the Otsutsuki God. Guishin's expression becomes tense. Music suddenly plays, and in the dim space, the surrounding candlelight begins to flicker. The one who once devoured countless planetary lives, proficient in all divine techniques, revered as a god. The ancient Otsutsuki Jirai. Guishin raises his head, staring intently at Boruto. Otsutsuki Jirai? Upon hearing this, Boruto's pupils instantly contract. Amato said that all members of the Kara organization who underwent enhanced modifications received cell transplants from Jirai without exception. The purpose was to uncover one of the many divine techniques that Jirai mastered, but whether one could successfully gain the power relied entirely on luck. The result was that Code obtained the Claw ability, Demon gained the power to rebound all attacks, and Ada received omnipotence. As for Boruto, Dairola, and I, we ultimately failed to master the divine techniques. Guishin's brow furrows even tighter. However, at the moment I was cornered by Ishiki at the brink of death, I suddenly discovered that I possessed the power to see all possible futures. Guishin says this and then shifts the topic. Shifeng, all futures that will happen? Boruto mutters, his eyes filled with terror. It may sound reasonable, but our future is not a single path. Instead, it branches out like complex forks, with many possible stories interweaving and being eliminated. Guishin explains with a complex expression. In other words, it's like a chaotic battle among those who share the same fate. For Kazekage Raza, wow, how exaggerated must the Otsutsuki god be, with everyone being his cells. Hanzo the Salamander, ridiculous. Tell your dad what the Otsutsuki god has turned into, covering his face and laughing. Mizukage Terumi Mei. So, in the future, to stop the Otsutsuki god, we still have to rely on Boruto? Hashirama Senju. I never expected to have the ability to foresee the future. It's incredible. Fugaku Uchiha, to be precise. My Manjiki Sharingan's ability is also to foresee the future. Itachi Uchiha. If you can foresee the future, then why did the Uchiha clan face extinction? Fugaku Uchiha. You'd have to ask Kishimoto. Itachi Uchiha. If we're talking about having avoided many terrible situations, like the Hokage being killed, Ishiki completing his reincarnation in Kawaki's body, and then planting the god tree, leading to the planet's destruction. Guishin the sage frowned. What do you mean by that? Boruto was momentarily confused. Although things did not develop in that direction, that possibility certainly exists. Guishin the sage shook his head helplessly. Let me give you another example. On the day Kawaki made the Hokage disappear, you had a fierce argument with Kawaki. As a result, you were killed by him. And even Sarada Uchiha, who rushed to stop it, was not spared. The sage continued to narrate those possible scenarios. Upon hearing this, Boruto's pupils suddenly contracted. In this development, your position and Kawaki's did not switch. Later, Kawaki faced Code, but lost due to the vast difference in strength and was ultimately devoured by the Ten Tails, leading to the planet's destruction due to the God Tree. Guishin the Sage recounted the story of another possible timeline. I can't prove that what I saw is definitely real, especially those things that have yet to happen. I hope you understand that for the next few years, our fate is as dangerous as walking a tightrope. Can you comprehend that? Guishin the Sage gazed intently at the boy in front of him. Although the situation is strange, your understanding of the events triggered by the omnipotent is so precise that it is not a normal phenomenon. Boruto shook his head. While I don't want to believe that what you saw is the entirety of the future, I also have to admit that what you said is not baseless nonsense. Cold sweat broke out on Boruto's forehead. That's enough. Thank you for your understanding. The sage sighed softly. Hashirama Senju. Is the timeline like a fork in the road? That's interesting. Fourth Kazekage Raza. By the way, Kawaki is way too weak. He can't even defeat Code. Code, want to have a go at it? The scene continues. But, ultimately, we can only go with the flow, right? Didn't you see various futures? What practical effect can that have? Boruto frowned, looking at Gushin the sage with curiosity. The biggest benefit, in any case, is intelligence. If there's anything that can help you in your fugitive life, it should be avoiding situations like the one just now, where you fell into a desperate situation. Gushin the sage shook his head. Well, you did help me a lot just now. Or perhaps I could teach you the techniques and ninjutsu that you will master in the future now, allowing you to familiarize yourself with the skills in advance and improve your training efficiency. Gushin the sage fixed his gaze on Boruto. Wait, isn't that a bit too unbelievable? Boruto was astonished at this statement. Such a thing is possible? Teaching the techniques that future self has just learned to the present self would mean that learning future techniques now would make the future self stronger? There is no contradiction in time. I'm just conveying what I've seen to you. For sure, Fong, this is just the most ordinary procedure. Gushin the sage stared intently at Boruto. I also have a method to save the Otsutsuki Sasuke, who has been turned into a tree. I'll tell you later. Boruto's pupils suddenly contracted upon hearing this. However, first, I hope you can be aware of the worst future that could possibly happen right now. The worst future? Boruto murmured. First, the Ten Tails abandons Code, completes a new evolution, and appears before us in the form of a multi-bodied humanoid god tree with independent consciousness. Gushin the sage sat on a rock, his brows twisted into a knot. Although in this situation, if we could eliminate the roots of the Ten Tails before it appears, we might be safe, but the possibility of that is quite low. From what I can see at present, almost all futures have the god tree person existing. Gushin the sage shook his head while muttering to himself. Boruto looked at Gushin the sage, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. The most dangerous among them is their leader, a man named Jiro. Jiro? Boruto was confused. Boruto, in the future, you'll be killed by him. As soon as Gushin the sage finished speaking, Boruto's expression froze instantly. I can't say that all futures are like this, but among many futures, the same result appeared. And the subsequent developments all look very similar. Ultimately, Kawaki will be preyed upon, and the planet will lead to destruction. Gushin the sage sighed softly. You know, without me saying that this cannot happen, we must not let this worst future come true. As I just said, there are countless possibilities in the future. Now, because you know this, we must change the future as soon as possible. The air fell into silence, and the candlelight flickered slowly. There is one thing I have to declare first, sage uncle. Boruto sighed lightly. Whether it's to stop the God Tree plan or for any other reason. Listen well, I absolutely will not agree to the option of killing Kawaki. Boruto said with a determined look in his eyes. Looking at Boruto in front of him, Gushin the sage fell silent. I want to wake that foolish brother up and bring him back to the Uzumaki clan. That's my goal. Boruto chuckled lightly, his gaze particularly firm. Saying this, he reached into his pocket and pulled out the forehead protector that Sasuke-sensei entrusted to him, tying it around his forehead. No matter which path I take, the Ten Tails are my obstacle. I am very clear about that. You don't need to say it. Whether it's Code or the Ten Tails, I will take care of them. Boruto's determination was unwavering. Looking at Boruto's appearance, Gushin the sage's gaze became profound. Kawaki, young Boruto, is that how you think? Uzumaki Boruto, young I said before, no matter what, I will wake you up. Foolish Kawaki. Mizukage Terumi Mei. So, is Kawaki going to redeem himself? Inoki, spread the word. It was Danzo's doing. Hanzo the salamander. Danzo caused Naruto's family to be broken and ruined. Shimura Danzo. No. I absolutely won't take the blame for this. Hanzo the salamander. You have to take this blame whether you want to or not. Shimura Danzo. 666. Just let me take the blame. You want to even put on a show, right? Boruto, The scene continues as Boruto groggily opens his eyes. The first thing he sees is his concerned class leader. Everything returns to the present. He had just fallen into a coma. Boruto-kun, wake up. Kawaki anxiously looks at Boruto, his eyes full of worry. On the other side, Sarada is clutching her injured arm, showing a pained expression. Although her bone isn't hurt, Oh no, the nerves might be damaged. Konohamaru looks worriedly at his student, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Iemme fine. Don't worry about me. Go check on Boruto first. Sarada shakes her head, enduring the pain as she speaks. At that moment, Himawari also groggily opens her eyes, her consciousness still a bit hazy. Uncle Jinji? Himawari opens her eyes and sees the uncle supporting her. Kawaii, you're awake? Does anything hurt? Uncle Jinji wants to say more. Himawari glances and sees Sarada in the distance, clutching her injured arm. Injured? Himawari's heart tightens. Beads of cold sweat appear on her forehead as she hurriedly runs towards Sarada. Let me see. Himawari gently pushes Konohamaru aside and looks at Sarada's arm. She extends her small hand and places it on Sarada's injured arm. Soon, a faint red chakra envelopes the wound. After a while, this faint red chakra actually heals Sarada's injury. No way it healed so fast. Sarada looks at her arm, now perfectly fine, her eyes filled with shock. Kawaki watches Himawari, his eyes revealing concern. What is going on? Kawaii. Konohamaru looks at Himawari, sweat forming on his forehead. I thought if I reduced the area of injury, there wouldn't be a life-threatening situation. Himawari shakes her head and explains. Kawaii, please take care of Boruto too. Kawaki, seeing this, anxiously shouts. Himawari nods, just about to rush over to save Boruto, when Kawaki stops her. Wait a second, Kawaii. Don't get too close to him. Kawaki, hands in pockets, looks at Himawari with a worried expression. Brother. Himawari hesitates. Don't get me wrong. I'm not stopping you from saving him, but before that, I need to investigate some things. Kawaki shakes his head and says, I'm not wrong, right, Konohamaru-sensei? Kawaki, hands still in pockets, turns to Konohamaru. Yes, that's right. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Konohamaru nods and then walks to Boruto's side. Looking at the unconscious Boruto, Konohamaru's eyes show a complex expression. Sensei, what are you going to do? Kawaki anxiously supports Boruto in his arms. Kawaki, step aside. Don't worry, I won't rough him up. Konohamaru shakes his head, then takes out a pair of handcuffs from his pocket. These handcuffs were specially made by Amato. Once put on, no ninjutsu can be used. Konohamaru explains. Konohamaru-sensei. Sarada runs over, looking dissatisfied at this scene. Stop complaining. Sarada, I'm just following the rules. I need to get information from this guy, and then contact the Hokage. Konohamaru shakes his head, saying this as he removes Boruto's sword. Kawaki then kneels on the ground, pulling a toad from Boruto's shoulder. This toad? Could it be that guy? Fukasaku? Kawaki frowns, staring at the toad thoughtfully. Just as he is about to delve deeper into thought, the toad suddenly explodes in his hand. What is going on? Konohamaru, standing nearby, asks curiously. And no, it's nothing. Kawaki shakes his head, trying to cover it up. The scene shifts. Damn, this is troublesome. Juro France. Looking helpless. Naruto Uzumaki. Young damn, my son fell into a coma, and you just captured him. Konohamaru Sarutopi. Boruto Sort. Naruto ni. Aren't we just following the rules? Naruto Uzumaki. Young, look at what you protected. Kawaki. Young, don't worry. Boruto won't be in danger. The scene continues in a mysterious space, where Juro holds the spike soul and places it on a black cube. In an instant, numerous tree roots seem to be given life, rapidly approaching the spike soul. Soon, a cloud of smoke rises and the tree roots begin to retreat. Amidst the smoke, a familiar figure gradually reveals itself. Zwa has fully revived. Awesome. How do you feel, Zwa? Juro asks curiously, hands in pockets. Who knows? I'm not sure. Zwa gently shakes his head, his tone very cold. Really? It seems your consciousness as Zwa is still there, but it's fine. Your current identity is still intact. Juro Teazis. Juro, is everything ready? Asks the tree person in high heels beside him. Hey, I can't wait to see who will appear next. Doesn't matter, just go and reap. Juro shakes his head. The spike's soul steadily lands on the black cube, and the tree roots once again approach it with vitality. Without a doubt, another new tree person is about to be born. I need to think. What should I name him? Juro mumbles to himself, still with his hands in his pockets. Noki. No way. Another loser is coming on stage? Mizukage Terumi Mei. One is already troublesome enough, and now there's another. Umbu from the Hidden Mist Village. Indeed. Naruto Uzumaki. It's okay. My son will take action. Boruto Uzumaki. Tell dad I'm in the interrogation room. How do I get out? Naruto Uzumaki. Young, how do you talk to your dad? Sasuke Uchiha. Young, he. You two are really alike, just as stupid. The scene continues as Boruto groggily opens his eyes, finding himself in the interrogation room. Oh, looks like you're awake. Don't worry. Your abdominal wound has been treated. Konomaru sits at the table, looking at Boruto with interest. Boruto tries to stand up, but finds his hands tightly handcuffed. These are specially made handcuffs by Mato. Once you're handcuffed, you can't use ninjutsu. Even your specialty, space-time ninjutsu, can't open them. If you try to forcefully break them, you'll get electrocuted. Konomaru calmly explains. Boruto's gaze is particularly calm, showing no signs of panic. Is everyone else okay? What's the enemy's situation now? Boruto curiously looks at Konomaru, concern evident in his eyes. Mizuki Trumime, waking up and not caring about yourself, but worrying about your companions. Boruto, 4th Kazekage Raza, old and can't keep up with the pace of the young. Naruto Uzumaki, young, wait. What is going on? Why is my son being held here? Asuma Sarutobi, Konomaru probably wants to interrogate Boruto for information, right? Naruto Uzumaki, young, interrogate my head. Sarutobi Konomaru, Naruto brother, please calm down. Uzumaki Naruto, young. The scene continues. The enemy has been eliminated, and there are currently no abnormal chakra reactions around the village. Konomaru leans back in his chair, explaining to Boruto. In this incident, several comrades unfortunately lost their lives. Sarada and Himawari were attacked, but are safe, as are Ino, Shikamaru, and Choji. Konomaru seems to recall something and gently shakes his head. The camera shifts to the hospital. Haruno Sakura is treating Sai's chest wound. It's unbelievable that he can still be saved after being pierced through the chest. Haruno Sakura's pupils dilate in shock. He can't be in trouble, right? Akimichi Chocho asks worriedly. This guy's completely unresponsive right now. Shikadai sweats on his forehead. Has he regained consciousness? Yamanaka Ino asks anxiously. The chakra seems to be blocked, but don't worry. I'll smoothly inject chakra into his body, and he will definitely wake up soon. It was the right decision to bring him to the hospital, Sakura explained softly. That's great. Himawari pats her chest, relieved. Yamanaka Ino looks at her unconscious son, her eyes filled with pain. After this brief interlude, the scene shifts back to the interrogation room. At this moment, the atmosphere in the interrogation room becomes increasingly serious. All right, Boruto, we can have a good talk now. I have many questions to ask you. Konomaru stares intently at Boruto. First, who are the people that attacked Konoha? Konomaru asks curiously. Why did they attack Sarada and Himawari? Shikamaru stands outside the interrogation room, looking at the situation inside, his brow furrowed. Here we go. The interrogation of Boruto has begun. Ada watches the scene in the interrogation room with a serious expression through her clairvoyance. Kawaki's expression is complex, and he remains silent. Hey, why aren't you saying anything, Kawaki? If Boruto spills the beans about the Almighty, Demon slouches on the sofa, looking at Kawaki with a teasing gaze. Kawaki remains silent, not responding. Demon, I already told you stop bringing this up. Stop teasing Kawaki. Ada shakes her head. Anyway, it won't change anything, no matter what Boruto says. Because of him, the disappearance of the 7th Hokage is a fact. Kawaki sighs softly. The dangerous Otsutsuki could lose control at any time. It's in their nature. There's no way to deal with them other than killing them. It's just a matter of time. Kawaki shakes his head helplessly. But before that, I must extract the information he holds to deal with that unknown monster. Kawaki's mind conjures up the image of the god tree person, his gaze filled with caution. 4th Kazekage Raza. But this Kawaki is really a clown. Umbu from a mist village. Indeed, a bit. He can't defeat the god tree person, but still thinks about killing Boruto. Noki. The question is, can he even kill Boruto? Hanzo of the Salamander. I couldn't hold it back. The scene continues. Are you talking about those god tree people with self-awareness? Konomaru looks at Boruto with curiosity. That's right. Those who were swallowed by the Ten-Tails and turned into trees, their chakra has responded. In that recent battle, the one on the left was an individual derived from Uncle Sasuke, and I also saw individuals based on Teacher Moegi and Maki. Boruto explains calmly. Maki. Konohamaru can't help but break out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. In any case, Konohamaru-sensei, you must be careful. Their target might be to devour you. Boruto's expression is serious as he stares intently at Konohamaru. What did you say? Konohamaru exclaims, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. The primary purpose of the Ten Tails is to devour the Otsutsuki. Then the God Tree takes root in the earth, ultimately draining the life of the planet to bear chakra fruits. Amato explains calmly while holding a cigarette. All of this is driven by their instincts. But now that they have gained intelligence, they may begin to think and no longer act purely on instinct, possibly driven by curiosity and a thirst for knowledge. Amato says meaningfully. In simple terms, they probably need information. Information, Konohamaru murmurs to himself. In the interrogation room, the atmosphere becomes tense again. Those God Tree people, after evolving into humanoid forms, now also need to acquire knowledge, and before that, they will devour their targets. By attacking Sarada, Himawari, and even trying to devour me, their goal is to obtain information, right? Konohamaru asks Boruto curiously. That's probably it. Their leader, JRO, is behind these actions. Boruto's expression is particularly serious. Jiraiya, ha, is everyone collecting information in the Boruto era? Senju Tsunade, yes. Idiot, what are you trying to say? Jiraiya, when it comes to information abilities, I'm a master. My clones are also impressive, aren't they? Kurama, no more pretending. I'm laying it all out. I hold all of your information. Umbu from the Mist Village. Wow, bro, you're amazing. Noki, admiring two big shots, incredible. Mizukage Terumi-me. As for information gathering abilities, Shikamaru is really out of this world. Momochi Zabuza, directly seeing what happens in the future, totally invincible, facepalm laugh. Kurama, achieving my. Is it only Shikamaru? Fourth Kazekage Raza, what else could it be? Little brother, facepalm laugh. The scene continues, JRO. Shikamaru mutters softly, his eyes revealing a hint of familiarity. He is extremely special. There is no other reason. Simply put, he is the embodiment of the Ten Tails, the most dangerous core at present, and can be said to be the root of all calamities. Boruto calmly articulates. Every word he says clearly reaches the ears of Konoha's higher-ups. To put it bluntly, if we can defeat JRO, then the crisis facing this planet may be resolved. This isn't an exaggeration. Boruto's tone is extremely serious. Why? Why are you so certain? Konohamaru asks curiously. Also, how do you know all this? How did you investigate it? Konohamaru presses on, determined to get to the bottom of it. Boruto falls silent. After all, regarding Shikamaru's ability to foresee the future, once the future events are exposed, it could very likely trigger other changes. Therefore, Boruto can only bury this information deep in his heart and must not speak of it. Uzumaki Boruto, little brother, are you really planning to dig deep? Facepalm laugh. Noki, young people nowadays like to add expressions when they talk. Facepalm laugh. Seeking gifts, please support. He really needs money right now. Fourth Kazekage Raza, what else could it be? Facepalm laugh. The scene continues, seeing Boruto silent. Konohamaru furrows his brow tightly. Answer me. Boruto, to determine whether what you're saying is credible, it depends on what kind of answer you give. The information was obtained from man, but sorry, I can't disclose his true identity. Boruto shook his head helplessly. What? Upon hearing this, Konohamaru broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't want to expose his identity. It was for his own safety. Boruto shook his head again to explain. How are we supposed to continue this conversation? A rogue ninja, wanted by the village, speaks mysteriously. Do you think we could trust him? Konohamaru stared intently at Boruto. Likewise, I'm currently being threatened with my life by you guys. As long as the information is in my hands, my life will be guaranteed, right? Boruto's expression was exceptionally calm, and he met Konohamaru's gaze steadily. Just a mere traitor, daring to be so arrogant. Tsunade looked at the scene in the interrogation room, her anger boiling as she heavily tapped her cane. Fourth Kazekage Raza, why are these two old men still alive? Noki, living this long, longer than me Hanzo of the Salamander. Keep causing trouble for the village. Covers face and laughs. Mizukage Terumi-me, I'm quite curious. What will I be like in the future? Karatsuchi, I can't imagine turning into a hideous monster, right? Mizukage Terumi-me, little girl. Don't talk so recklessly. Kuratsuchi, I'm just speaking the truth, idiot. The scene continued. No matter who those monsters' target was, our Konoha village must take action and do everything possible to eliminate the enemy. Mito gaped and pushed up his glasses and said resolutely, "Of course, you are also one of the traitors. Whether you speak or not, the outcome won't change. In my view, if you want to live and come out of that room, it's absolutely impossible." Mito gaped and stared fiercely at Boruto, his eyes filled with severity. "Boruto, based on this, I ask you again, you must speak cautiously. I will decide whether to let you die quickly based on your answer." Tsunade's voice was low and hoarse, the air filled with a chilling atmosphere. "Answer me. Boruto, why did you want to kill the 7th Hokage, Naruto Uzumaki?" Boruto remained silent, not responding. Shikamaru watched the tense atmosphere outside the glass window and couldn't help but cover his forehead, lost in thought. The source of the matter was Kawaki, but why should he trust Boruto? The all-encompassing memories began to stir his thoughts. Shikamaru shook his head, staring intently at Boruto in the distance. "At least, Boruto cannot die now. I didn't kill him. The 7th Hokage is still alive, and the lady is with him in a safe place." After a long silence, Boruto finally spoke slowly. "What did you say?" Konohamaru became anxious. The atmosphere of negotiation grew increasingly tense. "I thought you could say something. You say they are in a safe place? Then tell me, where exactly are they? Is there a reason for you to hide this?" Tsunade squinted one eye, staring hard at Boruto. "I don't plan to say." Boruto lifted his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Still being stubborn at this point is truly surprising. Mito gaped and looked at Boruto with a face full of mockery. Only Kawaki sat in the living room, looking up at the high lamp, his expression complex and inscrutable. "I'm just stating that I don't want to talk to you. Not a word I said is a lie." Boruto's gaze was calm. "Kid, do you really want to die in agony?" Mito gaped and did not believe Boruto's words at all. "All right, then I won't hold back." On the side, Ibiki clenched his fists, the joints cracking. "Naruto Uzumaki, Young-hei, Ibiki, what do you want to do?" "Marino, Ibiki, 7th Hokage, please forgive me." "Narashikamu, Naruto, calm down. You're Hokage now. Don't be so impulsive." "Naruto Uzumaki, Young, your kid was beaten. Let us see how anxious you are." "Narashikamu, that's different." The scene continued. Finally, it had the appearance of an interrogation, didn't it? "What do you think, Boruto?" Ibiki was staring at Boruto, sitting in the chair. Shikamaru looked at the tense atmosphere in the interrogation room and quickly contacted Ino. "Ino, it's me. How's the condition of Inogen? There's no longer a life-threatening situation. You must have something to say to me about Boruto, right?" After years of working with Shikamaru, Ino immediately guessed his intention. "That's right. The situation is dire. You need to establish a mental connection with him right now." "Is this an order from the Hokage?" "I said before, this is a secret mission, and only you can handle it." Ino was somewhat worried, trying to persuade Shikamaru, as she suspected Shikamaru was being deceived by Boruto. Upon hearing this, Shikamaru instantly became furious. "Damn it! How could I encounter such an unreliable teammate at a critical moment? Helpless. I can only rely on Boruto now to see how he can turn the situation around." In the interrogation room, Ibiki had his hands behind his back, his cold gaze fixed on Boruto. Boruto looked up, his eyes as calm as water. "If you say the 7th Hokage is still alive, then tell me his location. If you can't do that, you will forever bear the name of the traitor who killed the Hokage." Ibiki's tone was low, staring harshly at Boruto. Seeing that Boruto did not respond at all, Ibiki suddenly pressed down on his head and slammed it against the table. "Boruto, I can hardly hold back now. I want to beat you, the murderer, to a pulp. For the past 3 years, I have thought about this constantly." Ibiki's voice was low, filled with intense hatred. "You really have a lot of free time. It's quite enviable." Boruto was yanked by the hair, raising his head, his eyes filled with disdain. Ibiki, furious and embarrassed, decisively threw a punch. Boruto's face instantly became disheveled, a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. "Not bad. You have some guts. I want to see how long you can hold out." Ibiki's tone was icy. "Enough. Ibiki, don't waste your effort. He is not the kind of fool who will spill information after taking a little punishment." Shikamaru anxiously intervened to stop the two. "Use some tactics. Call Inogen over." Shikamaru had a sudden inspiration and thought of a strategy. 8th Hokage, this won't do. That guy Inogen has a strong killing intent toward Boruto. He might really kill him. Konohamaru said with a worried expression. It's fine. If something happens, I will take responsibility. Hurry and bring him back. Shikamaru shook his head, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. As Konoha Village's strongest strategist, Shikamaru had long sensed that Inogen was not simple. Next, he planned to stage a play to have Inogen come to rescue Boruto. Naruto Uzumaki, young not bad. At a critical moment, Shikamaru is reliable. Nara Shikamaru, young he. Watch me turn the situation around. Uzumaki Boruto, I'm almost getting beaten to death, and you're only calling for help now. Otsutsuki Kinshiki. Kid, how does this feel? Isn't it very uncomfortable? Uzumaki Boruto, you don't think you can defeat me like this, do you? 4th generation Wind Shadow Raza. Is this Boruto's determination? The scene continues to unfold. Shikamaru reached out to press the password, then turned to look at Mitsuki. Kumin. Mitsuki nodded, just about to unlock the door when his hand was suddenly held down by Shikamaru. Mitsuki. Shikamaru gave him a meaningful look. We are ninjas. This is a mission. Control your emotions. You must complete it, understand? Shikamaru stared intently at Mitsuki, his expression particularly serious. Mitsuki said nothing and then pushed the door open. Click. Woodley turned to look at Mitsuki, seemingly wanting to say something, but hesitating. Boruto slowly raised his head, looking somewhat disheveled. Listen up, Mitsuki. This guy is an important criminal and may have crucial information about Konoha. I remind you to extract the information, but definitely don't kill him, understand? Woodley looked at Mitsuki with a serious expression. Hey, Mitsuki. Boruto weakly spoke, instantly capturing both of their attention. Are you still like an idiot? Searching everywhere for your so-called son? Boruto mocked with a disdainful expression. Of course, it was all an act. Seeing Boruto like this made Mitsuki furious, and his body entered sage mode. He instantly vanished from his spot and slammed Boruto against the wall. IBI, who was nearby, suddenly narrowed his eyes. Hey, stop it, Mitsuki. Woodley stood up anxiously, pounding the table. Is this what you want to say? Ungrateful traitor. Mitsuki's eyes were cold. You stop it now. IBI hurriedly rushed over to grab Mitsuki. Are you kidding me? This is the traitor Boruto. He can't be allowed to die. The camera zooms in. When no one was paying attention, Mitsuki quietly input Boruto's handcuff password through a snake. Click. The handcuffs opened. Personal items are in the West Building's security room, with 2 guards. Mitsuki leaned close to Boruto's ear, carefully reminding him. Damn it, I knew it. Woodley frowned at this scene. Let me clarify. Boruto suddenly spoke, leaving everyone momentarily stunned. I don't harbor hostility towards you. I will provide information as needed. How you use it is up to you. Boruto shook his head and decisively activated the Flying Thunder God technique, instantly disappearing from a spot. Watching Boruto vanish, and then looking at the handcuffs on the ground, Woodley's frown deepened. How is this possible? He actually unlocked the ceiling cuffs. Woodley's pupils contracted. TCH. Such a huge impact didn't trigger anything. What a broken thing. Amato treats it like treasure. IBI frowned at the scene. Was it Mitsuki who unlocked the cuffs? No, that's impossible. The lock's password is only known to the 8th Hokage. Besides, Mitsuki has no reason to help Boruto. Woodley stared at the handcuffs, lost in thought. The scene shifts. Boruto's figure suddenly appears in another guard room. The 2 guards were taken aback and immediately became alert. Don't mind it. This isn't your fault, Boruto said while picking up a cloak and blade, shaking his head. Hey, wait a minute. The 2 tried to stop him, but Boruto quickly vanished from the spot. Vortex Boruto. Didn't I just run out? Covering face and laughing. Noki, what great acting. Mizukage Terumime, by the way. Boruto's Flying Thunder God mark doesn't look much like the 4th Hokage's. 4th Reikage AI. That's true. It feels like a whole new Flying Thunder God. Wave Wind Minato. Boruto, did you modify the Flying Thunder God technique? Vortex Boruto. Young yes. The modified Flying Thunder God can perform fixed-point teleportation through sensory ability. Senju Tobirama. This kid, his talent far surpasses mine. The scene continues. Teacher Woodley, I'm sorry, I messed things up. Mitsuki looked at Shikamaru, shaking his head helplessly. There's no way. This plan was approved by the 8th Hokage, so don't take it to heart. Woodley broke out in a cold sweat, gently sighing. This is outrageous. Mitogata and looked displeased. Such a good opportunity to resolve this. And it was missed. Tsunade Kamatsuzaki also looked helpless. The scene shifts. I'm really sorry. I'll go capture now. Shikamaru nodded. The daimyo must be furious. Shikamaru, you need to pay attention. This matter will be troublesome later on. Tsunade Kamatsuzaki squinted, looking at Shikamaru with dissatisfaction. Shikamaru fell into deep thought. Move aside. Outside the Hokage office corridor, a familiar voice soon came. I said, you guys, we just want to ask a few questions. Annoying, let them in, Shikamaru said with a cigarette in his mouth, looking helpless. 8th Hokage, how is Boruto's interrogation going? Sarada rushed in, beads of sweat on her forehead. He ran away. Shikamaru, with a cigarette in his mouth, shook his head. What? Sarada's eyes widened in shock. 8th Hokage, Kankuro from Sunagakure has an urgent call. Yamanaka Ino's voice echoed in Shikamaru's mind. I'm in the Hokage office. Connect the call directly. Shikamaru's brow furrowed deeply. The scene shifts. Sunagakure. Shikamaru, long time no see. Sorry to disturb you suddenly. Kankuro's brow was furrowed. Kankuro, what happened? Shikamaru asked seriously. Gaara was attacked, and his adoptive son Shinki. Kankuro's forehead was sweating. What did you say? Shikamaru was stunned, his pupils contracting sharply. To know that Gaara was suddenly attacked means that the enemy's offensive is quite fierce. Shinki has now become that kind of treatment state. Fortunately, both seem to still be alive. We'll discuss the specific situation later. Requesting support from Konoha. Kankuro said anxiously. The scene shifts in a certain space. A new divine tree person appeared. Woke up. How do you feel? Ten Tails casually asked, looking curiously at the new divine tree person. Grain. 4th generation wind shadow Raza. Damn. My son was attacked. Gaara. Idiot. Are you just now reacting? Mizukage Terumi Mei. That's not the point. This new divine tree person looks ridiculously strong from the art style. 4th Reikage AI. Its strength should also be at the super shadow level, right? Senja Hashirama. If it's just super shadow, then I can handle it. These days have been really tiring. I feel completely drained. Maybe it's because I've been wandering around lately. Hanzo of the Salamander. By the way, is Konoha going to support Sunagakure next? Mizukage Terumi Mei. Blind man. Didn't the video explain everything well? Gaara. So what exactly happened? Uchiha Itachi. Let's continue watching. The situation is not yet conclusive. The scene continues to unfold. In a cave, a large amount of sand supports the entire cave, making the scene particularly spectacular. The 3 little guys' bodies were surrounded by piles of sand. Adoptive father, what are you doing? Quickly remove the sand. We want to join the battle. Jinhui anxiously looked towards Gaara in the distance. No. Gaara clutched his abdomen, gasping heavily. I will send you directly to the exit. Then you must escape quickly. This is the order of the wind shadow, understand? Gaara said with a serious tone. Foster father. Jinhui's voice was filled with anxiety. I told you, I only followed the traces of Boruto and his allies to get here. I have no interest in you. A ritualist in high heels walked out, her eyes full of disdain. But that wound of yours, if not treated soon, could cost you your life. You really shouldn't worry about those little brats behind you, she said, looking at Gaara with contempt. I must protect them. The children are hope. They cannot die here, even if it costs my life. Gaara's gaze was incredibly firm as he wiped away the blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Do as you wish, as long as you do not resist. I can spare them. The ritualist's eyes were icy and piercing. Gaara waved his hand, and instantly, a sand ball containing 3 figures flew quickly towards the cave exit. Lord Wind Shadow, the future of Sunagakure is entrusted to you. Gaara turned his head, staring intently into the distance. At that moment, a large number of ten-tail splits charged toward him. Just at that critical moment, Jinhui struggled to break free from his restraints and decisively controlled the sand iron. The sand iron seemed to come to life, rushing towards Gaara swiftly. Sand iron seal palm. Jinhui quickly put his hands together. The sand iron instantly wrapped around Gaara. That's enough. Jinhui, don't interfere. Gaara turned his head, anxiously reminding him. The future of Sunagakure still needs you, father. Jinhui shook his head. his eyes filled with determination. The sand iron firmly protected Gaara, and the surrounding splits could no longer approach. This brat really doesn't understand. He actually doesn't listen to his father's words. The ritualist's gaze grew colder as she quickly controlled the splits to pounce on Jinhui. Jinhui, come back! The other two teammates that Gaara had brought looked at the scene anxiously. In an instant, branches grew from Jinhui's body, encircling him and beginning to drain his chakra. You guys hurry and leave. Don't worry about me. Tell Uncle Kankuro about the situation here. Jinhui shouted anxiously. Mishukaja Turumi Mei. Hey. Gaara, you have a good foster son. Anoki, indeed, compared to someone. Naruto Uzumaki, young. Kawaki. You guys really don't understand my actions. As long as I feel like it. Sasuke Uchiha. Wait, this line sounds familiar. Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke. Are you trying to show off again? Sasuke Uchiha. The scene continued. At this moment, Jinhui gradually lost consciousness, but his hands still tightly controlled the sand iron, protecting Gaara within. Soon after, Jinhui's arm fell weakly in midair, and he completely lost consciousness. Gaara was wrapped in sand iron, also falling into a coma, but fortunately, his life was not in danger. The ritualist reached out to touch the sand iron, but couldn't open it. He's turned into a tree person, and the sealing technique hasn't expired. Does it only remain effective as long as he's alive? The ritualist looked up, coldly observing the unconscious Jinhui high above. Quite spirited, daring to step forward. If such a person could be used by us, it would surely be interesting. The scene shifted. Based on the information gathered by the Umbu, the transformed Jinhui was still alive. Thanks to his sealing technique, Gaara's life had been saved, albeit barely. Kankuro was sweating profusely, but we currently can't save Gaara, because only Jinhui himself can undo that sealing technique. The urgent task is to restore Jinhui to his original form. And then we can save Gaara. Do you know how to? Kankuro asked anxiously, breaking into a cold sweat. I have a rough understanding of the situation. Kankuro, answer me one question. After that incident, did you encounter anyone nearby with chakra similar to Jinhui's? Shikamaru's face also showed some anxiety. No, we haven't received any reports regarding that so far. That's good, but we still need to pay more attention. We're also investigating the symptoms of the tree person. Shikamaru leaned on the table, communicating with Kankuro. Currently, we've reached the stage of reviewing intelligence and formulating countermeasures. If we gather useful information, we will share it with you immediately. Thank you. Also, Shikamaru. Just as Kankuro was about to hang up, he seemed to remember something and hesitate. Let's keep it from Hanabi for now. You wouldn't want to worry her. I understand. Shikamaru nodded and hung up the phone. Fourth Kazekage Raza. Wait, what's going on? I don't quite understand. Mizukage Terumi Mei. What's so surprising about this? Fourth Kazekage Raza. My daughter's matter. Why do we need to report it to Shikamaru? It's not like my daughter is going to end up marrying him, right? Nara Shikamaru, young. Fourth Kazekage Raza. No way. My daughter really married you? Nara Shikamaru, young, that's right, father. Naruto Uzumaki. Young, what's so surprising about this? Fourth Kazekage Raza. I have no objections. Anoki, nerve-wracking, after all this, you're just saying this. The scene continued. Were they about to add more partners? Sarada started sweating nervously, looking at Shikamaru. It's hard to say, but it's definitely a possibility. Shikamaru shook his head. Listen, if Boruto reaches out first, you must notify me immediately. We urgently need more information. Don't let anything slip. Shikamaru's brow furrowed. Yes. Sarada and Inogen nodded in response. At this moment, a communication frog quietly appeared under the table, unnoticed by everyone present. The scene shifted again. The newly revived God Tree person's consciousness was still somewhat confused. Lee, is that my name? That's right, I named you that. To confirm your identity, there has to be some basic information. Juro nodded. Pretty good. I like this name. It seems you really understand me. Senior Juro. Lee's gaze was fixed on Juro. This kid, what's he so proud of? The ritualist looked at the scene with a displeased expression. Everyone, please hold off on talking. Lee shook his head and raised a finger. The sand iron seemed to come to life, starting to search for something. Could it be looking for Boruto? Those watching the video became tense. Synopsis. Year 64 of Konoha. The Chunin exams are in full swing. Suddenly, a light curtain appears in the sky, and the ninja world live broadcast inventory system is activated. Uchiha Shisui. Itachi, I entrust the future of the Uchiha to you. How are you guarding it? Itachi, Uchiha. Obito, Uchiha. This ninja world is not worth sympathy. Kakashi Hatake. Obito, I never thought you were still alive. Rin Nohara. Obito, come back.